My father's wealth rivals nations, my mother's martial prowess shakes the heavens. As the envy-inducing top-tier second-generation heir, I threw it all away for a woman. Became the laughingstock of the entire school. I gifted away my invincible mother's exclusive combat techniques, surrendered my tycoon father's custom battle armor, and ultimately perished exhausted during the apocalyptic beast tide. Only in death did I realize my parents were the only ones who truly loved me in this world. Now reborn, I'll make those who wronged me repay their debts 100-fold. I held the bouquet, walking towards the coldest girl in the entire school, just to thank her for the only kindness she showed me in my past life. My name is Shen Xingchen. I was once the top martial saint of Great Xia, fighting alone with my sword against the apocalyptic beast tide until my death. But now, I've been reborn back into my senior year of high school, returned to the day I confessed my feelings to the green tea girl Chu Shiryao. Chu Shiryao's innocent face was full of hesitation as she lightly bit her lip, using her usual trick to reject me. I didn't have that thought in high school. Wait until college, okay? There are still 101 days left. Rejecting me, we can still be friends, right? I sneered at her affected mannerisms. In her past life, she always rejected me yet forever left me a glimmer of hope, complacently indulging in all the kindness I showed her. The supreme sword technique insights from his martial godmother and the growth-type battle armor his chaebol father scoured heaven and earth to obtain for him. There were even top-tier resources that could enhance talent, which I gave to her without even trying them myself. She soared ahead with these rapid advancements, while I became dispirited and wasted the 7 most precious years of a martial artist's life. It wasn't until after graduating from university, when the martial god's mother was severely injured, that I suddenly awakened to the truth. But it was already too late, and in the end, I only reached the level of martial saint, destined to never reach the martial god realm. Thinking of all this, I suddenly smashed the rose in my hand onto the ground. Since I'd been reborn, who would still act like a simp? Suppressing the emotions surging within me, I took a deep breath, bent down, and picked up the flower. He secretly used the finesse of a top-tier martial technique to alter the card on the bouquet. Just then, faint footsteps rustled behind him. It was his former life good brother Lin Feitian, leading a group to watch the spectacle. This guy, who grew up in an orphanage and had a crush on Chu Shiryao, pretended to support him but was actually just there for the show. My buddy Shen Xingchen confessed his feelings to the campus belle Chu again today. Let's all give him some encouragement and cheer him on. Lin Feitian took the lead, a mischievous smile playing on his face. I coldly glanced at Lin Feitian, brushed the dust off the flower, and said with a smile, keep spouting nonsense, and I'll smash your teeth in. Who told you I was going to confess to Chu Shiryao? Don't you know spreading rumors is illegal? Lin Feitian's smile froze, and he forced a grin. Brother Shen, look at you, there's no shame in a failed confession, but being stubborn isn't something a real man should do. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter and teasing. I strode toward Lin Feitian, emanating the blood-soaked aura of a top-tier martial saint who had fought his way through mountains of corpses, instantly silencing the surrounding laughter. Everyone was like ducks being choked by the neck, unable to make a sound. Lin Feitian nervously gulped. Holding the flower in my left hand, my free right hand shot out like a striking python, the E-grade martial skill, Python's surprise attack. With terrifying speed, Lin Feitian only saw a flash before his eyes as my right hand clenched his jaw. Bang! Bending my middle and ring fingers, I flicked with immense force, striking directly at Lin Feitian's upper gum. Blood mixed with a few pale teeth splattered onto the ground. I let go, expressionlessly shaking off the blood. I told you. Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll smash your teeth. I raised my head, scanning the crowd. What? Any of you got something to say? Everyone instinctively took 2 steps back, shaking their heads in unison. I took 2 steps forward, then glanced back at the stunned Chu Shiryao. Also, could you please stop being so full of yourself? Not everyone holding flowers is trying to confess their love to you. With that, I walked towards the only aloof figure still standing in place, Xia. She was the top-ranked student for 3 consecutive years at Changnan No. 1 High School, and in her past life, she was a renowned and nearly emotionless killing god who shook both China and the world. They were also the classmates my biological parents specifically arranged to sit with me. I pulled out the card hidden in the flowers and handed over the rose. The card read, "Thank you for your help over the past few years, dear deskmate. Wishing you happiness every day and prosperity every year, Shen Xingchen." Xia's serene face showed no fluctuation, but her flickering eyes betrayed her emotions. She opened her mouth and uttered her first words, boring. The next second, she took the bouquet, and a light remark drifted into the ears. Don't waste money like this next time. 99 roses nearly obscured her plain, unadorned face. Xia turned and walked away with the bouquet in her arms. The greeting card atop the flowers fluttered down in the wind and was noticed by students nearby. This flower is really for Xia? It's not for the school belle Chu? How could anyone dare to approach Xia with her poker face and emotionless expression? Shen Xingchen is truly bizarre. Hearing the discussions, I showed a disdainful expression. After the talent awakening ceremony tomorrow, Xia's stunning beauty will truly capture the public's attention. I glanced up at the group of students watching the commotion and used the mental technique of imposing presence to amplify the lingering impression of brutality. They were plunged into fear, as silent as cicadas in winter. Only after I had gone far away did they suddenly realize their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. On the other side, Xu Shiyao bit her lower lip tightly, replaying my narcissistic comments in her mind. A sense of absurdity from a world turned upside down and the frustration of lost toys surged through his heart. I caught up to Bai Xie in a few quick strides but didn't stop, swiftly passing by her instead. I need to hurry, immediately, right now, go home and thoroughly please my martial god birth mother and chaebol birth father by flattering them. But before that, I need to go back to the classroom first. The backpack contained the talent awakening gift prepared by my martial godmother, the talent stone. Such top-tier resources, when consumed within 24 hours of awakening one's talents, have a certain probability of elevating one's martial arts aptitude by an entire tier. Chapter 4, Shen Xingchen's calligraphy. And Shen Xingchen's mother, Song Qingxuan, was one such example. Yet despite being such a precious resource, in his previous life, Shen Xingchen actually gave it away as a gift to Xu Shiyao. How absurd is that? Shen Xingchen even began to suspect whether Xu Shiyao had cast a spell on him back then. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why he had been so utterly captivated by her. Moreover, by the time of Shen Xingchen's death, the talent stone had been developed to its absolute limit. Its original 50% probability of advancing one's innate talent had been boosted to a staggering 99%. It could be said that as long as one followed the established procedure, consuming the talent stone would inevitably elevate one's talent by a tier. Unfortunately, Shen Xingchen had already missed the optimal window for consuming the talent stone. But now, it was not too late. Thankfully, the door wasn't locked. Shen Xingchen exhaled a long breath and pushed open the classroom door. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long, shapely legs. Above those legs was a black pencil skirt. Looking up further, one could see the alluring curves of her bust. If Changnan First High School were to hold a school beauty pageant, Xu Shiyao would likely win. But if they were to elect the most beautiful teacher, Shen Xingchen's homeroom teacher, Li Xiaoman, would undoubtedly win. Freshly graduated from the martial arts university, she possessed both the vitality of youth and the allure of a mature woman. Most crucially, having graduated from the most prestigious martial arts university, her combat prowess was in no way inferior to that of her colleagues. In fact, her grasp of martial arts theory and practical application far surpasses that of her colleagues. She was the epitome of a teacher who excelled in talent, beauty, and martial arts. At this very moment, Li Xiaoman stared at Shen Xingchen with a puzzled look as he pushed open the door and entered the classroom. She couldn't fathom why he would still be here. While others might return to class, shouldn't a student like Shen Xingchen be dashing out the moment school ended to play? This particular student of hers. His physical aptitude was exceptional, yet his attitude toward learning was utterly abysmal. Sleeping and zoning out during class were the norm. Homework? He treated it as if it never existed. During martial arts training, his form was sloppy and distorted, as if practicing seriously were something shameful. Fortunately, his core character wasn't inherently bad. Though he neglected his studies, at least he didn't disrupt others' learning. Therefore, Li Xiaoman held no particular prejudice against Shen Xingchen. But this was perfect. Li Xiaoman's eyes lit up as he reached out and said, "Xingchen, you're just in time. Come help the teacher write a few characters." Lately, she'd been so eager to practice martial arts that she'd carelessly injured her shoulder. Writing now made both shoulders tingle unbearably, as if countless ants were crawling over them. Shen Xingchen paused, his bright eyes meeting Li Xiaoman's as he smiled. "All right, what characters would you like me to write?" As he spoke, he walked toward the podium and took the chalk from her hand. Martial Arts Talent Mobilization Meeting, main title. With martial aspirations in our hearts, why fear the thorns ahead? With our sights set on the summit, witness our soaring dragon and tiger today. As Li Xiaoman spoke, she suddenly realized something was off. Oh no! Boy's handwriting is already messy, and chalkboard writing is even messier. And Shen Xingchen's handwriting was no exception. If he wrote something too ugly, she'd have to erase it herself. That would be a waste of effort or worse, counterproductive. She was about to speak up to stop him, but then she thought about how it might hurt the big boy's pride. After all, teenage boys can be incredibly sensitive. As a teacher, she ought to consider that. So Li Xiaoman just opened her mouth, sighed, and said nothing in the end. Oh well, oh well. If he wants to wipe the blackboard and write it himself, then so be it. Li Xiaoman consoled herself. Beside her, Shen Xingchen understood immediately upon hearing this. He held his breath briefly, then his eyes sharpened as his right hand swiftly swept the chalk across the blackboard. The swish of writing echoed through the empty classroom, sending swirling white shards drifting through the air. The evening sunlight streamed through, forming an ethereal white waterfall in midair, a breathtaking sight. Yet Li Xiaoman was utterly oblivious to this spectacle. Her mouth formed a perfect circle, wide enough to swallow a duck egg, while her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the writing on the blackboard. These characters were clearly just the simplest Chinese characters written in chalk, just common motivational slogans. Yet in Shen Xingchen's hands, these characters seemed to transform into an army of elite soldiers and fine horses. Each stroke, horizontal, diagonal, and press, was brimming with profound meaning. In a daze, Li Xiaoman felt as though she saw golden spears and iron horses charging across the battlefield, a surge of bloodlust piercing the heavens. This kid is chalk writing is this good? Even the masters of the Calligraphy Association couldn't match this, could they? Li Xiaoman was stunned. This isn't just writing, it's a work of art. Deep down, she even felt an urge to take this blackboard home and savor every single one of those simple characters. But before Li Xiaoman could recover from her shock, Shen Xingchen tossed the chalk into the chalkbox, dashed off the podium, grabbed his backpack, and bolted out the door. His movements were fluid and seamless. Only when Shen Xingchen pushed open the classroom door again did Li Xiaoman snap out of her daze. But now, calling out to Shen Xingchen was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as Shen Xingchen slipped away right under her nose. Instead of chasing after him, Li Xiaoman stepped back, sat down, and studied the handwriting on the blackboard. The more she looked, the more profound the charm became, the more she felt it. So engrossed was she that she couldn't resist pulling out her phone to snap a photo and send it to her father, who held a position in the Calligraphy Association. Just then, the classroom door swung open again. Li Xiaoman's eyes lit up, thinking Shen Xingchen had returned. But what met her eyes was a massive bouquet of roses. From behind the vibrant red blooms, a pale face emerged. Bai Xie glanced at Li Xiaoman first, then turned her gaze to the blackboard, equally stunned for a moment. After a moment, she sighed sincerely. Teacher Li's handwriting is truly beautiful. Li Xiaoman shook her head and smiled wryly. I could never write with such power and presence. Guess who wrote this? Li Xiaoman held Bai Xie in high regard and held great expectations for her. She excels academically, masters theory, and excels in martial arts practice. Quiet, steady, and conscientious, always doing only what she ought to do. What teacher wouldn't adore such a student? Yet this student is usually too reserved and overly polite, lacking the vitality and energy young people should have. This made Li Xiaoman even more inclined to tease Bai Xie. She was certain no one would ever guess the words on the blackboard could have been written by Shen Xingchen, a student so utterly unscholarly. Hearing her question, Bai Xie paused in thought. She glanced down at the bouquet in her hands, and a name surfaced in her mind. With that, Bai Xie tightened her grip on the bouquet and spoke. Shen Xingchen. At those words, the smile on Li Xiaoman's lips instantly froze. Chapter 5, Love You, Mom. She stared at Bai Xie in disbelief, jumping up from her chair in shock. How did you know? Then, as if suddenly recalling something, her eyes darted between Bai Xie's face and the enormous bouquet of roses before her, a knowing smile spreading across her lips. You two aren't. Before Li Xiaoman could finish, Bai Xie lifted her calm little face and interrupted. No. Shen Xingchen, of course, was unaware of the events unfolding in the classroom. At that moment, he was humming a cheerful tune as he strode into his family's luxurious mansion. His mother, Song Qingxuan, was one of the top combat forces in Great Xia, a rare half-step martial god. His father was equally formidable, a renowned top-tier tycoon in Changnan City, Xizjiang Province, and indeed the entire Great Xia. The Qingxuan group he founded spanned multiple industries including education, transportation, real estate, and finance. Both in scale and depth of industrial penetration, it stood unrivaled throughout the entire Great Xia. Thus, describing Shen Xingchen's family home as merely a luxury mansion felt downright modest. Calling it an estate would be more fitting. Yet in his previous life, Shen Xingchen had been poisoned by mindless novels, convinced that playing dumb to achieve greatness was the coolest thing. He kept his family background tightly under wraps. To the outside world, he claimed his family was ordinary. To others, Shen Xingchen's family seemed merely moderately well off, nothing special. Little did Shen Xingchen realize that in pretending to be a pig, he had actually become one. A wry smile touched his lips at the thought. He strolled into the estate, ignoring the lifelike rockeries before him and the murmuring streams flanking the path, heading straight for the house. As he neared the house, Shen Xingchen's eyes lit up. On either side of the path, the black and white duo stood neatly in formation. On the left stood a maid in black stockings and a black skirt, her hair adorned with black rabbit ears, enchantingly cute. On the right stood a maid in white stockings and a white dress, her dark hair adorned with white fox ears, radiating an innocent yet alluring charm. 10 maids stood on each side. The moment they spotted Shen Xingchen, 20 maids' eyes lit up simultaneously. Sweet, syrupy voices then whispered in Shen Xingchen's ears. Welcome home, young master. As they spoke, the maids bowed deeply. Their playful, adorable rabbit and fox ears bounced downwards, bouncing adorably. Faced with this scene, Shen Xingchen cleared his throat. Capital, oh capital. Is this how you plan to corrupt my will? Ever since learning their son was infatuated with a classmate, Shen Xingchen's parents had gone to extraordinary lengths, hiring 20 exceptionally beautiful women to serve as maids. They desperately hoped to awaken Shen Xingchen's consciousness, pulling him out of his puppy dog state. But back then, Shen Xingchen was so deeply entrenched in his worship that they couldn't rouse even a shred of his consciousness. But the Shen Xingchen of today was different. He no longer harbored any obsession for that manipulative green tea, Shu Shiyao. Moreover, this body had just turned 18, a time of raging hormones. For a moment, Shen Xingchen nearly lost control. He forced down the smirk curling his lips and replied flatly. Then, a fox-eared maid approached, gently removing Shen Xingchen's shoes before tenderly slipping him into slippers. She said, "Young master, your bath is ready. Would you like us to assist you?" Shen Xingchen shook his head. Losing control of one's body was a biological instinct. Currently, he was only at the martial trainee realm, not yet at the stage where he could fully control his muscles, hormones, or himself. Yet as a top-tier martial saint in his previous life, Shen Xingchen could still command his heart. Unfeeling intercourse held no meaning. A mere visual indulgence would suffice. To actually take action against them? That was something Shen Xingchen refused to do. Seeing Shen Xingchen shake his head in refusal, the maids showed no surprise. After all, they knew. Their young master was madly in love with one woman, seeing no one else. After politely declining the maids, Shen Xingchen slipped on his slippers and stepped into the living room. His father sat there beaming, holding his phone during a video call. Gone was the ruthless tycoon who ruled the business world with an iron fist. Now stood only a devoted husband and father. Seeing his father's youthful, jet-black hair and the radiant happiness on his smiling face, Shen Xingchen felt a pang of emotion. How many years had it been? It had been so long since he'd seen his father look this relaxed. Ever since his mother's severe injury, Shen Xingchen had scarcely seen his father Shen Lang smile again. Back then, he resembled a lone wolf, with no one left to rely on behind him. Before him lay encircling enemies. Behind him stood an unworthy son. And he had to constantly guard against the backstabbing of various relatives. The immense pressure he bore was unimaginable. Thus, in his final days, Shen Lang grew increasingly silent, increasingly vigilant, increasingly like a true lone wolf. Shen Xingchen couldn't even bear to imagine how agonizing it must have been for his father in his previous life to learn of his son's death in battle in the northwest. As these thoughts surfaced, Shen Xingchen exhaled a long breath, expelling the negative emotions from his mind. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to make amends for every regret. Just then, Shen Lang also noticed Shen Xingchen's footsteps. Seeing his own son, Shen Lang's smile grew even broader. He beckoned with his hand and called out, "Xiao Chun, come say hello to your mom. Her underground expedition might lose signal at any moment." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen let out an eh and practically sprinted over to Shen Lang, leaning in close. He practically stuffed his entire face into the screen. Shen Xingchen gazed dreamily at the woman on the phone screen, her hair like a waterfall, radiant and dazzling. His mother, Song Qingxuan. Uninjured, her primal essence intact, Song Qingxuan at her absolute peak. Seeing the glistening tears in her son's eyes, Song Qingxuan's smiling expression instantly turned cold. What was going on? Why was her son upset? Could he have been bullied? Who dares bully the son of Song Qingxuan? Countless questions surged through her mind. As a half-step martial god, the slightest fluctuation in her state of mind, the slightest overflow of vital energy, instantly triggered celestial phenomena. Within the profound depths of the secret realm, countless swords rang out with crisp, clear tones, their piercing cries threatening to rent the heavens. Countless ethereal white blades swirled around Song Qingxuan, forming a sword formation that signaled her master's wrath. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of her fellow team members nearly leapt into their throats. Wait, who dared provoke our great Xia sword immortal? Song Qingxuan was about to speak up. But the next moment, Shen Xingchen's words washed away every trace of anger surging through Song Qingxuan's mind. Simultaneously, her heart felt as though it were coated in honey. A sweet sensation pulsed through her heart, spreading through her veins and filling her entire being. This sensation even made this half-step martial god, an existence nearly reaching the pinnacle of humanity, feel a dizzying, unreal lightness. The clamor of swords filling the sky vanished in an instant. All sounds seemed to yield to Shen Xingchen's words. Shen Xingchen simply said, "I love you, Mom." Chapter 6, The Mystic Primordial Iron. Those four simple words seemed to pierce through the phone screen, traversing countless dimensions to reach Song Qingxuan's heart. They felt like soft, fluffy cotton candy landing on her heart, the tender sweetness leaving Song Qingxuan momentarily dazed. How long had it been? How long had it been since Xiao Chen last uttered the word love? How long had it been since he called her mom? Since Xiao Chen entered adolescence, this was the very first time. Song Qingxuan gazed at the beaming, sunlit boy on the screen, a joyful smile spreading across her own face. "Well done, my child has grown up." She looked at Shen Xingchen with a satisfied gaze, nodding and smiling uncontrollably. "What's gotten into my Xiao Chen today? Did something happy happen?" Sitting beside him, his father Shen Lang asked with equal curiosity. "Oh my, what's gotten into our young master? Did that girl finally say yes?" As Shen Xingchen's parents, Shen Lang and his wife were naturally aware of his pursuit of Chu Shiyao. Seeing how happy their son was today, their first thought was that the girl had agreed to Shen Xingchen. But Shen Xingchen shook his head like a rattle. "How could that Chu girl compare to my mom? Her entire being isn't worth a single strand of my mom's hair. I'm just super happy to see mom today." At the end, Shen Xingchen added with genuine concern, "Mom, please be extra careful on your expedition. Don't always be the first one charging ahead." Hearing such praise and her son's concern, Song Qingxuan felt as though honey had filled her heart. She smiled and replied, Your old mom here is a half-step martial god. What danger could possibly harm me? Besides, I'm the expedition leader. If I don't go first, who will? I can't very well send my weaker subordinates ahead, can I? Her words radiated fierce confidence and a deep sense of duty. As one of the top 10, perhaps even top 5, elite warriors in Great Xia, she certainly deserved that confidence and conviction. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen fell silent for a moment and said nothing more. After all, Song Qingxuang had suffered her severe injuries around the time of his university graduation 4 or 5 years prior. Noticing Shen Xingchen's silence, Song Qingxuang assumed he was still worried about her and added, "Oh my, this is the first time I've seen Xiaochen care so much about me. How touching." As she spoke, she waved her hand, summoning her assistant and instructing, "Xiaowan, transfer 30 million daxia coins to Xingchen's card." Then, turning back to the screen, she added with equal concern, "Son, the college entrance exams are coming up soon. Don't hold back on yourself. If you see something you like, buy it. If you want something, just say so. If you run out of money, just tell mom and dad. Oh, and tomorrow is your talent awakening ceremony. Mom is out exploring and can't be there, don't blame me. I've prepared a surprise for you, it's under your bed." At this point, Song Qingxuang recalled her son's past misdeeds. After a moment's hesitation, she added, "This item is very precious. Under no circumstances should you give it to anyone else." Shen Xingchen knew exactly what the surprise was. The world's finest material mixed primordial mystic iron. It appeared to be merely raw material for forging artifacts. Yet no forging was required at all. Simply integrate the continuation page into the primordial mystic iron and it will automatically reshape itself into the most suitable weapon for the user tailored to their physique, martial realm, and preferred weapon type. Once forged, the weapon required no further bonding or tempering. It would instantly resonate with its master's intent, achieving perfect harmony. Take Shen Xingchen himself as an example. Wielding such a weapon at least doubles the power of his sword techniques. Moreover, any defensive measure becomes utterly futile against him. 100% true damage. Yet despite its invaluable nature, in his previous life, he had gifted this very treasure as a surprise to that scheming woman, Zhu Shiyao, the moment he obtained it. When Song Qingxuang heard about it, she was so furious she didn't call home for an entire month. Looking back now, Song Qingxuang had actually been remarkably patient. If it were Shen Xingchen himself, and his son dared to casually give away his heartfelt gift to someone else, Shen Xingchen would have chopped off his son's little head without hesitation. He'd make sure the little head controlled the big head every single day. Faced with Song Qingxuang's earnest entreaties, the Shen Xingchen of today would never again disappoint his mother's heart. He nodded firmly. Song Qingxuang was about to say more when the voice from the screen suddenly distorted. Snowy static appeared on the display, instantly turning the entire interface grainy and white. Seeing this, Shen Lang beside him sighed. "Here we go again. Your mom's underground exploration signal's terrible, only this special phone can pick up anything." After his lament, Shen Lang turned to his son. "Haven't eaten yet, have you? I had Auntie prepare some premium beast meat and medicinal soup, it's good for your health. Eat up." As he spoke, Shen Lang patted Shen Xingchen's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "You're growing up and learning some sense. Don't keep making your mom angry. When your mom gets upset, she won't take it out on you, it'll be your own father who suffers the consequences, understand? I'll transfer another 20 million to you. That's 50 million total, spend it as you see fit. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Your tutor took the day off today. Since you're resting anyway, use this time to recharge. Be ready for tomorrow's awakening and don't forget to use your talent stone." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's lips curled into a smile. Coming home was truly rewarding, just a few simple words, and 50 million Great Xia coins were in his pocket. This was the perk of having top-tier connections. What others had to struggle desperately to earn was effortlessly within his grasp. Top-tier beast meat filled his stomach, and soup brewed from the finest herbs warmed his insides. Shen Xingchen felt a warm current surge through his limbs and bones, his entire body burning with heat. Unlike his past life, he didn't lie down after eating. Instead, he went into his bedroom, retrieved the Han Yuan Xian iron from beneath his bed, and then carried it into his personal martial arts room. Though called a room, it was actually a small, standalone building. The first floor served as the standard martial arts training ground. It was divided into 3 sections, a fitness area, a martial arts training area, and a testing area. Unlike ordinary martial arts rooms, which could only withstand the limits of a martial venerable at most, Shen Xingchen's martial arts room could withstand the pressure of the half-step martial god realm. Its fortification is so formidable it could withstand even a nuclear blast. After all, Song Qingxuang also trains here regularly, so it simply couldn't be too weak. The second level served as a custom-designed private lounge. 4 incense burners adorned the corners of the second floor, perpetually emitting the finest aromatic essences. The calming, soothing fragrance permeates the entire second floor. This scent not only helps martial artists quickly calm down after exertion but also accelerates the repair of bodily damage sustained during training. As for other unique and precious facilities, they are too numerous to list. Chapter 7, The Pishio Devours the Sky. Upon entering the first level testing zone, Shen Xingchen first assessed his current chi and blood levels. A beep sounded as the instrument before him displayed a value accurate to 3 decimal places. 4,668. This physical prowess already matched that of a 4-star martial trainee, placing him at the mid-stage of the martial trainee realm. Such physical prowess would rank him among the top 5 seniors at Changnan First High School. It must be noted that unlike others, Shen Xingchen had never diligently practiced martial arts or seriously cultivated his skills throughout his 3 years of high school. He hadn't stimulated or enhanced his body with martial arts techniques or any cultivation methods. This 4668 vitality score was entirely the result of his naturally exceptional physical talent and top-tier nutrition. This alone secured his physical prowess a solid spot among the top 5. Shen Xingchen briefly scanned his body. The blood energy within him flowed like a stream, trickling steadily, already gathering momentum. It seemed poised to reach 5 points of blood energy, poised to break through to the next minor realm. Today's meal was seriously potent. Shen Xingchen murmured to himself. If this had been any other day, he would have gone out to play or gone straight to sleep, wasting nearly all of this abundant energy. But today was different. Shen Xingchen crossed his legs and sat down, his joints popping with crisp cracks. Though seated on the ground, his entire frame shot upward like a new bamboo shoot bursting from the earth. S-class body tempering technique, Pishio Devouring Heaven. This technique was created based on the mythical beast Pishio's ability to absorb energy without expelling it, warding off evil and suppressing malevolent forces. It maximizes the digestion of vast energy entering the body. It was perfectly suited to Shen Xingchen's current situation. The Pishio Devouring Heaven technique comprised 9 distinct tiers, each offering unique enhancements. By the mid to late stages of cultivation, the practitioner's flesh, bones, chi, blood, and even spirit will gain special effects of suppressing evil spirits, focusing the mind, and warding off misfortune. This grants immunity to 99% of control-type martial arts techniques. It is a rare physical cultivation method that hones the spirit. Shen Xingchen sat cross-legged on the ground, mentally recalling the circulation patterns of the Pishio Devours the Heavens technique. Under his control, the chi and blood within his body surged as if possessed of their own consciousness. The chi and blood that had flowed through the meridians now burrowed directly into the muscles. Then, forced open by the collision of chi and blood, the muscles opened wide, greedily devouring the energy coursing through Shen Xingchen's body like an insatiable beast. The immense energy that had flowed through his limbs and bones, energy that should have gradually dissipated into the heavens and earth, was now being digested and absorbed by Shen Xingchen's body at an astonishing speed. After about 10 minutes, every cell within Shen Xingchen's body was stuffed to bursting with abundant energy. Cultivating martial arts was like eating a meal one couldn't stuff themselves full in one go. At this point, Shen Xingchen's body had reached its maximum capacity for absorption. Shen Xingchen did not force it further. Instead, he opened his eyes and withdrew from his cultivation. The instant his eyes fluttered open, every muscle in his body contracted violently, and his swollen form returned to its original state. Simultaneously, the sated muscles and cells within him contracted, expelling thick streams of vital energy and blood back into his meridians. With each inhale and exhale, the chi and blood coursing through Shen Xingchen's meridians visibly thickened and solidified. His entire musculature, cleansed and strengthened by this surge of vital energy, grew more robust. Sensing this transformation, Shen Xingchen stood up and measured his chi and blood levels once more. A clear beep sounded, and the device displayed the number 5,328. A single cultivation session had directly increased Shen Xingchen's vital energy by 0.65. For an ordinary martial artist, this would require at least half a year of arduous training. Moreover, the threshold and bottleneck of the 5-star martial trainee realm had been completely shattered without him even realizing it. Shen Xingchen felt not the slightest hint of constraint. Now, purely in terms of chi blood value, he could easily rank among the top 3. To his knowledge, prior to this, only Bai Xie and another wealthy young heir had ever ascended to the 5-star martial trainee rank at Changnan First High School. Now, Shen Xingchen had joined their ranks. Such rapid progress stemmed not only from the exceptionally potent meal he'd consumed tonight, but also from the profound mysteries of the Pishio Devouring Heaven body technique and, crucially, his mastery of it. After all, in his previous life, he had cultivated this technique to the 7th layer, making the earlier layers second nature to him. Lost in thought, Shen Xingchen rose and looked into the mirror. The reflection revealed a man with short, coarse black hair, sharp features, an upright posture, and an exceptionally commanding presence. Most crucially, the exposed skin on his body now possessed a luminous, jade-like glow. The first layer of the Pishio Devouring Heaven body, jade flesh accomplished. As the saying goes, when iron blades meet flesh, jade sounds ring clear, broken edges scatter, revealing snow-white skin bright. Cold gleams shatter into 1,000 starlight points, not staining the blue robe with a single speck of blood. The jade-fleshed tier rendered him impervious to ordinary blades and weapons. This alone rendered Shen Xingchen invincible among martial practitioners of his tier. Indeed, it's wise to lean on a mighty tree for shade. Shen Xingchen gazed at his reflection in the mirror and sighed with emotion. Though jade flesh is merely the first tier of the Pisho-devouring heaven physique, it is an S-rank body forging technique. Even the resources required to begin its practice were immense. Many martial artists possess the techniques but lack the resources, spending years unable to even begin their training. Shen Xingchen, however, achieved the first tier in just 10 minutes merely by eating a meal and drawing upon 18 years of accumulated cultivation. The disparity between them was self-evident. Just then, a knock neither light nor heavy reached his ears. After 3 consecutive knocks, the maid's sweet voice echoed. "Young master, your delivery has arrived." At the news, Shen Xingchen perked up. He opened the door, took the package from the maid's hands, and promptly shut the door. He completely ignored the adorable maid's reproachful gaze. After all, a maid could never be more important than martial arts training. After closing the door, Shen Xingchen opened the package. The moment it was opened, a rich, soothing herbal fragrance wafted out, refreshing the senses. Gazing at the precious medicinal herbs inside, a faint smile touched Shen Xingchen's lips. In his previous life, the mysteries of the talent stone had been explored to their utmost limits. The originally low success rate had been elevated to 99%. Yet even among successes, there were variations. Some who consumed the talent stone could only elevate their talent by 1 or half a tier. Yet for others, consuming the talent stone could catapult their talent level up by 2 full tiers, a transformative leap from earthworm to dragon. The difference lay within these few medicinal ingredients. Dragon blood Bodhi seed maximizes the stimulation of vital blood energy within one's essence. Taiyin moonlight rasher, ground into water and held in the mouth for half an hour, imbued it with a thread of Shen Xingchen's soul essence. Only when blood and soul merge, then together dripped into the talent stone, can its energy be fully unleashed. This also guides the talent's evolution toward the path most suited to the individual. Together, these 2 herbs cost precisely 50 million great xia coins, not a penny more, not a penny less. Whose 10 lifetimes was this? Certainly not Shen Xingchen's. Chapter 8, All is ready. Half an hour later, following the method etched in his memory, Shen Xingchen dripped the entire mixture infused with his blood and spirit essence into the fist-sized talent stone. The once dark surface of the talent stone instantly crawled with crimson gold patterns. Within the patterns, crimson light shot out, dazzlingly brilliant. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's smile grew even broader. It worked. All he needed to do was patiently wait until tomorrow when his talent would awaken. Swallowing the talent stone would guarantee a minimum 1.5 tier increase in his talent, with a strong possibility of a full 2-tier jump. Carefully stowing the talent stone away, Shen Xingchen then retrieved the gift his mother, Song Qingxuan, had prepared for him. The primordial mystic iron. A lump of silver-white metal, roughly the size of a human head. It felt bitterly cold to the touch, like ice that had never melted, chilling him to the bone. Shen Xingchen stared intently at the metal before squeezing the wound on his hand once more. Crimson blood dripped down. The pungent scent of blood mingled with medicinal herbs invaded his nostrils. Years of consuming medicinal cuisine had soaked him through and through. The crimson blood was instantly absorbed the moment it touched the silver-white metal. The once quiet mystic iron trembled slightly, emitting a clear, sword-like ring. As the son of the great Xia sword immortal, Shen Xingchen naturally excelled in swordplay. Under Shen Xingchen's expectant gaze, the head-sized Han Yuan Xian iron twisted and deformed. Though normally rock hard to the touch, it now stretched like dough to 3 meters in length. The dough transformed into noodles. Then the slender noodle continued to tremble, gradually solidifying. First, a razor-sharp sword tip materialized before Shen Xingchen, its extreme edge catching his eye. Merely looking at it sent a chill creeping into his skin. One could only imagine its sharpness. Then, the sleek, straight blade emerged. No intricate patterns adorned it, no superfluous carvings, just a clean, pure blade, a sword for killing. Next came the guard and hilt. Unlike the metallic sheen of the blade and tip, these components bore a leather-like texture, radiating a subdued yet luxurious dark red. It perfectly matched Shen Xingchen's brooding yet passionate temperament. Indeed, this Han Yuan Xian iron truly knows its master. Seeing a sword that matched him perfectly appear before him, how could a swordsman resist the urge to test it? Shen Xingchen extended his arm to grasp the hilt. The moment his hand closed around it, a sense of calm settled within him. A profound familiarity and intuitive connection surged through him. It felt as though he wasn't grasping a sword at all, but an extension of his own arm. Shen Xingchen's arm surged with power, his biceps bulging violently. In the next instant, the sword in his hand streaked across the sky like a meteor. With a sharp hiss, a fine, intricate wound appeared on the neck of the metal dummy before him. Then, half the neck, still attached to the head, fell to the ground. A dummy capable of withstanding the full force of a level 9 martial trainee's attack couldn't even withstand a single strike from Shen Xingchen. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen felt a surge of confidence, his resolve for his upcoming plan strengthened. The next day, after washing up, Shen Xingchen accepted the breakfast his aunt had prepared and rode his little electric scooter to school. The electric scooter was his high school ride. After all, in his previous life, Shen Xingchen had deliberately avoided drawing attention to his family background, opting instead for the most ordinary means of transportation. And now Shen Xingchen still chooses to use it because he knows. The scooter beneath him wasn't just any ordinary e-scooter. It was the ultimate, Invincible Pro Max edition of the electric scooter. The moment danger approached, its auto-protection mode would activate, instantly unleashing multiple ghostfire exhaust pipes that could carry Shen Xingchen straight into the sky. Safety was maxed out. No reason not to use it. With his little backpack slung over his shoulder and his little electric scooter beneath him, Shen Xingchen sped toward school with a sense of exhilaration. Just as he was about to reach the school, the irritating roar of a traditional sports car echoed from behind him. The screech of tires pierced his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. In the next instant, a jade-green traditional sports car executed a stylish yet dangerous drift right in front of Shen Xingchen. Completely disregarding the surrounding traffic, it paid no heed to the fact that this was near the school grounds where one should slow down. Seeing the aggressive approach of this sports car, Shen Xingchen frowned. What era is this, still driving a traditional sports car? Bro, the martial arts era started 50 years ago. New resources have been developed, and all kinds of new sports cars and even flying shuttles have appeared. And you're still showing off in this relic from the 60s or 70s. I feel embarrassed for you. My little electric scooter alone could buy you dozens of those sports cars. Shen Xingchen muttered his complaints as he pulled his little electric scooter to a stop. The tiny scooter, barely 2 meters long, looked utterly insignificant next to the 5-meter-long sports car. The earlier screeching noise had drawn countless students to stop and stare. Though new sports car models had been around for decades, and even flying shuttles had appeared over a decade ago, they still commanded premium prices thanks to their exaggeratedly sleek designs and nostalgic appeal. They were far beyond the means of ordinary students. Only after drawing everyone's gaze did the owner step out of the sports car. A smile played on his lips, as if he thoroughly relished the attention. Seeing the man's face, Shen Xingchen chuckled in disbelief. He knew this guy. He was Zhang Junjie, another of Chu Shuriao's devoted admirers and one of the only 2 5-star martial disciples at Changnan First High School. Coming from a well-off family, his father served as the vice president of a local business association and possessed cultivation reaching the martial sovereign realm, a formidable figure in Changnan. This background gave Zhang Junjie the confidence to act arrogantly. No need to guess, this kid was definitely here about yesterday's incident involving Chu Shuriao. Sure enough, the moment Zhang Junjie stepped out of the car, he strode over with an arrogant swagger. When he reached Shen Xingchen, Zhang Junjie's gaze swept over Shen Xingchen's small electric scooter, and he flashed a contemptuous smile. Kid, you're the one who upset Shuriao yesterday, right? Damn it, I'm the one who should be soothing her, and you some penniless kid dare upset her? Know your place. Apologize to her publicly, and this whole thing's forgotten. Otherwise. At this point, Zhang Junjie drew out his words, pointing first at Shen Xingchen's scooter, then at his face. I'll smash your little scooter and you worthless piece of junk to pieces. At that moment, several more screeching sounds of metal grinding echoed from behind. Several students in school uniforms dismounted their motorcycles and approached Shen Xingchen with hostile expressions, clearly Zhang Junjie's henchmen. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen smiled. Talk about timing. Just as his cultivation broke through, a free human punching bag showed up for him to practice on. Where else could you find such a good deal? Today truly was his lucky day. Shen Xingchen thought to himself. Chapter 9, Humiliating. Shen Xingchen thought this, but the onlookers had no idea of his strength. Instantly, countless pitying glances fell upon Shen Xingchen. Holy crap, this is just too pathetic, being humiliated like this in public. Damn it, if you can take it, just fight back. Easy for them to talk trash, how could one person take on so many? Besides, that sports car guy is one of only 2 5-star martial disciples in our school. Who could possibly beat him? Today's awakening day. What if getting beaten messes up his state and he awakens some crappy talent? His whole life would be ruined. Yeah, a true man knows when to bend. Han Xin even crawled between someone's legs, no shame in that. Zhang Junjie heard the murmurs and his grin grew even more maniacal. The underlings surrounding Shen Xingchen began to shout. What are you standing around for? Don't interrupt young Master Zhang's lesson. Only our kind-hearted young Master Zhang is letting you off with an apology. Anyone else would have smashed your mouth shut. Zhang Junjie wasn't one for patience. Seeing Shen Xingchen remain silent, he assumed the kid was playing ostrich to dodge the issue. Suddenly, a cold sneer spread across his face. The muscles in his right leg tensed instantly, then his entire right leg surged forward with all his might. A piercing whistle cut through the air. E-rank martial technique, snake whip kick. The target of this strike was Shen Xingchen's knee. Had it connected, Shen Xingchen's knees with his previous life's physical constitution as a 4-star martial disciple would likely have shattered instantly, forcing him to his knees on the spot. What a vicious attack. Yet Shen Xingchen was faster than Zhang Junjie. He shifted his body slightly to the side, effortlessly evading Zhang Junjie's whipping kick. Then, a cold smile spread across Shen Xingchen's face. With skills like yours, you dare show your face and embarrass yourself? Go practice some more. Seeing his sudden strike effortlessly evaded, the smirk froze on Zhang Junjie's face, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He instinctively tried to withdraw his leg and change his stance. But at that very moment, Shen Xingchen's right leg had already risen. Under Zhang Junjie's horrified gaze, Shen Xingchen's right leg descended like lightning, crushing down like a giant hammer onto the knee of Zhang Junjie's extended right leg. A thunderous crash echoed through the sky, followed immediately by Zhang Junjie's ghostly wail. In the next instant, Zhang Junjie curled up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, his entire body trembling as he clutched his right leg with both hands. Between his hands, crimson blood gushed forth, pooling into a small river. Between his hands, the stark white bone shards were faintly visible. Shen Xingchen's single kick had shattered Zhang Junjie's leg bone. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. In that moment, they instinctively held their breath, their casual chatter fading away. Wait, wasn't Zhang Junjie one of the top students in their senior class at Changnan First High School? Both his physical prowess and martial arts skill ranked among the top 3. Shen Xingchen, however, was renowned not for his martial prowess, but for his notorious reputation as a sycophant. How could someone like that possibly defeat Zhang Junjie? Besides, with Zhang Junjie's deep-rooted background, wasn't he afraid of retaliation? Countless questions swirled in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the bodyguards Song Qingxuang and Shen Lang had stationed around them lowered their weapons. Raising their eyebrows, they recorded the incident and reported it to their boss. As for Shen Xingchen's henchmen, witnessing their own boss rendered powerless before Shen Xingchen, their earlier arrogance vanished completely. Shen Xingchen merely swept them with a glance, and they all stumbled back 2 steps, clutching their baseball bats as if facing a fearsome beast. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen smirked with disdain. Nothing but a bunch of bullies who pick on the weak. However, he was a man who always played fair. If they deserved a beating, they would all get one. He stepped forward, delivering a few more thuds. One by one, these cowardly losers screamed and collapsed, crimson blood pooling beneath them. After finishing this, Shen Xingchen put his helmet back on and leisurely rode his electric scooter toward school. These opponents were far too weak. They couldn't even test his true strength. A fight like this wasn't even a warm-up. Shen Xingchen rode off on his scooter, leaving behind a crowd of stunned students. Due to this little incident, the classroom was nearly full by the time Shen Xingchen arrived. Only the homeroom teacher, Li Xiaoman, had yet to arrive. With no teacher present, the entire classroom was buzzing with noise. The moment Shen Xingchen stepped through the classroom door, a cacophony of chatter and laughter flooded his ears. Hardly anyone noticed Shen Xingchen's arrival. Only Chu Shuryao's expression shifted slightly when she saw Shen Xingchen enter the classroom unscathed, even humming a tune. What was going on? Hadn't Zhang Junjie said last night that he was going to teach Shen Xingchen a lesson? Where was that lesson? Chu Shuryao wanted to ask. Sure enough, men are all unreliable. She thought to herself. Beside her, her deskmate and best friend Zhang Jinka nudged her with an elbow, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hey, your puppy dog's here. Go ask him what yummy treats he brought this morning. Zhang Jinka was unaware of what had transpired the previous night. Chu Shuryao hadn't mentioned it, finding it too embarrassing. Hearing her friend's words, Chu Shuryao curled her lips and retorted. No way am I asking him. You go ask him. Hearing this, Zhang Jinka's chubby face lit up with impatience. Oh Shuryao, what's with you? Didn't you say before that the stuff Shen Xingchen brought was delicious? Plus, every time I eat it, my body feels all warm and cozy, and my period cramps go away. Even so, Chu Shuryao remained unmoved. Truth be told, she really wanted to eat Shen Xingchen's breakfast too. But after how Shen Xingchen treated her last night, and then asking her to go talk to him? Such a humiliating thing, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Seeing Chu Shuryao still holding out like this, Zhang Jinka abandoned any notion of pride. She lifted her face and called out to Shen Xingchen as he walked by. Hey, where's my breakfast and Yao's today? You're taking forever. We're both starving to death. If we fail to awaken because we didn't eat properly, you'll be the one to blame, right? Arrogant and self-righteous. Her attitude and tone made it seem like Shen Xingchen was their personal servant or nanny. Shen Xingchen shot her a glance, too lazy to engage with this bulldozer. He swept past Chu Shuryao and Zhang Jinka, taking his seat. His seat was directly behind Chu Shuryao and to the side rear of Zhang Jinka. Once seated, Shen Xingchen didn't rush to eat. Instead, he pulled out his Chinese textbook and began reading aloud with deliberate affectation. If you offer it to someone in a rush, even a passerby won't accept it. If you toss it at them, even a beggar would disdain it. Chapter 10, I'm Not Your Father. After finishing the passage, Shen Xingchen feigned confusion and held up the textbook to ask the top student, Bai Xie. Bai Xie, you're so smart, what does this sentence mean? Bai Xie shot Shen Xingchen a resigned glance. Zhang Jinka's earlier words hadn't been spoken quietly, she'd heard them clearly. Now that Shen Xingchen was asking her about it, the sarcasm was unmistakable. Yet even so, Bai Xie obliged with an explanation. When you give charity with contempt, even passers-by refuse to accept it. When you kick it at someone's feet, even beggars will turn it down out of disdain. Her voice was cool and her tone flat, as if she were genuinely answering Shen Xingchen's question. After Bai Xie finished, Shen Xingchen drawled out his words with a sarcastic tone. Oh, so that's what it means. No wonder they say ancient people had higher moral standards, unlike some folks nowadays. Sigh, even begging with such arrogance. They should read more literature textbooks to cultivate themselves. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen, seated in front, nearly exploded with rage. Damn it! When did Shen Xingchen become so sharp-tongued? And how dare he speak to me in that sarcastic tone? Doesn't he know I'm Chu Shiyao's best friend? If you want to win Chu Shiyao over, you absolutely have to treat her best friend just as well. Shen Xingchen had drilled this idea into Shen Xingchen countless times before. So before this, whenever Shen Xingchen brought lunch for Chu Shiyao, he'd always pack an extra portion for Shen Xingchen too. After all, he wasn't the one footing the bill for the meals. He didn't feel guilty about it. But now, Shen Xingchen wasn't about to be that foolish. You see, while each breakfast of steamed buns and soy milk appeared ordinary, yet the meat filling inside was made from the most premium and mildest beasts. Consuming such breakfasts long-term was practically equivalent to taking a 10-treasure tonic pill. A single serving was worth hundreds of thousands. That shameless tiger tank of a woman, Shen Xingchen? Selling her wouldn't even fetch that much. After all, people nowadays don't care for fatty meat. Shen Xingchen's face flushed crimson with fury. She jabbed Chu Shiyao hard and wrapped her arms around her, cooing. Shiyao, look at him. Seeing Shen Xingchen treat her best friend this way, Chu Shiyao felt deeply displeased. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. The Shen Xingchen of before would never have treated her best friend like this. Clearing her throat, she turned to Shen Xingchen and adopted a peacemaker's tone. Xingchen, why must you speak to Xingchen like that? She was just starving and wanted to eat, so her tone got a bit sharp. At this, Shen Xingchen scoffed coldly. I'm not her father. If she's hungry, she can go buy her own food. Why ask me? At those words, Chu Shiyao froze in surprise. After all, Shen Xingchen had been bringing her breakfast for nearly 3 years. Her best friend had enjoyed the same privilege. This was the first time Shen Xingchen hadn't brought them breakfast. Moreover, it wasn't just Shen Xingchen who was hungry, Chu Shiyao was famished too. Recalling the delicious breakfast Shen Xingchen had brought in the past, Chu Shiyao forced down her irritation and put on a pitifully helpless expression. She leaned forward slightly, resting her arms directly on Shen Xingchen's desk, her eyes as pitiful as a young animal's. As she leaned lower, the unbuttoned collar of her blouse opened slightly, revealing a glimpse of smooth, pale skin that caught Shen Xingchen's attention. This woman, Chu Shiyao, truly knew how to leverage her body and beauty. Seeing Shen Xingchen's gaze fixed on her, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Chu Shiyao's face. Bai Xia, however, merely glanced at Chu Shiyao before expressionlessly lowering her head to open her breakfast. Free hot water, a small steamed bun, and 2 boiled eggs. Meanwhile, Chu Shiyao opened her mouth, her voice sweet and syrupy. What about me, Xingchen? Where's my breakfast? You know, with talent awakening today, skipping breakfast might affect my talent results. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's face flashed with a strange expression. He stared at Chu Shiyao for a moment before saying, Didn't you hear what I just said? If you're hungry, go buy your own. Why ask me? I'm not your dad. Chu Shiyao, how come I never noticed you were this dumb before? You say something and then forget it. Just a second ago, Chu Shiyao had been basking in the flattery of Shen Xingchen's lingering gaze. But the next moment, Shen Xingchen's words hit her like a blast of superglue, freezing every expression on her face in place. What did he just say? Called me stupid? The once docile puppy had transformed into a ravenous wolf, baring its sharp fangs. That single flash of cold fury alone was enough to leave Chu Shiyao reeling. Beside her, Shen Xingchen wore an equally horrified expression. She could understand Shen Xingchen cursing her. But Shen Xingchen cursing Chu Shiyao? Had he truly lost his mind? What about those 3 years of pursuit that had rocked the entire school? Even Bai Xia, peeling eggs nearby, paused momentarily. Just then, Shen Xingchen unzipped his backpack. Instantly, a rich fragrance and the fresh scent of medicinal herbs wafted out from the backpack. The fragrance was so potent and the scent so refreshing that not only did those around Shen Xingchen turn to look, but the entire classroom began sniffing the air in amazement. Holy crap, that smells amazing. If I could eat food this delicious, I'd gladly live in a mansion and drive a sports car. I already had breakfast, but smelling this makes me hungry all over again. If others felt this way after breakfast, what about Chu Shiyao and the others who hadn't eaten? Their eyes instantly widened in astonishment, momentarily erasing the awkwardness from moments before. Then, right in front of everyone, Shen Xingchen pulled 3 exquisite lunchboxes out of his backpack. 3 lunchboxes. Seeing the number of lunchboxes, Chu Shiyao and the other girls' eyes lit up instantly. They exchanged a glance, each seeing the same surprise and delight in the other's eyes. Chu Shiyao felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Oh, Shen Xingchen, playing hard to get now, huh? You almost had me fooled. Just as expected, a bootlicker is a bootlicker. Barely a second after baring his fangs, he's already wagging his tail impatiently, desperate for this queen's affection, right? A confident smile spread across Chu Shiyao's face. Meanwhile, the other students watching the scene couldn't help but marvel at the 3 lunchboxes on the table. Our Mr. Romantic Shen really has been consistent for 3 years straight. He even covers breakfast for the school flower's best friend. Forget about school flower or whatever, I just want to know what's in those lunchboxes. They smell so damn good. This remark struck a chord with everyone present. Tank like Zhang Jinka couldn't contain his eagerness, reaching out to grab a box while declaring. I actually thought you'd changed your ways, humph. I'm keeping track of what you said today, one meal won't fix this. Chapter 11, Eat While It's Hot. Just as Zhang Jinka's hand was about to touch the lunchbox, a pair of chopsticks smacked down on her wrist. If it's your meal, then go ahead and take it. I've awakened my talent today, I'm eating 2 portions. Shen Xingchen gripped the chopsticks with one hand while encircling the lunchbox on the table with the other, glaring. Ouch. Though Shen Xingchen held back, the force still sent tears welling up in Zhang Jinka's eyes. Meanwhile, her best friend Chu Shiyao was laughing her head off. If Shen Xingchen was eating 2 portions, who else could the remaining one belong to? It was undoubtedly hers, Chu Shiyao's. She remembered Shen Xingchen telling her before. Even if there was only 1 portion of rice, he would offer it to her. And now there were 3 full portions, how could there not be one for Chu Shiyao? But as the school's self-proclaimed queen bee, Chu Shiyao couldn't possibly grab food with her hands like Zhang Jinka. She merely fixed Shen Xingchen with an expectant gaze, parting her pink lips slightly to reveal a look that begged to be fed. Yet Shen Xingchen couldn't be bothered to spare her a second glance. He'd endured this woman's green tea antics for a full 7 years in his previous life. One more glance and he'd explode. Shen Xingchen gripped the pointed tip of his chopstick and tapped it impatiently against Chu Shiyao's arm resting on his desk. Hey, show some common sense. It's almost time to eat, and you're still hogging my desk? As he spoke, Shen Xingchen's free hand picked up the top lunchbox and slid it onto Bai Si's desk. Hey, classmate. Thanks for helping me with that problem earlier, and thanks for looking out for me all these years. Here, I'm treating you to lunch, got some tasty stuff. After pushing the lunchbox over, Shen Xingchen picked up a fresh pair of chopsticks and placed them neatly atop the container. Then, with a beaming smile, he looked at Shen Xingchen with genuine sincerity, his large eyes blinking rapidly, a dead ringer for a female version of Chu Shiyao. Having spent too much time around green tea girls, Shen Xingchen had picked up a bit of that vibe himself. But Bai Si clearly didn't possess Shen Xingchen's skill in countering such manipulative tactics. Being stared at like this made Bai Si feel utterly uncomfortable. Yet her childhood upbringing had taught her. Though poor, remain resolute, never abandon your lofty aspirations. Though she had no idea how extravagant this breakfast might be. But from its exquisite presentation, the aroma wafting from it, and the gasps of astonishment from classmates filling the classroom, Bai Si could tell. This meal was far beyond her means. She couldn't afford it. So she suppressed her discomfort, lifted her eyes, and looked at Shen Xingchen. Without a word, she simply shook her head. Bai Si's refusal was entirely within Shen Xingchen's expectations. But as her desk mate for 3 years, how could he not know her Achilles heel? 18 years of near-obsessive effort, all for the sake of awakening an exceptional talent during the awakening ceremony. Anything remotely related to awakening, Bai Si would strive for with every ounce of her being. Facing her refusal, Shen Xingchen spoke up. Eating well and replenishing your energy allows you to approach the awakening in better condition, increasing the chance of awakening a superior talent. What you ate today might suffice for an ordinary person, but for a martial disciple. As he spoke, Shen Xingchen snatched a peeled egg from the other's table, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled. Besides, now that I've eaten your meal, you'll have to make do with mine as compensation. After all, you wouldn't want to end up. Ha. Watching Shen Xingchen's cheeks puff out from stuffing 2 eggs at once, Bai Si fell silent for a moment. She lowered her head slightly, her long bangs obscuring her eyes, and a barely audible voice murmured. Thank you. Shen Xingchen pretended not to hear the thanks, fully occupied with battling the 2 eggs in his mouth. The whole scene of the 2 of them pushing each other back and forth had Chu Shiyao absolutely furious. So, she'd personally asked for breakfast only to be ignored by Shen Xingchen, yet he'd gone and used breakfast to curry favor with that cold-faced, gloomy girl? She knew Shen Xingchen would never have treated her this way before. And now, her hopes were dashed, only to rise again, only to be crushed once more. This crushing disappointment made Chu Shiyao furious to the point of madness. Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen. Chu Shiyao silently repeated Shen Xingchen's name 100 times in her mind, wishing she could tear him to pieces. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. Wasn't Shen the love saint supposed to have changed his ways and stopped fawning? If even Shen the love guru stopped fawning, how could they still believe in love? Beside them, Zhang Jinka watched Bai Ziyu. She nudged Chu Shiyao again and whispered. What about us? What are we eating? Hearing this, Chu Shiyao, already irritated, turned cold. She couldn't be bothered with this dumb, ugly best friend. If it weren't for the fact that her beauty was constantly being compared to Zhang Jinka's right in front of her, Chu Shiyao would never have hung out with Zhang Jinka. Just then, the click-clack of Li Xiaoman's high heels echoed from outside the door. Moments later, Li Xiaoman walked in carrying a bag of food. Stepping onto the podium, she flashed a smile and joked. Smells delicious. What are you all eating? Can you save some for the teacher? This opening line immediately drew laughter from the students, instantly lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Li Xiaoman quickly continued. Just kidding, everyone, keep eating. If anyone didn't have time to eat, they could come up to the podium to get some bread. Don't let skipping breakfast affect your performance. Hearing this, Zhang Jinke immediately moved to go up to the podium to get some bread. Xu Shiryao saw this and grabbed Zhang Jinke's arm. Everyone else was enjoying hot, steaming meals. How could she possibly eat cold bread? But then she thought, could saving face really outweigh awakening her talent? Just as Zhang Jinke turned her head in confusion, Xu Shiryao whispered, "Get me one too." The free bread was dry and hard to swallow. Listening to Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie eating behind her, and smelling the delicious aroma wafting from their table, Xu Shiryao suddenly felt like crying. As the school's most beautiful girl, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Fine, Shen Xingchen. Today you play hard to get, but tomorrow I'll make you reach for the stars. Playing hard to get, huh? I'll never look at you again, that's my loss. Xu Shiryao thought bitterly to herself, feeling a surge of satisfaction wash over her. After a while, Li Xiaoman tapped the blackboard and announced in a clear voice. Alright, everyone's had their fill. Let's officially begin our mobilization meeting. While Li Xiaoman delivered the standard, cookie-cutter speech up front, Shen Xingchen was furtively eyeing Bai Xie from below. With her belly full, Bai Xie's cheeks had regained a hint of color. Her complexion no longer looked as cold and pale as before. She seemed much more alive, and that distant, aloof aura had softened considerably. Most crucially, Shen Xingchen glanced at the palm of her left hand and didn't see the blood-red pattern he'd witnessed before her death. Was it not her? Chapter 12, The Awakening Ceremony. Memories flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. That martial saint-tier powerhouse who had been the first to come to her aid in her previous life. The Northwest region was in dire peril at the time, making even reinforcements an extremely dangerous endeavor. The first rescuer was highly likely to face the same isolated and helpless situation Shen Xingchen had endured, with an extremely high probability of death, almost certain death. Such a supporter must have held Shen Xingchen in the highest regard. Yet Shen Xingchen, gravely wounded, had been too weak to turn back and see the other's face. He only knew this: that the person was a woman. Yet ever since Xu Shiryao had broken his heart, Shen Xingchen had sealed off his emotions, refusing any personal involvement with women beyond professional duties. Besides his own mother, what other woman would risk her life to help him? After much deliberation, Shen Xingchen could only think of his high school classmate from 3 years ago. After all, back then, Shen Xingchen had copied her homework and had helped Bai Xie in both obvious and subtle ways. And Bai Xie's talent and strength were more than sufficient to save her back then. Could it be her? Then it must be some other woman who's been charmed by my brother's appeal. Shen Xingchen shamelessly mused to herself. Just then, Li Xiaoman at the podium concluded the brief mobilization meeting. After all, it was merely a formality. As the new homeroom teacher, she remained both pragmatic and visionary. Therefore, she allocated most of the time for the students to eat, reserving only a small portion for the meeting. Alright then, everyone line up and begin the awakening. Li Xiaoman immediately led the way. The entire class of 50 marched in a grand procession toward the awakening plaza. The senior year comprised 20 classes in total. Each class had around 50 students, bringing the total number of senior high students to just over 1,000. However, at this very moment, the Awakening Plaza was filled not only with senior students. School administrators and city officials were also present. After all, as Changnan's premier high school, Changnan No. 1 High School's awakening ceremony was considered a major city-wide event. Thus, the chief executive of Changnan, the commander-in-chief stationed at the Changnan Military District, and other high-ranking officials sat on the podium alongside the principal of Changnan No. 1 High School. Other donors from the Chamber of Commerce and distinguished parents occupied the elevated VIP platform. Below them lay the viewing stands for the sophomore students. Previewing the awakening ceremony's procedures gave the sophomores a general understanding of the process, significantly reducing the likelihood of mishaps during their own awakening next year. This was the general layout of Awakening Square. After the principal of Changnan First High School paid respects to the leaders, he planted his feet firmly and propelled himself off the elevated platform. Walking on air. The realm of martial sovereign. The martial path comprises 9 realms. Martial trainee, martial warrior, martial master, martial marquis, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial king, martial saint, martial god. Each realm possesses its own distinct characteristics. The defining trait of the martial sovereign realm is the ability to fly through the air. At this level, one is already a renowned expert even within provincial capitals. Above that, martial reverends rank among the top-tier powerhouses within an entire province. Therefore, when Wang Shujian, the principal of Changnan First High School, demonstrated his ability to fly through the air, the students below the stage and surrounding areas erupted in waves of astonished gasps. For most students, the martial sovereign realm represented the pinnacle of martial prowess they could conceive of. The higher realms of martial sovereign and martial king existed almost exclusively in online tales and legends, never witnessed in reality. Soaring directly overhead, Wang Shujian held no microphone, yet his voice boomed like a great bell, instantly filling the entire awakening plaza. Spring winds rise once more, and newcomers arrive anew. Martial talent is merely the starting point of the martial path, not its endpoint. Regardless of innate talent, everyone has the potential to succeed. Enough preamble. Before we begin, I extend my gratitude on behalf of Changnan First High School to Ms. Song Qingxuan for her outstanding contributions to our school and indeed the entire city of Changnan. It is thanks to Ms. Song Qingxuan that the number of awakening platforms on our campus has soared from 1 to 20. This has significantly enhanced the efficiency of our awakening ceremonies, saving precious time for our faculty, students, and leaders alike. We also extend our gratitude to Xingxuan Group for their substantial support and for their contributions to the advancement of education in Changnan. Please join me in applauding Ms. Song Qingxuan, Xingxuan Group, and all corporate sponsors supporting our school. The mention of Song Qingxuan and Xingxuan Group instantly propelled the atmosphere to its peak. Every Changnan student regards Song Qingxuan, the great Xia sword immortal, as the pride of Changnan. It was precisely under her influence that nearly all of Changnan's new generation of students embraced the sword as their primary weapon. Sword cultivation flourished throughout Changnan. As a homegrown enterprise of Changnan City that has risen to become an international giant, Xingxuan Group's various industries generate employment opportunities and immense economic power that directly impact the interests of everyone present. Therefore, whether students, teachers, or leaders, none held back their applause. The thunderous applause shook the entire awakening plaza. The student standing beside Shen Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness for Sword Immortal Song." Otherwise, with over 1,000 students sharing a single awakening platform, how long would the process take? Yeah, I heard previous students had to spread their awakenings over 3 days. It must have been unbearable. Praise Master Song. Praise Song Jianxian. As he listened to his classmates praise his mother, Shen Xingchen's face softened into a faint smile. After the applause and praise died down, Principal Wang Shujian pressed his palms downward. His powerful aura made everyone instinctively stop what they were doing. All eyes then turned to Wang Shujian suspended mid-air. A smile graced Wang Shujian's face as he swept his arm wide and declared, "The awakening ceremony officially begins." With that, he glanced downward. His powerful perception at the martial sovereign realm instantly locked onto Shen Xingchen's location. Wang Shujian sighed deeply toward Shen Xingchen before soaring away. He and Shen Xingchen's father, Shen Lang, had been university roommates. After graduation, one pursued business while the other entered academia, yet their bond remained profoundly deep. Shen Xingchen had practically grown up under Wang Shujian's watchful eye. In Wang Shujian's heart, Shen Xingchen was practically like his own son. Faced with this unmotivated child, Wang Shujian felt utterly helpless. He had scolded him, lectured him, and nearly whipped him with a belt, yet Shen Xingchen remained unmoved, stubbornly pursuing Chu Shiyao and squandering his prime years. All Wang Shujian could do was sigh deeply. Of course, no one else knew about their relationship. The entire class 1 was buzzing with excitement, debating why Principal Wang had glanced their way. Could it be that their talents were too brilliant to hide, finally recognized by the discerning principal? 18-year-olds always harbor unrealistic fantasies, convinced they are the protagonists of this world. This awakening ceremony marked their first step into confronting the harsh realities of the world. Chapter 13, Chu Shiyao's A-grade talent. The teacher overseeing the awakening ceremony on the platform shattered the students' illusions. Xie Yutong, come forward for your awakening. The mushroom-haired girl whose name was called trembled, an unnatural flush spreading across her fair face. She trembled as she climbed the high platform, stepping onto the massive black stone at the center of the awakening platform. Unlike ordinary stones, the surface of this boulder was not rough but smooth and delicate as a mirror, even reflecting the blush on the girl's cheeks. Xie Yutong took several deep breaths, striving to bring herself to peak condition. Below the platform, the waiting students showed not a hint of impatience. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on Xie Yutong's movements. Not even Bai Xia was an exception. Her eyes widened as she swept her bangs aside with her right hand, revealing sharp yet undeniably beautiful features. Under the collective gaze, Xie Yutong pressed her right hand against the surface of the massive stone. Witnessing this, the crowd instinctively held their breath, as if they themselves were undergoing the awakening. In the next instant, the black surface of the boulder suddenly radiated a dazzling light. The moment the light appeared, everyone present exhaled in unison. Light meant the awakening of martial talent had succeeded. Whether it was the lowest E-grade talent or any other level, it still far surpassed the potential of a cultivator with no talent at all, offering a much broader path ahead. The light shone brilliantly, displaying a rainbow of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red represented the lowest E grade, orange the next C grade, and so on, culminating in purple for the highest SS grade. As for SSS grade martial talent, that was a rank existing only in theory. All these years later, even Shen Xingchen had long forgotten what tier of talent this classmate had awakened. He too stared wide-eyed. Until the light on the stage gradually unified, coalescing into a pure, dazzling orange. Grade D talent. The orange light twisted, forming several large characters on the black stone surface. Vitality surge. An auxiliary cultivation talent. Upon awakening, one's chi and blood become abundant, accelerating their replenishment rate while making breakthroughs to higher realms significantly easier. Moreover, the cultivated chi and blood become denser and more concentrated, granting the practitioner superior endurance and explosive power in combat compared to martial artists at the same realm. Seeing this talent, Xia Yutan on the platform exhaled a long breath of relief. She was more than satisfied with this outcome. After all, every year, 1/3 of the candidates failed to awaken any talent at all. Of the remaining 2/3, nearly half could only awaken the lowest tier E-grade talent. A D-grade talent was certainly not bad by any measure. The other students in Class 1 watched the scene unfold, their faces lighting up with joy. What a promising start! With the first one, the second and third followed. The awakening ceremony proceeded smoothly. Some students who stepped forward succeeded, while others failed. Those who failed hung their heads in despair, convinced their martial path was cut short and their future hopeless. Those who succeeded beamed with joy, especially those who awakened C-rank talents. Their smiles were brighter than chrysanthemums. Yet after over 20 students had gone through, not a single one had awakened a B-rank talent. This scene left the lead homeroom teacher, Li Xiaoman, feeling rather embarrassed. Surely she couldn't be the worst teacher ever, failing to produce even a single B-tier student in her very first cohort? How could she then confidently tell future students, "You truly are the worst class I've ever taught"? Next to step onto the stage was Chu Shiyao's close friend, Zhang Jinka. Despite her plump figure, her movements were surprisingly nimble as she bounded onto the high platform in just a few strides. At this very moment, she too placed her hand on the black boulder with trembling nerves. The next instant, a brilliant green light shot skyward. Li Xiaoman's expression instantly brightened. Standing atop the platform, Zhang Jinka's face was equally filled with excitement and joy. She never would have dreamed she would awaken a B-grade talent. A talent of this caliber qualified her for the elite class jointly established by the city's top high schools, granting her access to the finest teachers and resources. Zhang Jinka had finally turned her life around. No longer would she be someone else's supporting act, no longer would she be someone else's backdrop. She, Zhang Jinka, was now the brightest star in the night sky. At the same time, green light rippled and coalesced into several large characters. Thick skin. Combat talent. The bearer of this talent develops a peculiar layer of skin across their body. Depending on the user's intent in combat situation, it can either become incredibly tough, capable of withstanding direct strikes from blades, or become extremely slippery, making it difficult for enemies to make contact. This grants a significant advantage in combat. Furthermore, as the warrior advances in cultivation, this effect extends beyond the skin to encompass muscles and bones. It is an exceptionally practical, versatile, and scalable combat talent. The audience below the stage, upon witnessing this talent, couldn't help but reveal expressions of envy. Such defensive talents are highly valued in teams and significantly increase survival rates on real battlefields. In the eyes of most, they are even more desirable than offensive talents. This moment truly marked Zhang Jinka's rise to prominence. With that, Zhang Jinka lifted her head high, striding down the platform with an air of unabashed arrogance. Passing by Shen Xingchen and by Xie, she snorted disdainfully through her nostrils. She didn't even bother acknowledging the astonished congratulations from her best friend, Chu Shiao. "Little miss. I'm done playing childish games of leading lady and supporting role with you. I, Zhang Jinka, am a genius destined for the elite martial arts class." Seeing this, Chu Shiyao's expression darkened. Fine. First Shen Xingchen stabs me in the back, now my best friend does the same. No more pretending. Fine, so the establishment is setting me up, huh? How did she, the school's undisputed queen bee, end up caught between two fires? Just as Chu Shiao was about to take a deep breath to ease her frustration, the teacher called her name. Chu Shiao's face froze. She felt almost hopeless. She hadn't eaten breakfast, her emotions were about to explode. How could she possibly awaken any kind of talent? If she couldn't awaken martial arts talent, no matter how stunning her looks, how perfect her figure, or how manipulative her personality, she'd remain nothing more than a plaything to others. She'd never truly ascend to the upper echelons. She desperately wanted to climb up. The mere thought of this possibility instantly brought tears to Chu Shiyao's eyes. She lifted her head, forcing back the tears, then straightened her back. With the most composed demeanor she could muster, she stepped onto the platform one step at a time and placed her hand on the smooth stone surface. A brilliant light began to emanate from the stone's surface. Chu Shiyao felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least her talent had awakened. The next second, the light began to shift colors. Simultaneously, gasps and shrieks erupted from the crowd below. A surge of azure light erupted, shooting skyward in a towering pillar. Grade A talent. The moment she saw the light's color, Chu Shiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 14, Don't be nervous, have a mint milk green tea. Grade A talent. It was beyond her wildest dreams. Such a level of talent was already the absolute pinnacle in Changnan City. After all, S-grade martial arts talents didn't appear every year. Chu Shiyao could never have imagined that she, born in an orphanage, possessed such earth-shattering potential. How could she have known? Over the past 3 years, Shen Xingchen's meals had subtly enhanced her innate abilities and talent. 3 years of accumulation, combined with her already solid potential, had finally allowed such dazzling talent to emerge. Even her best friend, Zhang Jinka, had benefited from those breakfasts, allowing her to attain AB tier talent. Those 3 years of breakfast alone had elevated both their talents by at least 1 or 2 tiers. It's clear just how well Shen Xingchen eats on a daily basis. A green light swirled, coalescing into radiant characters. Elemental true form wood, fire. Upon seeing this talent, the crowd below the stage erupted in another wave of astonished gasps. Elemental true form is quite exceptional even among a grade talents. It was a powerful talent that balanced both cultivation support and combat prowess. Its bearer's vital energy gains elemental properties, accelerating cultivation and making breakthroughs effortless. Simultaneously, those with elemental true body experience rapid advancement when cultivating martial arts techniques of corresponding attributes, facing no constraints whatsoever. It could be considered the ultimate upgrade to Xie Yutong's previous talent. Moreover, those with elemental true body can summon elements during combat to empower themselves and assist in battle. At lower levels, they can utterly overwhelm opponents of the same realm. After all, martial artists at low levels simply cannot match the might of blazing fire, golden weapons, or earthen spears. Moreover, Zhu Shiyao possesses dual element affinity. Since wood generates fire, the synergy between the two elements promises even faster cultivation progress. A pure talent freak. For a moment, the gazes of everyone present turned red with envy as they stared at Zhu Shiyao, wishing desperately that they were the ones who had awakened this talent. At that very moment, the tears that had hung in Zhu Shiyao's eyes had long since vanished. Her entire being rose like a confident, proud swan, her neck arched proudly. Her lightly made-up face glowed radiantly in the sunlight, like a legendary goddess so dazzling one dared not look directly at her. Truly worthy of being the school's beauty queen, both stunning and formidable. Shen Xingchen was right. 3 years of fawning might not have earned him credit, but it certainly earned him effort. Who knows? Maybe one day Miss Chu would actually lend him a hand. If only I tried to curry favor too. Sigh. Whispers rippled through the crowd, some even regretting they hadn't spent the past 3 years currying favor with Zhu Shiyao like Shen Xingchen had. Shen Xingchen scoffed at such notions. Didn't he know Zhu Shiyao? A pure, self-serving opportunist. She'd gladly put on a smile for anyone who could benefit her, squeezing every last drop of advantage possible. But those who couldn't help her? No matter how good they'd been to her before, she'd kick them to the curb without a second thought. Expecting Zhu Shiyao to hold on to old affection? That'll happen when pigs fly. Zhu Shiyao gracefully stepped down and rejoined the group. The entire class offered congratulations, eager to curry favor with her. Even Li Xiaoman watched her with satisfaction. At least her bonus for the year was now secure. Zhang Jinke, however, shamelessly walked up, hooked her arm through Zhu Shiyao's, and cooed. "Oh, sis. You're absolutely amazing. Now we can both go to the honors class together. I was just feeling so sad thinking we might get separated. Woo, we're such a perfect pair of besties." Truthfully, Zhu Shiyao desperately wanted to slap Zhang Jinke across the face. But then she thought about entering the honors class all alone, unfamiliar with everyone. Having a familiar face there would be nice. Besides, a green leaf complements the flowers. Wouldn't Zhang Jinke's presence only serve to highlight her own brilliance? Thus, Zhu Shiyao let a faint smile grace her lips as she allowed Zhang Jinke to take her arm. At that very moment, another pillar of green light shot skyward from a different awakening platform. Lin Feitian. Thanks to Shen Xingchen's favor, he too had awakened an A-grade talent. The thought of having raised 2 ungrateful dogs over the past 3 years left Shen Xingchen utterly exhausted. He might as well have raised 2 dogs. At least dogs know to come over and greet their owners with a wagging tail, offering emotional comfort. But Zhu Shiyao and Lin Feitian? One only knew how to take and dangle carrots. The other only stirs up trouble and stabs you in the back. Ugh, disgusting. Just then, Shen Xingchen suddenly noticed someone breathing heavily beside him. He turned his head and burst out laughing. There stood Bai Xie, usually cold and aloof, now standing with her hands palm up, fingers pressed together, one hand above her chest and the other below her stomach. She was breathing deeply, her lips parting with each inhale and exhale. This was actually kind of cute. Hearing Shen Xingchen's laughter, Bai Xie's tightly closed eyelids fluttered. But she had never been one to care about others' opinions, continuing to calm herself regardless. Until something touched her lips. Long and sharp. What the hell was that? Bai Xie snapped her eyes open and instinctively recoiled. A chill aura erupted from her body as her right hand darted backward, reaching for the dagger hanging at her waist. But when she saw Shen Xingchen standing before her, her hand froze mid-motion. She merely tilted her head, staring at her with puzzled eyes. Shen Xingchen raised the milk tea in her hand and smiled. Relax. Here's a mint milk tea. Mint helps cool your mind and boosts the chance of awakening higher-level talents. Before the other could speak, Shen Xingchen waved the milk tea again. No refusing. Look, the straw's already touched your lips. No one else can drink it now. You're the only one who can drink it now. Besides, it's just an ordinary milk tea, nothing expensive. Though he put it that way, Bai Xie could still sense the deep concern in his words. This rare display of care left her momentarily speechless. Then Bai Xie stepped forward and took the milk tea. As the other person had said, it was just a cup of milk tea, something she could certainly afford. She could repay the favor later. Besides, mint was her absolute favorite. Mint-flavored candy, mint-flavored milk tea, anything minty. She adored anything cool and refreshing. But the moment she took her first sip, Bai Siye knew she was wrong. Completely wrong. Shen Xingchen had added something to this milk tea. The silky smoothness and refreshing coolness instantly flooded her mouth, shooting straight to Bai Siye's brain. It felt as if her entire soul had been pulled out, plunging her into a state of absolute calm. Such an effect was far beyond what a simple cup of milk tea could achieve. Bai Siye pursed her lips and glanced up at Shen Xingchen once more. Shen Xingchen simply offered his usual sunny smile and said, "Told you so. Mint flavor really perks you up." Big liar. Bai Siye thought to herself. Chapter 15, S-rank Talent Ice Master. Bai Siye remained silent, sipping her milk tea in small, measured gulps. The icy cold sensation was incredibly addictive, instantly calming her mood and bringing her entire state to its peak. Since she already owed him so much, she didn't mind owing him a little more. Worst case, she could repay him later. Bai Siye thought to herself. Outwardly, however, she maintained her cool, detached demeanor as she replied. "Thank you." Having sat next to her for 3 years, Shen Xingchen was accustomed to her aloofness. He nodded and said, "Don't worry too much. Your talent will be exceptional." As someone who had been reborn, he knew full well just how astonishing the girl before him truly was. Hearing this, Bai Siye's eyes flickered. She couldn't fathom why this classmate held such unwavering faith in her. In fact, his confidence surpassed even her own belief in herself. Bai Siye didn't know what to say, but remaining silent would only make Shen Xingchen uncomfortable and seem impolite on her part. After a moment's pause, she repeated, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Zhu Shiyao was basking in the compliments and congratulations of others. Yet among the crowd, the familiar figure of Shen Xingchen was conspicuously absent. As her biggest fanboy, how could he not show up for something like this? Had he lost the face to come find her again? Did he feel his mediocre talent made him unworthy to face her, a holder of a great talent? Zhu Shiyao sneered inwardly, lifting her gaze to scan the direction where Shen Xingchen should be standing. One glance nearly shattered her composure. There stood Shen Xingchen, grinning as he handed Bai Siye a cup of milk tea. The smile on his face couldn't have been brighter. In the past, that smile had been reserved solely for her, Zhu Shiyao. Fine, so you're not going to fawn over an A-tier talent like me, but instead choose to fawn over some weirdo cold-faced girl, huh? Fine, fine. I'm bound for the honors class anyway. Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye are already worlds apart from me. Not worth getting upset over. Zhu Shiyao tried to console herself. Yet the fire of anger still burned fiercer within her heart. Just then, the teacher on the podium called out Bai Siye's name. Hearing that name, Zhu Shiyao's eyes lit up, and a look of amusement instantly spread across her face. She was determined to see whether this genius girl, who ranked first in both academics and martial arts, possessed talents as dazzling as her achievements. She hoped this so-called genius girl wouldn't end up awakening only an ordinary E-rank talent, or even a D-rank talent, or worse, no talent at all. That would be utterly humiliating. Zhu Shiyao thought maliciously to herself. She was already fantasizing about the pale faces of Bai Siye and Shen Xingchen upon awakening their trash talents. The mere thought of it made the smile on her lips spread wider and wider. Bai Siye, whose name was called, wore an expressionless face. She merely glanced at Shen Xingchen, gave him a slight nod, then stepped forward toward the platform. Shen Xingchen shouted from behind her. "Go for it." Standing before the awakening stone, Bai Siye showed no hesitation. She pressed her right hand directly onto the talent stone. A dazzling light instantly burst forth. Neither Bai Siye nor the entire audience was the least bit surprised. After all, as the top scholar and martial artist at Changnan First High School, how could she possibly fail to awaken her talent? Theoretical knowledge aside, possessing the vital energy of a 5-star martial disciple in her senior year was already a remarkable physical gift. It was impossible for her to fail to awaken martial talent. The only question was the level of his awakened talent. The light before Bai Siye twisted and distorted, its dazzling radiance illuminating her cold, pale face in a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. Then the light gradually unified in color, a brilliant blue like the sea, a vivid blue like the sky, as a towering pillar of light shot skyward. This thick, brilliant blue pillar was several times thicker than the green pillar previously emitted by Zhu Shiyao. As the pillar shot upward, its azure hue nearly merged with the entire sky, becoming one with the heavens. Heaven and earth became one color, all things fell silent. The vast awakening plaza plunged into absolute stillness before this azure pillar of light. Every single person held their breath, staring in disbelief at this miraculous spectacle. S-class talent. A top-tier talent that might not appear in a province for years. Such a level of talent had nearly reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. After all, SS-class talents were so rare that the entire world could count their bearers on one hand. Thus, S-rank talent stood as the pinnacle of power in the minds of the masses. Even Principal Wang Shujian, seated upon the high platform, abruptly rose to his feet. An S-class talent, a budding martial saint, with the potential to become a martial god. How many years had it been since such a talent appeared at Changnan First High School? That such a talent appeared in his school was already his greatest political achievement. Other leaders seated on the podium were equally stunned, repeatedly praising Wang Shujian's capable leadership. Class advisor Li Xiaoman was positively beaming with joy. Having an S-tier talent emerge from her class meant her lifetime bonuses were practically guaranteed. Moreover, Li Xiaoman now dared to dream of becoming the head of the grade level or even the vice principal. At that moment, the way she looked at Bai Xie was like gazing upon a priceless treasure. This wasn't just a student, she was Li Xiaoman's greatest treasure. The students below the stage were stunned into silence. They had imagined Bai Xie might awaken an A-tier talent like Chu Shiyao. But an S-tier talent? They hadn't even dared to imagine it. Chu Shiyao's composure shattered instantly, her face contorting into a hideous grimace. She'd basked in the spotlight for mere minutes before that Bai Xie stole all the glory. Now, every gaze and gasp of astonishment belonged solely to Bai Xie. She, Chu Shiyao, had been reduced to a mere foil to the main attraction. At that moment, characters emerged from the surface of the talent stone. Two characters formed from condensed blue light appeared, bold and powerful. Ice Master. The bearer of this talent. Born with a crystal-clear ice heart, all things in the world appeared as transparent as black ice to her eyes. Whether cultivating martial arts to enhance chi and blood or practicing martial techniques, her speed surpassed that of ordinary people by several times. Moreover, the icy heart grants sharp, clear thinking, enabling absolute composure in any situation and the ability to make optimal judgments. As the pinnacle of elemental true form ice, the Ice Lord possesses all the effects of ordinary elemental true forms and surpasses them all. Moreover, those blessed with the Ice Sovereign talent can temporarily transform their bodies into elemental form, rendering them impervious to most physical attacks. Against ordinary martial artists, they become virtually unbeatable. In short, they're incredibly powerful. In his previous life, after Shen Xingchen gifted the talent stone to Chu Shiyao, that scheming woman experienced a stroke of incredible luck. Her talent directly evolved. Burning wood to seek fire using the wood element within her as fuel, she evolved her innate talent into the S-rank Fire Master. A complete transformation. Combined with her smooth-talking nature, she was unquestionably the goddess of Changnan back then. Her admirers could form a line stretching from Changnan all the way to the capital. As for this lifetime? Ha! Dream on. Chapter 16, You Drink Too. Watching Bai Xie descend from the stage with an expression of utter indifference, Shen Xingchen's heart was filled with regret. Still not good enough. In her previous life, Bai Xie as the world's most extraordinary prodigy had amassed countless fans globally. That wasn't something a mere S-tier talent could achieve. She was an exceedingly rare dual talent possessor. Her second talent didn't spontaneously awaken until she entered university and reached the late stage of the martial artist realm. Empowered by two S-tier talents, her potential rivaled even those blessed with SS-tier gifts. It was only then that Bai Xie truly astonished the great Xia Empire and the entire world. Countless experts in the past pondered why Bai Xie hadn't awakened both talents simultaneously. The consensus conclusion was unanimous. Her nutrition during her first 18 years was severely inadequate. Even with sufficiently high innate talent, the chi and blood within Bai Xie's body were insufficient to nurture two powerful talents. This revelation sparked fierce condemnation from countless great Xia netizens, who lambasted the nation's education system for nearly burying its top genius. It even forced the nation to extend its 9-year compulsory education to 12 years, waiving all high school tuition fees. Subsidies for impoverished students were simultaneously doubled. To single-handedly alter national policy demonstrates just how dazzling and crucial Bai Xie was at the time. Now, even with only one talent awakened, she remains an unrivaled rising star in everyone's eyes. Media cameras relentlessly focused on Bai Xie's face. After awakening the Ice Master talent, Bai Xie's appearance and aura underwent subtle transformations. She was still the same person, her pale skin as fair as ever, yet now it radiated a translucent, jade-like luster. The gloomy, icy aura that had once stemmed from her long bangs obscuring her eyes had also transformed. Now, she radiated an aura of noble, commanding presence like a celestial maiden from the heavens, to be admired from afar but never approached. As her image entered the public eye through media coverage, the live streaming platform was suddenly flooded with comments. Wifey! 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 Holy crap, Mom, I saw a fairy! Countless tiny characters, punctuated by exclamation marks, filled the entire screen. Netizens of Great Xia went absolutely wild. Students standing closer to Bai Xie, however, displayed a starkly contrasting demeanor. They gazed at Bai Xie with reverence as she descended from the elevated platform, not daring to utter a single word out of place. Earlier, when Chu Shiyao descended, they had dared to offer congratulations and seek connections. But Bai Xie's icy, noble aura, as majestic as a celestial maiden, silenced them completely. They could only watch as Bai Xie walked to Shen Xingchen's side, then turned away, leaving them with only her retreating figure. The pressure was palpable. Only after Bai Xie had turned away did low murmurs begin. Holy crap, I never realized Bai Xie had such presence before. When she walked toward me, I was so nervous I couldn't speak. She's more intimidating than the principal. She's practically from another planet. Holy crap. Damn, I'm so jealous of that kid Shen Xingchen, he actually gets to stand so close to Goddess Bai. At this very moment, Chu Shiyao's former radiance had been completely overshadowed by Bai Xie. Across the entire Awakening Plaza, there was only one topic on everyone's lips. Bai Xie. Who was Chu Shiyao? Nobody knew her. While others dared not speak to Bai Xie, Shen Xingchen certainly did. He flashed a smile, turned to the girl beside him, and offered his sincere congratulations. Congrats! S-class combat talent, you're awesome. Hearing Shen Xingchen's blunt words, Bai Xie's lips curved slightly. But that fleeting ripple vanished almost instantly. She nodded, then turned to face Shen Xingchen with equal sincerity. Thank you. I believe you can do it too. Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow. This girl really had faith in him. After all, even his own parents held no hope that he could awaken any talent. Bai Xie continued to look at him, her expression earnest as she shared her awakening experience. Don't be nervous, don't panic. Place your hand on it, and a force will spread from your palm to your mind. Your consciousness will be guided by this force. Relax your entire body and follow that guidance. Keep going, keep going, keep going. When you reach the end, your talent will awaken. As she spoke, she hesitated for a moment, lowering her gaze to the milk teacup resting on the ground. This milk tea really worked wonders. Without its aid, she might not have been able to relax her mind and body enough to accept the force's guidance. This was Shen Xingchen's possession. He should be drinking it. With that thought, Bai Xie set aside her notions of gender distinctions. She bent down, picked up the milk tea from the floor, and handed it to Shen Xingchen, saying, "You should drink it too." Shen Xingchen had been listening intently to his desk mate's advice. After all, it was extremely rare for Bai Xie to speak so much. But who would have thought that mid-sentence, she'd hand him her sipped milk tea? What was this move? A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Xingchen's eyes, but he quickly understood what Bai Xie was thinking. This girl really was kind-hearted. Shen Xingchen distinctly remembered she had a cleanliness obsession. Yet she didn't seem to mind sharing with a grown man like him. He chuckled and shook his head. After all, awakening a talent was child's play for him. He didn't need any external aids at all. But Bai Xie grew anxious when she saw him shake his head. She thought Shen Xingchen was rejecting her saliva. So she stepped closer to Shen Xingchen and declared earnestly, "I brush my teeth every day. They don't smell." With that, Bai Xie tilted her head back and blew a breath of air toward Shen Xingchen. Huff! A gentle yet distinct wave of air curled upward from below. Within that breath lay the warmth of a young girl, making Shen Xingchen's chin feel warm, as if an invisible little hand were tickling his chin. Indeed, there was no unpleasant odor. Nor was there any of that legendary, mystical fragrance. Just the ordinary taste of a mouth. Shen Xingchen lowered his gaze to meet her intensely focused expression and smiled. Alright, she's a girl and doesn't mind at all. Why was he being so coy about it? He took the milk tea from Bai Xie's hands and, as was his habit, took a huge gulp, draining the entire cup in one go. This moment was captured by Bai Xie's students and the media reporters who were constantly watching her. Instantly, cameras and flashes swiveled toward Shen Xingchen's face, firing away relentlessly. Countless students gritted their teeth in fury. This? Shen Xingchen drinking from Bai Xie's cup? Isn't that like an indirect kiss? Oh, my goddess Bai. Shen Dog deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The students of Class 1 watched the scene in utter disbelief. When did Bai Xie and Shen Xingchen get so close? Chu Shiyao's expression darkened to the extreme, her mind relentlessly replaying the bouquet of roses Shen Xingchen had given Bai Xie yesterday afternoon. Only Li Xiaoman beamed with anti-like delight at Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie's interaction, letting out a peculiar he sound. Chapter 17, What do you think you are? Top floor of Xingchuang Tower, Changnan City's landmark building. Shen Lang watched the screen with a broad smile, observing Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie's interactions. This son of mine sure knows how to charm the ladies just like I did back in the day. And his taste in women was every bit as good as his own. An S-tier ice master talent at the very least, a budding martial saint. He might even reach Song Qingxuan's level and advance to the realm of a half-step martial god. Truly the seed of Shen Lang. At the same time, Shen Lang issued orders. Inform those reporters and media outlets. They can take pictures, but they must keep their mouths shut and their heads clear, knowing exactly what to say and what not to say. Oh, and give each media outlet a hefty red envelope. Go. Upon receiving the order, his men sprang into action. Soon, the screen was once again flooded with a dense stream of scrolling comments. Yet a closer look revealed that all the angry comments directed at Shen Xingchen sparked by his interactions with Bai Xie had vanished without a trace. Netizens demanding to investigate Shen Xingchen's background or conduct a doxing search were immediately silenced and banned. The tone of the comments shifted instantly. At the same time, the middle-aged man seated beside Shen Lang chuckled and remarked, "Truly worthy of the Shen family name. His discernment is indeed exceptional." Then his tone abruptly shifted. "But if I recall correctly, Little Chen's crush isn't this girl. It was that a tier talent from earlier, right? TSK. Is he playing both sides or what? If word gets out, it'll bring shame upon the Shen family." And I hear little Chen's been running wild at school too recently, even injuring people in front of everyone for 2 days straight. At this point, Shen Lang raised his hand to cut off his elder brother Shinbo's words, saying, "Young people make mistakes when they misjudge others, it's only natural. Didn't Xingchen change his ways? Last night he was diligently training in the martial arts hall. As for him hurting others, I've looked into it, those two provoked him first." "What? Are you saying that when a Shen family member gets bullied outside, we can't fight back? I, Shen Lang, built this vast empire not to have my son cower in shame out there." Seeing Shen Lang's heated tone, Shinbo immediately sneered coldly and retorted without hesitation. "Seriously practicing martial arts? That sounds more like cramming at the last minute to me." With all those resources poured into him, he was still only a 4-star martial trainee when he awoke. My Tianlin was already a 5-star martial disciple when he awakened a year ago. His resources weren't nearly as good as Shen Xingchen's. Yet in both physical prowess and martial skill mastery, he surpassed Shen Xingchen by 1,000-fold. Can someone like Shen Xingchen, a good-for-nothing whose mind is filled with nothing but women, truly be the heir to the Shen family? Hearing this, Shen Lang laughed. No wonder the other party suddenly made a move. It turns out they were targeting the group's heir status. But Xing Shuang Group was built by him, Shen Lang, and his wife Song Qingshuang through their joint efforts without relying on a single resource from the Shen family. On the contrary, under his guidance, the Shen family members had received shares in Xing Shuang Group, leading lives infinitely more comfortable than before. And now, these people still weren't satisfied. They dared to set their sights on his son. Shen Lang sneered coldly. "Shen family heir? This is Xing Shuang Group, not Shen Group. Shun Bo, you." But just then, the elderly man seated beside them cleared his throat, cutting Shen Lang off. Old Master Shen swept his gaze over the two men and spoke. "Enough, enough. What's there to argue about between brothers? Blood is thicker than water. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. It all belongs to us. Besides, Xiaobo has a point. The group's heir should naturally be the most capable. After the college entrance exams, why not set up a challenge match? Whoever wins becomes the heir, simple as that." Hearing this, Shen Lang felt a chill run through him. He looked at his own father. So they'd colluded all along. They'd conspired to alter Shen Xingchen's status as heir. After all, Xiaochen was a year younger than Shen Tianlin. Fresh out of the college entrance exams, no matter how hard Shen Xingchen tried, he couldn't possibly surpass Shen Tianlin, who had spent an extra year honing his skills at university. This was a gamble with an outcome as clear as day. It held absolutely no meaning whatsoever. His own elder brother and his own father, they weren't even bothering to put on a show. It seemed that in the eyes of his own father and elder brother, Song Qingshuan was ultimately just an outsider, a stranger. Yet this outsider held nearly half the shares of Xing Shuang Group, shares that would be inherited by Shen Xingchen upon his university graduation as the group's heir. Naturally, Shen Bo and Shen's father were unwilling to accept this. After all, in their eyes, Shen Xingchen was uncontrollable and far closer to Song Qingshuang, the outsider. Shen Tianlin, Shen Bo's son, had been raised from childhood under the indoctrination of Shen Bo and the old patriarch, instilling an absolute loyalty to the entire Shen family. Thus, they schemed to usurp Shen Xingchen's position through their own means. At this thought, Shen Lang smiled. From childhood onward, as the eldest son, Shen Bo had been showered with his parents' affection. Everything good went to Shen Bo. Whatever was inferior or unwanted by Shen Bo was given to Shen Lang. Shen Lang never voiced a single complaint about this. He always believed that his parents' possessions were theirs to give to whomever they wished. He was naturally grateful for the abundance he received. Even if he received less, he harbors no resentment. After all, Shen Bo raised him to adulthood in good health. Therefore, having founded Xing Shuang Group, he was now eager to repay his parents for their nurturing kindness. But who could have imagined that while he sought to repay their kindness, they instead sought revenge? His willingness to let bygones be bygones was seen as a sign of weakness and incompetence in their eyes. Yet they forgot that Shen Lang was no pushover. He was a ruthless player forged in the crucible of business warfare. Thus, when they touched his sore spot, Shen Lang had already cast aside any lingering familial affection. He rose to his feet, towering over Shen Bo and his father, and spoke softly. "What the hell do you two think you are? How dare you scheme against my son? Brother, all these years you've exploited your position to embezzle company assets, pocketing billions. Do you know how many years that could land you in prison? You might not even get out before your son, Shen Tianlin, is dead. As for you, old man, I won't even bother to elaborate. I'll spare you the embarrassment." At this point, Shen Lang lost interest. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "Enough. Don't let me see any of you at Xing Shuang Group again. I'll also remove every member of the Shen family from their positions at Xing Shuang Group. And make it clear to them it's all because of the two of you." Shen Lang stood up and delivered these words, leaving Shen Bo and his father utterly stunned. They never imagined their usually mild-mannered younger brother could turn on them so swiftly. The expression on Shen Lang's face now felt utterly unfamiliar and terrifying to them. Shen Bo slumped in his chair, his mouth opening as if to protest. But just then, Shen Lang clapped his hands. Instantly, the conference room doors swung open. Dozens of seasoned security guards stormed in, immediately lifting Shen Bo and his father out of the room. Moments later, the vast top floor was left with only Shen Lang. Shen Lang sat back down, his posture straightening rigidly. Staring at Shen Xingchen's face on the screen, he unconsciously rubbed the wedding ring on his finger and murmured to himself. Son, don't let your mother and I down. And don't regret it yourself. At Awakening Square, Shen Xingchen remained oblivious to the crisis his father faced. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, his own father was a formidable figure. This minor setback wouldn't faze him in the slightest. Right now, he was grinning as he chatted with Baisia, asking her how it felt to awaken her innate talent. Baisia, in turn, obediently and in detail whispered all the secrets she shouldn't have shared with outsiders to Shen Xingchen. Just then, the teacher on the high platform called out the name of the next awakening student. Shen Xingchen. Instantly, every pair of eyes in Class 1 shot toward Shen Xingchen like arrows. Shen Xingchen remained calm, waving to Baisia and saying, I'll go through the awakening first. We'll talk later. His tone and demeanor suggested he was heading downstairs to buy a bottle of soy sauce, not to undergo the talent awakening that would determine a martial artist's entire life. Damn, how come we never noticed Shen Xingchen could put on such an act before? Holy crap, have you noticed how Shen Xingchen's whole demeanor changed after he stopped sucking up to Chu Shiryao? Oh my god, you're right. The crowd scrutinized Shen Xingchen's retreating figure. His posture was straight and tall, his bearing impeccable, radiating the refined elegance of a noble young master straight out of a storybook. Years of the finest cuisine had nurtured him into a picture of health. When physical health reaches its zenith, it radiates a vibrant vitality that inspires envy in all who behold it. Staring at Shen Xingchen's back, everyone froze for a moment. Sure enough, sycophants meet their end. Look how his very demeanor changed after groveling. Exactly. Heh, I still think Shen Xingchen's a suck-up. He just switched from fawning over Chu Shiryao to Baisia. Damn, now that you mention it, you've got a point. Truly, a leopard can't change its spots. It's only human nature. With Baisia right there, who'd be blind enough to still suck up to Chu Shiryao? Shoo, keep it down. Only when the last person reminded them did the others snap out of it. They cautiously glanced at Chu Shiryao, only to find her face darker than a pot bottom. Baisia watched Shen Xingchen's receding figure. Just as he had cheered her on earlier, she too shouted. Shen Xingchen, go for it. I believe you can awaken an S-class talent too. Shen Xingchen didn't respond, merely extending his hand to flash a huge OK sign. Hearing this, Zhang Jinka beside Chu Shiryao curled her lips and remarked. Look at them, Shuriwe. These adulterers don't even bother hiding anymore. Shen Xingchen used to like you, you know. How could he just stop liking someone like that? Ugh, what a jerk. Chu Shiryao sneered coldly. Men really can't be trusted. S-tier talent? If Changnan could awaken just one such talent a year, that'd be impressive enough. To think Baisia wants to? She must be dreaming. With Shen Xingchen's lazy disposition, he'd be lucky to awaken even the lowest E-rank talent. Chapter 18, No Need for Outsiders' Guidance. Before Chu Shiryao could finish speaking, a brilliant blue pillar of light shot skyward. The thick blue pillar merged with the sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Both the students present and the leaders on the podium shifted their gaze toward the direction the pillar had appeared. This position. Principal Wang Shujian murmured. Changnan No. 3 High School has produced an S-tier talent? Wow, what's going on with Changnan this year? They've produced 2 S-tier talents in a row. He glanced at the Changnan mayor beside him, noticing the old man's face beaming brighter than a chrysanthemum. Feeling Wang Shujian's gaze, the mayor's smile softened slightly. 2 S-tier talents in 1 year. Now if we could just get a rule-based talent, that would be perfect. Hearing this, Wang Shujian chuckled. Everything good seems to land on your lap, huh? 2 S-tier talent students should be enough to propel your career even further. You want a rule-based talent student too? Forget Changnan City. Even in the entire Xinjiang province, it might take over a decade to produce just one student with a rule-type talent. Rule-type talent, as the name implies, is utterly bizarre. Even if the bearer possesses weak martial prowess, they wield the colossal power to alter the rules themselves. Moreover, rule-type abilities start at S rank from the very beginning. It can be said that, aside from the rarest, most bizarre rule-type talents, every single one possesses the potential to fight opponents several tiers above their own. Among the 3 martial gods of Great Xia today, 2 possess rule-type talents. This alone speaks to their terrifying power and potential. At that moment, Wang Shujian also noticed Shen Xingchen, who had already ascended the high platform. He scrutinized the young man he had watched grow up. Suddenly, Wang Shujian let out a soft gasp. This kid was like a completely different person. The listless, aimless, and confused demeanor of before was completely gone. His entire being radiated a newfound hope and vitality. He possessed an innate likability that drew people in. Especially one that appealed to older folks like them. Suddenly, Wang Shujian, who had long given up on Shen Xingchen, found himself intrigued. His eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on the young man. Mayor Changnan, standing nearby, followed his gaze. Upon seeing the youth's bearing and demeanor, he immediately exclaimed. What a dashing young man. Whose child is this? He looks familiar. Without turning his head, Wang Shujian replied. Song Wushan. Song Wushan. Now the mayor of Changnan was intrigued. Song Qingshuan was extremely protective of the child's privacy, so even high-ranking officials like them had rarely seen Shen Xingchen before. But like father, like son. The son born to a genius like Song Qingshuan couldn't possibly be lacking in talent. At the very least, he was a B-grade talent, and might even have the potential to reach a grade. The two leaders watched Shen Xingchen's movements intently, until his right hand touched the surface of the awakening stone. Yet, the familiar glowing orb failed to appear. This scene sent a sinking feeling through the hearts of the two watching Shen Xingchen. How could this be? He hadn't even awakened his innate talent? Is this kid really Song Qingshuan's biological son and not adopted? At the same time, the students in the audience below the stage also noticed this development. Whispers instantly filled the air. No way. Shen Xingchen has such great physical aptitude, yet he can't awaken his talent? Physical aptitude and martial arts aptitude are different things. It's perfectly normal. Sigh, forget about Bai Xie now. He probably won't even be able to catch up to Chu Shiyao. Yeah, the gap between having no talent and S-rank talent is just too huge. They're worlds apart. Among the students, some expressed regret while others gloated. Chu Shiyao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shen Xingchen, who'd have thought this day would come for you? You got to be arrogant and reckless. Even the heavens couldn't bear to watch anymore, huh? In that moment, Chu Shiyao felt all the pent-up frustration of the day completely dissipate. She couldn't have felt more exhilarated and light-hearted. Zhang Jinka, though plump, had a narrow mind. She immediately sneered in a shrill voice. Oh my, the toad wants to eat swan meat. Only my Yao Yao has the discerning eye to see through that Shen fellow's true colors. Poor genius, all that advantage taken by Shen Xingchen for nothing. I wonder if they'll still be such good friends once they find out Shen Xingchen has no talent. Her sharp, cutting words instantly made many students frown. Though Zhang Jinka didn't name names, it was practically the same as calling someone out directly. It was clearly aimed at Bai Xie. Bai Xie's ears twitched slightly at the words. Then, with calm composure, she turned to face Zhang Jinka. Her icy gaze locked onto the other girl until the smug grin on Zhang Jinka's face froze solid. Only then did Bai Xie respond. First, the awakening ceremony isn't over yet. Shen Xingchen might still awaken a talent. The talent stone showing no reaction could mean two things besides the awakener lacking innate talent. One possibility is that the talent stone's energy is depleted. The other is that the awakener possesses a rule-based talent, requiring the talent stone to draw upon greater energy reserves to activate it. Hence, it takes longer. Second, I know Shen Xingchen better than you do, better than Chu Shiyao does. Our friendship and bond require no outside judgment. Finally, even if Shen Xingchen truly hasn't awakened any talent, it won't affect the bond between us. We will remain friends forever and ever, unlike you Zhang Jinka and Chu Shiyao, unlike your hypocrisy. Bai Xie disdained such veiled insults. She named Zhang Jinka and Chu Shiyao directly, leaving them pale-faced and speechless. There was no other reason Bai Xie's answer was too clear, too resolute. Anyone could hear the trust she placed in Shen Xingchen. She believed in Shen Xingchen, just as Shen Xingchen believed in her. This only served to highlight the clownish nature of Zhang Jinka's earlier remarks. Even the onlookers were stunned. Good heavens, Bai Xie actually managed to speak that much in one breath. I repent, I once even thought Bai Xie was mute or stuttered. Woo, such unwavering devotion, such pure trust, I'm totally sold. What the hell are you bowing for? The white goddess was talking about friendship, okay? Wah, my goddess, please don't fall in love with someone else. Class advisor Li Xiaoman, who had rushed over, flashed another lecherous grin. After a long pause, Chu Shiyao finally conceded, mimicking Bai Xie's phrasing. First off, I never said it was about you two. Second, a rule-based talent? Don't be ridiculous. How rare is that kind of talent? Her words trailed off as the long silent awakening platform suddenly stirred. The familiar multicolored orb suddenly erupted before Shen Xingchen. Chapter 19, Rule-Based Talent, Mirror Heart. Unlike others, the multicolored light sphere before Shen Xingchen did not twist and deform, nor did it shift into any single hue. Instead, it rapidly expanded, covering the entire platform in an instant. Once the multicolored orb filled the entire platform, it seemed as though an invisible giant hand from the heavens grasped the orb. With a thunderous roar, a pillar of multicolored light shot skyward. The immense pillar of light completely scattered the clouds in the sky. The drifting clouds vanished, leaving the sky clear and unobstructed. The multicolored light spread unhindered, bathing every corner of Changnan City. In that instant, every resident of Changnan City paused their actions, staring in awe at the scene that seemed like a divine miracle. The multicolored halo, unnatural talent. Since the advent of the martial era, Changnan City had indeed produced nearly 10 individuals possessing S-tier talents. But a law-type talent? Never before. This awakening ceremony had actually produced a rule-type talent. Everyone in Changnan City stared blankly at the multicolored pillar of light high in the sky. Moments later, they snapped out of their daze and hurriedly pulled out their phones to open the live stream of the awakening ceremony, eager to see who had awakened a rule-type talent. Upon entering the livestream interface, a dense barrage of comments nearly obscured the entire screen. A deluge of exclamation marks repeated one name over and over. Shen Xingchen. At the top floor of Xingchuan Tower, Shen Lang, who had been leaning back in his chair, abruptly stood up. His movement was so swift and violent that the chair behind him crashed to the floor with a clatter. Yet he paid it no mind, his eyes fixed intently on the face on the screen. His son had actually awakened a rule-type talent. Truly the son of Shen Lang. At the scene of the awakening, Zhu Shiyao gaped like a duck with its throat clamped shut. The denial and scorn festering within her now felt like sharp knives, shredding her entire being to pieces. Numbness, stinging pain, and helplessness welled up from the depths of her soul. She found herself too drained to even retort to Bai Xie, merely staring blankly at Shen Xingchen. His figure stood tall and slender beneath the iridescent glow. If only I had been nicer to him before. The thought surfaced in Zhu Shiyao's mind. Zhang Jingke's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Shen Xingchen on the high platform. Seriously, is her mouth cursed or something? How come whenever she mocks someone, they just end up being awesome? The other students finally caught on, erupting in waves of gasps. Holy crap, what kind of luck is our class getting? 1 A tier, 1 S tier, and a rule tier talent? Our homeroom teacher is laughing her ass off. Stop the awkward praise. Zhu Shiyao's A tier talent isn't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as S tier and rule tier talents. She's not even fit to tie their shoelaces. It's true, Shen Xingchen's really hit the jackpot this time. Damn it, Bai Shen being gorgeous and talented is one thing, but how does she have such impeccable taste too? When God opened a door for Bai Shen, did he rip the roof off too? Bai Shen and Shen Shen are totally into each other. Ah, ship this. Class advisor Li Xiaoman was already lost in fantasy. What's a grade director? What's a vice principal? A teacher who doesn't aspire to be principal isn't a good teacher. Wang Shujian, I think it's time for you old geezer to step down. This principal's seat right here, it's mine, Li Xiaoman's, for the taking. At that very moment, all the leaders on the podium rose to their feet as the multicolored light erupted. Wang Shujian and the mayor of Changnan City, completely disregarding any semblance of dignified composure, immediately took to the air and flew at breakneck speed toward Shen Xingchen. They were even more anxious than Shen Xingchen himself. Feeling the whistling wind rushing past him, Shen Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. Just then, the multicolored light before him twisted and distorted, coalescing into two concise, powerful characters. Mirror heart. A clear mind like a mirror, reflecting all things. Simply put, whenever anyone attempted to use martial arts techniques in front of Shen Xingchen, regardless of the martial skill's rank or its level of difficulty, Shen Xingchen could instantly master it after just one demonstration. He would leap directly over the first glimpse and entering the hall stages, reaching the realm of complete mastery. It must be understood that ordinary martial arts techniques are divided into 5 realms: initial insight, mastery, integration, peak achievement, and supernatural mastery. Those at the first glimpse stage could only unleash half the martial skill's power. Upon reaching mastery, martial artists could unleash 70 to 80% of a technique's power, signifying a preliminary grasp of its essence. Those who achieve mastery unleash the full 100% power of their martial arts, having truly grasped its inner essence. Those who reach the pinnacle can amplify the martial skill's power by several-fold, overwhelming ordinary opponents with crushing force. The final realm, divine mastery, sees practitioners completely doubling the martial skill's power, each move executed with divine assistance. For ordinary martial artists, mastery is the ultimate goal. Their innate talent and energy are insufficient to advance the martial skill to the next realm. But for Shen Xingchen, mastery was merely the beginning. He possessed more time and energy to comprehend and delve into martial arts techniques. Of course, this all hinged on other martial artists demonstrating their techniques before him. Moreover, his innate talent, mirror mind, possessed another remarkable feature: the ability to temporarily replicate another's martial talent, allowing Shen Xingchen to temporarily possess their martial prowess. However, this ability was severely limited, making it nearly impossible to utilize effectively except under specific circumstances. Still, Shen Xingchen believed this limitation would vanish entirely once he consumed the talent stone and elevated his talent level by 2 tiers. At that point, Mirror Heart would undergo a revolutionary transformation. A martial talent capable of replicating others' martial talents. This world would soon witness the emergence of its first SSS tier rule talent bearer. With this thought, Shen Xingchen turned and descended the stage. As he turned, his gaze met the complex eyes of Principal Wang Shujian. He gave a slight nod to both the principal and the mayor before descending the platform at a leisurely pace. His bearing and demeanor were such that he seemed not a student, but a sovereign surveying his subjects from on high. Shen Xingchen's demeanor left even Wang Shujian momentarily stunned, causing him to forget what he had intended to do. The students below the stage were even more affected. Overwhelmed by the aura radiating from him, their murmurs caught in their throats. Utter speechless, they could only gaze at Shen Xingchen with eyes filled with awe. Before the crowd, a rare smile graced the fair-skinned girl's face. She never doubted Shen Xingchen's extraordinary talent. Shu Shiryao lowered her gaze, momentarily unable to look at the boy descending from the platform, who seemed to have descended like a god. The timidity and self-doubt Shen Xingchen had often shown in her presence vanished completely. In its place was a powerful confidence that captivated and enthralled everyone. Chapter 20, Disregard. A person's aura isn't formed in a single day or moment, it's cultivated over time through prolonged exposure to certain environments. Logically speaking, the awakening of a talent should not bring about such a drastic change in one's aura. For most, awakening a talent brought no visible change in appearance or spirit. A small minority, like Bai Xie with her S-rank talent, merely saw their essence refined. The icy grew colder, the alluring grew more captivating. But what impression had Shen Xingchen left on Changnan students before? The first image that sprang to mind was that of a sycophant. The second was a loafer, aimless and idle, exuding the aura of a second-rate ne'er-do-well. Yet none of those traits had any connection to the Shen Xingchen of today. He had merely lifted his leg to relieve himself, a simple act every student present had performed countless times. Yet when he did it, it was so eye-catching and commanding, carrying both the grace of a noble young master from a distinguished family and the iron-blooded resolve forged on the battlefield. Two seemingly incompatible, even conflicting qualities fused perfectly within Shen Xingchen. Unique. The livestream's comments section erupted with a torrent of messages. Holy crap, an awakening talent that comes with a facelift? I admit my looks fall a bit short of Shen Xingchen's. Here's something you probably didn't know. With looks like that and an aura like that, you're calling him a suck-up? If you're gonna spread rumors, at least make them somewhat believable. I'm already licking him. Even through the equipment and screens, the impact was palpable. Imagine how overwhelming it must have been for those present. The once bustling awakening plaza fell into an absolute dead silence. Whether it was the spectator stands, the VIP section, the podium, or even the restless high school seniors below, all were plunged into an eerie stillness. Only when Shen Xingchen returned to his team and stood beside Bai Xie did this eerie stillness gradually dissipate. Whispered conversations began to stir, and the quiet plaza gradually grew noisy. Then, as if someone had led the charge, applause erupted, growing from faint whispers to deafening volume in mere seconds. The thunderous applause, rising in perfect unison, sent tremors through the entire awakening plaza. Such was the status of the rule's talent. Even though Shen Xingchen had wasted 7 years in his previous life relying on this talent alone, he could still achieve the rank of martial saint at the fastest possible pace. The world had always mocked his sycophantic behavior. Yet, whether in his past life or this one, since his talent's awakening, no one had ever questioned his genius. Wow, you're amazing. The moment Shen Xingchen came to a stop, the girl beside him turned her head and exclaimed. Shen Xingchen turned his head in response, meeting her sparkling eyes. Her usually pale skin now flushed crimson with excitement. This reaction made it seem as though it wasn't Shen Xingchen who had awakened a rule-based talent, but rather Bai Xie herself. After all, when Bai Xie herself had awakened her S-rank talent moments ago, she had remained as cool, indifferent, and serene as ever. Hearing the compliment, Shen Xingchen's lips curved upward. Her gaze swept over the girl's right hand before she replied casually. Of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm the top student in all of Changnan City. How could I possibly embarrass you? Yet inwardly, he sighed softly. Bai Xie's right hand still bore no trace of that crimson pattern. Could it really not be her? Right. Even if the Ice Lord had visible markings, they should be blue and white. How could they be blood red? Shen Xingchen set the matter aside for now, calmly accepting the attention of the crowd. He deserved it. And the man he would soon become, possessing an SSS tier rule talent, would be even more deserving. In the previous era, humanity crumbled before the rampaging beast hordes, suffering countless casualties, billions dead or maimed. Tens of millions of families were torn apart and left homeless. The elderly had no one to care for them, the young had no one to raise them. It was a veritable hell on earth. Having been granted a second chance, Shen Xingchen would not betray this divine favor. This time, he would protect Great Xia at all costs, ensuring that the horrors of his past life could never be repeated. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shen Xingchen felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing with anticipation to return home and consume the talent stone. Just then, a rustling sound came from behind him. Soft footsteps followed, accompanied by a familiar scent. Shen Xingchen knew exactly who it was without turning around. Shu Shiryao. This woman possessed the thickest skin imaginable, always eager to latch on whenever she sensed an advantage. Now that Shen Xingchen had awakened his rule-type talent, his future looked limitless. Naturally, she came to smooth things over between them. In his previous life, Shen Xingchen had actually fallen for this tactic. Convinced he'd finally won Shu Shiryao over, he'd eagerly trail behind her like a devoted puppy, squandering his crucial senior year in high school. Countless resources were handed over to her. In the end, if not for his parents stepping in to arrange connections, he wouldn't have even gotten into a top-tier university. Remember, he possessed a rule-type talent. Absurd! Shen Xingchen sighed in disbelief, marveling at his parents' remarkable patience. They hadn't beaten him to death. The next moment, Shu Shiryao's soft voice drifted from behind him. Xingchen, congratulations on awakening your rule-type talent. I knew you could do it. Now we can both join the honors class together. How about we sit together this time? And for the next secret realm exploration, we can team up together too. Hearing this, Bai Siye's eyelashes fluttered slightly. But her nature had always been aloof, she never liked to compete. And she no longer wanted anything or anyone who hadn't chosen her firmly. Even so, Bai Siye clenched her fists tightly beneath her sleeves. As if she wanted to turn around and punch that woman. She had clearly looked down on Shen Xingchen before. Yet she remained rooted to the spot, waiting for Shen Xingchen's response. But how could Shen Xingchen possibly give another glance to that manipulative woman, Zhu Shiyao? Exchanging even half a sentence with her would be a waste of breath. So Shen Xingchen pretended not to hear her, instead turning to Bai Siye and asking, "Got plans tomorrow? I need to pick something up. Want to go together?" He knew Bai Siye had plans to go out tomorrow. Because tomorrow, assassins from the 10,000 Beasts sect would attempt to kill Bai Siye. Though that assassination attempt hadn't succeeded in killing Bai Siye, it had left her gravely wounded and bedridden for nearly a month. She'd missed the prime opportunity for cultivation after awakening her innate talent and had been deprived of the immense fortune awaiting her in the secret realm exploration. Shen Xingchen couldn't help but feel regretful just thinking about it. This time, he was determined to help Bai Siye evade the assassination. Hearing Shen Xingchen's question, Bai Siye's heart leapt with joy, though her expression remained unchanged. She simply replied, "Alright, I need to buy medicine." With her father dead and her mother ill, Bai Siye, left without anyone to care for her, had to go out every week to buy medicine and stock up on ingredients for the week. Hearing her reply, Shen Xingchen smiled faintly. "Alright, I'll come pick you up at your place. Don't come out until you see me." Chapter 21, Clown. Though the request was odd, Bai Siye wasn't one to question or argue. She simply nodded indifferently. Through their back and forth, they had unexpectedly finalized tomorrow's plans. Only Zhu Shiyao stood awkwardly in place, silently enduring the strange stares from her classmates. Her hands clenched tightly, the freshly done manicure shattering into pieces in her palms. The stinging pain forced her to suppress the rage welling up inside. After a deep breath, she reverted to her usual sweet, soft voice. "Stardust, I've actually always had feelings for you. Think about it, if I didn't care, how could I have accepted your kindness so easily? Every gift you gave, every breakfast you brought, every little thing you did for me. I've kept it all in my heart. I'm not the kind of girl who casually accepts gifts from guys." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's mouth twitched and he silently retorted, "No, you are." But Zhu Shiyao kept going. It's just. As she spoke, her voice began to break and tears fell down her cheeks. "Back then, you weren't focused enough on your studies. I was afraid we wouldn't get into the same university. I didn't want a long-distance relationship. I didn't want to fall in love with someone only to be forced apart by distance. You know, I was an orphan from a young age. I'm terrified of depending on someone only to be abandoned." Wow, somehow this turned into Shen Xingchen's fault. While the other students kept their eyes on the awakening platform, his ears were already perked up. Awakening? Watching someone else awaken is nowhere near as entertaining as seeing the school beauty get humiliated. But things are different now. "Xingchen, you have a talent for rules, I have an A-grade talent, we both have bright futures ahead. Distance is no longer an obstacle, in fact, the concept of distance as an obstacle doesn't even exist anymore. If that's the case, why can't we be together? Even if it's just like before, as friends? You've been so cold to me these past few days." By the end of her words, her grievance turned to playful reproach. Zhu Shiyao's hand quietly pinched the hem of Shen Xingchen's shirt, tugging and shaking it. What high schooler could resist such a charming little combo? After hearing her words, Shen Xingchen turned around. He had a brilliant idea. He looked down at Zhu Shiyao, whose tear-streaked face had a unique charm, and smiled. "Of course we can do it like before." At these words, Bai Siye's racing heart skipped a beat. Her lips pressed tightly together, the lines on her face growing sharper. Zhu Shiyao, however, lit up with delight, her heart overflowing with uncontrollable joy. Sure enough, Shen Xingchen had merely been playing hard to get all alone. Once I make my move, he'll be licking my boots, following me around like a loyal puppy. But with Shen Xingchen's current talent and looks, he might just earn his place. Let's see how he performs. Zhu Shiyao's mind was already spinning with fantasies of how she could manipulate Shen Xingchen to serve her interests. Meanwhile, the other students sighed in exasperation, pressing their hands to their foreheads. A leopard can't change its spots. What the hell is he even doing? Shen Xingchen is nothing but a pile of dog. God has no eyes. How could such top-tier talent be given to such a top-tier turtle man? Might as well change mirror heart to turtle heart. Just then, Shen Xingchen spoke again. "I've brought you lunch for 2.5 years. Isn't it fair if you bring it for me for the remaining 100 days? Seeing his attitude soften, Zhu Shiyao couldn't possibly refuse. She just pretended to be cute and nodded vigorously. "The meals I brought you were decent quality. The breakfasts you bring me must be from Frost Snow Pavilion. That's not too much to ask, right?" Hearing this, Zhu Shiyao's expression froze. Frost Snow Pavilion, the finest restaurant in Changnan City. Even their cheapest breakfast set cost over 1,000 great xia coins. Over the course of 100 days, wouldn't that cost her 100,000 great xia coins? The thought made her heart ache. Yet she never once considered that any gift Shen Xingchen had given her over the years had ever been worth less than 100,000. Chu Shiyao thought of Shen Xingchen's extraordinary talent and his future accomplishments. In the end, she stiffly nodded her head. Yet Shen Xingchen had more to say. Breakfast? We need 2 portions. 2 sets, 100 days, that's 200,000. Chu Shiyao's heart wasn't just bleeding, she felt as if a chunk of flesh had been carved out of it, the agony excruciating. Still, over the years, countless suitors had showered her with gold coins enough to cover this expense. Still, she had to ask. Why 2 portions? Could it be that you, Xingchen, plan to eat 2 breakfasts like you did today? After saying this, she leaned closer to Shen Xingchen in feigned concern. Eating too much breakfast isn't good for your health. You should eat less. Shen Xingchen shot her a puzzled look. I'll eat as much as I want. Besides, I'm having 1 portion, and my desk partner by Xie needs another. Didn't I bring extra for your desk mate for ages before? At those words, the feigned concern on Chu Shiyao's face froze completely. She felt as if her facial nerves had gone numb, unable to maintain any expression whatsoever. Shen Xingchen, was he asking her, Chu Shiyao, to bring breakfast for Bai Xie? Bring breakfast to her love rival? Seriously? Even a sycophant wouldn't grovel like that. Did she, Chu Shiyao, have no shame, no dignity? Seeing her fall silent, Shen Xingchen sneered coldly. I've been bringing breakfast to your deskmate for 2.5 years, yet you won't even do it for 100 days for mine? If you're not sincere, don't bother me. Seeing Shen Xingchen's face contort with a previously unseen mix of disgust and cold scorn, Chu Shiyao's heart clenched, and that familiar feeling of losing a toy surged back. A wave of disappointment and helplessness washed over her, compelling her to blurt out. Fine, I'll take it. As long as you're not angry. This scene stunned the classmates who had been pricking up their ears to eavesdrop on the gossip. Wait, who's got the school beauty all worked up like this? Bringing breakfast to her love rival. Even at his peak, Shen Xingchen never groveled this much. Chu, the school beauty, was practically a green-shelled turtle extraordinaire. Unbeatable, utterly unbeatable. Students present stole glances at Chu Shiyao out of the corners of their eyes, each wearing an uncontrollable grin. Shen Xingchen, feeling quite pleased himself, waved his hand and said, Fine. Show me your sincerity first, then we'll talk. You may leave. Summoned at will, dismissed at a wave. A wave of humiliation washed over her, yet Chu Shiyao obediently returned to the ranks. This scene caused countless people to silently give Shen Xingchen a mental thumbs up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Shen Xingchen turned and leaned close to Bai Xie, grinning. Free breakfast? Might as well eat it. Martial cultivation demands abundant energy. Eggs and steamed buns alone just won't cut it day after day. Especially after awakening my innate talent, my cultivation speed has increased, and my body demands even more energy. So, I've secured us a long-term meal ticket. Ha. Chapter 22, The Might of the Electric Donkey. Having sat next to Bai Xie for 3 years, Shen Xingchen considered himself fairly familiar with her. He knew that during critical moments like the awakening ceremony, Bai Xie would eat the high-energy breakfast he brought and would actively make it up to him afterward. But given Bai Xie's nature, she couldn't possibly keep accepting Shen Xingchen's breakfasts indefinitely without feeling guilty. After all, she wasn't Chu Shiyao. She wouldn't feign ignorance and treat that obviously expensive breakfast as an ordinary morning meal. Bai Xie would feel burdened. Therefore, Shen Xingchen devised a solution. Breakfasts he bought or made himself made Bai Xie feel burdened. But what about breakfast that was completely free, costing her nothing? Hearing Shen Xingchen's words, Bai Xie's tense body relaxed, and her clenched fists emerged once more from her sleeves. The tips of her slender fingers flushed red. She had clenched them too tightly. So it was for me after all. She thought. Thank you. She said. Since Shen Xingchen, no one with a great or higher talent has appeared. The awakening ceremony concluded as scheduled. After Shen Xingchen, Bai Xie, and the others collected their talent subsidies from the Academic Affairs Office, they prepared to leave campus. Following the awakening ceremony, students were granted a full day off to familiarize themselves with and adapt to their new talents. Within that same day, new class assignments would be finalized. The city's top-tier students would be assigned to the elite class. Naturally, this elite class would be at Changnan No. 1 High School, the finest institution in Changnan City, and Shen Xingchen School. See you tomorrow. Shen Xingchen waved cheerfully at Bai Xie. He then hopped onto his electric scooter, ready to head home and enjoy his talent stone. As Shen Xingchen rode out the school gates, he caught sight of the security vehicle parked outside. Its flashing blue and red lights were strikingly conspicuous, and the incessant wail of its siren was particularly irritating. Who so bold as to cause trouble during the awakening ceremony? Shen Xingchen pondered this as he sped away on his scooter. Whoever had caused trouble, it had nothing to do with him. Nothing mattered more than the talent stone right now. But as he neared the security vehicle, Shen Xingchen's brow suddenly furrowed. Something felt off. There was the sound of weapons being moved inside the vehicle. They were coming for him. In an instant, Shen Xingchen realized what was happening. The next moment, all 4 doors of the 2 police cars parked by the roadside swung open simultaneously. In a flash, 7 or 8 fully armed officers burst out like cheetahs, surrounding Shen Xingchen completely. Electroshock batons raised high, their thunderous shots echoing. They physically forced Shen Xingchen to a halt. Shen Xingchen slammed on the brakes and came to a halt, staring in confusion at the intimidating security officers closing in. Until he spotted a familiar figure among them, Zhang Junjie. At the sight of him, Shen Xingchen's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. The son of a minor deputy director of the Public Security Bureau dared to wield his peanut-sized authority to intimidate people? Interesting. By now, Zhang Junjie had already consumed the precious medicine. Though his shattered right leg hadn't fully healed, limping along was no longer a major issue. His face twisted with venom as he closed in on Shen Xingchen, a twisted sense of pleasure etched across his features. Shen, you were acting so cocky earlier, weren't you? Come on, show this young master how cocky you really are. If you hadn't injured me today and messed with my state, how could I have only awakened a disgusting D-rank talent? Hearing this, Shen Xingchen burst out laughing. When you're incompetent, you blame the road. You refuse to admit your own incompetence, insisting on making up ridiculous excuses. Zhang Junjie didn't even stop to think if he hadn't provoked trouble, would Shen Xingchen's foot have landed on his right leg? He brought it upon himself. But others saw it differently. Especially the deputy captain of the brigade's security team. Ever since Zhang Junjie approached him, he'd realized this was a golden opportunity. A golden chance to curry favor with Director Zhang. Though Director Zhang was only the deputy chief of the Public Security Bureau, he was barely in his 40s. Meanwhile, the chief director was already at retirement age. For the next 2 decades, it was obvious who would be the top dog at the Changnan City Public Security Bureau. It could be said that by climbing onto Director Zhang's high branch, the day he shed the deputy title from his own position would come swiftly. Thus, when Zhang Junjie approached him and explained the entire situation, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately led his team to make the arrest. Assaulting someone in broad daylight and causing serious injury. That charge would land anyone in hot water, even a promising rule system user. So, as Deputy Captain Shen Xingchen stood before them, a smirk on his face and not a shred of respect for them, he bellowed. What's so funny? Assaulting someone in public, flouting the law. Come with me. With that, he drew a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs and lunged to fasten them around Shen Xingchen. These were special handcuffs made by the Public Security Bureau, specifically designed for martial artists. For martial practitioners like Shen Xingchen, once cuffed, their chi and blood would instantly freeze, reducing them to cripples worse off than ordinary people. But Shen Xingchen wasn't about to go down without a fight. He arched his back, exerting force with his hands, and shoved the small electric scooter beneath him. His entire body then floated lightly off the scooter. As the oncoming electric scooter approached, a flicker of contempt crossed the deputy captain's eyes. As the deputy captain, he was a genuine martial artist at the peak of his realm. A mere electric scooter dared to block his path? Dream on. His feet lightly touched the air as his body twisted mid-air like a snake, effortlessly evading the charging scooter. But just then, the electric scooter's seat suddenly snapped open, revealing a pair of massive fists forged from heavy iron. The fists seemed to have eyes, locking onto the deputy captain's midsection at high speed and striking with brutal force. The punch was blindingly fast, its sonic boom instantly grabbing everyone's attention. But it was too late. The deputy captain felt as if struck by a heavy truck. His previously agile and nimble form abruptly halted. Then, his entire body flew backward involuntarily, spewing water from his mouth like a fountain. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. How could a perfectly normal electric bike suddenly throw a punch? A single punch had sent the deputy captain, a martial arts master at the peak of his abilities, flying? This wasn't an electric bike, it was clearly a priceless artifact. The savage glee on Zhang Junjie's face froze in place. Then, an even more intense look of delight erupted on his face. He pointed his finger at Shen Xingchen and shouted. Well done. You dare attack a public security officer. Attack. Without that artifact, he's just an ordinary martial trainee. The previous charges would have landed Shen Xingchen in jail for a few days at most. But with the added charge of assaulting a public security officer, Shen Xingchen would be locked up for at least half a year, suffering every torment in prison until he was reduced to a broken man. Chapter 23, The Rebellious Son. He'd be worse off than even this D-rank talent. How could Zhang Junjie not be delighted? The earlier crash in Zhang Junjie's furious roar had already drawn the attention of everyone present. Most parents had already left the school grounds. Only Bai Xie, Zhu Shiyao, and others who had received rewards alongside Shen Xingchen remained at the scene. Bai Xie, with her aloof nature, had never been one for spectacle. She'd intended to hurry home to study and adapt to her new talent. But when she saw that the trapped person was Shen Xingchen, Bai Xie didn't hesitate for a moment. Clutching the short dagger at her waist, she rushed forward. Zhu Shiyao had actually noticed the situation even before Bai Xie. Yet she hesitated. Only when she saw Bai Xie move forward did Chu Shiryao grit her teeth and follow suit. Unlike Bai Xie, who plunged headlong into the security guard's encirclement, Chu Shiryao merely stood on the outer edge, gazing softly at Zhang Junjie as she tried to dissuade him. "Junjie, what are you doing? We're all classmates, why make things so awkward?" Zhang Junjie glanced at her, his face betraying utter disbelief. He thought to himself, hadn't he come to pick a fight with Shen Xingchen just to make Chu Shiryao happy? Otherwise, why would he go looking for trouble and get beaten up for no reason? Now that things had escalated to this point, it wasn't something Chu Shiryao could resolve with a few words. So Zhang Junjie just kept his face stiff, ignoring Chu Shiryao's words completely. Meanwhile, Bai Xie had already glided over with nimble steps and stood beside Shen Xingchen. "What are you doing here?" Shen Xingchen sensed the girl's presence beside him and asked with lowered eyes. "To help you." Bai Xie's voice was as cold and concise as she was. Shen Xingchen gave a helpless smile. With Bai Xie present, he saw no point in prolonging this charade. He drew the sword from his waist. It was perfectly normal for martial artists to carry weapons, as long as they were registered. The moment Shen Xingchen drew his sword, a clear, resonant ring echoed throughout the area and a cold, piercing sword intent enveloped the entire venue. Though he was merely a martial artist, this unabashedly sharp and icy sword intent caused countless martial artists present to exchange nervous glances, hesitating to approach. "Before you try to arrest me, did you know who I am?" Shen Xingchen stood sword in hand, asking casually. "Oh, I forgot you don't have the authority to look up my identity. Alright, Zhang Junjie, I'll give you a chance. Call your father and tell him my name." He didn't know when the 10,000 Beasts sect had begun targeting Bai Xie. Therefore, it was best not to reveal his true strength if he could avoid it. Tomorrow, he'd give these human scum another surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junjie paused for a moment. What was Shen Xingchen's background? Just an ordinary rich kid, right? If he were truly some top-tier tycoon or had connections reaching the heavens, why would pursuing Chu Shiryao be so difficult? What was he playing at? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a cold smile touched Zhang Junjie's lips. But just as he was about to deliver a threatening retort, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out to check. The name displayed made his face go pale. Zhang Tonglin, his own father. Could it be that his father had found out about the ridiculous thing he'd done today? Or had his father witnessed the awakening of his D-class talent? Countless questions flooded Zhang Junjie's mind. Yet he lacked the courage to refuse his father's call. When the call connected, the usually stern and composed voice was now filled with fury and fear. The man on the other end unleashed a torrent of curses. "Zhang Junjie, did you cross someone? Why did Xing Shuang Group suddenly transfer money into my account, claiming it's compensation? If you've crossed anyone at Xing Shuang Group, you better smooth things over with them right now. Xing Shuang Group has Song Wushan backing them. Also, don't go home after school. Come find me." With that, the phone slammed shut. Zhang Junjie stared blankly at the busy tone coming from his phone, his father's words still ringing in his ears. Xing Shuang Group. Song Wushan. Those two names felt like a 1,000-pound boulder crashing onto his heart, sending a violent tremor through his entire being. When had he ever crossed these two titans? Though arrogant, he knew his limits, who he could provoke and who he couldn't. That's why his old man usually turned a blind eye to his absurd antics. But now, it had escalated to the point of receiving angry phone calls. He must have provoked someone of the highest standing. His mind raced as cold sweat drenched his face and entire body, his whole frame shaking uncontrollably with fear. He had completely forgotten his own predicament. Until Shen Xingchen's indifferent voice came through again. "You called? Then get the hell out of here." The voice boomed like thunder, deafening and jarring. It violently yanked Zhang Junjie out of his dazed state. Staring at Shen Xingchen's impassive face, Zhang Junjie recalled his otherworldly talent. He thought back to the morning's incomprehensible attack, then looked down at the bizarre electric scooter beneath him, its massive fist protruding. A bolt of lightning struck Zhang Junjie's mind. It was him. The person he had provoked was him. The one who made Xing Shuang Group speak up was Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen, Xing Shuang Group. So Shen Xingchen was the heir apparent of Xing Shuang Group? Yes. If he weren't the son of the legendary martial artist Song Wushan, how could an ordinary person possess such dazzling talent? If he weren't the heir apparent of Xing Shuang Group, how could his little electric scooter have severely wounded a martial arts master at the peak of his power with a single strike? Had he actually provoked the cherished son of the martial god Song? Provoked the heir apparent of the city's No, the nation's premier conglomerate? In that instant, Zhang Junjie saw the light. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Zhang Junjie slid to his knees and prostrated himself before Shen Xingchen. His entire body trembled, reduced to a pathetic, frightened mess like a drowned rat. He didn't even dare lift his head to look at Shen Xingchen's face, only humbly wiping Shen Xingchen's shoes with his hands while wailing incessantly. "Brother, I was wrong. Brother, I truly was wrong." As he spoke, he raised his hand and smacked himself hard across both cheeks. The sharp cracks echoed, clearly delivered with immense force. This scene left the surrounding security officers dumbfounded. The deputy bureau chief's privileged son was now crawling before Shen Xingchen like a dog. What kind of background did this youth have? A single phone call could make the bureau chief's son grovel like this? Recalling their own audacity in attempting to block such a figure, every security officer present broke out in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Shen Xingchen kicked him aside. Nose running, tears streaming, utterly disgusting. He surveyed the scene, sheathed his sword, and said coldly, "Get out of here. Don't let me see any of you again. I don't want anyone else knowing about this either, understand?" As he spoke, Shen Xingchen bent down and gave Zhang Junjie a sharp slap across the face, his voice low and menacing. "Oh, and compensate me with a new car. This one's worth about 100 of your sports cars." Chapter 24, Playing the Power Card. Do you get it? You think you can play the power game with me? Do you even know how it works? Shen Xingchen shot him a glance, then without looking back, strode forward to lift his electric scooter. Zhang Junjie and his crew watched this unfold, letting out a collective sigh of relief before scrambling into the security van like they'd seen a ghost. Shen Xingchen gave it a light pat, and the protruding iron fist retracted instantly. In the blink of an eye, the electric scooter beside Shen Xingchen reverted to its ordinary, unremarkable appearance. This agile and mystical transformation made Chu Shuryao's eyes sparkle. At this moment, even the most obtuse person could see. Shen Xingchen's background was likely far more complex than she had imagined. His family background was at least 2 tiers above Zhang Junjie's. Otherwise, why would Zhang Junjie act like such a coward? After all, Zhang Junjie's father was already the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. So what about Shen Xingchen's parents? They must be at least at the level of deputy mayor. Absolutely a hot commodity. For a moment, Chu Shuryao felt her heart stir. At the same time, she couldn't help but regret inwardly. Why hadn't she just walked right up like Bai Xie did? She'd missed another golden opportunity to boost her favorability. The thought made Chu Shuryao shoot Bai Xie a venomous glare. Such a phony. As for Bai Xie, she merely glanced at Shen Xingchen to confirm he was unharmed before turning to leave. She had only come to help Shen Xingchen. Her duty done, it was time to leave. But just as she turned to go, Shen Xingchen called out to her. "Hey, wait a moment. Hop in. I'll give you a ride. It'll save us both time, won't it? Plus, I can familiarize myself with the route ahead of time." As he spoke, Shen Xingchen rode his electric scooter up beside Bai Xie and stopped. His eyes sparkled as he smiled and patted the seat behind him. Hearing this, Bai Xie pursed her lips slightly and glanced at the small electric scooter beneath Shen Xingchen. Despite having been knocked over before, the scooter seemed to have a self-cleaning function. It remained spotless, not a speck of dust or dirt in sight. A vertical divider stood between the 2 seats, doubling as a handrail. It truly resembled the kind of electric scooters commonly seen everywhere on the streets. No one would ever guess that beneath this scooter lay a pair of iron fists capable of effortlessly knocking flying the deputy captain of the security squad, a martial artist at the peak of his prowess. Bai Xie wasn't one to mince words. She was wearing pants, which wasn't exactly inappropriate attire for riding an electric scooter. Besides, Shen Xingchen did have a point. Having an electric scooter to ride was certainly faster than walking on foot. So after only a split-second hesitation, she lifted her leg and climbed onto the back seat of Shen Xingchen's e-bike. "Let's go." Shen Xingchen turned his head to make sure she was seated properly before twisting the throttle to pull away. Just then, Chu Shuryao sidled up, looking pitifully at him. "Xingchen, I'm also walking alone, and it's a much longer way than Bai Xie's. Could you take me home first? I'll have Bai Xie wait. You know I'm afraid of the dark." "You're scared of what darkness? Your heart's the darkest of all." Shen Xingchen glanced at her. "No way, it's not on my way." With that, Shen Xingchen turned away, twisted the handlebar, and the electric scooter shot out like lightning. The violent gust of wind whipped Chu Shuryao's hair wildly. Watching Shen Xingchen's rapidly receding figure, she stomped her feet in fury, letting out an "ah" sound. This was infuriating. If this had been earlier, how could Shen Xingchen have treated her like this? After all, Shen Xingchen had repeatedly offered to take her home before. But she'd dismissed his little electric scooter as too lame and embarrassing, so she'd made up all sorts of excuses to avoid it. Little did she know that today, when she finally deigned to lower herself, he wouldn't have it. A crappy little electric scooter? I wouldn't be caught dead riding that thing. Shen Xingchen, humph. Meanwhile, after dropping Bai Xie off at her place, Shen Xingchen rode his own little electric scooter back to his family's mansion. This electric scooter was a super-modified version produced by the Shen family, boasting maximum range. 0 range anxiety whatsoever. Ride however you please. Upon returning home, the black and white duo still stood guard at the entrance to greet Shen Xingchen. Only this time, they weren't dressed as rabbits. This time, while still clad in black and white stockings, they now featured intricate patterns. Moreover, each maid had changed into figure-hugging professional attire. The tops were shirts stretched taut across ample bosoms, while the bottoms featured even more form-fitting pencil skirts. Paired with black-rimmed glasses on their faces, they exuded a unique allure. Oh no! Uniform temptation. Shen Xingchen openly admired his maid's outfits. After all, she'd gone to such trouble to dress up. If he didn't even glance her way, wouldn't that break her heart? Congratulations, young master, on awakening your S-class rule talent. May your martial path flourish, young master. A martial god awaits. A full 20 maids, upon seeing Shen Xingchen, lit up with excitement and bowed in unison to offer their congratulations. After all, with their young master awakening a law-type talent, Song Qingxuang and Shen Lang, the two bigwigs, were absolutely ecstatic. Every single person working in the Shen family mansion received a hefty cash reward. Especially for the maids who served Shen Xingchen personally, their rewards were doubled outright. A single bonus was equivalent to an entire year's salary. How could they possibly treat Shen Xingchen poorly after that? Their voices were so soft they could practically melt Shen Xingchen's bones. Though Shen Xingchen's eyes wandered, his actions remained proper. He didn't take advantage of them, merely brushing past them as he entered the room. Upon entering the living room, he didn't see his father anywhere. On the large dining table, several hearty dishes still steamed hot. Shen Xingchen peeked into the kitchen. There, to his astonishment, stood his domineering CEO father, apron tied around his waist, focused intently on stir-frying vegetables. Wow, the top tycoon cooking for me? I must be living high on the hog. A smile touched Shen Xingchen's lips as he pushed open the door. Shen Lang, who was cooking, turned at the sound and caught sight of his precious son. A bright smile instantly lit up his face as he said, "Hungry, huh? Go take a shower. Dinner will be ready soon. Today you've really made your mother and me proud. Like father, like son. Oh, and I've transferred 100 million daxia coins to your account. Buy whatever you need, and if you run out, just let me know. Another 100 million daxia coins in the bank." Often, when money reaches such astronomical sums, people lose all sense of scale. Let's put it this way, the average daxia citizen earns 5,000 daxia coins a month, totaling 60,000 coins a year. Even if they never ate, drank, or got sick, it would take them 1,666 years to save up 100 million. And that's not even counting the interest earned if that 100 million were deposited in a bank or invested. Chapter 25, Swallowing the Talent Stone. 100 million, that's roughly 3 million in annual interest. What does that mean? It's like waking up every morning to a ping 5,000 yuan deposited into your account. And you must spend that 5,000 by morning's end. If you don't spend it all in the morning, another 5,000 arrives the very same afternoon. A single day's interest exceeds what the average person earns in a month of grueling labor. Of course, martial artists find it far easier to earn money and to earn big money effortlessly. Yet for many martial artists, even those at the master level, 100 million great xia coins remains a sum beyond their wildest dreams. Even a pig, provided it possessed even a shred of martial talent, not one of those naturally meridian-blocked, heaven-forsaken wretches, could become a martial master if it held 100 million great xia coins. And this was merely pocket change for Shen Xingchen on a good day. Money and connections allow for such reckless indulgence. Shen Xingchen didn't refuse. To his parents, this sum was practically nothing. Besides, he genuinely needed it. Body tempering techniques differed from other martial arts. They required meticulous refinement of one's vital energy and physical form, ultimately forging the body into a flawless state. Whether refining vital energy or physical form, money and resources were absolutely indispensable. On the path of body tempering, even with extraordinary talent, progress remains as slow as a snail without the right resources. Thanks, Dad, you're the second handsomest and most generous man in the world. Shen Xingchen moved closer to Shen Lang, lavishing him with emotional support without reservation. Hearing this, Shen Lang smiled. After all, who didn't enjoy praise from their own child? Yet the boys and men of Great Xia were always too silent, ill-equipped to express their emotions. Thus, between father and son, no matter how deep the love ran, it remained unspoken, forever silent. Few could express affection like Shen Xingchen did. And with his previous awkward nature, Shen Xingchen certainly wouldn't have uttered such words. Before, he'd only been as docile as a puppy in front of Chu Shiyao. Shen Lang turned to look at his son, a smile on his face as he asked, "Oh? I'm the second most handsome. Could anyone in the world be more handsome than me?" Shen Xingchen dodged the shovel in his father's hand as he replied, "Of course your son is the most handsome. After all, he inherited the best of both mom and dad's looks. What, you don't agree? Now, let the most handsome man in the world cook for you. Let me show you my skills." Shen Lang glanced at his empty hands and gave a helpless smile. He couldn't really argue with that. To argue would be to say his wife wasn't attractive. If my wife finds out, I'm done for. But let's be real, could my pampered son, who's never set foot in the kitchen, really fry some bok choy? Don't set the kitchen on fire. Shen Lang discreetly glanced at the overhead range hood, fire extinguisher, and the fireproof walls surrounding the kitchen. He swallowed his worries. All right then. His son was finally trying to prove himself. He couldn't crush his confidence. This was a good thing. He needed to be encouraged. Worst case, we'll order takeout or have the housekeeper cook again. The Shen family had vast wealth and resources. A little food money was nothing to them. So though Shen Lang felt uneasy inside, he kept a cheerful smile on his face as he said, "Dad's gonna hit the shower first. I'll be right back to sample your culinary skills." No way, I gotta text your mom and make her jealous. She's never had your cooking before, haha. With that, Shen Lang pushed open the door and stepped out. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen stirred the wok while contemplating the resources needed to cultivate the second layer of the Pisho devouring heaven body technique. Though this was his first time holding a spatula in this lifetime. After graduating from university and achieving mastery in martial arts in his previous life, Shen Xingchen had applied to join the National Exploration Team. He frequently charged into the most dangerous and treacherous regions. In those places, there were no delicious, steaming hot meals to be had, you ate whatever you could find. Over time, Shen Xingchen had actually developed some pretty decent cooking skills. The secret? Load it up. As long as you load it up generously and push every technological advantage to the max, even dog can be grilled to perfection. Let alone these top-tier ingredients. After a fierce stir-fry with generous seasoning, Shen Xingchen dished out the fragrant meal. After cooking, he took a quick shower in his room's bathroom to wash off the non-existent grease smell, then bought the raw materials needed for his body forging. With a few taps and swipes, he spent tens of millions more great xia coins. When it came to resources for his cultivation, Shen Xingchen never considered cost-effectiveness, only the most expensive and finest would do. Money talks, and he had plenty. Wiping his damp hair as he stepped out of his room, he caught Shen Lang smiling as he held his phone, snapping photos of the dishes on the dining table. He snapped from every angle, up, down, left, right, as if determined to capture every possible perspective. He then sent all the photos to his wife, Song Qingxuan, along with a cheeky voice message. "Check this out, dinner your son made for me. That little stinker, he's got some nerve. Who knew our son could cook? You wouldn't have known or gotten to taste it if I hadn't, huh?" After saying that, Shen Lang spotted Shen Xingchen emerging from the room and waved his phone. "Your mom didn't pick up the video call. Probably no signal or she's on the move. We'll just have to text her. Let's eat first." Having lived together for 18 years, there was no need for formalities. Once seated, they dove straight into a hearty meal. Shen Lang furiously piled food onto Shen Xingchen's plate, praising as he ate. "Son, your cooking skills are truly impressive. It's got a little kick to it." Shen Xingchen kept his head down, shoveling food into his mouth, and mumbled. "What can I say? Like father, like son. Our Shen family genes are just too strong." After dinner, Shen Xingchen headed to the martial arts room as usual. Meanwhile, Shen Lang stood on his balcony, watching his son enter the martial arts hall with a look of deep satisfaction. His face held equal parts surprise and pride as he murmured to himself. "Ah, he's grown up." He had genuinely worried that Shen Xingchen would be just like his older brother Baitian had described, a flash in the pan, only putting in effort right before the awakening ceremony to cram at the last minute. But now, all his worries vanished. The weight lifted from Shen Lang's heart, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of peace. "Xiao Chen, you've truly grown up." Inside the martial arts room, Shen Xingchen reached into his backpack and pulled out the sandalwood box. Opening the box, the originally crimson gold talent stone had transformed into a flesh-like, blood-red hue after nearly a day of settling. The fist-sized talent stone rested in Shen Xingchen's palm, and a sudden, profound connection surged through him, a bond as deep as blood and soul. Gazing at this talent stone, now as integral to him as a symbiotic part of his own being, Shen Xingchen clenched his right fist with all his might. The once hard talent stone now yielded like modeling clay, easily molded into a small, bottle cap-sized sphere. In the next instant, Shen Xingchen opened his mouth and swallowed the ball whole. Chapter 26, SSS-rank Rule Talent. A warm sensation slid from his mouth into his stomach. It felt as though Shen Xingchen hadn't swallowed a stone, but rather a mouthful of fiery liquor. The burning sensation traveled in a linear path as it descended, only to dissolve like a drop of water merging into the ocean once it reached his stomach. This warmth swiftly spread throughout his entire body, reaching every limb and bone. At first, the warmth was gentle, enveloping Shen Xingchen in a comfort akin to soaking in a hot spring. Yet within seconds, the temperature in his belly surged violently, as if he'd swallowed a red-hot branding iron. Visible wisps of scorching white vapor rose from his body. His skin, assaulted by the internal heat wave, turned a vivid crimson, like a boiled prawn. Under the extreme heat, the blood flowing through Shen Xingchen's body nearly dried up and withered, while his flesh, bones, and tendons took on a scorched crimson hue. Yet at that moment, the colossal blood energy contained within the dragon blood Bodhi seed erupted violently. The surging blood essence flowed freely through Shen Xingchen's damaged body. Having been soaked in Shen Xingchen's vital blood for a day, this essence originally belonging to the Bodhi seed had now fused with his very life force. Even as an external entity, its fusion with Shen Xingchen encountered not the slightest resistance. In an instant, the nearly depleted blood essence surged and expanded. Like a raging river, it surged through his meridians, rapidly repairing flesh and bone. Moreover, whether it was the vital energy, flesh, or bones, all emerged stronger and more robust after this process of destruction and reconstruction. Shen Xingchen didn't even need instruments to measure it, he could sense it. His vital energy had risen by at least one tier. Yet Shen Xingchen was still merely a lowly martial disciple, while the dragon blood Bodhi seed was a top-tier resource worth tens of millions of great xia coins. How could he possibly fully assimilate the colossal blood energy now coursing through his body? Even though his body now devoured this ocean of vital energy like a paishio, a significant portion still surged violently within his meridians. If not addressed promptly, it would inevitably compromise Shen Xingchen's physical condition. In severe cases, it could even lead to stagnant qi in blood, causing his body to explode and leaving him crippled. Just then, the burning heat throughout his body dissipated, replaced by a minty coolness. Taiyin Moonlight Mushroom. The agitated blood and qi, stirred by the rapid advancement, along with his unstable cultivation realm, were swiftly stabilized by the nourishment of the Tai Chi Moonlight Lotus. The colossal blood energy, once rampaging like a primordial beast, was also calmed by the Tai Chi Moonlight Lotus. It coalesced into a single point, no longer colliding with Shen Xingchen's body. Yet it merely restrained the blood energy, it could not completely eliminate it. Moreover, the immense nourishment to both body and soul had caused the newly awakened martial talent to tremble violently. Within his mind, the multicolored orbs symbolizing his martial talent began to crack. The crack spread, and in an instant, the multicolored orb shattered, its light scattering throughout his mind. His martial talent had vanished. Shen Xingchen's rosy cheeks suddenly paled, and a stabbing pain like needles pierced his mind. Yet, a satisfied smile spread across his face. It should be so. Destruction precedes creation, ruin gives birth to renewal. This held true for the body, and equally so for innate talent. The damage in his mind instantly drew the attention of the vast, unrestrained qi and blood surging within his body. Then, under Shen Xingchen's deliberate guidance, the vast blood energy surged into his mind like a mountain and sea. The undigested potency of the Tai Chi Moonlight Mushroom deep within his soul swiftly took effect. The former refined the body, the latter nourished the soul. In the blink of an eye, the scattered multicolored light coalesced once more under the combined influence of these two supreme resources. A larger, rounder, and fuller multicolored light sphere reappeared within Shen Xingchen's mind. Moreover, this luminous sphere was crafted from resources infused with Shen Xingchen's blood and spirit, as if born of nature itself. It bore no trace of artificial craftsmanship, achieving perfection in every aspect. The instant the light sphere materialized, without needing the guidance of an awakening stone, a sudden realization dawned upon Shen Xingchen. SSS Tier Rule Talent. 10,000 Phenomena. Heavenly Mirror. Mirror one heart. Any martial skill witness being performed by another, you will effortlessly master it and attain the realm of complete mastery. Second mirror. Engraving. At each major martial realm, you may permanently replicate one martial talent. Weekly, you may permanently replicate the highest level martial skill mastered by another individual and elevate your own mastery of that skill to the same level. Replication method. Touch the target's body for 5 seconds to replicate. The replicated individual experiences no effects and remains completely unaware. 3. Mirror reflection. Any mind control ability cast upon you will rebound onto the caster. 4. Mirror realm of all phenomena. You may forcibly pull one target into the mirror realm of all phenomena. Upon entry, you will strip 1/10 of the enemy's vitality and channel it into yourself. As Shen Xingchen had anticipated, it was indeed an SSS tier rule talent. The power of this talent far exceeded Shen Xingchen's expectations. He knew rule-based talents were powerful, and he understood that an SSS tier talent would undoubtedly be formidable. But he never imagined it could be this monstrous. Was this even a talent a human could possess? Even the lofty gods who look down upon all mortals might not possess such an earth-shattering gift. Mirror mind. No further explanation needed, as it was already an inherent effect of Shen Xingchen's talent. Yet the 3 subsequent talents were each more godlike than the last. Clone martial arts talents. Replicate the strongest martial arts techniques mastered by others once a week. Either of these effects alone would likely qualify as an S-tier rule-type talent, wouldn't they? Especially the former, it likely possesses SS-tier strength. Throughout history, no talent has ever been heard of that could replicate another's talents. And the prerequisite for this copying is absurdly simple. Simply touching the body for 5 seconds activates it. Shen Xingchen's previous talent, Mirror Heart, also possessed replication capabilities. Yet its prerequisites were far too stringent. It required constant companionship, a merging of energies, and the explicit consent of the target to replicate. Moreover, the replication lasted only 2 hours. Moreover, the replicated abilities were entirely random. Any skill the other person possessed, Shen Xingchen could potentially replicate. In his previous life, he had replicated Shen's father's driving skills and Song Qingxuan's flower arranging skills. What good is that? Are you supposed to tell your enemy in the middle of a fight? Hold on, let me arrange some flowers before we fight? Before you could finish speaking, the enemy's sword would already be piercing your heart. Thus, Shen Xingchen scarcely ever utilized this ability. But once the talent reached SSS rank, the replication scope instantly narrowed to cover both the talent itself and the user's most powerful martial arts. Its practicality and potency skyrocketed several times over. It transformed from a useless skill into a super core ability. The third ability, reflection, was equally absurd. Even S-tier talents only granted immunity to mind control at best. But Shen Xingchen? Not only does he resist control, he even reflects it. Chapter 27, Transcendent Mastery. His mind is like a fortress with built-in armor. How could anyone hope to defeat him? If mind-specialized martial artists or other ability users faced Shen Xingchen, they'd likely be outmatched even by an unawakened high school student. As for his final ability, the mirror realm of all phenomena, it was utterly godlike. Forced 1v1 combat. For assassination, it renders top-tier bodyguards or elite security personnel utterly useless against Shen Xingchen. Moreover, once an opponent enters the mirror realm, they immediately lose a full tenth of their vital energy. This vitality would then be channeled into Shen Xingchen. With each exchange, the gap between them widens to astronomical proportions. This skill alone enables Shen Xingchen to defeat foes several realms above his own. Moreover, this skill can synergize with others. Why did the Great Xia Empire, indeed, the entire world, classify martial arts into tiers from E to SSS? First, to standardize management and pricing. Second, to ensure martial artists could only utilize techniques matching their own cultivation level. The higher the tier of the martial technique, the greater the demands on the martial artist's physical constitution and vital energy reserves. Using a technique beyond one's level can result in minor consequences like chi and blood surging, meridian damage, and severe energy depletion, requiring months of rest and recuperation. In severe cases, it could even cause blood to gush from all 7 orifices, leading to instant death. The danger is clear. Even if Shen Xingchen could now comprehend and master martial arts techniques above E rank, his blood energy and physical constitution as a martial novice limit him to using only E-grade techniques. But with the mirror of 10,000 realms and the life force support of others, Shen Xingchen could transcend tiers to wield martial arts, allowing his own memories to shine with even greater brilliance. Thus, the value of the mirror realm of 10,000 phenomena is self-evident. However, such high-tier active abilities often came at a tremendous cost. Shen Xingchen would only resort to them when absolutely necessary. After advancing his martial talent, Shen Xingchen shook off the sticky sweat covering his body and headed straight for the bathroom. Emerging from the bathroom, he first accepted the package presented by the black-rimmed glasses-wearing mature woman. Inside lay the celestial treasures required for the second tier of the Paishio devouring heaven body. Yet, having leaped 2 tiers in martial talent at once, his vital energy had surged by a full point. Clearly, now was not the ideal time for physical training. Shen Xingchen placed the package on his bedroom desk, pondered for a moment, then headed to his father's bedroom. Naturally, he wanted to test his newly acquired talent on his own father. Though Shen Lang's martial achievements didn't match Song Qingxuan's brilliance, he was, after all, the head of a top-tier conglomerate, and his cultivation had also reached the martial ancestor realm. His martial talent was rated B grade, placing him squarely within the realm of geniuses in the public eye. Moreover, he possessed several profound martial arts techniques. Over decades, Shen Lang had refined them to perfection, with one technique even nearing the realm of divine mastery. His raw combat prowess ranked among the foremost in all of Changnan City. Shen Xingchen knocked on the door, and Shen Lang answered. He pushed open the door, plopped down on Shen Lang's bed, and grinned. "Dad, I've got some great news for you." Shen Lang looked up and teased. "What's got you so excited? Is it about your little girlfriend?" He hadn't even considered the possibility of Shen Xingchen's talent evolving. After all, the talent stones had only recently been unearthed, with extremely limited reserves. Even fewer were available for research, and the most optimal usage methods hadn't been discovered yet. Therefore, the success rate for talent evolution was extremely low, roughly only 1%. And once a talent reached the S-tier level, the probability would plummet again. Shen Lang had long since put the matter aside. He continued. "Good timing, you reminded me. I'll transfer your dating fund, 100 million. Don't shortchange the young lady, treat her well. I see the girl is quite nice, with a good attitude toward learning and everything. Plus, she's S-tier talent. Treasure her, you hear me?" Hearing this, Shen Xingchen chuckled. "So what if she's S-tier? Your son here is SS tier in rule mastery." He didn't mention that he himself possessed an SSS tier rule talent. It wasn't that he didn't trust his own father. It was simply unnecessary. First, there has never been a case of talent spanning 2 tiers. Should this become known, Shen Xingchen would inevitably become the object of fierce competition among major research institutes. Though Song Qingxuan and Shen Lang could shield him from it, it would still be a hassle, wouldn't it? Both parents are extremely busy, it's better to ease their burden whenever possible. Second, an SS tier rule manipulating talent, no exaggeration, ranks among the rarest in the Great Xia Empire, if not the entire world. Calling it a first-generation talent wouldn't be an overstatement. A talent of this caliber would legitimately qualify him for the nation's highest tier resources. After all, no matter how high your talent rank climbs, resources don't magically multiply, they remain finite. Yet even so, it left the usually composed Shen Lang utterly dumbfounded. His upper body, which had been leaning against the bed, shot upright. The smile on his lips froze, and his eyes widened as he stared at his son in utter shock. "Wait, what did you say? SS tier? A rule-based talent? Are you telling me your old man's hallucinating from old age?" Seeing his father's stunned expression, Shen Xingchen nodded with a smile and added. "Like father, like son, you know." Seeing Shen Xingchen's nod of confirmation, Shen Lang's frozen expression instantly broke into a wide grin. He wrapped his arms around Shen Xingchen in a bear hug, praising him repeatedly. Good boy. You're even more amazing than your mom. I have to tell your mom this great news. Oh, right, what brings you here? Running low on cash or something? 5 seconds slipped by unnoticed. A sudden realization flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. SSS-rank martial art, cicada sparrow sword truly masterful. Who would have thought? His own father, who never lifted a finger, actually possessed such a divine martial skill. His talent for martial arts is truly remarkable. After all, martial arts skills at the masterful level aren't something you can simply accumulate through time and resources. It requires 2 crucial elements, heart and innate talent. Ordinary martial artists spend their entire lives without ever refining an E-grade martial art to the realm of divine mastery. Even the pinnacle realm is a mountain peak most people can never conquer in a lifetime. Even a C-grade martial art, when perfected to divine mastery, can hold its own against an A-grade technique. However, for Shen Xingchen at this stage, the tier of such martial arts remains a bit too high. Still, one can never have too many skills. No martial artist would ever complain about knowing too many techniques. As for Shen Lang's question, Shen Xingchen wrapped his arms around his father's waist and chuckled. There was something I meant to tell you yesterday but forgot. I love you, Dad. Who says men don't need emotional support? Most of the time, all a man really needs is a little affirmation. That night, Shen Xingchen drifted off to sleep happily, his bank card now holding an extra 300 million dasha coins. Chapter 28, Resting Means Training. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Shen Xingchen slipped out on his beloved electric scooter. Living right in the city center, Shen Xingchen was never far from anywhere. Thus, even though Bai Siye resided in the most remote northern part of the city, Shen Xingchen reached his destination in just over 10 minutes. Though Changnan was the provincial capital, not every part of it was developed. The area before him could be considered the poorest part of Changnan. No towering skyscrapers were in sight. As far as the eye could see were drab, low-rise houses. Some of the houses appeared to Shen Xingchen to be on the verge of collapse, ready to crumble at any moment. Bai Siye's home stood at the corner of the street. It too had a drab exterior, but at least it showed no large cracks and appeared reasonably sturdy. Shen Xingchen glanced at his wristwatch. 8:55. Their agreed meeting time was 9 o'clock in the morning. Without rushing, Shen Xingchen parked his electric scooter, planted his feet on the ground, and leaned his upper body over the handlebars, waiting for Bai Siye's arrival in the most comfortable position. Inside the house, a pair of large, bright eyes peered through the glass, quietly watching Shen Xingchen. Bai Xixing stared at the strange man who had inexplicably appeared in front of her house. She was curious about his identity. Suddenly, a chill swept over the back of her neck. Then Bai Xixing found herself lifted off her feet. Eat well and study hard. Bai Siye brought her younger sister before her and solemnly admonished. I'm going out to buy medicine today. You should stay home and take care of mom like you always do. If anything happens, send a message or call. Bai Xixing blinked her eyes and asked in a babyish voice. Are you going out to play with boys outside, sister? While guiding her to the dining table, Bai Siye explained. Grown-up matters aren't for little kids to meddle in. Remember to soak your bowl in the sink after eating. Mom, I've already fed him. You just need to turn him over every hour. After speaking, Bai Siye adjusted her clothes in the mirror by the door before slinging her bag over her shoulder and leaving. As the door clicked shut, Bai Xixing slumped at the table, pouting in frustration. She jabbed her chopsticks into a steamed bun on the plate, muttering in exasperation. I'm already in 6th grade, and she still treats me like a kid. Don't think I don't know you're dating, sis. She lifted her gaze to the transparent mineral water bottle in the center of the table. The top had been carefully cut off, leaving a half-empty bottle filled with water. A vibrant rose was arranged inside. And you say I'm the one in an early romance? You're the one in an early romance, humph. Bai Siye stepped out from behind the door. Shen Xingchen sat up and glanced casually at her watch. 8:57. 3 minutes early, good habit. Have you eaten? Shen Xingchen opened with the classic great xia greeting. I have. What about you? Bai Siye's reply was equally classic. I've eaten too. Here, for you. As he spoke, Shen Xingchen pulled 2 hard candies from his pocket. These hard candies came in the cheapest, most basic packaging found at street-side shops. Their wrappers sparkled with multicolored light under the sun, making them a favorite among children. Shen Xingchen popped one into his own mouth first. I grabbed these from home. Mint flavor. Watching his hand extend toward her, Bai Siye paused for a moment. She knew full well that these seemingly simple candies were anything but ordinary. Just like the milk tea he'd casually handed her yesterday. But as she watched Shen Xingchen's hand hovering in midair, Bai Siye pressed her lips together. The words of refusal remained unspoken. She simply took the candy from his hand. Tearing open the wrapper, the cool minty scent danced into her nostrils like a sprite, instantly invigorating her entire being. Just as she thought. Bai Siye thought to herself. She popped the candy into her mouth, and the peculiar sensation grew stronger, calming her thoughts. Where to? Shen Xingchen turned his head to ask, the crisp crunch of crushed mint candy echoing from his mouth. Truthfully, the moment the other person took the candy from his hand, he'd briefly considered grabbing their hand for 5 seconds to copy their talent. But it was just a fleeting thought. After all, that would be far too vulgar, perverted, and sleazy. The pharmacy. As the two emerged from the pharmacy, the sun was already high in the sky. Late February in Changnan already carried a hint of warmth under the direct sunlight. Shen Xingchen glanced down at his wristwatch once more. 9:38 a.m. It was still early. He remembered it clearly from his previous life. Bai Siya had been attacked at exactly 12:33 in the afternoon. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays blazing fiercely. The rising heat lulled everyone into drowsiness. It was precisely then that the assassin from the 10,000 Beasts sect struck. Are you in a hurry? Bai Siya glanced at Shen Xingchen. In less than an hour since they met, her deskmate had checked the time at least 7 or 8 times. Oh, no. Shen Xingchen waved his hand dismissively and asked, so, where do we go next? Hearing this, Bai Siya shot Shen Xingchen another puzzled look. Aren't you supposed to be buying something? I had my online order delivered yesterday, so I don't need to go back. Shen Xingchen suddenly felt a bit awkward. In his previous life, he'd barely ever gone shopping alone with a girl. In his past life, he had merely been Chu Shiryao's bag carrier and cashier boy. She always deliberately kept her distance from Shen Xingchen, rarely spending time alone with him outside. The rare times she did invite him shopping, other friends were always present. After graduating from university, Shen Xingchen's mind was consumed solely by martial arts cultivation. There was no room for romantic entanglements. For a moment, the esteemed martial saint found himself utterly at a loss. Bai Siya seemed to notice his awkwardness. She flicked a strand of hair from her forehead and pointed ahead with her finger. What about this? Shen Xingchen followed the direction of her finger. 5 bold characters leapt into view. Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. Wow, even on vacation, she's thinking about martial arts training. Bai Siya truly lived up to her reputation as the top student at Changnan First High School for 3 consecutive years. Her dedication and initiative were simply unmatched. Talent awakened yesterday, eager to test it today. Will you join me? As she spoke, Bai Siya brought both hands behind her neck, gathering her hair into a battle-ready ponytail. Her clean, delicate features were fully exposed to Shen Xingchen's gaze. He paused, taken aback. This was the first time Bai Siya had ever swept her bangs completely back. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her features flawless. Her composed expression, paired with her unique aura, gave off an air of unapproachable aloofness. Yet, the way Bai Siya tilted her head to look at Shen Xingchen shattered that aloofness, instead radiating a peculiar charm. This was a side of Bai Siya Shen Xingchen had never seen before. Of course. Shen Xingchen readily agreed. Chapter 29, The Might of the Ice Sovereign. After paying for and securing a private room, the two stood facing each other, weapons in hand. Shen Xingchen wielded the wooden longsword provided by the martial arts hall. Bai Siya, meanwhile, held a short dagger in each hand. She was one of the few students in Changnan City who did not cultivate the sword path. As for the reason? Well, daggers were simply cheaper. 10 daggers cost about the same as one long sword. Coming from a poor family, Bai Siya naturally chose the more affordable weapon. Yet, nearly every student in Changnan First High had fallen victim to this pair of daggers. The martial arts principle that an inch longer means an inch stronger seemed utterly ineffective against Bai Siya. Once combat commenced, she moved like a ghost. She closed in on her opponents from unexpected angles and in ways no one could anticipate. Then, with a single flick of her daggers, she would effortlessly end the fight. It was said that both her footwork and martial skills had reached the pinnacle of mastery. Ordinary students still lingered at the threshold of mastery. Only a select few exceptional students have barely reached the level of mastery. Bai Siya's martial skill proficiency now surpassed her peers by 2 tiers. And now, this famed short dagger demon of Changnan First High stood before Shen Xingchen. Her expression calm as a lake, she bowed and said, "Though we are friends, I will show no mercy. Battle is battle, friendship changes nothing." This was Bai Siya's unwavering life principle. Shen Xingchen, sword in hand, returned the bow. Of course. After the exchange of bows, Bai Siya's expression turned cold as her legs thrust off the ground. Her slender legs unleashed unimaginable power, propelling her body forward like an arrow. From Shen Xingchen's perspective, the icy-mannered Bai Siya transformed in an instant into a venomous serpent. Every ounce of force unleashed from the tail was channeled into the strike of the head. E-rank body technique, snake head strike. Simultaneously, the short daggers in Bai Siya's hands stabbed toward Shen Xingchen from 2 angles. The heart and the throat. Both were vital points. An ordinary person facing such an attack would surely panic, then frantically lean backward, losing their balance. From that moment on, the entire battle's momentum flowed seamlessly into Bai Siya's hands. The enemy would have no room left to resist. Yet facing this onslaught, Shen Xingchen stood his ground. His eyes narrowing. In the next instant, the blade of the long sword in his hand suddenly quivered. Though clearly a wooden blade, it now swayed in Shen Xingchen's grasp like a flexible whip. The wooden blade quivered and shook dozens of times in a single breath. The force generated by its constant trembling gathered along the blade, suspended yet unleashed. Until it reached a critical point. The wooden blade could no longer withstand the mounting force, and inch by inch, cracks began to appear along its length. But at that very moment, the wooden sword, which had resembled a flexible whip, suddenly snapped taut. A flash of bright yellow sword light streaked through the air. With two clangs, the short dagger fell to the ground. Bai Xie's diving form froze abruptly. Shen Xingchen's wooden sword now hovered mere inches from her throat. In a single strike, he had disarmed two weapons. Yet its force and precision remained undiminished, the tip now pointing directly at the enemy's vital point. That explosive power, that precision, that exquisite swordsmanship. It was utterly unlike what one would expect from a high school student. Moreover, once Shen Xingchen unleashed his strike, he could actually alter the very nature of the blade itself. Bai Xie's eyes flickered as an astonishing term flashed through her mind. The E-grade sword technique, straight within the curve, truly divine. In his previous life, Shen Xingchen had been a martial saint, immersed in the way of the sword for years and engaged in life and death combat for years. How could he not have mastered a few masterful sword techniques? And thanks to the existence of the mirror heart talent, he had mastered a full 27 divine martial arts techniques. 13 E-rank martial arts techniques. 7 D-rank martial arts techniques. 3 C-rank martial arts techniques. 2 B-rank martial arts techniques. 1 A-rank martial skill. 1 S-rank martial art. Among these 27 martial arts techniques, nearly 90% were sword techniques. This curve within the straight is one of the techniques he has mastered. It excels in instantaneous bursts of power and striking down enemies after they've attacked. It was perfectly suited for the situation just now. How about it? Shen Xingchen didn't need to sheath his sword. The wooden longsword in his grasp had long since been overwhelmed, shattering into splinters that drifted through the air. Bai Xie's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Shen Xingchen, a faint smile appearing on her lips. You've lost. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen jolted in shock. He instantly realized something, leaping backward as if burned, then looked down at his feet. There, the fallen dagger's tip had sprouted an inch-long icicle at some unknown moment. This exquisite ice spike had pierced his toe. Another centimeter deeper, and the tip would have pierced his right foot. The icy power would instantly freeze the qi and blood circulating within his body. With qi and blood blocked, his body would stiffen, making even swinging his sword a grueling ordeal. At that point, Bai Xie turning defeat into victory would be incredibly easy. Realizing this, Shen Xingchen leapt forward again, slapping Bai Xie's shoulder in shock. Holy crap, just one night and you've fully mastered your innate talent? Your qi and blood have fully transformed into ice attributes even at the martial trainee realm, you can channel them onto your weapon. Bai Xie, you're incredible. As Shen Xingchen praised her, he counted silently in his mind. 5 seconds later, a new realization dawned upon him. S-rank talent, Ice Master, replicated. Suddenly, a cool, icy sensation erupted from Shen Xingchen's heart. This sensation surged through his heartbeat into his bloodstream, then flowed through his veins to every limb and bone. In the blink of an eye, the vital energy coursing through Shen Xingchen's meridians transformed from a pure crimson to an icy blue. Though the volume remained unchanged, the energy contained within nearly doubled after this transformation. Ice-attributed qi and blood transformed in the blink of an eye. After replicating the talent, Shen Xingchen had mastered Bai Xie's martial talent, Ice Master, in the blink of an eye. Shen Xingchen discreetly withdrew his hand from the other's shoulder, inwardly marveling. Not bad, not bad. It was worth pretending to lose. Indeed, the Shen Xingchen of moments past had deliberately feigned ignorance of the short dagger's peculiarity. As a reincarnated martial saint, his soul and experiences from 2 lifetimes had fused, granting him perception far surpassing others of his tier. Within 10 meters of him, not even the slightest rustle of wind or grass could escape his notice. The ice shard sprouting silently from the dagger beneath his feet could not escape Shen Xingchen's keen senses. His earlier pretense of ignorance was merely a ploy to create a plausible excuse to touch Bai Xie's body, all for the sake of replicating her innate talent. Now, his objective was accomplished. Bai Xie, of course, remained unaware of Shen Xingchen's tactics. Seeing Shen Xingchen's heartfelt praise, a rosy flush spread across her cheeks. Chapter 30, Baiting with Her Body. Truthfully, she received such compliments frequently at school. Yet the same words carried different weight depending on who uttered them. Who was Shen Xingchen? The first rule system talent in Changnan City, backed by a mysterious clan, wielding sword techniques of divine mastery. Every morsel she consumed was of a quality Bai Xie could only dream of. That such a figure would give her all and still fall to her, then sincerely praise her afterward. This stirred a long-dormant sense of fulfillment within Bai Xie. She didn't notice the large hand resting on her shoulder, nor did she sense that her S-grade martial talent had been replicated. Her eyes gleaming, she declared. Since I truly began training in martial arts, I have never been defeated. This was her sole source of pride. Shen Xingchen believed her words. Only as a reincarnated individual could he handle Bai Xie with such ease, even coaxing her to achieve his own ends. Had this been his former self? He'd probably have been beaten so badly by Xie that he'd have been Ting himself. No comparison at all. He nodded, tossing aside the wooden sword now reduced to a stub of a hilt, and said sincerely, "Impressive." Xie's eyes shone brighter, their depths rippling with both watery glints and starlight, as if an entire galaxy lay within them. Again. Shen Xingchen nodded and retrieved another wooden sword from the nearby rack. He kept a watchful eye on his surroundings while sparring with Xie. After Xie revealed her trump card, Shen Xingchen didn't deliberately hold back. Since advancing his talent yesterday, his vitality had surged to a staggering 6388, elevating him to the realm of a 6-star martial artist. Higher cultivation meant superior physical prowess and sharper reflexes, combined with his exquisitely mastered sword techniques. Even if he could only employ grade sword techniques, defeating Xie would still be a breeze. The bright yellow sword light flashed countless times within the martial arts hall. Xie's dagger was replaced time and again. Even the web of her thumb bled from the immense force, droplets of blood cracking open. Her first defeat was handed to Shen Xingchen in this unassuming martial arts hall. Yet Xie's gaze grew ever brighter. She sensed that the two martial arts techniques she had long been stuck at the pinnacle of mastery. The seemingly insurmountable barriers now held glimmers of breakthrough through each successive sparring session. Shen Xingchen seemed to be deliberately guiding her, helping her uncover the flaws within her own martial arts techniques. Until Shen Xingchen once again knocked Xie's dagger from her grasp. He sheathed his sword and stood, observing the slightly breathless Xie as he said, "The realm of transcendence may sound profound, but fundamentally, it boils down to two things. First, a solid foundation. Every step taken, every flick of the dagger, every strike of the sword must be executed with flawless precision, reaching the pinnacle of perfection so much so that virtually no external factor can disrupt it. Whether it be an enemy, the weather, or any other factor, none can ever disrupt the execution of your martial arts. This, I see you have already achieved." Shen Xingchen paused briefly. In the next instant, the veins on his right hand bulged like serpents as he swung his long sword with fierce force. Gathering power, raising the arm, and swinging the blade, 3 actions completed in the blink of an eye. Throughout the sword's arc, the wooden blade continued to vibrate hundreds of times. Within the tremors, its might crystallized and erupted abruptly. A sharp sword wind whistled past, blowing Xie's hanging bangs high into the air. The second was grasping the true essence. Just like this sword technique of mine, beginners must start with a soft sword, while advanced practitioners use a hard sword. Progressing from soft to hard, one must carefully discern the differences between them. In the end, whether the sword in one's hand is soft or hard becomes irrelevant. The user wields it as they will, bending within straightness, straightness within bending. Come, strike at me with your dagger. With that, Shen Xingchen stood firm, gripping his cracked wooden sword, and looked at Xie. Xie pondered Shen Xingchen's words, then shifted her gaze to the dense network of cracks covering the sword in his hand. Could such a sword truly still be used in battle? It would probably snap before the enemy even had a chance to strike, wouldn't it? She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust Shen Xingchen. The next moment, she crouched low, her entire body darting forward like a venomous snake striking. This time, the short dagger in her hand no longer aimed for vital points on Shen Xingchen's body. Instead, it aimed for the long sword in Shen Xingchen's hand. For a swordsman, a broken blade meant his life was now in another's hands. Good choice. Shen Xingchen murmured his approval as the muscles in his right arm bulged instantly. In the next instant, the nearly shattered long sword in his hand whipped out like a flexible whip. Crack! The blade whipped around, coiling tightly around Xie's short dagger and sweeping it away entirely. In that instant, the balance of offense and defense shifted. The swordsman's blade remained firmly in his grasp. The attacker's dagger vanished from his grasp. Flexible yet firm, finding straightness within curves, and curves within straightness. This is the essence of technique. As for your snake head and dagger techniques, in my view, they should be. Shen Xingchen, like a patient and guiding teacher, explained his perspective on martial arts while continuously refining the flaws in his opponent's techniques during their sparring. Time slipped away unnoticed. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. Xie had never experienced such a thoroughly exhilarating duel. Guided by Shen Xingchen, she sensed she was nearing the threshold of mastery. She looked at Shen Xingchen, convinced this peer held countless secrets. Despite possessing such profound insights into martial arts, why did he consistently fail the martial arts overview course? With such breathtaking sword skills, why did he always avoid combat during practical training, taking leave whenever possible? Could a boy of this age truly shrug off the envious gazes of his peers? Any other peer possessing Shen Xingchen's astonishing background, or his profound insights into martial arts, or his own formidable martial prowess. Possessing just one of these traits would make boys his age act like amorous apes, eager to pound their chests in public to advertise themselves to the world and attract the opposite sex. In that light, Shen Xingchen truly stood out as a rare oddity. Thankfully, he hadn't deliberately kept it from me. Xie thought to herself. Shen Xingchen glanced at his wristwatch. 12:05. It was getting close. He looked at Xie and said, "Let's go. Find somewhere to eat." He couldn't just hide out at the martial arts hall forever. If today didn't present a good opportunity to strike, the enemy would bide their time patiently, waiting until Bai Xie returned home. Then Bai Xie alone would be like a lamb led to the slaughter, facing mortal danger. Therefore, Shen Xingchen decided to use himself as bait and strike first. Bai Xie nodded, feeling the wallet in her pocket. I know this area well. I'll treat you to lunch. Shen Xingchen had paid for the martial arts hall this morning, now it was her turn. Bai Xie thought to herself. Chapter 31, Awakening. Fortunately, after purchasing medicine and daily necessities, she still had plenty left from the rewards given by the S-rank talent awakening school and the city government. She couldn't shortchange her friend. Besides, Bai Xie knew. Shen Xingchen's meticulous guidance at the martial arts dojo alone was worth far more than a meal or two. Even 100 meals might barely scratch the surface of repaying this martial enlightenment. But being unable to repay it didn't mean she could feel at ease about not repaying it. Even a 10 yuan bowl of stir-fried noodles with clay pot soup at least represented her intention to repay. Once I become truly skilled, I will repay it in full, she thought. At the same time, she worried that a wealthy young man like Shen Xingchen might not appreciate the simple street-side eateries, let alone the food she loved. Thus, though Bai Xie's expression remained calm, her toes curled nervously inside her shoes. When Bai Xie offered to treat him to a meal, Shen Xingchen naturally didn't refuse. Sure. Thanks, he said, stepping out of the martial arts dojo alongside Bai Xie. Hearing his agreement, Bai Xie exhaled a barely perceptible sigh of relief. She walked beside Shen Xingchen as they exited the martial arts hall. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays beating down fiercely. The fierce spring sunlight wasn't scorching, but carried a wearying warmth. How wonderful! She'd won the prize she'd longed for, could buy better medicine for her mother, could get her little sister the dress she'd been dreaming of, and had made such wonderful friends. How wonderful! Bai Xie squinted against the sunlight, feeling for the first time that life could be this beautiful. Just then, a silver flash of light darted across the fiery, golden glow of the sun. In an instant, Bai Xie felt a chill at the corner of her eye as a piercing cold wind, carrying a foul stench, swept toward her. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xie reached for the dagger at her waist. But it was too slow. This sudden assassin was undoubtedly a trained martial artist. The speed of the startling thrust was so swift that Bai Xie couldn't even draw the dagger hanging at her waist. Just as despair washed over her, a thunderous roar exploded beside her ear. The sword technique, startled insects, was masterful. As the sword flashed, thunder roared, awakening all living things and startling every malevolent spirit. This thunderclap exploded directly beside the ears of the beast cult assassin. In that instant, the beast cult warrior felt a sharp pain in both ears, plunging him into a state of dizziness. However, being a formally trained warrior, his chi and blood had long been thoroughly integrated, greatly enhancing his resistance. With a single circulation of chi and blood, the short assassin, Beast 7, snapped out of his dizziness. The circulation of vital energy took but half a breath. Moreover, it wasn't just Bai Xie who had assassins targeting her. As a rule-type talent holder, Shen Xingchen naturally had assassins assigned to him as well. Beast 7 refused to believe that the student beside him could ignore the other assassins. Most crucially, as a martial artist, his vital energy had fused with his bones, muscles, and skin, making his entire body resemble iron armor. How could this prodigious martial disciple be pierced? At best, it would leave a white scratch. Yet when his consciousness cleared and he attempted to swing his blade again, his entire body felt limp and powerless. The short knife clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, a stabbing pain surged through his throat. Beast 7 looked down to see a massive gash had cleanly pierced his entire neck, severing the windpipe within. Only a sliver of skin clung to the back of his neck, preventing his head from severing completely. Martial disciple versus martial artist. A single strike, nearly decapitating him. But what made Shou Qi's eyes nearly pop out of his head was this. The assassin who had struck down Shen Xingchen was in the same predicament. A terrifying sword wound pierced through the neck, with a thin thread of flesh and blood connecting the head to the body. Just one strike. Just one sword strike. Shen Xingchen, a mere martial apprentice, had slain 2 full-fledged martial artists. The birth of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Shen Xingchen's face was cold as ice as he stepped forward. He twisted his left hand with a light flick. The sound of flesh tearing echoed. Beast 7's head was snatched up by Shen Xingchen like a soccer ball and hurled toward the other assassin. 2 heads collided, tumbling to the ground together and rolling away with a gurgling sound. After doing all this, Shen Xingchen turned to look at Bai Xie. She had already gripped 2 short daggers tightly in her hands, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Shen Xingchen. Just as Shen Xingchen was about to ask if she was all right, he suddenly saw her wide eyes narrow sharply. Almost instinctively, Shen Xingchen swung his sword horizontally. A dark crack flickered silently beside him, and a dagger, poisoned in dark green, slithered out like a venomous snake. What should have been an unavoidable strike was blocked by Shen Xingchen's astonishing reflexes and extraordinary agility. Yet even though he parried it, the immense force and powerful recoil surging through his hands sent Shen Xingchen staggering back several steps. Had it not been for his mastery of the divine-level footwork technique, the rock-solid step, he would have been sent flying backward like a. Yet even as he barely steadied himself, a searing pain shot through both hands, and his heart sank. Late-stage martial artist strength, even peak martial artist power. Moreover, the opponent possessed spatial abilities or a treasure artifact. Meanwhile, not far away, the martial masters and martial lords assigned by the Shen family to protect him were now being held back by other assassins of the 10,000 Beasts sect. As the world's most formidable criminal organization, the 10,000 Beasts sect never spared resources for assassination missions. Had martial masters or higher-ranked individuals not appeared inexplicably too conspicuous to be concealed by the spatial orb, the assassin sent to target Shen Xingchen and his companion would have been at least a martial lord. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Xingchen gripped his sword hilt tightly. A deep, faint light flickered across its surface. The Hunyuan Shen iron sword had been gifted to him by Song Qingxuan, the great Xia sword immortal and half-step martial god. It carried the might of Song Qingxuan's sword strike. This was Shen Xingchen's greatest source of confidence. Should he unleash this strike, not only would the martial artist concealed within the spatial fissure before him be obliterated, but the entire street would be reduced to dust. But was it not a waste to wield a strike nearly on par with a martial god against a mere minor martial artist? Shen Xingchen gripped the divine weapon tightly, its surface glistening faintly. Possessing the Yupaishio devouring heaven body, wielding a top-tier divine weapon, and mastering over a dozen transcendent martial arts techniques. Even if his physical prowess fell far short of his opponents, Shen Xingchen still possessed the capability to engage in battle. Strike with full force. Someone's coming. This kid's no pushover, take him out first. Take him down within 30 seconds. A sharp, high-pitched voice echoed from the pitch-black fissure. Then, a slightly deeper voice echoed in response. In the next instant, the tiny fissure abruptly widened, revealing two figures clad in black robes, their faces concealed by white masks, emerging from the crack. Two peak-level martial artist assassins. One wielded a short dagger with a sinister green blade, its surface tempered with deadly poison. The other gripped a massive blade with both hands, its width nearly encompassing his entire body. Yet none noticed the figure above, clad in white robes, suspended in the clouds like a deity, surveying everything below. Chapter 32, One Sword, One Beheading. Shen Xingchen's heart sank as he looked upon the two followers of the 10,000 Beasts cult before him. The gap between a martial artist who had reached the pinnacle and one who had just entered the realm of martial arts was immense. The former possessed barely over 10 points of vital energy, with their chi barely circulating through the entire body, yet their endurance in prolonged combat was vastly enhanced. Yet in terms of explosive power, such warriors were not vastly different from martial apprentices like them. But martial artists at the peak realm possessed vitality nearing 100 points, their chi permeating their bones, seeping into their flesh, and saturating their skin. Even standing still, ordinary martial practitioners couldn't break through their defenses. The disparity in physical prowess between them is measured in tenfold increments. Run! I'll hold them off. As the two enemies appeared, Bai Siye gripped her short dagger in reverse, stepping before Shen Xingchen and murmuring. Her body slightly hunched, she stood poised like a taut bowstring, ready to spring. The tip of the dagger in her hand glistened with a sharp, inch-long ice shard, radiating a chill. In Bai Siye's view, no matter how exceptional Shen Xingchen's skills were, they were useless if his attacks lacked the power to break through defenses. At times like this, her frigid blood essence was essential. The power of the Ice Lord, bitter cold, piercing intent, excels at shattering defenses. Even if she couldn't defeat these two followers of the 10,000 Beasts cult, she could at least buy Shen Xingchen some time to escape. Better one death than two. Such tender affection between them, this peerless pair truly touching. The short, dagger-wielding man cackled. But you. Before he could finish, his feet slammed into the ground. Power surged from his feet, a colossal force rising from his lower body and surging into his hands. In the next instant, the poison-tipped dagger in his hand shot forward like a sharp arrow. Its speed was so blindingly fast that Bai Siye could only catch a fleeting trail of sparks. Her eyes widened to their limits, her fingers gripping the dagger so tightly they nearly sweated. No, she still couldn't see clearly. Just then, Shen Xingchen moved. The muscles in his right arm bulged as the cold, thin sword sliced through the air at an astonishing speed. As the dagger flew toward him, a brilliant semicircle of sword light suddenly surged around Shen Xingchen. The sword light, as cold and clear as moonlight, directly blocked the incoming daggers. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, Shen Xingchen sent both daggers flying backward, striking straight toward the pale-faced cultist. The E-rank sword technique, Crescent Moon Dance, executed with divine mastery. A rare defensive sword technique, mastered only after reaching the realm of divine perfection in martial arts. Not only did it block the enemy's attack, but it also harnessed the force of the enemy's strike to counterattack with even greater ferocity. Thus, the two poison-coated daggers flying backward now carried even greater speed than before. Sonic booms echoed through the air, causing the pupils of the diminutive beast cult followers to suddenly contract. Fast. Too fast. This was simply not a speed a mere martial disciple could unleash. At that moment, the towering man gripping the massive blade raised it with unimaginable speed. Though the blade was as wide as a man and thick as a tree trunk, in his hands it moved with the effortless grace of paper. With a single swing and shift of the blade, the poison-coated dagger was easily parried. "Cut the crap, I'm male, you're female." After parrying the strike, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. The towering man, now wielding his massive blade, charged toward Shen Xingchen like a primordial beast. With each step he took, the ground beneath trembled, radiating an utterly terrifying presence. On the other side, the diminutive assassin drew 2 more daggers from his waist and charged toward Bai Siye with even greater speed. Sensing the imminent danger, Shen Xingchen tightened his grip on the sword hilt, the attack coalescing within it nearly unleashed. Suddenly, a familiar aura surged into Shen Xingchen's senses. Then, a gray figure crashed directly out from the entrance of the martial arts hall. In the next instant, a silver blade flashed like a silver ribbon, striking directly at the giant sword-wielding man's throat. The sheer speed and overwhelming momentum forced the aggressive man to halt abruptly. Lin Shenshu, Shen Xingchen's private tutor. The top-tier prodigy who awakened S-rank talent last year. It was also last year that she was ambushed by members of the 10,000 Beasts sect, suffering severe injuries that caused her to miss the college entrance exams. Consequently, Lin Shenshu repeated her senior year and was hired by the Shen family as a tutor to guide Shen Xingchen's martial arts cultivation. After all, students often understand students better. And because of her own experiences, she harbored an extreme hatred for the 10,000 Beasts sect. Her first move was a killing strike. After repeating the year, her S-tier talent, coupled with the Shen family's cultivation. In just 1 year, her vitality had skyrocketed to a terrifying 88 points, mere inches from the peak of martial mastery. Such a formidable foe could not be ignored, not even by the followers of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Seeing Lin Shenshu block the giant sword for him, Shen Xingchen hesitated not a moment. His feet slammed against the ground as he drew his sword and lunged forward. Unlike Bai Siye's ethereal stride, Shen Xingchen's strides were as heavy as boulders, yet carried an unstoppable, colossal momentum. At that very moment, another thunderclap reverberated across the battlefield. Awakening! The diminutive assassin's heart lurched, his pace instantly slowing by a third. Yet in that very instant of hesitation, Shen Xingchen's form crashed forward like a colossal beast. "You dare to clash with me head-on?" A savage grin twisted the assassin's face. A student who isn't even a martial artist, with less than 8 points of vitality. How dare he go toe-to-toe with a peak martial artist boasting 95 vitality points? A grasshopper trying to stop a cart utterly delusional. The trajectory of the short dagger in his hand shifted abruptly. The poison-coated, dark green tip flashed through the air, trailing a foul, stinking gust. A cold wind, carrying that foul stench, swept toward him. Shen Xingchen's expression remained calm as he meticulously tracked the opponent's movements. In the next instant, a burst of multicolored light erupted within his mind. Mirror realm of 10,000 phenomena. In an instant, the diminutive assassin felt a sudden emptiness within his body, as if a portion of his strength had inexplicably vanished. Yet, overwhelmed by the thrill of being on the verge of slaying a top-tier genius, he dismissed this strange sensation as mere illusion. A staggering 95 points of vitality surged into Shen Xingchen's body. None of them realized that the vital energy within Shen Xingchen had already doubled. His strength surged wildly, the frigid vital energy coursing through his meridians connecting his entire body, briefly elevating him to the realm of a martial artist. Upon reaching the martial artist realm, one could wield D-rank sword techniques. Thus, under the stunned gazes of all present, a razor-sharp long sword whistled through the air, a brilliant streak of sword light shooting skyward. Grade D sword technique, flying swallow executed with divine precision. Shen Xingchen, who had seemed as solid as a boulder, suddenly moved with the grace of a soaring wild goose, vanishing without a trace. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the short assassin's supposedly fatal strike. Then, Shen Xingchen bent his knees slightly, channeling his chi and blood with frenzied intensity into his legs and right arm. Nearly 20 points of frigid vital energy granted him strength equivalent to 40 points of ordinary vital energy. In the next instant, he soared skyward like a swift swallow. Simultaneously, the long sword in his hand shot upward. Soaring into the air alongside it were a spray of blood and a head covered in white powder. One strike, one decapitation. Chapter 33, Breaking Through the Enemy. The defensive prowess that peak martial artists pride themselves on meant nothing. As the enemy who had drained his vital energy perished, Shen Xingchen's self-enhanced, colossal vital energy dissipated. The sudden surge of vitality and the explosive burst of frenzied power left every cell in his body screaming in agony. Indescribable agony and tearing sensations radiated from every part of his body. Shen Xingchen's expression remained unchanged as he landed lightly, his form as graceful as a swallow. Silently, he activated the Paishio devouring heaven body, instantly placing every cell in his body into an open state. If the Paishio could devour the heavens, what in the world could it not consume? Even the agony and the tearing sensations could be devoured. After one full cycle of the Paishio devouring heaven body, Shen Xingchen felt his entire body relax. Though some discomfort remained, the excruciating pain that had nearly caused him to faint had vanished. At least wielding his sword against enemies was no longer a challenge. Moreover, Shen Xingchen keenly sensed that the cells within his body were now attempting to devour the enemy's vital energy dissipating in the air. Alas, the single-tiered Paishu devouring heaven body lacked such terrifying suction. At best, it could only consume internal energy, unable to affect the dissipating vital energy in the external world. But if he cultivated it to higher levels, Shen Xingchen might just be able to transform this temporarily acquired vital energy into something permanent. The future held promise. He never imagined that the body forging technique he'd chosen could actually synergize with his martial arts talent. It was utterly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen was adjusting his body. Meanwhile, the others on the battlefield had long been stunned speechless by Shen Xingchen's miraculous sword strike. A 6-star martial disciple defeating a 9-star martial artist? Slaying an opponent 6 ranks above him with a single strike? And to top it off, he executed a D-rank sword technique with otherworldly mastery? Any one of these feats would be earth-shattering news in the outside world. Yet now, every single one of these miracles had manifested in Shen Xingchen alone. How could they not be stunned? For the followers of the Great Sword Cult, this was nothing short of terrifying. Who could have imagined that what was supposed to be a surefire assassination would turn into this? For Bai Siye and Lin Xinshui, however, it was pure delight. Bai Siye's eyes sparkled as she muttered under her breath. "You big liar. What happened to not holding back during a 2-on-1 fight?" In actual combat, Bai Siye, couldn't even discern the trajectory of the opponent's blades. Yet Shen Xingchen had severed his opponent's head with a single strike, securing an effortless victory. The gap between them was like a chasm. Recalling their previous duel, she flushed at the memory of boasting before Shen Xingchen that she had never been defeated. Bai Siye felt her face flush with embarrassment at the very thought. This wasn't holding back, it was like he was letting her win by a landslide. Lin Xinshui was equally filled with astonishment. This student, who had seemed as unworkable as rotten wood in her eyes, had delivered such a tremendous surprise. After all, during every previous lesson with Shen Xingchen would either zone out or sneak away. He was completely undisciplined, showing no real commitment to martial cultivation, a total slacker. Now it seemed he hadn't been unwilling to train, he'd simply looked down on what she taught. Surprise aside, the battle continued. Lin Xinshui keenly seized the moment when the greatsword cultist's focus wavered, thrusting her long sword forward with sudden ferocity. During the thrust, the blade trembled violently, like rippling water or a whipping whip. The moment the tip reached the opponent's throat, the trembling blade abruptly stiffened. A colossal force of sharp intent erupted violently. With a single strike, a gruesome gash split open the entire length of the opponent's neck. Equally masterful swordsmanship. Simultaneously, Bai Siye swung her short dagger, desperately disrupting the enemy's movements. Though merely a 5-star martial trainee, her S-rank talent allowed her to project frigid chi outward, rendering her effectiveness no less than that of lower-tier martial artists. The two women fought the enemy together, driving the giant sword-wielding cultist into a relentless retreat, his defeat becoming increasingly apparent. However, Shen Xingchen, observing from the sidelines, keenly noticed. Though the greatsword cultist appeared to be retreating step by step, their hands remained terrifyingly steady. Moreover, every strike from Lin Xinshui and Bai Siye was flawlessly parried. Most terrifyingly, the greatsword emitted a familiar vibration one Shen Xingchen recognized instantly. It was the same martial technique as the half-moon dance, absorbing the enemy's attack before unleashing it in an instant. Given the physical prowess of this greatsword warrior, once the counterforce erupted, Lin Xinshui and Bai Siye would undoubtedly be gravely injured. At that point, their cultivation progress would be drastically slowed. Sensing this, Shen Xingchen, who had been adjusting his posture, quietly sought a vantage point for his strike. As the opponent prepared to unleash his attack, Shen Xingchen took a step forward, thrusting his long sword like a coiling dragon. The greatsword assassin felt an icy chill at the back of his neck. He whirled around, bellowing, "Come on then!" He never intended to kill the two women, Bai Siye and Lin Xinshui. In the eyes of the greatsword cult, the combined talent of these two women couldn't hold a candle to Shen Xingchen alone. Rather than wounding both women, it would be better to eliminate Shen Xingchen alone. He had been waiting for Shen Xingchen to make his move. Thus, the moment Shen Xingchen moved, the already burly figure of the giant sword cultist swelled further. His muscles bulged like inflated balloons. His form instantly grew to a towering 3 meters. The long sword that had aimed for his opponent's neck now barely reached his chest. Martial talent, little giant. Muscle strength doubled, defensive power doubled, stature enhanced. Facing the gleaming silver blade thrust toward him, a blood-red glint flashed in the giant sword assassin's eyes. He neither blocked nor dodged, allowing the blade to pierce straight toward his heart. Meanwhile, the great sword in his grasp came crashing down upon Shen Xingchen like a mountain collapsing. Exchanging wounds for wounds. He refused to believe Shen Xingchen, a mere martial apprentice, could pierce his heart with a single strike. He was no weakling like that short assassin. The thought that this top-tier genius, destined to make a name for himself across the land, was about to die by his hand. A flicker of excitement passed through the giant sword cultist's eyes. But the next instant, a chill spread from his chest to his back. All his strength drained from his body in an instant. In disbelief, he looked down at his own chest. The gleaming silver blade was embedded in his heart, trembling slightly. One strike, straight through the heart. All his defenses, all his enhancements before the primordial mystic iron bestowed by his martial godmother proved as fragile as paper. Shen Xingchen's wrist flickered slightly. The blade in his hand whirled like a blender, shredding the opponent's heart to pulp. The mountain-like colossus crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The massive sword in his hand crashed down toward Shen Xingchen with a thud. Shen Xingchen sidestepped effortlessly. Amidst the swirling dust, he sheathed his sword. A flash of cold steel vanished, replaced by the crisp, pleasing sound of the blade sliding into its scabbard. Shen Xingchen leapt forward, turning to the two girls he knew so well. He smiled and said, "Killed a few beasts before lunch to warm up. Better eat more at noon." Chapter 34, The Black Gold Belt. Welcome home, Master. Who else could be the master of the Shen family besides Shen Lang? Could it be anyone other than Song Qingxuan? Listening to the maids' voices, Shen Lang sat back on the sofa, trembling slightly. He picked up the teacup from the coffee table and took a small sip. Then he turned on the television, staring intently at the screen as if completely oblivious to everything happening around him. Until a white figure stepped forward, the crisp sound of a long sword being placed on the table making Shen Lang's body tremble. Only then did he feign surprise and exclaim with a smile. "Ah, honey, you're back." Song Qingxuan's face also wore a smile. "Yes, I'm back. Come, let's go inside." Early the next morning, Shen Xingchen grabbed the black gold belt from beside the bed and fastened it around his waist. This was a precious treasure Song Qingxuan had discovered during her exploration of the ruins. Its preciousness and formidable power were in no way inferior to the Han Yuan Xian iron. Though it appeared to be just a belt, the moment the wearer focused their intent, the immense energy stored within unchanged for millennia would erupt in an instant. Subsequently, Shen Xingchen's body would be enveloped in a layer of black gold armor. Empowered by this armor, Shen Xingchen could withstand attacks from opponents two major cultivation realms above him, despite being merely a martial trainee. In other words, while wearing the belt, even ordinary martial masters would find it impossible to harm Shen Xingchen. Moreover, as Shen Xingchen's martial prowess grew, the belt's power would increase accordingly. According to Song Qingxuan's tests, the belt could withstand a full power strike from a martial king realm practitioner. Such defensive prowess surpassed all commercially available armor. Unlike ordinary armor, it was remarkably lightweight. This black gold belt felt as light as air, causing no hindrance to movement or martial skill execution, a truly revolutionary creation. As Shen Xingchen fastened the belt, Song Qingxuan's words from last night's dinner echoed in his ears. "Son, I know your skills are exceptional and your talent remarkable, but above all else, never act recklessly. Remember, I won't always be there to protect you. Tomorrow, the top students of Changnan will undergo tests to determine rankings. Take this belt and use it. Ordinary foes shouldn't be able to harm you now." Lost in thought, Shen Xingchen finished his morning routine and hurried to Changnan First High School, carrying his lunchbox and backpack. Unlike yesterday, Shen Xingchen was still riding his plain, unremarkable little electric scooter. But as he rode along, envious glances kept darting his way. People pointed at him and whispered, Look, that's Shen Xingchen. An S-tier rule talent? If I could awaken a talent of that caliber, I'd gladly trade my life of luxury for it, driving fancy cars and living in mansions every day. I heard it's a late-game talent, not very strong early on, not even matching ordinary S-rank or even A-rank talents. True enough, martial arts performance is constrained by cultivation level and physical prowess. But once the martial realm reaches its late stages, this talent becomes nothing short of unbeatable. Give it a rest, you bunch of D and E rank talents. Who do you think you are judging an S-rank rule talent? Why don't you take a good look at yourselves in the mirror? Shen Xingchen paid no heed to the mixed murmurs of praise and criticism. After all, they were discussing the S-tier rule talent, Mirror Heart. What did that have to do with his SSS tier talent, 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Mirror? Shen Xingchen entered the classroom. This time, unlike before, the students weren't chatting among themselves. Instead, every head was craned toward the doorway, eyes fixed intently, all eyes fixed on the entrance, eagerly awaiting Shen Xingchen's arrival. The moment Shen Xingchen appeared, the classroom erupted like a boiling pot. A barrage of concerned voices followed. Xingchen, we heard you were targeted yesterday. Are you okay? What are you talking about? Shen Xingchen awakened an S-class rule talent. Good fortune favors the righteous. What could possibly happen to him? Brother Chen, you're my god. Don't forget to pull us up when you make it big. Shen Xingchen, who had previously been as invisible as a ghost in the class, was now the center of attention, the star everyone gathered around. Truly, when you're poor, even in a bustling city, no one cares. When you're rich, even in the deepest mountains, distant relatives appear. Awakening an S-tier rule talent is practically like striking it rich overnight. But that's only human nature. Shen Xingchen responded to his classmates' concern with nothing but smiles and nods. No sooner had he sat down than Chu Shiyao, seated in front of him, turned around. Her face wore a look of concern as she asked, Xingchen, I'm so relieved you're okay. I sent you so many messages after seeing the news yesterday, but you didn't reply to any of them. Shen Xingchen replied expressionlessly. My phone blew up. I couldn't reply. As he spoke, Shen Xingchen pulled out his phone and sent by Sia a question mark emoji. Class was about to start, yet the other person still hadn't arrived. Seeing Bai Sia reply with a puppy tilting its head emoji, confirming she was okay, Shen Xingchen finally looked up. The moment he did, he caught Chu Shiryao staring intently at the phone in his hand. Oh, it just got fixed today. Shen Xingchen shrugged indifferently. Chu Shiryao forced an ugly smile onto her face. Her hands, hidden beneath the desk, were already clenched into fists, itching to punch right through Shen Xingchen's nose. Yet despite this, she still managed to say in a saccharine voice. It's fine. As long as you're okay. Oh, right, here's the breakfast I brought for you. I specifically got red bean paste buns and chocolate milk, all your favorites. Chu Shiryao placed the two breakfasts on Shen Xingchen's desk. As she gazed at the two breakfasts on the desk, a flicker of heartache crossed Chu Shiryao's eyes. Breakfast at Frost Snow Pavilion, these two sets alone cost 2,000 great xia coins. She couldn't bear to eat something this good herself. And she was giving some to Shen Xingchen. Giving it to Shen Xingchen was one thing, but giving it to Bai Sia too. Is there any justice left in this world? Is there any justice? Little did she know, Shen Xingchen didn't even glance at the breakfast on the table. He just waved his hand and said, got it. Turn back around. Your spinning around is really killing my appetite. Snap. Chu Shiryao snapped her manicured nails clean off. She could no longer maintain her smile, turning away with a cold expression. What did he mean by ruining her appetite? Does that mean she's ugly? Ridiculous. She was the school beauty. How many people in the entire school adored her? Just as she was thinking this, a bespectacled boy with a center-parted hairstyle appeared at the classroom door. He carried an exquisitely crafted lunchbox. Its packaging featured a breathtaking scene of frost and snow falling from the sky, utterly enchanting and deeply evocative. It was also breakfast from Frost Snow Tower. The guy with the center part scanned the classroom. When he spotted Chu Shiryao, his face lit up with a bright smile. He hurried over, placed the lunchbox on her desk, and said affectionately, Yao Yao, I heard you mention yesterday that you wanted to try Frost Snow Pavilion's breakfast. I got it for you. Eat while it's still warm. Seeing the lunchbox on her desk, Chu Shiryao offered a polite smile. She discreetly glanced behind her, a hint of smugness flickering in her eyes. Chapter 35, Written Exam. Shen Xingchen, see that? If you won't bring me breakfast, plenty of others will. So, feeling the pressure now? Still playing hard to get? If you don't hurry up, someone else might sweep me off my feet. She didn't even notice Shen Xingchen was too busy shoveling food into his mouth to bother looking up. Chu Shiryao thought to herself as she thanked aloud. Oh my, I only mentioned it in passing, thank you so much. Just then, Bai Sia walked in from the doorway and sat down at the table. Shen Xingchen finally lifted his head from his bowl and muttered. You're finally here. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your mindset. Hurry up and eat. Chu Shiryao brought us double portions you need to replenish your nutrients. Bai Sia glanced at the meal box on the table, pursed her lips, then shifted her gaze to the box on Shen Xingchen's desk. The aroma was rich, and the quality was top-notch. Both the smell and appearance were far superior to those from Frost Snow Pavilion. So she didn't refuse. Opening her box, she prepared to show off her meal. However, the man with the center part standing beside Chu Shiryao's desk was displeased. He stared at the lunchbox on Bai Sia's desk in utter disbelief, then shifted his gaze to the one on Chu Shiryao's desk. Wait, sis? You claimed you couldn't afford meals, sounding so pitiful online. But you're actually bringing lunch for others? And such fancy ones at that. Heaven help him, that center-parted guy had to survive on instant noodles for days just to afford this breakfast for Bai Sia. But my goddess? Turns out she's just another guy's lapdog? And she's sucking up to two guys at once? The guy with the middle part felt his entire worldview crumbling. His body swayed, and he asked, his face drained of color. Was what he said true? Chu Shiryao fell silent. After a moment, she finally managed to say, we're friends. Bringing each other lunch is perfectly normal, right? He's brought me lunch before too. Hearing this, the guy with the center part felt much better inside. So they were just friends. Then it's fine. A gentle smile returned to his face. Yao Yao, if you still want some, I'll bring you more tomorrow. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen, who had been buried in his meal, couldn't help but shake his head. This kid was already hopelessly smitten. He'd only spoken up to provoke the other guy, hoping he'd back down. Little did he expect the other would only get more fired up. Fine. Respecting others' destinies, all he could do was wait for this young man to come to his own realization. Everyone reaches that point eventually, it's just a matter of timing. And that timing almost always determines a person's fate. Shen Xingchen, now full, felt like a philosopher. Beside him, Bai Sia also lifted her head from her lunchbox. She'd devoured her meal in a flash, her belly now full and content. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes closing blissfully. Shortly after the meal, their homeroom teacher, Li Xiaoman, sauntered in with an air of triumph. How could he not be? Her class had produced 2 S-level geniuses and 1 A-level genius. Yesterday, the school leadership had already dangled the carrot, promising her a direct promotion to Dean of Students after finishing this term. Standing at the podium, Li Xiaoman first let out a couple of dazed chuckles before her expression turned serious. Alright, this might be my last homeroom meeting with you all. After today, our class will be divided into different sections based on martial arts talent levels. I'll now call out names. Those called should line up outside. Shen Xingchen, Bai Xie, Zhu Shiyao, Zhang Jinka top tier class. Son Linlin, Xia Yutong. Yuan Hua, Xiong Meng. Outside the long hallway, 3 lines formed neatly. The leftmost line, where Shen Xingchen stood, radiated confidence and youthful vigor. The middle group also wore joyful expressions, their faces brimming with anticipation. The rightmost group, however, wore ashen faces, having already despaired of life. 3 groups, 3 different lives. This parting meant they might not meet again for years to come. Under the guidance of a dedicated instructor, Shen Xingchen and the others arrived at the location of the elite class. Separate from the regular school buildings, it was a classroom resembling a martial arts hall, situated behind the Awakening Plaza. Beyond the standard desks found in ordinary classrooms, it was equipped with various training apparatus and measuring instruments. On the second floor, spacious combat arenas awaited for practical training. Even various free, unlimited supplements were available for unrestricted use. Beyond these amenities, the classroom's location was exceptionally advantageous. It's extremely close to key locations like the cafeteria and school gates, making it an ideal spot for grabbing food or making a quick escape. It can be said that the elite class's setup is truly elite in every sense, absolutely superior to the rest. Even the instructors for theoretical courses start at the martial artist rank, while the head instructor overseeing martial training is at the peak of the martial general tier, just 1 step away from reaching the martial sovereign realm. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm your homeroom teacher. Li Xiaoman, the team leader, wore a smug expression. She herself was at the martial artist realm, yet a newly graduated teacher had been entrusted with leading the elite class. What incredible trust! After completing this class, her position as the head of academic affairs would be absolutely secure. Meanwhile, top students from other schools hadn't returned to their original institutions, they'd come straight to this classroom. Thus, Shen Xingchen's group arrived last. Li Xiaoman cleared her throat lightly, gesturing with her eyes for Shen Xingchen and the others to pick a spot to sit. Fortunately, 4 seats were vacant in the lower right corner. As before, Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie shared one table, while Zhu Shiyao and Zhang Jinka shared another. The former sat at the back, while the latter occupied the front. Once everyone was seated, Li Xiaoman stood at the lectern. After a brief introduction, she then announced today's primary task. Exam. As she spoke, she distributed the test papers, her tone stern. Answer the questions carefully. Plagiarism is strictly prohibited. After all, you wouldn't want to be rejected by Martial Arts University for failing your martial arts exam, would you? No sooner had Li Xiaoman finished speaking. Bai Xie, who had received her exam paper, jabbed Shen Xingchen's forearm with her finger. Covering her mouth with the paper, she whispered. I'll write fast, you copy quickly. As a martial arts instructor, Li Xiaoman naturally possessed exceptional hearing. Her lips twitched, but she pretended not to hear and continued distributing the test papers. 2 S-tier prodigies? She wasn't about to mess with them. But, if they think they can copy. I'm sitting right behind Shen Xingchen. Let's see how he copies. That brat, if I don't knock some sense into him, he'll really think he can fly to the heavens. Today, I'll show him that no matter how strong he is, he's still my student. After distributing the exams, Li Xiaoman pulled a chair over and sat directly behind Shen Xingchen on his left. She crossed her legs, her high heels swaying back and forth, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Seeing this, Bai Xie felt a sudden pang of panic. How was Shen Xingchen supposed to cheat now? If she didn't let him copy, wouldn't he fail his very first exam? After all, in previous exams, Shen Xingchen had always copied from her. Chapter 36, Sword Debate. Without her, Bai Xie, how would Shen Xingchen possibly pass? Her thoughts drifting there, Bai Xie shot Shen Xingchen an uneasy glance, already scheming in her mind how to help him while evading Li Xiaoman's watchful gaze. Sensing his deskmate's gaze, Shen Xingchen gave her a reassuring look before pulling out his pen and diving straight into the exam. Are you kidding me? As the esteemed martial saint, could he possibly be stumped by a high school senior exam? Forget passing, scoring full marks was a piece of cake. Even with subjective questions included, a perfect score was no problem. Shen Xingchen scanned the multiple choice questions at the front and immediately deduced the answers. For the fill-in-the-blank questions, the answers flashed into his mind the moment he saw them. Finally, he reached the essay questions. Shen Xingchen chuckled upon reading the prompt. Grade C sword technique Flying Feather Immortal was the signature technique that brought fame to the great Xia sword immortal Song Qingxuang in his early years. Briefly analyze the characteristics of this sword technique. This was clearly an exam for martial arts novices, yet the final question tested a C-rank sword technique only studied by martial arts masters. That old examiner clearly had ulterior motives. It seemed the academy was determined to dampen the spirits of these prodigies. Too bad. Who was the great Xia sword immortal? None other than Shen Xingchen's own mother. This technique, feathered immortal, had been taught to him countless times by Song Xingchuang herself. Shen Xingchen had long mastered it to a level of divine perfection. For him, this problem was no more difficult than solving 1 + 1 = 2. Shen Xingchen flicked his brush and began writing. Flying feather immortal mimics the graceful flight of birds, ethereal and fluid, its swordplay as if an immortal had descended to the mortal realm. But how do birds become immortals? It is by facing death and rebirth, by transforming after a broken move. When a bird's strike is countered, it cries out in agony, its feathers decaying. In death, its essence vanishes into emptiness, only to transform with reality. From decay springs immortality. Thus, in death lies new life, and new life lies death. When the enemy sees the sword-piercing feathers, dazzled and disoriented, they offer their necks to slaughter. But when the enemy breaks through feathers and sword, a new blade arrives, and the intent to kill flares anew. Having written this far, Shen Xingchen still felt unsatisfied. His thoughts drifted to the cicada sparrow sword he had previously replicated from his biological father, Shen Lang. Though these two C-rank sword techniques were not entirely identical, yet their underlying principles and essence shared profound similarities. Thus he added, the cicada sparrow sword. Hundreds more words flowed freely. After putting down his brush, Shen Xingchen felt thoroughly satisfied. Setting his brush down on the desk, he glanced at his desk partner, Xia, and a broad smile spread across his face. Her exam paper lay on the left half of the desk, yet her body was sprawled across the right half. The entire paper was glaringly exposed within Shen Xingchen's line of sight. It was as if she was deliberately trying to let Shen Xingchen see the answers. Seeing Xia like this, Shen Xingchen couldn't help but worry if she'd develop a squint from doing this for too long. Li Xiaoman, seated behind him, noticed Shen Xingchen set down his pen and turned to look at Xia. And assumed Shen Xingchen had finally lost patience and was about to peek. A smug smile flashed across her face. Earlier, watching Shen Xingchen's brush dance across the paper in a flurry of swift strokes, she'd been puzzled. When did Shen Xingchen become so skilled at theory? Something was off, 9/10 off, to be precise. Well, now the cat's out of the bag. Turns out it was all just bluffing. Ha! As these thoughts crossed her mind, she straightened the toes of her raised right foot and cleared her throat as a subtle reminder. Xia stiffened slightly, but pretended not to hear her teacher's prompt, continuing to work on the problem. Shen Xingchen, however, snapped back to attention. Perfect. He could take advantage of their distraction to head upstairs and practice the Paisho devouring heaven technique once more. Yesterday's all-out exertion after devouring vital energy had pushed his body beyond its limits. After being restored by various top-tier resources, his physical body was now flawless once more, and the vast energy accumulated within him made it the perfect time to cultivate the Paisho devouring heaven technique. Thus, the very next second after Li Xiaoman coughed, Shen Xingchen turned his head and shoved his answer sheet into Li Xiaoman's hands. Teacher, I'm done. I'm going upstairs to practice. Without waiting for Li Xiaoman's consent, he stood up and dashed toward the second floor. Hey! Li Xiaoman clutched the exam paper in one hand, the other suspended mid-air as if to hold him back. But it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as Shen Xingchen vanished around the staircase corner. Staring at Shen Xingchen's retreating figure, Li Xiaoman froze on the spot. Not a brother? Are you sensitive skin? I just cleared my throat, didn't even speak, and you couldn't handle it, handing in your paper and leaving? The exam just started a few minutes ago. How many questions could you possibly have answered? Don't tell me you handed in a blank sheet? The thought sent a chill down Li Xiaoman's spine. She felt her half-year performance review and next year's promotion to head of teaching slipping away from her grasp. Can you believe it? This was the city's only rule system talent in decades, and I actually scared him away? Sigh, students these days are so fragile. Me, sigh. Li Xiaoman muttered to herself as she stood up, ready to persuade Shen Xingchen to return. At least copy some answers before handing in the exam. But as she rose, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the answer sheet in her hand. Whoa! It was completely filled out, multiple choice, fill in the blank, true false, everything done. Seeing this, Li Xiaoman's eyebrows shot up as she flipped the answer sheet. The next moment, her mouth dropped open wide, and she slumped back into her seat in utter shock. Did you write the essay questions too? And what you wrote? Placed in mortal peril to find rebirth, decay yielding immortality, life and death intertwined. In a daze, the words on Shen Xingchen's answer sheet seemed to transform into one sword technique after another. Horizontal strokes became sword guards, vertical strokes became sword blades. Each stroke a flick, a press, a curve, a dot became an endless array of techniques, a sky filled with feathers. Li Xiaoman felt as though she were drowning in a sea of blades. Surveying her surroundings, sword shadows fell like feathers, obscuring the sky and earth. There was nowhere to flee, nowhere to retreat. Yet amidst this intricate web of blades, Li Xiaoman keenly sensed a single gap. Her finger instinctively darted out, and the sword light vanished like decaying feathers. Yet in the next instant, a sword as ethereal as a celestial being emerged from the decaying feathers, pointing straight for her throat. Divine and transcendent. Absolutely divine. Though merely written insights, the words themselves were as mesmerizing as the sword techniques themselves. Only those whose sword art had reached the realm of divine mastery could manifest such a spectacle. Such writing is also known as the true interpretation of sword techniques. Shen Xingchen, has he truly cultivated a C-rank sword technique to the realm of divine mastery? How did he manage it? Wouldn't a mere martial novice risk exploding from practicing a C-grade sword technique? Countless questions swirled in Li Xiaoman's mind, yet the next moment, she found herself drawn to Shen Xingchen's answer sheet. The people of Changnan cherished swords above all else, and Song Qingxuan had long been Li Xiaoman's aspiration and role model. This very technique, feathered immortal, was the sword move she had struggled to master for years without success. Now that the path lay before her, she was utterly captivated, unable to spare a thought for anything else. Chapter 37, The second layer of Pishio devours the sky. At this very moment, Li Xiaoman was utterly engrossed in Shen Xingchen's answer sheet, unable to tear herself away. The rest of the classroom erupted in chaos at Shen Xingchen's departure. Wow, so this is the big shot with the rules talent? He sure is arrogant. Arrogant my ass. Disrespecting elders? Ridiculous. Does he think he's some kind of heartthrob? This exam could determine future resource allocations. Even an S-tier rule talent couldn't treat it as child's play. No wonder he's been a bootlicker for 3 years. What a waste of his talent. Heaven has no eyes. Stop gossiping about Shen Xingchen. Is that old man setting the questions even human? Giving martial arts novice level questions to martial arts master candidates? Watching us scratch our heads in frustration, the old man must be laughing his ass off. Zhang Jinka nudged Chu Shiryao with her elbow and winked. Shen Xingchen is still so childish. Though Chu Shiryao didn't respond, she couldn't help but look down on Shen Xingchen a little more. Talent alone, without the resolve, ultimately makes him just a slightly stronger waste of space. Still, useless or not, he'd have to suck up to her anyway. Hearing the murmurs, Li Xiaoman's brows shot up in sudden fury. How dare these people interrupt her meditation on the sword path? Instantly, she dropped her crossed legs and slammed her high-heeled sole down, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Simultaneously, Li Xiaoman growled. What's with all the noise? Everyone get back to your work. No whispering until you're done. In an instant, the entire classroom fell silent. Moments later, the sound of Sha's pen scratching against paper resumed. On the second floor of the classroom, Shen Xingchen pulled out the physical training resources he'd bought earlier from his backpack. As everyone knew, besides grinding to death, there was a simpler way to cultivate physical strength: spending money. Using limitless resources to advance one's physical forging progress without regard for cost. In this world, few could afford such extravagance. Unfortunately, Shen Xingchen was one of them. He stared at the jade vial he'd pulled from his backpack. Within the 2-finger-wide vessel, amber-colored blood had solidified, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Even through the jade, this seemingly solidified drop of Pishio essence bled like a black hole, threatening to devour everything around it. Visibly, the air and sunlight around the bottle warped and distorted ever so slightly. Such divine beast essence blood, especially the most precious heart blood, was worth over 100 million yuan per drop. Yet Shen Xingchen's body, at the mere martial trainee level, could never withstand such potent essence. He must counter it with medicine. As the thought crossed his mind, Shen Xingchen retrieved a wooden box and a white-glazed, green-painted long-necked bottle from his backpack. Opening the box, he revealed a supreme medicinal herb resembling ginseng yet entirely pitch black. 5,000-year-old mystic black ginseng. Unlike ordinary ginseng, which extends longevity and fortifies the body, this mystic black ginseng was primarily used to repair severe injuries. And a 5,000-year-old piece of this mystic black ginseng possessed medicinal power so potent it was said to possess the legendary ability to make flesh grow on bones. But this alone was insufficient. Shen Xingchen turned his gaze to the white-glazed, green-painted long-necked bottle. He gently tilted the vessel, and the sound of rushing water echoed within. This was a super-potent elixir condensed from pure energy. A single drop could sustain the nutritional needs of an average martial artist for an entire month. The spiritual liquid within this long bottle likely numbered in the tens of thousands. And yet, such potent essence served merely as a slow-release solution for the Pishio's essence blood. This wasn't cultivation, it was pure money burning. Shen Xingchen sighed in disbelief, then opened the jade bottle and inverted it. The amber-colored, viscous essence blood slowly dripped into the long-necked bottle. Instantly, a bubbling sound rose from the jade bottle. White vapor surged upward, spreading throughout the space. The cultivation chamber where Shen Xingchen stood was instantly enveloped in a white haze. Merely breathing in this 10,000-fold diluted mist caused Shen Xingchen to feel a searing sensation throughout his respiratory system. The skin exposed to the outside world felt an even more intense, stinging pain. Taking shortcuts? A little suffering is only natural. Shen Xingchen tried to find humor in the misery, offering himself some solace. He sliced the jet-black ginseng in half, placing one piece in his mouth. After doing all this, he actually flipped the long-necked bottle upside down, holding it over his head and pointing the mouth directly at his own skull. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of spirit liquid, scalding hot like molten lava, cascaded down, completely soaking Shen Xingchen from head to toe. An unimaginable burning agony surged from his skin's surface. The agony spread rapidly, seeping from his skin into his muscles, threatening to invade his bones and even his internal organs. They say death by scalding is the most terrifying way to die. Yet Shen Xingchen was now enduring agony far more intense than any burn. The hard essence of a divine beast at the peak of the martial saint realm, even a single drop was potent enough to dissolve a martial sovereign. Much less for Shen Xingchen, who was merely a lowly martial trainee. Were it not for his Paixio devouring heaven body, sharing the same origin as the Paixio, and the buffer provided by tens of thousands of drops of spiritual essence, that single strike would have reduced him to a pool of blood. Yet with the jade-like flesh and the spiritual liquid, Shen Xingchen managed to secure a sliver of breathing room. And it was precisely this sliver of opportunity that allowed the Xuanhe ginseng to come into play. A colossal surge of life energy, vast as mountains and seas, erupted instantly. An endless torrent of life force erupted from Shen Xingchen's mouth. The force of life surged, engulfing Shen Xingchen's entire body in an instant. In an instant, vast swaths of his festering, pus-filled skin peeled away, replaced by smooth, resilient, and resiliently white new flesh. The potent essence, a potent blend of spiritual liquid and the Paixio's vital blood, was now sealed within his body by this newly formed skin. The Paixio's essence blood surged wildly through Shen Xingchen's body, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. Life energy repaired and restored within Shen Xingchen's body, leaving everything renewed in its wake. The two forces strained against each other, yet formed a strange equilibrium. Two forces that should have been utterly unbearable for Shen Xingchen were, under this equilibrium, gradually merging into his flesh and blood. The regenerating flesh and cells within Shen Xingchen greedily opened wide, devouring the energy of the Paixio's essence blood and the life force of the mystic black ginseng. Until not a single drop of energy remained. Paixio devouring heaven body, second layer, mystic flesh, complete. As Shen Xingchen's innate second barrier, his flesh now contained the Paixio's devouring power, capable of swallowing the majority of any force acting upon him. Shen Xingchen's defensive power doubled once more. Moreover, this time his body absorbed vast quantities of life energy. This granted his physical recovery and healing speeds countless times faster than other martial artists of the same tier. He could both tank and heal. The enemy couldn't even land a hit before Shen Xingchen had already healed himself. How is this even fair? Feeling the transformation within his muscles, Shen Xingchen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Awesome! Chapter 38, Song Tonlin. Simultaneously devouring 3 top-tier resources. Without a doubt, Shen Xingchen's vital energy and blood had surged dramatically. Even though most of the energy contained within these resources was used to repair the reborn, damaged skin and muscles. Even the mere dregs that spilled over made Shen Xingchen's vital energy and blood flow far more robust. At this very moment, the qi and blood coursing through his meridians surged like a small river, ceaselessly flowing. Soon, they would interconnect, forming a complete cycle and elevating him to the realm of a martial artist. He stood before the classroom's built-in qi and blood monitor to test his progress. A beep sounded, and the device displayed an exceptionally auspicious number. 888. 8-star martial trainee. Within just a few days of his rebirth, Shen Xingchen had leaped through 4 realms. Such progress made him worthy of being called the greatest prodigy of his generation. My current achievements are entirely the result of my own hard work and sweat. Shen Xingchen mused to himself as he changed into the prepared clothes. His previous garments had long since disintegrated into rags along with his rotting flesh. Without changing, he'd have to face people bare-bottomed. After changing, Shen Xingchen glanced at his watch. He realized his cultivation session had consumed a full 2.5 hours. The time required to reshape his flesh was slightly longer than he had anticipated. Still, it was all under control. He had perfectly timed his classmates' submission of their papers. Shen Xingchen hummed a cheerful tune as he walked back downstairs, even strolling around the classroom with a swagger. Of course, he didn't hum while circling the classroom. He had enough sense not to disrupt the exam environment. He noticed that as the deadline approached, most students still had their final major question blank. Only a handful had managed to scrape together 2 or 3 lines of text before running out of ideas. Shen Xingchen certainly wouldn't mock his fellow students for this predicament. After all, it was the old examiner playing tricks, deliberately setting questions beyond the syllabus. Shen Xingchen could solve them simply because he had a decade or more life experience than his classmates, nothing to be proud of. Shen Xingchen wandered back to his seat. Only when he sat down did Li Xiaoman finally emerge from that profoundly mysterious trance. Watching Shen Xingchen's carefree figure retreat, her eyes brimmed with complexity. What a prodigy! At the martial disciple realm, he could already grasp the principles of the martial master realm. If this student could successfully advance to martial saint, wouldn't he become the first legend in history capable of facing a martial god head-on? What a promising prospect! He must be nurtured with all our resources. At this thought, a mischievous grin suddenly spread across Li Xiaoman's face. Glancing around at the other students scratching their heads in frustration, a new idea sprang to mind. What was the purpose of giving exams? Isn't it to temper the arrogance of these gifted students, to show them that there are always people more talented than them? But the shock a test paper could deliver was nowhere near as effective as a living, breathing prodigy. She had to reveal Shen Xingchen's answer sheet to show these geniuses what true, indisputable genius looked like. Let them understand. The path of martial arts is long and arduous, demanding constant reverence. Just as she pondered this, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Instantly, the classroom erupted with the clatter of pens hitting desks and a chorus of groans. Seriously, that old man who made these questions is a monster. Seriously suspect the old man who made this question couldn't master the feather immortal technique, so he came here to torment us. What's the point of this question? It has zero differentiation, either you know it or you don't. Li Xiaoman, the exam setter, heard the insults and immediately stiffened, his voice turning cold. Enough noise. The last person in each row collects papers from the back and hands them to me when finished. You're free to do as you please now. I'll announce the results before dismissal. She wouldn't even grant the students a joyful lunch break. After Li Xiaoman left, a student with a spiky yellow mohawk approached Bai Xie with a slick, cocky demeanor. Zhang Jinka and Xu Shiyao went to the restroom together. So the punk with the yellow mohawk sat right down at Zhang Jinka's desk by Xie's front desk. Without a second thought for Bai Xie, who was intently flipping through her textbook searching for answers, he reached out with his filthy hand nails caked with grime and tried to grab her book. Shen Xingchen had been idly daydreaming, casually pondering the upcoming arrangements for the secret realm. But when he saw the blonde kid's move, how could he possibly tolerate it? Shen Xingchen immediately slapped the hand outstretched before him, sending it flying. A crisp, satisfying smack. The next moment, a figure tumbled backward, followed by the yellow-haired brat's wail of pain. With the physical prowess of an 8-star martial artist, even a simple slap was enough to send this arrogant brat flying. The tremendous commotion instantly captured the attention of everyone in the classroom. They turned in shock, staring at Shen Xingchen, his face as cold as ice. Shen Xingchen rose to his feet, leaping over the desks to land before the yellow-haired youth. He crouched down, gripped the youth's collar, and spoke slowly. If I ever catch you touching me again, it won't end with just a slap. As he spoke, no one saw Shen Xingchen make a single move. Yet within the classroom, a clear, piercing sword-like ring suddenly echoed. In the next instant, a flash of white light streaked past Shen Xingchen. The top of the blonde-haired boy's head was instantly shaved flat, transforming him from a stick-headed kid into a daxia-style bald spot. Shen Xingchen surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Much more pleasing to the eye. With that, he tossed the other person aside as if discarding trash. The dull thud of flesh hitting the floor made everyone present flinch. To be fair, no one had observed how that sword had been swung. So swift, yet so precise. Only one man's expression shifted slightly. He stepped forward from the silent crowd. Song Tonglin stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Shen Xingchen as he glared angrily. Shen Xingchen, you've gone too far. We're classmates, after all. Why strike so ruthlessly? A lesson would have sufficed. Why trample on someone's dignity? As he spoke, Song Tonglin's gaze was fixed on Shen Xingchen. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Bai Xie beside Shen Xingchen for a moment. A surge of greed, desire, and possessiveness welled up within him. Looking at this familiar old classmate before him, a faint smile touched Shen Xingchen's lips. Song Tonglin, you truly are a leopard that can't change its spots. In your past life, you tried to steal Xu Shiyao from me. Now in this life, you're trying to snatch Bai Xie from me. What's the deal? You actually think you're some lion king? That the most beautiful and famous lioness in your territory must belong to you? A lioness? I reckon you're only fit to eat. Shen Xingchen sneered dismissively, responding coolly. He who insults others will be insulted in return. He has no shame himself, yet expects others to give him face? Chapter 39, she's going to fight back. Seeing the other person raise a finger to speak again, Shen Xingchen retorted defiantly. Keep talking, and I'll beat you too. This remark made Song Tonglin laugh in anger. As one of only 3 S-tier martial arts prodigies in the elite class. Moreover, the talent he awakened was the ultimate combat talent, the Mad Demon Martial Body. Though it couldn't cause his chi and blood to undergo mutations like the Ice Master's. His Mad Demon Martial Body elevated his martial arts talent by several tiers. Any martial skill, from beginner to mastery, took him merely a month to master. This cultivation talent alone was enough to make him stand head and shoulders above the rest. Moreover, Song Tonglin could actively activate his martial body state, transforming his fragile form into a powerful, ferocious demonic physique. His physical capabilities doubled, even multiplied several times over. His combat awareness and techniques underwent a qualitative leap. However, while this talent was formidable, it corrupted the possessor's temperament, turning them arrogant, tyrannical, and savage. Therefore, it can only be ranked among S-tier talents. Otherwise, based solely on its positive effects, it could even rival an SS-grade martial talent. Precisely because of this, after witnessing Shen Xingchen's sword strike, Song Tonglin still dared to step forward and provoke him. He intended to establish his authority by defeating Shen Xingchen, thereby winning Bai Xie's favor. In his view, only the most courageous men deserve the most exceptional women. As for someone like Shen Xingchen, who relied on flattery to win a woman's favor, even if he possessed a rule-type talent, Song Tonglin still looked down on him. Song Tonglin even considered it a disgrace to be ranked below Shen Xingchen. Today, he would wash away that shame through combat, proving to everyone present what true supremacy truly looked like. Therefore, the moment Shen Xingchen finished speaking, Song Tonglin didn't hesitate for a second. He strode forward several steps, his massive frame blocking Shen Xingchen's path as he growled, "Come!" As the acknowledged top prodigy of the elite class prepared to engage, the onlookers' eyes flashed with excitement. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Shen Xingchen and Song Tonglin made their way toward the second floor. There, a spacious arena awaited. The moment they stepped onto the second floor, countless people immediately pinched their noses and cried out in disgust. "What the hell is that smell? Burnt, foul, bloody. Damn it, there's even a hint of grilled meat, a stench laced with a strange sweetness." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen shook his head. Though this classroom looked high-end and upscale, it still pales in comparison to the Shen family's martial arts hall. The Shen family martial arts hall boasts a wind-powered system fueled by advanced energy sources and an intelligent recognition system, both operating non-stop around the clock. Therefore, whether it was sweat, fishy odors, or any other foul smells, were completely absent within the Shen family martial arts hall. Only the scent of incense approved by the intelligence system permeates the vast martial arts hall throughout the day. By comparison, the second floor of this classroom fell far short. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Song Tonglin beside him had already leaped onto the elevated platform. Just as Shen Xingchen was about to step up, suddenly, a cold little hand pulled her back. He turned to see Bai Siye shaking her head at him. "I'll go." Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bai Siye pulled Shen Xingchen behind her. She drew the short dagger at her waist and leapt onto the high platform like an airborne spirit, her voice cold as ice. "You're not worthy to fight, Shen Xingchen." At these words, the surrounding students watching the spectacle erupted in a chorus of gasps, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. On the other side of the platform, Song Tonglin didn't grow angry, he smiled instead. "Good. She's got a fiery temper. Conquering such a fiery woman would bring true satisfaction." As Song Tonglin drew his long sword, he cast a sidelong glance at Shen Xingchen standing below the platform, hiding behind a woman. Before he could finish, gasps erupted from the students below. In the next instant, a frigid gale howled past. Two piercing whistles split the air, stabbing into their eardrums. Song Tonglin's pupils instantly contracted. The woman, who had seemed as cold and ethereal as a fallen immortal, lunged forward like a striking viper. Her speed was so blindingly fast that Song Tonglin didn't even have time to fully draw his sword from its scabbard. Since drawing the sword was impossible, he might as well abandon it. In an instant, Song Tonglin made his decision. His right hand relaxed and his body exploded backward. The next instant, his S-class martial talent erupted violently. Every pore on Song Tonglin's body dilated, and white mist began to rise from countless tiny openings. His entire skin transformed into an eerie dark red hue. Most astonishingly, the black and white within his eye sockets were completely drenched in crimson, giving his entire being an eerily frenzied appearance. Mad Demon Martial Body. Already a 6-star martial disciple with a vital energy level of 65, Song Tonglin's vital energy instantly surged past 10. His cultivation instantly surged to warrior, his chi and blood circulating throughout his body in an instant. Vital energy surged, saturating his flesh and skin, causing his defense to skyrocket. Simultaneously, a glint of madness flickered within Song Tonglin's crimson aura. Facing the two short daggers, sharp as venomous fangs, he halted his retreat. Then, his upper body lunged forward in a sudden dip and thrust, executing the snake head strike. His formidable physical prowess granted Song Tonglin blinding speed. Such blinding speed and utterly unconventional movement caused by CS thrusting daggers to graze Song Tonglin's scalp. The strike missed its mark. Feeling the chill of the blades brush against his scalp, Song Tonglin's face twisted into a savage grin. He thrust both hands forward, snapping them open and slamming them against Bai Siye's waist as she swept past. Her slender waist appeared fragile and vulnerable against his twisted, blood-red hands, grotesque as a demon's. Everyone present had no doubt. If this blow landed cleanly, Bai Siye would be incapacitated instantly. Yet at that very moment, Song Tonglin's brutal hands suddenly froze. He stood rigid as a wooden puppet, frozen in place with his head bowed, not daring to move an inch. This scene drew gasps of astonishment from everyone. Soon, someone with keen eyes spotted the reason and exclaimed, "Holy, ice! There's ice on the dagger!" Everyone followed his startled cry and saw that the edge of the short dagger that had grazed Song Tonglin's scalp had extended a half-inch of translucent black ice. At the tip of the black ice, it had already sunk into Song Tonglin's scalp. At that very moment, a faint crimson hue began to seep slowly from the otherwise transparent ice, lending the frigid, hardened crystal an aura of grim foreboding. Had the black ice extended just a little further, the blood flowing out would be far more than a mere trickle. Moreover, what would flow out wouldn't be just blood, brain matter would spill forth as well. Thus, the outcome of this battle was self-evident. Had this been a life or death struggle, Song Tonglin would have long since turned to black ice like his brain, dying instantly, let alone mounting a counterattack against Bai Xie. Is that all you've got? Bai Xie chuckled softly, sheathing her dagger. Bai Xie would never stoop to insulting an opponent like this. But Song Tonglin had insulted Shen Xingchen earlier. She demanded to return the insult. Chapter 40, Chop Off the Dog's Paws. The mocking chuckle echoed in Song Tonglin's mind, causing his already crimson face to flush even deeper. After the mortal danger overhead vanished, a flash of bloodlight flickered in Song Tonglin's eyes. His hands, suspended midair, continued their previous motion, violently slamming toward Bai Xie's waist. The move was vicious, aimed squarely at severely wounding or even killing Bai Xie. It must be noted that in his mad demon martial body state, Song Tonglin's physical prowess was already twice that of Bai Xie. His full force assault on Bai Xie's vital points carried lethal force. Moreover, Bai Xie's divine abilities were now completely relaxed, leaving her utterly defenseless. She could never have imagined that after the duel's outcome was declared, her classmate Song Tonglin would actually attack her. Thus, Bai Xie had no time whatsoever to react. After all, those hands were far too close to her. Witnessing this scene, the crowd below the stage erupted in gasps of shock. Some of the more sensitive female classmates had already closed their eyes tightly, unable to bear witness to Bai Xie being gravely injured or even killed. Suddenly, a dragon-like sword cry resounded through the room. In the next instant, a brilliant sword light shot skyward. Gathering power, drawing the sword, and striking all executed in one fluid motion. The instant Song Tonglin moved, Shen Xingchen channeled every ounce of his chi and strength, striking toward Song Tonglin's claw-like hands. Shen Xingchen moved with the agility of a flying swallow. The stage stood nearly a meter high, spanning a full 10 meters in straight-line distance. He leapt across it in a single bound. And Shen Xingchen's sword was even faster than his own body. The D-rank sword technique, Swallow Soaring Heaven, was executed with divine precision. With a staggering 888 vitality points and a physique of jade like flesh and mystical muscle, Shen Xingchen's abundant vitality and formidable physical prowess had already granted him the foundation to wield a D-rank sword technique. This strike was lightning fast. Soaring alongside the brilliant swordlight were a dark crimson, twisted human hand and blood spurting like a fountain. The next instant, a shrill, ghostly scream pierced the air. Song Tonglin, who moments ago had been like a vengeful specter, now writhed on the ground like a maggot, rolling in agony. The dark crimson hue slowly faded from his skin, revealing a deathly pale face. Blood gushed from his right hand like a fountain. No matter how fiercely he clutched it, the torrent of blood still surged through his fingers and spurted from his palm. Uncontrollable cries of agony erupted from his mouth. Yet Shen Xingchen merely stood before him, sheathing his sword. The crisp sound of the blade sliding into its scabbard echoed alongside his cold voice, piercing Song Tonglin's ears. Scream again, and I'll chop off your other hand. Those words proved more potent than the world's finest painkiller. Instantly, Song Tonglin jerked his uninjured left hand back as if electrocuted, forcing down his agony as he staggered backward, desperate to escape the demon before him. Is that all you've got? Observing his pathetic state, Shen Xingchen echoed Bai Xie's assessment. Then he added. That's your character? Defeated in battle yet still scheming to ambush the victor. A conceited fool with neither skill nor martial virtue. Thinks he's some kind of Sigma male, but he's nothing more than a wild dog that only knows how to bark. Shen Xingchen couldn't be bothered to spare this scum another glance. He turned his gaze to Bai Xie, his expression turning serious. Never let your guard down, Bai Xie. This is the most fundamental quality of a genius, the essential virtue a genius must possess. If a classmate like Song Tonglin could ambush her on their very first meeting, then so could a beast cultist disguised as a passerby. And Shen Xingchen couldn't always be by Bai Xie's side. Ultimately, it was her own vigilance and strength that would help her evade most dangers. Bai Xie had never seen Shen Xingchen look so serious and focused. She pressed her lips together slightly, tightening her grip on the short dagger in both hands, and nodded firmly. Seeing that she understood the gravity of the situation, Shen Xingchen said no more. Instead, he kicked the severed hand lying on the ground straight into Song Tonglin's face. With modern medical technology, a severed hand with such a clean cut wouldn't even be considered a serious injury. It could be reattached with a bit of money. However, it would certainly require over a week of rest and recuperation. In other words, during the afternoon's secret realm exploration, Song Tonglin, possessor of S-class martial talent, would inevitably achieve an abysmal result. For someone as arrogant as Song Tonglin, such a result would undoubtedly be a slap in the face. As for killing the other party in broad daylight, Shen Xingchen wasn't that foolish. Though Shen Xingchen's parents could use their influence to suppress the incident, Shen Xingchen saw no reason to distract his parents in the prime of their careers and striving for success with his own trivial mess. After all, he was still counting on them to support him. Alright, let's go. Shen Xingchen turned sideways to Bai Xie and spoke before stepping down first. Bai Xie followed closely behind him, step for step, looking perfectly obedient. As they descended the steps, the surrounding students instinctively took several steps back, gazing at Shen Xingchen as if he were a demon. Shen Xingchen's attack had been too swift, too ruthless. They were still students. Though they trained in martial arts for some time, their understanding of the martial way remained confined to friendly sparring. The bloody scene of severed limbs and spurting blood was too much for many to bear. They feared Shen Xingchen might take a dislike to them and draw his sword to sever their hands as well. The blonde-haired youth who had first provoked Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye now stood trembling violently, his hair standing on end with fear. He wanted to slap himself repeatedly, cursing his own stupidity for daring to provoke the demonic Shen Xingchen. Thus, even the most boisterous and loud-mouthed students kept their mouths shut obediently, watching Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye walk away. Only after Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye descended the second floor did faint murmurs begin to stir. Once they were certain Shen Xingchen had departed, the second floor gradually erupted into chaos. Uncontainable gasps and murmurs of astonishment filled the hallway. Meanwhile, Song Tonglin picked up his severed hand from the floor and staggered downstairs. He needed to find a doctor to perform an amputation. Meanwhile, the rage and resentment within him gnawed at him like venomous snakes. He longed to tear Shen Xingchen limb from limb to vent his fury. As he ran, a sinister thought took root in Song Tonglin's mind. On the first floor, Shen Xingchen was packing his belongings. Suddenly, he felt a light tap on his arm. The icy cold touch felt strangely soothing. Shen Xingchen turned to look at Bai Siye. She held her left hand in a fist, extending it toward him before opening it. A white candy lay quietly in her palm. A mint candy. Don't be angry anymore, okay? I'll treat you to some candy. Bai Siye said, eyes lowered. Chapter 41, Perfect Score. I wasn't angry to begin with. Shen Xingchen took the mint candy, peeled off the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. The uniquely refreshing mint flavor instantly perked him up. Shen Xingchen pulled out a banknote and scribbled down the essential tasks for the afternoon's secret realm. Ranking? Needless to say, first place was non-negotiable. If he didn't take first, Shen Xingchen wouldn't respect himself. Yet more crucial than the ranking was the mysterious appearance of divine beasts within the secret realm. These so-called divine beasts stood in stark contrast to the ferocious beasts. The latter harbor hatred toward humanity, while the former are benevolent toward mankind. If the ferocious beasts were the source of world destruction, then the divine beasts were at the very least one of the keys to saving it. Yet compared to the terrifying numbers of malevolent beasts, which number in the billions, the number of divine beasts is far fewer. Throughout the decades since the martial era's establishment, documented celestial beasts have never exceeded 50. This figure extends beyond the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom to encompass celestial beasts across the entire world. Moreover, among these fewer than 50 celestial beasts, only one-third truly acknowledge humanity and are willing to form life-bound bonds as combat partners. Given their extreme rarity, the effects of such contracts are naturally immensely powerful. First, each divine beast possesses formidable innate divine abilities. Once a martial artist forms a contract with one, they gradually master the divine power that originally belonged to the immortal beast. This is equivalent to possessing a second martial talent. Most crucially, the innate divine abilities of each immortal beast are no less powerful than S-tier martial talents. Second, celestial beasts require no resources to sustain themselves. Whenever their contracted martial artist's vital energy increases, the beast's own vital energy rises accordingly. It's like having a top-tier combat partner that requires no resources to maintain, no money to cultivate, and shares a telepathic bond. Moreover, due to the divine beast's formidable innate talents and superior physical structure, their combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists by several tiers. Fighting opponents several tiers above their own level is no challenge at all. Finally, the warrior and the divine beast share a life-bound, mind-linked connection, approaching a fusion of flesh and spirit. Thus, during combat, the martial artist can temporarily borrow the immortal beast's vital energy, effectively doubling their own. While this temporarily renders the celestial beast incapable of combat. However, the doubled vitality is more than sufficient for the martial artist to break through to the next major realm of martial cultivation, thereby gaining an overwhelming advantage over their opponents. Numerous other minor benefits need not be elaborated upon. It can be said that successfully contracting a divine beast transforms even the most mediocre martial artist into a world-class prodigy. Yet the martial path is arduous, and divine beasts are exceedingly rare. Even among the world's few martial gods, not everyone is accompanied by a divine beast. Therefore, wherever traces of a divine beast appear, no matter how desolate or eerie the land, countless people would flood in an instant. Shen Xingchen knew that this afternoon, within the secret realm, a divine beast would appear. Moreover, its innate talent was a powerful, elusive, and highly versatile spatial ability. In his previous life, Shen Xingchen had been so preoccupied with currying favor with Chu Shiyao that he had followed her around like a shadow from the moment they entered the secret realm. As a result, he had never even caught a glimpse of the divine beast. As for Bai Siye, she had been assassinated by the 10,000 Beast sect, suffered severe injuries, and was unable to participate in the secret realm exploration, thus missing her divine opportunity. As for that fool Song Tonglin, though he saw the divine beast, he failed to gain its recognition. In the end, not a single person managed to successfully contract such a precious and rare divine beast, allowing it to vanish from public view. This incident became a legendary tale in Changnan City for over a decade. This lifetime, Shen Xingchen would absolutely not let such an opportunity slip away again. At the very least, he would see the divine beast's face. West of the secret realm, at the center of the cold pool. Shen Xingchen pinpointed the location rumored in his past life as the celestial beast's haunt, pondering how to gain the spatial beast's recognition. Finally, he sighed deeply. Celestial beasts possessed vastly different natures, and there was no set formula for gaining their recognition or forming a contract. If there were, the divine beasts wouldn't have a mere 1/3 success rate for contracts. The only known pattern was that divine beasts seemed to favor martial practitioners at lower cultivation levels, such as martial apprentices and martial warriors. It seemed that by accompanying martial practitioners from the very beginning, growing and cultivating together, they could gain more benefits. And right now, Shen Xingchen was precisely the lowest tier martial disciple. The advantage was his. Shen Xingchen thought optimistically. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed outside the door. Moments later, Li Xiaoman entered carrying a stack of answer sheets. She tapped the blackboard and announced loudly. Free time is over. Everyone get down and sit properly. Everyone obeyed and returned to their seats. Only Song Tonglin remained hospitalized. Li Xiaoman glanced at Song Tonglin's empty seat. In this classroom, whether on the first or second floor, all public areas were under surveillance. She knew exactly what had happened on the second floor. But since no one had been killed, she saw no need to dwell on it. Therefore, Li Xiaoman merely glanced at the empty seat before getting straight to the point. Before she could speak, she flung her answer sheet down forcefully. Instantly, a heavy silence descended over the entire classroom. The students, who had been grinning and joking moments ago, still caught up in their carefree state, instantly fell silent, not uttering a word. Li Xiaoman's face darkened as she said in a low, ominous tone. How dare you still be fooling around and chatting? Top tier class, you're supposed to be the top tier class. Look at all these piles of failing grades, how dare you call yourselves an honors class? You're the worst class I've ever taught. This was actually Li Xiaoman's first time teaching the honors class. But she had to project enough authority to keep these arrogant young men and women in line. After she finished speaking, many students wore expressions of disbelief. They didn't think their own abilities were lacking. Instead, they believed the questions were far beyond the syllabus. Asking a martial arts novice to answer questions meant for martial arts masters, wasn't that just setting them up to fail? On a 100-point exam, that final major question alone accounted for 40 points. Meaning you couldn't afford a single mistake in the earlier sections to even pass. This is far too difficult. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Li Xiaoman let out a cold laugh and said, What? Think it's too hard or beyond the syllabus? Only the weak blame external factors. Questions like these? We still have students in our class who score perfect marks. Her words sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone exchanged stunned glances, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Who could possibly solve such a twisted problem and get it perfectly right? That person must be a freak. They simply couldn't believe it. Amidst the stunned silence, Li Xiaoman had already picked up the top answer sheet and held it up for all to see. Shen Xingchen, perfect score. I'll post his answers on the blackboard. You may review them yourselves. Take a good look. This is what a true genius looks like. Think carefully about how to become a true genius. Class dismissed. Chapter 42, Teaming Up Before the Secret Realm. Li Xiaoman had classmates distribute the other answer sheets while she personally posted Shen Xingchen's sheet on the blackboard for everyone to review. After posting it, she walked out of the classroom without looking back, her high heels clicking loudly. The moment Li Xiaoman stepped outside, the entire classroom erupted in chaos. Wait, what did the homeroom teacher say? Shen Xingchen got a perfect score? Didn't he hand in his paper in under 10 minutes? How could that be a perfect score? Just reading through all the questions would take several minutes. What, does he solve problems without thinking? And he managed to solve that final big problem? That's impossible. There's definitely foul play. The students were buzzing with heated discussion, especially after seeing their own pitiful scores on their papers. The noise grew louder and louder. Those who made it into the elite class had not only exceptional martial arts talent but also theoretical knowledge that was generally above average. Some, like Bai Xia, were theoretical powerhouses who consistently ranked first in the entire school. Yet not a single one of them could solve that final big question. Not even a single clue. Then Li Xiaoman revealed. Shen Xingchen, who had only spent 10 minutes on the exam, had actually scored a perfect score. How could that be possible? Immediately, 7 or 8 students rushed to the front of the classroom, eagerly flipping through Shen Xingchen's answer sheet. Multiple choice, fill in the blank, true-false, every single objective question was correct. That part was actually manageable. The earlier questions, though covering obscure and niche topics, were all within the syllabus. Some theory whizzes could have nailed them all with a good performance. But when you factor in Shen Xingchen's absurdly short completion time, that was highly unusual. Even so, the individuals at the lectern remained silent. They flipped directly to the final theoretical essay question on the answer sheet. A sprawling essay of nearly 1,000 words leapt into their eyes. The sharp strokes of the writing pierced them like blades, momentarily stunning them. Place oneself in a life or death situation to find rebirth. Only in life and death can one truly live and die. The words were concise, bordering on the profound. Though they had never studied the Phyuxian school, decades of theoretical study had honed their instincts to recognize correct answers. What Shen Xingchen wrote was truly correct. Moreover, he could even present another C-rank sword technique for combined instruction afterward. Just how high had his swordsmanship truly ascended? Suddenly, the ethereal figure of Shen Xingchen streaking skyward on the second-floor arena, accompanied by the piercing flash of his sword, flashed through everyone's minds. Could it be he truly mastered this sword technique? The thought struck, and the 7 or 8 students standing at the lectern fell instantly silent. An unimaginable chasm and gap abruptly revealed itself before them. Until today, they had considered themselves prodigies, each possessing martial talent no lower than B grade. But upon witnessing Shen Xingchen's sword technique, upon hearing Shen Xingchen's theory, they finally understood what true genius truly meant. And themselves? Utterly insignificant. At this realization, the pride and arrogance buried deep within each of them instantly crumbled. The other students watched as the boisterous crowd that had rushed the podium fell into an eerie silence upon seeing Shen Xingchen's answer sheet. They were utterly baffled. It's just an answer sheet, right? It wasn't some special artifact. How could it possibly have a silencing effect? So, more students stepped up to the podium, only to fall silent one after another. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the door once more. Li Xiaoman reappeared in everyone's line of sight and said, "One more thing. At 2:30 p.m. today, after lunch break, assemble at Awakening Plaza for the practical exam. School administrators and city officials will be present to observe. Be prepared." Li Xiaoman swept a glance across the dazed and disheartened faces on stage, inwardly amused. She had deliberately returned just to witness the reaction of these self-proclaimed geniuses after their blow. And you know what? Their dazed and disoriented expressions were far more satisfying to behold than the smug, self-important looks they'd worn before. But she knew not to push her advantage too far. After delivering the announcement, Li Xiaoman added, "Today's exam was unusually difficult. Don't rush and don't get too discouraged. The afternoon trial will be even tougher. Just a heads up, it's a team trial. You can start looking for teammates now. Teams must have at least 2 and no more than 4 members." With that, Li Xiaoman ignored the chorus of groans filling the classroom and slipped away with a smirk. Shen Xingchen turned to Bai Xie and said, "Since it's a 2-person team, why don't we team up? I don't really know anyone else." Bai Xie saw no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. Xu Shiyao, seated up front, perked up at the words and immediately grew anxious. "What do you mean you don't know the others? Shen Xingchen, you've been chasing me for 2.5 years and you call that not knowing me?" She abandoned all reserve, swiftly turning to Shen Xingchen with a sickeningly sweet smile. "Xingchen, let's form a team together. With me and Jinka, that makes 4 of us. Besides, I can help you during battles. My chi and blood possess both fire and wood attributes. While I can't enhance weapon power like Xie does, but with skin-to-skin contact, my chi blood can heal your wounds." Her eyes lit up as she reached out, her right hand landing on Shen Xingchen's hand resting on the table. A flash of green wood light flickered from her hand, and a gentle, life-giving energy began to seep out, demonstrating genuine healing properties. This healing ability was almost indispensable to every team. After all, warriors inevitably sustain injuries in combat. At the martial trainee realm, their chi and blood have yet to fully circulate throughout their bodies, so their wounds heal only marginally faster than those of ordinary people. This made healing abilities all the more crucial. Xu Shiyao was certain that if Shen Xingchen wanted a good ranking in the afternoon trial, he would be eager to team up with her. Then, during the trial, she could employ a little trick using her beauty to tempt Shen Xingchen and he'd be all over her like a dog with a bone. Poof. Xu Shiyao's plan seemed perfect. But who was Shen Xingchen? Did he really need Xu Shiyao to heal him? He was fully stocked with top-tier healing potions and didn't need anyone else's help. Moreover, this journey into the secret realm was specifically for Shen Xingchen to prepare for contracting a divine beast. What if he brought Xu Shiyao and Zhang Jinka along, and the spirit beast, blind as a bat, ended up choosing them? Wouldn't that be courting trouble? He'd rather bring 2 dogs along than take Xu Shiyao and Zhang Jinka with him. At least dogs would wag their tails and try to please him when they saw him. But give these 2 women any favors, and they'd probably just take it for granted. Worse yet, if he ever failed to reward them, resentment would surely take root in their hearts. Chapter 43, Simulated Battlefield. Therefore, Shen Xingchen swiftly withdrew his hand to evade Xu Shiyao's reaching grasp, bluntly refusing. "No way. 2 people are enough. You 2 form your own team. I really don't know you well enough." Hearing this, Xu Shiyao grew even more anxious. "How can we not be close? If we're not close, then why the hell did you eat the breakfast I brought you? You and your little sweetheart were eating it just fine, weren't you?" And then you have the nerve to say we're not close? Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. Heartless and ungrateful. Chu Shiryao cursed inwardly. But outwardly, she maintained a heartbroken, tear-streaked expression of utter misery as she said, "Stardust, won't you forgive me? I thought that by eating the breakfast I brought, you were signaling our reconciliation." Zheng Jinka chimed in from the side. "Xinger, right, Shen Xingchen, my talent is perfect for drawing fire at the front line. I know your type of swordsman, high offense, low defense. With me protecting you, you won't have to worry about getting hit by others." Shen Xingchen shot Zheng Jinka a glance. This girl's pretty confident, huh? Thick hide was indeed a solid talent, significantly boosting the user's defense. But that's only for boosting oneself. Without taunt or crowd control abilities, it's destined to fall short as a qualified main tank. Moreover, with Zhang Jinka's bulky frame, enemies could likely bypass her body with ease and target whoever stood behind her. With her level of skill, how dare she shamelessly claim she can protect others? Shen Xingchen couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath on her. He glanced at Bai Xie, who was quietly reading, and said, "Let's go eat." Practicing the Yipaishio devouring heaven body, this morning had drained too much energy. At this very moment, he was absolutely starving. As the saying goes, if you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your mindset. Even Bai Xie, with her aloof nature, was quite enthusiastic about meals. Hearing Shen Xingchen's call to eat, she immediately looked up, gathered her things, and followed him out. Ignored, Chu Shiryao and the other girl exchanged glances. Finally, Chu Shiryao gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and left Zhang Jinka sitting there. She dashed out on her own. She caught up to Shen Xingchen and called out, "Xingchen, wait. I know Jinka said a lot of things you didn't want to hear earlier. She's just blunt and straightforward, no ill will. If you don't like her, you can just team up with me. With Jinka's talent, other teams will surely welcome her." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen sneered inwardly. These two truly lived up to their reputation as fake besties, abandoning her without a second thought. Yet no matter how much Chu Shiryao tried to sweet-talk him, Shen Xingchen wouldn't give her another glance. He didn't even bother to turn his head, striding forward shoulder to shoulder with Bai Xie, leaving Chu Shiryao standing there frozen, her face darkening. After a short nap following lunch, it was already 2:15 p.m. Shen Xingchen, who placed great importance on this secret realm exploration, arrived at the Awakening Plaza a full 10 minutes early. To his surprise, every student from the elite class except himself was already waiting at the site. These students had radiated arrogance that morning, but after Shen Xingchen's successive blows during the day, their pride had been utterly shattered. Their worldviews had been nearly overturned. Naturally, they couldn't sleep through the afternoon nap either, leaving them no choice but to arrive at the venue early. When they spotted Shen Xingchen, they stared intently at his face as if examining some wondrous creature. He didn't look any different. Sure, he was slightly more handsome, possessed a bit more charisma, and had a slightly better physique, but that was about it. We all have one head, two eyes, one nose, and one mouth. How come you're so freaking extraordinary? Theoretic and martial arts both flourishing. Though countless eyes were fixed on him, Shen Xingchen felt no discomfort. In his previous life, he'd witnessed far grander spectacles. Even as he faced death, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts had paid him their final respects. What were these students' gazes compared to that? Besides, most of these students were watching with genuine interest. Only 2 or 3 gazes held malice. Shen Xingchen followed the source of the hostility with his perception and found Song Tonlin standing at the very back of the crowd. His face was as pale as gold paper, his lips nearly colorless. His right hand, from forearm to palm, was encased in a layer of silvery white healing substance. This plaster-like substance severely hindered the flexibility of his right hand. Like most people, Song Tonlin was right-handed. With his right hand restricted, at least half his combat prowess was lost. Even with his S-tier martial talent, his ranking in this secret realm trial would inevitably be dismal. Shen Xingchen lifted his gaze to meet his. Song Tonlin's fierce gaze faltered instantly, and visible panic washed over him. He first lowered his gaze to avoid Shen Xingchen's stare, but then felt this was too cowardly and humiliating. He immediately lifted his eyes again, intent on meeting Shen Xingchen's gaze. But the moment he lifted his eyes, he chickened out again. Instead, he continued the upward motion, feigning an expression of checking the weather. These 3 small movements in a single second amused Shen Xingchen. As for the other gaze, Shen Xingchen swept his eyes over it as well. It was none other than Chu Shiryao, the very person he had rejected earlier. Standing in the middle of the line, she glared at him with venom in her eyes. When she caught Shen Xingchen's gaze, she froze momentarily before swiftly managing her expression. Her eyes narrowed downward into crescent moons, then she flashed an adorable smile. The speed of her expression change was astonishing. Only Shen Xingchen, whose perception far surpassed his peers, could detect the malice lurking beneath her facade. Anyone else would likely have been deceived by Chu Shiryao's act. Shen Xingchen joined the line. A few minutes later, Li Xiaoman and the principal of First Middle School entered the venue. "Hey, where are the other leaders? Why are only you and our principal here?" a curious student asked aloud. Li Xiaoman gave a mysterious smile and explained. "Because, you see, we're not conducting the trial here at school. Instead, we're heading to Changdong's secret realm to simulate a real battlefield for the trial. The rankings will be based on the average number of beasts each squad member kills and the value of resources they collect. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They were only seniors in high school and had just awakened their martial talents, yet they were being sent to a secret realm to simulate a real battlefield? Shouldn't this kind of thing start just 2 weeks before the college entrance exams? This was far too soon. Virtually none of them were mentally prepared. Moreover, the secret realm was different from the arena. There were no professional referees to intervene, and the ferocious beasts within showed no mercy. If something goes wrong, it could mean death. It's an officially designed special secret realm filled with only the lowest tier beasts. You'll be in teams, so while there's danger, it shouldn't be too severe. Li Xiaoman explained briefly. Chapter 44, Entering the Secret Realm. Not too dangerous means there is indeed danger. Exactly. If the death rate is 0%, what kind of simulated battlefield is that? It might as well be playing house. After hearing Li Xiaoman's explanation, most of the students still looked a bit pale. Li Xiaoman continued to reassure them. The authorities have even provided you with special escape bracelets. Press them firmly to exit the secret realm. As long as you're not instantly killed or encounter a beast with spatial abilities, you should be fine. Of course, you may choose not to participate in the secret realm trial. Opting out of this trial will be considered automatic withdrawal from the class, forfeiting all honors class privileges. Frankly, with these two measures combined, the authorities had practically reduced the mortality rate to 0. If anyone still dares not enter the secret realm under these conditions, then they naturally don't deserve the resources the authorities are pouring into this program. After all, the authorities have no interest in investing massive resources to cultivate paper tigers, individuals who possess formidable cultivation levels but lack the courage to engage in combat. No issues here, everyone hop on board. Those unwilling to participate may remain where they are. Li Xiaoman dropped that statement and boarded the bus first. The students present exchanged glances before following Li Xiaoman onto the school bus. Having finally made it into the honors class, no one wanted to drop out on the very first day. And after dropping out of the class, what if your former classmates ask out of curiosity? Admitting I got kicked out for being too scared to take the trial? That would be utterly humiliating. Thus, every single student present, regardless of their inner thoughts, boarded the school bus bound for the secret realm. Once everyone was aboard, the driver, who had been waiting ready, immediately started the vehicle and sped toward the Changdong secret realm area. The principal, who had been waiting nearby, nodded and flew off toward Changdong. As the top high school in the provincial capital, Changnan No. 1 High School boasted exceptionally well-equipped school buses with blazing speed. Less than half an hour after Shen Xingchen boarded, they had already reached their destination. School administrators from various high schools across Changnan City and municipal leaders were already waiting there. As usual, the senior officials delivered their speeches. While waiting, Shen Xingchen sensed another cold gaze upon him. He lifted his gaze and saw the principal of 3rd High School on the podium glaring at him with a vicious expression. His features bore a striking resemblance to Song Tonglin. Song Tonglin's biological father, Principal Song Chowi of 3rd High School. It seemed the man already knew that it was Shen Xingchen who had severed his son's hand. Shen Xingchen flashed Song Chowi a defiant smirk. You old bastard, you can't even raise your own son properly, yet you have the nerve to glare at others? What kind of dog face is that? Seeing Shen Xingchen's brazen attitude, Song Chowi's expression darkened instantly. His brows knitted tightly, then he seemed to recall something, flashing Shen Xingchen an enigmatic smile. After the smile faded, Song Chowi shifted his gaze away. The senior leader's speech concluded swiftly. Under specialized guidance, the top-tier students including Shen Xingchen stepped into the secret realm. Though he had explored secret realms countless times in his previous life, this was Shen Xingchen's first time entering one in this lifetime. The landing location within the secret realm was entirely random. However, in a low-level secret realm like this one, which was entirely controlled by the authorities, the officials still retained a small degree of control. For instance, before entering the realm, the authorities issued specially designed wristbands to each squad member. One of its functions was the pop-up mechanism Li Xiaoman had mentioned earlier. The second function ensures that students in the same team spawn at the same location, with no more than 100 meters separating them. The third function was to precisely record the number of beasts each student slayed, serving as the basis for the final rankings. Though small, the bracelets proved remarkably versatile. Unfortunately, in secret realms where high-level beasts above the martial sovereign realm roamed, these bracelets became nearly useless. Such secret realms are far more perilous. In unexplored primordial realms, adventurers might even be transported directly into perilous deep-sea abysses or volcanic craters. The moment they land, they face life or death crises. Thus, every member of an exploration team essentially risks their lives to pioneer these secret realms. The Great Xia government, in turn, grants them the highest honors they deserve. For expedition leaders like Shen Xingchen's mother, Song Qingshuang, the perks reached absurd levels. Money holds no meaning for Song Qingshuang. This was evident in Shen Xingchen's habit of purchasing resources by the hundreds of millions. The numerous privileges granted by the government were the very foundation upon which the Shen family built their livelihood. The rise of Xingchuan Group into a super conglomerate, recognized both nationally and globally, was inseparable from the various privileges Song Xingchuan commanded. Whoa, this teleportation force is intense. Shen Xingchen shook his head, banishing the scattered thoughts from his mind. The spatial teleportation array's side effects were most pronounced and noticeable during the first ride. Shen Xingchen looked up and surveyed his surroundings. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless sea of sand. The scorching sun hung overhead, distorting the air around him with its intense heat. With each breath, scorching air surged through his windpipe, bringing discomfort and a faint sensation of suffocation. To the east of the secret realm lay the Sea of Death. In such an environment, an ordinary person without water would become dehydrated and exhausted within an hour, losing all ability to fight. Even a martial arts novice could endure only 2 or 3 hours without water. Yet the sand sea was vast, its dangers countless. How could one possibly traverse it in just 2 or 3 hours? Yet for Shen Xingchen, such conditions were nothing. It wasn't due to exceptional physical prowess, but entirely because of his martial talent, the Ice Master. With a flick of his thoughts, ice-blue vital energy surged through Shen Xingchen's body like a raging river, coursing through every meridian. Instantly, the scorching heat enveloping his body vanished, replaced by a minty coolness. The irritability born of the scorching heat vanished as well. In that instant, Shen Xingchen felt as though he had been transported from the desert back into a 24C air-conditioned room. Thanks to Bai Xie. Shen Xingchen silently acknowledged the source of his talent in his mind. He scanned the area once more and finally spotted a familiar figure about 80 meters away in the northwest corner. Bai Xie, clad in her school uniform, stood with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion tinged with an unhealthy pallor. She was enduring the side effects of spatial travel. After all, not everyone could be like Shen Xingchen, who had managed to shake off the negative effects within mere seconds of using the spatial teleportation array for the first time. Seeing Bai Xie alone, Shen Xingchen quickened his pace, drawing his sword to guard her left and right. Soon, a faint moan escaped Bai Xie's lips. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as her eyes slowly opened. Her body instinctively jerked in alarm as she whirled to survey her surroundings, her hands automatically reaching for her waist. Her eyes brightened upon seeing Shen Xingchen standing beside her, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. She closed her eyes once more to steady herself. Chapter 45, Call for Help. Seconds passed and the pallor faded from Bai Xie's face, her complexion returning to a healthy porcelain white. Opening her eyes, she looked at Shen Xingchen and asked, "Are you hot?" Just as Shen Xingchen was about to shake his head, Bai Xie continued, "If you're hot, you can move closer to me. My innate abilities help counteract this environment. Staying near me will keep you cooler." As everyone knew, Shen Xingchen had never been one to refuse others' kindness. Just as he had previously refused to ignore the maid's meticulous efforts to dress him up, he now didn't want to let Bai Xie's kindness go to waste. So, he smiled and nodded in thanks. "Then I'll take you up on that." As he spoke, he leaned forward, drawing closer to Bai Xie. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The sand beside Bai Xie's right foot rippled slightly. In the next instant, a curved hook shot out from the sand like lightning, stabbing toward Bai Xie's right foot. The hook's tip glowed with a dark green, eerie light clearly laced with deadly poison. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed sharply. His right hand, pressed against the sword hilt, tensed with sudden force. Veins bulged like coiled snakes across the back of his hand. The next instant, a clear, piercing sword cry echoed across the heavens and earth, followed by a flash of silver-white blade light. Yet at the last moment, Shen Xingchen's right arm surged with power once more, halting the sword mid-swing with sheer force. Meanwhile, on Bai Xie's right leg and foot, a layer of crystalline ice had formed. The venomous hook struck the ice, producing a sharp metallic clang. Not a single scratch marred the ice's surface, while the poisonous hook was violently flung backward by the recoil. The force of the recoil even caused the figure of the poisoned scorpion, concealed beneath the yellow sand, to shift slightly, revealing its position. Bai Xie seized the moment with sharp reflexes, drawing the short dagger from her waist and flicking it downward. With a sharp whistle, the dagger pierced the air, striking the scorpion squarely in the head and pinning it to the sand. Having witnessed the entire battle unfold, even Shen Xingchen, a reincarnated being, couldn't help but exclaim, "Perfect! Perfect counter, perfect timing, perfect move. Brilliant!" Bai Xie bent down to pick up the short dagger, then looked up with a beautiful smile. "Stay vigilant at all times, you taught me that. Every word you said, I remember." The last part, of course, Bai Xie kept to herself. Shen Xingchen's smile grew even broader at her words. Bai Xie's learning ability and genius were beyond question. In her previous life, she had been the most brilliant gem of the entire Great Xia Empire. Possessing dual top-tier talents, her learning ability and grasp of concepts were both world-class. On the very second day after awakening her talent, she had already developed the Ice Master to this level. No longer confined to imbuing weapons with frigid power, she could now channel it through her body and clothing. Consider this: Xu Shiyao, who shares the same type of talent as Bai Xie, still couldn't even imbue her weapons with power at this stage, let alone other parts of her body. Xu Shiryao still relies on skin contact to activate her abilities. The gulf between them was starkly evident. Where do we go next? Bai Siye wiped the grime from her dagger and tossed it aside before asking. Shen Xingchen pointed westward. To the west, to retrieve the scriptures. Bai Siye accepted Shen Xingchen's plan without question. After all, the secret realm was vast enough that, to Bai Siye, it didn't matter where they went. This officially crafted secret realm was designed specifically for high school students. The beasts within were generally of low strength. And Bai Siye and Shen Xingchen were top-tier geniuses, 1 in a billion. This small secret realm held absolutely no danger for them whatsoever. Throughout their journey, Shen Xingchen mostly stood guard, sword at the ready. The dirty work defending against ambushes and slaying beasts fell entirely to Bai Siye. It wasn't that Shen Xingchen was exploiting Bai Siye like a slave. Rather, this real combat environment offered immense training and growth for a top-tier genius like Bai Siye, who had never experienced actual battle. From Shen Xingchen's perspective, Bai Siye's agility, dagger techniques, and grasp of the surrounding environment and combat timing were steadily improving with each battle. Her 2 most familiar martial arts techniques were even beginning to develop a certain aura, rapidly approaching the realm of divine mastery. With such a golden opportunity, how could Shen Xingchen possibly compete with Bai Siye? After all, his current realm wasn't something that could be advanced by slaying merely 2 fierce beasts. 100. For the umpteenth time, he picked up the short dagger from the yellow sand. Forged from common steel, the dagger had already begun to chip from repeated strikes. Bai Siye alone had slain 100 ferocious beasts. The 3-digit number flashing on her wristband showcased her extraordinary prowess. In contrast, Shen Xingchen, having not drawn his sword once, still displayed a pitiful 0 on his bracelet. But who had more or less didn't matter. As a team, the final tally would be the combined kills divided by 2. Let's take a break, Shen Xingchen suggested, observing the others' labored breathing. Even though the strength and durability of the frost chi blood far exceeded that of ordinary chi blood, killing 100 in a row still takes a huge toll. A proper rest would do us no harm. As he spoke, Shen Xingchen lifted his gaze toward the west. Amidst the boundless expanse of yellow sand, a hint of green stood out. Shen Xingchen and his companion were about to reach the next region. Looks like our landing spot is west of the desert, Shen Xingchen remarked. We're in luck. Hearing Shen Xingchen's words, Bai Siye was too exhausted to respond. She sat down where she was, giving a slight nod in response to Shen Xingchen's words. The two fell silent for a moment. Yellow winds swirled violently around them, whipping up sand that swished with a sound not entirely unpleasant. Bai Siye's labored breathing gradually steadied. Suddenly, Shen Xingchen's ears twitched. Amidst the howling gale, a faint cry for help could be heard. Go! Shen Xingchen yanked Bai Siye up from the ground and snapped. Someone's calling for help. As a reborn individual who had sacrificed his life for his country, Shen Xingchen did not hesitate to extend a helping hand to others. Especially since the one calling for help was a classmate he'd spent 100 days studying with. Following the sound of the wind, Shen Xingchen pulled Bai Siye's hand and rushed forward at full speed. Before long, faint breathing grew clearer. It was the helpless, shrill cries of a young woman. After a few more moments, Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. A cactus, a full 3 meters tall, was slowly moving across the sandy ground. Its pace was comparable to a normal person strolling. At that pace, even a healthy person could easily outrun it, let alone a martial artist. Yet the screaming girl was already pinned to the sand by the cactus's rapidly shooting spines. In this predicament, escape was impossible. Even activating her bracelet to leave the secret realm was nothing but a pipe dream. She could only hope that some deity would hear her cries for help and bestow divine favor upon her. Chapter 46, Tunan. Yuan Hua, the girl pinned down by the cactus spines, was actually quite fortunate. Beside her, another girl lay pinned in the sand by a dense cluster of cactus spines. Yet she was not as fortunate as Yuan Hua. Green spikes as thick as thumbs had pierced deep into her throat, both lungs, and even her heart. Now, she couldn't even manage something as simple as calling for help. Helplessly lying on the ground, she could only watch as the towering cactus slowly approached her. Each breath she took felt like 10,000 steel needles twisting inside her body. With every exhalation, gushes of bloody foam erupted from her throat and lungs. Witnessing their pitiful state, Bai Siye clenched the short dagger in her hand, lowering her stance as she began gathering her strength. Shen Xingchen pressed his sword and said, "Your strength hasn't recovered yet. Go save them. I'll handle this." This giant cactus likely possesses the maximum vitality of a martial novice. Its steel spines serve both defense and offense, surpassing any armor in utility. Even at her peak, Bai Siye would find it no easy task to deal with a beast of this caliber. Not to mention, Bai Siye is now utterly exhausted, her vital energy nearly depleted, drastically reducing her combat effectiveness. Hearing Shen Xingchen's words, Bai Siye nodded and said, "Exercise utmost caution." Shen Xingchen remained silent, his full attention fixed on the movements of the giant cactus nearby. In the blink of an eye, the long sword in his hand was already drawn from its sheath. Its silver blade, bathed in the blazing sun, reflected not a single glint of light. It seemed to conceal its divine nature, shrouded in a dark aura perfect for assassination. The colossal cactus closed in, now less than 3 meters from Yuan Hua and his companion. Shen Xingchen's legs suddenly bent, and his right arm surged with power. In the next instant, his entire body soared skyward like a great bird spreading its wings. At that very moment, gravity seemed to lose its hold on Shen Xingchen. His form shot upward, reaching a height of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the peak, Shen Xingchen's chi and blood, guided by his consciousness, had entirely converged in his upper body. A torrent of vital energy surged through his meridians, and the muscles in his upper body suddenly sank under the influence of the icy blue chi. Shen Xingchen's entire center of gravity shifted, causing his upper body to tilt downward first. The long sword in his hand thrust toward the giant cactus at an unorthodox angle. Propelled by gravitational potential energy, the speed and power of this strike far surpassed any of his previous thrusts. Though merely a slender blade, he wielded it with the sheer force of a broad, heavy greatsword. See rank sword technique, soaring south, masterful. The great bird spreads its wings, aiming for the southern skies. This strike harnessed the warrior's own explosive burst of power combined with the innate gravity of the heavens and earth, unleashing unparalleled might from the blade in his grasp. It was perfectly suited for confronting a monstrous beast like the giant cactus, thick-skinned and tough, yet slow and cumbersome. The sword's resonance reverberated, wind howled, and in the blink of an eye, Shen Xingchen's blade pierced 10 meters through the air, striking directly at the giant cactus's crown. The frenzied might and thunderous commotion instantly alerted the colossal cactus. It raised its head anthropomorphically, gazing upward. In that instant, the silver blade, sharp and menacing, pierced its field of vision. Given the giant cactus's movement speed, there was absolutely no chance to dodge. Yet the colossal cactus showed no intention of evading. With its body covered in spines, capable of both defense and offense, why flee? In an instant, the spines atop its crown shot out, elongating several times over. Originally only half a meter long, each spike now stretched to at least 2 meters in length. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen's sword measured just over a meter and 20 centimeters. This meant that if he attempted to strike the cactus's body, his arm or even his torso would be pierced by these elongated spines. The spines, once as thick as a thumb, now swelled to nearly the size of an adult's forearm. Even a single puncture would instantly kill an ordinary martial practitioner. Moreover, the ordinary spines below the cactus's crown instantly shot out from its body. Hundreds of steel needle-like spines surged upward in a thunderous assault. Sensing the lethal intent beneath him, Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed, yet the assault showed no sign of weakening. No matter how terrifying this giant cactus appeared, no matter how long or thick its spines grew, its core cultivation level was merely that of a peak martial trainee. When Shen Xingchen cultivated the first layer of the Gipaisho devouring heaven body, jade muscle, he had already been able to withstand the attacks of a peak martial trainee. Moreover, he had now cultivated the second layer, mystic flesh. How could a mere martial disciple-level beast hope to harm him? Wouldn't that render the top-tier physique he'd forged over the past 2 days, consumed through swallowing several premium resources and costing over 1 billion great xia coins, utterly laughable? Therefore, Shen Xingchen paid no heed to either the swollen spikes before him or the detached spikes beneath his feet. His form soared like a phoenix as he plunged from the heights, thrusting his long sword straight ahead. With a sharp hiss, the giant cactus's crown thorns tore apart like brittle paper. Its tough green skin offered no resistance either, failing to impede Shen Xingchen's sword in the slightest. Shen Xingchen sliced through it as easily as cutting tofu, driving his 1.2-meter-long sword completely into the giant cactus's body. With a flick of his wrist, the blade sliced out to the right. A large L-shaped gash appeared on the cactus's surface. Green viscous fluid gushed from the wound like a fountain. A quarter of the cactus's body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. After Shen Xingchen's strike landed, a barrage of sharp spines assaulted every part of his body, instantly shredding his school uniform. Yet as the spines attempted to pierce Shen Xingchen's flesh, a faint, jade-like glow suddenly erupted from his skin. As the spikes collided with his skin, a sharp metallic clang erupted. It was as if they had struck not flesh, but 100-fold tempered steel armor. Countless spikes were deflected by Shen Xingchen's skin and sent flying backward, leaving not even a white mark on his body. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen landed gracefully from midair. Gazing at the cactus, its wounds continuously oozing viscous fluid, he flickered his wrist. His long sword stabbed and slashed, unleashing several strikes in an instant. This beast was simply too massive, killing it was nothing but trouble. After finishing his work, Shen Xingchen turned to address the injured man. The moment he turned, the colossal cactus behind him shattered into 5 evenly sized fragments, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. A monstrous beast at the peak of the martial trainee realm, a beast comparable to those at the small martial artist realm. Yet before Shen Xingchen, it too could not last beyond 3 seconds. On the other side, Yuan Hua, whose consciousness remained clear, spotted Shen Xingchen's movements a split second before the giant cactus did due to his vantage point. When he witnessed that ferocious sword strike plummeting from the heavens, Yuan Hua's eyes lit up, nearly causing him to cry out in astonishment. How could Shen Xingchen possibly dare? Chapter 47, 2 Little Red Dots. How could he dare, alone with just a sword, to take on such a colossal beast at the peak of martial cultivation? Didn't he, with his perfect scores in theory classes, know that among low-tier beasts, size was nearly synonymous with strength? Bigger meant stronger, bigger meant mightier. This colossal cactus, though merely at the martial trainee realm, possessed strength that in no way lagged behind beasts at the martial artist realm. How dare he? No matter how gifted Shen Xingchen was, he was still just a martial trainee. Yuan Hua desperately wanted Shen Xingchen to run away and leave her behind. Yet she feared disrupting his plan, so she could only gaze helplessly skyward, hoping for a miracle. Just then, an icy chill flashed past her side. Bai Siye's pale, icy skin stood out starkly against the desert landscape, and the cool aura radiating from her made Yuan Hua's heart skip a beat. Before Yuan Hua could speak, Bai Siye had already crouched before her. Without hesitation, she began pulling out the sharp spikes embedded in Yuan Hua's body one by one. Then, before the blood could gush forth, Bai Siye's hand gently brushed over Yuan Hua's gruesome wounds. A surge of cold energy instantly froze the nearly hemorrhaging wounds, effectively stopping the bleeding. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, most of the spikes embedded in Yuan Hua's body had been removed. At that very moment, Shen Xingchen's sword had already pressed against the cactus's crown. Yuan Hua's eyes flickered with hope, anticipating that this seemingly omnipotent man would once again perform an unimaginable miracle. Yet when she saw the spines suddenly swell and rain down from the sky, she couldn't help but cry out. Bai Siye, help! Yuan Hua wanted Bai Siye to help Shen Xingchen first. After all, she knew just how terrifying the power of those spines was, and how excruciatingly painful it would be to be pierced by them. Before she could finish, Bai Siye cut her off coldly. Shut up and leave. Without glancing at Yuan Hua or Shen Xingchen, Bai Siye strode straight toward another injured person. She trusted Shen Xingchen completely. As long as Shen Xingchen's assigned task remained unfinished, she wouldn't concern herself with anything else. As Bai Siye pulled the sharp spikes from the injured person's body, Yuan Hua beside her let out wave after wave of uncontrollable gasps. Her movements remained steady as a surge of cold energy emanated from her hands, once again stabilizing the student's injuries. His injuries were too severe, and he had already fallen unconscious. Bai Siye decisively yanked the bracelet from the student's wrist, placed it in their palm, then forced their hand into a fist and pressed down firmly. Instantly, a faint glow seeped through the crevices of the clenched fist. The glow spread, enveloping the injured student. In the next instant, Bai Siye vanished into the secret realm. After treating the patient, Bai Siye swiftly turned, drew the short dagger from her waist, and prepared to assist Shen Xingchen in battle. But just then, Shen Xingchen turned, sheathing his sword, his eyes bright as he declared. This beast is too massive. Killing it will be troublesome. As the words fell, the colossal cactus behind him collapsed. Just as expected. Seeing this, Bai Siye showed no surprise on her face. After all, this man was capable of decapitating even a peak martial artist assassin with a single strike. What could a mere beast of the martial disciple realm possibly be to her? She felt no concern. Bai Siye sheathed the short dagger at her waist. At that very moment, Shen Xingchen approached. He looked at Yuan Hua and said, "Hurry back, Yuan Hua. Bai Siye is merely stabilizing your injuries, not healing them. If you delay too long and the cold dissipates, you'll bleed out. Your life will be gone." Hearing this, the shock on Yuan Hua's face finally began to fade. She couldn't help but glance at the long sword in Shen Xingchen's hand. It gleamed as if brand new, not a trace of slime clinging to it. It was hard to imagine that this sword had dismembered a colossal beast in mere seconds. At the same time, her gaze drifted involuntarily over Shen Xingchen's body. Though the cactus spines couldn't harm Shen Xingchen, his Changnan First High School uniform wasn't made of iron. At this moment, Shen Xingchen's clothes were shredded to tatters, making him look more wretched than a beggar. Yet beneath those tattered garments, the exposed skin glowed with a smooth, lustrous sheen, like the finest white jade. Therefore, even in his ragged state, no one would mistake him for an actual beggar. Instead, they would likely perceive him as a young master with a highly distinctive style. Noticing Yuan Hua's eyes glued to Shen Xingchen, Bai Siye clenched her fists. Stepping in front of Yuan Hua, she blocked her view and said, enunciating each word deliberately. "You should leave now, classmate." Oh, thank you both." Yuan Hua suddenly felt a chill run through her body, as if some terrifying presence had fixed its gaze upon her. In that instant, she felt as though she had been transported back to the moment when she had been pinned to the ground, helpless and praying. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed the button on her wristband and fled the scene. The vast desert was once again left with only Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye. Bai Siye turned, her gaze sweeping over Shen Xingchen's body before nonchalantly shifting elsewhere. "Want my clothes?" It was late February, and most people still wore long-sleeved undershirts and thermal pants beneath their outer layers. Shen Xingchen lowered his gaze, looking down at his nearly exposed body. The 2 small red dots on his chest were particularly conspicuous. Therefore, he didn't refuse. "All right, just the jacket. No need for pants." Hearing that word, Bai Siye straightened her gaze once more, glanced at Shen Xingchen's body again, and said, "Turn around." Okay. Shen Xingchen turned around. After all, staring at a girl undressing might just make one look a bit creepy. Shen Xingchen turned his head, exposing his back to Bai Siye's view. His muscles were clearly defined, his waistline pronounced, quite a sight to behold. She glanced a few more times, then slipped off her jacket and said indifferently, "Here." Shen Xingchen turned to take the jacket, covering the small red bean protruding from his chest. "Do you still need to rest?" Shen Xingchen asked. "Yes." Bai Siya replied. She had barely rested before rushing off to save someone. The frigid qi and blood within her body hadn't fully recovered before being completely expended. Of course she needed rest. In this secret realm, there's no need to push yourself. Just tell me what you need. Shen Xingchen nodded and stood guard beside her, hand on his sword as usual. He glanced at the numbers on his wrist. 10. A peak martial trainee level beast was equivalent to 10 ordinary martial trainee level beasts. That seemed reasonable enough. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Bai Siya rose from the ground. "Alright, we'll rest as we walk from here on out." Shen Xingchen had no objection, and the two continued westward. At first, to allow Bai Siya to rest properly, Shen Xingchen handled most of the fighting. Bai Siya watched from the sidelines as Shen Xingchen fought. The more she watched, the more astonished she became. Every strike from Shen Xingchen was perfect in timing, force, and angle. His angles were so precise they left no room for evasion. His force was measured, never sparing an ounce that might grant the enemy room to resist, nor wasting a single ounce that might drain his own stamina. Everything was flawless, flowing as smoothly as water. Chapter 48: Enemies in the Shadows. Shen Xingchen didn't seem to be exploring a secret realm at all. He appeared more like a master swordsman showcasing his artistry. Moreover, his perception was so acute it baffled Bai Siya. Often, Bai Siya failed to detect the beast's presence at all. Even the beasts themselves showed no inclination to attack. Yet Shen Xingchen functioned like a human radar. Wherever he passed, wherever his sword's edge reached, the beasts perished without exception. By the halfway point of their journey, the count on Shen Xingchen's wristband had already surpassed 100. And he showed no signs of breathlessness or exhaustion whatsoever. His face remained as calm as a still lake, his movements steady and composed, as if he were strolling leisurely on a spring outing. Is this really a martial trainee? Even Bai Siya, blessed with frigid blood and endurance far surpassing her peers, couldn't achieve this. What was Shen Xingchen relying on? Could he also possess the frozen bloodline? Impossible. Bai Siya couldn't fathom it no matter how hard she tried. Finally, she sighed softly, thinking to herself. Indeed, he is the true prodigy. Before Shen Xingchen awakened his innate talent, Bai Siya had never voiced it, but deep down, she harbored her own pride. She had always believed that no matter who stood before her, she possessed absolute confidence in calling herself a genius. But after Shen Xingchen awakened his talent, the near miraculous feats he displayed shattered the pride buried deep within her heart. It turns out I'm no genius at all. Bai Siya sighed again, then her gaze hardened. Drawing the dagger from her waist, she addressed Shen Xingchen. I'll take over now. You should rest. If my talent falls short of others, I'll compensate with diligence. Alternating between combat and travel, their pace was relentless as the numbers on their wristbands soared. As they crossed the central region, they intervened once more to rescue a 4-person squad under attack by ferocious beasts. By the time they reached the western part of the secret realm, Shen Xingchen's bracelet had surpassed 300. The number on Bai Siya's bracelet was similarly nearing 300. This fact caused Shen Xingchen to regard Bai Siya with even greater respect. After all, Bai Siya's raw strength and endurance were far inferior to his own, a player who had invested heavily and even cheated. Yet despite this, she gritted her teeth and pushed herself to the brink, relentlessly breaking through her own limits. Just look at her. Not only was Bai Siya's talent unparalleled in the world, but her resolve was also utterly flawless. Otherwise, how could she have reached the half-step martial god realm alongside Song Qingxuang back in their previous life, while Shen Xingchen was still lingering at the martial saint stage? Given Bai Siya's background and foundation, it's no wonder she managed to surpass Shen Xingchen. Lost in thought, Shen Xingchen lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. A bitterly cold wind howled through the icy, snow-covered landscape. Anchoring his gaze, the ground was blanketed in deep snow that reached his ankles, while trees hung with crystalline rime. As far as the eye could see, the snowy white and icy white intertwined, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale. If the eastern region was a blazing summer, and the central region a vibrant spring and autumn, then the western regions are undoubtedly the bitter cold of winter. Such a place was perfectly suited for those with the Ice Master talent, like Shen Xingchen and Bai Siya. Here, ordinary martial artists would find their flesh stiffening, their qi and blood stagnating, their power severely limited. Yet Shen Xingchen and Bai Siya felt unexpectedly invigorated. Their qi and blood surged like a raging river breaking its banks, elevating both their strength and endurance to new heights. This realization steadied Shen Xingchen's resolve. He stretched his senses to their limit, searching for traces of the divine beast, while verbally warning, "Stay alert." Hearing this, Bai Siya pursed her lips and nodded. She always took Shen Xingchen's words seriously. Shen Xingchen followed his memory, heading northwest. The place where the divine beast had appeared in his previous life was the cold pool in the northwest corner of the western region. After about half an hour of walking, Shen Xingchen's footsteps halted abruptly. It wasn't because he had discovered the divine beast's trail. Instead, his senses detected two people who had been following him the entire time. At first, he had assumed they were merely fellow students passing by. Yet for the past half hour, they had been trailing leisurely behind him and by Sia. They neither hunted fierce beasts nor searched for precious herbs. Clearly, they were after him. Time to rest. I'm getting tired. Shen Xingchen rested his sword on his lap and sat down cross-legged. He was eager to see just what kind of upstarts dared to set their sights on him. The 10,000 Beasts sect? That shouldn't be possible. Song Qingxuan's operation had already wiped out all beast cult strongholds within Changnan City and several surrounding cities. By now, there shouldn't be any trace of the 10,000 Beasts cult left in Changnan City. Moreover, this secret realm was created entirely by the authorities. Everyone entered under the watchful eyes of the leaders. There couldn't possibly be any beast cult assassins. Shen Xingchen pondered, his right hand pressed firmly against his sword hilt while his left hand repeatedly pinched snow from the ground, kneading it into small balls. Bai Xia let out a quiet sigh of relief. This guy is finally tired. She sat beside Shen Xingchen, twirling the short dagger in her hand. Her mind replayed the trajectory of her earlier strike, searching for any room for improvement. When Shen Xingchen's small snowball grew into a large one, his brows knitted together. Those two little bastards really could endure. They might endure, but Shen Xingchen couldn't. After all, the divine beast was still waiting for him. Shen Xingchen stood up, feigning a big stretch while clenching the snowball tightly in his left hand. As his waist bent to a certain angle, his upper body snapped upright like a taut bowstring, and the snowball in his hand shot out in an instant. Having been rolled for 3 minutes, the snowball had been compacted to its absolute limit by Shen Xingchen's frigid chi and blood. The moment it left his hand, its speed rivaled that of a bullet. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into a distant tree encrusted with rime ice. The tree swayed violently, its rime shattering into shards that plummeted to the ground. Get out here! Shen Xingchen's voice was cold. Hearing this, Bai Xia suddenly tightened her grip on the short dagger in her hand. Is there someone under the tree? She hadn't noticed at all. After a long while, there was still no sound from behind the tree. They seemed to be hesitating. However, Shen Xingchen had no desire to waste time with them. If these hidden enemies weren't eliminated, how could he possibly focus his mind to form a contract with a divine beast if he truly encountered one? Anything that interfered with his divine beast contract deserved to die. Shen Xingchen silently drew his sword and advanced. His feet landed on the compacted snow, each step producing a distinct crunching sound. Until he closed to within 5 meters of the great tree. A fit of hysterical laughter erupted from behind the tree. Ha! Shen Xingchen, you're really asking for it. I was actually debating whether to kill you. But since you're courting death yourself, don't blame me. As the words fell, a familiar figure leapt out from behind the tree. His face twisted in a savage grimace, his right forearm encased in a silver-white substance none other than Song Tonglin, whose claw had been severed by Shen Xingchen. Chapter 49, Black Gold Armor. Following Shen Xingchen, 3 towering, silent figures emerged slowly. Each gripped a broad, heavy battle axe. The axe head alone was half the size of Song Tonglin's entire body. 3 official martial artists. Each one was a martial artist at the peak of their realm. This kid's cheating. This is supposed to be a student trial, yet he's hiring a stand-in. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen suddenly recalled the expression on the face of Song Tonlin's biological father, the principal of 3rd middle school, sitting on the podium. No wonder. So he had his real dad looking out for him. Seeing the dark expression on Shen Xingchen's face, Song Tonglin laughed until he doubled over. Ha! Shen Xingchen, didn't see that coming, did you? It's only been a few hours, and you're already in my hands. You don't think you can escape, do you? Try pressing the bracelet, then. Ha! Even without him saying it, Shen Xingchen could already sense faint spatial fluctuations in the surrounding environment. He came prepared. It seemed the other party was determined to kill him. At this thought, a mocking smile touched Shen Xingchen's lips. How old are you, still hiding behind your parents? What? Standing before me, you don't even have the courage to draw your sword? As he spoke, Shen Xingchen extended his left arm to block Bai Xia, who was trying to shield him. This girl always throws herself in front of me whenever danger arises. Does she think so little of me? At those words, a flash of fury crossed Song Tonglin's face. The excruciating pain in his right hand made it impossible for him to even grasp a sword. And even if he were fully intact, he wouldn't dare stand before Shen Xingchen. That fierce, overbearing sword light from the morning's arena still haunted him like a nightmare. Unless he killed Shen Xingchen, he would never find peace. Don't push me. No matter how high your talent or how great your potential, it's all bull if you can't deliver. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. Blame yourself for craving the spotlight when you lack the backing to shield you from the storm. Song Tonglin sneered. His gaze swept past Shen Xingchen to Bai Xia standing behind him, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. He commanded his men. 2 people held the man down. 1 subdued the woman. Right in front of Shen Xingchen, I'll make sure this. While Song Tonglin was giving orders, his men were distracted by his commands. Shen Xingchen suddenly sprang into action. Sword in his right hand, he lunged forward like a swallow soaring from the ground. In midair, Shen Xingchen's right hand gripped his sword while his left hand violently slapped his waistbelt. He had no intention of using external force during the trial. But you started it, Song Tonglin. Open your dog eyes and see. What is true power? What is power? What is true foundation? In the blink of an eye, the black gold belt at Shen Xingchen's waist erupted with dazzling brilliance. In an instant, invisible rays shot forth and enveloped Shen Xingchen's entire body. Then, the black gold radiance solidified upon his body, forming a tangible black gold armor that completely enveloped him. The armor featured a starry sky-like base of profound ink, inlaid with dark, muted, and luxurious flowing gold patterns. This gold was not the brilliant radiance of the sun, but rather resembled the extinguished core of a star, or ancient molten gold buried deep within the earth's veins for eons, imbued with death and slaughter. Even light itself was greedily swallowed by its surface, leaving only the sinuous golden patterns to trace its monstrous yet elegant contours in the gloom like the veins and tendons of a colossal beast lurking in the darkness. Though none present had ever seen or heard of armor of this design, its sheer appearance alone radiated an aura of opulent power. After materializing this black gold armor, Shen Xingchen's speed more than doubled. What had once been a flight path visible to the naked eye of three peak martial artists vanished completely. Shen Xingchen had transformed into a black gold bolt of lightning, his form traversing several meters of space in an instant. The long sword in his hand swept through the air like the scythe of death. In that instant, countless brilliant sword lights scattered like falling feathers, dazzling the eyes. The three peak martial artists couldn't discern the true nature of these countless sword lights. They couldn't tell which strike was lethal and which was feint. Or perhaps, every strike was a killing blow. Gritting their teeth, they raised their massive axes with all their might. The three massive axes formed an impenetrable barrier. If they couldn't tell the difference, then they'd block them all. They simply refused to believe that Shen Xingchen, a mere martial apprentice, could possibly turn the tables. Could he possibly break through the blockade of three martial artists single-handedly? Even the finest armor on the market could only elevate a martial artist's strength by one major realm. A martial trainee advancing a major realm would merely become a martial artist. 3 against 1, the advantage was clearly theirs. Yet they were wrong. Empowered by the black gold armor, Shen Xingchen was no ordinary martial artist. Terrifying power fortified his flesh, abundant energy surged through his body, his vitality and blood energy had already surpassed 100, temporarily entering the realm of a martial master. The C-rank sword technique, Feathered Immortal, was executed with divine precision. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Xingchen's body, which had just touched the ground, soared upward once more. He rose into the air like a feathered immortal. The sword light that had radiated from his blade moments before vanished completely. The falling feathers that the crowd had glimpsed in their days instantly crumbled to dust. Witnessing this scene, Song Tonglin's heart tightened. He hadn't forgotten the morning's exam. He had heard it himself. Shen Xingchen's score was perfect, which meant he truly possessed the skill of Feathered Immortal. But Song Tonglin had no chance to warn him. Shen Xingchen's figure drifted gracefully, suspended mid-air like a sword immortal, effortlessly soaring over the barrier formed by the 3 giant axes. Then, with a light flick of his sword, mid-air, the sword's light blossomed like a flower, suddenly bursting forth in dazzling splendor. Life and death intertwined, birth and demise entwined. The blossoms were resplendent, full of vitality, and then the essence of death reached its peak. The 3 warriors standing shoulder to shoulder suddenly felt a chill on their scalps, followed by wave after wave of stinging pain radiating from their heads. They glanced at each other, each heart sinking in terror. A sudden chill ran down their spines, the coldness racing upward from their tailbones to the very tops of their heads where the crowns had already been sliced away. With a single stroke, Shen Xingchen had sliced off the scalps and half the brains of 3 peak martial artists. The crimson and white brain matter lay starkly exposed to the air, laid bare before Song Tonglin's eyes. This horrifying sight drained all color from Song Tonglin's face. The 3 burly men didn't even have time to utter a sound. Their bodies stiffened as they fell backward, the twin giant axes they held crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Shen Xingchen landed with a thud, his hand gliding over his waist as his armor vanished instantly. He turned to face Song Tonglin. Well. Under his gaze, Song Tonglin retreated step by step, his left hand also pressed against his waist. His voice was fierce on the outside but cowardly on the inside. Don't come any closer. I have armor too. I'm not afraid of you. He did indeed have armor, but it barely elevated him to the warrior realm. There was no way he could possibly defeat Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen stood his ground, a mocking expression on his face, watching Song Tonglin's clownish performance. Under normal circumstances, Shen Xingchen would have long since impaled him with a single sword thrust. Why would he bother listening to this pathetic whining? But this time was different. The black gold armor had forcibly elevated his cultivation by 2 major tiers. His vitality surged from 88 straight into the hundreds. A 10-fold increase. Such an overwhelming surge of vital energy was nothing short of disastrous for a martial artist. Ordinary meridians, suddenly subjected to the crushing pressure of such immense vitality, would inevitably crack or even rupture. Though Shen Xingchen possessed formidable physical strength and extraordinary resilience, he had yet to cultivate to the divine meridian realm of the third layer of the Paishio devouring heaven body. While he wouldn't explode like others, the relentless surging of chi and blood within him made him feel utterly miserable. Mom never mentioned it would be like this, Shen Xingchen thought to himself. Song Qingshuang had only mentioned forming armor to enhance defense, never that it would simultaneously amplify vital energy and blood. This was downright cruel. Only because Shen Xingchen possessed such a robust constitution would he survive. Anyone else would have exploded long ago. Shen Xingchen adjusted his chi and blood flow while pondering this. Song Tonglin, retreating step by step, still bluffed. You can't kill me. My father is the principal of 3rd middle school. My father is Song Chaoyi. You can't kill me. Behind Shen Xingchen, Bai Siye watched him with a worried gaze. She knew Shen Xingchen well. He was ruthless and merciless when he acted, not the type to listen to his enemy's nonsense. The fact that he stood there now, choosing not to kill Song Tonglin, surely meant he had his reasons. With this thought, Bai Siye stepped forward, intending to eliminate Song Tonglin, this lingering threat for Shen Xingchen. Meanwhile, Song Tonglin also sensed something amiss with Shen Xingchen. His face had gone pale, and he stood frozen in place. This. Song Tonglin's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. Even his ordinary armor left side effects after use, how much more so for Shen Xingchen's immensely powerful armor? To forcefully harness divine power with mortal strength would inevitably invite backlash. Heaven is aiding me. Song Tonglin's eyes blazed with determination. His left hand shot toward his waist, and a set of crimson and white armor instantly enveloped his entire body. He was about to charge forward and slay Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye, but his raised foot halted mid-step. Eyes concealed beneath the helmet flickered with hesitation. What if Shen Xingchen regained his senses? He couldn't possibly defeat Shen Xingchen. The pressure and fear Shen Xingchen instilled in him were overwhelming. Even with the upper hand now, he dared not lay a finger on Shen Xingchen. After a moment's hesitation, Song Tonglin actually turned and fled in his armor. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen muttered under his breath, useless trash. You get your chance and still can't get the job done. Bai Siye, standing nearby, wanted to pursue him, but Shen Xingchen stopped her. It's fine. That kid's as good as dead. Indeed, Hu and Changnan could protect Song Tonglin, a mere principal of 3rd middle school, after he attempted to assassinate Shen Lang and Song Qingshuang's son? What a joke! Hearing this, Bai Siye obediently stepped back, positioning herself to shield Shen Xingchen. At that very moment, an even more pronounced and violent spatial fluctuation erupted suddenly. A dark purple fissure abruptly appeared before Shen Xingchen. In the next instant, the fissure rapidly expanded, forming a black hole 3 meters in diameter. An immense gravitational pull emanated from within the void. Offering no room for resistance whatsoever, Shen Xingchen, Bai Siye, and even Song Tonglin, who had fled quite a distance, were all sucked into the void. Chapter 50, Divine Beast. This force possessed an extremely high rank. Even someone as powerful as Shen Xingchen had no time to react. Let alone Bai Siye and Song Tonglin, who fled in panic like a stray dog. The three were sucked into the black hole almost simultaneously. A distortion and dizziness more intense than spatial teleportation instantly engulfed Shen Xingchen's entire body. Strangely, under the wash of this spatial force, the turbulent chi and blood within his body actually stabilized. Yet all his prized possessions, the Han Yuan Xian sword, the black gold belt, and the various precious medicines he carried, vanished without a trace. All that remained on his person was a set of clothing he had never seen before. Realizing this, Shen Xingchen quickly looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The view before him was anything but normal. In all 4 directions, illusory spatial walls rose up like towering barriers. Beyond these walls, dark purple spatial turbulence swirled chaotically like drifting snow. Shen Xingchen continued scanning the outside world, his pupils instantly contracting. Bai Siye stood in the room directly ahead. And in the room behind Bai Siye stood Song Tonglin, clad in armor. Both possessed soul strength and mental fortitude inferior to Shen Xingchen's, hence they had yet to recover from their disorientation. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen felt a slight relief. His gaze shifted upward, and his eyes abruptly sharpened. Amidst a chaos of black and purple currents, a slender, jet-black dragon coiled high in the heavens, its gaze indifferent and aloof. The majestic beauty of this dragon defied description. Yet Shen Xingchen believed that anyone who had ever laid eyes on this dragon would find it difficult to harbor affection for any other creature. After all, having witnessed the boundless expanse of the heavens, how could one endure the vulgarity of mundane things? The instant Shen Xingchen locked eyes with it, his mind exploded with a thunderous roar. The scene before his eyes rapidly transformed. The square rooms and high walls twisted and distorted. Then, the walls that had stood around him suddenly shot skyward, landing before him like towering monuments. Simultaneously, several pieces of information inexplicably surfaced in Shen Xingchen's mind. The Divine Beast trial consists of 3 tiers: martial talent, physical talent, and soul talent. Achieving an A-grade rating in all 3 trials earns the Celestial Beast's recognition, and the dragon will automatically form a contract with the candidate. From that moment onward, they would share life and death, bound by fate, never to part. Perceiving the information in his mind, Shen Xingchen's face lit up with delight. Martial arts, physical prowess, and spiritual essence. While he wouldn't claim to be the world's best in all three, he was undoubtedly among the elite. He was confident he could breeze through the trials no matter what. His thoughts settled, and he shifted his gaze from the lofty heavens to the monument before him. The ethereal wall solidified into a form Shen Xingchen recognized. This was a magnificent wall forged from talent stones. The first trial, martial arts talent. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingchen strode forward and pressed his hand directly against the wall. In an instant, dazzling multicolored light shot skyward. Its immense force shattered the wall before him. A colossal pillar of multicolored light shot straight into the heavens, even catching the attention of the indifferent dragon. The dragon's inverted eyes lowered once more, its gaze solidifying as it fixed upon Shen Xingchen. In an instant, the air around Shen Xingchen seemed to solidify, pressing down upon his physical form bit by bit. The second trial, physical prowess. At that moment, Shen Xingchen's body bore the weight of boundless pressure. A radiant glow erupted from his jade-like skin, desperately resisting the sudden onslaught. Simultaneously, beneath his skin, his flesh seemed to gain consciousness, opening wide as if to devour. His mystical flesh surged with power, instantly swallowing the majority of the pressure surrounding Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen felt an immediate sense of relief. But before he could catch his breath, the pressure that had vanished moments ago doubled once more. With a thunderous boom, Shen Xingchen's body hunched low as the void beneath his feet cracked open in countless fissures. Simultaneously, cracks began to appear on the surface of his skin. What had been minor fissures suddenly burst open under the immense pressure. In an instant, spurting blood drenched Shen Xingchen, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Shen Xingchen forced himself to hold his breath, struggling desperately against the relentless pressure closing in from all sides. His mind recalled the third-layer circulation path of the Paishio devouring heaven body, and his damaged body followed the mental blueprint to execute the body forging technique. The third layer's divine meridians were meant to be forged under boundless pressure. This certainly saved Shen Xingchen both money and effort. The immense pressure continued to intensify. The dragon god high above seemed to clearly sense the limit of what Shen Xingchen's body could bear. The force it applied remained precisely at the threshold, slightly beyond what Shen Xingchen could endure. Prolonged overload pressure had already covered Shen Xingchen's entire body in blood streaks. Yet even so, he gritted his teeth and persevered. This pain was nothing compared to the physical training he'd endured that morning, and it paled in comparison to the agony of being torn apart by 10,000 beasts in his previous life. He could endure it. How could he abandon a divine beast coveted by countless others simply because of this pain? With this beast's aid, both his potential and power would surge dramatically. Yet in the next instant, Shen Xingchen's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Under the crushing pressure, his once clear, black and white eyes had been stained crimson, and his vision blurred. Yet he still saw. Song Tonglin, clad in armor, awoke before Bai Xie. He had completely abandoned the opportunity to contract a divine beast, leaping over the high wall in a single stride and closing in on Bai Xie's room. As he moved, a thousand-fold forged long sword appeared in Song Tonglin's hand. This blade could effortlessly pierce the defenses of a peak-level martial beast, let alone the neck of a mere martial apprentice like Bai Xie. A single flick of Song Tonglin's blade would send Bai Xie's head tumbling to the floor like a ripe persimmon. Yet while Song Tonglin could leave his own room effortlessly, breaching Bai Xie's quarters proved far more troublesome. He thrust his sword fiercely into the wall, yet its surface only left a few faint white marks. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen breathed a slight sigh of relief. He frantically activated his body tempering technique, his icy blue vital energy surging through his body like a river bursting its banks. Yet the pressure, amplified several-fold, not only rendered Shen Xingchen immobile but also caused the qi and blood within his body to stagnate. Yet this presented an opportunity for his internal meridians. Had anyone been able to peer inside, they would have seen Shen Xingchen's meridians actively shattering apart. The severed vessels merged into the stagnant qi and blood. Far from losing their vitality, these vessels became even more voracious, frantically devouring the frozen, icy blue qi and blood within Shen Xingchen's body. The surging energy contained within the frigid qi and blood had become the ultimate nourishment for these formidable meridians. SSSH. A sound like a straw-sucking liquid echoed continuously within Shen Xingchen's body. His vital energy rapidly depleted, completely devoured by the severed meridians. Chapter 51, Half-Step Divine Meridians. If a novice dared to be as bold as Shen Xingchen, the result would inevitably be shattered meridians and a ruined future. But Shen Xingchen was different. In his previous life, he had already completed a full cycle of the body tempering method, understanding its critical points and difficulties. Thus, though his actions were daring, they remained entirely within his control. Nourished by the immense energy within the ice-blue vital energy, the severed meridians began to draw closer, showing signs of reconnecting. At this moment, the intense pressure surrounding Shen Xingchen paradoxically became an aid. The omnipresent pressure acted upon Shen Xingchen's meridians, forcibly bonding the severed segments inch by inch. In just half a minute, the meridians within Shen Xingchen's body were reformed. Within the channels, the vital energy and blood flowed sparsely, requiring more time to fully recover. Yet these newly formed meridians did not possess the blood-red hue of ordinary people. Instead, they radiated an icy blue glow, a sight of extraordinary beauty. Half-step divine meridians. At this stage, only a few days of nourishment with several top-tier resources were needed to fully form the divine meridians. Once that happened, Shen Xingchen's Paisho devouring heaven body would completely enter the third layer. Even in this incomplete state, the divine meridians significantly boosted Shen Xingchen's vital energy and blood reserves. His vital energy, originally at 8888, now threatened to break through the 10-point barrier. Sensing this, Shen Xingchen immediately suppressed the surging vitality, forcibly capping his vitality value at 9999. Binding a divine beast was naturally optimal at the martial trainee realm. Though he hadn't broken through to a major realm, the advancement within a minor realm combined with the breakthrough in his body tempering technique had already elevated Shen Xingchen's physical prowess to a new level. The pressure that had once been unbearable now felt insignificant. Shen Xingchen forced his body upright, lifting his legs out of the muddy pressure, then setting them down. Lifted, then set down. His form moved slowly yet resolutely toward the second high wall. The moment he reached the second wall, the pressure around him vanished instantly. Shen Xingchen's entire body relaxed, an indescribable sense of relief spreading through him. The depleted qi and blood within his body began to replenish at an astonishing speed. The vitality enhanced by the Ice Lord talent was truly formidable. Shen Xingchen strode forward swiftly, his gaze flickering toward Song Tonlin. At a single glance, his brows furrowed deeply. The walls of Bai Siye's room were now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The high walls swayed precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that very moment, Bai Siye slowly opened her eyes. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen reached the third monument. The third trial, soul talent. How could one quantify the strength and innate talent of a soul? Before reaching the martial sovereign realm, the soul remained an elusive, intangible concept for most cultivators. At best, one could judge its strength by the range of one's perception. But how did beings as mystical and powerful as divine beasts judge the strength and potential of a person's soul? Shen Xingchen was deeply curious. But the current situation left no room for curiosity. He swiftly pressed his hand against the third monument. In the next instant, a dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth, reverberating through the 9 skies and piercing straight into the divine sea. As if boundless dragon might from the primordial ages crash down, directly impacting Shen Xingchen's soul. In a daze, Shen Xingchen seemed to glimpse a black gold throne stretching for thousands of miles. Upon the throne, a coiled dragon's body stretched endlessly, equally vast and boundless, its limits lost to the eye. Shen Xingchen strained to see more. Suddenly, the black dragon reclining upon the throne opened its dragon eyes. Within its golden eyes, glaring upward, seemed to burn an eternal divine flame. The divine flames flickered, tugging at the soul. Its oppressive aura was like a prison, terrifying to behold and chilling to the bone. Shen Xingchen's position stood directly within the black dragon's gaze. No martial disciple could remain standing under the gaze of a true dragon. Thus, even if a test subject stumbled in panic at this stage, as long as they retained consciousness after the gaze, they would pass. But Shen Xingchen was no ordinary martial disciple. Though his body was that of a martial trainee, within the depths of his soul resided 2 spirits. One of them was the soul of a top-tier martial saint. Even though this soul had suffered damage through the passage of time and space, its raw power greatly diminished, its status remained unshaken. A top-tier martial saint was a force equal to that of a divine beast. Thus, under the true dragon's gaze, Shen Xingchen stood his ground, neither flinching nor retreating, meeting its stare in silent confrontation. After 10 breaths of this gaze, the illusory realm before him collapsed with a thunderous crash. Along with the illusion, the third monument standing before Shen Xingchen also crumbled. Simultaneously, information reappeared in his mind. Martial Talent Trial, Grade A. Physical Talent Trial, Grade A+. Soul Talent Trial, Grade A+. Trials passed. Place both hands upon the 4th monument. Remain silent for 100 breaths to forge a contract with the divine beast. After countless hardships, he had finally reached the final step. A delighted smile spread across Shen Xingchen's face as he strode swiftly to the 4th monument and placed his hands directly upon it. Simultaneously, gale force winds howled from the heavens, and the dragon's roar once again shook the skies. A dragon as black as ink soared through the sky, landing behind the 4th monument. Its inverted dragon eyes opened, gazing at Shen Xingchen as divine flames reignited within its pupils. This time, its gaze held no majesty, no coldness, no lofty detachment. The fire in its eyes seemed like the warm call of a loving family, radiating a comforting warmth. In its gaze, Shen Xingchen even perceived a hint of familiarity and gentleness. It too desired to forge a contract with him. Shen Xingchen sought to contract a true dragon, a spatial-type true dragon. Just then, the shattering sound of glass erupted abruptly, ringing in Shen Xingchen's ears. His gaze snapped toward Song Tonlin. Before him, a massive hole had been blasted open. Clad in armor, Song Tonlin easily stepped through and entered Bai Siye's room. Empowered by his armor, his combat prowess had already reached the martial artist realm, with vitality twice that of Bai Siye. Moreover, Song Tonglin also possessed an S-rank martial talent, placing him almost on equal footing with Bai Xie. Such a vast chasm in vitality was simply beyond Bai Xie's ability to counter. Witnessing this, Bai Xie snapped back to her senses. She pressed her lips tightly together, glanced back at Shen Xingchen, and shook her head forcefully. She knew full well how precious the divine beast was. She understood how difficult it had been for Shen Xingchen to reach this point. Therefore, she neither wished nor could bear to see Shen Xingchen abandon such a golden opportunity to help her. Shen Xingchen had already done more than enough for her. At that moment, Song Tonglin, already consumed by rage, swung his sword down. His martial talent had always clouded his judgment. In this state, Song Tonglin was nearing madness, unleashing a killing move with every strike. Bai Xie crouched low, then in the next instant lunged forward like a striking viper. Her speed surpassed any previous display. Snake's head strike masterful. Chapter 52, Unfettered. Bai Xie's talent was truly extraordinary. With just a few pointers from Shen Xingchen and a single battle in the secret realm, she had already pushed her E-rank footwork to its ultimate limit. Her speed and explosive power now far surpassed even Song Tonglin's. Simultaneously, Bai Xie switched her grip on the short dagger from reverse to forward. Sacrificing safety and attack range, she pursued ultimate damage. Yet even so, when both daggers plunged towards Song Tonglin's throat and heart respectively, the short daggers, forged from refined iron, could only leave a faint white mark on Song Tonglin's armor. His armor, though far inferior to Shen Xingchen's black gold suit, was still the finest available on the market that a martial disciple could bear. For an ordinary martial artist to break through this defense is nothing short of a pipe dream. Failing to land a single blow, Bai Xie, with her divine footwork, swiftly retreated. Yet this square room was far too small. No matter how she twisted and turned, Bai Xie was relentlessly driven into a corner by Song Tonglin's relentless advance. Song Tonglin didn't even need to defend himself. He simply swung his long sword at the most devious angles, steadily eroding Bai Xie's room to maneuver. Thus far, only 40 breaths had passed. Shen Xingchen's brows knotted tightly. Glancing at the dragon just a wall away, he tentatively asked, "We're about to become partners in life and death. Could you help me out and take that guy down?" If the black dragon could lend a hand, then even 100 suits of armor wouldn't protect Song Tonglin. But the contract was not yet complete. Hearing this, the black dragon showed no sign of movement. Shen Xingchen's body sank as his hands pressed firmly against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the two figures' movements ahead. The intense close-quarters combat and constant threat of death rapidly drained Bai Xie's vitality and stamina. Her greatest fear was that Shen Xingchen would abandon his own opportunity and rush to her rescue regardless of the cost. Thus, even facing a formidable foe like Song Tonglin, she still diverted part of her attention to monitor Shen Xingchen's situation. Seeing Shen Xingchen still engaged in the contract, her heart settled slightly. But in that very moment of distraction, a clang echoed. A numbing sensation shot through the web of her right hand, and the short dagger slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. With one dagger gone, her martial arts and system were now incomplete. Any further attacks would be several times easier than before. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xie's precarious situation reached its most perilous moment. Clang! The icy blade sliced past Bai Xie's ear, severing a lock of her black hair as strands drifted down in the breeze. Crimson droplets of blood seeped from her earlobe and fell. Witnessing this, Song Tonglin's sword strikes grew even more fierce, each blow targeting vital points. 30 breaths remained. Clang! Another clang. Bai Xie's left hand went numb, and the short dagger slipped from her grasp. A warrior without weapons was no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. And now, Bai Xie had been driven into a corner by Song Tonglin, with no room left to evade. Every strike Song Tonglin delivered next could sever Bai Xie's head and claim her life. 20 breaths remained. Shen Xingchen's hands pressed against the monument, veins bulging violently. The colossal dragon before him seemed to sense his intent. With a low growl, it unleashed a storm of spatial blades as sharp as swords. Clang! Another strike, striking Bai Xie squarely in the heart. The mystical ice covering her chest shattered inch by inch, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. In the next instant, the black ice shattered, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Bai Xie stared at the scattered ice shards, her gaze sharpening as she reached out and grabbed one. With the shard in hand, she hesitated not a moment, slashing it across her own throat. She knew Shen Xingchen couldn't hold back any longer. She had to sever Shen Xingchen's last shred of hope. No matter how swift Song Tonglin's sword might be, it could never match the speed of her own suicide. Witnessing this, veins bulged instantly on Shen Xingchen's forehead and neck. He no longer cared about divine beasts, innate talents, or potential. Even without a divine beast, he could still pacify the chaotic world, still crush the beast tide, still accomplish everything he desired. It was merely a matter of speed. But Bai Xie was dead, truly dead. Not even a martial god could bring a dead person back to life. In that instant, ice blue chi surged violently within Shen Xingchen. The power of frost instantly spread across his palms, and a mystical ice blade over a meter long was gripped firmly in his hand. With the sword in hand, Shen Xingchen's aura instantly sharpened. He cared not for his 9,999 vitality points, nor for the aftereffects of a cross-tier power surge. In this moment, he only wanted to strike. See rank sword technique, unbound, masterful and transcendent. The way of the sword is boundless, my body knows no bounds. This sword technique possessed no other distinguishing features, only one defining characteristic. Speed. So fast it defies imagination. So swift that the moment a thought arises, the sword in hand has already arrived. No one could discern how Shen Xingchen's form shifted, nor could they trace the intricate path his blade carved through the air. Only the roar of the blade, like a dragon's fury, echoed across the heavens and earth. Yet this strike was faster than the sound itself. The sword's cry hadn't even reached their ears. Bai Siye felt a jolt in his right hand, and the ice shard instantly flew from his grasp. The savage grin hadn't yet faded from Song Tonglin's face when his vision suddenly widened. The helmet covering his head had been sliced clean off by a single sword strike. Before he could discern who the attacker was or how the sword had been drawn, a chill touched his throat, and his entire field of vision spun upward as he was flung skyward. Through the haze, Song Tonglin glimpsed a headless, armored corpse frozen stiff in place. Blood gushed from its severed neck like a fountain. Is that my body? As this final thought flashed through Song Tonglin's mind, his consciousness plunged into utter darkness. Bai Siye survived. Yet the expression on her face grew icy cold. Colder than it had ever been before. She looked at the man standing before her, sword in hand, and felt no desire to engage him. Why? Why ruin his own future like this? Why squander your opportunities like this? Am I really worth this? Bai Siye thought to herself, unwilling to engage. She knew he was about to turn around and say something cool and aloof. But Shen Xingchen didn't. The aftereffects of forcibly unleashing a C-rank sword technique on a mere martial disciple's body surged through him the moment the sword fell. Throughout the day, Shen Xingchen's vital energy and blood had been in constant turmoil. Refining his mystical flesh, forging his divine meridians, the body forging techniques alone had drained his vital energy dry multiple times. The black gold helmet and the divine beast trial had also caused his vital energy to surge and collide violently. Add to that the sword strike that had just pushed his body far beyond its limits. Even Shen Xingchen's iron-forged physique could not withstand it. His vision darkened, and he fell backward in a straight line. The expected impact and pain never came. Shen Xingchen felt as though his body had sunk into a bed of icy cold cotton. The familiar scent of mint filled his nostrils. Bai Siye caught him securely. Chapter 53, Dragon Balls, Forging the Contract. Bai Siye gazed at Shen Xingchen's deathly pale face in her arms, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. She had never seen Shen Xingchen so weak. In her memory, Shen Xingchen had always been full of life, as if he possessed boundless energy. But now, the lifeless body in her arms felt undeniably real. You're so foolish. Bai Siye murmured, her gaze fixed on Shen Xingchen's pallid face. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen forced his eyelids open and replied. You're the fool. You're the one who'd go so far as to attempt suicide. He possessed the extraordinary art of unfettered, giving him ample confidence to handle any unexpected situation and full assurance he could rescue Bai Siye from Song Tonglin's grasp. Yet no matter how many scenarios he had calculated, he could never have foreseen Bai Siye attempting suicide. It nearly scared the living daylights out of Shen Xingchen. Hearing this, Bai Siye pressed her lips together. It was too late for words now. The chance to contract a spirit beast had slipped away anyway. He must be hurting inside too. I'll just go along with him. Bai Siye thought to herself as she cradled Shen Xingchen's body in her arms. She then slowly sat cross-legged, placing his head on her lap. Coaxing him like a child, she said. Fine, I'm stupid. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's eyes snapped open again. He looked at her earnestly and said. You're not foolish at all, Bai Siye. He knew perfectly well why Bai Siye had attempted suicide. Wasn't it all for him, Shen Xingchen? Hearing this, Bai Siye's face softened into a faint smile. She gently stroked Shen Xingchen's eyelids and whispered. All right, rest now. But just then, a brilliant divine flame suddenly ignited beside them. The sudden blaze sent a chill through Shen Xingchen's heart. He sprang up from Bai Siye's embrace and turned his gaze to the side. It wasn't flames at all, it was the inverted dragon eyes of that black dragon. The trial had failed. Why was it still approaching them? Shen Xingchen's mind raced with confusion, his expression darkening by the second. Could it be that this dragon was one of the rare immortal beasts that despised humans? But that couldn't be right. If that were the case, how had Song Tonglin survived in his previous life? Shen Xingchen and the black dragon locked eyes, neither speaking. After a moment, Shen Xingchen cleared his throat hoarsely. Brother dragon, though we couldn't form a contract, we're bound by fate nonetheless. Hear a brother's plea, would you send us back to the secret realm? Silence. More silence. Seeing the black dragon still unmoved, Shen Xingchen's courage grew. He muttered under his breath. Hey, you're being downright rude, you black dragon. You drag people in for no reason, then treat us differently. Let me ask you this, why did you only confiscate my sword and belt, but not Song Tonglin's? You don't even respond when I speak to you. Local immortal beasts are just too rude. Silence. Still silence. Shen Xingchen was speechless. He looked up at his surroundings, seeing nothing but emptiness as violent spatial turbulence raged all around. In this cursed place, who else could escape besides those who mastered spatial abilities? Could it be that he, Shen Xingchen, and Bai Xie, two top-tier geniuses, would actually be starved to death here by this stupid dragon? That made no sense. Thoughts churning, Shen Xingchen steeled himself, bent down, and picked up the head from the ground. He presented it before the black dragon like a prized treasure. Feeling lonely? Want some company? Go play with him. But if you play with him, you can't keep us imprisoned anymore, okay? Silence. More silence. Forget it. Shen Xingchen sat cross-legged, setting the head aside. How can a human hold a grudge against a beast? After resting and adjusting his body, Shen Xingchen would search for a way to escape. He simply refused to believe it. Song Tonglin had managed to escape unscathed in his previous life. In this life, with two top geniuses like himself and Bai Xie combined, could they really be trapped to death here? The moment Shen Xingchen sat down, a deep dragon's roar exploded beside his ear. He snapped his head up. The moment he took in the scene unfolding in the sky, Shen Xingchen's eyes widened in shock. Even Bai Xie, who had been watching the spectacle nearby, covered her mouth in shock. The immense black dragon, suspended like a dark cloud at the horizon, opened its massive jaws. A dragon pearl, jet black in color with intricate patterns of dark gold engraved upon it, slowly emerged from its maw. This dragon pearl was at least as large as two adult heads. Its surface was densely covered with unfamiliar characters. Though the script was unfamiliar, everyone present could instantly grasp its meaning. Martial Talent Trial, Grade A. Physical Talent Trial, Grade A+. Soul Talent Trial, Grade A+. Mental Fortitude Trial, Grade A+. Trial passed. Blood Drop Dragon Pearl, contract formed. Below this, dense text detailed the specific terms of the contract. This. Shen Xingchen stared at the text on the dragon pearl in utter disbelief. After the triple talent trial, there was actually another trial of character. No wonder the high wall forged from a top-tier true dragon was so fragile even a mere martial trainee could smash through it. No wonder the true dragon only confiscated Shen Xingchen's weapons and equipment, but not Song Tonglin's. No wonder the true dragon ignored the prospective master's pleas. No wonder this true dragon had never let them leave. It turns out that from the very beginning, this black dragon had set its sights on Shen Xingchen. From start to finish, Shen Xingchen alone was its contracted target. The 4 trials were prepared solely for Shen Xingchen. And the final trial of character had nothing to do with talent, but everything to do with the goodness or evil within one's heart. For a true dragon to choose a master, character mattered more than talent. It must ensure that after aiding Shen Xingchen to success, he would not turn on his benefactor, cast it aside, or abandon it for personal gain. After all, they share life and death, bound by fate. Yet in the relationship between master and celestial beast, the master always holds the dominant position. This dominance is no empty claim. And precisely because of this, Bai Xie now faced a crisis. It all clicked into place. With this realization, Shen Xingchen glanced back at Bai Xie with a smug look. See? If I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead, and the divine beast would have fled. See? You still have to follow my lead. Bai Xie sensed the smugness in Shen Xingchen's eyes. She gave a soft snort, but a delighted smile spread across her face. The divine beast hadn't escaped. She was even happier than Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen turned, scrutinized the contract's terms, and upon confirming its accuracy, swiftly slit his wrist. Gushing blood dripped forth, the crimson liquid swiftly saturating the surface of the dragon orb. The black dragon fixed Shen Xingchen with a deep, lingering gaze before swallowing the blood-stained dragon orb whole from midair. In the next instant, its massive dragon body rapidly shrank. In mere moments, the massive black dragon, once as vast as a thick cloud, shrank to the length of Shen Xingchen's middle finger, its thickness nearly identical to his finger as well. The imposing, prison-like aura that had once radiated from it vanished along with its diminishing form. Chapter 54, 2 Top-Tier Talents. Its jet-black scales shimmered like lustrous glass, and its slender, upward-slanted dragon eyes sparkled with curiosity. The little black dragon extended its head slightly, tilting it from side to side with a wobbly motion, as if exploring the world for the very first time. So adorable. After signing a contract with a human, a celestial beast would revert to its newborn state and begin cultivation anew alongside its master. Much like the reincarnation of immortals in myth, they begin anew. This rebirth is profoundly thorough. Not only does the physical form revert to infancy, but the mind too returns to innocence. Precisely because of this, the master holds complete authority over the divine beast. Seeing this adorable little black dragon, Shen Xingchen scooped it up into his hands. Bai Xie, watching from the side, couldn't help but frown at his rough handling and whispered softly, "Be gentle, he's still so young." As she spoke, she walked over to Shen Xingchen's side and reached out to pet the little black dragon. Girls simply have no resistance to these tiny, sparkling creatures. However, the little black dragon's slender eyes glanced at her, and its body immediately shrank back into Shen Xingchen's palm. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen burst into laughter. The black dragon was bound to him by contract, naturally showing him great affection. Toward others, however, it remained wary and dismissive. Even Bai Xiye's beauty was useless. After all, dragons weren't superficial creatures, or rather, they didn't care about human appearances. No matter how beautiful Bai Xiye was, it made no difference. Watching the little black dragon dodge her hand, Bai Xiye pouted. Her eyes fixed on the little black dragon nuzzling against Shen Xingchen's palm, she muttered. "You stupid dragon, don't you know what's good for you?" Shen Xingchen toyed with the little dragon in his hand while sensing its innate abilities. The contract was sealed. Master and spirit beast were now connected in mind. With a single thought, Shen Xingchen could access all information about the other. And the dragon's innate top-tier talents were now his as well. Spatial Master Primordial, consuming a portion of stamina, you may freely traverse spatial fissures. All your attacks inflict spatial penetration damage, bypassing enemy defenses. Dragon God's Physique Primordial, in normal state, physical strength, recovery speed, and reaction speed are doubled. In dragon form, physical strength, recovery speed, and reaction speed are doubled again. The innate talent strength of a divine beast increases alongside its growth progression. The growth progression of divine beasts is divided into 5 stages. Initial stage, growth stage, youth stage, maturity stage, ultimate form. The newborn stage corresponds to the martial trainee and martial warrior realms. The growth stage corresponds to the martial artist and martial lord realms. The young and mature stages follow the same progression. The ultimate stage naturally corresponds to the pinnacle of martial cultivation, the martial god realm. Similar to human cultivation, the martial saint realm is relatively easy to attain. However, the martial god realm is utterly unattainable for 99% of divine beasts through their own efforts. They must rely on martial artists to reincarnate and cultivate anew to have any hope. Yet even these 2 most basic talents brought a delighted smile to Shen Xingchen's face. 2 talents. Most divine beasts only grant their masters a single talent. Yet this little black dragon possessed 2. One was the spatial talent he had anticipated, allowing him to traverse spatial fissures at will. This talent vastly enhanced his mobility and burst speed. Shen Xingchen's sword strikes were already lightning fast, but with the bonus from Lord of Space, his blade became even more ghostly and elusive, leaving no trace. As for the spatial penetration damage, it might prove extremely useful to others. But for Shen Xingchen wielding the Han Yuan Xian sword, its utility was far less significant. After all, before this sword, nearly all defenses were mere illusions, rendering the need for spatial power unnecessary. The second talent, Dragon God's Body, was a pure numerical talent. Under normal circumstances, all physical attributes are doubled. A 200% increase. This enhancement was already astonishing. Consider that Song Tonlin's S-tier martial talent, despite its severe negative effects, nearly doubled his physical attributes. Yet with Shen Xingchen, no abilities need be activated, no negative side effects exist, his physical strength simply doubles. Not to mention, he could enter Dragon Transformation, doubling his already doubled physical strength once more. That's a 4-fold increase. What a terrifying improvement. With 2 such talents at his disposal, coupled with the martial arts techniques Shen Xingchen had cultivated in his previous life, he now possessed sufficient confidence that even without activating the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Mirror, or utilizing the Black Gold Belt, he could slay a peak martial artist with a single sword strike. If he unleashed all his techniques, he even had the confidence to defeat a martial master-level powerhouse. No wonder martial artists everywhere are madly pursuing divine beasts. Shen Xingchen mused. The combat power boost from his enhanced talents alone had propelled him up an entire realm. Not to mention, the little black dragon itself could assist Shen Xingchen in battle and disrupt enemies, providing immense support. With both factors combined, martial artists possessing immortal beasts almost invariably possess the ability to fight at a higher realm. Truly astonishing. Truly worthy of being the divine beast Shen Xingchen had longed for and pursued relentlessly. And this was merely the first of countless divine opportunities unfolding within Shen Xingchen's mind. Over a decade was ample time for Shen Xingchen to seize one life-altering opportunity after another, firmly grasping each one that could transform another's destiny. When that time comes, countless divine opportunities combined with one man, he would become the mightiest martial god in history. He might even have a chance to explore the supreme realm beyond the martial god. The thought alone sent waves of excitement coursing through Shen Xingchen's heart. He clasped the icy little black dragon in his hand and placed it upon his shoulder. Noticing Shen Xingchen's gesture, Bai Xiye inquired, "How is it?" Shen Xingchen turned back with a smile. "Very good. Very good indeed. Let's go." As he spoke, Shen Xingchen extended his right hand toward Bai Xiye. "I need to hold your hand to lead you out of this space." Hearing this, Bai Xiye pressed her lips together and grasped Shen Xingchen's hand. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen bent at the waist, scooping up Song Tonlin's head from the ground with his left hand like a monkey reaching for the moon. "What are you doing?" Bai Xiye asked in confusion. Shen Xingchen radiated intense spatial energy, causing the violent spatial turbulence around them to freeze in an instant. Before him, a dark purple fissure abruptly split open and rapidly expanded, forming a black portal large enough for 2 to pass through. Shen Xingchen took Bai Xiye by the hand, head in hand, his expression cold as he declared, "Settling accounts. The son's debt, the father pays. Song Tonglin dared to attempt his assassination, dared to lay a hand on Bai Xie. Even if he died, Shen Xingchen would settle the score with his father. Without his father Shen Chaoi's secret assistance, how could Song Tonglin have infiltrated the secret realm with several warriors at the peak of their strength? It's time to settle the score. Chapter 55, Gathering Treasure Herbs. Stepping through the portal, the familiar spatial energy enveloped his entire body. This time, Shen Xingchen didn't faint during the spatial teleportation like before. Throughout the entire process, his consciousness remained exceptionally clear, even retaining enough energy to gradually perceive the intricate details of the spatial transfer. Once the spatial sovereign matured to a higher tier, he would be fully capable of independently constructing a super-large, long-range top-tier teleportation array capable of accommodating hundreds, bringing immense benefit to the Great Xia. The teleportation concluded, and Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie found themselves back within the secret realm. A bitterly cold wind howled, blanketing the world in a stark white. Only the dark crimson blood trails streaming from the heads of several stiff and burly men nearby disrupted the otherwise beautiful scene. Shen Xingchen turned to look at Bai Xie, her eyes still tightly shut and reeling from dizziness, and released her hand. He pulled out 2 precious pills he carried and slipped them into her mouth. One went into his own mouth, the other into Bai Xie's. Though she bore no minor wounds, her major injuries were numerous. Medicine was essential. The depleted vital energy within Shen Xingchen surged back to life like parched land receiving long-awaited rain. As his vital energy and blood surged once more, the icy blue energy coursing through his meridians nearly merged into a single, cohesive force. Shen Xingchen's mind grew solemn as his consciousness sharpened. With a roaring surge, the chi and blood within his body violently collided, completing a full great heavenly circuit. In that instant, Shen Xingchen formally entered the realm of martial practitioners. The defining characteristic of the martial artist realm was the seamless circulation of chi and blood throughout the body. This generated an inexhaustible supply of strength, dramatically enhancing endurance for prolonged combat. Moreover, the interconnected chi and blood exerted a reciprocal effect on the bones, meridians, muscles, and skin, gradually elevating the martial cultivator's flesh and bones toward a non-human state. Logically, the warrior realm marked the earliest opportunity to formally cultivate body-forging techniques. Yet Shen Xingchen, bolstered by top-tier resources, had forcibly advanced this timing, seizing the initiative. After Shen Xingchen's breakthrough, the small black dragon quietly resting on his shoulder let out a low growl. Its fine scale suddenly swelled, and its dragon body, originally just over 10 centimeters long, grew several times in length, now reaching the size of an adult's forearm. Its internal chi, blood, and physical strength likewise increased. Celestial beasts would grow stronger alongside their master's cultivation. Sensing the changes in its own body, the little black dragon leapt before Shen Xingchen, affectionately rubbing against his chin before bounding back to his right shoulder. As Shen Xingchen's cultivation advanced, Bai Xie beside him slowly regained consciousness. She glanced around and asked, "Should we head back?" The secret realm exploration had a time limit. Only half an hour remained before it closed completely. Given their killing efficiency, they were already firmly in first place. There was no need to linger here. Yet Shen Xingchen shook his head and said, "The little black dragon told me it used to dwell in the cold pool. Its dragon essence overflowed, absorbed by the spiritual herbs beneath the pool, transforming them into top-tier treasures. Let's go harvest it." This, of course, was a lie. After signing the contract, the black dragon had completely forgotten its past and couldn't possibly know where it had lived. Shen Xingchen thought, since they were already here, it would be a shame not to harvest the treasure herbs. Such a treasure imbued with the essence of a dragon god would fetch tens of millions of great xia coins on the market free for the taking. They'd be perfect for restoring Bai Xie's health. With their current strength, they were invincible throughout the secret realm, effortlessly plucking the precious herbs from the cold pool. It was a twin-bud snow lotus, one for Shen Xingchen and one for Bai Xie. The supremely potent and yang-dominant dragon energy was neutralized by the cold pool's frigid aura before being absorbed by the snow lotus. The colossal cold energy and pure dragon essence were deeply stored within the lotus, beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Yet, it perfectly aligned with Bai Xie's ice sovereign talent. It was the perfect choice for replenishing energy and strengthening the body. Shen Xingchen was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Though he himself had little need for such snow lotus, Bai Xie did. If he bought it to give her, Bai Xie's temperament would surely make her uncomfortable. However, a precious herb they had discovered and harvested together would surely be accepted. It was a roundabout way of doing things. Watching Bai Xie gradually blossom into a national icon, Shen Xingchen found himself experiencing a peculiar sense of nurturing satisfaction. After gathering the resources, it was nearly time for the secret realm to close. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously pressed their bracelets. A flash of light erupted, and their figures vanished from the edge of the frigid pool. Outside, on the podium, the principal of Changnan City's top high school conversed with several city officials. Since the advent of the martial arts era, countless schools had built their reputations on martial prowess. Their leaders held status and influence rivaling that of city officials, making such casual conversation entirely natural. Changnan has truly produced quite a few promising talents this year. The mayor of Changnan sipped his tea and chuckled. Principal Wang Shujian of First High School responded with a smile. Indeed. Just at our first high alone, we have 1 rule type S rank and 2A ranks. Even in the capital, that would be considered an outstanding achievement. Following the talent awakening ceremony, the official allocation of resources doubled. Not only did the elite class members benefit, but even ordinary students reap the rewards. It was easy to imagine that first high student intake would only get better from here on out. How could he, as principal, not be delighted? Principal Song Chowie of 3rd High chimed in. My son, though not particularly gifted, is also an S-tier student. His tone carried a distinct edge of rivalry. The mayor of Changnan cleared his throat. I wonder which prodigy will claim first place in this secret realm expedition. The reward for topping Changnan's elite class this time is exceptionally generous. Changnan's allocated resources this year have also doubled. The majority of these top-tier resources are earmarked for cultivating elite class students. Upon hearing this, Song Chowie's expression darkened. It was precisely this knowledge that had enraged him today upon learning his son's hand had been severed. Even someone of his stature coveted the resources available to the top students of the elite class. After all, this time, beyond the official double allocation, even the reclusive Song Wuxian who had long shunned worldly affairs had gifted a batch of top-tier supplies. Moreover, Xing Shuang Group, which maintained close ties with the Song Wuxian, had promptly delivered a substantial shipment of supplies. It could be said that if they achieved a favorable outcome in this secret realm expedition, his son wouldn't have to worry about resources for the final 100 days of senior year, let alone the first 2 years of university. This was precisely why he took such a reckless risk, exploiting his position to secretly deploy support personnel to help Song Tonlin accumulate points. Along the way, he secretly eliminated the ungrateful Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie. After all, anything could happen within the secret realm. Even geniuses weren't immune to the possibility of perishing. What waves could 2 ordinary geniuses without any background possibly make? With this thought, a mocking smile spread across Song Chowie's face. He glanced sideways at the expression on Principal Wang Shujian's face and sneered inwardly. Laugh all you want. Wait until you find out both your precious treasures are dead. I'll see if you can still manage a smile then. Chapter 56, Emerging from the Secret Realm. Suddenly, a cry of alarm erupted from the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm flickered with light. Had it been long since the secret realm opened that a student had already escaped? The principal on the podium raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting toward the entrance. Upon recognizing the person's condition, the principal of First High School immediately shouted, Doctor! Doctor! Go check on him! The medical team, already standing by, immediately rushed toward the entrance. Various sophisticated instruments beeped incessantly. The injured party had suffered a penetrating wound. The energy type was wood-based. The attacking beast was at the peak of the martial trainee realm. The wound had been frozen by ice element energy. The energy's purity was exceptionally high, resulting in excellent freezing effects. Internal bleeding had ceased, allowing for medication. Test results came back quickly. The doctors surrounding the patient looked astonished. They could never have imagined that someone had stabilized the patient's condition before they arrived. Without this person's intervention, the fragile physique of a mere martial trainee could never have withstood such explosive injuries. The massive blood loss alone would have been enough to claim his life. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, pills were stuffed into the patient's mouth, herbal poultices were applied to the wounds, and the injured person was swiftly carried away. This secret realm is no ordinary place. Seeing no casualties, the mayor of Changnan relaxed visibly and remarked with emotion. The one who intervened to save him must be that girl, Bai Xie. Well done. I recall that young lady was quite close to Shen Xingchen. Good. Outstanding young people should interact more. Ice element energy, and such high purity at that. Among the dozens in the elite class, only Bai Xie can master both disciplines. Hearing praise for his student, Wang Shujian responded with a faint smile. Indeed, this secret realm expedition was undertaken solely by the 2 of them. As he spoke, the entrance to the secret realm flashed with light once more. Yuan Hua, equally covered in wounds, was ejected from the secret realm. The cactus spines hadn't struck her vital areas, and Bai Xie had applied first aid to stop the bleeding immediately. Therefore, even after another spatial teleportation, her consciousness remained clear. After completing the treatment, Yuan Hua was summoned to the podium by Wang Shujian. Wang Shujian asked with a smile. What happened? Is it something you can share? The other principals and leaders also looked over curiously. Yuan Hua replied with a grim expression. Xiao Chen and I were walking through the desert, searching for the beast's treasure herb. But who would have thought a cactus could actually move? Before we could react, countless cactus spines pinned us both to the sand. This beast must be at least at the peak martial trainee realm. She sniffled as she spoke, and everyone could imagine her terror and despair at that moment. So how did you 2 escape? Wang Shujian pressed further. Judging by the earlier description, Yuan Hua and the others should have been doomed. Yet now, though one is unconscious and the other gravely wounded, they've returned to the real world unharmed. With a few days of rest, they'll be as good as new. How did you manage that? Hearing this question, Yuan Hua's eyes lit up and he immediately replied. Yes, it was Shen Xingchen. And by Siya they saved us. Shen Xingchen dispatched that ferocious beast with just a few swift sword strokes. You should have seen it, those blades were so fast, so graceful, so damn cool. And Shen Xingchen's physique is incredibly strong. He effortlessly pierced through the cactus spines that had stabbed me and Xiao Chun, yet they couldn't harm him at all. Sometimes I wonder we're both martial disciples, so why is the gap between us so huge? By the end of his story, Yuan Hua slumped back down, dejected. People just can't compare. We're both top students in the elite class. Ferocious beasts that I couldn't defeat single-handedly were like plated dishes to Shen Xingchen. He dispatched them with just a few swift sword strokes. Hearing that familiar name sent a jolt through Wang Shujian's heart. His memory of Shen Xingchen was still stuck in the days when he was desperately trying to curry favor. Even though Shen Xingchen's performance at the awakening ceremony had slightly altered his opinion. But how many days had passed? After just a few days, Shen Xingchen could now dispatch a peak martial trainee-level beast with a few swings of his sword? When had his strength grown so formidable? Was this rule-based talent truly that god tier? Countless questions swirled in Wang Shujian's mind. Unlike Wang Shujian, the mayor of Changnan City hadn't watched Shen Xingchen grow up. He only knew Shen Xingchen was Song Qingshuang's son. Therefore, upon hearing of Shen Xingchen's outstanding performance, he couldn't help but nod in approval. The son of the martial god Song, truly no ordinary talent. It seemed that Changnan was about to produce another top-tier sword immortal. Spreading this news would bring him, the mayor, great prestige. Meanwhile, Song Chaoyi wore a cold smile. So what if he could slay a peak martial disciple-level beast? Most geniuses can handle battles against opponents of lower tiers. But to fight opponents several tiers above? Only the absolute elite can manage that. Facing 3 warriors each a full tier above him, even the world's most exceptional prodigy would meet his end. Not to mention, his son was clad in the top-tier battle armor he had purchased at great expense. 4 against 1 utterly foolproof. Song Chaoyi couldn't even imagine losing. The more prominent Shen Xingchen became, the more it would highlight his son's excellence. Then, resources from the Changnan authorities, gifts from the martial god Song, and offerings from Xingchuan group would all flow to his son. And he, Song Chaoyi, would seize this opportunity to enter the sights of both Xingchuan group and the martial god Song. If he could cultivate ties with these two colossal entities, what would a mere principal of first high school amount to? As these thoughts swirled, a faint smile touched Song Chaoyi's lips, as if he could already see Wang Shujian, the principal of first high school, trampled beneath his feet. After asking his questions, Yuan Hua took a seat beside the podium to wait. Time ticked by, and more people emerged from the secret realm. Finally, the last half hour arrived. Of the entire elite class of 45 students, only 4 had not emerged from the secret realm. Shen Xingchen, Bai Xie, and Song Tonglin, the 3 most gifted and powerful seed candidates, along with the student paired with Song Tonglin. However, this unfortunate student had been brutally killed by Song Tonglin at the very beginning. After all, cheating and breaking the rules were things that couldn't be exposed to others. True geniuses, they just last longer. Damn it, this secret realm is terrifying. I can't take a single step without glancing back 3 times. It feels like danger lurks everywhere. You bet. Did you hear? 2 guys from our class got stabbed all over by cacti. Totally terrifying. As the group chatted idly, time flew by. Another half hour passed and the secret realm, about to close, suddenly flickered. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, 2 figures appeared at the entrance. Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie. Their clothes were torn to shreds, barely hanging on, and they were soaked through with icy water, looking utterly miserable. Yet the aura emanating from them was sharper than any sword. Especially Shen Xingchen. His right hand rested on his sword hilt, while his left clutched a round, blood-stained object. A murderous aura as thick as the sea radiated from his entire being, chilling the blood. Chapter 57, Sword Unbound. What was that blood-stained gourd Shen Xingchen held? Could it be some unseen treasure or rare medicine? Just as everyone was lost in speculation, the secret realm glowing faintly behind Shen Xingchen abruptly closed. This unexpected turn of events sent a chill through the hearts of all present. The specially crafted secret realm only closed when no one was inside. Yet Song Tonglin and his partner hadn't emerged from it yet. Which meant Song Tonglin and his partner were dead? An S-rank martial arts prodigy had actually perished in a municipal-level secret realm that wasn't even considered particularly dangerous? Song Chaoyi, seated on the podium, paled visibly. He sprang to his feet with a thud, staring at the sealed realm in disbelief. How could this be? How could his son possibly die in such a minor martial trainee-level secret realm? He had equipped Song Tonglin with 3 peak martial artists. With that kind of setup, they could have plowed through not just a martial trainee-level secret realm, but even a martial artist level one. What the hell happened? In an instant, countless questions surged through Song Chaoyi's mind. Yet even so, he never once doubted Shen Xingchen. After all, how could a martial novice who had only awakened his talent a few days ago possibly fight 4 opponents alone and defeat peak martial artists? Such a feat had never been witnessed throughout history. Song Chaoyi didn't believe Shen Xingchen could pull off any miracles. In fact, Shen Xingchen was the last thing on his mind right now. His mind was consumed entirely by the life of his precious son. No! Open the secret realm. I must inspect it personally. Song Chaoyi's expression darkened as he forced his voice to remain steady. The mayor of Changnan City frowned. High-level cultivators entering low-level secret realms would cause irreparable damage to the realm. Allowing Song Chaoyi to enter for inspection would swiftly collapse this realm, built through immense collective effort. If it truly meant saving the lives of 2 students, that might be justifiable. But everyone present knew full well. Song Tonglin and the other must be dead. Since ancient times, the mechanisms of the secret realm had never faltered. Just as everyone was at a loss, a detached voice drifted up from below the platform. Unnecessary. Song Chaoyi whipped his head around, his face contorted in fury as he glared at the speaker. Upon recognizing Shen Xingchen's face, he roared. Get out! You have no right to speak here. A mere student, yet he dares to think he's something special. Even if your talent is extraordinary, until that talent translates into real power, you have no right to give orders here. Facing Song Chaoyi's furious tirade, Shen Xingchen remained calm. He flipped his left wrist, exerting a slight force with his palm. The blood-stained spherical object shot upward toward the platform. It landed precisely before Song Chaoyi. The wind howled, carrying a pungent, bloody stench. The foul, dried blood crusts were blown apart by the gale, the acrid scent of blood assaulting Song Chaoyi's nostrils. He instinctively frowned and lowered his gaze to the object on the table. At a single glance, Song Chaoyi's face turned as red as a ripe shrimp, a terrifying crimson. Every strand of hair on his head stood on end with fury. He saw his own son. The head's eyes were wide open, the savage grin still frozen on its face, the muscles still twitching in a state of excitement. With Song Chaoyi's keen eye, he could clearly see. His son had been decapitated with a single sword strike in the midst of his excitement. There had been no chance to resist, not even the ability to perceive the blade's trajectory. A single strike, head severed from body. I said there's no need to search because I killed him. Shen Xingchen pressed his sword to his side, lifting his eyelids slightly as he spoke with a tone so cold it sent a chill through everyone present. He said he had killed Song Tonglin. He delivered the ultimate insult right in front of Song Tonglin's father. What else could this be but courting death? A mere martial disciple dared to challenge a martial master? Did Shen Xingchen not realize that if Song Chaoyi so desired, the next second, his head would be severed from his body just like Song Tonglin's? Just as everyone expected. The moment he heard those words, Song Chaoyi moved. Yet one man moved even faster than Song Chaoyi. The moment the last syllable left his lips, Shen Xingchen had already drawn his sword. How long does it take for a single sentence to reach someone's ears? Given the distance between Shen Xingchen and Song Chaoyi at that moment, it was likely less than a tenth of a second. Yet that millisecond was more than enough for Shen Xingchen in his present state. Hand on sword, sword drawn, blade thrust. The motion was seamless. The strike was the fastest sword he could currently wield. Unbound. The way of the sword is boundless, my body knows no bounds. At the warrior realm, chi circulates through the heavens, greatly enhancing physical prowess. Combined with the constant enhancement of the dragon god physique, the formidable boost from Shen Xingchen's S-rank body tempering technique, and his supreme mastery of sword skills. Even C-rank martial arts techniques flowed effortlessly from Shen Xingchen's hands. This sword strike, swift as a startled crane and lightning fast, arrived before Song Chaoyi almost simultaneously with Shen Xingchen's words. This sudden strike made Song Chaoyi's heart skip a beat. So fast. Even among martial artists at the martial artist realm, few could execute a strike this swift and breathtaking. Yet Song Chaoyi was no mere martial artist, he was a martial sovereign, a powerhouse standing above both martial artists and martial lords. While this strike did surprise him slightly, but it was merely a slight surprise. In fact, he didn't even bother to take a sword strike from a mere martial practitioner seriously. No matter how swift the blade, what use is it if it cannot pierce my defenses? Did you truly believe that a mere novice martial cultivator could possibly wound a mighty martial sovereign like me? Do you think that broken sword in your hand is some divine weapon? Dream on. Today, I shall make you pay with your life for my son. Song Chaoyi knew he had only one chance to strike. If this strike failed, the other school leaders would surely intervene. Then, killing Shen Xingchen would become as difficult as climbing to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Song Chaoyi completely ignored Shen Xingchen's sword thrust aimed directly at his throat. His palm shot out, targeting Shen Xingchen's head. If that strike landed cleanly, Shen Xingchen's head would likely shatter like a watermelon hit on the ground. The image of blood and brain matter exploding before him brought a satisfied smile to Song Chaoyi's face. Exchanging wounds with me? Do you even deserve that? Just then, a sharp chill assaulted his throat. The sound of flesh and throat being sliced through was instantly detected by Song Chaoyi's heightened senses, honed to the peak of the martial sovereign realm. The threat of death descended abruptly. A chill shot up his spine to his brain, sending goosebumps crawling across every inch of his skin. This sword, something's wrong. His formidable physical prowess and razor-sharp reflexes allowed Song Chaoyi to react just as the strike was unleashed. His upper body jerked backward, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The shift in his upper body caused the momentum of his originally fierce and unavoidable strike to falter. Chapter 58, refreshed and revitalized. The leaders present reacted swiftly. Principal Wang Shujian of First Middle School, like a frog poised to leap, planted his feet and launched himself like a cannonball at Song Chaoyi, sending him flying backward. Other officials rushed forward, pinning Song Chaoyi to the spot. Seeing his opponent restrained, Wang Shujian breathed a slight sigh of relief before turning to Shen Xingchen with reproach. How could you be so reckless? He's a martial sovereign. How could a mere martial artist like you possibly harm him? Mid-sentence, Wang Shujian's words caught in his throat. He gaped at the sword in Shen Xingchen's hand like a goose with its throat squeezed shut. The crimson bloodstain stood out starkly against the silver blade. Shen Xingchen extended his right hand, allowing Wang Shujian to see more clearly, and declared with refreshing clarity. I've wounded him. This strike finally unleashed all the pent-up frustration and rage within Shen Xingchen. A mere school principal, a martial cultivator at the martial sovereign realm, dared to send assassins after me? If I could kill your son, I can certainly wound you. The satisfaction of avenging himself personally was something no one else could grant him. After all, even without others' intervention, Shen Xingchen had used his own strength to inflict genuine wounds upon a martial sovereign. A martial sovereign, a being revered as godlike by the vast majority of cultivators. Admittedly, that strike relied on too much luck, too much fortuity, and too much groundwork. First, Song Chaoyi was in a state of raging fury, his mind clouded, causing his reaction to be half a beat slower. Second, the swarm of martial sovereigns surrounding him had indeed hindered Song Chaoyi's performance, forcing him into a desperate, injury-for-injury fighting style. Otherwise, with a martial sovereign's physical prowess, he could have easily dodged Shen Xingchen's strike and counterattacked. Third, Shen Xingchen's strike came completely out of the blue, a pure ambush that seized the initiative. Fourth, of course, was the peerlessly sharp Han Yuan sword in Shen Xingchen's grasp, a blade capable of cleaving any foe in the world. With this sword in hand, it doesn't matter if you're a martial sovereign or anything else. If Shen Xingchen could reach you, you would be wounded. Yet no amount of luck or preparation could diminish this glorious achievement. Defeating an opponent 2.5 realms above him while escaping unscathed. Such formidable achievements are unparalleled throughout history, both ancient and modern, East and West. Yet when it was all over, the students seated below the high platform remained utterly bewildered. Wait, what just happened? With their skills and eyesight, they could only catch a flash of silver and hear the howling song of the sword, utterly unable to grasp the battle's details. Yet blind as they were, their eyesight poor, they could clearly see. Shen Xingchen had drawn his sword against Song Chaoyi. A mere martial disciple, a warrior, had actually drawn his sword against a venerable martial master. And this strike had proven remarkably effective. All eyes turned to Song Chaoyi, trapped at the center by the leaders. The wound on his neck was starkly visible, so deep that the pulsing windpipe beneath was clearly visible. Not only had he struck, but he had successfully wounded a martial sovereign. Good heavens! This person is only 18 years old, just like them? You call this 18? In that instant, everyone felt their own 18th years had been utterly wasted. On the other side, Song Chaoyi, surrounded by the crowd, roared at the top of his lungs. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you blocking me? He killed my son, I want him to pay with his life. As he spoke, Song Chaoyi suddenly raised his hand and pointed an accusing finger at the Public Security Bureau chief, shouting angrily. What are you doing? Why aren't you arresting the murderer? Why are you stopping me? You're in charge of public security, aren't you? Then do your job. Called out by name, the seasoned Public Security Bureau chief didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. What a joke. You want him to arrest the only son of the legendary Song Wuxian? Ha! While others might not know Shen Xingchen's true identity, the chief of public security certainly did. After all, his own deputy chief had crossed the line with Shen Xingchen just a couple days ago. Seeing the chief of public security's impassive expression, Song Chaoyi turned to the mayor and declared indignantly. Mayor, I've given my blood and sweat for Changnan. Is this the outcome I get? My son possessed a heart as pure and radiant as gold, yet that bastard Shen Xingchen killed him. Tell me, how could I not hate him? How could I not be enraged? Why are you stopping me? Fine, if you must stop me, at least get Shen Xingchen under control too. The Changnan mayor curled his lip, ignoring Song Chaoyi just as completely. In his view, Song Chaoyi had offended Shen Xingchen, which meant he had offended both Xing Shuang Group and Song Qing. Even if he somehow survived, it would be no different from death. Seeing the mayor's complete indifference, Song Chaoyi's heart sank violently, a chill enveloping his entire body. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled the impossibly sharp long sword in Shen Xingchen's grasp. A divine weapon capable of wounding him, a mere early-stage martial artist, was not something an ordinary family could possess. Could it be that Shen Xingchen had some kind of powerful, unseen backing? But he had investigated beforehand. Shen Xingchen was just an ordinary person. Little did he know that Shen Xingchen's true information had long been concealed by Shen Lang and Song Qingxuan. What ordinary people could uncover was merely disguised and distorted data. Song Chaoyi felt increasingly uneasy. That chill seemed to seep from the air into his very bones, making his legs grow weak. His earlier fury vanished as he stammered. Truthfully, I was acting on impulse earlier. After all, my son is dead. A little impulsiveness is only natural, huh? No one responded. The atmosphere grew bitterly cold. Song Chaoyi attempted to lighten the mood. Now that I think about it, the secret realm is meant to simulate a battlefield. Death and injury are to be expected. My son was simply unlucky. I have no words to say. Let bygones be bygones. Dead silence fell. Everyone stared at Song Chaoyi with cold eyes, as if looking at a corpse. Just then, Wang Shujian led Shen Xingchen over. He demanded. Explain yourself. Why did you kill Song Tonglin? Why did you attack Principal Song Chaoyi? Of course, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Shen Xingchen shrugged. There was nothing he couldn't say. He looked at the pale-faced Song Chaoyi and said. Song Tonglin tried to kill me, so I killed him. Song Chaoyi helped him cheat, illegally keeping 3 peak martial artists behind to ambush me, so I had to kill him too. It's that simple. Hearing this, Wang Shujian's face lit up. It seemed Shen Xingchen had the moral high ground after all. Right on, when you're in the right, you can be ruthless. Meanwhile, Song Chaoyi's face had turned deathly pale. He had assumed those 3 peak martial artists had met with some mishap, and Shen Xingchen might not even know about it. But who would have thought that Shen Xingchen had actually escaped the encirclement and attack of those 3 peak martial artists? No, not escaped, he fought his way out. Chapter 59, Song Qingxuan testifies. 1 against 4, fighting his way out. And aside from his clothes being torn, Shen Xingchen's exposed skin bore not a single scratch. All the bloodstains and grime belonged to the others. He was unscathed. How many days had he even been training martial arts? Song Chaoyi's heart trembled, further solidifying his suspicion that Shen Xingchen had powerful connections. How else could one explain the treasure sword in Shen Xingchen's grasp? Without connections reaching the heavens, how could a mere martial artist master such exquisite sword techniques in such a short time? Wasn't it because he had been nurtured by a renowned master from a young age? Faced with the prospect of personal death, even his own son's life seemed less significant. After all, Song Chaoyi was in the prime of his life. If his son died, he could always have another. He wouldn't even need to have another, he already had several illegitimate children born in secret. Preserving one's life was paramount. Thus, Song Chaoyi forced a smile and addressed Shen Xingchen. Young man, might there be some misunderstanding here? You claim Song Tonglin attempted to assassinate you. Do you have any evidence? He was severely injured before. Surely he lacks the strength to assassinate you? Hearing this, Shen Xingchen gave a cold laugh. Of course. That good-for-nothing Song Tonglin wouldn't dare assassinate me alone. So you gave him a backdoor, arranging for 3 peak martial artists to assist him. Hearing Shen Xingchen openly call his son a good-for-nothing, Song Chaoyi's face flushed with anger. Yet he forced himself to explain patiently. Heh, young man, you jest. With 3 peak martial artists, could you have possibly left the secret realm alive? At this remark, many present nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, if a single martial artist had attempted to assassinate Shen Xingchen, his escape might have been plausible. But 3 peak martial artists simultaneously targeting a youngster who'd only awakened his martial talent days ago? Failure seemed impossible. Even Song Chaoyi was still puzzled. How on earth did Shen Xingchen survive? Naturally, Shen Xingchen wouldn't reveal his trump card, the black gold belt. He merely held his sword horizontally, revealing the crimson bloodstains upon its blade to all present, and declared, If I could wound you, I could have slain all 3 martial artists. The crimson bloodstains on the silver-white blade became Shen Xingchen's most compelling proof. Indeed, if Shen Xingchen could wound a martial sovereign, then slaying 3 peak martial artists didn't seem impossible either. Many present nodded in silent agreement. For a moment, each side had its own valid arguments, and neither could completely shut the other down. And Shen Xingchen didn't need to prove the other party's guilt. After the secret realm exploration concludes, Song Qingxuan or Shen Lang will naturally handle the follow-up for him. Official channels require due process and evidence. But the great Xia martial god and top-tier conglomerates don't need evidence. At that point, a mere school principal, no matter how capable, wouldn't be able to turn the tables. His earlier sword strike had been nothing more than a venting of his rage. Now that his rage had been vented, Shen Xingchen saw no point in debating with a man who was already as good as dead. He gazed at the other calmly. You know in your heart whether you did it or not. I don't know. Produce your evidence, young scholar. Song Chaoyi, feeling he had escaped the predicament, flashed a smug smile. Just then, Bai Siye stepped behind Shen Xingchen. I can testify for Shen Xingchen. Song Tonglin conspired with 3 peak martial artists to assassinate him. Song Chaoyi glanced at Bai Siye's cold, pale face and shook his head. Everyone knows you two are deeply in love. Such testimony is practically worthless. Unless there's testimony from an impartial third party. That's true enough. Wang Shujian turned to glance at Shen Xingchen and offered reassurance. Don't worry. I'll stand by you and make sure you get justice. Shen Xingchen shook his head. He didn't need others to give him an explanation. The Shen family would handle it themselves. Alright, everyone, can you let me go now? We'll cross paths again sooner or later. Why make such a scene? Song Chaoyi shrugged, wiping the dried blood from his neck. The martial master's physique was formidable within moments, the wounds had healed completely. As the scabs vanished, his skin became smooth and flawless once more, radiating an air of defiance that seemed to say, what are you going to do about it? The other martial sovereigns surrounding Song Chaoyi exchanged glances. Logically speaking, since they couldn't prove Song Chaoyi's guilt, forcibly detaining him any longer was indeed inappropriate. Just as they hesitated, the white clouds that had gathered high in the sky for ages suddenly dispersed. Then, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens like a celestial maiden. Her snow-white robe shone like pristine snow, a 3-foot-long blue blade at her waist, adorned with nothing else. Yet even so, the moment she appeared, she captured the gaze of everyone present. The great Xia sword immortal, Song Qingxuang. Song Qingxuang swept through the air, landing atop the high platform in the blink of an eye. Though she merely stood there, an indescribable aura of authority radiated from her entire being. Once the crowd fell silent under the weight of her presence, Song Qingxuan lifted her gaze toward Shen Xingchen and flashed him a rapid, almost imperceptible wink. No one else noticed the wink except Shen Xingchen. After all, no one dared to stare directly at Song Qingxuan. After the blink, Song Qingxuan resumed her aloof, distant demeanor toward outsiders. Standing apart from the crowd, she looked up at Song Chaoyi. Does my testimony count as evidence? Since the secret realm exploration began, I have remained by his side as his guardian. Song Tonglin colluded with outsiders to brutally murder classmates and assassinate our great Xia's top genius. They deserve to die. Song Chaoyi abused his power, provided assassins, and disrupted the secret realm. His crimes amount to complicity in murder and constitute the offense of misappropriating national resources. As she spoke, a team of medical personnel approached from the northwest corner of the square, carrying a stretcher. The pale-faced, colorless-lipped casualty on the stretcher had strikingly bright yellow hair. This was the individual who had journeyed with Song Tonglin. Song Qingxuang intervened to save him. For someone at the threshold of martial godhood, such an act was effortless. At the martial saint realm, one connects with the cosmic laws of heaven and earth, rendering ordinary rules nearly ineffective. The rule preventing high-level cultivators from entering lower-tier secret realms naturally did not apply to Song Qingxuang. Saving a martial disciple? A mere trifle. With both the person and the evidence confirmed, what more can you say? Song Qingxuang stated calmly. The moment Song Qingxuang appeared, the confident expression on Song Chaoyi's face vanished without a trace. He knew Shen Xingchen's background was unparalleled. But he never imagined that Shen Xingchen's backing was none other than the heavens of Changnan. Damn it, why didn't you use this backing sooner? Playing dumb to catch the tiger must feel great, huh? Damn your ancestors. Song Chaoyi cursed inwardly, but he dared not defy Song Qingxuan's will. Instead, he trembled from head to toe, bowing his head in submission. He didn't even have the courage to argue back. This was Song Qingxuang, the very sky of Changnan. Who dared defy the heavens? Who dared argue with the heavens? Chapter 60, The Lecture. Song Chaoyi, who had been smugly full of himself moments before, was now shackled by attendants, his body shaking violently as he descended from the high platform. His face was pale, his head bowed low. Beads of cold sweat clung to his forehead, matting his hair. He looked utterly wretched, like a drowned rat. Who could have imagined that mere minutes earlier he had been the unassailable principal of the academy, a martial master standing at the forefront of Changnan's combat strength? Song Qingxuan's arrival brought this farce to an abrupt end, simultaneously elevating the atmosphere to its peak. As a world-class combat powerhouse, though Song Qingxuan was a native of Changnan, she spent 98% of her year exploring beyond its borders, securing benefits for the nation. Thus, even lifelong Changnan natives might never witness her in person. After backing her son and purging the scum of Changnan, Song Qingxuang turned her gaze back to Shen Xingchen. Her eyes lingered briefly on the sleeve of his left hand, a hint of delight flickering across her face. Even through the sleeve, she could clearly discern the mysterious presence concealed within her son's left cuff. Its scales were jet black as ink, its form slender and graceful, undeniably a genuine dragon. Its diminutive form concealed limitless potential. Though Song Qingxuang, high above in the heavens, had already witnessed this true dragon, seeing the little dragon obediently coiled around Shen Xingchen's wrist still stirred her with excitement. Shen Xingchen had built a solid physical foundation from a young age. Now, armed with an SS-grade rule-type talent and the companionship of a divine beast, his path in martial arts was almost predictably smooth. Song Qingxuang was even convinced. Even the realm of martial god was merely a matter of time for her son. Noticing his mother staring at him, Shen Xingchen sheathed his sword and prepared to raise his hand in greeting. But the moment he raised his hand, Song Qingxuang turned her head away. As his mother, Song Qingxuang was well aware of her son's penchant for playing dumb to catch the clever. This harmless little quirk, which posed no threat to herself or others, was something Song Qingxuang was more than willing to play along with. Thus, in front of everyone, Shen Xingchen put on an act of being somewhat unfamiliar with Shen Xingchen. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xingchen understood why his mother had turned her head away. He chuckled silently, saying nothing more. For him now, whether his identity was exposed or not was of little consequence. He wouldn't deliberately conceal it, nor would he actively broadcast his identity. He'd simply let things unfold as they would. Standing beside him, Bai Xie keenly sensed Shen Xingchen's gesture of raising and then lowering his hand. A bright smile touched her lips. What a struggle. Seeing Shen Xingchen at a loss. The empathetic Bai Xie hid the smile on her face, her eyes fixed on Song Qingxuan while murmuring softly. Sword Immortal Song handles countless affairs daily. It's perfectly normal he didn't notice you. But it's okay. I believe you'll become a martial artist even more formidable than Sword Immortal Song. Though spoken softly, even the slightest sound couldn't escape Song Qingxuan, who stood at the threshold of martial godhood. She glanced up at Bai Xie again, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Gentle and understanding in nature, exceptionally beautiful in appearance, and possessing what could be called top-tier martial talent. This girl named Bai Xie was a million times better than that Chu something Yao her son had liked before. Lost in thought, Song Qingxuan offered Bai Xie a gentle smile. This smile stunned Bai Xie, who had been quietly comforting Shen Xingchen. Song Jianxian, who always carried herself with such aloofness, was actually smiling at her? Good heavens, this was utterly unbelievable. Meanwhile, the unmistakable smile on Song Qingxuan's face caught the attention of everyone present. Their gazes followed Song Qingxuan's line of sight and landed on Bai Xie. Whether it was the principal, the school leaders, or the students of the elite class, at that moment, Bai Xie's standing in their hearts rose several notches. This was the extraordinary woman who could make Song Jianxian smile. She must be treated with the utmost respect. Hidden within the crowd, Zhu Shiyao's face twisted in a grimace. Her eyes burned with unmasked jealousy as she stared at Bai Xie. Her fists clenched tightly, her sharp nails digging into her flesh, sending waves of stinging pain through her. Why always her? Why always her? In Zhu Shiyao's eyes, every honor and experience Bai Xie possessed should rightfully belong to her, Zhu Shiyao. Standing beside Shen Xingchen should be her, Zhu Shiyao. Clearly, she was the woman Shen Xingchen loved most. Yet all of this had been ruined by that vile woman, Bai Xie. In an instant, jealousy flared up and churned in Zhu Shiyao's heart. The thought of having to bring breakfast to that tomorrow made Zhu Shiyao's stomach churn violently, a wave of nausea surging up her throat. She forced down the nausea, shifting her gaze from Bai Xie to Shen Xingchen. Watching Shen Xingchen's tall, sword-like figure, a resolute glint flashed in Zhu Shiyao's eyes. She would never allow such a promising prospect to slip away from her grasp. She would make a grand move to pull Shen Xingchen back into her orbit once and for all. On the high platform, Song Jianxian withdrew his gaze and turned to the mayor of Changnan, who stood beside him as straight and obedient as a schoolchild at attention. He asked in a measured tone. May I say a few words? Mayor Changnan, as if receiving divine permission, nodded eagerly. Of course, please proceed. He was merely at the martial sovereign realm, a full 2 major realms below Song Qingxuan. Before Song Qingxuan, this mayor felt no more significant than an ant. Moreover, among the over 30 provincial capital mayors nationwide, those at the half-step martial god realm could be counted on one hand. Thanks to Song Qingxuan's presence, resources allocated to Changnan and the entire Xizang region by the Great Xia Empire had surged dramatically over the years, propelling both Changnan City and the entire Xizang province into rapid development. As the provincial capital's mayor, he'd reaped considerable benefits from this association, gaining confidence in his dealings with others. Thus, even though Changnan Mayor Yang Minghui was considerably older than Song Qingxuan, Yang Minghui still regarded himself as a junior in Song Qingxuan's presence, never daring to overstep his bounds. After posing her questions, Song Qingxuan turned around. Her eyes lowered, she addressed the students sitting upright below the stage. Good afternoon, everyone. Since we rarely gather like this, I won't waste your time with small talk. Today, I'll share my personal understanding of sword techniques and the way of the sword. Students with prior commitments or no interest may leave at their discretion. The moment she finished speaking, the room erupted in an uproar. What? The Great Xia Sword Immortal is personally teaching us? Holy moly! Even the top geniuses from Huaqing University and Jingcheng University don't get this kind of treatment. Even Yang Minghui and Wang Shujian looked visibly thrilled. Students want to hear Song Qingxuan lecture. And so did their leaders. Despite their lofty positions as mayor and university president, what did such titles matter to a half-step martial god? Thus, even for them, hearing Song Qingxuan teach in person was nothing more than a dream. Chapter 61, The Path Ahead. Moreover, in the realm of swordsmanship, Song Qingxuan was already the undisputed #1 in Great Xia. Even on the global stage, those capable of challenging her in swordsmanship numbered no more than 2. How else could she have earned the title of Great Xia's Sword Immortal? Thus, upon hearing Song Qingxuan would teach, several leaders disregarded their dignity entirely. They personally hauled out small stools, let down from the high platform, and sat upright like students, ready to begin the lesson. What urgent matters could possibly outweigh attending Song Qingxuan's lecture? Even if the heavens were to collapse, they would see this lesson through to the end. Song Qingxuan held nothing back. As she expounded on the essence of swordsmanship and her personal insights, she would occasionally draw the long sword from her waist for demonstrations. Her lucid explanations and sword techniques bordering on the sublime left every listener spellbound. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. The sun had already begun its descent, its final rays bathing the elevated platform and falling upon Song Qingxuan, making her appear as noble as a goddess of beauty. Glancing at the sky, Song Qingxuan concluded with a final sentence, sheathed her sword, and bowed. That shall be all for today. You are all the future hope of our great Xia. May your martial paths flourish. With that, she leapt into the air, her form vanishing into the clouds, completely disappearing from sight. Truly, she came without a trace and departed without a shadow. Sitting at the front, Bai Xie sighed with lingering admiration. That was truly remarkable. Though she specialized in dual daggers, there were common principles shared across different weapons. After listening to Song Jianxian's 2-hour lecture, Bai Xie felt her understanding of short daggers had reached a new level. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen offered a faint smile but remained silent. Truth be told, such a rare and precious teaching opportunity, one that other students and leaders would covet. He'd grown up listening to them. His ears were practically calloused from listening. This experience had laid a solid foundation in sword theory for Shen Xingchen early on. Later, when he cultivated sword techniques, his progress was rapid and unhindered. Yet the young Shen Xingchen remained oblivious to the profound meaning behind his mother's daily lessons. As a playful child, he only found it tedious and exhausting, thinking his mother's daily lectures were as endless as a monk chanting sutras. He was truly ignorant of his own good fortune. Xingchen, you practice swordsmanship too. What do you think of what sword Immortal Song said? Seeing Shen Xingchen's silence, Bai Xie added. It's okay, I guess. Shen Xingchen answered honestly. Song Qingxuan had already covered everything she could teach Shen Xingchen long ago. And through the battles of his past life, Shen Xingchen had already fully grasped the theories Song Qingxuan had taught him. Now that the old lessons were being revisited, Shen Xingchen felt little emotion. For 2 hours, he simply stared at Song Qingxuan's healthy complexion. Hearing this, Bai Xie curled her lip. Song Qingxuan's lectures turned into "that's fine" in Shen Xingchen's mouth. This kid's got some nerve. Bai Xie assumed Shen Xingchen was still holding a grudge over the earlier incident, so she added. Xingchen, don't be angry with Song Jianxian. He's protected us twice already. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen realized Bai Xie had misunderstood and quickly shook his head. Nothing like that. I was just thinking about the path forward after reaching the martial artist realm. Bai Xie understood. Right. After the martial artist realm, I should choose a body forging technique. I really need to think this through. What she didn't know was, Shen Xingchen had already chosen his body forging technique. What he was preparing to cultivate now was the visualization diagram accessible only to those at the martial marquee realm. He would form the diagram in his mind, contemplating it daily to strengthen his spirit and soul. As everyone knows, the physical body and the soul are interdependent, mutually reinforcing yet also mutually restraining. In the early stages of the martial path, one cultivates only the body, neglecting the spirit. Merely relying on the physical body's growth to marginally elevate the spirit. Thus, upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, a weakened spirit can no longer command the powerful body. After intense combat, martial sovereigns may even experience their spirit wandering far away, causing a separation between body and soul. At this stage, cultivating the spirit becomes an urgent necessity. Thus, visualization diagrams were developed. Now, Shen Xingchen intends to leapfrog 3 major cultivation realms and practice the contemplation diagram directly. The inherent danger is self-evident. Moreover, this was an arduous path never before attempted by any predecessor, one Shen Xingchen must blaze entirely on his own. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Xingchen set them aside for now, intending to ponder them further upon returning home. After Song Qingxuan concluded her lecture, dedicated staff arrived to collect the wristbands to determine the rankings. There was no doubt whatsoever, nor any suspense. Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie's team secured first place. Second place went to 2 students with a grade talent. Third place went to Chu Shiyao and Zhang Jinka. Both possessed combat talents 1A tier, 1B tier, combining tanking capabilities with healing. Their third place finish was entirely expected. As for the remaining rankings, they need not be elaborated upon. After the rankings were finalized, some rejoiced while others were disappointed. Regardless, everyone obediently boarded the bus back to campus. After signing the resource allocation sheet in the office, the first day of the honors class officially concluded. Stepping out of the office, Bai Xie's face bore a rare look of excitement and anticipation. The monetary subsidy for topping the honors class reached a staggering 300,000 yuan per month. Moreover, this subsidy wouldn't just last until the college entrance exams ended, it would continue for a full year, 12 months straight. This substantial monthly subsidy of 300,000 yuan was more than enough to cover her mother's medication and the living expenses for the family of 3. Yet the direct monetary subsidy was the least significant part of the top-ranking rewards. Twice daily premium medicinal meals. Powerful martial arts techniques gifted free of charge based on one's weapon specialization. A detailed physical examination once a week. Resource allocations tailored to individual physical conditions. Free medical care. And more, too numerous to list. It could be said that the first place reward meant by Xie would never have to spend a single penny on martial arts cultivation again. Everything was covered. The sheer magnitude of the reward stirred such excitement within by Xie, a person whose very essence as the Ice Sovereign should have kept her heart pure and serene, that she could barely contain her thrill. See how happy you are. Shen Xingchen teased. Praise the great Xia Empire, praise Song Jianxian, praise Xing Shuang Group. Bai Xie declared sincerely. Without their support, how could the elite class possibly offer such generous rewards? Shen family manner at the dinner table. Are you leaving tonight? Shen Lang asked while eating. That's awfully sudden. You've only been back a few days. Song Qingshuang shook her head. The secret realm is urgent. Shen Lang didn't look up as he asked again. Is it dangerous? Song Qingshuang paused briefly before replying with a soft chuckle. Precisely because it's dangerous that I must go. Then, shifting her tone, she looked at Shen Xingchen gently and said, Xiao Chen, study hard and focus on your books. Also, don't act impulsively. Safety comes first, understand? If you can win, fight, mom and dad have your back. If you can't win, endure, mom and dad will make things right for you. But don't act recklessly or bully the good-hearted, understand? Chapter 62, Constructing the Visualization Map. Song Qingshuan left. She was called away by a phone call before she could even finish her meal. Behind the supreme power of the great Xia sword immortal lay a weighty responsibility. After Song Qingshuang departed, Shen Lang finally lifted his head from his rice bowl. His eyes were vacant as he stared at the food on the table and sighed deeply. Shen Xingchen watched his father's dejected expression, like a jilted lover left alone in an empty room, and snorted with amusement. Shen Lang's eyes snapped back into focus, locking onto the smirk on Shen Xingchen's face. What's so funny? He snapped. What the hell are you laughing at? I was just thinking of something happy. Shen Xingchen stifled his laughter. What happy things? Shen Lang remained annoyed. His wife had finally returned after so long, yet he'd barely seen her. Song Qingshuang had been constantly hovering around Shen Xingchen, protecting her with utmost devotion. Now, the very culprit, Shen Xingchen, dared to laugh at him. Shen Lang had no choice but to endure it. At that moment, his hand itched. Hearing the question, Shen Xingchen immediately raised his left hand. From the sleeve, a slender, agile form glided out. Scales as black as ink reflected a cold gleam under the light. The scales were exquisitely fine, almost seamless, a flawless creation of nature. Staring at the small black dragon swaying midair, Shen Lang rubbed his eyes before abruptly standing up. He fixed his gaze on the inverted golden dragon eyes within its black orbs and the sinuous black dragon horns curving atop its head. Pure gold eyes, sinuous horns, delicate scales. Undoubtedly a true dragon. Dragons were supremely proud creatures. Even a young dragon would never submit so completely to a human. Yet right now, this little black dragon's attitude toward Shen Xingchen couldn't even be described as obedient, it was almost complete submission. This phenomenon could only be explained by one term. A divine beast. His own son ventured into the secret realm and actually brought back a divine beast? As this thought crossed his mind, Shen Lang's face also broke into a delighted smile, even the sadness caused by his wife's departure fading considerably. He asked, This is a divine beast? As you can see. Shen Xingchen replied. Can I touch it? Shen Lang asked cautiously. This is a true dragon. The totem of great Xia since ancient times. In everyone's hearts, it was a creature that only existed in myths and legends. Yet now, this divine beast stood before Shen Lang in plain sight. Even with his vast fortune, he'd never laid eyes on such a rare creature. You'll have to ask it yourself. Shen Xingchen said. Though he could fully control the little black dragon, the divine beast contract was, after all, an equal agreement. Shen Xingchen regarded it as a partner. He wouldn't force the little black dragon to do anything it didn't want to do. Is that all right, little one? Shen Lang leaned forward, his face adorned with an exceptionally gentle smile, as he cautiously extended his right index finger. Just as his finger was about to touch the dragon's body, the black dragon's eyes snapped open and its slender tail lashed out. With a sharp crack, it knocked Shen Lang's outstretched finger away. Then, with a swift undulation of its body, it darted back into Shen Xingchen's sleeve like a bolt of lightning. Seems it's had enough. Shen Xingchen chuckled. All right. Shen Lang didn't seem annoyed either, still smiling as he said. Just get close to my son. He truly is my son, even the true dragon recognizes you. This little incident lifted Shen Lang's spirits considerably. After finishing his meal, Shen Xingchen made his customary trip to the martial arts room, pondering how to construct the visualization diagram and what kind of diagram to build. The reason he dared to attempt what only a martial sovereign could do as a mere martial artist. One reason was that he had already fully experienced this process in his previous life, making it deeply familiar to him. Errors were virtually impossible. The second reason was that, having been reborn and with the fusion of 2 lifetime souls, the strength of his divine soul far surpassed that of others at his level. Though not on par with a martial sovereign cultivator, it approached the soul strength of a late-stage martial master barely sufficient. Even if his spiritual essence strength fell short, top-tier resources could compensate. Anything money could buy was no problem at all. The third reason lay in the Gipaishio devouring heaven body Shen Xingchen now cultivated. Having been reborn, if Shen Xingchen wished to construct a visualization diagram, it would inevitably be the most powerful one possible. Under the heavens, the mightiest visualizations were of 2 kinds, dragon or phoenix. As the offspring of the true dragon, the Pishio shares an extraordinary affinity with dragon-type visualization diagrams, making it far easier for Shen Xingchen to construct one. Moreover, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a black dragon flashed from Shen Xingchen's sleeve and appeared before him. He now possessed a genuine divine dragon. He could now meticulously construct his visualization chart based on the form of this divine dragon before him. Compared to pure imagination, constructing such a visualization diagram was undoubtedly simpler. Moreover, due to its authenticity, the visualization diagram would yield superior results. Having weighed the advantages and disadvantages, Shen Xingchen hesitated no longer. He opened the wooden box beside him, which contained the divine soul elixir he had purchased online long ago. Soul calming blood ginseng. Its root resembled a human form, entirely crimson, growing in places of extreme yin and malevolence. Its sap could suppress soul spirit rampages. Should the construction of the visualization diagram fail, consuming this medicine would minimize the damage inflicted upon the soul. Heavenly Thunder Mystic Soul Vine. Unlike the emerald green of ordinary vines, the Heavenly Thunder Mystic Soul Vine is entirely charcoal black, even emitting a faint burnt odor. White gold patterns flow along its surface, harboring immense thunder and soul energy within. Upon ingestion, the thunderous energy erupts instantly, acting upon the soul and delivering an intense stimulation that temporarily elevates its strength by a significant tier. Simultaneously, the divine soul energy within rapidly repairs any damage inflicted upon the soul by the electrical shock. The value of this single herb alone reached a staggering 2 billion great xia coins. After all, herbs that affect the soul are invariably far more precious than those that affect the body. Even Shen Xingchen, a wealthy individual, felt the sting of this failure in constructing the visualization diagram. Shen Xingchen gazed intently at the little black dragon before him, committing every detail of its form to memory. Then, he sat cross-legged before the wooden box, closed his eyes tightly, and let his consciousness sink. Moments later, he arrived with practiced ease at the realm where his divine soul resided. The multicolored orbs symbolizing martial talent shone particularly brightly within his mind. Shen Xingchen recalled every detail of the little black dragon's form. In a daze, a thick brush dipped in ink seemed to appear in his mind. With a single stroke, the thick brush tip left a deep, heavy mark in Shen Xingchen's mind. However, the stroke was too broad. The resulting mark was little more than a shapeless black blob, devoid of any detail. This was the consequence of insufficient divine soul strength and inadequate control. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen didn't hesitate. He closed his eyes, took the Heavenly Thunder Mystic Soul Vine, tore off a third of it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, a tingling electric current surged upward through his mouth and throat. In less than half a breath, the intense current surged into Shen Xingchen's mind. Chapter 63, Divine Meridians and the Dragon God Diagram. Under the electrical stimulation, the strength of Shen Xingchen's divine soul visibly surged. As his divine soul strengthened, the large brush appearing in his mind seemed to compress, its shaft and nib becoming slender. Shen Xingchen tentatively made another stroke, and a slender, elegant line appeared in his mind. This level of line thickness had already met the minimum requirement for constructing a divine soul diagram. However, Shen Xingchen had expended countless resources not merely to construct a meditation diagram meeting the bare minimum. If he was going to do it, he would do it right or not at all. In the next instant, Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Gritting his teeth, he forced the remaining 2/3 of the Heavenly Thunder Mystic Soul diagram into his mouth. His steel teeth crushed the vine, its juices mingling with electric currents that surged through his mouth, violently flooding into his mind. In an instant, the shattering sound of glass echoed within his mind. It wasn't glass shattering, it was Shen Xingchen's soul, utterly unable to withstand such a violent electrical surge. The surging current sparked and crackled, forcibly cracking the originally resilient cracks in Shen Xingchen's soul. Fortunately, the Heavenly Thunder Mystic Soul Vine, worth 20 billion great xia coins, possessed inherent healing properties. The colossal soul energy contained within the herb washed over and nourished Shen Xingchen's damaged soul like a downpour. The collision of raging lightning and nourishing rain triggered an even more intense explosion and stimulation upon his soul. In that instant, Shen Xingchen's soul strength was forcibly elevated to the peak of the martial marquis realm. This level of soul strength, combined with his familiarity in constructing visualization diagrams, was now sufficient. Yet Shen Xingchen knew this state could not last long. He focused his mind, seizing every breath of time. The tip of the floating brush in his mind had become as slender as an earphone cord, its strokes etching exquisitely delicate lines. Shen Xingchen's mental movements never ceased, the brush in his mind descending and rising at an astonishing pace. Before long, the rough outline of a black dragon had taken shape. Its body coiled and stacked in layer upon layer, its head held high, commanding respect without a trace of anger. The brush in his mind continued its rapid dance. Moments later, Shen Xingchen meticulously rendered the dense scales covering the black dragon's body, inch by inch. Between the scales, purple and white light intertwined, adding color and vitality to the otherwise monotonous black. Indeed, Shen Xingchen's painting speed was already extremely fast. In less than 30 seconds, he completed the framework of the true dragon's body and filled in most of the details. Yet the collapse of his soul was even faster. The soul, connecting the mystical heavens above and the shadowy underworld below while anchoring the physical body, resided in a profoundly mysterious realm. As such, it was exceptionally sensitive and fragile. Among martial cultivators, who would recklessly trigger and torment their divine soul like Shen Xingchen, the slightest misstep could damage the soul, causing martial talents to vanish instantly. In severe cases, one might instantly become a mindless fool. Feeling his soul teetering on the brink of collapse, Shen Xingchen gritted his teeth and violently snatched the soul-calming blood ginseng. Without time to slice it or chew out its juice, he swallowed the entire massive root whole. In an instant, the killing cold evil energy contained within surged from his abdomen, racing toward his limbs, bones, and mind. A bone-chilling coldness spread throughout his entire body. Within his mind, the relentless howls of the ghosts of the underworld echoed ceaselessly. Yet this icy force froze his restless soul. Shen Xingchen gained a moment to catch his breath. Without pausing to rest, he immediately focused his mind and manipulated the brush within his consciousness. Under his mental command, the jet-black ink at the brush tip abruptly transformed, blazing with a dazzling golden glow. With a flicker of his thoughts, Shen Xingchen gave the brush a sharp flick, dotting 2 fiery points within the dragon's eye sockets. The finishing touch. The instant the dragon's eyes were painted, the once lifeless and rigid visualization seemed to come alive. The dragon's head lifted high once more, a thunderous roar erupting from its jaws. A terrifying dragon's might surged through Shen Xingchen's mind. In that instant, the echoing wails of the vengeful spirits within his soul were utterly suppressed. Then, the jet-black true dragon's body trembled as it soared toward the heavens above the divine sea. As if welcoming its arrival, inky black clouds suddenly appeared in the heavens above the divine sea. The cloud sea churned, brewing with crackling lightning. The colossal dragon's body soared through the heavens, concealed within the cloud sea, leaving only its massive black gold head gazing down upon the world. Its inverted dragon eyes shone like 2 eternal suns. Visualization complete. Having completed all this, Shen Xingchen felt his mind relax. As he relaxed, a searing pain shot through his head as if it were being torn apart. However, what matters most now is not his mind, but his body. The soul-binding blood ginseng contained immense shatter energy, so it should be consumed slowly rather than swallowed whole as Shen Xingchen had just done. For anyone else, the cold energy would have already frozen their meridians, leading to a swift death. But Shen Xingchen, reborn as a martial saint, knew this well. He had already considered this. First, Shen Xingchen possessed the innate talent of the Ice Sovereign, his very chi and blood inherently cold and tinged with yin, making him exceptionally capable of absorbing yin-shattering power. Second, the Yipaishio devouring heaven body, when cultivated to its advanced stages, inherently possessed the power to suppress evil energies. Even now, at the half-step divine meridian realm, his physique possessed exceptional resistance, even the ability to devour such yin-shattering energy. Shen Xingchen's eyes remained tightly shut as his flesh and blood opened wide like a paishio, frantically devouring the yin-shattering energy coursing through his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, the meridians previously only at the half-step divine network level shattered once more before rapidly coalescing. In the opening and closing, the evil energy that had sought to escape was completely sealed within his body. What should have been devastatingly destructive to his body now became nourishment for Shen Xingchen. Amidst the absorption, a thunderous hum like a taut bowstring erupted from within Shen Xingchen's body. Paishio devouring heaven body, 3rd divine meridian layer, perfected. A single precious medicine, utilized twice, propelled both Shen Xingchen's physical body and divine soul to their current state of perfection. Absolutely perfect. Shen Xingchen rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within his body. With the divine meridians complete, his entire body's meridians were perfectly interconnected. Qi and blood flowed with unparalleled smoothness, mobilizing them at speeds several times faster than before. Moreover, the maximum qi and blood capacity each meridian could bear had also increased. In other words, Shen Xingchen's explosive speed and raw power had undergone a qualitative leap. After sensing the changes in his physical form, Shen Xingchen's mind settled as he once again entered his divine sea. At this moment, beyond the multicolored light sphere symbolizing his martial talent, the divine sea now displayed towering, dense clouds, flickering thunderbolts, and a lofty dragon head. The dragon heads radiated overwhelming might, their colossal dragon aura relentlessly washing over and agitating Shen Xingchen's divine sea. With each surge, his divine sea grew more resilient. With each surge, its boundaries expanded slightly. Though each improvement was minuscule, the cumulative effect over time was undeniably terrifying. Chapter 64, Self-Directed Performance. This was precisely why Shen Xingchen was so eager to construct his visualization diagram. Every second sooner he completed the visualization diagram meant 1 second sooner he could temper his divine soul, strengthening it. Moreover, different visualization diagrams enhance the divine soul at varying speeds. The visualization diagram currently in Shen Xingchen's mind was one he had created himself, drawing upon the insights of the little black dragon and his own accumulated experience. Possessing tangible visualization objects and abundant experience. The visualization diagram of this lifetime was incredibly detailed and lifelike, far surpassing the level of his previous life. It had at least reached the SS tier, and might even attain the legendary SSS tier. Feeling the formidable power of the visualization image within his sea of consciousness, Shen Xingchen's face broke into a faint smile. His mind still ached intensely from the earlier overstimulation of his divine soul. He picked up the wooden box from the floor and returned to his bedroom, where he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun rose as usual. When Shen Xingchen awoke, the nearly tearing pain had vanished. He now felt only a slight fogginess in his head, his entire being somewhat lacking in energy. Shen Xingchen examined his divine sea and estimated his soul would fully recover within half a day at most. Thereafter, tempered by the dragon god diagram, the strength of his divine soul grew stronger by the second. The potential was limitless. After washing up and accepting the breakfast prepared by the maid, Shen Xingchen rode his little electric scooter to school. The journey passed without incident. Yet Shen Xingchen could distinctly sense. Along the way, many passers-by suddenly stopped upon seeing him, then stared at him with curiosity. Couldn't be helped. Shen Xingchen flicked back the non-existent fringe from his forehead and mused with self-satisfaction. Handsomeness, like talent, is something you just can't hide. He strolled into the honors class, leisurely returning to his seat under everyone's gaze. His desk partner, Bai Xia, lifted her head from her books and glanced at Shen Xingchen, about to greet him. But when she saw Shen Xingchen's unnaturally pale face, concern immediately flashed in her eyes. Why do you look so awful? Do you need to take a sick day? Shen Xingchen shook his head. Nothing serious. I'll be fine after resting half a day. With that, he opened his backpack and pulled out his lunchbox, ready to dig in. A headache isn't the same as a stomachache, you still gotta eat when it's mealtime. But the moment he opened the lunchbox, Shen Xingchen sensed something was off. Wait, why didn't Chu Shiyao bring me breakfast today? This woman, she only brought it for one day and then stopped? She's not even bothering to pretend anymore, huh? Shen Xingchen snorted coldly, convinced he'd already figured out Chu Shiyao's true nature. Little did he know she was even more despicable than he'd imagined. She said she'd bring breakfast for 100 days, couldn't she have brought it for 50 days, or even a month? How could she stop after just one day? He had the habit of bringing his own meals every day, but what about Bai Xia? He couldn't very well let her go back to eating plain white steamed buns, could he? His thoughts drifting there, Shen Xingchen turned to Bai Xia and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Bai Xia shook her head. "Never mind. You can have mine." Shen Xingchen slid the opened boxed meal across to Bai Xia's desk. "I'm not feeling well anyway, so I don't have much of an appetite." Bai Xia looked at Shen Xingchen's pale face and shook her head firmly. "When you're feeling unwell, you need to nourish yourself even more." Her tone carried a hint of Song Qingxuang's manner. Shen Xingchen froze. Just then, several gasps erupted throughout the classroom. Shen Xingchen looked in the direction of the noise, his expression darkening instantly. At the classroom doorway, Chu Shiyao, covered in blood, stumbled toward Shen Xingchen, clutching two elegant lunchboxes. Chu Shiyao stopped before Shen Xingchen and offered a fragile smile. "Sorry, Xingchen. I had a little accident on the way and got delayed. You must be hungry. Eat up, eat up." As she spoke, Chu Shiyao placed the lunchboxes on Shen Xingchen's desk. The next moment, as if weakened by blood loss, she swayed unsteadily and collapsed toward Shen Xingchen. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's expression grew even colder. If he couldn't see through Chu Shiyao's self-staged act, then his previous life would have been utterly wasted. "Well done, Chu Shiyao. I underestimated you. You're even willing to hurt yourself like this, huh? What was she doing? Playing hard to get? Or moral blackmail?" In the blink of an eye, Shen Xingchen sidestepped, dodging Chu Shiyao's embrace entirely. With a series of loud thuds, Chu Shiryao's body slammed hard into the table behind Shen Xingchen. The table recoiled several meters under the impact, knocking over the chair behind it. The loud commotion instantly drew everyone's attention. Chu Shiryao fell hard, her wounds reopening from the impact. Her blue and white school uniform was now stained with alarming pools of blood. Just then, Lin Feitian, who had been trailing behind Chu Shiryao, suddenly spoke up. Pointing his finger right at Shen Xingchen's nose, he shouted angrily. "Shen Xingchen, do you have a heart? Shiryao was hit by a car while rushing to buy you lunch. Did you know? I told her to go to the hospital right away, but she refused. She insisted on bringing you lunch first. But what did you do? You couldn't even be bothered to catch her as she fell. Do you despise her that much? Ha!" Lin Feitian, Shen Xingchen narrowed his eyes at the other man. "Ever since I knocked out a few of his teeth a couple days ago, this kid acts like he's seen a ghost whenever he spots me. Today, he must have mustered his courage and convinced himself he stood on moral high ground to dare accuse her so brazenly. Under Shen Xingchen's gaze, Lin Feiqian's fierce demeanor faltered, and the anger on his face froze. He felt his newly repaired teeth throbbing again. Instinctively, Lin Feiqian took 2 steps back. Shen Xingchen watched him, his tone flat. Yes. Lin Feiqian's teeth chattered as he stammered. What are you? What are you? Shen Xingchen scratched his ear, expressionless. I just hate her that much. I have a phobia of stupidity, you know. Getting hit by a car and skipping the hospital to deliver food, what kind of idiot does that? You do whatever she says, what else could you be but an idiot? My mom told me not to talk to idiots. You too, get lost. As he spoke, Shen Xingchen flicked his little finger, a hint of menace flickering across his otherwise calm face. Try to disgust me again, and I'll cut out both your tongues. Her headache was bad enough, and now these 2 idiots were adding to her misery. If no other students were nearby, Shen Xingchen would have sliced both of them to pieces with a single sword strike. Hearing this, Lin Feiqian felt a chill run through him, his skin crawling with goosebumps. Had he heard Shen Xingchen say this a few days ago, he wouldn't have given it a second thought. But times had changed. Judging by Shen Xingchen's recent behavior, if he uttered another word, the other might truly draw his sword and slice out his tongue. The thought sent a shiver through Lin Feiqian's body. He dared not utter another word, retreating in disarray. Chapter 65, The Transfer Student. Hey! Shen Xingchen called him back, pointing at Chu Shiryao on the ground. Take her away. She can die anywhere, just not here. After you take her away, come back immediately and clean up all the bloodstains here. Understood? Understood. Understood. Lin Feiqian bowed and scraped, his demeanor reminiscent of a puppet soldier before his commander. He swiftly picked up Chu Shiryao and carried her to the school infirmary. Then he dashed back to the classroom, grabbed a mop and specialized cleaning solution, and threw himself into scrubbing the floor with single-minded focus. Feeling the strange stares directed his way, Lin Feiqian wished he could sink into the ground. He cursed himself over and over in his mind. Why did I have to provoke that killer, Shen Xingchen? Why did he act like a complete fool, running after her the moment Chu Shiryao started crying? He swore to himself. He would never provoke either Chu Shiryao or Shen Xingchen again in his entire life. These 2 were his personal nemesis. After cleaning up the bloodstains, Lin Feiqian trotted over again, plastering on a smile as he sought Shen Xingchen's approval. Only after seeing Shen Xingchen nod did he return to his original spot, feeling a huge weight lifted. Shen Xingchen examined the elegant lunchbox on the table and opened it to take a look. Though the exterior was stained with grime and blood, the food inside remained spotless. Guided by the simple principle of not wasting food, Shen Xingchen polished off both breakfast portions in one go. Then, without a care for his appearance, he belched loudly and pushed his original lunchbox toward Baicia. Here, eat. I'm full. Don't let good food go to waste. Seeing this, Baicia pursed her lips. The moment Shen Xingchen opened the bloodstained lunchbox, she knew exactly what he intended to do. She had intended to stop him. But Shen Xingchen's speed in devouring the food rivaled his swordplay in the blink of an eye. He'd shoved 6 large buns and 2 bags of soy milk into his mouth. Baicia couldn't stop him in time and could only let it be. The morning was spent on theory, the afternoon on sparring. An ordinary day passed quickly. The next morning, Shen Xingchen rose early. The lingering headache from yesterday had vanished completely. Shen Xingchen felt refreshed and alert, his condition absolutely explosive. After washing up, he headed to his family's martial arts room. First, he measured his chi and blood levels. 2 beeps sounded, and the number displayed on the device made Shen Xingchen's lips curve upward. 156,788. Not bad, not bad. After cultivating the divine meridian, his chi and blood levels, which had barely broken 10 before, had surged by 5 points, a massive 50% increase. Shen Xingchen then walked over to another device. This device differed from the chi blood monitor. Standing nearly as tall as a person, it could be adjusted to any height and featured a thick, sturdy platform. Shen Xingchen stepped onto the divine soul tester. The platform, positioned just centimeters above his head, detected his presence and descended with a beep. It lowered steadily until it reached the scalp, where it finally stopped. Then, from the section pressed against his scalp, countless fine probes extended, gently touching every part of his head. Moments later, another beep sounded. Shen Xingchen stepped off the device and glanced at the numbers displayed. 1,024,382. A soul strength of 100 points. It must be noted that prior to the martial sovereign realm, cultivators had no conventional means to enhance their soul strength. Therefore, for practitioners from warrior to martial marquis, their soul strength was typically 1/10 or even less of their vital energy value. In other words, Shen Xingchen's 102 points of soul strength equated to over 1,000 points of vital energy. His soul realm had abruptly reached the martial marquis stage. The sheer magnitude of this advancement and the astonishing speed of his progress sent a wave of astonishment through Shen Xingchen. After roughly assessing his current cultivation level and strength, Shen Xingchen picked up his satchel, packed his lunchbox, and hurried off to school. He calmly took his seat amidst the stares of his classmates. Chu Shiryao had arrived at the classroom early today. Her face was as dark as storm clouds, and a cold aura emanated from her entire being. Such an aura made even her close friend, Zhang Jinka, hesitate to approach her. Everyone knew why. After all, yesterday, oh dear, she'd been called a dumbass by Shen Xingchen right in front of everyone. And under those circumstances, it would be tough for anyone to handle. But since most people had heard about Shen Xingchen and Chu Shiyao's past, few felt sympathy for Chu Shiyao. Some even took a rather schadenfreudig delight in it, treating Chu Shiyao like a clown for their amusement. It's safe to say that after yesterday's incident, Chu Shiyao has completely lost her status as the school's most beautiful girl. Being called the school flower wasn't just about your looks, it was about your rarity and unattainability. But now, Chu Shiyao had become nothing more than a pathetic sycophant. No matter how high her status or how striking her looks once were, once she descended into being a sycophant, her inherent charm and appeal inevitably diminished drastically. Shen Xingchen had been like this before, and now Chu Shiyao was the same. Yet losing her status as a laughingstock and being abandoned by countless sycophants wasn't Chu Shiyao's greatest fear. What truly plunged her into despair was the realization that she had truly lost Shen Xingchen. He truly no longer loved her. The thought sent Chu Shiyao into a daze, lingering until Shen Xingchen stepped into the classroom. Yet this time, just like the previous occasions, even as Chu Shiyao stared at him longingly, Shen Xingchen couldn't be bothered to give her so much as a glance. The moment Shen Xingchen's butt hit the seat, Chu Shiyao's heart plummeted to the depths. He hadn't even bothered to ask after her once. The twists and turns of Chu Shiyao's thoughts and feelings went completely unnoticed. Everyone chatted casually over breakfast. Until the familiar click-clack of Li Xiaoman's high heels echoed outside the classroom door. But this time, Li Xiaoman didn't enter the classroom alone. Following behind her was a foreign man with golden hair, blue eyes, and long hair cascading down his shoulders, an elegant figure. Amidst the curious stares of the others, Li Xiaoman introduced. He's just a new transfer student. He'll be joining our class from now on, filling the vacancy left by Song Tonglin. William, please introduce yourself. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man laughed heartily. When he spoke, it was in fluent, pure, accent-free Great Xiao language. Hello everyone, my name is William James, from the United States of America. I'm thrilled to be your classmate. The introduction had been nothing special until William's final sentence, which sent shockwaves through the entire classroom. Lifting his chin, he radiated pride as he declared, "My martial arts talent is SS grade." In an instant, the entire room erupted in commotion. To everyone present, an SS-tier martial arts talent represented the absolute pinnacle of ability in this world. The only thing that could reliably surpass William's martial arts talent was the legendary SS grade rule system talent. Yet throughout all of history, across the entire world, only one person had ever possessed such a level of talent. This new transfer student possessed a martial arts talent that could easily be called the second greatest in the world. Chapter 66, Experience Baby. With William possessing such formidable martial arts talent, why would he choose to come to China as an exchange student? Why not head to a megacity like Beijing or Shanghai instead of settling for Changnan, an ordinary provincial capital in central China? After all, Changnan doesn't even rank in the top 10 provincial capitals across all of China. In recent years, thanks to Song Qingxuan's emergence and the growth of Xinchuan Group, Changnan's ranking had barely climbed to the 11th or 12th tier. It's nowhere near the level of Beijing or Shanghai. As if sensing his classmates' confusion, William flashed a smile and explained, "My family has some business dealings with Xinchuan Group, so I came along with my elders." Hearing this, the entire class erupted in a murmur. Their gazes fixed on William were filled with utter disbelief and an envy so thick it seemed almost tangible. "Not only are you handsome and gifted, but your family background is this impressive too? Born in America, yet his family has business dealings with Xinchuan Group." William's family background was clearly no ordinary affair. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward him grew even more intense. Even Chu Shiyao, who had been utterly despondent and lifeless, saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes. From every angle, William was several tiers above Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen possessed S-tier talent in the laws, while this man boasted SS-tier talent in martial arts. Shen Xingchen's family background was no small matter, but William's family had business dealings with Xinchuan Group. Which family in Changnan could possibly rival Xinchuan Group? Thus, in terms of family background, William also surpassed Shen Xingchen. Not to mention, Chu Shiyao hadn't even had a foreign suitor yet. At this thought, a faint smile spread across Chu Shiyao's face. "Very well, Shen Xingchen. Since you don't cherish me, don't blame me for throwing myself into someone else's arms." Li Xiaoman clapped her hands to quiet the crowd, then pointed to the empty seat next to Song Tonglin and said, "William, you may take that seat over there." William nodded, scanned the crowd on stage once more, then walked toward his seat. Shen Xingchen watched his figure, his brow furrowing slightly. William wasn't part of the picture in his previous life. Moreover, with his senses honed to near Woho-level acuity, he could clearly perceive. Every time William appeared to scan the crowd, his gaze always lingered on him for a moment. "What's with this kid? But whatever your deal is, kid, I'm quite fond of that SS-grade martial talent of yours. Hand it over for me to use." Indeed, after advancing to warrior rank, Shen Xingchen could once again replicate others' talents. He had been pondering how to find Lin Shenxue to replicate her talent. Little did he expect that just as he was dozing off, someone brought him a pillow. No need to go searching for an S-tier talent holder. This SS-tier talent holder practically walked right into his lap. Therefore, regardless of William's motives, he was now nothing more than an adorable experience point in Shen Xingchen's eyes. Shen Xingchen kept a discreet watch, meticulously observing William's every move. The morning hours slipped by swiftly. After achieving mastery of the divine meridians and ascending to the warrior realm, Shen Xingchen's meridians and vital energy flowed seamlessly throughout his body. Now, he no longer needed to practice martial arts. As long as he received sufficient nutrition and energy replenishment, the qi and blood within his body would automatically grow stronger. His physical constitution grew stronger alongside it. As usual, the afternoon was reserved for live combat drills. But this time, homeroom teacher Li Xiaoman led several unfamiliar faces up to the second floor. She clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention and introduced. Students, these individuals will serve as martial arts assistants for our class going forward. This gentleman is Shen Tianlin, a top student from Xijian University. This one is Lin Shenxue, a top-tier prodigy with S-class martial arts talent. They will serve as the chief assistant instructors. Please welcome them. As he spoke, a man and a woman led several others past Li Xiaoman. The man was tall and imposing, his face bearing an air of arrogance, with a rustic-looking long sword hanging at his waist. The woman stood tall and straight, her expression cold, a sword suspended at her waist. Though unfamiliar to others, Shen Xingchen knew them all too well. One was his step-cousin, the other his private tutor. He glanced at Lin Shenxue. No wonder she hadn't visited the Shen residence these past few days. Turns out she'd come to apply for the teaching assistant position. Shen Xingchen wore a smile on his face and gave her a slight nod in greeting. Lin Shenxue's lips curved in a faint smile, her silent acknowledgement. Although she had been his tutor for nearly a year, Shen Xingchen had been too unruly and mischievous back then, always skipping lessons, so their relationship hadn't been particularly close. It was only slightly better than strangers, really. However, the other teaching assistant, Shen Tianlin, was far from a mere acquaintance. From a young age, his father Shen Bo had instilled extreme ideas in him, and every time he saw Shen Xingchen, he seethed with the desire to replace him. Thus, whenever he encountered Shen Xingchen, he would either sneer or mock him. Shen Xingchen, however, refused to tolerate such treatment, always firing back without mercy. The animosity between them ran deep. Thus, Shen Xingchen never gave him a friendly look. Assistant Instructor Shen was at the martial artist realm, while Assistant Instructor Lin was in the late stages of the warrior realm. Every time you fought, they would observe from the sidelines and point out your shortcomings. Li Xiaoman added one more remark before politely nodding to both of them and turning to leave. The vast second floor fell silent as the two assistants and dozens of students exchanged bewildered glances. Shen Tianlin put on a cheerful expression, clapping his hands and laughing. What are you all standing around for? Get back to your training. Just pretend we're not here. Keep training exactly as you always have. The students sprang into action at his words. After all, receiving personal guidance from a master several realms above their own was an incredibly precious opportunity. Previous combat instructors, though powerful, had to oversee dozens of students at once. Their guidance inevitably became broad and superficial, yielding limited improvement. Now, with the school assigning 7 or 8 teaching assistants to them, the students present were delighted. They jumped onto the sparring platform with their partners and began their practice. Within days of the elite class's formation, each student had already found a familiar sparring partner. Only William, who had just transferred in, stood alone in the spot, looking rather pitiful. Seeing this, Chu Shiryao felt a pang of sympathy. She left her best friend Zhang Jinka behind and walked straight up to William. A sweet smile graced her face as she said, "William, I'm Chu Shiryao. A tier talent. How about we spar together today?" William looked at the sweet-looking girl from Daxia before him, a faint, inexplicable smile curling his lips. "Certainly, lovely lady. It would be my pleasure." With that, the two walked side by side onto a raised platform, leaving Zhang Jinka standing alone in stunned silence. Now she was the new one standing there all alone. As for Shen Xingchen, he naturally paired up with Bai Xie. But before he could step onto the platform, someone blocked his path. The figure was tall, a sword hanging at his waist, none other than Shen Tianlin. Chapter 67, Shen Tianlin's Scheme. Shen Tianlin's previously cheerful smile vanished. His eyes narrowed, the corner of his mouth curled, and he stared straight at Shen Xingchen. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen frowned and barked. "Good dogs don't block the path." Hearing this, Shen Tianlin raised an eyebrow, his whole body radiating an even more pronounced air of asking for a beating. He shrugged his shoulders twice and asked, "What's the matter, my dear cousin? Getting so worked up?" Shen Tianlin had actively requested to be assigned to a high school for his internship this time, all for the sake of his cousin, Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen's rapid progress had already begun to terrify Shen Bo's entire family. If Shen Xingchen were allowed to fully develop, he would become another Song Qingxuan. The Shen Lang family would dominate for another century. If that happened, when would his branch, the eldest brother's line, ever truly become the dominant one? Thus, the Shinbo family hatched a plan. Provoke Shen Xingchen into a rage, forcing him to challenge Shen Tianlin to a duel. Then, with a single misstep, Shen Tianlin would either kill or cripple Shen Xingchen, eliminating the threat once and for all. Only then would the Shinbo family have a chance to grow stronger. As Shen Xingchen approached with an icy expression, the smile vanished from Shen Tianlin's face. He murmured under his breath. A useless fool who only hides behind his parents' backs. A fool who always needs his parents to clean up his messes. A wasteful, insolent brat. If it weren't for your father and mother, do you think you'd have the right to speak to me? Hearing this, Shen Xingchen laughed. What, jealous that my parents look out for me? What, are you some pitiful bastard with no parents to care for you? My family's loaded money just keeps rolling in. Just kowtow to me a few times, and I'll toss you tens of thousands to play with. He remained unaware of the rift between Shen Lang and Shen Bo. Whether in his past life or this one, Shen Lang never shared negative news with his family. At home, he was always the cheerful, gentle father and husband. Therefore, Shen Xingchen didn't slash Shen Tianlin to death with a sword like he would others. He merely retorted. Hearing this, Shen Tianlin's face flushed crimson. After just a few months apart, how had this kid become so sharp-tongued? Shen Xingchen wasn't angry, he was the one on the verge of losing his temper. Shen Tianlin drew a deep breath and coldly declared. If you've got the guts, fight me. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted is just empty bravado. Do you even deserve to be called a cultivator? Shen Xingchen shook his head and sneered, his face full of disdain. You're such a jerk. You're a year older than me, why should I fight you? You brainless fool, get lost. Every year during this critical period is invaluable. Though Shen Tianlin appeared only a year older than Shen Xingchen, he had already spent a full year awakening his talents and formally training in martial arts. As for Shen Xingchen? Just a few days? The gap in their training time is over 100-fold. Shen Xingchen couldn't fathom how this fool had the nerve to even utter the word duel. Of course, Shen Xingchen wasn't afraid of him. He simply didn't want to waste his time on a fool. If you're afraid, just say you're afraid. Stop spouting nonsense. Shen Tianlin sneered coldly. From what he knew of Shen Xingchen, he was brave but lacking in strategy, always acting before thinking. All he needed was a little provocation, and the fool would fall for it instantly. But to his surprise, Shen Xingchen didn't respond at all. He merely stared at him with a look reserved for the mentally challenged. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen shifted his body sideways, instantly activating his masterful D-rank footwork technique, Immortal's Traces. His entire form vanished like a celestial being soaring through the heavens, effortlessly bypassing Shen Tianlin and reaching the high platform. Standing atop the platform, he didn't even glance at Shen Tianlin. Instead, he beckoned to Bai Xie below the stage. Come up. Ignore this fool. The voice from the platform came from behind him, sending a jolt of shock through Shen Tianlin. He had merely felt a flicker before his eyes, and in the next instant, Shen Xingchen had vanished right under his nose. That speed was simply beyond belief. Even Shen Tianlin couldn't believe Shen Xingchen possessed such speed. He simply thought he'd indulged too much last night and had momentarily zoned out, failing to notice Shen Xingchen's movements, allowing him to slip past. Reaching this conclusion, Shen Tianlin shook his head. He resolved that next time, he absolutely must not summon 5 at once. 2 at most. Watching Shen Xingchen on the high platform, he let the matter drop. After all, the college entrance exams were still a long way off. He refused to believe that in 3 months, he couldn't finish off a mere Shen Xingchen. The sparring session passed quickly. Shen Xingchen was pleasantly surprised to discover Bai Xie had now reached the 7th-star realm of martial trainee, successfully advancing to the late stage of martial trainee. Moreover, her dagger skills had also reached a masterful level. Indeed, this was how a true genius should be. Even if initial resource constraints slowed her advancement, once provided with sufficient resources and proper cultivation, Bai Xie would swiftly make up for any shortcomings. Then, she would soar to new heights. Shen Xingchen was certain that in this lifetime, Bai Xie would awaken her second talent much earlier. And with high probability, it would awaken before the college entrance exams. This meant she would enjoy even better admission benefits. A head start leads to a lasting advantage. As these thoughts swirled, the sparring session concluded swiftly. Lin Xinxue and the other teaching assistants earnestly evaluated the students stepping down from the platform. They analyzed the shortcomings and flaws in their footwork and martial techniques, performing their duties with great diligence. Shen Tianlin, however, kept his gaze fixed on the platform where Shen Xingchen stood. When Shen Xingchen descended from the high platform, Shen Tianlin merely snorted coldly through his nose. He then crossed his arms, shook his head, and walked away, seemingly disdainful of offering any critique to Shen Xingchen. The others had no idea. Shen Tianlin wasn't dismissive, he simply didn't know how to critique. He had planned to seize upon Shen Xingchen's flaws in footwork and sword technique the moment he descended the platform, mocking him relentlessly to ignite a blazing rage within him. Yet the more Shen Tianlin watched, the more his heart raced. Shen Xingchen's footwork and swordplay were flawless beyond reproach. Even viewed through the most critical lens, Shen Xingchen's performance remained flawlessly perfect. He couldn't find a single flaw to criticize. Forcing Shen Tianlin to praise Shen Xingchen felt worse than eating. So he feigned disdain, shook his head, and walked away, intending to unsettle Shen Xingchen's composure. Watching the assistant instructor walk away with a shake of his head, Bai Xie recalled their earlier performance and turned to ask, "You have a beef with him?" "Yeah." Shen Xingchen nodded, shifting his gaze toward the stage where William stood. At that very moment, William was also chatting and laughing with Chu Shiyao as they descended from the elevated platform. If not now, when? After all, just a few seconds of contact would allow him to replicate the other person's top-tier talent. Without hesitation, Shen Xingchen addressed Bai Xie. "I've got something to take care of." With that, he strode unabashedly toward William. Chapter 68 SS-rank Talent Divine Warrior's True Body. William and Chu Shiyao, who had been chatting and laughing, noticed the unmistaken footsteps approaching. They both stopped talking simultaneously and turned toward the source of the footsteps. When William saw Shen Xingchen approaching, his pale golden eyebrows arched slightly, and his face lit up with a warm smile. As for Chu Shiyao, upon seeing Shen Xingchen approach, the corner of her mouth turned down, revealing an expression that was half mocking, half delighted. Shen Xingchen, back then, when I tried to keep you here, you couldn't have cared less. Well, now I've found a new target. Trying to keep me now? Too late." She assumed Shen Xingchen was approaching because of her. Shen Xingchen didn't even glance at Chu Shiyao. His eyes were fixed entirely on William, the experience-rich veteran. An S-tier martial talent was already extremely rare. An SS-grade martial talent might appear only once in decades for an entire nation. And now William had crossed oceans, traveling thousands of miles from America to Changnan. What a spirit of dedication. Shen Xingchen's face also broke into a dazzling smile as he approached William. Before either could speak, Shen Xingchen's hands clamped down on William's right hand like pincers. Shaking William's hand excitedly, Shen Xingchen exclaimed, "Brother William, it's been an honor to finally meet you." Feeling the immense force gripping his hand, William frowned and tried to pull his right hand free. He pulled with all his might, but his right hand remained firmly clamped. His frown deepened, yet his face remained plastered with a warm smile. "Brother Xingchen, your name has been thunderous to my ears. Even from far away in America, I've heard of you. An S-class rule-type talent, truly a rarity in this world." Shen Xingchen continued shaking William's hand as he said, "Not at all, Brother William. Your SS-class martial arts talent is unmatched in this age. My S-class talent is leagues below yours." The two exchanged mutual compliments, showering each other with flattery. After a long while, Shen Xingchen finally released his grip. He feigned annoyance, slapping his forehead with a sheepish grin. "Oh dear, look at me. Seeing Brother William felt so familiar that I momentarily lost my sense of proportion." "Don't be upset, William brothers." Hearing this, William glanced down at the 10 crisscrossed marks on his right hand, his lips twitching as he replied, Understandable. I feel an extraordinary closeness whenever I see you two, Brother Xingchen." He had no idea what Shen Xingchen was up to. But for now, he had no intention of falling out with Shen Xingchen, so he went along with Shen Xingchen's lead. After all, it was just a few seconds of holding hands, not like he'd lost a piece of flesh. What harm could it do? "Alright, I won't bother you two then. Have fun." Shen Xingchen nodded without hesitation and turned to leave. From the moment he approached William to the time he departed, less than 20 seconds had passed, and not a single substantive word had been exchanged. It truly seemed as though he'd come solely to exchange greetings. William frowned deeply, staring at Shen Xingchen's retreating figure before lowering his gaze to the mark on his own hand. Still couldn't figure it out. Just then, Chu Shiyao beside him let out a cold laugh and offered an explanation. "William, it's perfectly normal for you to be baffled. You don't know the history between Shen Xingchen and me. He pursued me for a full 2.5 years. Seeing me with you now must be really upsetting for him. That's just how he is, so petty, Chu Shiyao's explanation seemed to make a certain amount of sense. William's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, his gaze toward Chu Shiyao carrying a hint of deeper meaning. A gentle smile returned to his handsome face. "Oh, so that's how it is." Shen Xingchen returned to Bai Xie's side. His expression appeared calm, yet his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable surge of excitement. In just over 10 seconds of conversation, the mirror engraving had successfully activated. A brand new, formidable talent manifested within Shen Xingchen. Martial God's True Body. 1. Passive effect, physical attributes doubled, martial arts talent significantly enhanced. 2. Active effect, actively enter the Martial God's True Body state, doubling physical attributes once more. Simultaneously, all martial arts techniques mastered at the peak realm are temporarily elevated to the Divine Mastery realm. Concurrently, temporarily enter a state of flow, drastically increasing neural reaction speed and rendering you immune to all control abilities. Note, upon exiting the Divine Warrior's True Body state, you will enter a state of exhaustion and dizziness. Duration of this state decreases as physical strength increases. Damn powerful. Truly worthy of an SS tier martial talent. Shen Xingchen acknowledged William James's formidable talent. But sorry, it's mine now. What truly caught Shen Xingchen's attention? The dragon god physique bestowed by the little black dragon also granted a twofold burst in normal state, coupled with a twofold enhancement to physical capabilities. He wondered whether the combined boost from the dragon god physique and the martial god true physique would be a 446-fold increase or a 4 plus 48-fold increase. If the former, Shen Xingchen's future could only be described with one word: invincible. Even if it were the latter, Shen Xingchen's physical strength had already surged to levels unimaginable to cultivators of the same tier or even those of the next realm. In short, it boils down to one word: powerful. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a hint of delight flickered across Shen Xingchen's face. Xia watched Shen Xingchen mysteriously disappear, then mysteriously reappear, and now mysteriously stand there grinning like an idiot. She too felt utterly baffled. So she asked directly, "What's up? Do you like William that much?" Shen Xingchen nodded. "More than just like, I absolutely adore him. He's practically being handed an SS tier martial arts talent on a silver platter. Who wouldn't be head over heels for someone like that?" Hearing this explanation, Xia raised an eyebrow, staring at Shen Xingchen in utter astonishment. "You like guys?" The sudden question froze the smile on Shen Xingchen's face. Not that kind of love. What are you thinking? Your mind is too impure," Shen Xingchen declared with righteous indignation. After the sparring session ended and the feedback concluded, it was time to head home. In the martial arts era high school, those inhumane morning and evening study sessions had long been abolished. Those who love studying and martial arts will naturally practice at home. Those who neither love studying nor martial arts lock them in a classroom, and they'd still just sleep with their heads on their desks. It all came down to self-discipline. After exchanging greetings with Xia, Shen Xingchen hopped on his electric scooter and sped off toward his family's mansion. He couldn't wait to test whether the bonus was 16-fold or merely 8-fold. Back at the mansion, Shen Xingchen didn't even spare a glance at today's self-driving maid outfit. He tossed his backpack into his bedroom and raced straight to the martial arts room. He closed the martial arts room door. Shen Xingchen stood before the chi power meter, eyes tightly shut as his mind settled into deep concentration. Chapter 69, The Terrifying Explosion of a Single Punch. In less than a heartbeat, Shen Xingchen's tightly closed eyes snapped open. His amber pupils had transformed into pure white. Within those pure white orbs, not a single flicker of emotion or color remained, like a distant, indifferent deity gazing down upon all creation from the heavens. Without any weapon, without any martial technique, Shen Xingchen slightly bent his waist, then swung his right hand like a sledgehammer, smashing it down onto the dummy in front of him. With a thunderous crash, the dummy was sent reeling backward at nearly a 90-degree angle. Simultaneously, the readings on the instruments covering its surface began to skyrocket. In layman's terms, 1 point of vitality equated to 100 pounds of punching force. With Shen Xingchen's current vitality of 15 points, the theoretical force of a single punch should be 1,500 pounds. Shen Xingchen's eyes fixed on the instrument before him. The number displayed had long surpassed the theoretical limit of 1,500 pounds. 3,000 pounds. 4,000 pounds. 5,000 pounds. 6,000 pounds. Only when it reached the terrifying 9,000 pounds did the meter's rapid ascent finally slow. A beep echoed through the martial arts hall. The number on the instrument came to a startling halt at 9,342. Equivalent to 93 points of vitality. Approximately a 6-fold increase. Shen Xingchen's eyes remained unruffled. This punch combined the 4-fold boost from the fully activated martial god's true body with the standard 2-fold enhancement of the dragon god's body. 4 plus 2 equaled exactly 6-fold. It seemed the enhancements were additive. Shen Xingchen had a rough idea in his mind. But since he was already here, he might as well do it properly. He then walked over and stood before another dummy. The sign above the dummy's head bore the large characters Martial Master. This meant it could withstand a maximum of 1,000 points of vital energy damage. That equated to 100,000 pounds. Shen Xingchen drew in a breath, his chest rising and falling slowly. As he drew in that breath, intricate, majestic black scales resembling dragon scales began to appear across his body. As the scales enveloped him, golden hues tinged the eyes he opened. Pure white and dazzling gold intertwined, fusing completely into one. This was neither the pure white of the martial god's true body nor the dazzling gold of the dragon god's body. Now, Shen Xingchen's eyes shimmered with a unique white gold hue, his own. Within his pupils, tiny white gold flames flickered faintly, adding an indescribable majesty to his already lofty and aloof demeanor. He admired his own form reflected in the glass panels of the dummy. In his dragon-transformed state, not only did his skin manifest scales, but the meridians and bones within his body also twisted and reshaped, becoming more perfect and better suited for exerting power. His entire frame grew several inches taller due to the expansion of his bones. The next instant, Shen Xingchen's right hand swung out without warning. What an explosive punch! As his right fist swept through the air, it tore through the atmosphere with a fierce, tearing sound. Then came a thunderous crash. The dummy, designed to withstand 100,000 pounds of force, swayed. In the next instant, the point of impact on the dummy emitted a hissing crackling sound. A spider web of fine cracks appeared on its surface, rapidly spreading outward. Under Shen Xingchen's gaze, the dummy shattered into pieces, exploding into oblivion. With a clatter, the embedded measuring device fell to the ground. Shen Xingchen bent down to pick it up. The numbers displayed were staggering. 13,328 pounds. Exactly as Shen Xingchen had calculated, an increase of slightly over 8 times, but not quite 9 times. Logically, this dummy, designed to withstand 100,000 pounds, should never have shattered. Shen Xingchen lowered his gaze to his right fist, the white gold flames dancing within his pupils, burning with excitement. The scales covering the knuckles of his right fist no longer lay flat and tightly against the skin like the others. Instead, they were raised at a 45-degree angle. Empowered by these scales, each punch Shen Xingchen delivered felt as though his hand wielded countless sharp daggers. Each dagger carried over 8 times the power amplification. The sheer force was terrifying. Moreover, beyond its innate physical enhancement, the little black dragon possessed the ability to pierce through space. This further amplified the destructive force of Shen Xingchen's strike. Thus, though the sheer force of the punch was only slightly over 8 times greater, the lethal damage inflicted by a single punch was several times greater than 8-fold. So immense that even a formidable martial master could never withstand Shen Xingchen's full power strike. And this was without even utilizing his most proficient weapon, the sword. In this state, a single sword strike would send even a martial marquis fleeing in terror. Indeed, with the accumulation of countless talents, the future Shen Xingchen would only grow more and more like a pure monster. The combined effect of no fewer than 9 S-rank or SS-rank martial talents. The immense power boost this provided far surpassed that of an ordinary SSS tier martial talent. Reaching this conclusion, Shen Xingchen nodded with satisfaction before exiting both states. The moment he emerged, a wave of exhaustion and dizziness washed over him. Shen Xingchen felt utterly drained, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Even standing still, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This debilitating exhaustion was no joke. If Shen Xingchen failed to kill his opponent after entering these states, then death would have been his own. Feeling the weakness in his body, Shen Xingchen plopped down onto the ground. After sitting for 40 or 50 minutes, the exhaustion gradually faded from his body, and the mental fatigue began to lift. Feeling this, Shen Xingchen rose from the ground. He brushed imaginary dust from his clothes, then picked up the broom and dustpan from the corner to sweep away the scattered debris. After all, a martial artist shattering a martial master dummy with a single punch would be terrifying news if it got out. If noticed by those with ulterior motives, then Shen Xingchen would face endless scrutiny and assassination attempts. He wasn't afraid. But as the saying goes, you can't guard against thieves forever. If he could avoid unnecessary trouble and focus on cultivating his martial arts, that would be preferable. With his SSS tier rule talent, Shen Xingchen was confident. Within 2 years at most, he would return to the peak realm of martial saint. By then, armed with an SSS tier rule type talent, 9 top tier martial arts talents, and 2 divine beast talents. Forget the 10,000 beasts sect. Even if the 7 remaining martial gods of this age were to attack together, he would still slaughter them without hesitation. My apologies, my apologies. I'll spare the 3 martial gods of Great Xia. Shen Xingchen murmured silently, discarding the trash. Feeling a slight exhaustion throughout his body, he abandoned cultivation for the day and returned to his bedroom to practice. Cultivating martial arts, like studying, requires a balance between exertion and rest. Early the next morning, Shen Xingchen sprang from his bed, eyes blazing. Without needing any instruments to measure, he could feel he had fully recovered to his peak condition. Moreover, his spiritual essence had undoubtedly increased once more. He brought breakfast to the martial arts hall for a test. Just as he'd expected, he didn't do a thing all day, and his soul energy automatically increased by 1 point. It felt absolutely amazing. Chapter 70, The Contract. We common folk are truly happy today. Shen Xingchen hummed a tune as he walked into the classroom. Anyone could tell he was in an exceptionally good mood. Shen Xingchen sat down at his desk and noticed the transfer student, William, standing beside Chu Shiryao. His hands were propped on Chu Shiryao's desk, his upper body leaning toward her, their faces inches apart. Noticing Shen Xingchen's arrival, William turned and offered him a friendly smile. Shen Xingchen nodded back, returning the smile with equal cheer. You don't hit someone who's smiling at you. Besides, this man was the source of his SS grade martial talent. For the sake of that top-tier talent, Shen Xingchen had to return the smile. Seeing the genuine smile on Shen Xingchen's face, William paused in surprise. He wasn't angry? He turned to look at Chu Shiryao, her face flushed with bashful blush, and a thread of doubt crept into his mind. Was this woman telling the truth or not? Was she saying Shen Xingchen had pursued her just to make herself look better? As these thoughts crossed his mind, William's expression darkened, and his previously warm attitude toward Chu Shiryao turned cold. Unaware of the shift, Chu Shiryao continued in a sweet voice. Thank you, William, for helping Jinka and me find such a great agency. Beside her, Zhang Jinka's chubby face was equally plastered with an ingratiating smile. She had been furious yesterday when Chu Shiryao had left her behind, but who could have imagined? William's connections were far more extensive than anyone had imagined. Xu Shiryao had merely sparred with him for an afternoon, and that very evening he summoned his company's head to offer both her and her close friend Zhang Jinka a contract with generous terms and minimal requirements. Such contracts. It was essentially an investment by large companies in talented students. Companies have dedicated personnel scouting for students with exceptional talent but limited financial means to sign contracts. After signing, the company provides these gifted students with a certain amount of financial support and resources throughout their high school, college, and even beyond. This ensures they can complete their education smoothly and to a high standard. Upon graduation, these students fulfill the contract's terms by serving as free labor for the company for several years or even decades. Therefore, unless one is destitute, almost no one would sign such a contract. However, the contract offered by William provided generous benefits with minimal requirements. Xu Shiryao and Zhang Jinka would not need to work for the company at all after completing their studies. Not even a single day. All they needed to do was voluntarily participate in some relatively low-risk experiments. Moreover, the contract explicitly stated, if the test subject experiences any discomfort or reluctance during the experiment, they may terminate it immediately. Such terms and conditions were practically meaningless. When Xu Shiryao and Zhang Jinka saw the monthly cash rewards of 200,000 and 100,000 yuan respectively, they signed, stamped, and pressed their fingerprints without a moment's hesitation. Combined with their existing monthly rewards from the Secret Realm expeditions, the financial resources these two could obtain would even surpass by CS. Last night's events also made the two women truly recognize the terrifying power of William's family background. Simply spending an afternoon with him resulted in him tossing out hundreds of millions of daxia coins as if they were trash. Could there be a man more extravagant than this? Perhaps, but they certainly wouldn't be as handsome or as young as William. That's why Xu Shiryao had been slightly reserved yesterday afternoon. Today, however, she had completely let go, practically clinging to William with her entire body. Nothing. William waved his hand dismissively with a cold expression. It's nothing. He had previously assumed the two of them had a deep connection with Shen Xingchen, which was why he'd quoted such a high price. But it didn't matter now. His family could easily afford it. Besides, these two girls' talents truly met the experimental requirements. With that, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to flash Shen Xingchen one last friendly smile. He's interested in you. Bai Siye, who had been buried in her meal, looked up as the words suddenly popped out. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen, who'd also been buried in his meal, spit out his food. He turned and corrected her again. I told you I'm not into guys. But Bai Siye's pale face tightened as she retorted. I never said you liked guys. Shen Xingchen, why are your thoughts so impure? What I meant was, he might have feelings for you, whether good or bad, I don't know. I'm just giving you a heads up. Unwarranted attentiveness usually means trouble. Bai Siye understood this principle well, how could Shen Xingchen not? But in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are nothing but a joke. He could sense that William's vitality and blood energy were roughly at the peak of a martial trainee. With his SS tier talent, he could temporarily wield the strength of a true martial artist. Yet such strength was utterly insignificant to Shen Xingchen, who could obliterate a peak martial master with a single punch. Therefore, Shen Xingchen didn't even bother to take him seriously. He was merely curious. What exactly was this foreigner named William up to? The theory class flew by in an instant. During class, Shen Xingchen divided his focus. On one hand, he gazed inward at the dragon god diagram, tempering his divine soul. On the other, he circulated the Paisho devouring heaven body, laying a solid foundation for the fourth layer of golden bones. By the fourth layer, one could no longer rely solely on resources to forcefully advance through realms. Daily arduous practice became crucial. Of course, resources remained vital too. Through this dual focus, both Shen Xingchen's divine soul and physical body gradually grew stronger. His qi and blood surged violently within, waves of heat radiating from every pore. Bai Siye sensed the heat radiating from him, furrowing her brow as she glanced at Shen Xingchen. She noticed his exposed skin was already covered in beads of sweat as large as soybeans. Seeing this, she was slightly taken aback. Yet she said nothing and asked no questions. Instead, she raised the hand closest to Shen Xingchen, channeling frigid qi and blood through her body to form a small ice shield that blocked the surging heat. Simultaneously, the scattered cold energy enveloped Shen Xingchen's body, doing its best to make him more comfortable. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was afternoon. All the students stood on the second floor, waiting quietly for the martial arts instructor and teaching assistants to arrive. Before long, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Shen Tianlin's infuriatingly smug face appeared before the crowd. He clapped his hands and declared, "Hey, young men and women, what are you standing around for? Let's get started." Hearing this, most of the girls present frowned slightly. Such remarks were practically the equivalent of dirty jokes. How could he say such things in class? But Shen Tianlin was, after all, the teaching assistant. The students dared not speak up in protest and obediently took to the stage to practice martial arts. Lin Xinxue, standing beside Shen Tianlin, frowned as well. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Shen Tianlin and said, "We are teachers. Our words should carry some weight. If the students dare not speak, then as their teacher, she must speak for them. Chapter 71, I promise. At these words, Shen Tianlin's expression darkened abruptly. Yet he quickly regained his cheerful demeanor, patting his head and saying, "It's my fault, it's my fault. I got used to talking to my college roommates without thinking. I won't do it again, Assistant Professor Lin. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester." Shen Tianlin provoking Shen Xingchen was a necessity for the family's advancement. But when dealing with a genius of Lin Xinshua's caliber, it's one thing to avoid forming an alliance, but it's utterly unnecessary to turn against someone over a few playful remarks. Seeing Shen Tianlin's composed demeanor, Lin Xinshua nodded and turned aside to let him pass. Just as Shen Tianlin lifted his leg to step past, she seemed to recall something and said, "Assistant Professor Shen, from now on, I will oversee Shen Xingchen's battles." At those words, the smile Shen Tianlin had just forced onto his face vanished instantly. He could concede on anything. But when it came to Shen Xingchen, he would never yield. He turned to Lin Xinshua, his expression blank. "Oh? And why is that?" As he spoke, an invisible aura pressed down upon Lin Xinshua. The hallmark of the martial artist realm was the outward projection of vital energy. Thus, the originally formless and intangible aura suddenly gained substance and weight under the influence of his surging vital energy. The sudden pressure and intensifying force made Lin Xinshua grit her teeth. Standing rigidly upright, her eyes sharp as blades, she met Shen Tianlin's aura head-on, enunciating each word deliberately. "He was once my student. Naturally, I should be the one to oversee him now." Hearing these words practically ground out between her teeth, Shen Tianlin curved his lips in a faint smile. He stepped forward. His palpable aura surged violently, an indescribable pressure crashing onto Lin Xinshu's shoulders, causing her form to stagger. This Shen Tianlin, he wasn't merely at the early stage of martial artist. He was a mid-stage martial master, and this aura was approaching that of a late-stage martial master. In other words, he was a 6-star martial master, a powerhouse whose cultivation level rivaled that of a certified martial arts instructor. Naturally, prodigies like Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye should be supervised by such a formidable figure. "What do you think, Assistant Lin?" Shen Tianlin said with a smile. He could sense that the woman before him, cold as a sword, was nearing her breaking point. Lin Xinshua gritted her teeth, raising her right hand to grip the sword hilt. The icy touch offered her a sliver of reassurance. Even as her entire body trembled uncontrollably, she still said, "No, I can't." If Shen Tianlin had truly been offering earnest guidance, Lin Xinshua would never have spoken out rashly. But yesterday's clash between Shen Xingchen and Shen Tianlin, and the scene after the fight, where Shen Tianlin turned and walked away without a single word of feedback, made her realize, if Shen Tianlin were to instruct Shen Xingchen's martial arts lessons, then this entire half-day would be utterly wasted. Lin Xinshua couldn't allow her student to squander his life like this. Seeing Lin Xinshua still insisting, Shen Tianlin lost his patience. If this dragged on, would he even have time today to provoke and enrage Shen Xingchen? His expression darkened once more as he coldly declared, "Don't refuse the wine offered and end up drinking the punishment wine. You, an S-rank genius with damaged primordial essence, really think you're something special? Get lost." As he spoke, Shen Tianlin raised his right hand high, preparing to slap Lin Xinshua's snow-white face. Seeing this, Lin Xinshua's right hand tightened on her sword hilt, nearly drawing it from its sheath. Shen Tianlin's eyes flickered with deep, malicious intent at the sight. A slap could be considered an argument. But drawing a sword? That was a declaration of war. If Lin Xinshua dared to draw her sword, Shen Tianlin had 1,000 ways to ensure she never became an assistant instructor. At that point, her guaranteed admission would be revoked. And from then on, no one would ever dare to talk back to him again. Yet, just as Shen Tianlin's right hand rose above his shoulder, poised to strike down, a powerful hand seized his wrist. "Who? In this classroom, is there anyone who could stop me?" Shen Tianlin's mind raced with confusion as he suddenly tensed his entire body, trying to shake off the hand gripping his wrist. But the grip was like an iron clamp, unyielding. At the same time, a familiar, teasing voice came from behind him. "What's the rush? Such a temper? Teacher Lin, put away your sword." That voice Shen Tianlin knew it all too well. Forgetting Lin Xinshua before him, he whirled around. A familiar smiling face came into view. Shen Xingchen. How could he possibly grip my wrist? Hadn't he just entered the martial artist realm? His vitality had barely surpassed 10 points, a full 60-fold difference from his own 600. How could this be? Seeing Shen Tianlin's horrified expression, as if he'd seen a ghost, Shen Xingchen smiled faintly and released his grip. D-rank martial skill, Dragon Claw, executed with divine precision. Its effect was to forcibly immobilize an enemy for 5 seconds. Whether you have hundreds or thousands of HP points, the lock still takes hold. The students haven't even started fighting yet, and you two teaching assistants are already bickering. Tell me, isn't this just a laughingstock? Shen Xingchen adopted an authoritative demeanor as he lectured them without restraint. To the uninformed, it might seem Shen Xingchen wasn't a student but the principal himself. Hearing this, Shen Tianlin's face darkened slightly. Teaching assistant Lin might have taken a liking to you and is eager to observe your combat stance. Before, he'd only cracked a few dirty jokes. Now he's outright spreading slander. Hearing this, Lin Xinshue's face flashed with anger as she roared. Bull! Though she was only a year older than Shen Xingchen, Shen Xingchen was nothing but a child in her eyes. She swore she harbored not a single improper thought toward this student. Ms. Lin, please calm down. Shen Xingchen tried to calm Lin Xinshu down. His teacher was still too young, easily provoked into emotional outbursts. Shen Xingchen looked at his nominal form and murmured thoughtfully. I know what you want. I'll agree. But since I'm risking my life to participate, you'd better give me some kind of compensation, right? Shen Tianlin, that fly, had been disrupting his precious and dwindling campus life. He truly deserved to die. Still, before the man met his end, Shen Xingchen intended to squeeze every last drop of value from him. The Shinbo family had certainly made a fortune within Xing Shuang Group over the years. Hearing this, Shen Tianlin's sullen expression shifted. Excitement and delight instantly spread across his face. Really? No problem, no problem. As long as you participate, any compensation is acceptable. But could any compensation possibly match the value of an international giant like Xing Shuang Group? That kid Shen Xingchen really hasn't changed a bit, still as brainless as ever. He can't tell good from bad. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen remained silent, merely writing 2 large characters on Shen Tianlin's palm. 10 billion. 10 billion great xia coins. This sum would be sufficient for him to purchase the resources required for the 4th layer of the body tempering technique. Feeling the characters on his hand, Shen Tianlin's expression changed. 10 billion, not an exorbitant sum, yet hardly insignificant. Chapter 72, 2 billion great xia coins. 10 billion de xia coins wouldn't cripple Shinbo's family, but it would still sting like hell. This sum represented the absolute limit of what they could scrape together by gritting their teeth and digging deep. And after parting with 10 billion great xia coins, the daily necessities and cultivation resources for his entire family would be affected. Such precise calculation startled Shen Tianlin. He stared at Shen Xingchen with a mix of shock and suspicion. Shen Tianlin's eyes darted about as he recalled Shen Xingchen's various actions. Soon, a confident smile reappeared on his face. He'd been scaring himself for nothing. How could Shen Xingchen, an outsider, possibly know the Shinbo family's financial situation so thoroughly? Shen Xingchen must have just guessed correctly by luck. Handing over 10 billion daxia currency was painful, but compared to the Starfrost Group's trillion-dollar valuation, it was insignificant. Shen Tianlin gritted his teeth and murmured. Fine. But once I give you the money, how do I know you'll actually step onto the stage? Shen Xingchen shrugged indifferently. Take it or leave it. Transfer the money to my account today. No extensions. He was certain Shen Tianlin was far more desperate than he was. After all, given the pace of his current growth, if he delayed for another few months, Shen Tianlin wouldn't have enough confidence to beat him. Shen Tianlin pondered for a moment, glanced around, then lowered his voice. I can transfer the money to you immediately, but you must sign a martial contract with me. A martial contract is a pact of the martial path. Once signed, should either party violate the agreement, their martial heart would become clouded. The speed at which they cultivated martial arts, strengthened their vital energy, and tempered their spirit would be impeded. At that point, even if you were a top-tier genius born once in a millennium, you could only reach the martial sovereign realm at best. Worse still, violating a high-grade martial contract could cause one's chi and blood to surge violently, blood to reverse its flow, and the breaker to explode on the spot. Shen Tianlin believed that once bound by the martial covenant, Shen Xingchen would either die or be crippled. Come and die. Refuse to come? Still crippled. Alright, add another 10 billion great xia coins. Shen Xingchen agreed readily. Hearing this, Shen Tianlin's expression twisted violently. 10 billion plus another 10 billion, a staggering 20 billion great xia coins. Even though his father had embezzled a considerable sum over the years, parting with 20 billion great xia coins would still be a crippling blow. Was Shen Xingchen toying with him? What about the agreed 10 billion? He gritted his teeth and murmured. Shen Xingchen smiled. 10 billion without signing the martial contract, plus another 10 billion if you sign it. You decide. Fight or not, 10 billion or 20 billion, look how stingy you are. It's just a few days' worth of cultivation funds for me. He wasn't lying. Since his rebirth, Shen Xingchen had already spent over 20 billion just on the Gipaishio swallowing heaven body. Not to mention the Han Yuan Shan sword and black gold belt gifted by his family. Shen Tianlin wanted his life, yet couldn't even scrape together 20 billion great xia coins. Penny pinching, small-minded. Hearing this, Shen Tianlin's expression darkened. To Shen Xingchen, 20 billion was merely a few days' pocket money. But for him, it represented every cultivation resource he could afford for the rest of his life. How could the other party speak of it so casually? In an instant, envy and resentment toward Shen Xingchen surged through his mind, and a raging fire burned within his chest. He hesitated no longer. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Miss this chance, and who knew when he'd get another opportunity to take action against Shen Xingchen. So he said. Fine, it's settled. Just then, Lin Xinxue approached with a cold expression. Earlier, she had been steadily regulating her internal qi and blood, and the two men had deliberately kept their voices low. Thus, she hadn't overheard their conversation. Yet even so, seeing the sinister smile on Shen Tianlin's face sent a chill through her heart. Shen Xingchen, you foolish boy, don't let yourself be deceived. She stepped directly beside Shen Xingchen and declared. No. Seeing this, Shen Tianlin's expression darkened instantly. He snapped coldly. What business is it of yours when my brother and I are talking? Get lost. Dare to interrupt again, and you'll see what happens. Before he could finish, Shen Xingchen raised his hand to interrupt. Enough, shut up. These words were clearly directed at Shen Tianlin. Since I've already agreed to you, then don't bother me anymore, got it? If you bother me or anyone around me again, I might just refuse to sign at any moment. Shen Xingchen continued coldly. He now held the leverage over Shen Tianlin. This so-called cousin of his was practically itching to kill him. Therefore, even when publicly rebuked by a student in front of everyone, he offered no retort. He merely snorted coldly, turned and walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving Shen Xingchen to Lin Xinxue. It's fine, Professor. Don't worry. I know my limits. Once the other had departed, Shen Xingchen turned to Lin Xinxue and offered reassurance. I never take risks I can't control. Even so, Lin Xinxue frowned and pleaded earnestly. He's a 6-star martial master with over 600 points of vital energy. You're just a student who's barely entered the warrior realm, with barely over a dozen vitality points. What do you have to fight him with? Listen to your teacher's advice. No matter what you promised him before, just back out now. With someone like him, there's no need to uphold any sense of contractual integrity. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's eyes flickered. He was about to brush it off with a half-hearted response when he said, Yeah, got it. Seeing Shen Xingchen's half-hearted, unfeigned dismissiveness, Lin Xinxue was utterly exasperated. She took a deep breath and pressed forward, sword at the ready. Finally, a cold voice drifted from ahead. Once we're on the stage, I'll guide your sword techniques. Since persuasion was futile, she could only do her utmost to enhance Shen Xingchen's strength. Shen Xingchen chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Xie. The two stepped onto the stage. Meanwhile, William, who had been watching their movements, withdrew his gaze from Shen Xingchen. After the battle concluded, Lin Xinxue looked at the man and woman standing before her, her expression troubled. How was she supposed to critique this? How can both of you be so freaking abnormal? Shen Xingchen, when did you master those sword techniques to such a divine level? Just a few days ago when I was teaching you, weren't you still complaining that you couldn't do it and didn't want to learn? How come after just a few days, you've all mastered them? You're just showing off, aren't you? Alright, you have the biological mother of the great Xia sword immortal and top-tier masters guiding you, it's no wonder you're progressing so rapidly. But what about you, Bai Xie? How come your footwork and dagger skills are also at such a masterful level? This is impossible to critique. Lin Xinxue pondered for a moment, meeting the eager gazes of both before finally offering her assessment. Quite good. Your martial arts mastery is solid, and your timing in combat is excellent. These sparring matches hold no real value for you anymore. Only true combat can truly hone your skills. I'll report this to the leadership. While honing your martial skills, don't neglect cultivating your qi and blood. Your qi and blood, well, they're actually quite good too, heh. By the end, even Lin Xinxue couldn't hold back her laughter. Chapter 73, The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. One of them had already entered the warrior realm, while the other was an 8-star martial trainee, both firmly ranked within the top 3 of the elite class. They too required no personal guidance. Shen Xingchen smiled too. He pulled his phone from his pocket and looked at the transfer details. 20 billion Great Xia coins had already been deposited. Awesome. Free money always smells sweet. He lifted his gaze to Shen Tianlin, who stood frozen in place with an icy expression. The guy must be seething inside, right? A faint smile touched his lips. With this, the resources for the 4th layer of the body tempering technique were more than sufficient. Unlike the first 3 layers, Shen Xingchen must personally select the resources required for the 4th layer's cultivation. To transform the Sunbai bones into radiant golden bones, he needed to fuse no fewer than 39 different types of divine beast essence blood. Moreover, these essences must possess sufficiently high vitality to advance the forging process smoothly. Therefore, Shen Xingchen could no longer rely solely on courier services. Of course, he could also advance his cultivation through arduous practice. A year of intense cultivation roughly equated to 1 type of divine beast essence blood. For Shen Xingchen, anything money could solve was certainly not worth spending time on. He turned to Bai Xie. Got plans tonight? Want to grab some stuff together? Bai Xie didn't hesitate, nodding her agreement immediately. After receiving her subsidy, she'd saved quite a bit of change in her piggy bank at home. Even if she wasn't home, her younger sister would manage to feed herself. There was absolutely no need to worry. After agreeing, Bai Xie typed a message on her phone and sent it to her sister, indicating she should cook for herself. Meanwhile, William, who had also finished his battle, left Chu Shiryao behind and walked straight toward Shen Xingchen. A gentle smile graced his face as he extended an invitation. Brother Shen, are you free tonight? Since we hit it off so well, how about grabbing a bite? Despite being a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, William spoke with a distinctly refined, cultured tone. Shen Xingchen glanced up at him and shook his head. Sorry, I have plans tonight. Next time for sure. William's gaze shifted between Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye as he extended another invitation. Ms. Bai Siye is welcome too, we're all classmates, after all. Shen Xingchen still shook his head. Seeing Shen Xingchen's firm stance, William sighed regretfully. He flashed another smile at the two of them before turning and walking away. See? I told you he's into you. Bai Siye murmured. Shen Xingchen couldn't be bothered to respond. Meanwhile, Chu Shiryao hurried toward William, who was returning, her face lighting up with a bright smile. William, I'm free tonight. I have time. She'd overheard William's invitation to Shen Xingchen. But Chu Shiryao simply thought William had just arrived in Changnan, being new to the place and wanting someone to have dinner with. If Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye could join, then she, Chu Shiryao, certainly could too. After all, she was William's sparring partner, and she had even signed a contract with his family's company. Facing Chu Shiryao's invitation, William's face remained adorned with his gentle smile. His gaze shifted downward to meet hers, and a hint of apology flashed across his face. Sorry, I have plans tonight. Let's reschedule. That afternoon, he'd specifically ordered an investigation into the relationship between Shen Xingchen and Chu Shiryao. Their connection was undeniably deep. Shen Xingchen had indeed pursued her. But that was all a long time ago. Ever since Shen Xingchen awakened his talent, he treated this woman he once liked with indifference, even resorting to harsh words at times. In terms of their relationship, Chu Shiryao was less significant to Shen Xingchen than an ordinary classmate. Such a woman was naturally not worth his time or effort. Hearing this, Chu Shiryao's smile froze on her face. Something important? If you had something to discuss, why did you invite Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye to dinner? So being with Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye is fine, but being with me, Chu Shiryao, is a problem, is that it? A slight twitch flashed across Chu Shiryao's lips. Suppressing her irritation, she feigned compliance. If that's the case, then fine. Next time for sure. William nodded. Of course. With that, he walked straight past her without a glance. Chu Shiryao was left standing alone, feeling utterly lonely and desolate. Moments later, Chu Shiryao lifted her leg and walked toward her abandoned best friend, Zhang Jinka, lamenting. Jinka, did I do something wrong? Why does William suddenly seem so cold toward me? Zhang Jinka had intended to sneer at her dear friend, but then reconsidered. If Chu Shiryao and William's relationship soured, her own contract with the company might be affected. So she suppressed her mocking thoughts and simply shook her head. I'm not sure either. Maybe he heard the rumors about you and Shen Xingchen. Men, after all, tend to care deeply about loyalty. At this, Chu Shiryao's eyes lit up. Her gaze darted around as if a new idea had struck her. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen rode his beloved electric scooter, with Bai Siye perched on the back seat as they sped through the wind. For a young master of his standing, shopping meant heading straight to Changnan's most prestigious merchant guild. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. It was said that all treasures under heaven could be found within its halls. There was nothing you couldn't buy here, only things you couldn't imagine. All the resources Shen Xingchen had ordered previously came from this very place. He brought Bai Siye along because after every purchase, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would give them numerous tonics to nourish qi and blood and restore vitality. These supplements were of no use to him, and most of the time they just gathered dust in the storage room. Bai Siye, however, with her depleted reserves and insufficient bodily accumulation, was precisely suited for these mid to low-end supplements. High-end supplements risk overburdening a weakened constitution and could be counterproductive. Moreover, since the gifts were complementary, Bai Siye's temperament would find them easier to accept. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Xingchen parked his electric scooter at the entrance. No sooner had he stopped than the receptionist at the entrance approached with a smile. Good day, sir and madam. We do not permit electric scooters to be parked here. Shen Xingchen nodded in response. Oh, okay. Where should I park it then? Underground garage? The greeter shook his head and said. Electric vehicles aren't allowed in the underground garage either. You can park near Tianhong Mall, parking is available there. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen frowned. Tianhong Mall is over 3,000 meters away. Parking there and walking back would waste so much time. Can't you make an exception? We'll be quick. Shen Xingchen pressed further. The receptionist offered a polite smile. I'm afraid not. We have regulations here, sir. I hope you understand. All right. Shen Xingchen nodded, not pressing the issue. After all, the rules were set by higher-ups, she was merely an enforcer at the bottom. There was no need to make things difficult for her. Chapter 74, Spiritual Cultivators. Thank you for your understanding. The receptionist nodded with a smile. Shen Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. At worst, he could park at Tianhong Mall and hail a ride-hailing car from there, no big deal. Just as Shen Xingchen was about to turn the handlebars, an exaggerated roar suddenly erupted from behind him. V-room. Then, a uniquely styled motorcycle streaked past Shen Xingchen at breakneck speed. A sudden gust of wind whipped past his face. Driving at such speeds in the city center was nothing short of reckless. It wasn't just irresponsible toward one's own life, it was a blatant disregard for the lives of others. Shen Xingchen frowned, gazing in the direction the motorcycle had vanished. The next instant, a shrill screech erupted from ahead. The piercing sound made the hostess beside him shiver involuntarily. Under Shen Xingchen's gaze, a young man clad in motorcycle gear and a glossy black helmet leaped off the bike. He removed his helmet and pulled out the key in one fluid motion. Then he tossed two items at the receptionist standing before Shen Xingchen as if discarding trash. Here you go. Watch my bike. If there's even a scratch, you're out of a job tonight. The young man, sporting an oddly dyed green hairstyle, declared arrogantly. Without a glance at the surrounding stares, some shocked, some disgusted, he strode confidently into Wanbao Pavilion. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen's frown deepened. He looked up at the receptionist and said, "Isn't parking prohibited at the entrance? What's he doing?" The receptionist clutched her helmet and forced a smile. "That's our store manager's son. I hope you'll understand." The manager's son? Does being the manager's son mean he can ignore the rules and disregard others' lives? He's Shen Xingchen, and Song Qingxuang is Shen Lang's son. Does that mean Shen Xingchen can just slice off that guy's dog-like hands with a sword so he can never speed again? Shen Xingchen sneered coldly, about to call out to the green-haired youth. But the youth, as if hearing Shen Xingchen's question, halted abruptly in his swaggering stride. A smug grin spread across his face as he turned to face him. The green-haired youth turned and strode quickly toward Shen Xingchen's position. His triangular eyes scanned Shen Xingchen and the electric scooter beneath him, followed by a dismissive click of his tongue. When he spotted Bai Xia on the back seat, he let out another heavy sigh. Then, turning his gaze back to Shen Xingchen, he challenged. "I have privileges. Got a problem with that? You'd better accept it whether you like it or not. You can't even afford a bike, yet you want to shop at my Wanbao Pavilion? You think this is some bridge underpass where beggars can just walk in? Get lost." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen remained composed. He parked the car with his foot and stepped back onto the ground. The moment he stood firm, his entire aura sharpened like a blade. Shen Xingchen's icy gaze swept across the area. Within his pitch-black eyes, a majestic, ethereal golden light suddenly flickered. Overwhelming dragon might instantly bore down upon the green-haired youth. The might of a true dragon was not something just anyone could withstand. Especially not someone like the green-haired youth, a second-generation brat who knew nothing and did as he pleased. The instant he locked eyes with Shen Xingchen's golden dragon gaze, primal fear and panic erupted from the depths of his bloodline. An indescribable dread washed over his entire being, instantly erasing his arrogant demeanor. Then, Shen Xingchen opened his mouth, his posture commanding like an emperor issuing a decree. "Kneel. Apologize." Hearing this, the receptionist hurriedly intervened. "Sir, please don't act impulsively. We will compensate you to your satisfaction for any inconvenience caused as soon as possible. Please step aside for now." She spoke these words entirely for Shen Xingchen's own good. After all, everyone knew that Wan Junjie, the youngest son of the Changnan Wanbao Pavilion branch manager, was notoriously arrogant and overbearing. Once, a hot-blooded new employee had merely spoken back to him a few times. Wan Junjie beat the man severely on the spot. Although the matter was settled with a settlement of several 100,000 daxia coins afterward, the new employee was left permanently disabled, his life effectively ruined. The receptionist truly didn't want to see this young man in his school uniform suffer the same fate. After all, with Wan Junjie's arrogant temperament, how could he possibly kneel and apologize over just 4 words? Such words would only inflame his rage. Yet what unfolded next would shock the receptionist for the rest of her life. After Shen Xingchen uttered those 4 words, Wan Junjie's body trembled, his knees buckled, and he actually collapsed with a thud, kneeling on the ground. Once on his knees, he even began banging his head against the floor in a series of fearful, trembling knocks. The thuds were deafening, each delivered with all his might. Spectators could clearly see crimson bloodstains forming where his forehead struck the floor. Wan Junjie seemed utterly terrified of Shen Xingchen. This scene left the receptionist's words of protest stuck in her throat, rendering her speechless for a long moment. The commotion at the entrance drew the attention of Wanbao Pavilion's security personnel. Security guards in crisp uniforms, batons in hand, rushed toward the entrance. The security chief scanned the area. When he saw Wan Junjie, dressed in knight's armor, actually prostrating himself on the ground, his expression changed instantly. The master's son kowtowing to an outsider on his own turf? If word of this reached the store manager, his days as security chief were numbered. Without hesitation, the captain charged forward with his baton raised, yanking Wan Junjie up from his prostrated position. His voice trembled as he demanded, "Young master, what on earth are you doing?" Being pulled up, Wan Junjie finally felt grounded, and the terror that had gripped him eased considerably. Even so, he still dared not lift his eyes to meet Shen Xingchen's gaze, merely stammering, "Mind control." That brat used mind control on me. Call the police. Quick, call the police. Mind control? The moment these words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present changed instantly. In this world, besides the mainstream martial arts path, there also existed cultivation methods focused on mastering the spirit. However, mental cultivators were exceedingly rare. Their attack methods were unfathomable, rendering them nearly invincible in the early stages of cultivation. Only upon reaching the martial sovereign or martial emperor realms, when practitioners begin tempering their divine souls to strengthen their minds, could they barely hope to counter such threats. Could this young man in school uniform truly be one of those 1 in a million mental cultivators? However, the laws of the Great Xia explicitly stipulated. Spiritual cultivators are forbidden from arbitrarily launching mental attacks against ordinary people. Any violation will be met with severe punishment. After all, matters pertaining to the spirit are profound and mysterious. Even the slightest damage can be arduous and difficult to treat, causing immense harm to a person. Therefore, even though Wan Junjie had provoked him first, Shen Xingchen did not hesitate to call for the police. Instantly, everyone present turned to Shen Xingchen with looks of regret. Once arrested and imprisoned, this young man's promising future would be utterly ruined. Chapter 75, Kneel and Apologize. At that point, Shen Xingchen would be barred from purchasing any resources or cultivation methods related to the spirit realm. Possessing innate talent yet unable to cultivate. It would be more agonizing than death itself. Young people sure have short fuses. What a mess. Young people are just young people. Such a promising future, and he squandered it all on his own. The faint wisps of smoke finally rising from his ancestors' graves, this young man had just doused them with a bucket of water. In an instant, mocking words rained down. These security guards, eager to curry favor with their young master, took turns mocking Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen remained utterly unfazed. He wasn't some spiritual cultivator. This was merely a talent enhancement granted by the divine beast. The laws of Great Xia held no sway over him. Such is the exalted status of a divine beast contract holder. You're finished. I'll make you rot in prison for life. Surrounded by a crowd of security guards, Wan Junjie regained his nerve. Pointing his finger right at Shen Xingchen's nose, he shouted defiantly. Shen Xingchen merely raised his eyes. The young man flinched, quickly closing his own, and pulled the security guard beside him forward, not daring to look at Shen Xingchen again. This display of weakness and panic drew snickers from the surrounding onlookers. Shen Xingchen smiled back. You've knelt, but what about the apology? You can't just do things halfway, young master. The young master's pointed sarcasm completely shattered Wan Junjie's defenses. Cowering in the crowd like a turtle, he kept bellowing. Apologize my ass. Just wait till you're handcuffed in that police van, then we'll see how cocky you are. Ignoring the others ranting, Shen Xingchen continued. If you won't apologize voluntarily, I'll have to make you apologize. At his words, the security personnel present instantly paled. This is attempted assault. You're just a student. Even if you major in spiritual power, how many people could your pitiful soul possibly attack? 2? 3? At most, 4 or 5. But there were a full 20 security personnel present. Even if they drained every last bit of spirit from this student, he couldn't possibly take on that many security guards. At this thought, the security chief's mind stirred. Wasn't this his chance to prove himself? He was desperate for a promotion. If he could curry favor with the young master, his future wouldn't be limited to just being a security captain. Even the manager's position would be within reach. With that thought, the security chief's expression turned stern. Clutching his electric baton, he stepped forward and coldly declared, "Young man, do not persist down this path of crime." As he spoke, the aura of a peak martial artist erupted violently, a dense, mountain-like pressure bearing down on Shen Xingchen. As the security chief, his peak martial artist prowess was more than enough to intimidate the vast majority of petty criminals. How could this young man possibly stand against him? Yet what Shen Xingchen intended to do was not something a peak martial artist could stop. As the viscous energy surged toward him, Shen Xingchen placed his hand on his sword hilt. The blade slid from its scabbard, its clear ringing echoing across the heavens and earth. Accompanying the ring was a terrifying flash of sword light. The onlookers hadn't even caught sight of how Shen Xingchen drew his sword, nor how he struck. All they saw was a moon-white sword light, so blinding it forced them to shut their eyes. When they finally opened their eyes again, Shen Xingchen's blade was already pressed against Wan Junjie's throat. Unrestrained. Feeling the icy, stinging sensation at his throat, a new kind of fear swept over Wan Junjie once more. If gazing into the dragon's eyes earlier had been a bloodline-level suppression, then this intimate contact between his neck and the blade made Wan Junjie glimpse the Grim Reaper's scythe in a daze. In that moment, he was truly terrified, utterly cowed. A stream of blood-tinged fluid trickled down his pants as fear caused him to lose control. So, what now? Apologize? Shen Xingchen's right hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly. The icy tip pierced a fraction of the way into his opponent's neck. The faint prickling sensation instantly transformed into excruciating agony. Wan Junjie was never a tough guy to begin with. His face drained of color as he forced a smile from the corners of his mouth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bro, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please spare my life. Won Junjie genuinely feared this young man might lose control and kill him with a sword. Trading his own life for that worthless one's? Not worth it. He still had so much to enjoy, so much wealth to squander. How could he die at a time like this? In the face of death, dignity is bull. Won Junjie immediately slid to his knees in a swift kneel, causing the crowd of onlookers to burst into laughter. All the security guards present turned pale. They glanced at Shen Xingchen's sword, feeling that its tip wasn't aimed at their young master's neck, but at their own jobs. Surrounded by over 20 men, they had actually allowed another man's blade to threaten their young master's life. The security chief's face was equally ashen. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had to concede. Even he, a peak martial master, had failed to discern how Shen Xingchen had drawn his sword. He could only attribute it to the opponent employing mental control at the instant of the strike, inducing dizziness in him. Yet no amount of excuses could mask his dereliction of duty. Gripping his electric baton tightly, he advanced toward Shen Xingchen and demanded sternly, "Stop. I said stop." At those words, Shen Xingchen's right wrist jerked again, driving the icy blade tip in a little deeper. In that instant, Won Junjie felt his breath catch in his throat as the terror of death swept over him. Shen Xingchen flashed a look of regret and said, "Oops, sorry about that. I'm a bit of a scaredy cat." He yelled so loudly, it really startled me. When I get startled, my hands tend to shake. Bear with me. His voice carried without restraint, reaching Won Junjie's ears and those of the security chief's captain at the same time. Instantly, a flash of anger crossed his face as he barked, "Nonsense! You!" The moment he spoke, Shen Xingchen's right wrist began to tremble again. Noticing this, Won Junjie's face twitched violently, and he bellowed, "Shut the hell up! You idiot!" If he couldn't handle Shen Xingchen, that killing machine, how could Won Junjie possibly fail to deal with the security captain? Sure enough, the moment Won Junjie spoke, the security chief's face flushed from pale to crimson, his words catching in his throat. Just then, the sound of dripping water echoed from around the street corner. Hearing this sound, Won Junjie's face lit up with a flicker of joy. The constable is here. Justice is at hand. This villain would surely be brought to justice. Never before in his life had Won Junjie longed for the sheriff's arrival as he did at this very moment. After all, until now, he had been the one committing crimes and flouting the law. Chapter 76, The Deputy Captain's Frustration. Yi Fengyun, the former deputy squad leader, had been feeling utterly frustrated lately. Ever since being ordered by Deputy Director Zhang Junjie's son to arrest Shen Xingchen, his luck had inexplicably plummeted. First, his biggest patron, Deputy Director Zhang, was suddenly taken away for investigation, only to be imprisoned on charges of embezzlement and bribery. Without that backing, his long-cherished hopes for promotion naturally vanished. Well, so be it. The deputy squadron leader position still allowed him to live quite comfortably. But who could have imagined that within days, his deputy captain position would be stripped away as well? Who could believe that he, a martial artist nearing the peak of his power and on the verge of becoming a martial master, would be reduced to an ordinary member in a small detachment? From that day onward, Yi Fengyun's heart burned with suppressed fury. He had to make a name for himself. Thus, he schemed relentlessly to climb onto another high branch, the young master of the Wanbao Pavilion family. He intended to leverage this connection to reclaim his deputy captain position. Thus, upon receiving the Wanbao Pavilion's alert, Yi Fengyun wasted no time, immediately leading his team to the scene at breakneck speed. This time, he had to make a good impression in front of young master Won Junjie. Who's causing trouble? The patrol car came to a screeching halt. Yi Fengyun was the first to leap out, bellowing furiously. No explanation was needed. His eyes immediately locked onto Won Junjie, who was being held at sword point. Blood dripped down the young master's neck. The situation was critical. Seeing this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Yi Fengyun's face. Danger? Excellent. The more perilous the situation, the more deeply Won Junjie would remember him. The smoother his future career path would be. This time, he must resolve the matter to young master Won Junjie's satisfaction. Upon seeing the security personnel, Won Junjie's face lit up with a hint of delight. He winked at Yi Fengyun, signaling him to act fast and rescue him. Yi Fengyun, receiving the signal, didn't hesitate for a moment. He drew the pistol from his waist. The dark muzzle was aimed squarely at the back of Shen Xingchen's head. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers who had been watching the spectacle gasped and took several steps back, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Xia, standing beside the electric scooter, felt a wave of shock wash over her pale, cold features at the sight. Almost instinctively, she stepped forward several paces, positioning herself between Shen Xingchen and Yi Fengyun. She used her own body to shield the dark muzzle. Seeing someone block his path, Yi Fengyun's expression darkened. How dare she? Daring to resist when I've already drawn my weapon. This was no ordinary citizen, he must be dealt with harshly. Even the heavens themselves couldn't stand in Yi Fengyun's way. He was born to stir up the winds of change. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his right hand trembled slightly. His thumb shifted, disengaging the pistol's safety. The crisp click made by Xie's expression freeze. A bone-chilling aura swirled around her, ready to transform into solid ice for protection at any moment. But a mere martial disciple's vitality, even bolstered by S-tier martial talent, could never withstand a bullet. Bai Xie knew this all too well. Yet she remained rooted to the spot, shielding Shen Xingchen with her own body. Stubbornly. Yi Fengyun sneered coldly, lowering the dark muzzle slightly to aim at Bai Xie's shoulder. But at that very moment, his body suddenly trembled. No, something was off. This female student before him, why did she look so familiar? It felt like he'd seen her somewhere before. In an instant, the nightmare-like experience flooded back into his mind, and Yi Fengyun finally recognized Bai Xie. This girl was the one who had stood beside Shen Xingchen that day. Back then, she had also rushed over recklessly to fight alongside Shen Xingchen. It was precisely from that day onward that Yi Fengyun's life took a nosedive, plunging him into the depths of despair. How could she be here? Yi Fengyun's heart trembled violently, his body shuddering so hard he nearly dropped the gun from his grasp. He swiftly holstered the pistol back at his waist, glancing around nervously. At a single glance, Yi Fengyun's pupils contracted violently. There it was, that electric scooter, familiar to the point of being a nightmare. It was this very e-bike that had once left him gravely injured. Now, just like Bai Xie, it had reappeared before him. Both the electric scooter and Bai Xie were there. Then, a terrifying thought flashed through Yi Fengyun's mind. Could it be Shen Xingchen who clashed with Wan Junjie? No way. Why is it that every Junjie out there seems so eager to provoke this killing machine? Yi Fengyun felt like crying, his previously fierce and vicious expression now looking almost pitiful. He glanced at Bai Xie, backing away while waving his hands. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He'd long resolved that for his career, he could provoke anyone except that killing machine Shen Xingchen. After all, even his direct superior, the deputy director, had been stripped of his position. If he provoked Shen Xingchen again, his uniform would likely be swapped for prison garb. Hearing this, Bai Xie's face froze in shock. The onlookers wore equally shocked expressions. Wan Junjie, who had pinned his hopes on the security officers, completely broke down upon witnessing this scene. He screamed hysterically. Yi Fengyun! What the hell are you doing? Come save me! Before he could finish his third sentence, the pain in his neck intensified several-fold. The icy sword tip had already pierced over half an inch into his flesh. The tearing sensation of skin and muscle, combined with the agony of a foreign object entering his body, instantly contorted Wan Junjie's expression. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans covered his entire body, and his unruly green hair clung tightly to his scalp, making him look pitifully like a pure-blooded green-haired turtle. Look, you're so impatient, you scared me. Shen Xingchen said with a calm smile. Hey, if you're going to apologize, at least show some sincerity. What's with the half-hearted apology? You look down on me, huh? With just a few simple words, Shen Xingchen pulled Wan Junjie back to reality from his raging fury. Wan Junjie's voice trembled as he said, Brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I'm sorry. Can I kneel before you? Can I kowtow to you? As Wan Junjie stared at him with despair in his eyes, Shen Xingchen shook his head. What good is apologizing to me alone? What about apologizing to the others? Hearing this, a look of bewilderment flashed in Wan Junjie's eyes. Apologize to others? To whom? Besides Shen Xingchen, who else had he offended? Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's face twisted with disgust. You really are stupid. You can't even figure out how to apologize properly. The life or death crisis sparked Wan Junjie's ingenuity, and a sudden flash of insight struck him. Yes, an apology. He must also apologize to the girl who came with Shen Xingchen. With that thought, Wan Junjie immediately shouted. Sis, I was wrong. Sis, I truly know I was wrong. Please let me off this once. If not for the icy blade still pressed against his throat, he would have knelt down to kowtow to Bai Xie, begging her forgiveness. Chapter 77, The Farce Ends. Seeing the once arrogant and tyrannical young master of Wanbao Pavilion reduced to such a pitiful state, the crowd erupted in mocking laughter. This Wan Junjie was notorious throughout Changnan City. He raced his modified motorcycles through the streets late at night, disturbing the peace. He routinely beat and berated his subordinates with brutal force, leaving most of them maimed. Drunk driving at excessive speeds, even causing fatal collisions that claimed several lives. Were it not for the Wanbao Pavilion's immense wealth, deep connections, and vast influence, Wan Junjie's crimes alone would have been enough to land him in prison dozens of times over. Thus, when misfortune finally struck him, the surrounding area erupted in cheers. What a satisfying sight! Wan Junjie truly deserved this. It takes a villain to tame a villain. What villain? Society today lacks heroes like this young man who dares to draw his sword. Well said. Listening to Wan Junjie's apology, Shen Xingchen nodded and said, What else? What else? What else? Wan Junjie was utterly bewildered. Besides Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie, could he have offended someone else? Surely he didn't have to apologize to the electric scooter under Shen Xingchen's crotch? Could you be a bit more specific? He stammered. Hey, you. Damn it, driving so fast. You scared the crap out of me. What if you'd scared a pregnant woman or something? Shen Xingchen retorted. Hearing that Wan Junjie actually needed to apologize to him, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. How rare. The young master of Wanbao Pavilion was apologizing to them, ordinary folk. Some eager onlookers even pulled out their phones to record videos, ready to brag about it to their friends later. As for Wan Junjie, already terrified out of his wits, he naturally did whatever Shen Xingchen told him to do. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed once more. Everyone, I'm so sorry. I was wrong before. I'll never do it again. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Xingchen swiftly drew his sword to the side. The icy blade struck Wan Junjie's neck with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. The excruciating pain from his body slamming against the ground made Wan Junjie scream out loud. Before he could even get back up, a massive foot came crashing down on his head. If you're going to apologize, at least show some remorse. A few words? That's no apology. Shen Xingchen laughed as he pressed down on the man's head. That single stomp crushed every shred of Wan Junjie's dignity into the dirt. The security chief watched the scene unfold, feeling dizzy and drained of all strength and resolve. Let it all be destroyed. I'm tired. As Shen Xingchen stood trampling the head, Yi Fengyun gritted his teeth and approached him. Seeing this, the eyes of all the security personnel lit up. Assaulting someone in plain sight of law enforcement was nothing short of contempt for the law. Not arresting Shen Xingchen would be an outrage against justice. Shen Xingchen sensed the commotion beside him and glanced up at the man. Noticing Shen Xingchen's gaze, Yi Fengyun immediately plastered on a fawning, obsequious smile. Hello, Mr. Shen. I'm Yi Fengyun, deputy captain of the brigade. Little Yi here. We've met before. Seeing Shen Xingchen's impassive expression and lack of response, Yi Fengyun remained unfazed. Instead, he declared loudly amidst the astonished stares of the crowd. Based on public reports, Wan Junjie has repeatedly engaged in late-night street racing, drunk driving, and speeding, severely endangering public road safety and the lives and health of others. He is hereby arrested and detained. After speaking, Yi Fengyun looked expectantly at Shen Xingchen, hoping for his cooperation. Shen Xingchen didn't want to waste too much time here either, so he promptly raised his massive foot. Seeing this, Yi Fengyun chuckled and quickly bent down to lift Wan Junjie. Wan Junjie's face was pulled from the depths of the pavement. He breathed in fresh air once more and heard the surrounding clamor and commotion. For the first time, Wan Junjie truly felt. Breathing was such a wonderful thing. How marvelous it was to hear sounds. After taking several deep breaths, he looked up at Yi Fengyun supporting him and nearly choked back tears. Finally saved. He had intended to threaten Shen Xingchen, but the events that had just unfolded had utterly shattered his courage. He didn't even have the courage to threaten anymore, only muttering with his head bowed. I need to rest. The words had barely left his mouth when Yi Fengyun, whom he regarded as his savior, suddenly produced a pair of handcuffs. The gleaming handcuffs snapped shut, clamping directly onto Wan Junjie's wrists. Wan Junjie stared down in utter disbelief at the gleaming cuffs on his wrists, his expression a picture of shock. Moments later, he looked up in shock at Yi Fengyun, pointing at himself and stammering. Me? Why are you cuffing me? I'm the victim here. He pointed to the bloodstains on his neck, the dust on his face, and the footprints on his head. Every detail, every mark, was proof of his misery. And yet, Yi Fengyun still wanted to arrest him? Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? Yi Fengyun's face remained stern as he declared. You have repeatedly broken the law and committed crimes. You deserve your punishment. After uttering these words, his face lit up with a warm smile as he turned to Shen Xingchen and said, Mr. Shen, ridding the people of this menace truly a pillar of our nation. With just 2 sentences, he had settled the matter. Wan Junjie was the criminal. Shen Xingchen, meanwhile, was a hero who had rid the people of a menace. Though, to be fair, there was no fault in his words. No, wait, no, Yi Fengyun, you. Wan Junjie stammered incoherently, muttering for ages without knowing what to say or even what he could say. Wasn't Yi Fengyun one of their Wanbao Pavilion people? Why did he turn on us at the last minute? Shut up. Yi Fengyun wiped the smile from his face and barked coldly. What Wanbao Pavilion? I don't know him. No matter how powerful your 10,000 treasures pavilion's backing is. In Changnan, could it possibly surpass Shen Xingchen? Yi Fengyun could faintly sense. The one standing behind Shen Xingchen was not someone else, but that woman. The thought alone set his heart aflame. If he could forge a connection with Shen Xingchen, forget about regaining his position as deputy squadron leader, even becoming the squadron commander himself wouldn't be beyond his reach. Enough already. Even if the other person tried to curry favor with him, Shen Xingchen felt no warmth toward them. He waved his hand, signaling them to get lost. Yi Fengyun didn't press the issue. He merely flashed Shen Xingchen another ingratiating smile before dragging Wan Junjie into the car and driving away. The farce ended as abruptly and inexplicably as it had begun. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. The security personnel kept their eyes downcast, pretending nothing had ever happened. Then, as if on cue, the entire group of 20 or so people dispersed, each returning to their respective posts. No one was stupid. The security personnel's blatant favoritism revealed one thing. This young man was no ordinary figure. The forces backing him were undoubtedly far more vast and terrifying than Wanbao Pavilion itself. Chapter 78, Purchasing Essence Blood. Under these circumstances, no one dared cross Shen Xingchen. Not only did the security personnel with vested interests quickly depart, but even the onlookers exchanging glances before the massive crowd dispersed in an instant. Everyone chatted and laughed as they departed, as if nothing had ever happened. Except for the receptionist clutching the helmet and keys. She stood there blankly, clutching the helmet in her hands, her eyes fixed on Wang Junjie, who was handcuffed to the car. For a moment, she hadn't grasped what had just transpired. How, in the blink of an eye, the arrogant and unrivaled young master of Wanbao Pavilion had ended up like this? A wave of disbelief washed over her. Just then, Sun Weidong, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, rushed over and barked at her. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pull yourself together to greet our honored guests." Before the receptionist could recover, manager Sun Weidong approached Shen Xingchen with a forced smile. "Sir, please come in. I'll personally attend to you." Shen Xingchen sheathed his sword, his expression as calm as a still lake. "Is it still necessary to move the car now?" A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on Sun Weidong's forehead as he stammered apologetically. "Of course not, with your stature. Your vehicle parked at the entrance of our Wanbao Pavilion is an honor and a blessing for us." Shen Xingchen shook his head firmly. "No, rules are rules. Do you think I'm the kind of person who bullies others with their power, like Wang Junjie? What do you take me for?" At those words, Sun Weidong's smile froze on his face. "Isn't this exactly bullying others with your power? Right here on Wanbage's turf, you humiliated us, held a sword to the young master's throat, and then casually walked in to spend money at the establishment. Meanwhile, their young master Wang Junjie ended up in jail. In the end, he, the head manager, had to put on a smile and apologize. Their influence knows no bounds." Sun Weidong inwardly railed, yet his face once again broke into a warm smile. He said, "You're absolutely right, no rules, no order. The guest truly speaks with great insight." With a sweeping gesture, he summoned a security guard and instructed, "Park this gentleman's car at Tianhong Plaza. When the guest emerges, escort him to the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion." Got it? What a coincidence. The man summoned was none other than Wanbao Pavilion's head of security. At this moment, any arrogance he might have drawn from Wanbao Pavilion's prestige had completely vanished. Trembling, he took the keys from Shen Xingchen's hand, looking like nothing more than a lowly valet. As he took the keys, his lips twitched as if he wanted to say something. But Shen Xingchen's icy glare silenced him instantly. His mouth fell open, then closed again. In the end, he said nothing and obediently rode away on his bike. Witnessing this, Sun Weidong breathed a slight sigh of relief and bowed to guide him. "What might you be looking to purchase today, sir?" Though a minor unpleasantness had just occurred, the necessary purchases still needed to be made. Shen Xingchen nodded and stepped into Wanbao Pavilion, casually stating, "Divine Beast Essence Blood, I want the highest quality. Show me what you have." The manager smiled and nodded, guiding him while saying, "Please allow me to apologize once more for the earlier incident. How about a 30% discount on all your purchases today?" At this, Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow. High-quality Divine Beast Essence Blood costs roughly 50 million Great Xia coins per drop. 39 different types, one drop each, that's nearly 2 billion Great Xia coins. This 30% discount would save him a full 600 million Great Xia coins. That was enough for a top-tier resource. Noticing Shen Xingchen's raised eyebrow, Sun Weidong continued, "Rest assured, sir. This is solely our gesture of apology and goodwill, with absolutely no strings attached." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen gave a slight nod, tacitly agreeing. Why pass up a bargain? Led by Sun Weidong, the two soon arrived at the cold storage facility dedicated to preserving Divine Beast Essence Blood. It must be said that as Changnan's premier merchant guild, Wanbao Pavilion possessed considerable resources. Its inventory contained hundreds of varieties of Divine Beast Essence Blood. Shen Xingchen selected 39 types of Divine Beast Essence Blood, those with the highest potency and most suitable for his cultivation. "Sir, your total purchase comes to 19,500 million Great Xia coins. After the 30% discount, the price is 1.365 billion Great Xia coins. Do you have a membership card? If so, this purchase amount will be converted into points and credited to your account." Shen Xingchen nodded and recited his membership card number. The cashier entered the number, and the name displayed on the card left her frozen in place. Her eyes widened, and her red lips parted involuntarily. "What the hell? Why is this taking so long?" Seeing this, Sun Weidong snapped as he leaned toward the computer. A purchase worth over 1 billion yuan was certainly a major transaction even at Wanbao Pavilion, but it shouldn't have shocked the cashier this much. Orders worth tens of billions weren't unheard of. But when he saw the cardholder's name on the screen, his anger vanished instantly, replaced by utter disbelief and a hint of lingering dread. There, displayed prominently on the screen, were 3 bold characters. Song Qingxuan. The young man before him was actually Song Qingxuan's son. In an instant, all the fog swirling in Sun Weidong's mind cleared away. No wonder. No wonder this young man possessed such formidable strength at such a young age. He was Song Qingxuan's son. No wonder he acted with such reckless abandon. He was Song Qingxuan's son. No wonder the security guard would rather arrest the young master of the Wanbao Pavilion family at the pavilion's entrance than offend this young man. He was Song Qingxuan's son. After a moment of shock, Sun Weidong exhaled deeply, racking his brain to recall if any aspect of his previous service had been inadequate. Finding none, he exhaled again, then donned the most enthusiastic smile he'd ever managed in his life. He personally presented the packaged Divine Beast Essence Blood to Shen Xingchen. "Sir, your order." As Shen Xingchen accepted it, the cashier nearby, with keen awareness, promptly offered the complimentary gift. Sun Weidong then personally presented it and respectfully stated, "Sir, here is your complimentary gift. Wishing you a pleasant day. We look forward to your next visit." Shen Xingchen nodded non-committally, took the bag, and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Sun Weidong wasted no time. He immediately pulled out his phone and relayed everything he knew to the big boss. He could hear the big boss's breathing grow increasingly heavy on the other end. Sun Weidong's heart leapt into his throat. After a long silence, the usually imposing boss let out a deep sigh, his voice tinged with unexpected weariness. "Refund every penny that young man spent at Wanbao Pavilion." Chapter 79, The Big Boss's Orders. After giving his orders, the big boss did not hang up. Sun Weidong, holding the phone, stood bowed in silence, awaiting the boss's next instructions. Another long silence followed. Then, the quiet phone crackled with a new command. "Issue the order, sever all ties between Wan Junjie and Wanbao Pavilion. He is forbidden from setting foot in my establishment ever again. At the same time, no one is to attempt to rescue Wan Junjie by any means. Should any such attempt be discovered, all involved will be dealt with accordingly." With those words spoken, the phone clicked off abruptly. Sun Weidong straightened his bent back. The cold sensation where his muscles met his shirt sent a chill straight to his brain. Only then did he realize that in the brief time since, his back had become drenched in a thick layer of cold sweat. He understood the boss's instructions. After all, this was Song Qingxuan we were talking about. Shen Xingchen rode his electric scooter at breakneck speed, rushing Bai Xie home. Seated on the back, feeling the whoosh of wind against her ears, Bai Xie finally voiced the question she'd held in her heart for so long. "Xingchen, what exactly does your family do?" After asking, a wave of self-doubt washed over Bai Xie. Whatever they did, it was undoubtedly far more prestigious than her own family. Their families weren't just on different levels, they weren't even from the same world. Unconsciously, her grip on the seat's armrest tightened, leaving faint blue marks on her pale fingers. Upon hearing this, Shen Stardust didn't hide anything from Bai Xie. He was long past the age of pretending to be weak to catch the strong. So he stated plainly, "You're just asking now? Honestly, it's no big deal, my mom is Song Qingxuan." Hearing this, Bai Xie loosened her grip on the seat divider, a faint smile touching her lips. "You're always making things up." Strangely, not receiving a definitive answer brought her a sense of relief. Perhaps, by not knowing Shen Xingchen's family background, she could convince herself that they truly belonged to the same world. Bai Xie's soft laughter carried on the wind as Shen Xingchen called out, "Seriously, my mom really is Song Qingxuan." Bai Xie playfully punched Shen Xingchen's lower back. "Stop making things up. Watch out if Song Jianxian hears you say that, he'll slice you in two with his sword." Shen Xingchen chuckled. "She'd never kill me, she just can't bring herself to do it, you know." Even when he was such a jerk in his past life, his mom never once spoke harshly to him. How could she possibly slay him? After saying this, Shen Xingchen shook his head helplessly. These days, no one even believes the truth anymore. How strange is that? Changnan wasn't big, the electric scooter wasn't slow, and time flew by. Shen Xingchen shoved the freebie into Bai Xie's hands, ignoring whatever she might say, and sped off on his bike in a flash. Bai Xie watched his retreating figure, smiled, then turned and walked into her own home. As she pushed open the door, she caught sight of her younger sister, Bai Xixing, standing on a chair and leaning out the window, gazing in the direction Shen Xingchen had departed. "What are you looking at?" "My future brother-in-law." Bai Xixing hopped down from the chair, her face full of teasing. "Forgetting your sister for a pretty face, Bai Xie?" Bai Xie placed the item in her hand on the table. Simultaneously, she used her frigid chi to extend the life of the roses on the table once more before saying, "What nonsense! That's disrespectful. Now that you've got a man, you won't even cook for your little sister. And you say you're not neglecting your sister for a guy? Just this once. Once leads to 100 times, humph." The two bickered and squabbled. Finally, under Bai Xie's overwhelming physical dominance, Bai Xixing was pinned to the bed, begging for mercy. The once dead silence in the room was reborn with vitality. It was now early March, and spring had arrived. Shen Xingchen returned to the Shen family mansion. As usual, maids greeted him, providing full-service meals and other amenities before he headed to his favorite martial arts room. 39 types of essence blood, to be consumed over 7 days. For the first 6 days, he would consume 5 types of essence blood daily, gradually forging his golden bones. On the 7th day, he would consume the remaining 9 types of essence blood in one go, permanently solidifying his golden bones and fully ascending to the 4th realm of the Paisho devouring heaven body. Even with a whopping 20 billion daxia coins invested, this realm still demanded a full 7 days. Without such wealth, one would need to spend a full 39 years. Therefore, even though the Paisho devouring heaven body is the strongest and most potent S-grade body tempering technique capable of transforming into an SSS-grade method, few choose it as their cultivation path. It's simply too expensive. With this thought in mind, Shen Xingchen swallowed the 6 types of divine beast essence blood one after another. Every cell in his flesh and blood, even his meridians, transformed into Paisho, greedily devouring the immense energy contained within the divine beast essences. Among them, the right arm absorbed with the most intensity. The amount of energy it absorbed even surpassed the combined total of the other 5 parts: the left arm, both legs, torso, and head. Had anyone possessed the ability to peer inside, they would have witnessed. Under the torrent of the 6 divine beasts' vital energy, the stark white bones within Shen Xingchen's right arm began to radiate a brilliant golden glow. It radiated an authority akin to the eternal golden pupils of a true dragon. Moreover, the structure of the right arm's bones gradually transformed, becoming more perfect and better suited for Shen Xingchen's exertion of force. It drew ever closer to the state required for him to activate his innate talent, the dragon god's body. The essence of advanced body forging techniques lay in a leap across life tiers. And Shen Xingchen had undoubtedly reached this stage. The transformation process was lengthy. By the time Shen Xingchen concluded his training for the day, it was already deep into the night. He sensed the explosive power surging through his right arm and nodded with satisfaction. The strength in his right arm had increased by roughly 50%. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen stepped onto the scale. The numbers flashed rapidly before settling on a staggering 450 gene. It was worth noting that he had weighed himself before beginning his cultivation. With his muscle density at that time, his total weight barely exceeded 200 gene. This single arm of golden bone had caused his weight to skyrocket by 250 gene. If his entire body were transformed into golden bone, Shen Xingchen's weight would surpass thousands of gene. Such weight would rival that of a car. Ordinary foes couldn't budge him. Ordinary attacks landing on him wouldn't even cause him to waver an inch. Yet a single casual charge or punch from him would shatter an enemy's internal organs as if struck by a heavy truck. The disparity between them is self-evident. Most crucially, despite the immense increase in weight, Shen Xingchen's agility and speed remained entirely unaffected. On the contrary, the immense surge in strength had actually made his sword strike several times faster than before. Finally, as was his custom, Shen Xingchen measured his current vitality. The immense energy contained within the 6 divine beast essences, combined with the near-perfect absorption of the Paisho devouring heaven body. After just one cultivation session, his chi blood value had doubled. Shen Xingchen now possessed a vitality and blood value of 30 points, successfully advancing his cultivation to the 3-star martial artist realm. The speed of cultivation far exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 80, The 7-Day Pact. The next morning, Shen Xingchen arrived at the classroom right on time as usual. At that moment, someone was already seated at his desk. Shen Xingchen placed his backpack on the desk and looked at Shen Tianlin sitting in his seat. Shen Tianlin offered a faint smile as he pulled out a parchment-like scroll. The martial contract is ready. Just sign it, and I'll leave immediately. I promise not to bother you anymore. Shen Xingchen took the contract. It felt warm to the touch, like skin freshly peeled from a living animal. He scanned the contents of the martial contract carefully, then pointed to a section and said, "Change the time." Shen Tianlin was in such a rush he actually wanted to fight tonight. Hearing Shen Xingchen request a time change, Shen Tianlin grew even more flustered. If he just arbitrarily changed it to a year or two, wouldn't his 20 billion great xia coins be wasted? I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Shen Xingchen reached out his right hand and pressed down Shen Tianlin, who had abruptly stood up. I'm not unreasonable. It's just that I have something important this week. 7 days from now, at night, be there or be damned. Although Shen Xingchen now possessed absolute confidence in surpassing Shen Tianlin's current abilities, pushing it back a bit to refine the golden bone to perfection and gain another edge couldn't hurt. Besides, it was Shen Tianlin who was in a hurry, not him. Hearing the 7-day deadline, Shen Tianlin's expression eased slightly as he replied in a gentle tone. Agreed. Sign it. He watched Shen Xingchen amend the date, then observed him sign and affix his seal. Finally, a relieved and relaxed smile spread across his face. 7 days was an incredibly short period for a cultivator. For ordinary martial artists, 7 days might not even be enough to increase their chi blood value by a single point. Even Shen Xingchen, a top-tier prodigy, could only hope to increase his chi blood value by 3, 4, or 5 points at most. After all, martial cultivation, like any other cultivation path, grows increasingly arduous with each step forward. The difficulty gap between increasing 1 point of chi blood for a martial trainee and 1 point for a martial saint was 10,000 times greater. Shen Tianlin didn't believe Shen Xingchen could maintain the explosive chi and blood growth he had as a martial trainee after reaching the martial artist realm. Alright, get lost. Shen Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the other to leave. Hearing this, Shen Tianlin didn't take offense. Who would bother arguing with a dead man? Besides, with Shen Xingchen dead, the vast Xing Shuang group would become his, Shen Tianlin's. With a top-tier conglomerate worth trillions, even if his martial arts talent was slightly lacking, he could absolutely elevate himself to the martial sovereign or even martial king realm. He would undoubtedly lead the Shinbo family to even greater heights. Jia. Thus, despite the verbal lashing, Shen Tianlin left his seat wearing a satisfied smile. As the top star of the elite class, Shen Xingchen's every move naturally caught the attention of his classmates. And that parchment-like martial contract was no stranger to the cultivators present. Thus, when they witnessed Shen Xingchen actually signing a martial contract, whispers instantly filled the classroom. Holy crap, that's a hefty investment. That martial contract must be worth tens of millions of great xia coins, right? Has Shen Xingchen signed with a company too? For a genius of his caliber, a martial contract isn't unreasonable. Sho, don't spread this around, but I just heard, mind you, that Shen Xingchen is going to have a life or death arena battle with our teaching assistant. The stakes are 20 billion great xia coins. Ha? No way. With such a huge gap in cultivation levels, Shen Xingchen is dead meat. He's gone mad. Just because he managed to wound a martial sovereign once, he thinks he's invincible. Shen Xingchen and the teaching assistant never got along from the start. Now they're going to a life or death battle? Once that martial contract is signed, even a martial saint couldn't intervene. Damn it, 20 billion great xia coins. If it were me, I'd fight to the death too. That's more money than I could ever earn in a lifetime. Just a few days of living it up would pay it back. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. He's got an S-tier rule system talent. Earning 20 billion great xia coins is no big deal for him. In an instant, a cacophony of voices and opinions erupted throughout the classroom. There was astonishment, contempt, envy, and utter bewilderment. No one could fathom why Shen Xingchen would abandon such a promising future, risking everything to chase 20 billion great xia coins he could easily earn later. If anyone present could understand. Besides Shen Xingchen himself, it was undoubtedly Bai Xie. Bai Xie had fought alongside Shen Xingchen through numerous major battles. She knew his true combat prowess better than anyone. Empowered by that divine sword and the black gold belt, not even a peak martial artist could stand against him, let alone a mid-stage one. What she didn't know, however, Shen Tianlin understood the advantages of Shen Xingchen's equipment even better than she did. Thus, the contract stipulated that only the standard weapons provided by the arena could be used, and no armor could be worn. What she didn't know was this. Even without external aids, Shen Xingchen, having mastered the golden bone technique, could effortlessly crush Shen Tianlin. While everyone was discussing this, the very person they were talking about, Shen Xingchen, had already opened his lunchbox and was digging in. The rich aroma caused the heated discussion to pause. A chorus of swallowing sounds followed, only to be replaced by even more heated debate. The group found it even harder to fathom. How could Shen Xingchen, who ate so well every day, still risk his life for money? How foolish. The students present might not have eaten pork, but they'd certainly seen pigs run. They might not have tasted Shen Xingchen's breakfast themselves. Just the aroma alone told them this breakfast was of the highest caliber and price. Anyone who could make such a meal a daily staple certainly wouldn't risk their life for money. Shen Xingchen couldn't be bothered to explain himself to the murmuring crowd. 7 days later, the results would speak for themselves. Meanwhile, William, who had been seated quietly, furrowed his brow as he listened to the murmurs around him. Shen Xingchen couldn't die, at least not on the arena stage. Otherwise, their family's satanic plan would be missing its most crucial ingredient. 7 days. William silently repeated this deadline in his mind. It seemed the plan would have to be accelerated. As morning theory classes ended and students dispersed, the click-clack of high heels echoed outside the door. Li Xiaoman opened the door, silencing the restless students with a glance. Clearing her throat, she announced, "Students, I have some good news to share. Based on the teaching assistant's combat feedback and funding from a multinational consortium, our school will conduct practical training for students in our elite class. The theme of this training is countering cult activities. It will commence at 6 p.m. in 6 days. Be prepared. This training will be led by myself, martial arts instructor, and all teaching assistants." The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire room. Every student present looked utterly bewildered. Their thoughts converged on a single question. I'm fighting a cult? They hadn't even grasped the basics of sparring with classmates yet. How could the difficulty suddenly jump several levels? Real combat? Cult fighting? This is going to kill us. Chapter 81, 50 million per try. Listening to the commotion from the students below, Li Xiaoman pressed her hands down to calm the crowd. Everyone, quiet down. Not all cults are super violent gangs like the 10,000 Beasts sect. There are cults with less violent tendencies. This time, we're confronting one of those. Moreover, with me, the martial arts instructor, and the teaching assistant leading the group, safety is assured. Of course, injuries and even death are unavoidable, such as the fate of us martial practitioners. Hearing this explanation, the students finally quieted down a little. They had jumped to conclusions. After all, the only cult they were familiar with was the notoriously infamous 10,000 Beasts cult. The deeds of other cults pale in comparison to the 10,000 Beasts cult, whose anti-human actions escalate relentlessly, carrying out brutal decapitation campaigns against prodigies and even renowned masters. It must be remembered that at the peak of its madness, the 10,000 Beasts cult even attempted an ambush against the current martial god. They had nearly succeeded. It was precisely after this incident that the top combat forces of various nations united to launch a global campaign to eradicate the 10,000 Beasts cult, finally curbing their rampant atrocities. Thus, when Li Xiaoman declared they would confront the cult, everyone assumed they were about to engage in a real, all-out battle with the 10,000 Beasts cult. Turns out, they'd been scaring themselves all along. Afternoon combat training. Shen Tianlin, having signed the martial contract, wore a smug grin. As stipulated in the contract, he showed absolutely no intention of provoking Shen Xingchen. From the start of the training to its conclusion, he diligently performed his duties as an assistant instructor, never uttering a single word to Shen Xingchen or anyone around him. This transformation left Lin Xinxue thoroughly astonished. Her narrowed eyes crinkled slightly as she turned to Shen Xingchen with a concerned expression. "Are you truly alright?" She genuinely feared Shen Xingchen might act on a moment's impulse and risk his life. "I'm fine." Shen Xingchen shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Xinxue said no more, but secretly sent messages to Shun Lang and Song Qingxuan. Shen Xingchen was still a child, he could be reckless. But she, Lin Xinxue, had to fulfill her duties as a teacher. Though she wasn't sure if these two could sever their martial pact, she still had to do what needed to be done. After the sparring session concluded, William, wearing a smile, once again invited Shen Xingchen to dine with him. Shen Xingchen declined with a shake of his head, repeating the same excuse. "Let's talk about it next week. I really have things to do these 7 days. Next time for sure." Hearing this, William's smile remained unchanged as he continued. "Since Brother Xingchen has commitments, I'll be direct." Glancing around, he lowered his voice. "Truthfully, I'd like to form a martial pact with you as well. Rest assured, our company's contract terms are very flexible. You can ask Xu Shiyao or Zhang Jinka, they know this best. Moreover, our company will provide you with top-tier resources tailored to your talents, aiding your martial cultivation. That way, you'll have a better chance in the match 7 days from now, right?" Hearing this, Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh? Is that so? Does flexible mean there are no restrictions at all?" William's mouth twitched. How could there be absolutely no restrictions? "Brother Xingchen, you'll just need to cooperate with us for some experiments. During the experiments, if you feel any discomfort at all, just speak up and we'll halt the experiment immediately. And after each session, we'll provide you with substantial resources. At least worth this much." As he spoke, he held up 5 fingers. $500 million? Shen Xingchen thought to himself, William's family company must be quite wealthy, they could just pull out over 30 billion dasha currency like that. Yet when William heard the figure, his mouth twitched again. He could barely keep the smile on his face. After a moment, his throat felt dry as he said, "Not US dollars dasha currency. And it's not 500 million, it's 500 million. 50 million dasha currency?" Shen Xingchen chuckled. For ordinary martial cultivators, this sum was undoubtedly a fortune. A single experiment could purchase a single drop of divine beast essence blood, saving a cultivator a year of arduous training, a highly tempting reward. But for Shen Xingchen? This sum was nothing to look down on. The great xia coins he spent daily on cultivation were tenfold this amount. And they expect him to risk his life for this? William's sweet talk about lenient restrictions and generous rewards? All bull. Nothing good comes for free. What's the deal? Does America not have any geniuses to sign? Why would William go to the trouble of crossing the Atlantic, traveling thousands of miles, just to find Shen Xingchen? Shen Xingchen didn't need to think hard to know there was definitely a catch. Only a fool would sign. Therefore, Shen Xingchen shook his head decisively. Not interested. With that, he turned and walked away. Hearing this, William's pale green pupils narrowed. Watching Shen Xingchen's retreating figure, he stepped forward to intercept him. "Brother Xingchen, is the compensation not satisfactory? That can be negotiated. How about 60 million? Seeing Shen Xingchen's unmoved expression, he pressed further. 80 million. No, 100 million. 100 million. 100 million for a single experiment that should satisfy you, right? Seeing Shen Xingchen finally halt his steps, William panted slightly. In his view, Shen Xingchen would sacrifice his future for 20 billion great xia coins. There was no reason he wouldn't sign the contract for 100 million great xia coins per experiment. Shen Xingchen stared at his flushed face, overcome with excitement, and flatly refused. I told you I'm not interested. Not even for 100 billion. With that, he turned and left the second floor, paying no heed to the stunned expression on William's face. Earlier, William, overcome with excitement, hadn't managed to control his volume. The staggering sum of 100 million instantly captured everyone's attention. Especially Chu Shiryao. The envy and jealousy on her face were almost tangible. After all, a single experiment of hers only cost 500,000 daxia coins. Shen Xingchen was spending 200 times that amount. Did he even deserve it? What gave him the right to command such a high salary? What astonished Chu Shiryao even more was that, faced with such an exorbitant offer, Shen Xingchen flatly refused without a second thought. What a fool! He could have easily made money just by cooperating with the experiment, yet he wasn't willing? Watching Shen Xingchen's receding figure and the stunned expression on William's face, Chu Shiryao felt a sudden impulse. She stepped forward and said in a sweet, cloying voice, "William, if Shen Xingchen won't do it, I can. I'm a genius too, you know." Hearing this, William turned to look at Chu Shiryao. You dare compare yourself to Shen Xingchen? You? But soon, as if remembering something, a bright smile spread across his face. Chapter 82, A Golden Opportunity. William said gently to Chu Shiryao. Fine. You and Zhang Jinka can come tonight. It's time for the first experiment. The price will be as stated in the contract. At these words, Chu Shiryao's face immediately lit up with a delighted smile. She promptly reached out and took William's arm. As a woman of striking beauty, she knew exactly how to leverage her physical advantages to win men's favor. Hadn't Shen Xingchen been completely ensnared by her charms back then? But William, upon seeing her gesture, frowned and sidestepped her completely. He only loved Bai Mei. His previous interest in Chu Shiryao stemmed purely from her connection to Shen Xingchen. Now that he knew their relationship had ended, in her eyes, Chu Shiryao was nothing more than an ordinary A-grade genius. She wasn't worth him risking his own reputation. Seeing the other person step back, Chu Shiryao's expression darkened. But she quickly regained her composure. She refused to believe that any man in this world could remain indifferent to her charm. It must be that William, that little Chu Nan, was too shy to make physical contact with her. That must be it. With this thought, a radiant smile blossomed once more on Chu Shiryao's face. Time flew by, and before she knew it, 6 days had passed. Shen Xingchen's golden bone progress had advanced from just his right arm to both arms, both legs, and his upper body. Now, only his skull remained unfinished in the golden bone transformation. The total strength increase for both arms was 500 catties. Both legs had collectively increased by 600 catties. The increase in his upper body was even more staggering, adding a full 800 jin to Shen Xingchen's physical weight. This means Shen Xingchen's current weight has reached a staggering 2,100 jin. His total body weight now amounts to 1.05 tons, equivalent to the weight of a compact car. With such immense weight and astonishing technique, the force of Shen Xingchen's single punch could rival the impact of a heavy truck collision. Moreover, as the progress of the golden bones advanced, his vital energy reserves have also seen substantial growth. From the previous 30 points, it doubled again, reaching 60 points. A full 30-point increase in vital energy in just 6 days. If word of this pace got out, others would likely mistake Shen Xingchen for joking. It was simply too astonishing to believe. After all, martial cultivation only grew more arduous with each passing stage. Once vital energy reaches a certain level, each incremental gain becomes excruciatingly difficult, measured in weeks or even months. How could anyone compare to Shen Xingchen? Increasing his qi and blood was easier than eating or drinking. He gained an average of 5 points of vital energy per day. On the 6th morning, Shen Xingchen opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Every movement of his 1-ton frame caused the bed beneath him to creak and groan. Had the bed not been of exceptional quality, it likely would have collapsed beneath him the moment he lay down. Feeling the bed's movement beneath him, Shen Xingchen held his breath, perfectly controlling his own gravity. Of course, his actual weight remained unchanged. It was merely a shift in his method and technique of exerting force, drastically reducing the pressure on the bed. The creaking ceased. Shen Xingchen stepped down. Though his body weighed a full ton, he landed on the floor without making a sound. Light as a feather. Using technique to counteract his own gravity. This too was a method of training the physical body. As usual, he brushed his teeth before grabbing his bag, where today's breakfast was already packed. After Shen Xingchen had refused William that time, the other had never sought him out again. Yet whenever their eyes met by chance, William would always flash a bright smile. As if the rejection had never happened. Shen Xingchen still couldn't figure out what the man was up to. But it didn't matter. As long as the sword remained in his hand, all schemes and tricks could be shattered with a single strike. The daylight hours passed swiftly. Throughout the day, Shen Xingchen listened to lectures while simultaneously refining his body's power generation techniques. He engaged in combat while refining his body's power generation. As his flesh wrestled against gravity, his mastery over his body grew ever more refined. As the final hour of this combat training session approached, the martial arts instructor who rarely spoke suddenly clapped his hands. Looking at the gathered students, he declared, "That's all for today's sparring. We have matters to attend to tonight, so save some energy. You've sparred with each other long enough to know each other's flaws and weaknesses. Now it's time to correct one another and exchange insights. You may also seek guidance from stronger peers regarding your training. After all, as fellow students, exchanging insights comes more naturally. Those teaching others can also improve through instruction. Teaching and learning grow together, after all." At these words, the students on the stage lit up. Most eyes turned to one person in unison. Shen Xingchen. As his classmates, they knew full well how formidable Shen Xingchen's swordsmanship was. He possessed at least 4 or 5 techniques that had reached the level of divine mastery. If such a figure could offer them one-on-one guidance, their swordsmanship would undoubtedly reach new heights. They would also feel far more confident facing tonight's combat training. Therefore, the moment the martial arts instructor finished speaking, several students leapt off the platform and rushed toward Shen Xingchen's location, pleading earnestly, "Brother Shen, please teach us." Initially, only 4 or 5 quick-thinking students gathered around him. Soon, however, a crowd of over a dozen students swarmed in. The once spacious platform was now completely packed with the frenzied students. Seeing this scene, Shen Xingchen smiled. "Hold your horses, one at a time." Hearing this, a student in the crowd shouted, "But we only have an hour, Brother Shen. How can we take turns and still finish in time?" The words sparked nods of agreement from the crowd. "Yeah, we only have an hour, but over 30 people are crowded around Shen Xingchen. Even if he only spent 2 minutes with each person, it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention, just performing a complete sword technique sequence takes more than 2 minutes. And Shen Xingchen also needed to demonstrate and provide feedback. With all the back and forth, each person would need at least 5 minutes of instruction. In 1 hour, he could guide just over 10 people at most. What about the remaining 20 students?" Seeing the crowd gathered around Shen Xingchen, the martial arts instructor seated on the chair called out, "There's no need to crowd around Shen Xingchen alone. Other students can offer guidance too. Our classmate William, teaching assistants Shen and Lin, and even this old man here, any of us can help." Meanwhile, Chu Shiryao, who had remained standing on her own platform, pursed her lips and remarked in a voice neither loud nor soft, "Exactly. Brother William is an SS-tier martial arts prodigy. Plus, he's backed by a multinational corporation and trained by top-tier masters. Who knows how many divine martial arts techniques he's mastered. You lot, sigh, there's just no reasoning with you." Chapter 83, Dual Mastery of Sword and Blade. Hearing Chu Shiryao's words, the expressions of the students gathered around Shen Xingchen shifted. This woman, she actually has a point. This foreigner William seems to be a cut above Shen Xingchen in both talent and background. There's no way he could be coaching someone less skilled than Shen Xingchen. With that thought, the 7 or 8 students at the very edge quickly retreated. They moved from Shen Xingchen's platform to William's and pleaded earnestly, "William, could you offer us some guidance?" William looked at these students, whose martial arts talent was no less than B grade, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. These promising students were all prime candidates for the Satan Project's needs. William was more than willing to seize this opportunity to build rapport with them and potentially recruit a few more targets for the project. With a hearty laugh, he replied, "We're all classmates, of course I can." The other students gathered around Shen Xingchen heard William's words and their expressions changed as well. This foreigner is surprisingly easy to talk to. What a loss. If only we'd sought William's guidance earlier. Driven by this thought, another dozen or so students left Shen Xingchen's stage and rushed toward William. They reasoned. Even if they couldn't receive William's personal guidance, they could at least use this chance to build a good relationship with him, which would benefit their contracts with the company. After all, ever since Chu Shiryao and the others underwent that experiment one night, they hadn't stopped raving about how humane William's company experiments were. High pay, low stress, could there be a more enviable contract? Thus, most students present had long sought to cultivate connections with William. They'd simply lacked the opportunity until now. Now, with such a golden opportunity presented before them, how could they not seize it? Before long, the once crowded stage around Shen Xingchen began to clear. Shen Xingchen smiled as he looked at the 11 classmates who had resolutely chosen to stand by him. People have their own aspirations, and he didn't feel the need to say more. But he believed. He would never let these 11 students down. "Come on, you first." Shen Xingchen gestured toward the dark-faced, burly man standing at the very front. Seeing Shen Xingchen call his name, the dark-faced burly man's face lit up with excitement. "Brother Shen, I've always looked up to you, especially that sword strike at the Awakening Plaza. It was absolutely badass. After you're done, could I get your autograph?" "Wow, a true fan indeed." Shen Xingchen nodded. "Sure. First, show me your combat skills." "Attack me. Come on." Receiving his idol's affirmative response, the dark-faced burly man said no more. He drew the broad, heavy blade from his waist. Unlike most students in Changnan, the dark-faced burly man had favored such broad swords since childhood. He felt a profound sense of security when wielding it. His actions caught the attention of William's classmates nearby. Upon seeing the broad, heavy blade in the dark-faced brute's hands, they sneered with disdain and contempt. "Idiot. Sword practitioners seeking Shen Xingchen is one thing, but blade practitioners too? Does Shen Xingchen even know how to wield a blade? What a waste of such a great opportunity. Unlike Shen Xingchen, who specialized solely in swordsmanship, William was equally skilled with both sword and blade. Thus, whether it was sword or blade, he could offer some guidance. On the other side, at the platform where Shen Xingchen stood, my primary skills are the E-rank martial art, mountain splitting cleaver, and the E-rank footwork, rock solid step. The dark-faced burly man offered a reminder. Before his words had fully faded, his entire body surged forward like a collapsing mountain, charging toward Shen Xingchen with unstoppable momentum. His broad blade swept horizontally, its thick edge whistling through the air like a cold wind, striking directly at Shen Xingchen's torso. Momentum over precision. Shen Xingchen thought to himself. As the blade closed in, his right hand shot like lightning to grip the hilt of the sword at his waist. Then, a streak of yellow flashed through the air. With just a slanted thrust of his blade, Shen Xingchen effortlessly countered the dark-faced brute's fierce and overbearing assault. The devastating blade suddenly veered off course, its immense force sending the burly man reeling. His seemingly unbreakable, rock-solid defense shattered in an instant. Just as the burly man tried to steady himself, a chill wind struck his throat. His movements froze as he stared in disbelief at his own throat, where a standard-issue wooden sword now pressed against his neck. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in gasps. After all, this dark-faced brute was the second heir-rank genius in the elite class, second only to Chu Shiryao. His mastery of combat techniques and footwork had long reached the realm of seamless integration. Such a figure couldn't even last a single exchange against Shen Xingchen? An idol is an idol. The dark-faced burly man showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he looked at Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen nodded and said, "Actually, it's quite impressive." Many believe that with sweeping techniques like the mountain-cleaving blade and rock-solid stance, all that matters is sheer momentum. Details are irrelevant. But that's wrong. Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Shen Xingchen flickered his right wrist. The wooden longsword in his hand shifted and flicked upward. The dark-faced burly man suddenly felt a numbing sensation in both hands, and the broad, heavy broadsword in his grasp flew out of his control. Before he could even process what had happened, his blade was already in Shen Xingchen's grasp. "Step back. Grab another blade," Shen Xingchen commanded. Hearing this, the eyes of every student present lit up. Was Shen Xingchen about to demonstrate personally? He actually knew how to wield a blade? Wasn't Shen Xingchen a master swordsman? Countless questions swirled in their minds, transforming into intense anticipation that made them involuntarily widen their eyes, eager to see every move Shen Xingchen would make next. "I'm about to begin." Shen Xingchen gave a brief warning. After pausing 3 seconds to allow his opponent ample reaction time, he stomped his feet down with explosive force. A full ton of weight erupted violently, shattering the stage beneath his feet as it couldn't withstand the immense force. Shattered stones and dust flew everywhere. Amidst the swirling debris, Shen Xingchen charged forward like a towering mountain. A person or a vehicle charging at you, there's always room to dodge. But when a mountain comes crashing down upon you, how could you possibly dodge or block it? This was precisely the predicament facing the dark-faced, burly man now. He felt as though the swirling dust itself had become an extension of Shen Xingchen, leaving him nowhere to hide, nowhere to flee. Frozen in place, he could only stand there, neck exposed, awaiting the blow. The broad, heavy blade in Shen Xingchen's hand seemed weightless. In the blink of an eye, the cold blade, carrying an even colder, more icy wind, pressed against the dark-faced burly man's throat. Yet Shen Xingchen's control over his power was precise. The moment the metal blade touched the man's skin, its fierce momentum halted abruptly. "Understand?" Shen Xingchen spoke as he thrust the burly man's own blade back into his hands. Chapter 84, Reaching the Peak. Only when the icy blade returned to his grasp did that solid, grounded feeling return to his heart. Only then did the dark-faced brute snap out of the overwhelming, mountain-crushing pressure that had engulfed him. He couldn't comprehend it. The same sword technique, the same footwork. Why did it carry such overwhelming force in Shen Xingchen's hands? Where exactly did these so-called details manifest? Therefore, when Shen Xingchen asked his question, he answered honestly. Nothing. At this, the students present burst into laughter. The students gathered around Shen Xingchen, of course, shared this laughter with good-natured smiles. The smiles on the students surrounding William carried an even more palpable hint of malice. Mocking voices echoed from the second floor, as if only those attacking Shen Xingchen and those who had chosen him could prove their own brilliance and impeccable judgment. See? What did I tell you? Did Shen Xingchen even teach proper sword techniques? Just look at Lu Jinhao's dumbstruck expression, it's enough to make me laugh. Humor Lu, humor Shen. These taunts were kept low, barely audible to ordinary ears, yet they couldn't escape Shen Xingchen's hearing. The other students beside Shen Xingchen couldn't make out the words being spoken. Just the schadenfreude etched on their faces made it clear the words weren't kind. Shen Xingchen gave Lu Jinhao a gentle smile and said, "I've told you before, your momentum is strong, but you lack finesse. Your combat techniques and footwork radiate immense power, but focusing solely on momentum can backfire. It makes your attacks and movements rigid and unnatural, lacking harmony. You should unleash 9 parts of your power, while reserving 1 part. Consider this, when you attacked me just now, I merely parried casually. Didn't you nearly lose your grip on the sword? Even your balance faltered, didn't it? That's the consequence of holding back nothing. Now consider this, when I swung my blade at you just now, was the force immense? Yet I still halted it precisely at your throat, not an inch more, not an inch less. Could you achieve that? Hearing this, Lu Jinhao's eyes lit up, yet confusion lingered on his face. Brother Shen, I understand the principle, but how exactly do I reserve that precise fraction of power? Though he possessed a great talent and exceptional martial aptitude, he wasn't like Shen Xingchen or Bai Xia, those who grasped things instantly. Simply hearing Shen Xingchen explain it left Lu Jinhao feeling rather confused. He scratched his head and neck, feeling a distinct sense of frustration, like the great truth was right before him, yet he couldn't grasp it at all. Seeing his flustered state, face red, neck strained, fingers twitching, Shen Xingchen smiled again and said, "That's precisely why you need a good teacher to guide you. Come on, get into an offensive stance." Hearing this, the burly giant, standing a full 1.9 meters tall, obeyed like a well-behaved kindergarten child. His massive frame settled low, upper body leaning forward slightly, radiating the fierce presence of a tiger zeroing in on its prey. His fan-sized hands gripped the long blade tightly. Snake-like veins bulged prominently on the backs of his hands. He was clearly exerting himself to the absolute limit. Shen Xingchen thrust his wooden sword forward with his right hand, slapping against the man's bulging wrists. "Loosen your grip." The pain radiating from his knuckles made Lu Jinhao instinctively release his grip. The broad blade of the long sword dipped downward. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen struck the opponent's hands again with his wooden sword. "Too loose. Tighten it up." The pain on his knuckles made Lu Jinhao tighten his grip again. Shen Xingchen tapped the blade 7 or 8 more times, meticulously adjusting the pressure on his opponent's grip. After about a minute of fine-tuning, Shen Xingchen finally nodded in satisfaction. Remember this feeling. Everyone watched Lu Jinhao. After Shen Xingchen's meticulous adjustments, his stance and movements no longer carried the terrifying momentum of a tiger descending a mountain. Now, Lu Jinhao himself had become a towering mountain. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura of impenetrable invincibility. Impressive. A few words, a minute of adjustment, and he could transform a person's opening stance so dramatically. This was far superior to the martial arts instructor. However, merely adjusting the starting stance wasn't a complete lesson. After standing still for several seconds, waiting for the other to grasp the sensation in his hands, Shen Xingchen said again, "Come on, attack me again. Remember, even when swinging your blade, maintain that sensation of holding back 1 part of your strength. This reserved strength isn't for your enemy, it's for yourself. It ensures you always have an escape route and room for countermoves in battle." Hearing this, Lu Jinhao nodded solemnly. In the next instant, he erupted like a thunderclap. His broad, heavy blade whipped through the air, forming a dark crescent moon as it struck directly at Shen Xingchen. Crack! Shen Xingchen's wooden sword struck like a yellow lightning bolt, precisely meeting the opponent's blade. The next instant, the blade tilted just as before. But this time, Lu Jinhao stabilized his stance, using the blade's momentum to anchor himself. He planted his foot, twisted his body violently, and another black crescent moon appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. He held his sword still, merely shifting his stance and leaning slightly to the side. The broad blade narrowly grazed past Shen Xingchen's chest, swinging harmlessly into empty air. Lu Jinhao seemed to have come within inches of striking Shen Xingchen. Yet every student and teaching assistant present understood clearly. That tiny gap was as insurmountable as a chasm. Just then, Shen Xingchen's approving voice rang out. "Not bad. You've made great progress. Come on, though your control of force during the attack still has some flaws. 2 more times." Under Shen Xingchen's guidance, the once awkward opening stance became ingrained in Lu Jinhao's muscles. The previously flawed attacks became flawless with each successive round of guidance. After a series of sharp cracks, Shen Xingchen flicked his sword diagonally, stabilizing his opponent's stance. "That's good. Next one." Shen Xingchen recalled how Song Qingshuang had taught him when he first began his sword training as a child. First, explain the principles of the sword, then, correct through practice. Long illness makes a doctor, long study makes a master. Moreover, he possessed the discernment and experience honed from his previous life at the peak of martial saint realm. Teaching these martial arts students was a breeze for Shen Xingchen. Beside him, Lu Jinhao gripped his long sword tightly, panting heavily, yet his dark eyes shone with excitement brighter than the stars. "The pinnacle. Brother Shen, no, Father Shen, you're my real father. My mountain-splitting blade has actually reached the pinnacle. Whoa!" At that exclamation, the students who had been quietly watching Shen Xingchen's instruction erupted in a collective gasp. After all, not everyone possessed the genius of Shen Xingchen or Bai Xia. For ordinary students, mastering a martial art to the point of seamless integration at the 3rd level was already no small feat. Reaching the 4th layer, the pinnacle, depended on luck and how well one resonated with the martial art. As for the final realm of divine mastery, only those with immense willpower or extraordinary talent could ever reach it. Chapter 85, The Gap. In other words, Shen Xingchen's mere minutes of instruction had propelled Lu Jinhao's martial skill to the pinnacle of his entire life. Lu Jinhao's face flushed with emotion, nearly kneeling before Shen Xingchen on the spot. Once a teacher, always a father. This kneel, he felt, was worth it. Shen Xingchen acted swiftly, catching him before he fell. "You brat! I'm teaching you out of goodwill, and you're trying to shorten my life, huh?" The remark sent the entire crowd into uproarious laughter. Countless classmates suddenly realized that Shen Xingchen, the unapproachable genius who drew his sword at the slightest provocation, actually had a sense of humor after all. Hearing this, Lu Jinhao gave an awkward smile and bowed his hands toward Shen Xingchen. "No hard feelings, brother Shen. Just give me a shout if you need anything later. If we ever get to the battlefield, I, Lu Jinhao, will definitely die before you do." Shen Xingchen waved him off. "Get out of here. You saying stuff like that is just bad luck." He remembered Lu Jinhao. In his previous life, the lad had attended the military academy. During that massive beast tide, he charged on the front lines and sacrificed his life for the nation on the very day the tide erupted. He did indeed die before Shen Xingchen. Therefore, Shen Xingchen quickly cut off the other's words, fearing that this life might once again see a prophecy fulfilled. Lu Jinhao scratched his head and said no more, grinning foolishly as he descended the stairs clutching his long sword. This martial arts guidance? Not even a million would make him trade it away. As soon as Lu Jinhao left, the surrounding students turned their eager gazes toward Shen Xingchen, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Shen Xingchen waved his hand decisively. Starting from Lu Jinhao's position, proceed counterclockwise one by one. While Shen Xingchen's training session was in full swing, William's side was eerily quiet. They had witnessed Lu Jinhao's martial arts improvement. That tremendous improvement was undeniable. Was Shen Xingchen's teaching skill truly this high? It surpassed their martial arts instructors by 100-fold. If martial arts instructors could elevate a student's skill level by a whole tier with just a few words, would he still be teaching in the small town of Changnan? He'd have long since headed to the capital. How could Shen Xingchen, just one student, possess such extraordinary skill? For a moment, the students who had left Shen Xingchen's side felt a faint pang of regret. Shen Xingchen's martial arts instruction sessions delivered results that even a million-yuan course on the market couldn't match. By that calculation, each of them had lost millions. The thought alone was heartbreaking. But if Shen Xingchen possessed such skill, then William from abroad must be even more formidable. After all, America prided itself as the beacon of martial arts. And in the minds of countless people, America's martial arts prowess and theoretical expertise stand alone at the pinnacle. William, having received an American education from childhood, should understand teaching methods even better. In an instant, countless hopeful eyes turned to William. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, William felt immense pressure. He was practically sweating. Wait, Shen Xingchen, are you really good at teaching? This student-to-student guidance, isn't it just mutual praise, followed by chatting about well-known martial arts theories? How come when Shen Xingchen gets involved, it turns into a full-on, no-holds-barred teaching session? William was certain his own skills were no less impressive than Shen Xingchen's. But teaching other students? He genuinely had no clue. Under the expectant gazes of the others, he forced a smile and croaked hoarsely. "Alright, Chu Shiyao, you go first." Having sparred with Chu Shiyao for so many days, he knew her bad habits best. At least he wouldn't be at a loss for words when critiquing her. When William called her name first, a bright smile lit up Chu Shiyao's face. She knew it. William had her in his heart. The process was identical to what had happened with Shen Xingchen. Chu Shiyao initiated the attack, followed by William offering a few dry comments before personally correcting flaws in her stance. After this routine, everyone could sense Chu Shiyao's swordplay was indeed more methodical. But if you were to compare it to Shen Xingchen's leap in improvement, well, that was simply not the case. So when the entire sequence concluded after several minutes, Chu Shiyao still looked at William with an unsatisfied expression. She wanted more. She craved greater improvement. Preferably the kind that would let her crush Chu Shiyao with her own hands. Seeing her dissatisfied expression, seeing the lingering hopeful gazes of the others, beads of sweat formed on William's pale forehead. He was truly out of ideas. How could this woman be so foolish? He'd already explained the theory and adjusted her stance, yet her improvement was still so minimal? Shouldn't this be something she grasped at first glance? No matter how he taught her, she just couldn't grasp it. What martial arts look like to a genius is different from how they appear to ordinary people. Often, geniuses simply cannot comprehend ordinary people. Just like William now, he simply doesn't get it. He couldn't fathom how these people couldn't grasp something so simple. Shouldn't this be as natural as 1 + 1 = 2? How else is he supposed to teach them? He couldn't teach them a single thing. So, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, William said with a blank expression, "Alright, next." In an instant, William saw the light in everyone's eyes fade. The hopeful expressions abruptly shifted, replaced by thick disbelief. Is that it? That's all? So small? Such a minor improvement? So fast? The teaching was that quick? They hadn't even felt anything yet. This foreign kid, could he be a fraud? Watching the confusion in everyone's eyes turn to skepticism. A surge of unnamed anger flared within William. Is it his fault? Clearly, it's you great Xia people who are too stupid. Next. William suppressed his rage and continued speaking with a wooden expression. Just then, another cry of astonishment erupted from Shen Xingchen's side. Holy crap, Shen. You're a god. I'm blown away too. The atmosphere of surprise and excitement stood in stark contrast to William's side. The people surrounding William exchanged nervous glances before one finally steeled himself to step forward. William, please enlighten us. Maybe it really isn't William's fault, maybe that woman Chu Shiryao is just too stupid. The crowd comforted themselves with this thought. Even now, they refused to admit they had misjudged the situation. Yet the second person's improvement was even smaller than Chu Shiryao's. The margin of improvement was now imperceptibly small. Forget about a leap in martial skill mastery, they couldn't even tell the difference. What difference the instruction made before and after. In the time that followed, several more individuals gathered before William to receive his guidance. Yet the best results achieved were merely the same as Chu Shiryao's, a smoother sword strike. Meanwhile, over at Shen Xingchen's station, the gasps of astonishment never ceased. From the waves of gasps, it was clear. Anyone who received Shen Xingchen's guidance saw their martial arts mastery improve by at least one tier. Chapter 86, Regret. Meanwhile, on their side. Forget about advancing their martial arts mastery by a whole tier. Even those who managed to make any progress at all were few and far between. You could count them on one hand. Such a vast disparity left the countless students around William with furrowed brows and sighs of despair. For a moment, gloom hung over the arena. These students believed their talent was no less than anyone else's. So why is it that Shen Xingchen's classmates have made such astonishing progress? Why is their progress so minimal? It must be the teacher's fault. In an instant, everyone turned their piercing stares toward William. Though they remained silent, their questioning stares pierced him like sharp needles. William spread his hands in resignation. If you think I'm not up to the task, go find Shen Xingchen. I couldn't care less. He'd had enough of these idiots too. Hearing this, the students present paled. Most wore expressions of hesitation. Students, after all, are easily embarrassed. They were the ones who had just turned their backs on Shen Xingchen, yet now they were rushing back to him. They genuinely couldn't bring themselves to do it. Besides, judging by Shen Xingchen's progress, he could probably only teach the 10 who stayed behind at most. There was simply no way he could accommodate these latecomers. Forget it, forget it. The group sighed inwardly, then shifted their gaze to William with flattering expressions, insincerely saying, William, what you said, we think you're just as good as Shen Xingchen. Exactly. A sparse chorus of agreement echoed across the stage. Seeing this, William felt helpless. He genuinely didn't want to teach anymore. He shot Chu Shiryao a cold, piercing glance. If not for this woman, he wouldn't have gotten himself into so much trouble. Then, spreading his hands, he said, Very well, let's continue. At the same time, the students present, having noticed William's gaze, turned their own vicious stares toward Chu Shiryao. In that instant, they found the perfect outlet for their ignorant choices. Chu Shiryao. If only this woman hadn't opened her mouth. How could they possibly have abandoned Shen Xingchen? Had they not abandoned Shen Xingchen, they might have advanced their martial arts mastery by an entire tier by now. That single level of advancement would have been worth years, even a decade, of grueling training. And most crucially, the final 100 days before the college entrance exams were crucial. Training and assessments were extremely frequent, with generous rewards distributed based on rankings after each evaluation. As classmates, their skill levels were originally quite comparable. Yet now, those who supported Shen Xingchen had elevated their martial skills to mastery or even peak perfection, suddenly leaving the others far behind. It's almost certain that the dozen or so students surrounding Shen Xingchen would likely dominate the top 15 spots in the future elite class. Those who chose William, like them, could only trail behind, picking up the scraps. One step behind, and you fall further behind. This time, they've lost far more than just millions of credits worth of martial arts instruction. They'd also forfeited their chance to compete on equal footing with their peers in the future. When you add it all up, the losses amount to tens of millions of great Xia coins. As everyone knows, people rarely look inward for answers. Therefore, they blamed Chu Shiryao for the problem. When faced with real, naked interests, who gives a damn how pretty you are? Thus, even classmates who had previously held a somewhat favorable impression of Chu Shiryao instantly saw their regard for her plummet to its lowest point. The 20 or so classmates around her glared at Chu Shiryao with eyes that seemed to want to skin her alive. Her spine grew cold, goosebumps erupted all over her body, and she instinctively hugged her arms in a defensive posture. Time ticked by, and the martial arts demonstration drew to a close. Over at Shen Xingchen's side, the joyful chatter continued unabated, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Every student's face glowed with joy and radiance, each having made substantial progress in their abilities. Their gazes toward Shen Xingchen brimmed with admiration. After this lesson, Shen Xingchen gained another dozen or so loyal followers. This new batch of disciples were all top-tier geniuses from this year's Changnan City cohort, with a high probability of becoming influential figures in Changnan's power structure in the future. As for William's side, sighs echoed continuously, the heavy atmosphere resembling the night before a storm. Every face had turned ashen. They gazed across the arena at Shen Xingchen with a mix of resentment and envy, fantasizing about receiving his guidance themselves. Regret. They regretted it so much they could have slapped themselves, wishing they could travel back an hour to pin themselves beside Shen Xingchen. But there was no such thing as a regret pill. No amount of regret could change the outcome. Thus, over 20 students glared at Chu Shiyao with venomous eyes. If looks could kill, Chu Shiyao would have been killed 1,000 times over. Chu Shiyao herself felt deeply wronged. How could she have known that William was all show and no substance? In teaching ability, he couldn't hold a candle to Shen Xingchen. She lowered her head and whispered to her best friend. Why are all these people staring at me? I didn't invite them here. This is ridiculous, so frustrating. She muttered under her breath, only to find her best friend wasn't responding at all. Chu Shiyao turned to look at Zhang Jinka in confusion, only to find the other girl staring back at her with an equally icy glare. Damn it! Chu Shiyao shuddered in fright. Regaining her composure, she whispered. You're staring at me too. Jinka, we're best friends, you've gotta be on my side. Hearing this, Zhang Jinka's face twisted into a cold smile. Best friends? Is a best friend worth more than 10 million great xia coins? Give her 10 million daxia coins and she'd kill as many friends as she had. Seeing Zhang Jinka's hatred, William's resentment, and the loathing from her classmates, a wave of helplessness suddenly washed over Chu Shiyao. How had things spiraled into this? In that instant, she recalled Shen Xingchen, who had once been so attentive and caring toward her. Back then, whenever she faced similar situations, Shen Xingchen would always step forward and stand by her side. Back then, no matter what she did, she had a strong support system and a safety net. Now, every step she took felt like walking on thin ice, trembling with fear, completely fighting alone. In this moment, she truly missed Shen Xingchen. If given the chance to go back 2.5 years, she would absolutely accept Shen Xingchen's confession the very first time he confessed. She would never again overthink things or hold herself in such high regard. Sigh. Amidst Chu Shiyao's tangled thoughts, the tutorial officially ended. The dismissal bell rang punctually. The martial arts instructor, still seated, stood up with a smile. Alright, time's up. You truly never cease to surprise me. Some students' teaching skills are so high that even I, as their teacher, feel embarrassed. At his words, the students present let out a ripple of low chuckles. Though the martial arts instructor didn't name names, everyone understood he was referring to Shen Xingchen. After a moment of contemplation, the martial arts instructor stroked his chin beard, then strode forward to stand before Shen Xingchen. He extended an invitation. If you're interested, I can write a letter of recommendation to the teacher training college at Zhejiang University. I guarantee you early admission. For the first time, a bright spark flashed in the martial arts instructor's dull eyes. He had genuinely developed an appreciation for talent. A talent like Shen Xingchen, if he could enter the normal university to teach, who knows how many geniuses he might nurture in the future. Hearing this, the students present were all startled, and everyone looked at Shen Xingchen with envious eyes. That was Zhejiang University. As the saying goes, North Huajing, South Zhejiang. In the south, Zhejiang University was an institution that could go toe-to-toe with the two top-tier universities, Huacheng and Jingcheng. Huqing University emphasizes practical combat training for martial artists. Jingcheng University emphasizes theoretical research in the martial arts path. Zhejiang University, however, focuses on cultivating teacher training talent. Its teacher training college stands unrivaled nationwide, boasting the highest admission scores in the country. Once admitted to Zhejiang University's School of Education, one's future is assured to be either wealthy or prestigious. This letter of recommendation is something countless people dream of but can never obtain. Facing the martial arts instructor's invitation, Shen Xingchen shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Professor, but I already have my heart set on an ideal institution. His sights were set on Huacheng. At Huacheng University, freshmen could be selected for the National Exploration Team, granting them faster access to the essence of the world. Moreover, as the most prestigious institution in Great Xia, the resources and privileges it offers its students are unparalleled. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the martial arts instructor's eyes. Yet he merely nodded and said no more. Indeed, with Shen Xingchen's talent and combat prowess, he truly deserved a better place. Teaching and nurturing young minds was certainly commendable. But pioneering secret realms for the nation and exploring the world was also an excellent path. Shen Xingchen's refusal drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. Still, they understood his reasoning. What cultivator didn't dream of joining an exploration team? Who wouldn't want to be hailed as a towering national hero, celebrated in state reports, even immortalized in statues for worship? Shen Xingchen's choice came as no surprise to anyone. They merely sighed. For a top-tier genius like Shen Xingchen, the paths open to him were simply too numerous. His life's journey stretched out before him, vast and terrifyingly wide. His life was truly boundless. Unlike them, ordinary students whose life possibilities plummet with every misstep. Their margin for error was minuscule. Alas, such a life would come to an end tomorrow. No matter how promising a genius might be, defeating a martial master in such a short time was utterly impossible. The martial contract is signed. No matter how vast the open fields, they become a cramped box, devoid of any hope. What a pity! Feeling the pity in the gazes around him, Shen Xingchen forced a smile. Once he completes the golden bone cultivation tonight, even 10 Shen Tianlins combined wouldn't be enough to challenge him. He couldn't care less about tomorrow's so-called martial pact battle. To him, what he ate tonight mattered far more than tomorrow's battle with Shen Tianlin. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. Soon, Li Xiaoman, clad in loose martial arts robes, came into view. Chapter 87, Operation Commence. Compared to her usual bodycon skirt and business suit, Li Xiaoman's loose martial arts uniform was clearly more suited for combat. At the same time, her feet weren't clad in the familiar high heels, but in a pair of equally combat-ready flat shoes. She glanced around and nodded. Everyone's here. Follow me. As they walked, Li Xiaoman explained today's squad assignments. The 45 students from the elite class were divided into 5 teams of 9. Gifted students like Shen Xingchen, William, Bai Xie, Zhu Shiyao, and Lu Jinhao would serve as squad leaders. Shen Tianlin, Lin Xinxue, Li Xiaoman, martial arts instructor Zhang Baogua, and another late-stage martial arts master would serve as guardians. The strength of the protectors was determined by the squad leader. The stronger the squad leader, the weaker the guardian. After all, intelligence indicated that the most powerful of these cultists who had slipped through the net were merely at the peak of the martial trainee stage. Even the weakest guardian, martial artist Lin Xinxue, could easily crush them. Thus, Lin Xinxue was paired with Shen Xingchen. William corresponds to Shen Tianlin. Li Xiaoman corresponds to Bai Xie. Zhu Shiyao and Lu Jinhao each face off against one of the martial arts instructors. According to reliable sources, the strongest cultist in this group is at the peak of the martial trainee tier, with an extremely low probability of encountering a martial artist-level cultist. At that time, the path protectors will safeguard everyone. On the bus, Li Xiaoman shared intelligence about the mission. These rat-like cultists have now been cornered into a dilapidated demolition zone. Your mission is to capture or eliminate as many cultists as possible. Both capture and elimination are worth 1 point. Rankings will be determined by squad scores, which will dictate rewards. Got it? In the early stages of martial cultivation, the Great Xia Empire has never encouraged individual heroism. Therefore, most combat training and secret realm exercises are conducted in a team-based format. This time is no exception. The students present paled visibly upon hearing the mission details and scoring system. Capturing and killing both earned 1 point. But any fool knew capturing an enemy alive was several levels harder than simply killing them. In other words, both the academy and the authorities were actively encouraging them to kill their enemies. After all, martial cultivators must eventually shed blood. Those who only slay beasts and monsters cannot be considered true martial cultivators. This is the inevitable path every martial cultivator must tread. After all, humans can often be far more terrifying than beasts. But this day has come far too soon. Typically, such lessons only come at the university level. Who could have imagined that they would face such a trial so soon after awakening their talents? Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, Li Xiaoman explained. Apparently, there have been reforms to this year's college entrance exams, so the school has made corresponding adjustments. Everyone nodded in understanding. As they spoke, everyone boarded the bus led by Li Xiaoman. Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie sat together as usual. The bus swayed as it started moving toward their destination. I won't be by your side this time. Be careful with everything. After taking his seat, Shen Xingchen closed his eyes slightly, conserving his energy while murmuring softly to Bai Xie. Though the guardian was nearby to protect them, the probability of danger was extremely low, but not entirely non-existent. He naturally felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Moreover, ever since he had reborn in this life and begun to reveal his sharp edges, many things that had never appeared in his previous life had started to surface. For instance, this practical combat training had never occurred in his previous life. Shen Xingchen couldn't predict what unexpected twists might unfold. Hearing this, Bai Xie's eyelashes fluttered slightly. I'm an 8-star martial disciple now. You can rest assured. It's you who needs to think before acting, don't be so impulsive. She recalled the scene when Shen Xingchen had drawn his sword and charged toward the martial sect leader. Back then, Bai Xie had genuinely feared Shen Xingchen would be struck dead by the martial sovereign's principal with a single slap. As she thought about it, she somehow recalled the incident at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion a few days ago and couldn't help but add. Also, when arguing with others, try not to resort to violence if you can help it. Why are you so quick to fly off the handle? You're starting to look more and more like a street thug. If Song Jianxian says one word to you in the future, are you going to draw your sword on her too? What if you ever provoke someone who's truly tough? You'd be finished. Kids from ordinary families like Bai Xie are taught from childhood. Behave yourself in public, keep a low profile, and always prioritize harmony. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. He turned to look at Bai Xie, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. Bullying others is always better than being bullied yourself. I don't pick on honest people. What's wrong with picking on scoundrels? It's ridding the world of pests. You should be calling me a great hero. Besides, how could I possibly draw my sword against Song Jianxian? And believe me, even if I did draw my sword against Sword Immortal Song, she wouldn't strike back. Hearing this, Bai Xie rolled her eyes. Shen Xingchen was bragging again. Next he'd probably claim Song Qingshuan was his mother. The bus sped along the highway. After about half an hour, it pulled to a stop in front of a demolition zone. Li Xiaoman was the first to disembark, followed by the other path guardians and students in single file. Dusk had already fallen. The last vestiges of sunlight were gradually swallowed by the decaying old city. In the fading light, the crimson demolition characters on the walls of each building stood out starkly. Ensure surveillance badges are properly secured on your chest. Li Xiaoman reminded everyone, personally ensuring each student wore their surveillance badge. Each badge contained a miniature high-definition camera. Should any unexpected incident occur during the operation, the armed forces stationed outside the demolition zone would spring into action instantly, doing everything possible to protect the students' safety. Preparations complete, Li Xiaoman's expression turned stern. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded, "Begin the operation." 5 squads sprang into action, racing toward the dilapidated demolition zone under their respective captains' leadership. Shen Xingchen's team moved the fastest. Whether intentionally or not, Li Xiaoman had assigned all members of this squad to be former students of First High School. These 8 students had resolutely chosen Shen Xingchen during the previous training sessions. Under Shen Xingchen's guidance, each of them had made significant progress in their footwork. Thus, the moment the operation commenced, Shen Xingchen's team immediately pulled ahead of the others. Entering the demolition zone, the already dim daylight was blocked by towering, dilapidated buildings. The streetlights lining both sides of the road had long since lost their power supply. For a moment, though it was merely dim, the entire demolition zone plunged into darkness as deep as midnight. "Turn on the lights," Shen Xingchen commanded calmly. The surveillance badges served not only as monitoring devices but also as light sources. Hearing Shen Xingchen's command, the students present pressed the buttons on their chest badges without hesitation. Chapter 88, The Beautiful Woman. Instantly, countless beams of bright light shot forth from everyone's chests. The previously dark surroundings were instantly illuminated. Bathed in the light, those in the demolition zone finally saw the path ahead clearly. The path ahead branched chaotically into several forks. At the end of each fork lay darkness so profound that the eye could not see through it, and light could not reach. Shen Xingchen stood at the center of the crossroads, pondering for a moment before striding toward the most central fork. Taking this path meant he wouldn't have to travel too far to support whichever team needed assistance. It was important to remember that besides the surveillance badges, the school had also equipped each student with signal flares. The moment a shot rang out, a dazzling signal shot skyward. Other available squads could then rush to the scene immediately. Teams that successfully executed a rescue operation would earn at least 10 points, with no upper limit on the potential reward. And given Shen Xingchen's personality, as long as these students didn't provoke him, they were all his dear classmates. When necessary, he would naturally lend a helping hand. After all, these students are the backbone of the future resistance against the beast tide. Even without point rewards, he would still go to support them. Thus, Shen Xingchen walked resolutely down the path he had chosen. The other team members raised no objections whatsoever. After the previous guidance session, even if Shen Xingchen were to lead them to eat, they'd still believe Brother Shen had some deeper meaning they were too dull to grasp. Not to mention this was merely choosing between paths that appeared nearly identical. The other squads arrived shortly after, each selecting their own paths. At this point, the 5 teams from the elite class were completely separated. Shen Xingchen, leading the way, kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. Dark windows on both sides could have enemies leaping out at any moment. He ordered his team to form up. They formed a triangular formation in groups of 3. These smaller triangular formations combined to create a larger triangular formation, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Shen Xingchen led the vanguard. Guardian Lin Xinxue brought up the rear. The most vulnerable positions front and rear were guarded by the 2 strongest members, minimizing risk to the utmost. This maneuver earned a silent nod of approval from Lin Xinxue, who brought up the rear. She had assumed Shen Xingchen would rely solely on his formidable strength, charging forward recklessly without a thought for his teammates. Now it seemed she had underestimated Shen Xingchen. Not only was he exceptionally gifted in martial arts, but his leadership skills were equally formidable. Just then, Shen Xingchen's ears twitched at the front. He distinctly heard a faint rustling sound coming from both windows. The next instant came the click of a crossbow bolt being loaded. This sound stood out distinctly in the silent box. Not only did Shen Xingchen hear it, but the classmates following closely behind him also caught the sound. Yet by the time the crossbow was cocked, they had no chance to react. With a sharp whistling sound, the crossbow bolt pierced the still night sky. The icy projectile, carrying a bone-chilling intent to kill, hurtled toward all the students. The enemy actually possessed such a weapon. A chill gripped their hearts as weapons at their waists shot out in an instant. Yet in the brief moment it took to unsheath swords and daggers, the crossbow bolts already close slammed into their faces. They were less than half a meter away. At such close range and with such little time, these martial arts students had no chance to react. As the crossbow bolts threatened to pierce their flesh, the students unaccustomed to the brutal reality of combat closed their eyes in sheer terror. They dared not witness the gruesome sight of their bodies riddled with bloody holes. At that very moment, Shen Xingchen moved. The moment he detected the rustling sound, he drew the Xian sword from his waist. As the swarm of crossbow bolts filled his vision, he thrust his feet off the ground. His massive frame, weighing a full ton, erupted with explosive force. The immense recoil propelled him forward like a cannonball. The terrifying force caused everyone present to feel their feet tremble, as if a minor earthquake had struck. They instinctively opened their eyes and looked ahead. At that single glance, their eyes instantly widened in shock. Hanging in the pitch-black sky above the alley, a bright, full moon had appeared. The moon hung high, its light cold and clear. Arrows flying from all directions shattered upon contact with its icy light, stripped of all potency. Only then did the crowd realize. This was no ordinary moon. It was clearly a sword strike unleashed by Shen Xingchen. The cool, rounded moonlight traced the very path of the sword in his hand. Grade D sword technique, full moon dance, masterful. With a single swing, the sky-filling volley of arrows shattered completely, crashing to the ground. The sound of shattering arrows echoed incessantly. Shen Xingchen landed heavily, sword in hand. The heavy thud in his cold voice snapped everyone present out of their shock. What are you standing around for? Form groups of 4 and search. Shen Xingchen could certainly have used the momentum of his attack to thrust through the window, slaying those cultists firing from the shadows with a single strike. But if he did that, what would be the point of the trial? What would be the point of real combat? He couldn't let his 8 team members become cowardly, battle-fearing useless fools under his protection, could he? Therefore, he merely cut down the enemy's first and strongest wave of attack. The finishing work still needed to be done by these team members themselves. Without seeing blood, how could they complete their transformation from students to warriors? At Shen Xingchen's cold rebuke, the group snapped back to reality. They felt ashamed for their momentary lapse. Thus, upon hearing Shen Xingchen's command, they obeyed without complaint, gripping their blades and striding toward the perilous towers flanking the area. Shen Xingchen and Lin Xinxue each selected a small squad to follow behind. As they stepped onto the precarious staircase, it groaned under their weight. Shen Xingchen strode up to the second floor, where he found 3 cultists clad in black robes, hooded, and masked. Each clutched a crossbow, glaring menacingly at them from the doorway. Yet not a single bolt remained on any of the crossbows. It seemed their earlier assault had depleted all their ammunition. The moment Shen Xingchen appeared before them, the 3 cultists' vicious expressions abruptly shifted. They had witnessed firsthand Shen Xingchen's almost inhuman prowess. To sever 9 crossbow bolts with a single sword strike, such prowess was only attainable by a martial artist at the peak of their power. For a mere student to possess such formidable power. Facing such a formidable opponent, even if they fought with their lives, they couldn't alter the outcome. As this thought crossed his mind, the leader in black robes flicked his eyes. He set down his crossbow, pulled back the hood covering his head, and yanked the mask from his face. It was a woman. Her features were sharp and defined, her skin fair and smooth. The cascading waves of her hair lent her an undeniable allure. Chapter 89, Kill. Witnessing this, the 4 members charging at the front stared in disbelief. In their minds, cultists were supposed to be those eccentric types with spiky hair and thick glasses. How could it be such a beautiful woman? For a moment, their grip on swords and knives loosened slightly as they instinctively turned to look at Shen Xingchen, their eyes pleading for guidance. Seeing their expressions, Shen Xingchen cursed inwardly. You bunch of headless chickens. 1 second ago, she was aiming to shoot you all down, and the next, she shows her face and you don't know what to do? Of course we kill. On the battlefield, there are only enemies and allies. There are no men or women. Kill. After all, these were students, not the expedition's regular troops. Shen Xingchen still had patience, coldly uttering a single word. Hearing Shen Xingchen's icy command, the 4 men in front gritted their teeth, gripped their weapons tightly, and let out a strange cry as they prepared to strike at the woman. But at that very moment, the woman suddenly collapsed to her knees with a thud. Her expression was sorrowful, her face streaked with tears as she sobbed, her voice choked with grief. Save me. Please, save me. I was lured in by these very people. I had no choice. I never wanted to harm you. Please, save me. Get me out of here. I'm useful. I can tell you where the others are hiding. Hearing this, the 4 men in front halted their advance. Judging by her appearance and age, it actually seemed plausible. After all, she kept pleading to be saved, not to be spared. Would a real villain talk like this? In that moment, the innocent students wavered. Shen Xingchen's expression turned cold. Though it was merely training, this was still a real battlefield. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. No matter what happened, these men should obey his commands. They shouldn't be swayed by a few words from a clearly enemy presence and disregard his orders. Kill. Shen Xingchen reiterated firmly. Don't make me say it a third time. As the words left his mouth, Shen Xingchen's pupils suddenly contracted. In the next instant, his entire form vanished from where he stood. The 4 figures ahead felt a violent gust of wind howl past their ears. The cold night wind carried a chilling metallic scent. The next second, a piercing scream erupted from behind them. The 4 snapped around in shock to see a blood-soaked severed arm flying high into the air. The severed limb struck the ceiling before plummeting downward. With a thud, the arm hit the floor, followed by a clink. The short dagger clutched in its palm fell into view. In the eerie glow of the night, the dagger's blade reflected a dark green light. It was clearly laced with deadly poison. At the sight of the poisoned dagger, all 4 of them shuddered simultaneously. Their eyes darted between Shen Xingchen, whose expression was frozen in utter coldness, and the blonde woman clutching her wound and wailing incessantly. Their hearts plummeted to the depths of despair in that instant. Had Shen Xingchen not been there, this dagger would likely have pierced the heart of one of them. What should have been an easy victory was about to turn into a bloody disaster with someone gravely injured or even dead. All of this was because they had repeatedly ignored Shen Xingchen's orders. Realizing this, the 4 of them dared not even lift their heads to meet Shen Xingchen's icy stare. What did I just say? Seeing their demeanor, Shen Xingchen first severed the arms of the other 2 with a single sword strike, then advanced toward the 4 with his blood-stained blade. Only then did the 4 snap out of their daze. Summoning their courage, they replied. Kill? Shen Xingchen's expression remained as cold as ice. Then what are you standing around for? Those words gave the 4 immense courage. In that instant, they hesitated not a moment longer. Ignoring the wails of the 3 cultists before them, ignoring their pleas for mercy. Blades flashed, blood spattered. The thick, pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils, punctuated by occasional, uncontrollable retching sounds. First-time killers, it was inevitable. After composing themselves, the 4 obediently approached Shen Xingchen, awaiting punishment. Gazing at Shen Xingchen's expressionless face, as still as a calm lake, they exclaimed in awe. Brother Shen truly lives up to his name, he kills without batting an eye. They realized Shen Xingchen surpassed them not only in martial talent. In terms of mental fortitude, Shen Xingchen still crushed them. To the surprise of the 4, Shen Xingchen, though scowling, said nothing and simply led them downstairs. After all, they were still students. Wasn't the purpose of practical training to correct mistakes? Since the objective had been achieved, Shen Xingchen saw no need to dwell on it further. But if these 4 dared to make the same mistake again, he would undoubtedly pick them up and beat the crap out of them. Though Shen Xingchen said nothing, his icy scowl alone made everyone feel the pressure mounting. They trailed listlessly behind Shen Xingchen, each looking as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. As the 9-member squad regrouped, Shen Xingchen finally spoke. Field training is no different from the real battlefield. I won't dwell on the principle that military orders are as immovable as mountains. I'll state this plainly, on the battlefield, there are only enemies and allies. There is only one way to recognize the enemy. With that, he flickered his wrist, flinging the long sword in his grasp. Viscous, bloody spray scattered through the air, splattering onto everyone's clothing. Crimson stains bloomed like bloody flowers upon their garments, marks that seemed both imprints and warnings. Shen Xingchen gripped his sword, his expression as cold as death itself. Kill. The advance proceeded with remarkable ease. In the blink of an eye, dusk gave way to deep night. Having endured wave after wave of bloody slaughter, the group underwent a profound transformation. Even when ambushed by hidden arrows, the remaining 8 could handle the situation effortlessly without Shen Xingchen needing to intervene. Their obedience to Shen Xingchen's commands had reached absolute compliance. Gone were the hesitant expressions of before. The dry retching from their first kills had also vanished. Each of them was covered in thick, dried bloodstains. Yet their eyes shone brightly, as if they could burn a hole through the dark night. To be fair, this combat training exercise wasn't particularly difficult. After all, these cultists had almost no martial artists among them. Under the assault of the 9-member squad, these stragglers could scarcely inflict any substantial damage. In terms of difficulty, Shen Xingchen felt it was even easier than their previous secret realm exploration. Still, this level of challenge was perfectly suited for a rookie's first killing trial. Suddenly, a piercing whistling sound erupted through the silent night sky. In the next instant, blood-red fireworks blazed vividly against the velvety black canvas of the night sky. A signal flare. That color, it was William's signal flare. This extremely low difficulty combat training, could it really be forcing William, a fighter with SS-tier martial talent, to seek outside help? Shen Xingchen watched the crimson fireworks high in the sky, then waved his hand decisively, leading his team to provide backup. Let's go! Chapter 90, William severely wounded. No time to think. Every second of hesitation increased the probability of others dying. Though Shen Xingchen knew William had been secretly brewing some plan all along. But he didn't care. As long as the sword remained in his grasp, all schemes and intrigues were meaningless before him. Besides, Shen Xingchen could choose not to save William, an outsider. But the other 8 classmates, there was no reason not to save them. With that thought, the group of 10 broke into a sprint. Before long, Shen Xingchen led them to the entrance of an alley where fireworks were bursting. Standing at the entrance, a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Under the light shining from their chests, the alley's earthy yellow, darkened walls were already covered in splattered blood. The blood on the walls was still slowly trickling down, not yet congealed into clots. This meant the fierce battle had only just ended. Shen Xingchen's mind raced as he took in every detail. With another sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded, "On guard, advance." The group obeyed, swiftly advancing in their original formation. The deeper they ventured into the alley, the more pungent the thick stench of blood became. And mingled within that foul stench was a sharp, chemical-like tang. Noticing this, Shen Xingchen's brow furrowed deeply. Poison or a sedative? Shen Xingchen sniffed the air, unable to identify the precise nature of the scent. But the stinging sensation in his nostrils was undeniable. His advancing steps halted, and he was just about to speak. At that very moment, the clanging of swords and shields erupted from the corner ahead. Someone was fighting. Shen Xingchen's expression hardened as he planted his feet and surged forward. Rushing around the corner, a piercing silver blade glinted starkly in the pitch-black alley. A burly man, easily 2 meters tall, wielded a broad, heavy blade nearly as tall as a man. Like a god of death, he leapt down from above. The massive blade swung down like a mountain, crushing down, slashing fiercely toward William's head. If that blow landed cleanly, William would likely be cleaved clean in two. William, positioned below, his pupils contracted as he crossed his sword and dagger upward to block. As he raised his arms, his eyes transformed into a deep emerald green. His handsome face lost all expression, and a divine aura seemed to emanate from him. War God's true body. Physical prowess doubled. William's physical prowess was already double that of other warriors at his level, and now it doubled once more. Though he was currently only a 9-star martial trainee, his physical prowess now rivaled that of a 4-star martial artist. Simultaneously, the crossed blades above his head abruptly shifted apart. The screeching friction of blade against blade echoed like the reverberations of hell. In an instant, the two weapons parted. His right-hand long sword, both attacking and defending, slashed upward diagonally, aiming straight for the broad, heavy blade overhead. William's right-hand blade collided with the broad, heavy blade, producing a hissing friction sound. Golden red sparks erupted from the point of contact. Yet the blade in William's grasp moved with the fluid grace of a fish, smoothly guiding the broad blade to shift sideways. At that very moment, his now free left hand unleashed a deadly strike. The gleaming silver blade darted through the night sky like a venomous serpent, striking toward the enemy's heart. With a sharp slash, the enemy's chest armor sliced open like tofu. Beneath lay a dark, bruised expanse, heavy armor concealed beneath the garments. Yet this heavy armor proved as fragile as paper against William's left-handed blade, offering barely a moment's resistance. The blade easily pierced the opponent's heart. D-rank two-handed technique, fish dragon dance masterfully executed. As he watched the blade pierce the enemy's heart, a flicker of relief crossed William's pure white eyes. But in the next instant, his pupils contracted once more. The top-tier weapon he had spent a fortune forging was now being held fast by the sheer muscle of the man before him. The blade pierced the flesh but was lodged within the muscle, unable to advance another inch. Such an injury wouldn't even qualify as severe for an enemy as massive as a giant, let alone be fatal. The pause in his left-handed attack gave the giant suspended mid-air an opening. A flash of bloodlight flickered in the commander's eyes. The deflected blade shifted momentum, its target now swinging from William's crown toward his throat. This strike was so incredibly fast. William, his reflexes greatly heightened, raised his right hand again, the long sword clashing with the giant blade once more. But this time, the enemy was clearly prepared. A colossal force crashed down like a mountain collapsing. The moment the blades met, the immense force instantly shredded the fabric of William's right sleeve. Veins bulged menacingly beneath the swollen muscles. This enemy possessed physical prowess at least on par with a martial artist at the peak of their abilities. William's entire right hand was already ruined, and now his head was about to be severed. Shen Xingchen's eyes flashed. He bent his knees, planted his feet, and shot forward like a soaring swallow. His long sword traced a brilliant arc through the air. The next instant, the enemy mid-air felt a chill at his throat. Then, the seemingly inexhaustible strength that had once filled his entire body rapidly drained away. He couldn't even hold onto the massive blade in his hand. Before he could comprehend what had happened, his instincts compelled him to glance downward at his neck. A thin line of blood slowly emerged from his skin. His entire field of vision began to sink downward. Am I being killed? That final thought flashed through his mind. The next instant, his consciousness faded into nothingness. His massive body crashed down from midair, kicking up a cloud of dust. William felt the immense pressure on his right side vanish abruptly. He turned to thank Shen Xingchen, but as he shifted, the entire right side of his body felt as if it had vanished, utterly numb and devoid of sensation. Glancing sideways, he saw his clothing torn to shreds across that half, the exposed flesh still covered in blood. Under the crushing weight, William's entire right side could no longer bear the burden. Flesh and bone burst apart. Shen Xingchen's eyes flickered at the sight of his opponent's condition. Such injuries would require days of rest and recuperation, even with the finest medicinal treasures, to avoid lasting complications. Could it be that this disturbance wasn't caused by William after all? Before Shen Xingchen could speak, the rest of the squad and Lin Xinxue had already rounded the corner. When they saw William, half his body drenched in blood, gasps erupted from their lips. Could there truly be a presence within this demolition zone capable of inflicting such severe injuries on William? Wasn't the peak level supposed to be just martial artist? Instantly, a chill ran down everyone's spine as a palpable sense of danger surged within them. They gripped their blades tightly, but the cold metal offered no comfort. William was already this badly injured. If the enemy wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as snapping a finger? Before the group could recover from their shock, William forced down the agony in his body and swiftly relayed the intelligence he possessed. The enemy has martial arts masters. Not just one. Assistant Instructor Shen is being held back by the enemy. The others? At this point, William's expression darkened. Dead. Chapter 91, Simultaneous Betrayal. The word dead struck like a sledgehammer to their hearts, leaving them reeling. Dead? 8 students dead? This wasn't just a simple combat training exercise, wasn't it meant to let the students see blood and build their courage? How could anyone die and so many at once? Among the enemy, martial arts masters were even present. The intel was wrong. Completely wrong. Shen Xingchen's expression darkened, while Lin Xinxue, as the guardian, immediately called for reinforcements. Yet the next moment, Lin Xinxue's expression darkened even more than Shen Xingchen's. She tapped her handheld radio, but only static crackled through it, not a single human voice. The communication signal was being jammed. Witnessing this, the other students instantly turned pale. The communication signal had been jammed. This meant the enemy knew their countermeasures inside out. This live fire exercise was likely entirely under the enemy's control. In that instant, the students' roles were completely reversed. They had gone from hunters to prey. Before anyone could process this revelation, William spoke again, delivering another chilling revelation. I personally witnessed one of the enemy martial artists bypassing the ambush on Assistant Instructor Shen and heading east. It's highly likely other students are under attack. This revelation sent a chill through every heart. The enemy actually had a mobile martial artist lurking in the shadows. Shen Xingchen's expression abruptly darkened. Before formally entering the alley, he had extended his divine sense to briefly scan the advanced directions of all squads. He was in the center, William's squad slightly east, and the easternmost squad's clan leader was none other than Bai Siye. Bai Siye was in danger. Shen Xingchen's usually composed expression finally showed a flicker of change. A flicker of satisfaction passed through William's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I can lead the way." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed as he nodded urgently. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Lin Xinxue spoke up. "Should I take the other students away for now?" Shen Xingchen shook his head, refusing outright. "No. We move together. As long as these people stayed by his side." Possessing the Han Yuan Shan sword, bearing the Dragon God physique and martial Dao true body, and mastering several transcendent sword techniques, he was confident he could protect these classmates. But if they strayed from his sight and had the misfortune of encountering that martial artist lurking in the shadows, Lin Xinxue alone would be utterly powerless to resist. Then, both Lin Xinxue and the remaining 8 classmates would die. This was a scenario Shen Xingchen refused to see unfold. Hearing this, Lin Xinxue nodded silently and followed behind Shen Xingchen. Though the other students were visibly terrified, they understood Shen Xingchen's decision was for their own good. Thus, they gritted their teeth and followed him. After swallowing a pill to stabilize his injuries, William led the group forward swiftly. Unlike the straight alley where Shen Xingchen had been, this street wound through countless twists and turns. Without a guide, finding the battle site would be nearly impossible. With a guide, Shen Xingchen's search for the enemy was significantly shortened. Before long, the clanging of blades and the clash of weapons reached their ears. "We're almost there," William murmured, turning abruptly to lead the group into another alleyway. Shen Xingchen followed closely behind, turning into the alley as well. The scene before them suddenly opened up. Hidden within this cramped alley was a surprisingly spacious open area. Within it, 3 martial artists clad in black robes were closing in on Shen Tianlin, weapons drawn. Shen Tianlin fought back with his sword, his clothes completely torn to shreds. Every inch of exposed skin bore horrifying wounds. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen suddenly sensed something was amiss. Knowing Shen Tianlin as he did, how could such a man sacrifice his life for an unrelated student? How could he willingly sacrifice his own life to hold off 3 enemy martial masters? Shen Tianlin should have fled the moment danger arose. In that instant, Shen Xingchen's alertness sharpened. Therefore, upon entering the clearing, he did not rush to draw his sword but instead cautiously scanned his surroundings. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted from the outer wall on one side of the airspace. The wall caved in, covered in spiderweb-like cracks obviously struck by a heavy object. The next instant, another thunderous crash echoed. The precarious wall, unable to bear the weight, finally collapsed. Amidst the billowing dust, a frail figure was flung backward. Li Xiaoman. Hanging in midair she was as fragile as a kite with a broken string, her face pale as death. As she flew backward, a gush of blood spurted from her mouth. At the same moment, a towering figure emerged from the swirling dust. A man of bulky build, his entire body filled with layers of fat, came into Shen Xingchen's view. He wielded a meteor hammer. At both ends of the pitch-black, steel cast chain hung two solid iron balls, each the size of basketballs. It was these two iron balls that had smashed through the wall moments ago, sending Li Xiaoman flying backward. Martial Master Peak. A normal person struck by a flail would have their flesh and even bones pulverized into dust in an instant. Even Bai Xie, a martial artist, had the striking point deeply embedded within her body. Pale bones pierced through the collapsed flesh. But as a mere 4-star martial artist, she couldn't possibly withstand such an opponent, no matter how desperately she fought. Just as Li Xiaoman was about to crash heavily to the ground, Shen Xingchen moved. His feet planted firmly on the ground, propelling his entire body forward like a cannonball. Mid-air, he stretched out both arms and caught Li Xiaoman, her body barely recognizable as human, in his embrace. He could watch Shen Tianlin get beaten to death by the enemy. But he could not stand by and watch his teacher get hammered to death. Yet just as Shen Xingchen sprang into action, Shen Tianlin and the three black-robed martial artists, who had been locked in fierce combat at the center of the clearing, suddenly halted their struggle. Then, as if rehearsed, the four charged at Shen Xingchen simultaneously from the four cardinal directions. Four weapons swung toward Shen Xingchen in an instant, sealing off every possible escape route. Suspended mid-air, Shen Xingchen's hands were fully occupied by Li Xiaoman's body, leaving him utterly unable to draw his sword. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt their eyes widen in horror. Lin Shenxue was the first to react, drawing her long sword with a sharp whine and lunging forward to aid him. But at that moment, a cold breeze swept past her. Before her stood William, his eyes gleaming silver, dragging half his body as he stared at her expressionlessly. "Assistant Professor Lin, I am your opponent." William, the top genius in everyone's eyes, and Shen Tianlin, the trusted assistant professor, had betrayed them simultaneously. To successfully lure Shen Xingchen, William had sacrificed his own severe injuries to lower Shen Xingchen's guard to its lowest point. He had always known Shen Xingchen was guarding against him. Chapter 92, Blood Rage. Had he not inflicted severe wounds upon himself, merely disclosing intelligence of dubious authenticity might not have sufficed to lure Shen Xingchen, given the latter's vigilance. Therefore, even at the cost of damaging his own foundation, he had to play out this charade. After all, Shen Xingchen was the most crucial ingredient in the Satan Project. Should the Satan Project succeed, he, William, would forcibly elevate his SS-tier martial talent to an unprecedented SSS tier. At that moment, he would become the undisputed #1 talent in the entire world. Even if he committed heinous crimes, the United States of America standing behind him would spare no effort to protect him. In the face of such dazzling prospects, what did a few injuries matter? With his support blocked and his hands restrained, Shen Xingchen appeared to be in grave danger in everyone's eyes. Even the 8 students present felt. Shen Xingchen was already a dead man. After all, how could a mere student possibly survive the sudden, coordinated assault of 4 martial masters? Even a peak martial master couldn't guarantee they'd withstand such a sudden onslaught. Perceiving the icy killing intent radiating from all sides, Shen Xingchen's expression remained as calm as still water. The moment he set out, he had anticipated this very scenario. After all, he had long known. A man like Shen Tianlin would never sacrifice his life for a student. Though the bloodstains on Shen Tianlin's body appeared terrifying. In truth, none had struck a vital spot or caused fundamental harm. His injuries were even less severe than William's. He could see at a glance that Shen Tianlin was putting on a show. And the purpose of this performance, naturally, was to take his life, Shen Xingchen's life. Shen Tianlin was too impatient, unwilling to wait even a single day longer. All of this was within Shen Xingchen's control. He had already devised a way to break the deadlock. Already prepared, he swiftly shifted his embrace of Li Xiaoman from both arms to just one hand. Instead of drawing his sword with his now free right hand, he slapped it against his waistband. The instant his palm touched the black gold belt, a brilliant black gold light erupted, enveloping Shen Xingchen within its glow. The light twisted and distorted, then instantly solidified into tangible armor. The armor featured a starry sky-like base of profound ink, inlaid with dark, matte, and luxurious flowing gold patterns. Ancient, dark-hued molten gold patterns, imbued with death and slaughter. The deep ink-black hue across its entire surface resembled the veins and tendons of a colossal beast lurking in the darkness, enveloping Shen Xingchen in an eerie, sinister aura. Armor complete. Witnessing this, Shen Tianlin's eyes flashed with disdain. Merely an external armor. Even the finest armor on the market could only marginally elevate a martial artist's strength by 1 tier. And what was a martial artist who advanced by 1 tier? A martial master. How could a martial master who relied on external power possibly master their own strength perfectly? How could they block attacks from 4 opponents at the same level? Nothing but desperate resistance. Shen Xingchen, you are destined to die by my hand. A savage grin flashed across Shen Tianlin's face as his slender sword struck directly at the armor's vulnerable throat. A crisp clang echoed. The tip of the slender blade met Shen Xingchen's armor, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. Yet to Shen Tianlin's astonishment, his strike failed to pierce the armor? Simultaneously, the attack trajectories of the other three were nearly identical, each thrust aimed directly at Shen Xingchen's throat. The armor's weakest point was struck 4 times in succession. Any armor on the market would have been shattered by their fierce assault. Yet Shen Xingchen's black gold armor showed not even a single scratch. It simply wouldn't break. Witnessing this, both Shen Tianlin and the 3 cloaked figures shared a look of profound disbelief. What on earth is this? Is that even armor? You're clearly cheating. After a moment of stunned silence, the 4 men swung their blades once more, aiming straight for Shen Xingchen's throat. Shen Tianlin shouted while attacking. Keep attacking. His body can't sustain this armor for long. This was the thought echoing in everyone's mind. The more powerful the external aid, the greater the demand on one's vital energy and physical constitution. Forcing its use would overwhelm the body, causing vital energy to surge violently and ultimately leading to explosive death. And indeed, that was precisely what happened. After activating the black gold belt, Shen Xingchen's vital energy surged by 2 major tiers, just as before. His vital energy, originally at 60 points, surged wildly to 1,000 points, forcibly elevating him to the martial marquis realm. Such a frenzied and colossal surge proved unbearable even for Shen Xingchen, who had only achieved minor mastery of the Yipaishio devouring heaven body. The surging blood and chi raged through his meridians like a raging river breaking its banks. In an instant, countless microscopic cracks appeared in the divine meridians painstakingly forged through immense effort. A pain like 1,000 needles pierced his entire body. 5 seconds. 5 seconds at most. Beyond 5 seconds, even Shen Xingchen's physical body would be utterly unable to endure. Yet for Shen Xingchen, a martial lord tier practitioner, 5 seconds was more than enough to deal with 4 martial masters. He forced down the pain radiating throughout his body. His right hand, encased in black gold armor, shifted, fingers pressing against the sword hilt. The instant Shen Xingchen's right hand touched the sword hilt, the 4 assailants felt a chill run down their spines. In that instant, it felt as though death itself had locked onto them, every cell in their body screaming in agony. In an instant, they forcibly halted their attacks and retreated swiftly. Shen Xingchen was clearly in some amplified state. A mere few seconds of engagement would cause their defenses to crumble. They possessed enough sense to recognize this. Moreover, their extensive combat experience prompted each to choose a completely different escape route. Even if Shen Xingchen launched a powerful counterattack, he could only kill 1 or 2 at most. It would have no impact whatsoever on the subsequent battle. Yet they still underestimated Shen Xingchen, underestimated his sword. Yet no matter how swift their escape maneuvers, how could they possibly outpace Shen Xingchen's blade? Even with Li Xiaoman as an obstacle in his arms, Shen Xingchen drew his sword with unhurried composure. Drawing the sword, striking out. The blade flashed. In an instant, the pitch-black alley was filled with sword light. The beams of light, like feathers falling from the heavens, blurred into indistinct streaks. It seemed as though every flash of light was a feint. Yet each seemed to harbor a chilling intent to kill. Students at the martial trainee realm couldn't comprehend it at all. Yet one thing was clear to them. 4 martial masters fleeing in different directions were caught by a single sword beam. Their retreating forms suddenly halted. In the next instant, the sword light sliced across their necks. 4 heads were propelled skyward by the gushing blood. 1 strike, 4 kills. C-rank sword technique, feathered immortal, truly transcendent. Only when the heads rolled clattering to the ground at their feet did everyone snap back to reality from the breathtaking strike. They wanted to cheer, to applaud, to celebrate their narrow escape from death. But in the next instant, the joy froze on every face. Chapter 93, You Truly Delight Me. In the center of the clearing, Shen Xingchen, the newly crowned sword god in everyone's eyes, watched as his armor shattered inch by inch. The magnificent armor dissolved into shimmering light, vanishing into thin air. With the armor gone, Shen Xingchen's horrifying injuries were laid bare before everyone's eyes. His skin was completely shattered, exposing twisted, grotesque muscles. Beneath the flesh, veins pulsed like writhing snakes, their surging blood and chi causing blood to spatter outward. This armor. Shen Xingchen trembled as he crushed the precious medicine he had been hiding behind his molars. Ever since his rebirth, he had kept a precious pill in his mouth every morning, precisely to prepare for sudden emergencies like this. After all, anything could happen within an expedition team. Shen Xingchen had long cultivated the habit of taking his medicine in advance. As the precious medicine entered his stomach, a warm current surged within him, swiftly spreading to every limb and bone. The tearing pain throughout his body was suppressed by the pain-relieving properties of the precious medicine. His surging chi and blood were swiftly calmed. The gushing blood finally ceased. Yet Shen Xingchen, his flesh churning and covered in viscous blood, still looked as ghastly as a vengeful spirit. This armor is definitely problematic. Had this black gold belt not been personally gifted to him by his mother? Shen Xingchen would have suspected someone was trying to frame him. The 5-second window he'd anticipated was completely off. The instant he drew his sword, the moment he channeled his chi and blood, the already turbulent energy erupted completely out of control. The runaway chi and blood raged like a bulldozer, crashing wildly through his meridians, flesh, and bones. Had Shen Xingchen not already achieved minor mastery in his S-grade body tempering technique, he would have been reduced to a bloody pulp the instant his armor vanished. It was terrifying. When he first used the black gold belt in the secret realm, it hadn't caused such terrifying side effects. Moreover, Shen Xingchen could distinctly sense a frenzied, malevolent consciousness surging through his raging chi and blood toward his mind. Yet this faint consciousness was instantly crushed and obliterated under the dragon god's gaze, exerting no influence whatsoever. Yet this assault on his divine soul still left Shen Xingchen trembling with dread. The spiritual assault was weak, but what about the next time? Might it surge exponentially like the physical side effects? Now was not the time for such thoughts. Shen Xingchen forced his thoughts aside, concentrating all his energy on channeling the body tempering technique to mend his physical wounds. At that moment, William's silver white eyes turned toward Shen Xingchen. A flicker of delight shone through the otherwise godlike, detached gaze. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Shen Xingchen, you truly delight me. Indeed, choosing you was the right decision. As the most crucial primary agent, the greater his demonstrated talent and potential, the higher the success rate of the satanic plan and the more powerful its effects once achieved." How could William not be pleased? As he turned, Lin Xinshuo seized the moment to draw her sword for a strike. A slender blade flashed abruptly through the air. At that very moment, a slender, emerald-green snake darted out from the sleeve of William's left arm. The snake shot forward like an arrow, its inverted triangular head making no attempt to dodge or evade, instead charging directly toward the tip of Lin Xinshuo's sword. The moment it touched the sword tip, a black ray light erupted from the snake's head. A sharp clang echoed as Lin Xinshuo's carefully aimed strike was forcibly blocked by the tiny green snake. The intense recoil sent Lin Xinshuo's wrist jerking back, forcing her body to retreat violently. That force? She stared in disbelief at the sword in her hand. Under her gaze, her 1,000-forged treasure sword worth hundreds of thousands was being shattered inch by inch. A spirit beast. A peak martial artist level spirit beast. Spirit beasts differ from immortal beasts, though they share innate power and can be cultivated as companions through human connection. However, they cannot form contracts with humans and thus cannot maintain absolute loyalty. Their innate talents also cannot be shared with martial cultivators, making them purely combatants. Most crucially, advancing and nurturing a spirit beast demands vast resources and an extremely lengthy process. The resources and time required to cultivate a spirit beast are several times greater than those needed to train a martial artist of the same realm. Yet the unique advantage of spirit beasts is this: its cultivation realm can far surpass that of its master. Thus, top-tier noble families often select loyal and gentle-natured spirit beasts as guardians, keeping them close to protect their descendants. Lin Xinshuo never imagined William would possess such a creature. Gazing upon the formidable spirit beast at the peak of the martial artist realm, despair once again surged within Lin Xinshuo's heart. Support! Why aren't they here yet? Even if the signal was jammed, the road guards couldn't call for outside help. But the military personnel monitoring the situation should have become alert upon noticing the loss of so many surveillance feeds. After all this time, why hasn't backup arrived yet? Hearing the sound of a long sword shattering behind him, William turned, his silver white eyes looking down at Lin Xinshuo. "Don't worry, Assistant Lin. Your turn will come soon. You and Bai Siye are both rare, top-grade medicinal ingredients. The Satan Project. It's a god-making scheme secretly orchestrated by several top families in America. They collect the essence, blood and brains of countless geniuses from across the nations, then use secret techniques to extract the latent talent factors hidden within. By fusing countless potent talent factors as catalysts and supplementing them with talent stones, the probability of talent evolution can be dramatically increased. And he, William, is the chosen one designated by countless noble families. Today, he would possess the world's first and only SSS-grade martial arts talent. Given time, the entire world would tremble beneath his feet. He would lead America, lead his family back to greatness. The mere thought of it brought a radiant smile to William's face. At that moment, heavy footsteps and the clanking of chains echoed from beyond the shattered walls. The bulky, towering man reappeared, his left hand wielding a flail while his right hand gripped a woman by the back of her neck. He hauled her into the clearing as easily as carrying a small chicken. Seeing this, Lin Xinshuo's eyes widened in shock. The woman was none other than Bai Siye. Her eyes were tightly shut, her face pale, her entire body covered in shards of broken ice. Only a streak of blood at the corner of her lips stood out, a startling crimson that was impossible to ignore. William frowned at the sight and asked, "She's not dead, is she? If she's dead, it'll affect the efficacy of the medicinal ingredients. Losing a B-grade herb wouldn't matter, but if an S-grade top-tier herb lost its potency and jeopardized the plan, that would be absolutely unacceptable." The bulky, towering man shook his head and tossed her into the center of the clearing. Bai Siye's body rolled several times across the ground. The immense impact jolted her consciousness back. She attempted to stand, but overwhelming weakness and excruciating pain prevented her from even sitting up to brace herself with her hands. Baisia could only manage to roll over, gazing at the man standing nearby, blood soaked like a gourd, sword in hand. Though his face and body were covered in blood. Baisia recognized Shen Xingchen at a glance. Chapter 94, The Flesh Mountain. Seeing Shen Xingchen gravely wounded and near death, an inexplicable emotion welled up within Baisia. She shifted her gaze from Shen Xingchen's shattered form to the 4 headless corpses and the 4 skulls with eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. 4 martial masters. Had he truly reached this level? He had fought alone against 4 and killed them all. And she, Baisia, couldn't even handle a single martial artist. How laughable that just hours ago she had sat on the bus, brimming with confidence, telling Shen Xingchen. She was already an 8-star martial disciple. Martial trainee, what a laughable realm. For the first time since awakening her talent, Baisia bitterly despised her own weakness. Her lips trembled as she strained toward Shen Xingchen, desperate to speak. William witnessed this scene. His silver white eyes flickered as he commanded. Begin. Bleed them and extract their brains. Those with B-rank talents don't require such precision, just kill them and cut off their heads like before. For A-rank talents, drain every drop of blood and extract the brain. As for Shen Xingchen, Baisia, and Lin Shishua, those 3 S-rank talents, I will handle them personally. He had already tampered with Chu Shiryao and Zhang Jinka. The 2 scattered across both teams will unconsciously walk over here, and their squads will follow suit. Then, they will offer their essence, blood and brains, sacrificing the martial talents that embody their very essence, to be cast into the grand satanic plan. And he, William, would tread upon the bones and blood, the spirit and flesh of countless geniuses, ascending to the supreme altar of divinity. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a maniacal grin spread across William's face. He drew the scalpel from his waist with a swift backhand motion and strode toward Shen Xingchen first. Good things, he always tasted first. Besides, Shen Xingchen's talent was too formidable, his potential too vast, and the variables too numerous. The sooner he died, the sooner William could rest easy. Watching William's advance, Baisia mustered her last ounce of strength to lunge forward, grabbing his ankle and tugging him back to halt his progress. William looked down at the pale, blue-tinged fingers clutching his ankle, a cold smile curling his lips. What a lovely display of mutual affection. I, William, am no villain. Soon, I'll send you both on your journey together. So you'll have company on the road to the underworld. As he spoke, he pulled his right foot free, flinging the hand off his ankle. Without another glance at Baisia, he continued tossing the knife in his hand as he approached Shen Xingchen. His gaze fell upon Shen Xingchen, covered in blood, and a hint of uncontrollable amusement flickered in his eyes. He knew Shen Xingchen's current physical state all too well. In his current state of chaotic chi and blood, Shen Xingchen couldn't even hold a sword to fight. Merely leaning on it to stay upright was a miracle. In this state, Shen Xingchen, even if he were a god descended from heaven, he could not create another miracle. William had the victory in the bag. A smile flickering in his eyes, William wasted no words. He swiftly closed the distance behind Shen Xingchen. The crimson, bulging muscles exposed beneath Shen Xingchen's skin caught his gaze. Far from repulsed, he scrutinized the young man's physique with intense focus. Finally, his greedy gaze settled on the back of Shen Xingchen's neck. Aiming precisely, William flicked his right hand. The cold scalpel reflected a stark white glow beneath the night sky. Whoosh! The scalpel sliced toward Shen Xingchen's neck at blinding speed. A cold wind, mingled with the metallic chill of steel, swept past Shen Xingchen's back. His heart grew colder, yet his mind remained sharper. Such severe injuries demanded more recovery time, even for his physique. Now was not the time to act, not even to move. The slightest movement would shatter the fragile equilibrium he had just managed to maintain within his body. Then, his vital energy and blood would erupt violently within moments. Not even the heavens themselves could save him. But Shen Xingchen had never been alone. He possessed a divine beast bound to his fate, sharing life and death with him. As the scalpel sliced through the air, Shen Xingchen's torn sleeve fluttered slightly. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, an imperceptible spatial fluctuation emerged. In the next instant, dark purple spatial turbulence concealed within the night's darkness flared up behind William. With a sharp hiss, the spatial turbulence sliced through William's armor like the sharpest blade in existence. The most luxurious overarmor available on the market crumbled like thin paper before the power of space. A cold, twisted aura reached William's neck in an instant. His hand froze mid-motion as a sudden, visceral sense of mortal peril erupted within him. In his martial god true body state, his neural reflexes had been heightened to an unimaginable degree. Even as the spatial turbulence narrowly missed his neck by mere centimeters, William still managed to duck and bend his waist violently, narrowly evading the sudden strike. Even so, a searing pain still radiated from the top of his head. William straightened up, crimson blood dripping from his torn scalp, staining his handsome face grotesquely. Simultaneously, his luxurious golden hair was sheared into a receding hairline. His innate aristocratic bearing seemed absurdly out of place in this moment. But now was no time to worry about dignity or image. William dared not linger for even a moment. His feet kicked furiously against the ground, propelling his body backwards several meters in an instant. Unconcealed fury blazed in his silver-white eyes. And in the midst of that fury, an indescribable dread took root in his heart. So close. Just a hair's breadth away, and he truly would have died. All his dreams of becoming the supreme martial artist, the world's greatest, would vanish with his death. Who struck the blow? And who else had hidden cards up their sleeve? His eyes darted around in shock and suspicion. The little black dragon's dark form was concealed within a spatial fissure. Even without the cover of night, no one could detect its presence. As a divine beast of spatial attributes, the little black dragon was born the ultimate assassin. The tall, heavy-set man, hearing the commotion, swiftly stepped forward with his flail in hand, his heavy footsteps echoing as he guarded William. His eyes, squeezed into slits by the fleshy folds of his face, scanned the wound on William's scalp. In a deep voice, he murmured, "Spatial fluctuations. Spatial power. Young master, use the space sealing orb." As he spoke, several more imperceptible spatial disturbances surged from the cracks. But the burly man's frame was simply too massive. Once he shielded William, his entire body stood immovable as a mountain range. Even if a spatial steel blade could pierce his skin with ease. His absurdly thick layer of fat served as the world's most invincible armor. Countless wounds bloomed across the fat man's body, yet what flowed from them wasn't crimson blood, but a yellowish-white, greasy fat. Grade A talent, Flesh Mountain. An upgraded version of Zhang Jinka's B-rank talent, thick skin, renowned throughout the world for its absolute defensive power. However, practitioners possessing this talent accumulate fat as their cultivation level increases, eventually transforming into a veritable mountain of flesh. Chapter 95, The Choice. By the later major cultivation realms, the excessive fat accumulated by those with the Flesh Mountain talent makes even daily movement a struggle. Every step they take, every time they raise their hand, consumes vast amounts of energy. However, in the early stages, this side effect isn't quite so terrifying. Conversely, from the early cultivation stages all the way to the peak of the martial sovereign realm, practitioners with the Flesh Mountain talent could, to a certain extent, rival those with S-class martial talents. This speaks volumes about their formidable defensive capabilities. Even the little black dragon, currently only at the martial artist realm, found itself momentarily unable to overcome it despite possessing the bonus of absolute true damage. Space Sealing Orb. William's eyes lit up at the mention of this name. Before undertaking great endeavors, one must naturally consider how to retreat successfully. The Space Stabilizing Orb was one of their treasures, designed to complement the Space Breaking Orb as a set. The former stabilizes space, nearly halting all spatial fluctuations. The latter was its only countermeasure. Under the influence of the Space Stabilizing Pearl, the Space Breaking Pearl could forcibly tear open space, constructing a stable teleportation channel for William and his companions to escape Great Xia. William never imagined. The very tool meant for escape was now being used to save their lives. But with the situation pressing at hand, there was no time for further deliberation. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his head, he retrieved a jet-black orb and pressed it firmly. Instantly, tangible purple spatial ripples radiated outward in concentric waves, enveloping the entire open area. As one of the trump cards of the Satan Project, the Space Sealing Orb possessed an extremely high rank. Aside from the Space Breaking Orb, only martial saints could forcibly break through its barrier. The young black dragon, currently only at the martial artist realm, naturally couldn't resist the power of the Space Sealing Orb. Under the encircling purple ripples, its dragon body, concealed within the fissure, was exposed to the real world. The majestic dragon coiled in the heavens, its head bowed low. Within its golden eyes lay an indescribable aura of overwhelming might. A true dragon had appeared. Seeing the majestic creature soaring high above, both the fat man and William were startled. They never could have imagined that Shen Xingchen's ally wasn't human, but rather this legendary immortal beast. Was Shen Xingchen's trump card actually a divine beast? Instinctively, William cast his gaze down at the small green snake beside him. The once venomous and vicious snake now trembled violently under the overwhelming dragon's aura. Its once haughtily raised triangular head now lay submissively pressed against the ground. If this snake could burrow, it wouldn't be lying flat now, it would have already crawled into a hole. His once proud spirit beast. Before Shen Xingchen's divine beast, it was as lowly as a stray dog. An indescribable jealousy crept into William's heart. But soon, a savage grin twisted his face. Ha! Excellent! Heaven truly favors me. My satanic plan possesses the essence and talent of an S-rank genius, the essence and talent of a rule system genius, yet it still lacks the essence and talent of a single divine beast. You beast, come down! As he spoke, he slammed his hand down on the Space Sealing Orb. The previously mild spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted into a violent frenzy. The treacherous spatial energy raged like a mad beast, channeling William's intent into a single point as it shot skyward, its target none other than the little black dragon circling above. Witnessing this scene, the little black dragon's eyes lifted slightly, its slender form slicing through the night sky. Its spatial abilities were merely suppressed, it wasn't completely crippled. As a top-tier true dragon, even with only 60 points of vitality, it could still unleash power and speed far surpassing any martial artist of the same rank. Its slender, jet-black form, silhouetted against the night, resembled a formless specter. The golden flames of rage that never died in its eyes resembled the ghostly fires of the underworld. In an instant, the dragon lunged before William. Its long tail lashed out, striking directly at the hand clutching the space-sealing orb. Yet someone moved faster than the little black dragon. The massive mountain of flesh shifted once more, its heavy flail erupting with unimaginable velocity. The solid iron ball, as large as a basketball, whistled through the air with a bone-chilling sound, forcibly intercepting the little black dragon's tail. Thud! The black dragon's tail was struck precisely by the enemy. In an instant, fine black dragon scales shattered into fragments, and countless droplets of jet-black dragon blood spattered forth. The little black dragon's body, mid-air, suddenly swayed. As the sole surviving peak martial artist and a man possessing martial talent rivaling S-rank, his combat prowess was overwhelmingly dominant across the entire battlefield. Even a true dragon of noble blood could not turn defeat into victory against a tenfold disparity in vitality. Yet, a true dragon could not. Shen Xingchen could. By Sia's entanglement. The little black dragon's ambush. The deployment of the space-sealing pearl. One by one, these minor events finally bought him enough time to recover. His right hand tightened around the long sword as his bowed head slowly lifted. His skin split open, flesh torn and exposed. His wide-open eyes held no trace of black or white, only pure, blood-red color filled them. Holding his long sword, he no longer resembled a human being, but rather a vengeful specter crawling out of the inferno to claim souls. With a sharp clang, the sword was drawn from the ground. The clear, resonant ring instantly captured everyone's attention. Watching Shen Xingchen rise once more, sword in hand and drenched in blood, William's eyes lit up as if he'd discovered some rare treasure. That talent. This talent. Absolutely incredible. But it didn't matter. Soon, all this talent would belong to him, William. William refused to believe Shen Xingchen could still wield a sword in such a state. His hand gripping the sword was trembling. And when the others present saw Shen Xingchen's face, their hearts trembled as well. It was plain for all to see. Shen Xingchen was at the end of his rope, desperately needing rest. Shen Xingchen swayed slightly, then waved his now free left hand. The little black dragon, dodging attacks midair, let out a low growl. In the next instant, it vanished from everyone's sight. Witnessing this, William recoiled in shock, instinctively retreating back into the protective mass of his bodyguards. But wasn't that spatial ability sealed? But he quickly realized. This wasn't spatial ability. It was the lifebound contract between the divine beast and its master. The divine beast empowered its master, temporarily doubling the master's vitality. Realizing this, William couldn't help but smile. You actually dare to tamper with vital energy? You truly don't know the meaning of death, Shen Xingchen. Truth be told, William genuinely feared Shen Xingchen might overdo it and ruin himself, thereby compromising his value as the primary ingredient. With a deep sigh, he feigned magnanimity. Alright, stop struggling. You're the most crucial piece. As long as you surrender peacefully without resistance, I can choose to release either Lin Shenxue or Bai Xie. After all, we have the essence blood and innate talents of the celestial beast to replenish us. Releasing one won't hinder the progress of the satanic plan. Chapter 96, Feng Liao. But if Shen Xingchen, the most crucial ingredient in this formula, were to die, William could be certain his satanic plan would fail 100%. He knew exactly what mattered most. Seeing Shen Xingchen unmoved, William upped the stakes. This is the deal, I'll spare all 8 students in your squad provided you cooperate fully. Rest assured, my hands are swift. It won't hurt. Shen Xingchen, surely you wouldn't be so selfish as to let your personal feelings lead to the deaths of 8 students and a genius? By the end, William had adopted a sanctimonious tone, launching into a moralistic lecture directed at Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen's right hand tightened around his long sword as his hunched back slowly straightened. The black dragon chi blood enveloped him, doubling his own chi blood. Shen Xingchen now possessed a full 120 points of vital energy, successfully ascending to the realm of martial artist. Yet, it was still insufficient. Even with the 8-fold boost from the martial god true body and dragon god body. At his absolute peak, Shen Xingchen could only muster 960 vitality points, barely reaching the pinnacle of martial master. This places him on par with the burly man wielding the meteor hammer. But Shen Xingchen was currently in a gravely wounded state. His full strength cannot be unleashed perfectly, reducing his power by at least half. But don't forget, Shen Xingchen never relied solely on others' martial talents. His own martial talent was inherently the world's strongest SSS tier, truly the only SSS tier in existence today. The mirror realm of all phenomena. Shen Xingchen's crimson eyes suddenly widened, blazing with a chilling brilliance. His rule-type talent activated instantly. In an instant, 1/10 of the fat man's vital energy was siphoned out and infused into Shen Xingchen's body. 99 vitality points. Combined with his own vitality, Shen Xingchen's total now soared to 219 points. William, sensing something amiss, paled visibly. The smile on his face froze instantly. Yet someone reacted faster than him. The fat man who had been guarding him beside William stomped his feet. Despite his bulk, he suddenly burst forth with agility unimaginable for an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, he covered 10 meters of open ground, the flail in his hand whistling through the air. The immense force slammed toward Shen Xingchen's head. A killing blow. In that instant, the fat man abandoned all thought of the satanic plan. For the keen intuition that had saved him countless times since birth now screamed. If he didn't stop Shen Xingchen now, not only would the plan be ruined, but even whether William and himself would survive would be in question. No matter how swift the fat man's movements were, the 10-meter distance ultimately slowed him down by a fraction. During his desperate charge, Shen Xingchen's blood-red eyes were invaded and overtaken by pure silver white. Against the backdrop of those silver eyes, his previously mangled, monstrous visage now seemed to radiate a distant, divine aura. Seeing those eyes, William's pupils contracted. He knew them all too well. Wasn't this his own martial true body? How could it appear on Shen Xingchen? Yet in the next instant, blazing gold erupted like furious flames within Shen Xingchen's eyes as well. The raging gold and silver colors intertwined, finally coalescing into a pair of white gold eyes that radiated both majesty and divinity. Simultaneously, across Shen Xingchen's shattered flesh and blood, fine black scales began to sprout inexplicably. The flesh on his forehead surged, and a pair of fierce, curved yet majestic and splendid dragon horns pierced through his skin. The dragon god's body. With two supreme physiques now combined, the heavy flail slammed toward Shen Xingchen's face from the left. Sword in his right hand, Shen Xingchen had virtually no chance to raise it against this powerful, swift strike. But did Shen Xingchen even need his sword now? He raised his left arm. The dense dragon scales covering his entire arm surged along with the flesh, as if possessed of their own will. The scales on his left hand rose at a 45-degree angle. Tiny black scales resembled sharp blades embedded in his hand. In the next instant, Shen Xingchen clenched his left fist and swung it violently toward the meteor hammer, which was larger than his own head. His dark, scale-covered fist appeared minuscule before the flail. It was like a mantis trying to stop a cart, utterly reckless. William couldn't help but shout. Spare his life. He still needed. But before he could finish, his mouth snapped open in shock. A pair of silver-white eyes widened in intense emotion. He clearly saw Shen Xingchen's hastily thrown punch. The meteor hammer in the fat man's hand, crafted at great expense, shattered like brittle paper, splintering into pieces. Splattered iron shavings rose all around, blanketing the open space as if an iron rain had fallen. The cold metallic scent permeating the air sent a shiver down William's spine. He felt as though something had slipped beyond his grasp. Shen Xingchen shattered the flail with a single punch, paying no heed to the stunned expression on the fat man's face. His left fist shot forward again, delivering another punch straight to the fat man's face. Seeing this, the fat man's eyes narrowed. His enormous belly surged upward like a wave, forming a shield to protect his face. Shen Xingchen's fist landed squarely on the belly. The scales on his knives instantly sliced through the man's skin. Viscous, slimy fat poured from the wounds, clinging to Shen Xingchen's attack like glue. It was utterly revolting. Shen Xingchen frowned. Flesh wall, truly one of the world's most elite defensive talents. It actually managed to block his strike in this state. Yet, it was only one strike. His right hand pressed against the sword hilt shifted. In the blink of an eye, the Han Yuan Xian sword was drawn from its scabbard. A clear, resonant sword cry pierced the heavens. A piercing phoenix cry rang out almost simultaneously with the sword's song. Shen Xingchen thrust his sword forward, still aiming for the fat man's face. Seeing this, the fat man resorted to his old trick, using his bulging belly as a shield once more. Yet, shielded by his belly, he remained unaware. Having reached the martial sage realm, Shen Xingchen could now channel his vital energy into the blade. The deep blue, icy vital energy blazed like fire. Flames spread, sparks flew, and at the tip of the sword, a phoenix spread its wings and soared. Grade B sword technique, Phoenix Blaze executed with divine mastery. The true phoenix manifested, amplifying the flames coiling around the blade 1,000-fold. What had merely been flames covering the blade now shot forth, transforming into towering blue flames that instantly engulfed the burly man's massive body. In that instant, skin, fat, flesh, bones, and everything else all turned to ash in the icy flames. A top-tier defensive talent, a supreme martial master only a hair's breadth below the rank of Martial Duke. Before Shen Xingchen, he still could not withstand a single strike. With the target of the mirror of all phenomena dead, the vital energy he had stripped away dissipated. The vital energy that had surged through reliance on those 99 points of vitality likewise dissipated. Chapter 97, Satan's Blood. Shen Xingchen's vitality plummeted to 960 points. But now, his opponent was only William. William was merely a 9-star martial trainee. Even if his vitality were 9.9 points, quadrupling it wouldn't reach 40 points. Before Shen Xingchen, this arrogant genius who fancied conquering the world was no different from an ant. And William watched as his most trusted subordinate was reduced to ashes by Shen Xingchen. An indescribable wave of terror instantly washed over him. When he met Shen Xingchen's gaze, his entire body shuddered involuntarily. Without a moment's hesitation, William drew the jade bottle he had concealed on his person. The bottle was pure white, its body nearly transparent. The liquid inside was equally pure white, resembling thick yogurt. This was the culmination of decades of the Satan Project. For decades, the family behind William and other top-tier financial clans had hunted countless geniuses across the nations, conducting innumerable experiments to extract their essence and brains. The final product? Just this one small vial of liquid. Yet behind this vial lay the lives of countless geniuses, the anguished cries of countless families. Yet even so, the satanic elixir still fell short of the ultimate product. According to expert research, the success rate of taking the potion now to elevate an SS tier talent to SSS tier is less than 10%. Decades of accumulated wealth from countless families and conglomerates weren't built to gamble on a mere 10% chance. Yet now, William had no choice but to gamble. For the colossal vital energy within it could cause his own vital energy to surge wildly. Even if it failed to elevate his talent tier, his vital energy would still surge by at least 1,000 points. The martial sage realm would be sufficient for him to match Shen Xingchen, or even crush him. As this thought crossed his mind, a flash of hatred flickered in William's eyes. He didn't have time to remove the stopper. He simply tossed the jade bottle into his mouth, intending to chew it up and swallow it whole. By all logic, Shen Xingchen should have drawn his sword to stop him immediately. But the massive loss of vital energy, combined with the severe injuries he had barely suppressed earlier, triggered another violent surge in Shen Xingchen's qi and blood. But with the experience gained last time, Shen Xingchen suppressed the discomfort within his body almost instantly. Yet such forced suppression only made the subsequent eruption of his injuries all the more severe. Yet at this moment, Shen Xingchen could care less. By the time he opened his platinum-colored eyes again, the jade bottle had already landed in William's mouth. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's pupils contracted sharply as his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The swiftest strike unfettered. The instant Shen Xingchen drew his blade, an inexplicable fluctuation of his soul suddenly emerged. Then, the soul fluctuation rapidly condensed into a single point, transforming into a steel needle that shot toward Shen Xingchen. William was actually a rare soul cultivator. To be fair, this foreign kid was a genuine top-tier genius. Among his peers worldwide, those whose innate talent could rival William's could likely be counted on one hand. Faced with this sudden spiritual soul attack, anyone, even a genuine martial marquis, would be stunned for a moment. But William was facing Shen Xingchen. As the sudden soul attack pierced Shen Xingchen's mind, the black dragon coiled within opened its dragon eyes. Golden pupils seeped with soul flames of immense status. In an instant, the steel needles piercing his mind were incinerated into nothingness. Shen Xingchen's movements remained utterly unimpeded. He erupted with a sword strike, cleaving off the entire lower half of William's face along with his mouth. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen's left hand darted out, snatching the blood-stained jade bottle mid-air with pinpoint accuracy. With the sword swing, the suppressed injury erupted once more. Raging qi and blood surged through his veins like venomous serpents, shredding flesh and bone alike. The intricate dragon scales covering his skin shattered inch by inch under the onslaught. A more hideous, more horrifying Shen Xingchen was exposed before everyone's eyes. His body went limp, and he found himself utterly unable to swing his sword a second time. Shen Xingchen could only barely prop himself up with his sword, clutching the jade bottle tightly in his hand. But soon, Shen Xingchen sensed something terribly wrong. Every cell within his body screamed with hunger, an indescribable craving engulfing his entire being. And that craving emanated precisely from the jade bottle clutched in his hand. The blood of Satan. The solution to the violent upheaval of qi and blood lay in using the finest medicinal ingredients to soothe every wound along his muscles, meridians, and bones. What medicinal ingredient in the world could possibly rival the essence and talent of 10 million geniuses? The blood of Satan clutched in Shen Xingchen's hand. Without a doubt, it was the finest remedy. His own body would never betray him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, under William's furious glare, Shen Xingchen mustered his last ounce of strength and hurled the jade bottle into his mouth. Unable to chew, the bottle slid down his throat and into his stomach. Shen Xingchen, having achieved minor mastery of the Yi Paixio devouring heaven technique, now possessed a stomach that had truly transformed into a Paixio. Not only could it digest a small jade bottle, but even if the chaos primordial iron were to enter, the stomach would digest it just the same. Under William's despairing gaze, the jade bottle was instantly digested. A viscous white liquid transformed into boundless energy, surging through every limb and bone. Yet witnessing this, William's gaze shifted from rage to delight. He wanted to laugh out loud, to point out just how foolish Shen Xingchen was. But without a mouth or tongue, he could only emit a series of muffled whimpers. Yet the ecstatic expression on his face made it clear to everyone. The tide was turning in William's favor. William laughed wildly inside. Shen Xingchen, oh Shen Xingchen, your cleverness has truly been your undoing. You'll shove anything down your throat. You're not afraid of stuffing yourself to death. Satan's blood, is it something anyone can just swallow? No. He, William, is the most suitable candidate. First, one must possess a sufficiently powerful divine soul to suppress the wails and fury of the countless souls trapped within Satan's blood. Second, one must possess either an SS grade talent or dual S grade talents to withstand the immense potency of Satan's blood. Otherwise, one would explode and die. Finally, Satan's blood lacks not only a top-tier genius as its final catalyst, but also the most crucial stabilizer. Consuming it now would cause one's vital energy to surge dramatically in the short term. However, once the effects wear off, it will trigger an extremely violent chi and blood upheaval. For ordinary martial artists, this would result in severe injury requiring a period of patient recuperation to recover. But Shen Xingchen had already endured 2 such chi and blood upheavals. Another one? Even a god would face certain death. 3 trials, each more grueling than the last. Shen Xingchen, what gives you the right to survive? Chapter 98, A Life or Death Struggle. After the Satan's blood was swallowed into his mouth and fell into his stomach, Shen Xingchen instantly felt an icy chill seep through his throat and stomach. Before he could muster his chi and blood to resist the chill, the icy chill within his belly abruptly transformed. In an instant, it felt as though millions of blazing fires raged within Shen Xingchen's body. The flames spread, engulfing his entire body in scorching heat within the blink of an eye. Within a single breath, the scorching heat transformed once more, giving way to that bone-chilling coldness that felt capable of freezing the soul to death. Within mere seconds, Shen Xingchen's body endured the extreme fluctuations of scorching heat and bitter cold. His complexion and skin alternated between ashen and crimson, while his entire being involuntarily emitted muffled groans. The anguish embedded in those groans caused the expressions of everyone present to shift. The students, cowering and trembling in a corner, witnessed Shen Xingchen's pitiful state. Their eyes then swept over the blood-soaked corpses littering the floor before collectively fixing on William, whose face was half destroyed. Now, all 5 martial masters lay dead. The sole surviving enemy, William, was gravely wounded. They were all students, all martial apprentices. 8 against 1, there was no reason they should lose. These students, trained under Shen Xingchen's guidance, refused to remain cowards any longer. Their earlier hesitation stemmed from knowing their intervention would neither aid the battle nor hinder Shen Xingchen's performance. But now, things are different. Their actions could now influence, even determine the outcome of the battle. So, the 8 students exchanged glances, each seeing unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. Gripping their weapons tightly, they silently closed in on William. Suddenly, a hissing sound. A terrifying hiss erupted as the green snake buried in the earth surged forth to attack. By the true dragon, such a mere green snake dared not cause trouble. But now the true dragon was gone. The green snake found a chance to breathe again. Remember, it possessed the combat prowess of a peak martial master. This single serpent alone was enough to crush Lin Xinshu and her 8 students under its weight. As they watched the crimson tongue flick from its mouth and the icy glint in its serpentine eyes, the students shuddered, a wave of overwhelming dread washing over them. They harbored no doubt. The seemingly unremarkable green snake could end their lives with a single strike. The tide of battle turned once more. The mere presence of this green snake was enough to tip the scales of combat completely. Damn it, when you're dead, but if you're still alive, you're not dead yet. We can't let Brother Shen fight alone. Get a few men to charge with me and hold off this snake. The rest of you, slaughter that beast William. The student at the very front gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were bloodshot from sheer tension, and the muscles around his mouth trembled uncontrollably. Yet even so, facing a peak martial artist level spirit beast, he still stepped forward. Seeing this, 2 more students followed closely behind. At that very moment, a clear, piercing sword cry erupted. In the next instant, Lin Xinshu, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines, finally erupted into action. As an assistant instructor, she could not stand by and watch her students risk their lives while she remained hidden in the rear. As her blade flashed, Lin Xinshu roared, "William!" No further explanation was needed. The students, who had already experienced bloody combat, understood the meaning behind those 2 words. Kill William! Ignoring the green snake blocking their path, the 8 students charged toward William in unison. Seeing this, a savage gleam flashed in the serpent's inverted eyes. In an instant, the raised serpent head dipped and lunged, tracing a green lightning bolt across the ground. The true snake probe. However, Lin Xinshu, who had already drawn her sword, perfectly parried the green serpent's sudden strike, buying the 8 students crucial time. The cost? The backup sword in her hand shattered into pieces under the force of the snake's head collision. Thus, both Lin Xinshu's primary and spare swords as a swordswoman lay shattered. The green serpent's body swayed slightly, its icy eyes flashing with astonishing murderous intent. Yet it remained William's guardian spirit beast, prioritizing his safety above all else. Thus, the green serpent merely swept Lin Xinshu with a cold glance before turning its form and darting urgently toward the 8 students. Seeing this, Lin Xinshu gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and thrust both hands forward. Without a sword, she used her bare hands to seize the green snake's neck. For a late-stage martial cultivator to attempt intercepting a peak martial master spirit beast with bare hands was utterly impossible. Yet Lin Xinshu's repeated provocations and attacks had finally enraged the green snake. Its jaws snapped open, sharp fangs piercing Lin Xinshu's snow-white right hand. Then the serpent's head thrashed violently, tearing at the flesh gripped in its jaws. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, tendons snapped. Yet those hands, white as jade, merely trembled slightly, showing no sign of releasing its grip. Instead, the strength in her hands surged rapidly, transcending the realm of martial artists and reaching the level of a martial master. S-class martial talent, fatal deathmatch. The heavier the injuries sustained by a martial cultivator, the stronger their physical constitution becomes. Until the very moment of death, their combat state remains unaffected by injury. It was precisely this talent that allowed Lin Xinshu to survive last year's assassination attempt by the 10,000 Beasts sect. And now, she would once again rely on this talent to confront an adversary standing an entire realm above her. Feeling the force intensify against her body, the green snake's eyes narrowed. Then, its serpentine body swayed, its tail flickering slightly, and its slender form coiled around Lin Xinshu's hands. In the next instant, its emerald green body glowed with a black ray, iron-like sheen. The serpent, originally only a few dozen centimeters long, swelled several times its size in an instant. The coils that had merely wrapped around her hands now spread up her forearms. The dark gray coils tightened and twisted, the entire serpent rolling with frenzied speed. While the supple, boneless body could twist endlessly, the arms trapped within its coils could not endure such torment. Almost in an instant. The sounds of flesh being torn, tendons snapping, and bones crushing echoed simultaneously from Lin Xinshu's forearms. Then, a bone-chilling thud echoed from the center of the serpent's body. The two snow-white arms that had restrained the serpent's body were torn clean off. Lin Xinshu's arm snapped at the elbow, raw pink flesh dangling and swaying in the howling wind. An excruciating pain beyond ordinary comprehension radiated from her arm. Seizing the moment, the green snake swiftly advanced, slithering forward. Two mangled forearms, twisted into twisted ropes of flesh, fell to the ground. Both arms were rendered useless. Lin Xinshu's physical prowess surged to new heights, propelling her from a novice martial artist to the mid-stage of the martial artist realm. Seeing the thick green snake charging toward her student, she hesitated not a moment. Stepping forward, she planted her feet firmly, crushing the serpent writhing across the ground beneath her heel. At the same time, the 8 students finally charged forward, swords and blades drawn, reaching William's side. Chapter 99, Talent Evolution. William stared at the students, their faces cold and eyes bloodshot as they held their blades. William was about to sneer, but the searing pain on his face froze his expression. No mouth? How could he laugh? The thought ignited a surge of rage within William. Very well, very well. So you all worship Shen Xingchen, do you? Very well. Then you shall pay for the mistakes Shen Xingchen made. You don't seriously think you can outnumber him, do you? Even if he's gravely wounded. Even if the Satan plan failed. Even if his true chi blood level is merely that of a 9th rank martial trainee. But he, William, is a once-in-a-millennium top-tier genius. Blessed with SS-grade martial talent and possessing the essence of a divine soul. Slaughtering a few 5th or 6th star martial arts students? That was a piece of cake. With a fierce glare, his divine soul power surged forth, coalescing mid-air into countless formless, intangible steel needles that violently pierced toward the students before him. Before reaching the martial sovereign realm, soul attacks were virtually unblockable. Even a martial marquis would be stunned for several seconds by such an assault. Much less these fledgling martial disciples. The instant the needles pierced their brains, an unbearable stabbing pain and tearing sensation erupted within their minds. The excruciating agony made it impossible for them to even hold onto their weapons. Clang! 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 Weapons clattered to the ground. The 8 students collapsed to the ground alongside their weapons. Their faces were deathly pale, covered in beads of sweat as large as soybeans. They rolled around on the ground like madmen, trying to ease the agony in their minds. Utterly helpless. William thought to himself. He couldn't be bothered to finish off these useless fools. After this soul attack, their spiritual essence was damaged beyond repair. Even if they somehow survived, they'd be reduced to living as fools. Wasn't such a life more torturous than death? This was the fate of befriending Shen Xingchen and opposing him, William. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen was struggling desperately to cope with the abnormal state of extreme heat and cold alternating within his body. Every cell and muscle in his body raced frantically. Every intact part within him gaped like a pie show, desperate to devour the wildly surging energy. Yet this energy was simply too vast, too overwhelming. The collective efforts of countless top-tier clans over decades. How could a mere martial artist possibly contain it? No, wait. In a moment of daze, Shen Xingchen suddenly sensed something amiss. If even he couldn't bear this force, how could that worthless martial trainee William possibly withstand it? Unless, this energy wasn't meant to act upon the physical body at all. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. Talent. Martial talent. Realizing this, Shen Xingchen swiftly redirected his body, shutting off the suction in all other parts of his body. Only his mind retained the voracious suction of a pie show. Thus, all the energy surging wildly within his body was drawn into his mind. This maneuver was nothing short of perilous. Had Shen Xingchen misjudged, and this energy not been a talent acting upon his mind? Then this talent, powerful enough to shatter a martial lord, would run rampant within the most mysterious and precious part of the human body, the mind. Death would come in an instant. But Shen Xingchen trusted himself. He trusted his experience as a martial saint at the pinnacle of his power. Clearly, he had made the right bet. The surging, immense energy entered his mind as if returning home. Without Shen Xingchen needing to expend any effort to guide it, it spontaneously branched into several streams, flowing toward the martial talents already present within his mind. Now, the number of martial talents within Shen Xingchen's mind could be called the greatest in the world. Beyond his innate SSS tier rule type talent, the mirror of all phenomena, there was also by C's Ice Sovereign, William's Martial God's true body, and the Spatial Sovereign and Dragon God's body, shared by the little black dragon. A full 5 martial arts talents. Each one, if brought into the outside world, would rank among the absolute pinnacle. However, as if possessed of consciousness, the majority of these energies coalesced into a torrent, surging toward the most colossal and resplendent 10,000 phenomena heavenly mirror. Yet the 10,000 phenomena heavenly mirror possessed an exceedingly high rank, far beyond what these energies could elevate. The first energies to enter the 10,000 phenomena heavenly mirror failed to cause even the slightest ripple. Seeing this, the majority of the remaining energies surged toward the second largest entity, the martial god's true body. Unfortunately, without the vital essence and innate talents of the 3 top geniuses Shen Xingchen, Bai Xia, and Lin Qinshu, the energy contained within the Satan's blood clearly couldn't elevate an SS tier talent to SSS tier. The immense energy that had once rampaged unchecked within Shen Xingchen's body was once again thwarted. It shifted course once more, now surging toward Bai Xia's Ice Sovereign. This time, Shen Xingchen sensed a distinct difference. The energy that felt like a bandit raiding his flesh was surprisingly gentle when applied to his talent. The same alternation of warmth and chill. Yet this warmth felt as soothing as soaking in a hot spring, while the chill brought the refreshing relief of stepping from summer heat into an air-conditioned room. Amidst this blissful experience, the Ice Sovereign successfully evolved into the SS tier talent, Ice Dominion. Building upon the Ice Sovereign talent, it gained an additional active ability, Domain of the Ice God. As the domain activated, biting winds, heavy snow, and solid ice abruptly materialized in the real world. Shen Xingchen could freely manipulate these weather phenomena to attack his enemies. Moreover, while within the domain, his reaction speed and the regeneration of his vitality and physical constitution are greatly enhanced. Simultaneously, enemies within the domain suffer corresponding negative effects. This ability is nothing short of a top-tier divine skill for group combat and protracted warfare. Evolving an SSS tier talent was beyond his reach, but he still had surplus energy left after evolving a single S tier talent. The remaining energy surged toward the 2 remaining talents. However, these 2 talents fundamentally belonged not to Shen Xingchen, but to the little black dragon. The energy could not evolve them. The remaining energy once again hit a wall. In his mind, there was clearly nowhere left for it to go. Thus, even as his brain continued to emit a suction force, the remaining energy still left his brain without a second glance, once again surging wildly through his body. However, with the majority of the energy absorbed by the Ice Master talent, it was now within the limits of what Shen Xingchen could barely endure. Though discomfort lingered within him, it was at least bearable. He could strike once more, even twice. Whether 1 strike or 2, it would be more than enough for Shen Xingchen to resolve the current situation. He was well aware of how critical the battle had become. Therefore, the instant he regained control of his body, Shen Xingchen opened his eyes. Before him lay 2 forearms twisted like twisted ropes. To his left and right, classmates writhed and wailed. Before him stood the enemy. Shen Xingchen drew his sword. A blazing sword light shot straight into the heavens, its brilliance replacing the moonlight and illuminating the entire clearing. Though it was early spring, snowflakes began to drift down inexplicably over the blood-stained ground. The falling snow and the sword's light echoed and complemented each other, lending a peculiar beauty to the battlefield, as grim as a hellscape. Chapter 100, Conclusion. Gazing at the heavy snowfall drifting through the air, William's body shuddered violently as a chill instantly swept through his flesh and soul. Before he could react, a sword whiter than the snow itself was already pressed against his throat. Shen Xingchen. He could still wield a sword. William's eyes narrowed sharply. He strained his hands, attempting to activate the space-breaking orb to forcibly open another spatial passage. But his body, usually responsive as lightning, now felt like a machine long neglected of oil. Every twitch of his muscles felt sluggish and impeded. What plunged William into utter despair was this. He could even sense that. Not only was his body experiencing this inexplicable sluggishness, but even his thought processes had slowed to a crawl. How could this be? He was currently in the state of a martial god's true body, where his neural response speed was greatly enhanced, making him nearly immune to all forms of control. How could anything still affect his reactions? Unless another SS-tier martial talent had intervened. But Shen Xingchen was clearly only an S-tier rule-based talent. Suddenly, William's eyes widened in shock. Could it be? Could Shen Xingchen have truly assimilated the unstable Satan's blood? How did he manage it? How could his flesh endure such immense, unstabilized energy? How had his divine soul stabilized amidst the attacks of vengeful spirits? Why? 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 Countless questions flooded William's mind. Yet these questions would never find answers. Amidst his thoughts, a flash of sword-light streaked past, its sharp, icy chill flickering for an instant. William felt a stinging pain radiating throughout his entire body. The hissing sound of blood spraying filled his ears. He looked down at his own body. One by one, crimson threads emerged from his skin like a spider's web. Then, with a thud, his flesh and blood were severed into countless tiny cubes, collapsing completely. The blood that had been trickling out, now freed from its physical constraints, instantly erupted like a fountain, splattering wildly across the ground. An overwhelming stench of blood filled the entire clearing. This commotion, this scent, caused the writhing green serpent on the ground to pause. It sensed the overwhelming presence of a true dragon emanating from a human being. This primal fear, rooted deep in its bloodline, halted the serpent's struggles. Without a moment's hesitation, its head whipped around and its body twisted, darting swiftly in the opposite direction. The immense force unleashed in its panic sent Lin Xinxue, who had been standing on its body, flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, the green snake darted 10 meters away. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen planted his feet firmly. The residual energy from his incomplete talent evolution now served as a reserve power source for his nearly exhausted body. Empowered by this surge of energy, he once again became a genuine martial marquis level powerhouse. How could a mere green snake at the peak of martial master rank? How could it possibly escape under his watchful gaze? Mid-air, Shen Xingchen's form twisted like a dragon as he caught the flung Lin Xinxue, setting her gently down on the ground. That brief moment of delay. The green snake slithered away another dozen meters. Its emerald green body was about to vanish around the corner. Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed sharply. His right arm, gripping the sword, swung out in an exaggerated arc. In the next instant, the long sword in his hand shot forth like an arrow. The sword sliced through the air, a piercing whistling sound ringing in everyone's ears. A dull thud echoed, like the muffled clang of a monk striking a bell. The Han Yuan Xian sword struck the green serpent with pinpoint accuracy. Its razor-sharp edge effortlessly pierced the serpent's body, impaling it through the ground. Simultaneously, the frigid and spatial energies channeled within the blade by Shen Xingchen erupted violently. A chill swept out, spreading from the wound across the entire body of the green snake. Visibly, the snake's grayish-green body gradually froze into an ice sculpture. Then, black-purple spatial energy erupted within the fragile serpentine sculpture. With a loud bang, the solid ice sculpture of the serpent shattered completely. The green snake, like its master William, was reduced to scattered fragments across the ground. Seeing the enemy utterly destroyed, Shen Xingchen finally exhaled a long breath. He surveyed the devastation, watching the students still writhing and wailing on the ground. His soul sank, and the black dragon lurking within the dense black clouds of his divine sea manifested in reality. Its golden eyes, inverted like claws, flashed with an eternal divine flame. Then, the flames within those dragon eyes shot forth. In an instant, the raging flames completely engulfed the 8 students. The moment the flames engulfed them, the wails ceased abruptly. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xinxue froze in shock. What was this? Could it be that Shen Xingchen, unwilling to see his classmates suffer and become fools, simply killed them to put them out of their misery? Surely not. The Shen Xingchen she knew wasn't the type to casually decide others' fates. Lin Xinxue didn't dwell on her doubts for long. The golden divine soul flame burned only briefly before dissipating mid-air. The dragon god manifesting in the real world shattered accordingly. Lin Xinxue discovered with astonishment. The 8 students were not dead. Moreover, the pain on their faces had completely vanished. Though still unconscious, their expressions had regained their calm, even bearing a serene and peaceful look of deep sleep. Though she didn't know what Shen Xingchen had done, it must have been beneficial for these students. Shen Xingchen shifted his gaze away from his classmates. The students' suffering stemmed from the lingering soul attacks William had imprinted upon their minds. With the aid of the divine fire's flames, these weak soul attacks had already dissipated. With timely intervention, these students would likely suffer no lasting effects. Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Xinxue standing beside him. Her perfect figure now bore a flaw. The empty space where her elbow should be sent a chill through Shen Xingchen's heart. The wound torn off by the serpent's immense force differed from one severed by blades. A limb severed by blades at least retained its integrity, with a smooth-cut surface that made reattachment easier. But Lin Xinxue's torn-off forearm was now a mangled mess, barely recognizable. Countless shreds of flesh and granulation tissue littered the fracture site, making reattachment nearly impossible. Even if top-tier medicinal treasures were used to regenerate the limb, the newly regenerated limb would inevitably be weak. Its internal qi and blood would require extensive recultivation, significantly delaying Lin Xinxue's cultivation progress. A martial arts prodigy of S-rank caliber like her, she should have advanced to the martial artist realm long ago. Noticing Shen Xingchen's gaze, Lin Xinxue merely smiled indifferently. It's fine. I'm used to it. Last year's attack by the 10,000 Beasts sect left her injuries no less severe than this time. Her martial talent, Fatal Duel, granted her recovery abilities several times greater than those of practitioners at the same level. Though it would delay her future cultivation, at least she was still alive, wasn't she? As long as she lived, there would be hope, there would be a future. Chapter 101, The Mysterious Black Gold Belt. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen nodded and pulled 4 pills from his pocket. He swallowed one himself before personally feeding another to Lin Xinshu. He then turned his gaze to Li Xiaoman, whose body was riddled with severe injuries. He gently lifted her head and fed her a pill. The homeroom teacher's injuries were even worse than Lin Xinshu's. After all, she wasn't some S-class martial talent. The Satan plan had little effect on her. William and his group had struck her with lethal force. By the time she appeared before Shen Xingchen, she was already near death. After the battle concluded, she was now barely clinging to life. Even with precious medicine administered, Shen Xingchen couldn't guarantee her survival. As for Bai Siye, her S-class talent meant her injuries were the least severe. After consuming the highest grade elixir, she quickly regained her ability to move and rose from the ground. Her face was icy cold as she surveyed the devastation around her classmates lying asleep on the ground, the teaching assistant missing an arm, and their homeroom teacher whose fate remained uncertain. The image of Shen Xingchen fighting desperately, nearly dying, flashed through her mind once more. For the first time, she felt her own utter weakness. Lin Xinshu clenched her jaw, her facial muscles taut, and made the decision that had long held her back. Let's go. Shen Xingchen sighed deeply. With the battle over and his part fulfilled, the constant tension in his mind finally eased, and an indescribable wave of exhaustion washed over him. Though he was a reincarnated soul, he could never have anticipated events that had never occurred in his previous life. Though his family background was unparalleled, William and his group possessed backgrounds that were in no way inferior to his. Decades of accumulation and scheming by countless Western aristocratic families and financial conglomerates had forged the satanic plan, a scheme boasting a near certain success rate, aiming to create a new god within the martial arts world. Yet this very plan had been shattered by Shen Xingchen. Lost in thought, Shen Xingchen dragged his heavy, weary body toward the exit. Bai Siye and Lin Xinshu glanced at the sleeping student and homeroom teacher on the ground before hurrying out as well. First, call for backup. Let professionals handle the evacuation of the injured to prevent secondary trauma. As the trio rounded the corner, they encountered Chu Shiyao and Zhang Jinke, who had just arrived in a daze. Following behind them were their respective teams and path guardians. A full 20 people saw Shen Xingchen, covered in blood, his flesh torn open, looking like a demon from hell. Shock spread across every face. In this demolition zone, someone had actually managed to injure Shen Xingchen? Shen Xingchen gazed at the crowd pressing forward, too drained to explain to each of them. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, making him drowsy, as if he might collapse at any moment. Shen Xingchen dragged his body forward. The authority he'd built in the honors class made everyone instinctively part to let him through. At the same time, Bai Siye and Lin Xinshu also came into view. Bai Siye was fine, though her face and clothes bore some dirt. But when Lin Xinshu was exposed to the crowd's view, their astonishment instantly turned into audible gasps. Assistant Professor Lin, what happened to you? Your hand. Before the sentence was finished, some impatient students peered around the corner toward the empty space beyond. The ground was littered with headless corpses, heads scattered like soccer balls, and fragments of torn flesh everywhere. The only thing remotely intact in the clearing was Li Xiaoman's shriveled body. Everything spoke to the horror of the battle that had just taken place. The crowd froze in utter shock. They stared blankly at the demonic patterns etched into the ground, then turned their incredulous gazes toward the 3 figures retreating with weary steps. Their lips moved, wanting to speak but finding no words. In silence, they followed Shen Xingchen out. Exhausted. So exhausted. So sleepy, so sleepy. Shen Xingchen led the way, feeling as though he'd completely lost control of his body, moving forward purely by sheer inertia. In a daze, his consciousness threatened to sink into profound darkness. At that very moment, a golden, furious flame suddenly blazed forth in the pure darkness. A dragon's roar pierced the heavens, echoing through his mind. The roar was filled with fury. Shen Xingchen's narrowed eyes snapped wide open. Had anyone been standing before Shen Xingchen, they would have noticed. His amber-colored pupils had transformed into pure black. Moreover, it wasn't just his pupils that had darkened, even the bloodshot whites of his eyes had turned pitch black. His eye sockets no longer held eyes, but seemed to be filled with a swamp of resentment, threatening to devour all living things. The aftereffects of Satan's blood erupted once more. The unfinished Satan's blood, beyond its raging energy, contained the dense resentment of countless vengeful spirits. Those who died unjustly now sought to drag everything into the darkness of death. Shen Xingchen knew nothing of these things and was naturally unprepared. All he felt now was the collective wails of countless souls echoing within his mind. The sharp, relentless echoes caused Shen Xingchen to hunch over, clutching his head in agony. The Dragon God diagram. Where was the Dragon God diagram? Do something. Shen Xingchen turned inward to examine his divine soul, only to discover that the dragon head concealed within the thick clouds had likewise revealed a trace of pain. Within its inverted golden dragon eyes, a hint of black had begun to surface. Black and gold intertwined. Merging into the black and gold Shen Xingchen knew all too well. The black-gold sash. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen abruptly ripped the sash from his waist. What the hell is this thing? In his previous life, he'd given this very item to Chu Shiyao, yet she'd never mentioned it having such terrifying side effects. And this was the belt Song Qingxuang had given him. Anyone could betray him, but his own parents? That couldn't be possible. As Shen Xingchen pondered this, a sharp pain erupted from his waist. He looked down and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, barbs had sprouted from the inner lining of the belt, now firmly embedded in his flesh and blood. These barbs had caused no trouble before. But if Shen Xingchen tried to forcefully pull the belt off, they would hook into his flesh, making it impossible for him to remove the belt. Damn it! With his body already pushed to its limits, Shen Xingchen couldn't possibly subject himself to further physical strain. He released his grip, focusing his mind to work with the Dragon God diagram to purge the anomaly from his soul. Cultivation emphasized the unity of spirit and flesh. Now that Shen Xingchen's physical body was severely damaged, his soul was equally affected. Moreover, he had previously manifested a dragon form to heal his classmate, further depleting his spiritual essence. At present, Shen Xingchen's strength was only half of what it had been during the day. Facing the attacks of vengeful spirits and the influence of the black gold belt, Shen Xingchen's mind and spirit were irresistibly drawn into a state of decline. This can't happen. Shen Xingchen gritted his teeth. He must focus his strength to resolve one problem first. Chapter 102, Flesh and Blood Giant Wings. Compared to the vengeful spirits whose origins he understood, Shen Xingchen feared the eerie black gold belt far more. With this realization, he abandoned his resistance against the vengeful spirit's erosion altogether. Instead, he fully merged his consciousness into the Dragon God diagram, joining forces to withstand the soul-corrupting influence of the black gold sash. Just as it had been upon its first appearance, the belt's corrosive power was extremely faint. But only now did Shen Xingchen realize. Behind this seemingly insignificant erosive force lay an unimaginably profound essence. Even the slightest trace of this corrosive force would require an immense amount of time to completely eradicate. Fortunately, though Shen Xingchen's current soul power was not of a high rank, he had fused several top-tier visualization diagrams and observed the Dragon God diagram personally constructed by the true dragon. This fusion granted him an equally high status. Under his conscious command, the dark clouds shrouding the dragon's body instantly dissipated. The pitch-black dragon spirit scales stood on end, pulsing with sinister spatial energy and overbearing thunderous power. The two forces surged wildly, each rushing toward the dragon god's eye sockets. With a sharp crack and a thunderous boom, the black taint within the dragon's eyes shattered completely. The shattered black substance scattered across the vast eye sockets, resembling the startling splashes of ink in a traditional Chinese painting. Worse still, these scattered specks of black seemed poised to surge back with renewed force. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen's heart sank. He once again commanded the dragon god to attack with his mind. Given his current spiritual strength and mental state, forcing the dragon god to act was like a small horse pulling a heavy cart in immense strain. Shen Xingchen felt the needle-like pain piercing his mind. Gritting his teeth, he shattered the black substance within the dragon's eye again and again. After 7 more shatterings, the stubborn, seemingly immortal corrosive force finally dissipated completely. Pure golden intent filled the dragon's eyes. The lofty and majestic dragon god reclaimed control of its body. Even so, Shen Xingchen dared not relax. He meticulously and thoroughly inspected every corner of the dragon god's mind and body. Then, with utmost diligence, he swept through his own divine soul's mind, confirming not a trace of the corrosive force remained. Only then did he withdraw his divine soul from the dragon god. Without the dragon god's power to bolster it, the vengeful spirit force, which had been raging for so long, seized control of Shen Xingchen's body almost instantly. Blackness, saturated with resentment and madness, stained his pupils. Kill! A frenzied killing intent surged through his mind. In a single instant, Shen Xingchen drew the sword at his waist. The once clear ring of the blade now sounded low and hoarse, like a deathly horn echoing from the depths of hell. The others were already bewildered by his sudden halt. Then, seeing Shen Xingchen clutching his head in agony, they were utterly at a loss. Truth be told, most were still in a daze, trying to process the unimaginably brutal battle that must have unfolded in that clearing. It wasn't until Shen Xingchen drew his sword that they snapped out of their dazed stupor. The 2 martial arts instructors' expressions turned grave, fearing new enemies had appeared ahead. The 2 martial arts masters quickly stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Shen Xingchen with their backs to him. They drew the swords at their waists and scanned the area ahead. Their gaze swept across the area ahead, finding nothing out of the ordinary. What the hell? The 2 martial arts instructors were even more bewildered. This was supposed to be a straightforward combat training session. How could so many complications arise? Before they could process it, shrieks and alarms erupted from behind them. Watch out! Teacher, watch out! Behind you! Hearing the screams behind them, both martial arts instructors stiffened, a chill racing up their spines to their brains. As seasoned martial artists, they didn't need to think. Years of combat had ingrained muscle memory, causing them to instinctively swing their blades backward. A sharp clang echoed. The martial arts masters felt a sudden numbness in their hands as immense force surged from their right arms. In an instant, half their bodies went numb under the onslaught. The thousand-fold tempered blades in their hands were cleanly severed in two. The sudden impact and loss of their weapons sent the two martial artists staggering, their bodies lurching sideways. Seizing this opening, they finally saw who had struck. None other than Changnan's foremost prodigy, Shen Xingchen. How could this student, whom everyone held in such high regard, possibly attack their two teachers? Moreover, Shen Xingchen's sudden strike had unleashed power only a peak martial marquis could command. A single strike had gravely wounded both of them, who were martial masters. A heavy weight settled in their hearts as they frowned, staring intently at Shen Xingchen. His pure black eyes held not a shred of human emotion, instead brimming with the savage brutality and murderous intent possessed only by ferocious beasts. His entire body was engorged with blood, swollen muscles tearing through newly scabbed skin as rivers of blood flowed down his flesh. The thick, pungent scent of blood nearly solidified into a tangible shroud enveloping him. What astonished everyone most, however, two large bulges suddenly swelled at the position of his shoulder blades. With two sharp whistling sounds, the skin split open at the shoulder blades, revealing a pair of monstrous wings formed from flesh and sinew. The blood-red wings spread with fury, each spanning a full 3 meters. Controlled by resentment, Shen Xingchen no longer resembled a human being, but rather a demon god from myth and legend. Merely standing there, his pure black eyes and the overwhelming aura of bloodshed made it impossible for anyone to even consider resistance. Yet, the students behind Shen Xingchen were merely martial disciples. Two aged martial arts instructors gritted their teeth, drawing spare blades with their left hands and charging toward Shen Xingchen. Even if they were no match for him. As their teachers, they should die before their students. Shen Xingchen lowered his dark eyes slightly, loosening his grip on the common weapon in his hand as if he had no intention of resisting at all. Seeing this, the students present breathed a slight sigh of relief. But before they could fully exhale, the next scene made their hearts clench violently once more. The massive, fleshy wings on Shen Xingchen's back seemed to possess a will of their own, suddenly extending forward from both sides. The tips of these wings were not soft flesh or tough connective membranes. Instead, they were segmented, gleaming golden bone spines. The strength of these bone spines utterly surpassed everyone's imagination. Precious weapons forged through 1,000 temperings proved utterly useless against the bone spines of the giant wings. The moment blades touched the bone spines, they shattered instantly into fragments. As the golden bone spines on the giant wing threatened to pierce their throats, a flicker of despair crossed the two veteran masters' eyes. But in the next instant, the savagely flailing giant wings abruptly froze. A barely perceptible golden light shone within Shen Xingchen's pitch-black eyes. Then, the flesh and blood wings retracted. Shen Xingchen swept his gaze around like a demon god, spread his wings once more, and soared skyward like a phoenix, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 103, Henry. Time rewound slightly to the surveillance room outside the demolition zone. 5 staff members stared intently at the screens before them. As off-site personnel, they were responsible for the students' safety. Suddenly, the control room door was violently pushed open. The 5 staff members instinctively turned toward the doorway. A heavy-set man with a belly nearly bursting through his uniform entered with a beaming expression. He clapped his hands and announced, "Stop working. The higher-ups are here for an inspection. Everyone, come greet me." Someone glanced at the screen, seeing all the students advancing safely and steadily deeper into the area, and asked, "Captain Wang, which leader is it?" Captain Wang's plump face glistened with oil. Who else could it be? Henry James, the top executive for the DHL multinational group in the Xizjiang region, the biggest supporter of this field training exercise, has arrived. Treat him well. Whether you and I can soar to new heights depends entirely on him. Concerned about the students in the demolition zone, someone suggested again. How about leaving someone in the monitoring room? What if something unexpected happens? Hearing this, Captain Wang waved his hand impatiently. What nonsense! This demolition zone has been personally cleared by DHL group personnel. What possible accident could there be? Who's more powerful, you or a multinational corporation? What kind of thinking is that? The head of operations rarely makes an appearance. I'm doing you all a favor by letting you show your faces. Anyone who doesn't show up is refusing to give Brother Wang face. With that final remark, Captain Wang let out a cold snort, its implicit threat hanging heavy in the air. Hearing this, the others said nothing more, following Captain Wang out of the monitoring room with forced smiles. After all, nothing had gone wrong in the past few hours. Surely an accident wouldn't strike the moment he stepped away? They couldn't be that unlucky. They reassured themselves inwardly. Besides, every squad was protected by martial arts masters. What kind of powerful foe could a small cult remnant outpost possibly field to challenge martial masters? With this thought, their hearts felt unburdened. Their hearts burned with excitement as they began fantasizing about being recruited by multinational corporations, soaring to new heights, living in mansions, driving luxury cars, and riding foreign horses. What bliss! The same excitement rippled through the encamped military forces. The military commander led the squad leaders, who in turn led their respective teams, all coming forward to greet Henry. Henry smiled, his words flowing with unstoppable praise. Suddenly, a piercing whistle sounded from behind them, and bright fireworks exploded in the sky. Everyone present paled and turned to look. The crimson fireworks were strikingly vivid. Almost instantly, the army prepared to rush to the rescue. But blonde-haired, blue-eyed Henry suddenly spoke up. "Hold your horses, hold your horses. This crimson firework is my son's signal, a secret we agreed upon beforehand, a little understanding between father and son. My apologies for startling everyone. Let us continue discussing the investment in our military and the expansion of our armaments." Hearing this, the crowd exchanged skeptical glances at Henry. "Making jokes about such matters? Are you two completely out of your minds?" The military commander exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate. The subordinate hurried off and returned shortly, nodding to the commander. The blood-red signal flare was indeed William's. In that case, it's settled. Henry wouldn't risk his own son's life. With this thought, the commander's face broke into a hearty smile once more as he engaged Henry in lively discussion about military investments. The Great Xia army was not entirely under official control. They could be broadly divided into three types. The first are the Exploration Corps, comprised entirely of elite specialists and top-tier warriors who answer only to the highest leadership. Their salaries and benefits were so generous they were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The second category comprises the regular forces, the largest contingent among the three. They operate under official jurisdiction and deployment, with salaries and benefits managed centrally by the government. Their compensation and promotion prospects are generally favorable. The third category comprises civilian auxiliary forces, which complement the Public Security Bureau in jointly managing mundane civilian affairs. Activities like combat training which, while not criminal, carry inherent risks are typically handled by the civilian auxiliary forces. They also operate under official jurisdiction and deployment. Unlike the registered regular forces, only a portion of their wages and benefits are managed by the government, the remainder must be earned through their own capabilities. The government does not prohibit private auxiliary forces from accepting foreign investment or engaging in other activities that do not threaten social or national security. Therefore, when this military commander saw a multinational corporation president like William, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he pulled out all the stops to secure some investment. The crumbs that might fall from his table would sustain them for years. For this very reason, they made every effort to accommodate some of the requests Henry put forward. The two men conversed warmly, smiles on their faces. As time passed, the smile on the military leader's face grew broader and broader. He felt certain everything was certain. Today alone, he was set to secure at least $1 billion in investments. With that, promotion and wealth would be as good as guaranteed, wouldn't they? "Henry, you're truly my benefactor. You foreigners, your money is so easy to make." A broad smile spread across the military official's face. But just then, a chill suddenly rose from the depths of his heart, then swept through his entire body. The commander shivered and looked around in confusion. How could the temperature have dropped so suddenly? He didn't know until he looked and was startled by what he saw. It was mid-March in Changnan, yet heavy snow was falling. This scene was comparable to June snow in the north? Could it be that Changnan had witnessed some unprecedented miscarriage of justice? The person in charge pondered, a sudden wave of foreboding washing over him. He shook his head, dismissing these inexplicable thoughts. He had just secured new investments and forged connections with major figures from multinational corporations. How could anything bad possibly happen? What a joke. He was just scaring himself. Just then, the previously quiet surroundings erupted in a chorus of gasps. "It's actually snowing? Wait, what's that up there? Is it a person or some kind of monster?" Following the cries, the supervisor and Henry both looked up. High above, amidst the swirling, magnificent snow, a figure stood. No, not a human figure, only a humanoid creature. Perched in the sky, its entire body was covered in fine, orderly dragon scales. Viscous crimson blood oozed from the gaps between the scales, an utterly unsettling sight. Between its legs, a dragon's tail hung naturally, strikingly prominent and radiating raw power. But the most astonishing feature was the massive, fleshy wings spread wide behind it. Chapter 104, Sea Ceiling Poem. Bathed in the moonlight, the intricate network of veins within the blood-red membrane of Yung Tsung's wings was starkly visible, an almost tangible sense of power threatening to spill forth. What kind of monster was this? Scaled dragon tail, blood-red wings, a body shrouded in crimson aura, its overwhelming killing intent even tinted the moonlight with a blood-red hue. Such a creature was not only unseen by the crowd, but unheard of. Yet Shen Xingchen's overwhelming aura and terrifying appearance alone were enough to command everyone's utmost respect. No command was needed. The soldiers lined up on the field drew the crossbows slung on their backs and aimed them at Shen Xingchen. Hundreds of cold, black bolts were trained on Shen Xingchen's chest. The slightest movement would turn him into a honeycomb of arrows. Yet, not a trace of fear flickered in Shen Xingchen's jet-black eyes. His eyes, as deep as hell itself, flashed with boundless killing intent and madness. He gazed down from above, surveying the crowd below, finally fixing his stare on a middle-aged man with the same golden hair and blue eyes as William. This must be one of William's reinforcements or backup plans. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt its creditor. The ones who killed you are these blonde-haired, blue-eyed beasts. Not me, Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen silently repeated this mantra in his mind, attempting to reclaim control of his own body. The first attempt ended in failure. The immense resentment accumulated over decades by countless geniuses, could it truly be extinguished by Shen Xingchen's mere thought? Yet it was not entirely in vain. While complete annihilation was impossible, it was still within his power to shake the resentful spirit's resolve. At the very least, Shen Xingchen could clearly sense. The overwhelming urge to slaughter everything within his consciousness was gradually fading. The intense killing intent and utter madness now focused on one person. Without a doubt, it was the blonde-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man. Sensing this, Shen Xingchen felt a surge of joy and immediately ceased struggling with the vengeful spirits over control of his body. His consciousness retreated into his spiritual sea to rest quietly. Under the control of the vengeful spirit, Shen Xingchen's power not only failed to diminish but actually grew stronger. Stirred by the resentment, the energy within him, which had been gradually subsiding, erupted once more. Colossal energy flooded every cell, surging through every inch of muscle. Visibly, the crimson muscle fibers on Shen Xingchen's body grew thicker and more robust. The intricate dragon scales darkened further, and the pair of blood-red wings on his back blazed with an even more vivid crimson. Vitality, 9,900. The vitality of a martial marquis at its peak. Though this level of vitality was only temporary. But for this brief moment, it was more than enough for Shen Xingchen to take lives. After all, his masterful sword techniques had long become muscle memory. Even without his own consciousness controlling his body, he could still execute those exquisite sword techniques. And his innate martial talent, rooted within him, goes without saying. A mere thought was all it took for his formidable talent to respond instantly. Snowflakes fell from all directions with increasing urgency. Fine flakes intertwined mid-air, forming a continuous thread. In an instant, a curtain of snow stretched across the sky, blocking the arrows aimed at Shen Xingchen and the soldiers beneath him. The swirling snow blinded the eyes. The soldiers on the ground could no longer make out Shen Xingchen's figure, let alone aim at him. They strained their eyes, desperately searching the swirling snow for any trace of those blood-red wings. Yet no matter how hard they searched, they could not see Shen Xingchen's figure in the sky. The vast expanse of sky held only falling snow and moon like nothing else. Just as everyone looked up to the sky searching for Shen Xingchen's whereabouts, no one noticed. Before Henry, amidst the swirling snow, a dark purple spatial fissure silently appeared. The eerie spatial fluctuations were swallowed by the swirling snow. The still, dark night swallowed the revealed killing intent. By the time Henry realized it, that sliver of silver bright sword light was less than half a meter from his face. The sword's song echoed like a phoenix's cry, its momentum raging like a dragon's fury. The terrifying momentum sent a chill through Henry's very soul in an instant. In a daze, he seemed to see a true dragon and divine phoenix hurtling toward him, their overwhelming majesty crushing his breath. A primal fear, rooted deep in his blood, seized his very soul. When his consciousness finally snapped back into focus, the silver-white tip of the blade was a mere 3 inches from his face. 3 inches 10 centimeters. For Shen Xingchen now, it wouldn't even take a millisecond. Henry, however, could not possibly react within a millisecond. He only instinctively leaned his body backward. Yet it was still too late. How could his evasion possibly outpace Shen Xingchen's blade? The moment Henry tilted his head back, the icy blade swept across his face. With a sharp hiss, his high, straight nose was severed clean off, sending a fountain of blood skyward. Agony contorted Henry's features. Yet as the regional head of a multinational corporation and the overseer of the Satan Project, Henry was no small figure. He was a genuine peak martial sovereign. His strength far surpassed even that of the principal of the 3rd middle school. With his keen eyes, Henry could clearly see Shen Xingchen was in a dire state. Though his aura seemed terrifying, his body was merely maintaining a fragile equilibrium. Should even the slightest wound touch him, that fragile equilibrium would shatter instantly. At that point, Henry wouldn't need to lift a finger. Shen Xingchen would collapse and die. Thus, he decisively adopted a strategy of trading wounds. Sacrificing his own body and life to secure a guaranteed hit. Oomph. You brat wouldn't seriously think that a peak martial sovereign like me could be intimidated by a mere student, would you? Once one reaches the martial sovereign realm, even without innate divine soul talent, cultivators can temper their souls through cultivation. The gap between martial sovereign and those below is as vast as heaven and earth. Henry's expression darkened, his emerald eyes flashing with serpentine coldness. His slightly reclined body sprang upward like a coiled spring. Using that momentum, he slammed both palms forward. The palms struck out, a howling wind surging skyward, scattering flakes of snow wildly in all directions. Amidst the howling wind, the sound of crashing waves echoed endlessly. A damp, suffocating aura closed in like a cage, trapping Shen Xingchen's body within its grasp. Grade B martial art, the sea-subduing palm masterfully executed. Shen Xingchen's body was bound to the spot by an invisible, formless mist. His jet-black eyes were as still as an ancient well, gazing at Henry as if he were already dead. If the other party's backup move were some other martial skill, then it might have posed a real challenge to Shen Xingchen. But you should never ever have dared to unleash a water-based martial art before Shen Xingchen, who wields ice dominion. If he could control ice, then naturally he could control water as well. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, Shen Xingchen's immobilized body shifted once more. With a light, fluid sidestep, he evaded Henry's strike, a blow Henry was certain would connect without the slightest hint of hesitation. Chapter 105 Protection. Missed? How could this be? Seeing his strike miss its mark, Henry's emerald eyes flashed with utter disbelief. Ever since mastering the sea-subduing palm to divine perfection, even formidable foes at the martial sovereign level would suffer heavy losses upon first encountering this technique. Many had even fallen dead instantly upon being struck. How could this dazed young man evade the strike with such effortless grace? How? Where is my water mist cage? Henry roared inwardly, a heavy shadow suddenly descending upon his heart. Shen Xingchen's expression remained unchanged as terrifying azure flames surged from the blade of his sword. The flames clung to the silver-white blade before rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, a true phoenix soared aloft, perched proudly upon the sword's tip. With the phoenix formed, a chilling aura spread across the entire battlefield. Henry instinctively shuddered and turned to defend himself. The next instant, his expression froze. Why? Why couldn't he move? Henry screamed inwardly, straining every muscle to turn and block the incoming strike. Under the immense brute force of his peak martial sovereign cultivation, a series of faint cracking sounds echoed in his ears. What was that sound? Henry startled, his emerald eyes darting around the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he scanned his surroundings. Without realizing when it had happened, his entire body, clothes and skin alike was now covered in a dense layer of tiny, intricate ice crystals. The crystalline ice, as clear as glass, should have been a thing of exquisite beauty. Yet in Henry's eyes, nothing in the world could be more repulsive. These ice crystals were actually hindering his movements. More crucially, Henry could sense a familiar aura emanating from these ice crystals. Jinhai Palm. That was his own technique. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Henry's mind. Water and ice manipulation. This kid can actually control water and ice. He doesn't just possess one rule-based talent. He possesses a dual-element talent for controlling water and ice. Dual talents. Shen Xingchen possesses a dual-element talent. Henry roared inwardly, his body trembling once more as he finally shattered the troublesome ice crystals clinging to him. Yet by the time he completed this maneuver, the true phoenix, forged from the deep blue flames, had already roared into existence. The flame phoenix poised upon the sword tip instantly swelled upon contact with Henry's skin. The immense, magnificent azure phoenix spread like a thick cloud, obscuring the sky and engulfing Henry within an instant. Sizzle. The sound of flames searing flesh echoed alongside Henry's ghostly screams. Soon, a peculiar, rich aroma filled the entire battlefield. As the flames burned out, Henry, his entire body charred black, shivered uncontrollably despite the scorching heat. In those mere seconds, he felt his very flesh and soul freezing to death. Yet, he was, after all, at the peak of the martial sovereign realm. His vital energy and blood value soared to over 90,000. A mere flame dared to think it could consume him entirely. Dream on. Henry's body convulsed violently as his vital energy surged forth, instantly washing away the charred skin covering him. Beneath the fallen skin lay muscles frozen a sickly pallor, making Henry resemble a terrifying zombie buried underground for 1,000 years. Having narrowly escaped death, Henry dared not entertain any illusions of luck. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated explosively, vanishing into the crowd. After all, Shen Xingchen couldn't maintain this state for long. Once weakened, Henry would have 1,000 ways to make him wish he were dead. Yet at that moment, a terrifying thought suddenly struck Henry. Shen Xingchen? How could Shen Xingchen be here? Wasn't he supposed to be part of the Satan plan? Could it be William had failed? Impossible. With 5 or 6 martial masters level reinforcements, how could they fail to eliminate a mere student? Henry reconsidered, recalling Shen Xingchen's miraculous sword techniques, and suddenly the failure seemed plausible. After all, if he could gravely wound someone at the peak of the martial sovereign realm, dispatching a few martial masters at their peak should be a mere trifle. As these thoughts swirled, Henry's murderous intent only intensified. How could Great Xia produce such a prodigy? If allowed to grow, would there ever be a chance for America to dominate the world alone? Then, not just America, but the entire world would bow before Shen Xingchen and the Great Xia Empire. He must be eliminated. Henry weaved through the crowd, slipping on his specially crafted knuckle dusters, ready to fight to the death. The moment Shen Xingchen's special state ended. Even if it meant dying, Henry would kill Shen Xingchen. Such a prodigy must never be allowed to grow unchecked. Just then, several howling gusts of wind suddenly swept down from the high heavens. Bathed in the glow of the luminous moon, several figures descended from the sky. The mayor of Changnan City, the principal of First Middle School, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, and the commander of the Changnan Military District were none other than Changnan City's most formidable elites. The riot and abnormal energy fluctuations here had already caught the attention of these top-tier powerhouses of Changnan. Their gazes swept over the crowd below, first landing on Henry, who was frantically fleeing amidst the chaos. Their expressions turned startled. They knew Henry well. A peak martial sovereign whose strength was in no way inferior to their own. Yet here in Changnan, someone had beaten him into a panicked, fleeing dog. Their gaze shifted again, landing on Shen Xingchen dragon scales, dragon tail, blood-red wings. The moment the principal of First Middle School, known for his impeccable composure, saw Shen Xingchen's state, he blurted out a curse. Holy, what the hell is this? The Changnan mayor shook his head, his brow furrowing deeply as he watched Shen Xingchen, who now held Henry's torso by the sword. He could clearly sense the abnormal state within Shen Xingchen. No, abnormal was too mild a word. Shen Xingchen's body could almost be described as terminally ill. From flesh to spirit, everything was shattered and violently overrun by some mysterious force. In fact, even now, they couldn't be certain whether Shen Xingchen was still truly Shen Xingchen. Or was he merely a monster wearing Shen Xingchen's appearance? But the current situation left no room for such contemplation. Without hesitation, they plunged downward, materializing directly before the crowd. The sudden arrival of several peak martial sovereigns acted like a shot of adrenaline, swiftly calming the chaotic scene. When Henry saw the great Xiao warriors, his face nearly lit up with ecstatic joy. Here they come, here they come. A merchant of his stature, a major investor, had always enjoyed the favor and protection of local officials. Shen Xingchen, on the other hand, was just a commoner with no background, practically a washed-up nobody. Moreover, in everyone else's eyes, Shen Xingchen had inexplicably attacked Henry the moment he appeared. What else could he be but a madman? Therefore, Henry was almost certain these men would boldly intervene to stop Shen Xingchen and protect him. Chapter 106, The Leader's Coordination. The formidable presence of the Changnan City mayor and the First Middle School principal instantly silenced the chaotic, panic scene. Even Henry, who had been darting about like a wild dog in a panic, regained his composure. Shen Xingchen was formidable in his abnormal state. So formidable that even he, a peak martial sovereign, found him troublesome. But no matter how formidable he was, he remained a student who had formally trained for less than a month. How could he possibly defeat several peak martial sovereigns? Even the greatest martial gods of this age had never achieved the glorious feat of a martial marquis battling multiple martial sovereigns. What gave Shen Xingchen the right? Amidst the battlefield that swiftly regained its composure, only one figure remained consumed by a frenzied, maniacal aura. Behind Shen Xingchen, his blood-red wings flapped. The immense power propelled him faster than he had ever moved before. With a single flap of his blood-red wings, he streaked across 100 meters of space. The sharp, icy blade once again ignited with a ghostly, frigid flame. That bone-chilling phoenix cry echoed once more. Hearing the sound, Henry's body shuddered as the agony of his flesh and soul being scorched by the icy flames returned. But at that very moment, the principal of First Middle School, who had been observing the battlefield, could no longer hold back. His brow furrowed as he bent his knees, launching himself at Shen Xingchen like a toad poised to strike after gathering momentum. His suddenly bulging belly made contact with the tip of Shen Xingchen's sword before his hands could even reach it. A dull thud echoed through the room. A pained groan escaped him as Wang Shujian's features contorted in agony. His belly, swollen like a toad's, had been pierced by Shen Xingchen's sword despite the surprise attack. Shen Xingchen's slender blade pierced his belly. With almost no resistance, it pierced through the forged body technique he had painstakingly cultivated to perfection. That sword was far too sharp. And that kid Shen Xingchen's strength was simply too immense. Despite possessing only the peak chi blood value of a martial marquis, the explosive force he unleashed was in no way inferior to that of a martial sovereign. Wang Shujian had no time to look at his own blood-soaked belly. His eyes locked tightly onto Shen Xingchen. His earlier strike had not been entirely ineffective. The collision caused Shen Xingchen's sword momentum to shatter violently. The nascent form of the let out a mournful cry before dissipating mid-air. Shen Xingchen must not be allowed to wield his sword again. With Wang Shujian's keen eyes, he could clearly see the terrifying injuries covering Shen Xingchen's body. Such a body could never withstand the eruption of powerful vital energy. With every strike, Shen Xingchen's odds of death only increased. Therefore, even at the cost of his own life, Wang Shujian could not allow Shen Xingchen to wield his full strength in battle. After all, Shen Xingchen was a child he had watched grow up. Seeing Shen Xingchen's principal risk his life to save him, the fear and panic on Henry's face vanished instantly. His emerald eyes flashed, and his face once again wore that aristocratic, elegant, and aloof smile. Look at that! His life, the life of Henry, the regional head of the transnational conglomerate Changnan, was 10,000 times more precious than that of a commoner like Shen Xingchen. As Henry forced a smile, the Changnan mayor also stepped forward, once again intercepting Shen Xingchen's furious strike. Seeing the mayor intervene on his behalf, Henry's smile grew even more confident and contemptuous. He sneered coldly, saying, "Mayor Qian, Chancellor Wang, Director He, Commander Dong, you all owe me an explanation. I came here to invest. And someone actually tried to kill me, a student, no less. I must reconsider whether your Changnan investment climate and business environment are safe and reliable, whether they can truly satisfy us foreign investors. You must understand, America and other nations around the world already have serious doubts about your business environment in Great Xia. If I were to leave now, I guarantee no one would dare invest in Changnan for the next decade." Henry's final words carried an unmistakable threat. Yet the four top leaders present couldn't care less about what Henry was saying. What's all this gibberish? Is it more important than Shen Xingchen's life? The four top figures of Changnan frowned deeply. During Henry's speech, they had made a startling discovery. Shen Xingchen's greatest problem now was not his physical injuries, but the madness consuming his soul. Something was manipulating him. Realizing this, the leaders' brows nearly knotted together. How could a simple combat training exercise have escalated to this? Amidst these thoughts, a sharp clang echoed. Shen Xingchen's sword was intercepted by the Public Security Bureau chief and the military district commander. The old chief grunted. "We can't drag this out any longer." Principal One quickly interjected. "I've already contacted Shen Lang. He'll be here shortly." A chill spread across the military district commander's face. Every second we delay, Shen Xingchen's condition worsens, making recovery harder. We must consider why Shen Xingchen didn't kill anyone else but specifically targeted Henry. Hearing this, Henry, who had been brimming with confidence and arrogance, suddenly sensed something amiss. He panicked and shouted, "Hey, are you even listening to me? Without the group's investment, Changnan's development will stagnate for 20 years. Henry believed. 20 years of stagnation for a major city was more than enough to buy a student's life. Hearing this, the military commander's face grew even colder. His tall, imposing frame turned, and his leaden gray eyes fixed on Henry. "Perhaps we should give it a try. Let Shen Xingchen kill Henry. See if it can free him from this state." Henry's death would be absolutely crucial for Shen Xingchen. The four leaders were longtime friends, working together with remarkable synergy. As the military commander's words drew Henry's attention, two commanders silently approached Henry from behind and simultaneously launched their attack. Two sharp snaps echoed. The two leaders each seized William's left arm, snapping it clean off. Simultaneously, they delivered powerful sidekicks to Henry's knees. Two more sharp snaps echoed as the full force of Wu Zon's attack tore Henry's kneecap clean out of its socket. Pale bone fragments pierced through flesh. Henry let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing on the ground like a maggot, his severed limbs flailing. He couldn't understand. Why would the Changnan leader who had risked injury to protect him moments before suddenly strike him down with such lethal force? Recalling the military commander's earlier words, panic seized him like an invisible giant's hand, gripping his mind. Could it be they intended to kill him? Impossible. He was an American, the head of a multinational corporation. How could these great Xia leaders dare to kill him? Weren't they afraid of sparking an international dispute, or even reigniting hostilities? Henry repeatedly dismissed his own terrifying suspicions. Yet the excruciating pain radiating through his limbs relentlessly reminded him of his current predicament. Chapter 107, Soul Strength Skyrockets. Perhaps he truly was doomed. The thought froze him in terror, robbing him of even the will to struggle. Snot and tears mingled on his face as he wailed in a shrill voice. "Don't kill me. What does Shen Xingchen's madness have to do with me? Killing me would be pointless. I take back what I said earlier, I spoke too loudly just now. Just don't kill me. Investing in factories, setting up companies, everything can be negotiated. Everything. If you don't believe me, I can sign a martial arts contract too, I swear." Henry was genuinely terrified of death. Especially afraid of dying this way, unexplained, unclear, utterly pointless. Such a death would make his entire family and company despise him. Then, his descendants and even his relatives and friends would be affected. At the very least, either the Satan plan must succeed or Shen Xingchen must die. One of them has to happen, right? Facing Henry's pleas for mercy, the four leaders remained expressionless. Admittedly, investment from a megacorporation greatly benefits urban development and creates jobs for citizens. But if such progress comes at the cost of human lives, they would rather forego it. Moreover, a genius like Shen Xingchen was more valuable than investments from 100 companies. Don't hold Shen Xingchen back. Let him strike. Shen Xingchen, if you can hear me, don't use your full strength, a single, light thrust will suffice. As the mayor of Changnan spoke, he roughly yanked Henry off the ground where he was writhing. He yanked the man's golden hair, forcing his head to tilt back. The pale, fragile neck was starkly exposed to Shen Xingchen's gaze. The dark aura in Shen Xingchen's eyes grew increasingly dense as his chi and blood surged violently throughout his body. Witnessing this scene, a hint of helplessness flashed across the faces of the four leaders. As expected, communication was impossible. Or rather, communication was possible, but Shen Xingchen had completely lost control of his body. It was hard to say which situation was worse, but one thing was certain, both were utterly disastrous. As the leaders despaired, Shen Xingchen, who had been silently nurturing his divine soul and repairing the dragon god diagram, made his move. The brief respite had restored his strength, granting him the capacity to wrest control back from the vengeful spirit. Yet he did not rush into it. Instead, he merely disrupted the vengeful spirit's consciousness. A flash of dazzling white gold light flickered in his eyes. The dense black mist within his gaze dispersed slightly before rapidly coalescing once more. Yet this brief interruption was enough to cool the blood energy that had been erupting with full force. The sharp, swift longsword lost its edge and power. Yet, however feeble it might seem, this was a supreme divine weapon forged from the mystical iron of the primordial void, capable of piercing through anything in the world. At this very moment, Henry was gripped tightly by the mayor's massive hand. Henry's eyes blazed with fury as he watched helplessly. That sword, moving slower than a man's walk, inched closer and closer to his throat. So be it. Just end it already. He roared inwardly. His base instinct for survival, under the relentless advance of the sword, twisted into a desperate yearning for death. But no. Shen Xingchen's sword remained light and slow, gliding toward Henry's throat as if on a leisurely spring stroll. It was only a few meters away. Yet that sword took over 10 seconds to cover that distance. When the icy tip finally touched Henry's skin, the first sensation in his mind wasn't pain, but a profound sense of relief. Yet the relief was incomplete. With his hands too weak to resist, no matter how sharp Shen Xingchen's blade might be, it had to be drawn slowly, inch by inch, across Henry's throat. Henry could distinctly feel his skin being pierced bit by bit. The warm muscles beneath his skin grew cold and numb as the blade moved. A chill rapidly spread from his neck to every limb and bone. He opened his mouth to scream in agony, but the pierced windpipe allowed only a gurgling sound. As blood and foam spurted forth, Henry died in agony and despair, his death resembling a slow, torturous execution. Shen Xingchen's consciousness lurked within the sea of consciousness, witnessing this scene. He couldn't quite tell if it was truly his own body that had lost all strength, or if the vengeful spirit in his mind was determined to torture Henry to death. Yet he could sense it clearly. After Henry's death, the vengeful spirit within his mind filled with despair, madness, and a murderous aura instantly diminished by 1/3. Moreover, the remaining 2/3 of the vengeful spirit's frenzied, attack-driven desire weakened considerably. Perceiving this, Shen Xingchen instantly activated the dragon god diagram. Carefully restored by his hands, the dragon god diagram had returned to its peak condition. A dragon's body, black as ink, emerged from the thick clouds. Its agile form charged wildly, scattering the dark mist gathered in the sea of consciousness into fragments. Then, from the golden dragon eyes, tangible flames erupted. The golden fury spread in a fan-shaped pattern, its range expanding as the dragon god's head turned. The vengeful spirits, their aggressive intent now greatly diminished, stood dazed and dumbfounded. Like homeless wandering souls, they allowed the flames to consume their bodies. The raging fire spread, its surging flames nearly sweeping away every last vengeful spirit. The divine sea burned fiercely, purged of every trace of cold, deranged energy. Purified by the dragon's flames, these vengeful spirits originally formed from pure divine soul energy returned to their essence. Pure, easily absorbed divine soul energy drifted through the mind. Seeing this, the dragon god's golden dragon eyes flashed with brilliance. It opened its dragon maw, unleashing boundless suction that swiftly devoured every trace of divine soul energy drifting within the divine sea. Visibly, after consuming the energy, the dragon god's body swelled by a full size. Its massive form now loomed across the mind's sea, radiating even greater majesty. The glossy sheen of its jet-black, finely textured scales reached new heights. The golden dragon eyes within its gaze, never extinguished, could now instantly seize an enemy's mind. Divine soul strength surged. Though lacking precise instruments to measure it, Shen Xingchen could sense. His divine soul strength had absolutely ascended by an entire major realm. The fruits of the satanic project, decades of scheming by Western aristocratic conglomerates, had been nearly absorbed cleanly by Shen Xingchen. After this battle, Shen Xingchen had not only enhanced his innate talent but also achieved a tremendous boost in his divine soul strength. Had it not been for the repeated blood surges and subsequent chi blood turbulence that severely damaged his body, his chi blood value would undoubtedly have skyrocketed as well. Yet despite such immense gains, Shen Xingchen felt little joy. The images of the vengeful spirits before their deaths echoed once more before his eyes. One by one, lost and anxious souls waited silently for the dragon flame's arrival, awaiting death's descent. They had once been prodigies of their respective nations, the pride of their families, the cherished treasures of their parents and loved ones. Yet they had ultimately fallen victim to others' cruelty, their very souls denied peace. William Henry. Shen Xingchen murmured silently, his amber eyes flashing with icy murderous intent. Chapter 108, Shen Lang arrives. And the damned conglomerate families behind them. Given the chance, Shen Xingchen would personally journey to the west and slaughter every last person involved in the satanic plan. For these wretched, innocent souls who died tragically. For the 8 classmates who perished in combat training. For the gravely injured Lin Xinxue, Li Xiaoman, and the others. And for himself. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Shen Xingchen's eyes. Only now, having regained control of his body, did he truly grasp the extent of its devastation. His entire body felt like a balloon pierced by a million needles, riddled with holes. His vital energy and blood leaked uncontrollably outward. Were it not for his body forging technique, the Paisho devouring heaven body, with its ability to consume all, Shen Xingchen would have long since bled dry and turned into a desiccated corpse before the battle even ended. Yet even so, his situation remained dire. The damage inflicted by the repeated blood surges was simply too immense. He should have calmed his mind and recuperated during the first surge of qi and blood to restore his condition. Had he done so, it would have taken nearly half a day to restore his body to peak condition. But given the circumstances at the time, how could he possibly have found the peace to rest? Simply surviving was already a stroke of luck. As for his subsequent recovery, he would find another way. Shen Xingchen sighed softly, and the long sword in his hand clattered to the ground. His body swayed, nearly toppling him to the ground. Just then, a warm, strong hand caught him. His father's familiar voice came from behind him. "All right, rest now. Leave everything to me." Shen Lang had arrived. Hearing that voice familiar beyond measure, Shen Xingchen finally found someone he could trust completely. His tense nerves relaxed, and a wave of excruciating pain and numbness flooded his entire body. An indescribable wave of exhaustion washed over him. This time, he didn't force himself to stay awake. Instead, he yielded to his body's demands and closed his eyes. The moment his eyelids closed, Shen Xingchen plunged into a deep slumber. Shen Lang's expression remained calm as his gaze lingered briefly on the layers of dried blood crusting Shen Xingchen's skin, his breathing growing slightly heavier. The medical staff following behind moved swiftly and professionally, transferring Shen Xingchen's body from Shen Lang's arms onto the ambulance. Shen Lang's grip loosened. He lowered his gaze to the darkened bloodstain on his hand, where fragments of flesh and golden bone shards were faintly visible. Shen Lang stood there with his eyes lowered, not uttering another word. Yet the aura radiating from him sent a chill through everyone present. The military officer in charge of the combat training exercise was now trembling from head to toe, his uniform soaked through with cold sweat. His lips trembled as if he wanted to explain something. But as he met the icy stares of the elite figures before him, figures he dared not even dream of confronting, his trembling lips quivered even more violently. He couldn't utter a single word of explanation. It wasn't just the commander who was terrified. Every single squad leader present was pale-faced, their legs trembling. Even now, they still hadn't grasped what had actually happened. Hadn't they just secured the backing of a top foreign investor? Hadn't they just received the promise of investment? Everything had been moving in a positive direction, yet in an instant, the entire situation had taken a drastic turn for the worse. The sudden appearance of the humanoid monster alone was enough to send shivers down their spines. And the fact that the foreign investor, a martial arts master, had been defeated by this sudden apparition only deepened their terror. Yet their panic was short-lived. Several top-tier figures from Changnan descended from the heavens, bringing a sense of reassurance like saviors. But just as their hearts settled, they witnessed the four leaders erupting into action, swiftly crippling the very investor they had placed their trust in. What followed felt like a dream. The four tycoons controlled the foreign businessman, forcing the humanoid monster to personally execute him. After the foreign investor's death, the humanoid monster's form abruptly shifted. The black aura enveloping its body vanished instantly, and the blood-red, monstrous wings on its back retracted into its flesh. The dragon scales covering its muscles dissolved, revealing a face stained with blood yet still undeniably handsome. This monster was Shen Xingchen. At the sight of that face, every person present felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. As the military unit overseeing the live fire training, they were well aware of the appearances of the prodigies participating in this exercise. Shen Xingchen, the most exceptional among them, the prodigy of prodigies, was the one they had all been tasked to protect. Yet this very person. Under their very protection, he had nearly succumbed to darkness, his entire body ravaged by severe injuries. Dereliction of duty. Gross dereliction of duty. If they had merely been fearful back then, the appearance of Shen Lang plunged them into profound despair. The sole leader of Xing Shuang Group. One of the world's top 10 wealthiest individuals. The undisputed kingpin of Changnan City and indeed the entire Xizang province. This identity, this background in Changnan, it was a million times more useful than some William Henry. And they, in their eagerness to curry favor with Henry, had actually offended Shen Xingchen and Shen Lang? Good heavens! A collective sigh of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Had they known Shen Xingchen possessed such connections, they wouldn't have dared to disregard this combat training so carelessly, even if it meant their deaths. But now, it was too late for regrets. As the highest-ranking commander of the Changnan military district, Commander Dong's face darkened to a grim shadow. He strode forward 2 steps, then lashed out with a hand as large as a palm fan, sending the trembling officer flying 10 meters away with a single blow. Damn it! What the hell were you doing? I ordered you to protect the students, and you come here groveling at the feet of foreign investors? Even after the slap, Commander Dong felt unsatisfied. His form flickered again, and he delivered a flying kick that sent the manager, who was lying on the ground clutching his face and wailing, flying further. Blood spurted from the supervisor's mouth like it was free. His teeth were shattered by the blow, and his massive belly caved in completely under the kick. His internal organs and bones were crushed together, creating a horrifying sight. Witnessing this scene, Shen Lang's expression remained unruffled. He waved his hand and quietly interjected. "That's enough, Commander Dong. There's no need to fight them. Handle them as you see fit. Hold them accountable as required. I demand only one thing: anyone found negligent in their duties must face appropriate punishment." Though he lacked Commander Dong's impulsive temper, his words pierced everyone's hearts like steel needles. Compared to the physical pain, the subsequent accountability would prove far more deadly. Negligence in the military? That's prison time. In an instant, every face turned ashen, expressions heavy with dread. Shen Lang's few light-hearted remarks had just sealed the fate of everyone present. Anyone could see the raging fury simmering beneath the man's calm exterior. Hearing this, Commander Dong's face flushed with shame as he apologized. "Chairman Shen, it was my failure to supervise properly." Chapter 109, The Vanished Belt. Shen Lang waved his hand, cutting off the apology. "No need for that. Let's check on the other students' conditions. All compensation for the students will be covered by my Xingxiang group." Interrupted by Shen Lang, Commander Dong showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, the guilt etched on his face deepened. Moreover, a profound sense of dread began to rise within him. Those unaware might assume Shen Lang was merely an ordinary businessman. But those privy to the truth knew exactly what kind of man Shen Lang was. A cold-blooded predator through and through. During Xingxiang Group's mid-development phase, someone had sought to harm Shen Lang's family over a profit dispute. Just before the attack could be carried out, every member of that person's household, from the elderly to the young, even their pets, died mysteriously. Every single member of the family, even distant relatives, met a gruesome end. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. Yet the most astonishing part was that everyone knew Shen Lang was responsible. Yet he left not a shred of evidence behind. From that day forward, any conglomerate with a conflict of interest against Xingxiang Group resorted strictly to legitimate business tactics, daring not to overstep in the slightest. And now, his family was being targeted. His most precious son, no less. Commander Dong couldn't even begin to imagine how furious Xingxiang Group and Shen Lang himself would become. As the highest commander of this military region and the nominal supreme instructor of combat training, even he feared repercussions. Seeing the highest commander of the Changnan military region trembling before Shen Lang, the other soldiers turned even paler, all hope of leniency vanishing from their hearts. "Xiao Chen, be careful lately. Don't get involved with foreigners." In the video call, his mother, Song Qingxuan, said sternly. Shen Xingchen nodded and asked curiously. "What's wrong, Mom? What about foreigners?" Hearing this, Song Qingxuan paused thoughtfully before finally revealing the truth to her son, using the opportunity to reinforce her warning. Yesterday, a horrific tragedy struck Shenzhen City. Every gifted student in this year's cohort was lured to their deaths by foreigners. The mastermind has fled back to America, but there's no guarantee they won't target gifted students in other cities next. You possess S-class rule system talent, you're a prime target for them. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's face paled. Staring at his mother on the screen, he suddenly recalled the black gold belt she had given him. Just as he opened his mouth to ask. But no matter how loudly he screamed, not a single sound could escape his throat. Meanwhile, Song Qingxuan on the screen wore a faint smile as she gradually faded away. This eerie scene sent a chill down Shen Xingchen's spine. He roared. "Mom!" With a thunderous crash, the scene before him completely collapsed. Shen Xingchen sprang up from the bed like a coiled spring. The sudden movement instantly tugged at the various precision instruments and needles attached to his body. The sharp pain of stretched muscles and skin made him look down, revealing he was clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown. He scanned his surroundings, taking in the stark white walls and the beeping precision instruments surrounding him. He painfully tapped his head, finally snapping fully back to reality from his dream. It wasn't entirely a dream. He was merely recalling his mother's warning from his previous life. It seemed that in his previous life, he hadn't yet shone brightly enough to catch the attention of William and the others. Their focus had been on the southern capital, the city of Shenzhen, where geniuses were more abundant and of higher caliber. And in that lifetime, William and Henry had indeed completed their satanic plan. Rumors even claimed that William, fueled by the complete form of Satan's blood, had truly evolved his talent to the SSS rank. Yet that very night, the martial god of Great Xia arrived in America. He forced his way through America's National Defense Array and the James family's clan array, eliminating William, who was hiding in the estate, with a single strike. Afterward, he departed with grace. This ruthless act sent shockwaves across the globe. The name of the Great Xia martial god, Wu Di, once again echoed across the world. A warrior whose very name evoked invincibility. He was also the very warrior ambushed by the 10,000 Beast sect. After the ambush by the 10,000 Beast sect, Wu Di suffered severe injuries, his primordial essence damaged, leaving him with little time left. Yet precisely because his days were numbered, his actions grew increasingly brazen, with almost no limits. He even dared to confront America's National Defense Array to eliminate his enemy, leaving behind a deafening declaration afterward. Those who dare to offend Great Xia shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. From the moment he appeared to attack until his departure, America's martial god never showed. After all, they had no intention of trading their own lives for that of a dying martial god. Recalling the events of his past life, Shen Xingchen shook his head. His rebirth in this life had unexpectedly thwarted the enemy's plans early on, and in a way, it had prolonged the life of the Wu-Di martial god. In the previous life, the enemy had perished within half a year after taking action. This time, he should live a little longer. Shen Xingchen's awakening and the machine's unusual sounds instantly caught the attention of the maids waiting outside the door. They pushed open the door, tears streaming down their faces as they gazed at the pale youth sitting up in the hospital bed. They cried out, "Young master, you're finally awake." Not long after, Shen Lang also rushed to the hospital room. The moment he stepped inside, the murderous aura and malevolence that had enveloped him vanished instantly, transforming him back into a gentle father. Sitting beside the bed, Shen Lang inquired with concern, "How is your body? Is your qi and blood circulating smoothly?" Shen Xingchen gently circulated his qi and blood. The flow was smooth, no different from before. Moreover, the strength of his qi and blood was clearly far greater than the previous 60 points. Noticing this, Shen Xingchen's face showed surprise. His previous injuries should have been fortunate enough to spare his life without leaving lasting complications. How could they possibly have made him stronger? Seeing no need to hold back with his own father, he asked directly. Shen Lang gave a wry smile. "This isn't Changnan, this is Xinjiang. The medical environment and resources here are simply superior. And most crucially, that belt of yours is almost more effective than any elixir or miracle cure." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's eyebrow shot up. Only then did he recall the belt. He instinctively touched his stomach, smooth and bare to the touch. The belt had already been removed. Turns out he really needed his parents' help. After all, he couldn't manage it alone. The belt he'd struggled to remove? Mom and Dad handled it effortlessly. Shen Xingchen exhaled in relief and asked, "Did you ask Mom?" "This belt is strong, but it causes chaotic energy surges and even affects the mind. It's downright strange. How did you two get it off?" "I couldn't budge it. No matter what I tried, it felt like it was fused to my flesh." Hearing this, Shen Lang's bitter smile deepened. He shook his head and said, "Actually, we didn't remove it either." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's heart sank. He immediately pulled back his blanket, lifted his shirt, and looked down. The eerie black gold belt had indeed vanished. But half an inch below his navel, a black and gold floral pattern was now clearly imprinted. Chapter 110, Deep City. The pattern was an inky black, dotted with dark gold lines, its color and design identical to the black gold belt Shen Xingchen had worn before. Shen Xingchen's eyes flashed as he stared at the inexplicably appearing black and gold pattern on his body. Memories of the battle flashed through his mind the moment the belt had sprouted barbs that had dug into his flesh. Now, this black gold belt was no longer content with merely embedding itself into flesh through barbs. It had now fused completely with Shen Xingchen's flesh, skin, and bones, becoming inseparable from him. Shen Xingchen rubbed the black and gold patterns on his body with force. "Useless." Shen Lang watched Shen Xingchen's actions, his tone heavy as he said, "This thing was already embedded in you when you arrived at the hospital. The first hospital of Shen City dispatched their most skilled doctors and employed the world's most sophisticated instruments to meticulously excise the pattern from your waist along with the surrounding flesh and skin. But once the flesh and blood had healed, the pattern reappeared. The hospital and doctors were helpless." Listening to Shen Lang's explanation, Shen Xingchen stared blankly for a long moment before nodding as if awakening from a dream. "I see. What about my mom? Did she say anything?" Shen Lang shook his head. "This black gold belt is a treasure your mother obtained from a secret realm of extremely high specifications. Before handing it over to you, we had it tested by professionals. Both theoretical data tests and live subject tests were conducted. Both types of tests showed no issues, which is why your mother felt confident handing this over to you." At this point, Shen Lang's eyes flickered, and he let out an almost imperceptible sigh before patting Shen Xingchen's shoulder. "Xingchen, don't blame your mother. She didn't mean to." At these words, Shen Xingchen's face quickly broke into a bright smile. "How could I blame her? Without this, I might have died this time." After all, in his previous life, Zhu Shiyao had worn it too, and it hadn't caused any of these troublesome issues. It was just ordinary reinforced armor, albeit with defense far surpassing anything on the market. This time around, he had no idea what had triggered the hidden mechanism of this black gold belt, causing it to undergo such terrifying transformations. Could it be this belt specifically targets top-tier geniuses? Shen Xingchen pondered. "Over the past month, your mother and I have combed through countless records and ancient texts. Based on the 4 traits you described: enhanced defense, explosive vitality surge, soul disruption, and targeted attacks against geniuses, we've narrowed it down to several suspects. The first was the 10,000 Beasts sect. Their hatred for human geniuses far exceeded your imagination. It wouldn't be surprising if they created something specifically designed to target geniuses. The second possibility is that the soul of some ancient divine beast or ferocious creature resides within the belt, seeking to reincarnate through your extraordinary physique. The third possibility is the embodiment of some dark deity. While records on this are scarce, it cannot be dismissed. Don't worry, Xiao Chen. Your mother and I will definitely resolve this matter for you. Trust us. Shen Lang rubbed his temples, the deep dark circles beneath his eyes betraying his exhaustion. It seemed he'd been working tirelessly on these matters these past few days. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen smiled and adopted an unconcerned expression. Ah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Worst case, I'll just stop using this thing from now on, right? If it can be resolved, great. If not, no big deal, just think of it as a painless tattoo, ha. Seeing the smile on Shen Xingchen's face, Shen Lang, a man who'd seen it all, knew instantly it was forced. Indeed, who wouldn't be terrified to suddenly have this mysterious thing attached to them, something that could take their life or even control them at any moment? Not to mention, Xingchen was still just an 18-year-old kid. But Shen Lang didn't call him out on it either. A smile spread across his face as well. Alright, enough about that. What are your plans now? After a month bedridden, maybe start with some light walking and rehabilitation exercises to get your body moving again? At those words, Shen Xingchen's face paled. A month? He'd been unconscious for a whole month? No wonder he'd felt so groggy and foggy-headed earlier. So he'd been in a deep sleep for a whole month. Anyone would be disoriented after waking from such a long slumber. Seeing the vibrant expression on Shen Xingchen's face, a faint smile returned to Shen Lang's own. He pulled out a letter and handed it to Shen Xingchen. Here. Your little girlfriend left this for you. Shen Xingchen took the letter. By CA? Right. Where is she? Is she studying in Changnan? Why didn't she come see me? He flipped through the letter as he spoke. Moments later, the smile faded from Shen Xingchen's face. His gaze froze on the final line of the letter. Wait for me. Next time, I'll be the one to protect you. Bai Siya had joined Shenzhen's God-making project. Though called the God-making project, most referred to it as the path to becoming a God Slayer. The program spans 45 days. After confirming participation, participants were transported to Shen City's unique, nationally renowned and even globally competitive mystical realm. The Divine Secret Realm. Upon entering the realm, participants are placed within a self-contained miniature battlefield, surrounded on all sides by an unending tide of ferocious beasts. The strength of the beast waves will be scaled according to the participants' power levels. For the first 8 days, the beasts will match the participants' strength. On the 9th day, participants rest for 1 day, completing 1 cycle. In the next cycle, the beast's strength surpasses the participants by 1 minor realm. In the 3rd cycle, the beasts are 2 minor realms stronger. And so on. This means that by the 5th cycle, participants must face relentless waves of beasts 4 minor realms stronger than themselves. And they must battle continuously for 8 days. Even with each wave of beasts spaced half an hour apart to allow participants to rest. Yet those who complete all 5 cycles remain few and far between. Conversely, those who successfully complete all 5 cycles receive divine blessings from the heavenly gods, granting them a direct advancement of 1 entire major realm in both physical and spiritual strength. This is why the Deep City Secret Realm is revered as divine. Of course, this enhancement could only elevate martial cultivators to the peak of the martial sovereign realm. It cannot go any higher. Even so, it remains a truly divine secret realm, a top-tier domain for which countless individuals would gladly sacrifice their lives. It is worth mentioning that participation in this secret realm requires only a 5 million Great Xia coin entry fee. Of course, participants must hold Great Xia citizenship. Foreigners are ineligible. Compared to the potential gains from the realm, this fee is practically negligible. Yet, the number of participants in the divine secret realm remains scarce each year. Because the realm's rules stipulate. Once you enter the secret realm, you may not interrupt the trial unless you die. Violators perish instantly. In other words, unless you possess the confidence to confront waves of beasts 4 minor realms above your own. Otherwise, once you join the God Forging project, your lifespan will be reduced to a mere 30 or 40 days. For ordinary cultivators, overcoming a single minor realm is already an immense challenge. How much more so to leap over 4 minor realms? And to face a wave of hundreds of ferocious beasts alone? Therefore, unless one possesses extreme confidence, few are willing to take on such a challenge. Or perhaps some martial fanatics, facing the inevitable decline of their vitality before age 35 and the end of their progress, make a desperate gamble for a future. Or perhaps those with nowhere left to turn, or those bearing a blood feud, seeking to use this opportunity for a reversal of fortune and vengeance. Only such individuals would dare to take on this challenge. But Bai Siye? She's only 18. She has a mother and younger sister to support. Every month, she receives hundreds of thousands of daxia coins from her school and the Changnan city government. She has a future full of boundless promise. How could she possibly participate in such a life-threatening trial? Shen Xingchen fell silent for a long moment, his mouth feeling parched. His voice was slightly hoarse. You didn't even try to stop her. Shen Lang replied with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, I covered that 5 million for her. Whoa. Shen Xingchen sucked in a sharp breath, staring at his own father in bewilderment. That doesn't make any sense. What kind of father would do this to his own son? Seeing his son's gaze, Shen Lang scratched his head and lowered his eyes, unable to meet his son's stare. Wasn't I just distributing compensation to the students? Since she's my own daughter-in-law, I figured she's family, so I gave her a little extra. Who could have guessed that quiet little girl would take the money and head straight for the divine secret realm? By the time this letter reached me, she'd already signed up. There was no stopping her. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen exhaled softly and waved his hand. Alright, I need some time alone. He needed quiet to strategize his next move. Shen Lang scratched his nose and stood up. Get some rest. Don't overthink it. The young lady has already completed the first 2 rounds of trials. Tomorrow is the final day of the 3rd round. Remember to go see her. Oh, and Li Xiaoman and Lin Xinshue's rooms are right next to yours. Don't forget to check on them too. Your old man's outta here. Keep up the good work, son. With that, Shen Lang, feeling rather guilty, slipped away like a flash. The vast ward was left with only Shen Xingchen. Listening to the incessant beeping in his ears, Shen Xingchen yanked off all the monitors and tubes attached to his body. The beeps grew more urgent, then faded into several long, drawn-out tones. The ward fell back into pure, unbroken silence. The secret realm of the gods. Shen Xingchen murmured silently. He extended his finger and wrote 5 characters in the air. Xincheng Exploration Team. As the largest city in the south, Shen City naturally possessed a broad and inclusive spirit. Its exploration team recruits members from all sectors of society. Deep City's grand stage. If you've got talent, come on down. If Shen Xingchen remembered correctly, on the 15th of April, the members of the Shen City Exploration Team would encounter a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Leveraging this opportunity, the Xincheng Exploration Team, originally firmly ranked 5th in the Great Xia, saw its strength surge dramatically within just a few short years. It leaped into the top 3, even reaching 2nd place, surpassed only by the National Exploration Team. Moreover, after joining the expedition team, Shen Xingchen, as a team member, would gain immediate access to investigate any secret realm showing the slightest disturbance. While the odds of helping by Xie were practically 0, it was still far better than doing nothing, right? Chapter 111, Irrelevant. Shen Xingchen also heard that the Shen City Exploration Team back then had completely missed out on this colossal opportunity. Yet even half the opportunities could propel the entire expedition team's strength to new heights. If they could obtain the full opportunity, this Deep City Expedition Team might just surge straight to the top of the national rankings. At this thought, Shen Xingchen's heart surged with excitement, solidifying his immediate goal. He leapt off the bed and powered on his phone. A series of beeps accompanied the flood of messages popping up. Shen Xingchen skimmed through them, almost entirely messages of gratitude and concern. He set up a one-click reply and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. Meanwhile, in the honors class at Changnan First High School, while the teacher lectured at the front, the students below appeared somewhat distracted. Even though an hour had passed, their eyes still drifted toward the empty seat at the back right. Empty. Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie were both gone. William and Song Tonglin were dead. This once prestigious honors class, a gathering of all Changnan's brightest talents, now lacked even a single student with S-level martial arts aptitude. Could this still be called an elite class? Over the past month, they couldn't even secure first place in the Earth-tier city league. Making it into the top 3 was already a stroke of luck. Students from Earth-tier cities now looked at them with utter disdain. As if to say, you enjoy the best educational resources, and this is the best you can do? Their thoughts drifted, longing for Shen Xingchen grew stronger, and the image of him covered in dragon scales with blood-red wings unfurled kept flashing through their minds. Just then, Zhu Shiyao felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw the name on the message, her face lighting up with joy. Shen Xingchen had sent her a message. Zhu Shiyao swiftly opened her phone, her eyes landing on the simple 6-character message in the chat window. All is well. Don't worry. 6 words and 2 punctuation marks, as simple as could be, yet they nearly brought tears to Zhu Shiyao's eyes. Heaven only knew how many messages she'd sent Shen Xingchen over the past month. They weren't just words, they were her pride, densely packed. And now, Shen Xingchen had finally deigned to reply. And the very first person he replied to was her Zhu Shiyao. Sure enough, Shen Xingchen still loved her. A quiet joy blossomed within Zhu Shiyao, accompanied by an indescribable sense of fulfillment and happiness. A month ago, when she learned Shen Xingchen's background was the Xingxuan group, her world had come crashing down. No wonder Shen Xingchen possessed such extraordinary talent. No wonder every breakfast he brought before was so delicious and remarkably effective. No wonder Shen Xingchen could master so many exquisite martial arts techniques at such a young age. No wonder he could send a peak martial artist flying with a single punch while riding that ordinary electric scooter. It turned out that standing behind him was the very foundation of Changnan, the Xingxuan group. This kind of backing was something Zhu Shiyao couldn't even dream of. If you just told me Star Frost Group was backing you, how could I have refused you? Xu Shiryao pouted inwardly, her mind filled with regret. Had she known Shen Xingchen was part of Xing Xuan group, she wouldn't have needed Shen Xingchen to pursue her. She, Xu Shiryao, would have pursued Shen Xingchen herself. How could things have ended up like this? Their relationship was now awkward beyond belief, worse than that of strangers. Sigh. Xu Shiryao sighed deeply, but soon her spirits lifted. No matter what, she firmly believed there was an emotional foundation between her and Shen Xingchen. 2.5 years of pursuit couldn't be erased from Shen Xingchen's heart overnight. Besides, that fool by Siya volunteering for the divine secret realm was practically a dead woman walking. With no rival left, and armed with her looks and talent, winning Shen Xingchen over would be a piece of cake. And there it was, his immediate message to reassure her was the best proof. A confident smile spread across Xu Shiryao's face as her fingers tapped rapidly across the screen. Shen Xingchen had only replied with 6 words. Yet she kept typing until the chat box overflowed, only then did she stop. This was the only way to show how much she cared about Shen Xingchen. After sending the message, Xu Shiryao stared at her phone screen with eager anticipation, waiting for a reply. Suddenly, a buzzing vibration shook her phone. Xu Shiryao's eyes lit up as she immediately grabbed her phone. But her expression darkened almost instantly. Her lips tightened as she disabled notification permissions for every single app. Not a single one remained. After that, Shen Xingchen never sent another message until the class ended. Xu Shiryao felt a pang of disappointment. Just then, her best friend Zhang Jinka tugged her toward the restroom. Facing this best friend who always seemed to be one step behind her, Xu Shiryao perked up again. She pulled out her phone, opened the chat history, and flaunted Shen Xingchen's reply. See? Xingchen messaged me back. I told you he still has feelings for me, didn't I? Zhang Jinka leaned in curiously, expecting to see Shen Xingchen had truly changed his ways. But when she saw the content of the chat, her astonishment instantly turned to contempt. She snorted derisively and pulled out her own phone. Here, look. This is a group message. You got it, I got it, everyone got it. Hearing this, Xu Shiryao's composed smile froze. She snatched the phone from the other person's hand and stared at the text in disbelief. All is well, no need to worry. 6 words, 2 punctuation marks, exactly the same. No way. Xu Shiryao murmured. She often sent group messages to her group of admirers. After all, with so many of them, replying individually was too much trouble. But now, she, the school's most sought-after beauty, had become the recipient of a mass message? Was there any justice left in this world? Xu Shiryao felt all strength drained from her body. She had just stood up but now slumped back into her seat, looking utterly lost and disoriented. Only when the class bell rang did Xu Shiryao snap back to reality. She turned to the student in front of her and asked, "Did Shen Xingchen reply to your message?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Xu Shiryao still couldn't let it go and pressed further. "Can I see it? I promise I won't snoop." Taking both phones from the front row, she saw identical text on each screen. Xu Shiryao's heart sank to the bottom. It really was a mass message. Her hands trembling, she pulled out her own phone, opened Shen Xingchen's chat window, typed a few lines, then impatiently deleted them. She typed again, only to delete it once more. After several attempts, she finally decided to send a cute emoji to gauge his reaction. The moment the sticker was sent, a large red exclamation mark appeared in the chat window. The small text beneath it pierced her heart like an ice spike, plunging her instantly into an icy abyss. The message had been sent, but it was rejected by the recipient. She had been blocked by Shen Xingchen. Meanwhile, in a hospital room in Shenzhen. Lying in her hospital bed, Li Xiaoman watched Shen Xingchen take out his phone and tap the screen. Curious, she asked. "Who is it? Your girlfriend?" Shen Xingchen looked up and smiled. "Nothing. Doesn't matter." Chapter 112, Prelude. Seeing Shen Xingchen's nonchalant attitude, Li Xiaoman nodded without giving it much thought. "Thanks to you, the teacher got access to such great medical resources. Otherwise, I'd be as good as finished." She'd sustained the most severe injuries during combat training. Had Shen Lang not spared no expense in mobilizing top-tier medical resources, the grass on her grave would have likely grown by now. Shen Xingchen shook his head. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered this ordeal." "I'm sorry, teacher. Truth be told, William and the others ended up in Changnan entirely because of me." The teachers and students of the elite class were truly caught in the crossfire. Li Xiaoman shook her head and said, "If blame is to be placed, it lies with my own inadequacy. Had I been Zhuge Liang, crushing William and his crew would have been as easy as squashing a few ants. How could I blame you, a mere student?" After confirming Li Xiaoman was out of danger, Shen Xingchen left her room and headed to Lin Xinshua's ward. He knocked and received a response. Shen Xingchen pushed the door open and saw Lin Xinshu lying diagonally on the bed. She wore a blue and white hospital gown, her lower body covered by a blanket while her upper body was exposed to the air. Shen Xingchen looked toward Lin Xinshua and was startled to see the clothing on her arm hanging limply and empty. How could this be? Li Xiaoman had been so badly injured, yet she was cured. Why hadn't Lin Xinshua's arm been reattached or regenerated? After all, Lin Xinshua was a swordswoman. Without a hand, how could she ever grasp a sword? Years of sword training, years of dedication all gone in an instant. Shen Xingchen stood frozen at the doorway for a long moment. Put. Suddenly, a soft chuckle drifted from the bed. Lin Xinshua's face lit up with a radiant smile, her voice as light and cheerful as a songbird's. What are you doing standing there like a fool, big hero? Shen Xingchen's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. He simply took 2 steps into the room and closed the door behind him. As he drew near Lin Xinshua, something felt off. When exactly did his teaching assistant's chest muscles become so well defined? The Lin Xinshu he remembered was petite. Seeing the stunned expression of surprise on Shen Xingchen's face, Lin Xinshua smiled again. Her chest shifted slightly as her arms, which had been tucked in front of her, slipped back into her sleeves. The next second, she rolled her sleeves up to her upper arms, revealing smooth, milky white skin as soft as a baby's. Just teasing you, it's fine. Lin Xinshua teased, waving her arm playfully. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's heart finally settled. He shot her a disapproving look. You're not a kid anymore. Lin Xinshua smiled. I just wanted to surprise you. And your expression just now was hilarious, you know? Ever since you awakened your talent, you've been acting like a little adult, keeping that stiff, aloof face every single day. That expression just now that's the real you. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen sighed helplessly. Surprise? More like a scare. And what do you mean, little adult? I'm 18 and an adult now, okay? I am an adult. How's your body? How does your arm feel? Lin Xinshua gave her arm a vigorous shake. As her arm swung, a gust of wind whistled past and a rich aura of vitality radiated from her body. She laughed. Thanks to you, I'm a martial artist now. Now I finally understand what kind of life you've been living. No wonder your martial arts progressed so quickly. I just kept healing and then I broke through. After confirming she truly wasn't paying attention, Shen Xingchen chatted with her a bit longer, inquiring about her future plans before leaving the ward. Stepping out of the hospital gates at 10:42 a.m., the mid-April sun in Shen City already beat down fiercely. The scorching sunlight poured down on him, lending Shen Xingchen's pallid face a touch more lifelike quality. Stretching muscles that hadn't moved in a month, Shen Xingchen gazed ahead, suddenly feeling a bit lost. This was his first time in Shenzhen, both in his past life and this one. Though he had a goal, he didn't know where to sign up with the Shenzhen exploration team. He pulled out his phone, ready to use navigation. Suddenly, a Maybach glided to a stop before him. A stunning woman in a business suit stepped out. Beneath the breathtaking curve of her pencil skirt, her glossy black stockings shimmered in the sunlight. This woman drew more attention than the Maybach itself. Almost the moment she appeared, every pair of eyes in the vicinity instinctively turned toward her. After stepping out of the car, the woman in the business suit immediately jogged toward Shen Xingchen, bowing slightly as she addressed him. Young master, we've come to pick you up. Please get in. As she spoke, she bowed again, her posture humble as she opened the car door. Her other hand held the door open in a series of movements that left the onlookers utterly stunned. Shen Xingchen nodded. He recognized the woman. She was one of the 20 maids in his household. Guided by her, Shen Xingchen stepped into the car under the envious, jealous, and resentful stares of the crowd. In the rear compartment, besides the clean and comfortable seats, 2 sets of clothing were laid out on the empty seat. One was business-oriented, the other sporty. Meanwhile, the driver up front spoke up at just the right moment. Young master, where shall we go? Shen Xingchen replied while changing into his athletic wear. The registration site for the Xinjiang exploration team. Can we sign up today? The maid seated in the front passenger seat displayed remarkable professionalism. Certainly, young master. The Deep City Exploration Team accepts registrations 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. The selection trials are scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Sunday, April 13th. Shen Xingchen nodded. Let's go then. At his command, the car began to move slowly. Its sleek, flowing lines glistened in the sunlight, radiating an aura of wealth. Before long, the vehicle came to a stop. Before stepping out, Shen Xingchen instructed. Wait here. The Deep City Exploration Team was divided into 3 parts, the Reckless Advance Team, the Reserve Team, and the Official Team. In truth, this configuration was standard for exploration teams across the Great Xia Empire and the world. The death-defying vanguard was primarily composed of death row prisoners who had committed grave crimes. The expedition team uses their bodies and lives to obtain first-hand intelligence for opening up the secret realm. Should these death row inmates survive the initial exploration of a secret realm, their death sentences would be commuted. Should they emerge unscathed from 3 consecutive expeditions, all their criminal charges and punishments would be fully pardoned. Of course, given the extreme danger of the advance team's missions, few could emerge unscathed from 3 such missions. Shen Xingchen had no intention of joining such a high-mortality advance team. His true goal was to become a reserve member. As one of the nation's top 5 exploration teams, even reserve members must possess the strength of a martial duke. Full members, moreover, must reach the peak of the martial sovereign realm, forging both body and spirit to the pinnacle of human potential. Chapter 113, Golden Bone Perfection. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Xingchen arrived at the registration desk. Hearing footsteps, the staff member looked up. Upon seeing Shen Xingchen's face, which appeared far too young, he inquired curiously. "Young student, what brings you over here? Lost your way?" The martial sage realm, even students from top-tier institutions like Huaqing Academy in the capital city don't reach it until their sophomore or junior years. This young man before me looks like he's barely out of high school. How could he possibly be at the martial lord realm? However, due to Shen Xingchen's striking good looks, the staff member didn't hesitate to extend kindness. Shen Xingchen shook his head and pointed to the registration form on the table. "I'm here to register." Hearing this, the staff member stroked his thick beard and took another look at Shen Xingchen. A hint of envy flickered in his eyes as he handed Shen Xingchen a registration form. "Oh, sorry. I thought you were a high school student. Man, you look way too young." Shen Xingchen took the form, filling in his details as he replied. "It's fine. My looks match my age." With that, he handed the completed form to the other person. The staff member took it with a smile and said, "I'm barely 30 myself. Some high schoolers even called me uncle earlier. Can you believe it? I just got a bit more facial hair, a bit less hair on my head, darker under eye circles, and rougher skin. I'm hardly old enough for high schoolers to call me uncle. But man, you really look young. How do you maintain that?" Shen Xingchen shook his head. "No special care. Looking young at 18 is pretty normal." Hearing this, the staff member snorted in disbelief, thinking Shen Xingchen was joking. 18? 18 years old and you've reached the martial lord realm? What kind of joke is that? He shook his head and fell silent, his gaze sweeping over the registration form. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed sharply, and the smile froze on his face. There, in the age column, two clear Arabic numerals were written. 18. 18? But quickly, as if realizing something, his gaze darted downward to the cultivation realm section. The late-stage martial artist cultivation level eased his mind. He knew it. How could an 18-year-old possibly be a prodigy capable of advancing to martial lord? Of course, reaching the late warrior stage at this age still placed him among the most exceptional of geniuses. But for someone at this level to join their deep city exploration team? That gap was still a bit too wide. He shook his head, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at Shen Xingchen. "Young man, I admit your talent is no less than mine. But your current cultivation level falls short of our deep city exploration team's requirements. Return to cultivate for a year or two before trying again." With that, he casually tossed the application form into the desk drawer. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen frowned. "I thought your deep city exploration team accepted anyone with martial lord strength, right? Even those with slightly lower cultivation levels could join." The bearded staff member nodded. "That's true, but handsome, you're only at late warrior level. The gap to martial lord is too vast a gap that neither martial skills nor talent can bridge. Don't waste your time or our resources by participating in the selection trials. You should know that applicants who fall too far short of the selection criteria will be blacklisted by us," he pleaded earnestly. Shen Xingchen shook his head firmly. "Trust me, uncle, I don't do things without confidence." Being called uncle by a high schooler again, the staff member's smile vanished. He pulled Shen Xingchen's application form from his desk drawer with a sigh and shoved it into the pile of papers on the table. "You can't reason with a stubborn fool. Do whatever you want. At least it won't be me getting blacklisted later. If you make it through the selection trials, I'll write my name backwards. You young whippersnappers have no clue what's good for you. Alright, hand in your form and get out of here." With that, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling Shen Xingchen to leave. Shen Xingchen politely thanked him and departed. He got into the waiting Maybach and, guided by the driver, headed to a nearby luxury hotel. Upon entering the suite, the items laid out on the table immediately caught Shen Xingchen's attention. The divine beast essence blood and various cultivation resources previously stored at home were neatly arranged on the table. On the opposite side of the table lay none other than his Hun Yuan Shan sword. Having rested for a full month, his physical functions had fully recovered to peak condition. It was time to tackle the final stage of refining his golden bones. Before commencing cultivation, however, Shen Xingchen routinely measured his current qi and blood levels. A beep sounded, and a red light flashed on the device. Shen Xingchen lowered his gaze to read the number displayed. 8,848. 8-star martial artist. Indeed, thanks to the existence of the Gipaishio devouring heaven body, even though his physical condition had been dire at the time, he had still absorbed a significant portion of the immense energy contained within the Satan's blood. His vital energy had surged by 28 points. It was a blessing in disguise, he thought. After confirming his physical state, Shen Xingchen picked up the divine beast essence blood from the table. He uncorked each vial one by one, then poured all the divine beast essence blood into a larger container. After shaking it, the essence blood of the divine beasts, each a different color, blended together perfectly. The dazzling array of colors was truly breathtaking. Shen Xingchen swallowed all the divine beast essence in one gulp. The moment it touched his tongue, a searing heat spread rapidly. His throat moved slightly as the burning sensation slid down his esophagus, settling in his stomach before radiating throughout his entire body. His skin, once pale from prolonged bed rest and lack of sunlight, quickly flushed with a healthy glow. Countless wisps of white vapor erupted from his open pores. In the blink of an eye, a small dense fog formed around Shen Xingchen. The immense energy and abundant vital essence contained within the essence blood surged wildly through his body. Having endured repeated blood surges before, Shen Xingchen now possessed remarkable resilience against this internal tumult. The agonizing pain that had once accompanied skeletal transformations during cultivation vanished entirely. In moments, the essence of the divine beast's blood was fully absorbed by Shen Xingchen's skeleton. His bones, already a pale gold, now glowed with a radiant golden hue. At first glance, they resembled the eternal divine flames within a true dragon's eyes. Golden bones perfected. Paishio devouring heaven body, 4th tier, cultivation complete. After achieving golden bone perfection, Shen Xingchen distinctly heard a continuous cracking sound emanating from within his body. This peculiar sound persisted for at least 5 minutes. When the sounds finally ceased, Shen Xingchen stepped before a full-length mirror to observe the changes in his physique. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, proportions of flawless perfection. Even the world's top models would pale in comparison to Shen Xingchen's current physique. The flawless physique was merely a side effect of the golden bone. Chapter 114, The Secret Realm's Exit. Its primary effect was to grant Shen Xingchen's bones, along with the muscles and meridians attached to them, a more perfect and fluid method of exerting force. With the same vital energy and physical constitution, but empowered by the golden bones, the destructive force unleashed by Shen Xingchen's punches and sword thrusts surpassed that of ordinary martial cultivators by a whole level. Shen Xingchen shifted his gaze away from the mirror. Having completed the 4th layer of cultivation, he could now proceed to the 5th, mercury blood. Blood like mercury, thick and viscous, its inherent chi and blood value directly doubled compared to ordinary blood. By then, Shen Xingchen's explosive power and sustained combat endurance would both double. Moreover, upon mastering mercury blood, the probability of Shen Xingchen's chi blood surging violently would drastically decrease. The near collapse he had experienced multiple times during the trials, caused by blood surges, would almost certainly never occur again. Most crucially, after mastering the 5th layer, Shen Xingchen's body forging technique had progressed beyond its initial stage, allowing him to begin nurturing the malevolent energy within his body and fusing it into his blood. Empowered by this malevolent energy, Shen Xingchen's offensive capabilities would reach new heights. Against ghostly and anomalous foes, he now possessed specialized countermeasures, unlike ordinary martial artists who were utterly helpless against such threats. Unlike the previous 4 layers, cultivating mercury blood required no additional resources. The 39 types of divine beast essence blood he had previously consumed served as the optimal resource for cultivating the 5th layer of the Paishio devouring heaven body. The immense power within these 39 divine beast essences not only reshaped Shen Xingchen's skeletal structure but also left a significant portion of its energy stored within his blood. Each activation of the Paishio devouring heaven body could absorb a small portion of this latent energy within the blood. Consuming 3 types of divine beast essence blood daily would allow him to perfect his mercury blood cultivation within 13 days. With this thought, Shen Xingchen changed out of his clothes, now damp with rising white vapor, and donned a fresh set. Upon completing the 4th layer of the body tempering technique, his vital energy and blood levels rose significantly, just as he had anticipated. His vital energy, previously at 88 points, now reached 112 points. His cultivation realm had also smoothly reached the martial artist stage. Empowered by his SSS tier rule talent, Shen Xingchen could now replicate a new martial talent. What should he replicate? Shen Xingchen's eyes flickered. Had he still been in Changnan, his choice would undoubtedly have been Lin Xinxue. After all, in Changnan City and indeed the entire Xizang province, S-tier martial arts talent represented the absolute pinnacle. But now he was in Shenzhen, the 3rd largest city of Great Xia. In this city, while S-tier martial talent remained elite, the even more supreme SS-tier martial talent was not unheard of. As Shen Xingchen understood, the commander of Shenzhen's exploration team possessed an SS-grade martial arts talent. So the question arises, how could Shen Xingchen possibly gain access to the leader of the Shen City exploration team? In Deep City, that person stands second only to the city's ruler. Even if Shen Xingchen successfully joined the Deep City exploration team as a formal probationary member, his status alone wouldn't be enough to catch the captain's attention. What's more, replicating someone's talent required Shen Xingchen to maintain physical contact for a full 5 seconds. No matter how he thought about it, Shen Xingchen seemed unlikely to have close contact with someone of that caliber while still at the martial artist stage. Fortunately, from birth to now, Shen Xingchen had never been one to fight alone. While he couldn't pull this off alone, he still had his parents. His own mother, Song Qingxuan, was the deputy captain of the National Exploration Team. In terms of rank, she was practically on equal footing with that individual in Xincheng. Moreover, the captains of the major exploration teams in Great Xia maintained close ties, frequently assisting one another and sharing excellent relationships. With his mother stepping in, one thing was certain. Meeting with the chief of Shenzhen would be a breeze. With that thought, he pulled out his phone and sent his parents a message. Shen Lang instantly replied with an okay, but Song Qingxuan, likely busy, hadn't responded yet. Shen Xingchen didn't mind. He picked up the long sword on the table to familiarize himself with it before turning off the lights and going to sleep. The next morning, Shen Xingchen woke up and checked his phone, discovering his mother had already made arrangements. 8 p.m. Meet at the rooftop of Shenzhen's Wufu Center. Shen Xingchen committed the details to memory. He pulled out his phone to navigate and was pleasantly surprised to find that the Guofu Center was extremely close to the exit of the Divine Secret Realm, just over a kilometer away in a straight line. Such a distance was nothing for a martial artist like him. If he remembered correctly, the exit of the Divine Secret Realm opened at 7 p.m. Recalling this, Shen Xingchen descended the stairs to enjoy the hotel breakfast. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he knew it, it was already 6:30 p.m. The exit of the Divine Secret Realm was teeming with people. Nearest the exit, tables of various sizes were set up, each flanked by conspicuous red cloths. On the red cloth were displayed the names of the contestants and their respective odds. Shen Xingchen spotted Bai Siye's name among them. To his surprise, Bai Siye's odds were surprisingly low, second to last. Only about 1.5 to 1. Seems everyone has quite a bit of confidence in Bai Siye. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's expression softened slightly. The betting booths in this Divine Secret Realm were recognized by the Great Xia's laws. The wagers were placed on whether contestants could survive this cycle of the beast tide. Odds ranged from 1.2 to 10. Higher odds signify less market and public confidence in the individual. Of course, different betting houses offered even more novel wagers. For instance, one could wager on the exact day a participant dies within a cycle, or even pinpoint whether it occurs in the morning, afternoon, or evening. Such bets can multiply the odds several times over, with the highest reaching hundreds. Regardless of whether bets are simple or complex, won or lost, all gambling activities are subject to a 10% tax levy by the deep city authorities. Regardless of who loses or wins, the authorities always come out with their pockets full. The man behind the table watched Shen Xingchen staring at the red cloth and immediately chuckled. Hey, handsome, wanna place a bet? It's all legal and above board, buddy. Minimum bet is 100 yuan. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen shook his head silently and turned to leave. Though he had complete faith in Bai Siye, gambling was something he wanted nothing to do with. If he got hooked, at best he'd lose everything, at worst his family would be ruined. And it was incredibly addictive. The clatter of money flowing in and out sent a wild rush through the brain. It was nearly impossible not to get hooked. Crowded at the exit with others, Shen Xingchen bumped into an acquaintance. It was Wang, the staff member from the Shen City exploration team. His bushy beard and receding hairline made him quite distinctive, and Shen Xingchen spotted him immediately. Wang Tianqing also spotted Shen Xingchen. Standing at 185 centimeters tall with near-perfect proportions, Shen Xingchen commanded attention with an undeniable visual impact. Wang Tianqing stared at Shen Xingchen with obvious envy. Earlier, when he'd been seated watching Shen Xingchen, he'd only noticed how youthful and handsome he looked. Chapter 115, Lu Feiyang. Now seeing him standing, Wang Tianqing had to practically look up to get a clear view of his face. Damn it, what the hell is going on with this new generation of kids? They all look like they've been pumped full of steroids. Wang Tianqing cursed silently under his breath. To avoid another blow from Shen Xingchen, he simply turned his head away and refused to look at him anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. However, through his mother's messages, Shen Xingchen had already learned the names and appearances of the key figures in the Shen City exploration team. The balding man with a bushy beard before him was actually the captain of the reserve squad, a genuine martial sovereign-level powerhouse. Thinking he might be his own squad leader, Shen Xingchen immediately smiled and greeted him. Hey Wang, what a coincidence. You're here too. Have you eaten yet? Hearing the question beside him, Wang Tianqing's displeased expression softened slightly. At least the kid didn't call me uncle today. He turned his head, a lukewarm smile playing on his lips. Quite the coincidence, huh? I've eaten. With nothing else to do, and since he was just hanging around anyway, Shen Xingchen naturally wouldn't let the chance to talk to someone he vaguely recognized slip by. He pressed on. Bro Wang, what brings you here? Just tagging along for the fun? Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's brow furrowed slightly. He'd have to be out of his mind to come out on a sweltering day just to join the crowd. With temperatures hovering around 30 degrees, wouldn't it be nicer to lie at home with the AC on? But he'd been assigned a task by his boss. The very thought filled him with resentment, and he blurted out. Man, don't even get me started, the boss made me pick someone up. Damn it, they won't even pick up their own relatives, they make me do it. What a terrible boss. Shen Xingchen nodded in agreement. Yeah. Bosses who exploit their subordinates like this are the worst. These words struck a chord with Wang Tianqing. He looked at Shen Xingchen as if he'd found a kindred spirit, continuing to rant about his own boss. In Wang Tianqing's view, Shen Xingchen was just a lowly martial artist who'd never make it onto the exploration team. Complaining to outsiders about his boss was no big deal. The important stuff? He wouldn't mention that. What he shared were just trivial details, nothing significant. Wang Tianqing spit flew as he ranted for over 10 minutes straight. Finally, he wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth and looked at the young man, who seemed quite likable. He offered another piece of advice. Young man, we share a certain kinship, a kindred spirit. Take my advice, don't sign up for this selection tournament. You're still young, can't you wait another 2 or 3 years? You'll likely get eliminated this time or worse, end up on the blacklist. Shen Xingchen shook his head. But I've already submitted my application materials. Hearing this, Wang Tianqing raised an eyebrow, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. Just give me the word, little bro. Your big bro can handle this little thing. I can get your materials back for you. It won't affect your future applications. Even so, Shen Xingchen shook his head firmly. Brother Wang, I know you mean well. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I have reasons I can't ignore. And trust me, I'll pass this test. Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's lips twitched. You're just a lowly martial artist, how could you possibly have the combat prowess of a martial marquis? If you really pass the selection trials, I'll write my last name backwards. But he'd already tried to dissuade him 3 times. 3 strikes and you're out. Respect others' destinies. Wang Tianqing sighed softly and said no more. The secret realm's exit was about to open, and the person he was supposed to meet would appear any moment. He could vent his frustration verbally, but he couldn't afford to be careless about the task assigned by his superiors. After all, Wang Tianqing still had ambitions to advance further. 7 o'clock arrived swiftly. A sudden, intense spatial fluctuation erupted in the cloudless sky. Everyone present instinctively looked up at the sky. A dark purple spatial fissure appeared in the azure sky, rapidly expanding like a demonic eye opening in the depths of hell. The narrow fissure stretched into an oval large enough for 2 people to step through. Instead of weakening, the spatial fluctuations intensified once more. The once stable sky began to crack, fissures forming as the spatial energy surged violently. Scattered fragments of space drifted down, only to be swiftly gathered by some force, forming a majestic, dark purple staircase between the heavens and the earth. Truly befitting a divine sanctuary, what a grand spectacle. Shen Xingchen murmured in admiration. Compared to this, all the secret realms of Changnan were utterly insignificant. It's coming. Wang Tianqing murmured beside him, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance. The order of contestants' appearances was also meticulously arranged. Those who conserved the most stamina during the beast tide attack would exit the secret realm first, and were generally the strongest. The betting odds were largely determined by the previous appearance order. Amidst the crowd's rapt attention, the demon god's eye-like exit suddenly flickered open. A towering figure emerged into view. His garments were saturated with viscous bloodstains, their original colors nearly indistinguishable. Yet though his face was similarly smeared with blood, an unshakable pride shone through his eyes. It was indeed Lu Feiyang. Truly the nephew of that legendary figure. Is our deep city finally about to witness another genius who has conquered the divine realm? The crowd buzzed with excitement, many clenching their fists in triumphant shouts. Even though Lu Feiyang's odds were the lowest at 12-1, and even though the official would take a 10% cut of any subsequent winnings. But given Lu Feiyang's prowess, this money was practically free money. How could they not be thrilled? Look at him, even a genius like that couldn't display the strength of a martial marquis at his current martial realm. If you possess such power, why not challenge the divine secret realm? Watching the young man on the celestial platform, Wang Tianqing couldn't resist offering a few more words of advice. Seeing Shen Xingchen unmoved, Wang Tianqing grew impatient. Do you even know his background and power? He's the nephew of that person, the one from our expedition team. Do you understand? Think about the education he received growing up, the resources he's been granted. Even with that, the success rate for challenging the divine secret realm isn't guaranteed. What makes you so confident you can pass the selection trials? Shen Xingchen smiled at this and replied. Because I'm stronger and more gifted than him. Hearing this nonsensical remark, Wang Tianqing was genuinely speechless. He swore to himself that if he tried to persuade Shen Xingchen one more time, he'd be a dog. This time, however, Lu Feiyang stood on one side of the secret realm's exit, showing no intention of descending. He turned to face the secret realm's exit, as if waiting for something. Before long, the familiar spatial fluctuations appeared once more. A graceful figure appeared within everyone's sight. It was Bai Xie. Layers upon layers of bloodstains covered her body and face, revealing only a pair of eyes Shen Xingchen knew all too well. Yet these eyes, once pure and clear, were now bloodshot and looked utterly exhausted. Chapter 116, Are you crazy? Wow, who knows what this young girl is thinking? So impulsive at such a tender age. Daring to challenge the divine secret realm. Wang Tianqing gazed at the blood-soaked Bai Xie and sighed. You young people these days, you just won't listen to reason. You're no different, and neither is she. But while you've only squandered a future opportunity, this girl will likely lose her life. As he spoke, a sudden commotion erupted among the surrounding crowd. Everyone stared in astonishment, fingers pointing skyward as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Shen Xingchen followed the crowd's gaze upward, his brow slightly furrowed. Lu Feiyang, who had been standing to the side, flashed a restrained smile upon seeing Bai Xie appear. He stepped forward, blocking Bai Xie's path, bowed slightly, and extended his hand. Miss Bai, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Feiyang. I have some information about the divine secret realm I'd like to share with you. How about we grab dinner together? His smile was restrained yet confident, his gaze fixed on Bai Xie with admiration and possessiveness. He couldn't imagine any woman in Shen City refusing an invitation from Lu Feiyang. Nor did he believe someone who dared to risk her life to challenge the divine secret realm could resist such temptation. In his mind, he had already claimed this woman named Bai Xie as his own. Lu Feiyang's voice, neither loud nor soft, carried through the tens of meters of space only faintly to the ears of those present. But this was the age of martial arts. Even the physical capabilities of ordinary people had greatly improved, with heightened hearing, vision, and other senses. Even the faintest sounds could be discerned with relative clarity. Moreover, Lu Feiyang's actions alone made it unmistakably clear he was extending an invitation to Bai Xie. Seeing this, the crowd's murmurs grew louder. Wow, Lu Feiyang actually has feelings for a woman. I thought he was all about martial arts. To be fair, this Bai Xie really is quite a looker, especially that aura of hers. She's worlds apart from those cheap, flashy types. What a perfect match. With the Lu family backing her, Bai Xie might just pull it off. Oomph. What does that Bai woman have that I don't? She's just a bit fairer, a bit more skilled in martial arts, and a bit better looking. Why didn't brother Lu invite me instead? Overconfident girl, get real. The murmurs reached Shen Xingchen's ears, causing his expression to shift slightly. Among the detailed information provided by his biological mother, Song Qingxuan, was the name Lu Feiyang. Nephew of the Deep City Exploration Team's commander, 22 years old, senior undergraduate, SS-tier martial talent. Already at the peak of the martial marquee realm before graduation, mastering multiple divine martial arts techniques. He was Shen City's most outstanding genius in a century. Rumor had it that Lu Feiyang had been confident of advancing to martial sovereign as early as the start of his senior year. However, for the sake of the divine secret realm, he forcibly suppressed his cultivation, keeping himself within the martial lord realm. Simultaneously, he relentlessly refined his chi and blood while strengthening his divine soul, aiming to conquer the divine secret realm and reach the peak of martial sovereign in one fell swoop. Then, relying on his immense energy and 20 years of accumulated strength, he planned to break through 2 realms in succession, charging straight toward the martial sovereign realm to become the youngest martial sovereign in Great Xia. His ambition was immense, his talent extraordinary, truly one of the most outstanding figures among the young generation of Great Xia. Detailed information about Lu Feiyang flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. Just then, the surrounding area erupted once more with incredulous gasps. Shen Xingchen instinctively looked up at the sky, a knowing smile curling his lips. He saw Bai Xie, utterly exhausted, glance at Lu Feiyang. She completely ignored the hand he extended toward her, simply sidestepping him as she walked past. This behavior perfectly matched Shen Xingchen's understanding of Bai Xie. This action shattered the perceptions of everyone present. In Shen City, could there truly be a woman who could refuse Lu Feiyang's invitation? In terms of family background, Lu Feiyang was backed by the controllers of one of the top 5 exploration teams in Great Xia, placing his connections firmly in the nation's elite tier. In terms of looks, Lu Feiyang possessed a handsome, commanding face and a composed demeanor, every movement radiating the grace of a refined nobleman. In martial arts cultivation, he was the foremost young talent in Shen City for the past century. Globally, he ranked among the top 10. His family background, looks, and personal strength all were flawlessly top tier. Countless women in Shen City dream of holding Lu Feiyang's hand just once. Yet never has it been heard that Lu Feiyang has ever set his heart on any woman. Now, on the rare occasion he takes the initiative, he suffers such a crushing defeat. Bai Xie didn't even bother to respond. Bai Xie walked past Lu Feiyang. Lu Feiyang's smile froze, his outstretched hand slowly dropping. He turned his body, watching Bai Xie's figure descend, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Very good, woman. You've successfully caught my attention. I'm even more interested in you now. With that thought, a faint smile returned to Lu Feiyang's face. He showed no signs of anger or embarrassment, simply following Bai Xie down the stairs. After that, 3 more figures emerged from the secret realm's exit. Beyond them, no other figures appeared. Witnessing this scene, Shen Xingchen's heart trembled. After all, there were a full 30 names on the red cloth of the betting house. This meant the third wave of the beast tide had already claimed a staggering 5/6 of the participants. And this was only the third wave. 2 even more ferocious assaults still lay ahead. Even with Bai Xie's talent and strength, victory in the final 2 waves was far from guaranteed. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Bai Xie had already descended the dark purple staircase. Her gaze swept mechanically across the scene before her. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise ignited in her weary, lifeless eyes. In that instant, as if a robot had gained sentience, Bai Xie's cold face suddenly came alive with expression. Shen Xingchen stepped forward through the crowd, preparing to greet Bai Xie. Just then, Wang Tianqing grabbed Shen Xingchen's arm abruptly. He hissed under his breath. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? You're being incredibly rude, young man. Don't disturb the contestants' rest, they only get one day off. Besides, Lu Feiyang already failed. Going up there, you're just asking for humiliation. Sure, you're a bit handsome, but the woman challenging the divine secret realm, do you really think she'd judge based on looks alone? Hearing this, Shen Xingchen looked surprised and turned to ask in a low voice. Then why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be picking someone up? Wang Tianqing's face twisted with resignation. I'm here to pick someone up because I know them. If you knew them, you'd be the one picking them up. This isn't picking someone up, it's harassment, you know? Interfering with contestants gets you locked up for re-education. Chapter 117, Stinky. With that, Wang Tianqing yanked Shen Xingchen back forcefully. Though the man looked a bit rough and aged, his combat prowess was undeniably at the peak of martial sovereign. Such a sudden tug left Shen Xingchen unable to resist. After all, without the massive energy reserves, the blood surge, or the dual physique enhancements, he was merely a martial artist with slightly better physical conditioning. Thus, he could only be dragged back into the crowd by Wang Tianqing. He shot Wang Tianqing a reproachful glance and murmured. How did you know I didn't know her? Maybe she rejected Lu Feiyang because of me? Hearing this, Wang Tianqing chuckled. He couldn't tell if this little brother was genuinely humorous or just plain dumb. How could he even say something like that? If you really knew her, would you wait until the third round to pick her up? Don't make me laugh, you little punk. You're definitely good looking in terms of looks alone, you're a cut above Lu Feiyang. But when it comes to real power and connections, how could you possibly compare? Young man, in this game, it's all about power and connections. As he said this, a hint of sadness flickered across his smiling face. Wang Tianqing pointed at himself. Look at me, a peak martial sovereign, and I still have to pick people up. With that, he released Shen Xingchen's hand and walked toward Lu Feiyang, who was descending the stairs. As he moved, the sorrow vanished from Wang Tianqing's face, replaced by a warm, welcoming smile. Feiyang, come on. I'm here to pick you up. Your clothes are in the car. He was so desperate to advance. Meanwhile, Bai Xie, seeing Shen Xingchen hadn't come over yet, pursed her lips. If you won't come to me, I'll go to you. She abruptly abandoned her slow pace and broke into a light jog, heading straight for Shen Xingchen, who stood out conspicuously in the crowd. This sudden movement startled everyone present. They looked at Shen Xingchen in disbelief, only to find a gentle smile on his face. At the same time, he spread his arms wide, as if preparing to give Bai Xie a big hug. This scene was also witnessed by Wang Tianqing, who had received Lu Feiyang's call. Seeing Shen Xingchen's outstretched arms and Bai Xie's jogging posture, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, what was going on here? Could it be that they actually knew each other? Then wouldn't that make me, Wang Tianqing, look like a complete fool? The thought of how he'd lectured Shen Xingchen earlier as if he were some life mentor made his face flush with embarrassment. Just then, Wang Tianqing saw Bai Xie's jogging stride faltered. She lifted her small face, gazing at Shen Xingchen's outstretched arms, a flicker of hesitation crossing her expression. It wasn't that she didn't want to hug Shen Xingchen or that she disliked him. It was simply that she was filthy and stinking. Covered in filthy blood, dried scabs, and fragments of flesh and organs. She despised herself. In contrast, Shen Xingchen was dressed immaculately, neat and comfortable. This embrace had smeared bloodstains and fragments of flesh all over Shen Xingchen, utterly inappropriate. The others couldn't possibly know the complex thoughts churning within Bai Xie's mind. They simply assumed Bai Xie genuinely didn't want to embrace Shen Xingchen. For a moment, mischievous smiles spread across their faces. Wang Tianqing's expression relaxed. Thank goodness. Seems like they're just ordinary friends, unable to even embrace. He'd said it before, if they were truly close, how could they wait until the third wave of beasts had passed before visiting each other? This had nearly scared the living daylights out of him, a 25-year-old balding, bearded hunk. Behind him, Lu Feiyang's narrowed eyes also relaxed. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Shen Xingchen, however, paid no mind to others' gazes. A smile spread across his face. What? Haven't seen each other in a month, and now we're strangers? Hearing these words, and the surrounding taunts directed at Shen Xingchen, Bai Xie's cold, pale face flushed slightly. Yet this rare flush was obscured by the bloodstains, making it impossible to discern. She bit her lip, shook her head, and murmured softly. Not at all. Before Shen Xingchen could respond, she lunged forward abruptly, throwing herself into Shen Xingchen's arms. As the beauty landed in his arms, a pungent stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. After all, 8 days of slaughtering beasts in the horde would turn even the reincarnation of a fragrant concubine into a stinking mess. There was no trace of the sweet sweat descriptions found in romance novels. But Shen Xingchen had weathered storms and emerged from the beast tide himself. So be it, a little stink was nothing. He held his breath and gently embraced her. This scene left everyone frozen in place. All the mockery and ridicule directed at Shen Xingchen vanished instantly. The vast arena fell so silent you could hear every breath. After a moment of frozen silence, an even louder roar of discussion erupted. Holy, this kid stealing Lu Feiyang's thunder, huh? One word, epic. This hottie is seriously hot, even I, a guy, am smitten. What good is good looks? Real strength comes from true skill. On the other side, Wang Tianqing's mouth, which had just closed, opened again. Damn it, I've turned myself into a complete clown. He felt his nose grow large and red in an instant. At the same time, he recalled Lu Feiyan's earlier invitation to Bai Xie and her complete disregard. Without even turning around, Wang Tianqing could sense the thick, oppressive aura creeping up behind him. Lu Feiyan was displeased. Wang Tianqing didn't even dare to turn his head. True, he was the reserve team captain, but Lu Feiyan's strength, potential, and background far surpassed his own. Lu Feiyan's standing within the entire exploration team was several levels above his. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Wang Tianqing's face fell as he entered the vehicle alongside the sullen-faced Lu Feiyan. No sooner had he sat down than Lu Feiyan's voice came. Bro Wang, who was that young man? I saw you standing together earlier. Do you know him? Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's heart skipped a beat. Lu Feiyan had seen everything. After a split-second hesitation, he decisively sold out Shen Xingchen and answered honestly. A young man participating in the selection tournament. Late-stage martial artist. The moment those words left his mouth, the oppressive atmosphere inside the car vanished instantly. Lu Feiyan let out a soft chuckle. I was wondering what kind of talent it was. Late-stage martial artist? A silver spear with a candle-lit head, all show and no substance. Not only is he weak, but he's also a fool. A late-stage martial artist thinking he can enter the selection tournament? Seems this spy fellow's got poor judgment too. No wonder he didn't pick me. Let's go. With that, Lu Feiyan closed his eyes to rest, saying no more. Wang Tianqing breathed a slight sigh of relief, silently addressing Shen Xingchen in his mind. Bro, this is all I can do for you. He had deliberately concealed Shen Xingchen's age earlier. A late-stage martial artist at such a young age was certainly nothing special. But what if this young talent was only 18? An 18-year-old late-stage martial artist would be considered a top-tier prodigy in any city or nation. Chapter 118, Martial King. A genius of this caliber was already enough to make Lu Feiyan wary, and it would inevitably make Shen Xingchen a prime target. Thus, Wang Tianqing drew upon his extensive professional experience. Speaking truthfully, yet not revealing everything. He handled Lu Feiyan's questions flawlessly. Meanwhile, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie approached the Maybach. You go ahead and get in to change. The privacy windows block others from seeing. Shen Xingchen said with a smile, then waved his hand in front of his nose and added. You stink. Hearing this, Bai Xie flushed and shot Shen Xingchen a disapproving glare. He was the one who opened his arms for a hug first, and now he was complaining she smelled bad. If she hadn't been unwilling to see Shen Xingchen mocked by so many people, she, being so particular about cleanliness, would never have initiated the hug. The thought made Bai Xie shoot him another withering glare. Truth be told, her bloodshot eyes looked quite intimidating when she glared like that. The driver up front and the woman in the black stockings and professional attire were both Shen family maids. Bai Xie didn't hesitate, swiftly changing into clean clothes before motioning for Shen Xingchen to get in the car. Shen Xingchen also changed his shirt. Let's go eat. You must be hungry. Bai Xie nodded. Shen Xingchen asked again. Have you chosen your martial path? Decided on a body forging technique? Bai Xie replied. I have. The A-grade forging technique, Mystic Ice True Body. I've reached the second layer. Her innate talent as an ice master allowed her to progress extremely quickly with ice-based forging techniques, and an A-grade forging technique was the best she could currently handle. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen pondered for a moment. Replace it. Use the S-grade technique, Primordial Ice Marrow Body. This was the pinnacle among S-grade ice-based body tempering techniques. At each tier, practitioners must absorb primordial ice essence from the dawn of creation to temper their flesh, making it more attuned to the heavens and earth. Simultaneously, this technique's defensive capabilities, endurance, and adaptability were the most outstanding among all physical cultivation methods. What deterred countless practitioners, however? The technique itself commands an exorbitant price. An S-grade forging method costs hundreds of millions, far beyond Bai Xie's means. Moreover, the primordial ice essence, a substance that only emerged during the world's creation, commands an exorbitant price. It could be said that each tier of cultivation consumed great xia currency in the hundreds of millions. Bai Xie knew this forging technique was the most suitable for her, yet she simply couldn't afford it. Sensing the silence in the car, Shen Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. It's just spending some money. Money is the last thing this young master lacks. The costs for forging the body? I'll cover them. After all, she had been his desk partner for 2.5 years, and was very likely the person who had risked their life to save him in his previous life. Spending a little money to help Bai Xie was only natural. Besides, as he himself had said, the Shen family truly had no shortage of money. When wealth reaches a certain scale, spending alone can never deplete it. Is Shen Xingchen afraid to spend money on women, or does he simply not want to spend money on women? No. He simply couldn't stand spending his own money only to have the other person act like a big shot, bossing him around and treating him like a sucker or a loser. Hearing this, Bai Xie's eyes flashed with alarm and she opened her mouth to refuse. But before her words could escape, Shen Xingchen spoke as if reading her mind. Don't you dare refuse. If you die in the secret realm, who am I supposed to sit next to in class? Bai Xie, you don't want to see me sitting alone in the classroom like a lonely old person, helpless and pitiful, do you? At these words, Bai Xie was rendered speechless. With Shen Xingchen's status, abilities, and talent, how could he ever lack friends or admirers? If Shen Xingchen were to ask, those wishing to befriend him could form a line stretching from Changnan to Xincheng. But Bai Xie knew he was only looking out for her. Nodding solemnly, she replied. Thank you. I'll repay you when the time comes. Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow at her words and chuckled. We've grown distant, haven't we? Once you return alive, I'll be squeezing every ounce of labor out of you. You'd better not die. After taking Bai Xie out for a meal and purchasing the necessary supplies for her body forging techniques and cultivation, Shen Xingchen left her at a nearby hotel, not wanting to disturb her rest. After all, they only had one day to rest, and Bai Xie needed to fully recover her strength. He, too, had a crucial matter to attend to. His thoughts drifted to his phone. Only 25 minutes remained until their agreed-upon time. Fortunately, he was extremely close to the Guofu Center. He didn't even need to drive, it was only a 5 or 6 minute walk away. Upon entering Guofu Center, Shen Xingchen encountered his only familiar face in Shenzhen. First-time strangers, second-time acquaintances now meeting for the third time, they exchanged greetings with remarkable ease. Just then, a woman wearing a black martial arts uniform with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail approached them. Her face was sharp and stern, her lips pressed tightly together, giving off an immediately unapproachable vibe. Shen Xingchen recognized her, the captain of Shenzhen City's official exploration squad, possessing formidable strength at the Martial King realm. It was important to note that beyond Martial King lay the realm of Martial Saint. It could be said that a Martial King level powerhouse belonged to the top tier of fighters anywhere in the world. In a typical small nation, a martial artist of this caliber would easily hold the title of the nation's strongest. Even in a great nation like Great Xia, only 2 or 3 such masters existed per province. Of course, as the foremost city in the south, Shen City boasts a slightly higher number of martial kings, though still far fewer than the fingers on 2 hands. In other words, the woman before them possessed strength that would easily rank her among Shenzhen's top 10. She was a figure whose every move could send tremors through the entire city. And she was Wang Tianqing's direct superior, the ruthless old hag he had described as mercilessly exploiting her subordinates. Warrior King Gao Fengyi glanced at her subordinate and gave a slight nod. Wang Tianqing, who had just been greeting Shen Xingchen moments ago, instantly switched to a warm, obsequious smile. He jogged over to Gao Fengyi and invited her. Captain Gao. The task you assigned has been successfully completed. Do you have any further instructions, sir? Seeing this transformation, Shen Xingchen was dumbfounded. Brother Wang, didn't you just speak of Gao Fengyi with such venom, as if you wanted to grind her into the ground? Why are you acting like this now that you've actually met her? Gao Fengyi raised an eyebrow, replying with satisfaction. Very well. If you have no other matters, follow the entire selection process tomorrow. With that, she turned to leave. But Wang Tianqing pressed forward again, plastering on a sheepish grin. Sir, have you eaten yet? If not, shall we grab something together? Hearing this, Shen Xingchen shot Wang Tianqing another surprised glance. Didn't you just tell me you'd already eaten? You're having a second meal, huh? Wang Tianqing shot Shen Xingchen a meaningful glance. Chapter 119, Lu Feiyan's Apology. Young man, you don't understand the cruelty of the workplace. Your brother Wang here? I'm just so eager to advance. Shen Xingchen finally understood. There was no exploitation or oppression. It's clearly that old fox Wang Tianqing scrambling to take on extra work just to impress his boss, Gao Fengyi. Oomph. Shen Xingchen chuckled as he watched the two walk away. He shook his head and turned toward the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. The elevator was fast and quiet. Before long, a ding sounded, and the elevator doors swiftly opened. Shen Xingchen stepped out, scanned the room, and paused in slight surprise. According to Song Qingxuan's description, the entire top floor was a massive office exclusively belonging to Lu Xiaohua, the expedition team's commander. Yet as far as his eyes could see, the space was teeming with people, bustling with activity. Everyone moved with purpose, their footsteps carrying a sense of urgency, clearly not a private sanctuary. He took 2 steps forward, intending to pull someone aside for a quick question. Before he could utter a word, 2 burly men in black uniforms flanked him on either side. What are you doing here? Got your work ID? Their stern expressions radiated an aura of authority that rivaled that of a peak-level martial lord. Holy crap, security guards at the peak of the martial lord realm? With that kind of strength, they could be squad leaders in the public security force back in Changnan. Shen Xingchen shook his head and stated his purpose. I'm here to see Captain Lu. At the mention of that name, the 2 guards' expressions grew solemn. They exchanged a glance, then spoke in a noticeably gentler tone. What's the name? Do you have an appointment? Shen Xingchen nodded. Shen Xingchen. Yes, I do. Though he hadn't made the appointment himself, his mother had taken care of it. Mom really knows how to get things done. Sure enough, the moment Shen Xingchen stated his name, the stern expressions on the two security guards' faces instantly softened. The sharp lines on their faces transformed into bright smiles. Alright, please follow me. One of the guards gestured with his finger. Our elevator only goes up to the penultimate floor. The top floor isn't open to the public. You must have an appointment to enter. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen understood. That made sense. Just as he was about to follow the two men, the elevator beside him chimed again. A faint scent of blood wafted from behind Shen Xingchen, creeping into his nostrils. He turned to see the new arrival, someone he actually recognized. It was Lu Feiyang, who had emerged from the divine secret realm before by Xie. Lu Feiyang and Shen Xingchen locked eyes, surprise flickering in both their gazes. This was just a martial artist. How had he ended up at Guofu Center? And judging by the security guard's attitude, they seemed downright enthusiastic? Before clarifying the situation, he refrained from making a scene, instead offering Shen Xingchen a friendly nod. Shen Xingchen gave a slight nod and turned to follow behind the two security guards. He could sense Lu Feiyang following close behind. Guided by the two security guards, Shen Xingchen and Lu Feiyang ascended to the top floor, one ahead and one behind. As the nephew of Lu Xiaohua, Lu Feiyang naturally required no appointment or permission to access the top floor. So he really came to see his uncle? Just who was this man? Gazing at Shen Xingchen standing before him, Lu Feiyang felt a chill run through his heart. You must understand that given my uncle's standing, not just anyone can enter this office. Even Lu Feiyang, who usually avoided disturbing his uncle, rarely dared to intrude. This time, however, his uncle had personally summoned him, claiming he wanted to introduce a prodigy and help expand his connections. Could it be that the genius his uncle spoke of was this Shen Xingchen? A weakling who hadn't even reached martial artist rank? Countless questions swirled in Lu Feiyang's mind as he watched Shen Xingchen push open the door and enter. He followed Shen Xingchen into the office. Seeing his nephew and Shen Xingchen enter together, Lu Xiaohua's face broke into a smile. Feiyang, Xingchen, do you two know each other? Shen Xingchen didn't lie, admitting directly. We've met once. Lu Xiaohua nodded upon hearing this, gesturing for Shen Xingchen and Feiyang to sit down before personally pouring them tea. Then I suppose I should introduce you properly. This is Shen Xingchen, the most outstanding genius among our senior high students in Great Xia. He possesses an S-tier rule system talent and has already reached the peak of martial arts at such a young age. His future is limitless. His mother is the renowned sword immortal Song Qingxuang of Great Xia, and his father is the sole leader of Xingxuang Group. This is Lu Feiyang, one of the top prodigies among the younger generation in our Great Xia. He possesses an SS-tier martial arts talent and currently stands at the peak of the 4th rank Martial Lord realm. He is now challenging the divine secret realm. He is my nephew, whom I've watched grow up. You two are both the future hopes of our Huaxia. It's only right that you get to know each other, help one another, and support each other on the path of martial arts. As he listened to his uncle introduce Shen Xingchen, Lu Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. This kid is barely 18? A martial artist at the peak of his powers at 18? That cultivation speed far surpasses even his own back in the day. He himself had only barely reached the peak warrior realm right before his college entrance exams. His cultivation speed was nowhere near Shen Xingchen's. How ridiculous that he had once looked down on the other. Lu Feiyang swiftly revised his impression of Shen Xingchen and his strategy. If the other was a weakling, he could ignore Shen Xingchen and boldly pursue Bai Xie. If he was a genius, Lu Feiyang could use his superior status to pressure him into abandoning Bai Xie. But if he was a top-tier genius with connections reaching the heavens? Then he, Lu Feiyang, would have to seriously consider whether one woman was worth risking a bitter falling out with Shen Xingchen. Clearly, it wasn't worth it. Lu Feiyang had long outgrown the age where he let his desires control his better judgment. Besides, if he could inherit his eldest uncle's position, what woman in the world wouldn't be within his reach? Why abandon an entire forest for a single tree? Thus, Lu Feiyang swiftly dismissed his fleeting thoughts about Bai Xie. Extending his hand to Shen Xingchen with sullen friendliness, he declared, Brother Shen, I've long admired your reputation. I've always seen you as extraordinary, but never imagined you possessed such genius. I was genuinely unaware of your relationship with Miss Bai. Please forgive any offense I may have caused. Shen Xingchen raised his eyes to appraise the man, then smiled lightly as he grasped his hand. A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match, perfectly understandable. As he spoke, Shen Xingchen clasped the other's hand firmly. You invited me to dine with you tonight. I'll freeload off your SS grade martial arts talent. That's perfectly reasonable. As for squad leader Lu Xiaohua's martial arts talent, we'll discuss that later. After all, Mother Song Qingxuang was pulling strings behind the scenes. While ordinary people might never even catch a glimpse of the squad leader in their lifetime, Shen Xingchen can meet him effortlessly. At that time, he'll figure out how to replicate the other's talent. With Lu Feiyang practically offering himself up, Shen Xingchen had every reason to take advantage. Chapter 120, The Blood-Flesh Ancestor with SS-class martial talent. Their initial handshake lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Feeling the moment had passed, Lu Feiyang applied slight pressure, preparing to withdraw his hand. Yet Shen Xingchen's grip felt like iron clamps, holding his hand firmly in place. Feeling this, Lu Feiyang's mouth twitched. What was this? Was this some kind of show of force? Typical of an 18-year-old so childish. He simply stopped resisting, watching Shen Xingchen's grip on his hand in silence. He was a peak martial marquis. Could he really be manipulated by some lowly martial artist? After silently counting to 5, a sudden realization flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. Successfully replicated the SS tier martial talent, Blood and Flesh Ancestor. Blood and Flesh Ancestor 1. Passive effect. Vital energy remains stable and enduring. Internal chi and blood will not surge violently due to any external factors. Sustained combat capability is greatly enhanced, and recovery ability is significantly boosted. 2. Active effect. Enter the blood-flesh ancestor state, causing the body to swell several times in size while drastically enhancing physical prowess. Simultaneously, it allows influence and even manipulation of an enemy's vital energy. Whoa! Feeling the changes coursing through his body, Shen Xingchen's eyes lit up. This blood and flesh ancestor was a marvelous thing, perfectly resolving the issue that had plagued Shen Xingchen all along. What was his greatest problem in combat now? Wasn't it precisely that his talents were too numerous and too powerful, his constitution too chaotic, and his amplifications too fierce to the point that his own body and vital energy couldn't withstand it? Before, when Shen Xingchen unleashed his full power, effortlessly cutting down several high-tier enemies at once was child's play. Yet after such an outburst, the inevitable blood surge and physical collapse would instantly render him incapable of further combat. This proved utterly fatal on the beast-tide battlefield, where sustained combat was essential. But with the supplement of the blood and flesh ancestor, Shen Xingchen's chi and blood would never surge again. In other words, the negative effects of multiple physical overloads would be minimized to the extreme. Even after fighting at full strength, he would only experience slight exhaustion, barely affecting his subsequent actions. Most crucially, the blood-flesh ancestor also provided physical enhancement. Though the exact multiple of enhancement remains unspecified, an SS tier talent guarantees at least a 3 to 4-fold boost. Moreover, this talent could influence and even manipulate the chi and blood within others, triggering violent surges within an enemy's own system. Used effectively, it could instantly render an enemy incapable of combat. As a pure combat talent, this ability was undeniably formidable. For Shen Xingchen in his current state, it was nothing short of perfect. Lu Feiyang was nothing short of his lucky star. Shen Xingchen's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Lu Feiyang. He squeezed the other's hand tightly and shook it, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, I'm so glad to see you." Lu Feiyang was utterly bewildered by this sudden outburst. But seeing the genuine warmth in Shen Xingchen's eyes and the radiant smile on his face, Lu Feiyang felt a momentary flicker of disbelief. Could it be? Shen Xingchen was telling the truth? Was he genuinely delighted to see him? Had he been judging a gentleman by his own petty standards all along? For a moment, Lu Feiyang began to doubt himself. He forced a smile in response. "Brother Shen, I'm truly glad to see you too." If Shen Xingchen had harbored ill intentions, that would have been one thing. But what was the meaning behind this sudden warmth, praise, and smile? Even his hand, still clasped in Shen's grip, felt oddly warm and tingly. For a moment, Lu Feiyang wondered if he'd somehow ended up in Chengdu. He tried to pull his hand away, but Shen Xingchen held it firmly in place. For a moment, Lu Feiyang's smile froze even more stiffly. He began to wonder if this young man truly liked boys. Lu Feiyang might be a once-in-a-century beauty, but he liked girls, not guys. Besides, his butt was meant for Ting, not for some weird, perverted nonsense. Lu Feiyang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He'd rather return to the divine secret realm to face the beast tide than endure a man's burning gaze while holding his hand for a full 10 seconds. Yet for Shen Xingchen, finally got a chance to fleece someone, might as well milk it dry. His mirror engraving technique not only replicated innate talents but could also duplicate an opponent's most powerful martial skill. Lu Feiyang, at the peak of the martial duke realm, wielded a B-grade martial skill, precisely the highest tier Shen Xingchen could currently access. Therefore, Shen Xingchen must hold on for another 5 seconds. Soon, a vast wave of insight surged into his mind, and Shen Xingchen suddenly grasped the essence. The B-grade martial skill, life-severing finger, truly divine. One finger thrust forth, and all life vanishes. Lu Feiyang, possessing the blood-flesh ancestor, had cast aside all weapons. In his martial cultivation, he specialized in various fist and foot techniques, striving to forge every inch of his body into a lethal weapon. This, life-severing finger, was one of the most ruthless and powerful martial arts techniques he had mastered. In his previous life, Shen Xingchen had rarely encountered such martial arts. Now, having suddenly mastered it to a divine level, countless insights flooded his mind, even deepening his understanding of the sword in his grasp. As the saying goes, one can use stones from other mountains to polish jade. This principle naturally applied to the martial arts as well. Yet most practitioners lack the time and energy to master diverse martial arts, forcing them to specialize in one discipline and miss out on broader insights. But Shen Xingchen possessed mirror engraving, allowing him to bypass the constraints of time and accumulation, effortlessly grasping the essence others had painstakingly cultivated. Excellent! Excellent! Shen Xingchen savored the insights within his mind, the light in his eyes growing even brighter. That gaze alone sent a chill down Lu Feiyang's spine. Forgetting all notions of politeness, he abruptly wrenched his hand free from Shen Xingchen's grasp and instinctively stumbled backward. If he couldn't take him on, he could at least avoid him. Across from him, Lu Xiaohua stared at Shen Xingchen with equal parts shock and suspicion. Could it be that his old friend's son harbored such peculiar inclinations? This generation of young people was becoming increasingly baffling to him. Ununderstood, but respected. Lu Xiaohua cleared his throat lightly, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. He looked at Shen Xingchen and smiled. Xingchen, I hear you're joining my Xincheng exploration team? You're still too young, and your cultivation level is far behind. Why not wait another year? Or I could arrange for you to join directly, no need to go through the selection process. You could learn a lot by shadowing the expedition leader. He offered Shen Xingchen two excellent options. Shen Xingchen didn't hesitate. Since he was already using connections to cut corners, why not save himself the trouble? Otherwise, wouldn't that backdoor be wasted? Wouldn't the connections be squandered? Chapter 121, Wang Tianqing's Transformation. Shen Xingchen nodded immediately. Then please assign me to the reserve squad. My thanks to Uncle Lu. Since he wouldn't have to go through the selection trials, it actually saved him the trouble. Lu Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction. No need for thanks. Your mother and I were sworn sisters. Besides, with your talent, joining the exploration team is a sure thing. I'm just speeding up the process. Special circumstances call for special treatment, huh? Turning to his nephew, Lu Xiaohua added. That's settled then, Feiyang. Tomorrow, take Xingchen to the selection trials and let them know. Finalize the arrangements, and while you're at it, introduce Xingchen to the others, understand? Lu Xiaohua nodded in agreement. After another half hour of casual conversation, Lu Xiaohua cleared his throat. Shen Xingchen knew it was time to leave and rose to take his leave. Lu Feiyang followed closely behind. But once they stepped outside the office door, he hesitated slightly before saying, Brother Shen, I've got some things to take care of over here. You go ahead. I won't walk you out. Earlier, even with his own uncle present, Shen Xingchen had dared to hold his hand tightly. The thought of being trapped in a confined space like an elevator with Shen Xingchen again made Lu Feiyang shudder at the possibilities of what the man might do. Shen Xingchen accepted his excuse without question, nodded, and turned to leave. Too crazy. Watching Shen Xingchen's retreating figure, Lu Feiyang rubbed his hands together, shivering as he muttered to himself. When Shen Xingchen opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He could clearly sense the qi and blood surging through his body like a raging river. The turbulent currents collided with his sturdy meridians, producing a series of muffled thuds. I've assimilated 6 types of essence blood. Shen Xingchen murmured, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. He hadn't expected the talent of the ancestral qi and blood to also provide such a tremendous boost to his mercury blood cultivation. The speed of refining divine beast essence blood had doubled. What had been a 13-day cultivation process was now compressed to a mere 7 days. Moreover, as the divine beast essence blood was digested, Shen Xingchen's vital energy value rose another 60 points. 60 points in a single day. At the martial artist realm, such a feat would likely terrify anyone who heard of it. His exceptional cultivation progress left Shen Xingchen in an excellent mood. Humming a tune, he brushed his teeth, ate breakfast, and descended the stairs before boarding the car sent by Lu Feiyang. The driver explained in the car. Young Master Lu has matters to attend to this morning. He's already headed to the selection tournament venue to await your arrival. Shen Xingchen nodded in understanding. What he didn't know was, Lu Feiyang had no actual business to attend to. He simply didn't want to be in the same enclosed space as him. Shen Xingchen remained unaware. That brief physical contact yesterday and his scorching gaze had cast a profound psychological shadow over Lu Feiyang. The car sped along. But Shenzhen was gridlocked during the morning rush hour. By the time Shen Xingchen arrived at the venue, less than half an hour remained before the official start of the selection competition. Wang Tianqing, in charge of the selection event, was bustling about on site. Nevertheless, Wang Tianqing quickly spotted Shen Xingchen's striking figure. Covering his head, he sighed helplessly. I thought you'd come to your senses and not show up, but here you are after all. Seeing his expression, Shen Xingchen found it amusing and replied. All right, heeding Brother Wang's call, I won't participate in the selection tournament. Is that acceptable? Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's eyes lit up, but his face quickly fell. What good is it to listen now? The list's already printed. Withdrawing without cause will get you blacklisted too. You brat. I told you several times yesterday, but you wouldn't listen. Now you regret it? Too late. Shen Xingchen rolled his eyes. Then why did you say it just now? Wang Tianqing's mouth twitched. He'd simply forgotten in the rush. Just as Wang Tianqing was sinking into awkwardness, Lu Feiyang, who had been waiting for quite some time, approached with a smile. He thought to himself, with so many people around, no matter how extraordinary Shen Xingchen was, he couldn't possibly do anything to him in plain sight. So Lu Feiyang greeted Shen Xingchen without a care in the world. His voice made Wang Tianqing's heart skip a beat. Wang Tianqing instinctively turned to look and saw Lu Feiyang staring intently at Shen Xingchen. Oh no! He thought to himself. Could it be that Lu Feiyang had discovered his little scheme from yesterday and decided to eliminate the threat at its root? Surely not? Surely the young master of the Lu family wouldn't be that petty? Wang Tianqing's thoughts raced. Shielding Shen Xingchen in front of him, he smiled at Lu Feiyang and said, "Young Master Lu, why are you here instead of resting?" Seeing Wang Tianqing standing in front of Shen Xingchen, Lu Feiyang recalled the other's response from yesterday. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face faded a little. "Bro Wang, you're being unfair. Why are you keeping a genius like Brother Shen hidden away?" Hearing this, Wang Tianqing felt a chill run through his heart. He really had been found out. Seeing Wang Tianqing's pale face, Lu Feiyang knew his scare tactic had worked. After all, the man was a peak martial sovereign, someone who could easily become mayor in any other city. Lu Feiyang knew he couldn't truly do anything to him over this. At most, he could intimidate him enough to deter any further clever tricks in his presence. So, almost immediately, Lu Feiyang's smile returned. Captain Lu has already stated that Shen Xingchen need not participate in the selection trials. He may proceed directly to the reserve squad. Alright, then he'll join your squad. Take good care of Brother Shen, he's a top-tier genius even squad leader Lu holds in high regard. With that, Lu Feiyang patted Shen Xingchen on the shoulder, shot Wang Tianqing a meaningful glance, and turned to leave. His words had just sent Wang Tianqing's heart soaring from the depths of hell to the heights of heaven. Even after Lu Feiyang was gone, Wang Tianqing felt lightheaded. What was going on? Shen Xingchen was being groomed by squad leader Lu? Skip the selection process and become a reserve member outright? And he's joining Wang Tianqing's reserve squad? At this thought, Wang Tianqing's face broke into a smile he could no longer contain. Didn't that mean that after him, Wang Tianqing, Lu had also taken notice? Lu was the squad leader second only to the commander himself. If he noticed him, wouldn't that be his chance to soar to the top? As these thoughts swirled, the look in Wang Tianqing's eyes toward Shen Xingchen shifted. The doubt faded, replaced by delight. Even a hint of the flattery one might show a superior. After all, this was a genius recognized by the highest-ranking leader. He must cultivate a relationship. Once that connection was made, his path to advancement would be right before his eyes. Wang Tianqing rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Shen, my friend, why didn't you mention this connection sooner? I was actually worried about you before. No wonder you're so confident." Truly, heroes emerge in youth. It seems this old man's eyes were too narrow. Chapter 122, The Green Robe Gang. Sensing Wang Tianqing's noticeable shift in attitude, Shen Xingchen smiled and waved his hand. Alright, Brother Wang, no need to praise me anymore. Go handle your business." Hearing this, Wang Tianqing grinned again. He beckoned a staff member over and instructed. "Take this handsome guy to the VIP viewing area, get him the best seats. You don't need to handle anything else today, just take good care of him." Lifting his gaze to Shen Xingchen, Wang Tianqing's face broke into a radiant smile. "If you need anything, just ask him. If he can't handle it, then come find me." Shen Xingchen nodded, then followed the attendant to the VIP section of the spectator stands. Seated here, he enjoyed the optimal viewing angle, able to observe every detail of the battle with utmost clarity. After all, though this was merely the preliminary selection for the Shen City Exploration Team's reserve squad, every single contestant possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a peak martial duke. In a world where the vast majority were mere martial novices, a formal martial artist was already regarded as one who had embarked upon the path of martial arts, commanding respect. Reaching the martial master realm was the lifelong dream of most ordinary people. Upon reaching the martial master realm, one could secure a stable government job in departments like the Public Security Bureau or schools with a simple assessment, ensuring lifelong financial security. Reaching the martial lord realm, however, placed one firmly within the upper middle class of society. Consider this, the vast majority of ordinary middle school principals are merely martial lords. And most crucially, the participants in this tournament are strictly limited to those under 25 years of age, meaning they must be recent college graduates within 3 years of graduation to possess martial lord level combat prowess at 25 or younger. It's safe to say every competitor is considered a prodigy in the public eye. Even Shen Xingchen held immense interest in witnessing this battle unfold. For a martial artist, observing others fight could never be detrimental. Amidst these thoughts, Wang Tianqing, a man with a full beard, appeared out of nowhere. His aura, radiating the peak of the martial sovereign realm, surged forth, instantly silencing the crowd's clamor. Clearing his throat, he dispensed with elaborate opening ceremonies, stating two matters concisely. One contestant has already secured a victory slot in this selection tournament. 7 slots remain. The tournament officially begins. The news of a predetermined winner did not surprise the audience or the hundreds of contestants present. Such precedents existed. Once one reached the martial sovereign realm, no further assessment was required, they would directly secure a squad spot. After all, one could already advance at the peak of martial realm, how much more so at martial ancestor, which surpasses martial. Having such individuals compete would only result in overwhelming dominance, detracting from the spectacle of the tournament. But what they never could have imagined was this. The individual who secured early qualification this time wasn't a martial sovereign at all, but a martial master who had pulled strings. Of course, with Shen Xingchen's current strength, even if he couldn't match a martial sovereign in a full power battle, breaking into the top 8 would still be a breeze. Thus, it wasn't entirely backdoor favoritism, merely a bypass of the combat process. Wow, this selection tournament is really lively. In previous years, they couldn't even gather 50 contestants, yet this year there are over 100. What good are more participants? There are only 8 spots available each year. More people means more talent, making the fights fiercer and more thrilling. Shen Xingchen listened attentively to the murmurs around him, mentally cataloging the approximate strengths of each competitor. A total of 108 contestants participated this time. 20 hailed from elite academies, their cultivation already reaching the peak of martial lord realm. Each mastered several extraordinary martial arts techniques, making them top contenders for the championship. The remaining 88 contestants were all at the 7th or 8th star martial lord realm without exception. Though their vital energy was slightly weaker, many possessed exquisite martial arts techniques and top-tier talent. Amidst the buzzing discussions, Shen Xingchen identified 3 standout favorites for the championship. While the top 8 would all secure team spots, the first-place winner would receive the extremely precious divine tempering pill. What was the greatest difference between a martial lord and a martial sovereign? The strength of the divine soul. The divine tempering pill allows martial cultivators to dramatically increase their divine soul strength at the critical moment of advancing from martial marquis to martial sovereign. This breakthrough shatters the shackles of their current realm, propelling both their physical body and divine soul toward a superhuman leap. A single pill is worth billions of great xia coins. Moreover, due to the scarcity of its raw materials, it is often priceless. Even vast sums may fail to secure one. This alone speaks to its rarity and value. As for the other 7 promotion candidates, they could only obtain the relatively ordinary spirit nurturing pills. While these pills offered some benefit to the spirit soul, they were significantly weaker compared to the spirit tempering pill. Their market value was merely hundreds of millions, and they could be purchased with money. Their preciousness and medicinal properties simply cannot be compared to the spirit tempering pills. However, Shen Xingchen, having reincarnated, would never rely on pills to break through cultivation realms. All medicines carry some toxicity. He had always cultivated using pure, natural treasures of heaven and earth, whose toxicity was negligible and posed no threat to cultivators. Of course, the cost was several times, even dozens of times, more expensive. But for Shen Xingchen, if something could be solved with money, was it even worth worrying about? Therefore, he had no intention of competing with the others for the top spot. After all, he'd already snuck in through the back door. Taking the first place reward on top of that would be downright shameless. Besides, he didn't need such things anyway. As Shen Xingchen pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted beside him. He turned his head and saw a large group of men in blue robes gathering around him. They glared at Shen Xingchen with grim expressions. Feeling their hostility, Shen Xingchen felt slightly bewildered. He'd only been in Xincheng for 2 days. Had he really done anything to upset anyone? He'd only spoken to a handful of Shen City locals, fewer than he could count on one hand. Who would have nothing better to do than pick a fight with him? Shen Xingchen's mind raced through possibilities, and one name surfaced. Lu Feiyan? Was it him? If there was anyone in Xincheng who had a grudge against him, it seemed like it could only be him. But his apology yesterday seemed sincere, not fake. Could this kid be a natural-born Oscar-worthy actor, capable of fooling even Shen Xingchen? As Shen Xingchen pondered this, a tall, lanky figure leaped out from the crowd before him. Towering over the seated Shen Xingchen, he spat out his accusation. "You blind fool! Don't you know your place? How dare you sit here? Don't you know this is my sister Li's reserved seat? My sister Li got up early just to watch brother Qian's heroic performance on the stage. And you little punk, think you can just sit here? Is this really where you belong?" Chapter 123, Jian Fifen. Hearing the insults spewing from that mouth, Shen Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly. He lifted his gaze, and a flash of crimson flickered in his amber eyes. Suddenly, the lanky man in the front row shuddered. The sweltering heat of Deep City felt unseasonably cold this morning. He rubbed his arms unconsciously, then glared even more irritably at Shen Xingchen, who remained glued to his seat. "You blind bastard," he cursed. "Not only is he blind, but this bastard is deaf too." As he spoke, his slender arm shot forward, poised to press down on Shen Xingchen's head, intending to shove him from his seat. Behind him, his entourage's eyes flashed with excitement, clearly relishing the chance to see someone else humiliated in front of them. How majestic! Meanwhile, other spectators in the crowd noticed the commotion. When they saw the crowd surrounding Shen Xingchen, their brows immediately furrowed. The Green Robe Gang was stirring trouble again, a bunch of young punks with nothing better to do than cause trouble everywhere. Oomph! If it weren't for Jian Fifen backing them, who would even bother with these punks? Who was that young man they were surrounding? Such an unfamiliar face, so young. How could someone like him sit in such a prime spot? No clue. Probably some hothead who thought the spot was good and just sat down. Didn't he know these seats were reserved for the champion seed's inner circle? The crowd murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Bamboo Pole's hand was nearly touching Shen Xingchen's hair. Early martial artist. The same cultivation level as Shen Xingchen. But against such trash, Shen Xingchen could crush a whole group with a single finger even without his sword. His expression grew slightly colder as he tilted his head, effortlessly evading the tall, lanky stick's sudden strike. Then, the hand Shen Xingchen had kept resting on his thigh shot out like a venomous dragon. A sharp whistling sound filled the air. Before the crowd could comprehend what had happened, the tall, lanky figure let out a blood-curdling scream like a vengeful ghost. Startled, all eyes snapped back to the tall, lanky figure. His tall frame now bent like a plump shrimp. His right wrist, which had just extended, was now firmly clamped in Shen Xingchen's large hand. Then came a dull thud. The sound of bones shattering within his body sent a chill through everyone's hearts. A more piercing scream erupted. The tall, thin bamboo pole, bent like a shrimp, now writhed on the ground like a maggot, twisting and turning. Wails of agony poured from his mouth as he clutched his right wrist with his left hand, rolling back and forth in an attempt to ease the excruciating pain. Even with the seats obstructing the view, some sharp-eyed observers still caught the gruesome sight of his wrist injury. In that instant, they sucked in their breath. The already bony wrist of the tall, lanky man had been completely crushed. The flesh clinging to the bones had been brutally torn away. Shattered bone fragments and splattered blood spattered as his right forearm and hand were held together by only a pitifully thin, twisted layer of skin. With each roll, this fragile connection grew weaker, making one wonder if his hand might completely detach during one of the flips. Too brutal. The strike was truly merciless. This counterattack had nearly rendered the warrior's right hand, the very lifeline of his combat prowess, completely useless. After all, this wound wasn't cleanly severed like a blade cut. Repairing it would be extremely difficult, costly, and likely leave significant lasting damage. For a moment, everyone stared at the handsome man still seated, a chill creeping into their hearts. Ignoring the bamboo pole writhing on the floor, Shen Xingchen flexed his right hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. Anyone else wish to speak? I'm sitting right here. Who's in favor? Who's against? His relaxed, carefree expression stood in stark contrast to the man's pained, contorted movements on the ground. Li, surrounded by the green-robed men, twitched her lips. The vibrant green eyeshadow smudged at the corners of her eyes and brows trembled slightly. Facing Shen Xingchen's light smile, Li stepped forward and said. He was just a bit uncivilized in his speech, a bit impulsive. Why must you be so ruthless? He's still just a child. If you want to sit, just sit. He's graduated from college, still a kid? Shen Xingchen sneered inwardly. If you dare to attack a stranger, you should be prepared for retaliation. Shen Xingchen didn't draw his sword to kill the other man. He'd shown mercy for Wang Tianqing's sake. Thus, when Li barked her warning, Shen Xingchen ignored it completely, too lazy to respond to this stupid woman's words. Li had been spoiled since childhood, and after dating Qian Fifan, he had pampered her to the heavens. In the vast city of Shen, which young man wouldn't bow respectfully and call her sister-in-law? And now this man dared to ignore her? Li's face twisted in anger as she immediately invoked her greatest backing. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Qian Fifan. He's the top seed who won this selection tournament, a big shot destined for the exploration team. My boyfriend has dined and drunk at the same table as Lu Feiyang, the young master Lu. If you apologize, pay me back, and give up your seat while I'm in a good mood, I'll let this slide. Qian Fifan? The name flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. This man was indeed a top contender to win this selection tournament, possessing both formidable strength and exceptional talent. If he wins the championship and obtains the divine tempering pill, he'll likely ascend to the martial sovereign realm within half a year, joining the upper echelons. With him as her backing, this woman seemed to have the audacity to act so brazenly. Yet in Shen Xingchen's eyes, Qian Fifan was nothing more than a mere insect. As for the Lu Feiyang mentioned by the other party, they were merely acquaintances who shared meals and drinks. If that's how it's measured, then Shen Xingchen had even touched Lu Feiyang's hand. Wouldn't that make their relationship even closer? Using Lu Feiyang to intimidate him was nothing short of laughable. Shen Xingchen gave a cold laugh, his face hardening as a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on the garishly made-up woman before him and said, "One more word. I'll rip your tongue out." The words had barely left his mouth when a lazy voice drifted from behind him. Whose tongue are you planning to rip out? The group of green-robed figures led by Li reacted to the sound with more excitement than if they'd seen their own father, nearly lunging forward in their eagerness. Li pointed her demonic green-painted fingernail at Shen Xingchen's head and declared, "Brother Qian, look at him. He stole my seat and even hit someone. If word gets out, it'll be a disgrace to our green-robe gang and to you." Hearing this, Qian Fifan, clad in his green robe, grimaced. He'd repeatedly warned Li against gang activities. In this law-abiding society, engaging in such behavior was either courting disaster or courting ridicule. But the woman simply wouldn't listen. What could he do? His woman, his indulgence. He could only let it be. Most young people in Shenzhen would usually give Qian Fifan some face. But now, it seems someone was refusing to give him face? Chapter 124, Staff Assistance. At this thought, Shen Xingchen's expression darkened slightly as he scrutinized Shen Xingchen's face. He was certain he had never seen this man before in Shenzhen. After all, with Shen Xingchen's striking good looks, Shen Xingchen would never forget him if he'd ever seen him before. In other words, this kid was either a stinking outsider or an obscure nobody utterly unworthy of concern. With that realization, Shen Xingchen relaxed inwardly. A playful smile touched his lips as he looked at Shen Xingchen, then pointed to his own face and said, "Kid, do you know who I am?" Seeing this gesture, Shen Xingchen froze slightly, a look of utter exasperation spreading across his face. No wonder every member of the Green Robe Gang acts like a complete fool. Turns out their boss is just as dumb. When the leader is crooked, the followers follow suit. A bad soldier spoils the whole company. Shen Xingchen, I know him, he's a top contender for the championship. Shen Xingchen replied. The moment those words left his mouth, the smile vanished from Shen Xingchen's face. His lips tightened, his eyes bulging menacingly like a predatory tiger, as he growled. Since you know who I am, and you know this group is under my protection, why did you still attack me? As he spoke, an intangible, formless force of divine soul energy spread through the air, enveloping Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen had already mastered the use of soul power, evidence that he had begun to touch upon the threshold of the martial sovereign realm. This intangible spiritual force erupted alongside his roar. For an ordinary young cultivator, such overwhelming pressure would likely have them kneeling in terror, soiling themselves and losing all dignity. But for Shen Xingchen, this insubstantial soul force felt no different to him than a gentle breeze rustling through the air. This level of power was less than 1/100th of the he had endured a month prior. The sheer absurdity of it all. Shen Xingchen stood motionless, his face expressionless, muscles taut like a fierce tiger. He simply watched in silence, not moving an inch, offering no response whatsoever. Shen Xingchen's serene, unhurried demeanor made Shen Xingchen across from him look like a frantic, jumping clown. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen's expression froze. This kid, he can actually ignore my soul shock? Could he possibly be a martial sovereign? The thought struck him, and Shen Xingchen stared at Shen Xingchen's face with a mix of shock and suspicion. So young, so fresh. His skin was so pale and smooth it looked like it could be squeezed to produce water. He couldn't possibly be older than 25. There was no way he was a martial sovereign. If he truly was a powerhouse under 25, why wasn't he participating in the selection trials? Why wasn't he joining an exploration team to carve out a promising future? Instead, he was sitting in the audience. Perhaps his soul attack had failed. Shen Xingchen mused inwardly. After all, he wasn't a true martial sovereign. His mastery of soul attacks wasn't perfected yet, so occasional failures were to be expected. Since the soul attack didn't work, then a physical attack would have to do. With that thought, Shen Xingchen stepped forward. His right foot slammed down on the ground with a thunderous thud. The crowd standing all around him trembled. A single stomp unleashed an impact akin to a minor earthquake. What a formidable physique. At the same time, the distance between Shen Xingchen and Shen Xingchen had closed to less than half a meter. At this distance, it was either a kiss or a fight. Shen Xingchen's facial muscles twitched, his expression darkening to a terrifying degree. He shouted at Shen Xingchen. Are you deaf, you little brat? As he spoke, a hot breath shot from his mouth, aimed straight at Shen Xingchen's face. Sensing this, Shen Xingchen took a step back with obvious disgust. He waved his hand in front of his nose, trying to dispel the foul stench. Why the hell are you yelling so loud? Keep yelling like that, and I swear I'll rip your tongue out too. If it weren't for the fact that this selection tournament was organized by the Shenzhen Exploration Team, and the organizer was none other than his old friend Wang Tianqing in Shenzhen, Shen Xingchen genuinely wanted to slap Shen Xingchen across the face. Damn it, his mouth stinks. Not only is he foul-mouthed, but he's also standing so close, utterly lacking in manners. Pure biological warfare. Shen Xingchen feared Shen Xingchen would misinterpret his recoiling as a sign of fear. A savage grin spread across Shen Xingchen's face as his aura intensified. Just as he was about to force Shen Xingchen into an apology, the group of men in blue robes surrounding Shen Xingchen grew even more emboldened, shouting demands for him to kneel and apologize. Spectators around them shook their heads, silently lamenting that this young man was in for a rough day. Just then, the staff member who had handed Shen Xingchen water earlier finally arrived. Seeing Shen Xingchen surrounded by the crowd, his vision went dark and his hands trembled so violently he could barely hold the water. Good heavens, I was only gone for a moment. How did you manage to stir up such a huge mess? Oh no, my job. The staff member lamented inwardly as he charged through the crowd, holding the warm water and bellowing. What's going on here? What's going on here? Disturbing the order of the venue will result in immediate expulsion. Competitors will be disqualified immediately and permanently blacklisted from the exploration team. These few simple words instantly stunned Shen Xingchen and the group of men in green robes. Shen Xingchen had turned 25 this year, making this his final chance. Last year, he could have easily joined the preparatory squad, but coveting the top prize, the divine tempering pill, he suppressed his impatience. He spent another year tempering his physical body, refining his divine soul, and cultivating his arts. This year, his goal was not merely to join the reserve squad, but to claim first place in the selection tournament. If his eligibility were revoked before the competition began, all his previous efforts would be utterly wasted. Only a fool would do such a thing. Thus, the moment the staff member spoke, the dark expression vanished from Chen Xingchen's face, replaced by a gentle smile. He turned to the staff member, whose face was still flushed with anger, and bowed repeatedly in apology. My apologies, my apologies. My supporters came in rather large numbers. With so many people, some pushing and shoving is bound to happen. Truly, I'm terribly sorry. His deference was astonishing. Li, watching her boyfriend grovel like this, flashed an indignant look. Her striking eyebrows shot up as she pointed at Shen Xingchen and snapped. He was the one who took our seats first. Why should we be the ones apologizing? It's not fair. Does he even deserve to sit in a seat like this? Though the staff didn't know Shen Xingchen's identity, since he was the VIP mentioned by Captain Wang Tianqing, he must be someone worthy of their utmost respect. And now someone was actually pointing at this important figure's face, saying he wasn't worthy? In an instant, the staff member felt a chill run straight to his brain. He cautiously glanced at Shen Xingchen's expression first. Finding the other man expressionless and showing no sign of anger, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Truly a man of stature. Unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before him. But whether a big shot gets angry or not is their own business. As a service provider, he must maintain his professional demeanor. His expression immediately hardened as he snapped coldly. What's all this commotion? What's this about deserving? Where in the Great Xia's laws, Shen City's regulations, or the Exploration Team Management Act does it state this venue is reserved for you? Since there isn't, then anyone can sit here. First come, first served. If you disagree, you can file an appeal later. Now, either find a seat quietly or get the hell out of here. The VIP section is reserved for the families and friends of seated players. It's an unwritten rule, an unspoken norm. But over the years, everyone has given the seated contestants face, so generally no one else sits there. Who knew we'd run into this hothead Shen Xingchen this year? What's more unexpected is that this year's staff are acting so overbearing. Li, who had spoken earlier, turned pale and then flushed red in an instant. She could feel the mocking stares piercing her like arrows, leaving her body riddled with holes. Seeing his girlfriend's expression, Chen Xingchen felt deeply distressed. Though she was a tad foolish and a bit spoiled, she treated him exceptionally well and possessed remarkable beauty. Shen Xingchen gritted his teeth and whispered to the staff member. Bro, can you cut us some slack? I know your expedition team's Lu Xiao. Hearing this, the staff member felt like bursting out laughing. You know Lu Xiao? Like hell you do. Over the years working off the books for the expedition team, he'd seen countless people trying to curry favor by claiming to be Lu Xiao's friend. Just because Chen Xingchen says he knows him, does that mean he actually does? The staff member didn't know. But he saw it with his own eyes. Shen Xingchen chatting away happily with young master Lu Feiyang. What he saw with his own eyes versus what others claimed which to believe was obvious. His expression grew colder as he stated in a strictly professional tone. All contestants, please return to your designated areas. Violators will be disqualified. Seeing that even invoking young Master Lu's name proved futile, Shen Xingchen was truly at a loss. Gritting his teeth, he slunk back to his designated spot, shooting Shen Xingchen a venomous glare before leaving. If not for him, how could he have been humiliated in front of everyone? Enjoy your moment of triumph for now. Just wait until I become a reserve member of the exploration team, then you'll see what I'll do to you. Seeing their leader slink away with his tail between his legs, the members of the Green Robe Gang exchanged glances, their earlier arrogance completely vanishing. Li clenched her jaw, her cheeks bulging, and shot Shen Xingchen a venomous glare. Out of this venue. Just you wait until I get my hands on you. As the surrounding crowd dispersed, Shen Xingchen settled into his seat with satisfaction. Centered around him, the others instinctively left an empty seat, creating an exceptionally spacious VIP seat for Shen Xingchen, extremely comfortable. The moment he sat down, a staff member promptly leaned forward to offer him warm water. A gentle, apologetic smile graced his face as he couldn't stop apologizing. My apologies. Please forgive the inconvenience caused by my oversight. Shen Xingchen, of course, wouldn't hold it against him. He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Go ahead with your work. No need to fuss over me. Chapter 125, The Arena Finals. The scene of the staff member handing over water was witnessed by everyone, and suddenly it all made sense. No wonder this year's staff were so assertive. Turns out they're acquainted with this young man. The Qingyi gang members watched the scene with gritted teeth, their resentment now extending to the staff as well. Poof. A mere temporary staffer dares to cross their championship contender in the selection tournament. You must be tired of living. Chen Xingchen watched Shen Xingchen conversing with the staff member, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Very well, very well. I truly believed you were an impartial staff member earlier. So that's how it is. Fine. Just wait until I become a reserve member, then I'll show you how I'll make you pay. The staff member was well aware that his actions would draw the enmity of Qian Fifan and the Qingyi gang. But he didn't care. Life is but 30,000 days. How many chances to change your destiny do you get? Miss one, and you lose one. When one presents itself, you must seize it with everything you've got. Now he was utterly certain Shen Xingchen was the greatest stroke of luck he'd ever have in this lifetime. This was a guest personally invited by a peak martial sovereign-level powerhouse, someone who could converse intimately with the esteemed young master Lu Feiyang. A figure of such stature, even a single word of guidance from him could transform his entire life. Under the meticulous tournament schedule, the arena battles proceeded in orderly fashion. Spectacular clashes and blood-soaked brawls erupted, eliciting gasps from the spectator stands at regular intervals. Among them, the one drawing the most attention from everyone. Qian Fifan's stage. Burning with pent-up rage, Qian Fifan fought with extreme ferocity. Though the matches were supposed to be controlled, he aimed for lethal blows every single time. Every opponent he faced ended up covered in knife wounds, blood spurting from their mouths, and some even suffered severed limbs. On several occasions, had the referees not intervened promptly, it could have ended in fatalities. This was far too brutal and ruthless. Such a murderous streak, what a sin. He didn't even provoke them, yet he still fought to kill. What a twisted mindset. TSK. A spectator murmured in disbelief. But members of the Green Robe gang quickly retorted with furrowed brows. If you don't have a killer instinct, how can you slay ferocious beasts, explore secret realms, and defend our homeland? Stepping onto the stage demands giving your all. That's the respect due to fellow competitors. What are you second-rate martial arts apprentices yapping about? Got that? This group acted like mad dogs, instantly lunging at anyone who dared utter a single word against Qian Fifan. Shen Xingchen offered no judgment, merely observing each battle intently. Possessing the 10,000 phenomena heavenly mirror, he could not only replicate talents and other skills but also swiftly master the martial arts techniques displayed by others through observation. Moreover, he could instantly advance martial arts to the realm of mastery. Though mastery was only the third level of martial skill cultivation. But in truth, reaching this stage meant the martial artist had already grasped 70 to 80% of the technique's essence. Their foundation was exceptionally solid, and their understanding of the corresponding martial skill was deeply ingrained. It could be said that every observation of a major tournament significantly deepened Shen Xingchen's understanding of martial arts techniques and even the martial way itself. This understanding proved crucial for his subsequent cultivation. After all, in the later stages of the martial path, beyond tempering the body and refining the spirit, one must also construct their own unique martial ladder. The more solid, grand, and all-encompassing this ladder was, the higher the practitioner's potential limit would become. In his previous life, Shen Xingchen had halted at the peak of the martial saint realm. Beyond the brevity of his cultivation time, a major reason was the imperfect construction of his martial ladder. This lifetime, he was determined to rectify that flaw. Xinjiang differs from Changnan. As the foremost city in the south, its internal cultivation practitioners excel in numerous disciplines. They wielded not only the widely recognized swords, spears, axes, and halberds, but also flying knives, hidden weapons, flails, and even fans and brushes. Even Shen Xingchen couldn't help but marvel at the displays. The tournament had reached the quarterfinals. Normally, the team selections would be made at this stage. However, due to Shen Xingchen's presence, the quarterfinalists must compete in another round, dividing them into a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. The loser's bracket would then hold two more head-to-head matches to determine the 7th and 8th members. The two finalists would then face off to claim the last spot. The loser was a young girl with a mushroom-cut hairstyle, delicate features, and a hint of baby fat on her face. She possessed a truly youthful appearance, looking only 17 or 18, though she was actually 25 this year, her final chance to join the exploration team. The mushroom-haired girl descended the stage in a daze. Despite being a battle at the peak of the martial lord tier, she stumbled slightly as she descended the platform, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. Her grief and sorrow were palpable. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were already rimmed with red. Yet no one noticed. The world had always been this way. Cheers and attention belonged solely to the victor, from beginning to end. The tournament continued. With the semifinals concluded, the competition reached its most anticipated and breathtaking finale. Qian Fifan, having mastered the essence of divine soul power, advanced to the finals without a hint of suspense. His opponent was a woman with a cool, aloof appearance, her long hair tied in a high ponytail at the back of her head. The crowd held their breath, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the two figures atop the stage. Qian Fifan's right hand rested on his scabbard, bulging veins lurking beneath his bronze-toned skin like a venomous snake poised to strike. The final moment arrived. Qian Fifan's inner rage dissipated. The slightest fluctuation in his state of mind could affect the deployment of his soul power, thereby influencing the outcome of the battle. He had prepared since college a full 7 years. This battle victory was the only option. The battle begins. At the referee's command, Qian Fifan, poised and ready, drew his blade in a sudden flash. The clanging of steel echoed in harmony with the thunderous roar of a tiger descending the mountain. Simultaneously, an intangible, ethereal force surged from the air, weaving into a dense net that closed in on the woman. In that instant, the woman's sword-drawing motion faltered, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her bright, serene eyes. But she was, after all, someone who had advanced to the finals, someone who had tempered her own spirit essence. In a mere fraction of a second, she snapped out of her daze. Yet at this level of combat, even a fraction of a second's hesitation could decide the outcome. By the time the woman's mind cleared, the sharp blade, accompanied by a cold wind, was already slashing toward her neck. She instinctively threw her head back, her ponytail fluttering behind her. Yet the next instant, a sharp pain pierced her throat, a cold sensation mingling with a numbing ache. Then, a loud clang echoed before her. The referee, his face dark with anger, turned to look at Shen Xingchen. Had he hesitated even half a second longer, the woman standing opposite Shen Xingchen would have died instantly. Chapter 126, Shen Xingchen's Frustration. Shen Xingchen's strike was faster than any previous combat move. And by a significant margin. This kid had been crushing everyone all along, and he was still holding back? This move caught even the ring referee off guard, nearly causing a gifted contestant to die right before his eyes. As this thought crossed his mind, the referee glanced at the woman facing Shen Xingchen. The skin on her neck was sliced open, revealing a gaping wound of crimson flesh where the pulsing windpipe was faintly visible. Spurting blood splattered onto her cold, pale skin, creating a stark contrast. It was so close. Shen Xingchen's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance as he stared at the wound on the woman's neck. Before the competition, he had researched every champion seed. The woman before him had graduated from university just a year ago. At only 23 years old, she possessed such outstanding combat prowess her talent far surpassed his own. Though he currently held the upper hand in strength. But in the future, her strength might very well surpass his. Then, his dream of becoming captain would shatter. Therefore, from the moment the tournament began, he deliberately held back, planning to deliver a fatal blow in the final showdown. Yet, he was still stopped by the martial sovereign referee. Huff. Shen Xingchen exhaled deeply, calming his emotions. Regardless, he was the undisputed champion of this tournament. The soul-tempering pill was within his grasp, and the realm of martial sovereign was now within sight. When that time came, he would make Shen Xingchen and that staff member wish they were dead. The outcome between the two combatants on the stage was undeniably clear. A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the spectator stands. The Qingyi gang in the VIP section leapt to their feet, waving their arms and cheering wildly. Li Yi's face glowed crimson, the delicate blue hues at her eyes echoing the flush on her cheeks, making her radiantly beautiful. She felt the admiring gazes directed at her from all sides. Li Yi gave a soft hum and lifted her head like a proud peacock. Though the Green Robe Gang had suffered a setback before the battle began. But so what? In the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. As long as your fists are hard enough and your blade is swift enough, you become the revered stronghold everyone looks up to. Watching the Qingyi gang's clowns flailing about and shouting like fools, Shen Xingchen suddenly felt his hands itch. At that moment, Shen Xingchen, standing at the center of the arena, turned his gaze toward him. First, he flashed an excited smile at his beloved Li Yi. Then, his gaze shifted to Shen Xingchen, who sat conspicuously in the VIP section. Shen Xingchen's gaze locked with Shen Xingchen's. Then, in full view of the crowd, the supremely arrogant Shen Xingchen actually made a throat-slitting gesture toward Shen Xingchen. The threat was unmistakable. As he made the gesture, countless eyes instantly turned toward Shen Xingchen. For a moment, pity filled the gazes directed at Shen Xingchen. Why did the young man have to provoke Shen Xingchen? Why did he have to provoke Shen Xingchen, the top contender of this selection tournament? It was well known that the top winner of each selection tournament would break through to the martial sovereign realm within a year, formally joining the ranks of the powerful in the Great Xia Kingdom and the entire world. Their social status would skyrocket overnight. At that point, not only would a mere staff member be powerless to protect Shen Xingchen, but that staff member would be in grave danger themselves. What a pity, what a pity! What a waste of such a handsome face! Amidst the crowd, countless women sighed as they tore their gaze away from Shen Xingchen's face. Noticing their reactions, Shen Xingchen frowned. Below the stage, Wang Tianqing frowned as well. He swiftly stepped forward, leaping onto the stage to take the referee's position. He declared the battle officially over and announced the awards ceremony would commence. Wang Tianqing moved so swiftly to the next stage to prevent the situation from escalating further. Once the ceremony concluded, he would find Shen Xingchen and reveal Shen Xingchen's background to him. Then, Wang Tianqing would force Shen Xingchen to personally apologize to Shen Xingchen. He would spare no effort to ensure Shen Xingchen was satisfied. As for Shen Xingchen's thoughts and attitude? The selection tournament was held every year, and a champion was crowned every year. Yet over the decades, Shen Xingchen was the only one Lu Xiaohua personally selected for the reserve squad. Wang Tianqing knew exactly what mattered most. At his signal, the cheers and applause for Shen Xingchen were abruptly cut short. The selection process entered its final ceremony, the awards presentation. The 8 contestants who secured squad positions stepped forward to receive their squad insignia directly from Wang Tianqing, the organizer, as proof of their status. Simultaneously, the tempering spirit pills, nurturing spirit pills, and the expedition team's uniform weapons were distributed. This was the glorious moment for the 8 individuals. Yet one person was thoroughly displeased. Shen Xingchen stood on the stage, his face twisted with displeasure. He couldn't understand he hadn't even savored 30 seconds of glory yet, hadn't basked in enough cheers and attention, so why were they already moving on to the next part? In previous years, the champion's moment of glory lasted at least 3 minutes. Why was his reduced to a measly 30 seconds? Shen Xingchen was thoroughly annoyed. What annoyed him even more was the existence of pre-selected contestants. As the champion of the arena battle, he couldn't even stand in the center spotlight. Instead, he had to squeeze to the side like everyone else, his presence barely noticeable. Moreover, his earlier attempt at a decapitation stunt targeting a woman had failed. Before the battle even started, Shen Xingchen and that staff member had managed to rub salt in his wounds. All these factors combined left Shen Xingchen, who had clearly won, in a foul mood. His face was as sour as if everyone owed him a fortune. What agitated Shen Xingchen most was this. He'd been standing there for a full minute, yet the legendary pre-selected winner was nowhere to be seen. Thinking he's too big for the stage? You son of a... Shen Xingchen cursed inwardly. What he didn't know was that Shen Xingchen, having just stood up, was once again surrounded by members of the Green Robe Gang. When the awards ceremony had been announced earlier, Shen Xingchen had already risen to prepare for taking the stage. But the Qingyi gang members, seeing Shen Xingchen rise, assumed he was scared by Shen Xingchen's victory and trying to sneak away. How could they possibly tolerate that? Without waiting for Li Yi's signal, the Qingyi members, noisy and rowdy like street thugs, surrounded Shen Xingchen. They shouted, "Hey, kid! You were so cocky earlier. Why are you trying to sneak away like a rat now? Need we ask? He's clearly scared less that brother Qian won the championship. Why didn't you show up earlier? I thought you were something special, but turns out you just rely on some outsider buddy, ha." Listening to the incessant taunts ringing in his ears, Shen Xingchen's face twisted with impatience. They should just rename the Green Robe Gang to the Whinge Gang. They're truly full of drama and never stop whining. Chapter 127, Tongue Severed. Shen Xingchen's face darkened with impatience as he issued a cold ultimatum. Get lost. One more word and I'll rip your tongues out. He felt he'd shown more than enough leniency toward this bunch of immature youngsters. Had it been William or Shen Tianlin repeatedly provoking him like this, he would have sliced them down long ago. Hearing this, the Qingyi gang members showed no fear. Instead, they wore mocking expressions. Their leader burst into laughter, bellowing, oh my, we're so scared. Didn't you say the same thing before? My tongue's still intact, isn't it?" At the end of his sentence, he made a funny face, sticking out his tongue and wiggling it back and forth. This scene was like an old lady crawling into bed. It had him in stitches. Shen Xingchen never dreamed that someone in their 20s could make such a face in public. Is this even human? But regardless of whether he was human or not, since Shen Xingchen had spoken his mind, the necessary actions must be taken. Watching the tongue darting in and out, Shen Xingchen's right hand pressed against the hilt of the sword at his waist. In the next instant, the veins on the back of his hand bulged violently. Then, a clear, resonant sword hum erupted. The piercing resonance instantly drowned out the venue's clamor. Every heart skipped a beat involuntarily, goosebumps erupting across their skin. For that split second, they felt as though they glimpsed an incredibly sharp blade streaking straight toward their own faces. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, a piercing wail and countless screams erupted from the VIP section. All eyes turned to see a dozen figures clad in blue robes frozen in place as if they'd seen a ghost, their mouths still screaming. The young man they had surrounded stood impassive. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the blood droplets from his sword before sheathing it. The crisp clang of the blade sent a shiver through every heart. They continued to peer inward, only to discover, to their astonishment, that another person lay before Shen Xingchen. The wails were emanating from this person's mouth. Yet his mouth was a gruesome mess of torn flesh, a pitiful sight. Moreover, within the gaping maw, there was no trace of a tongue. Had his tongue been cut out? Instinctively, everyone scanned the surroundings for any trace of the tongue. Just then, a large chunk of tongue, dripping with viscous blood and foul-smelling saliva, plummeted from the sky. Whoosh! Thud! Under Shen Xingchen's precise control, this utterly revolting tongue landed with pinpoint accuracy on the head of the beauty-obsessed Li Yi. Hearing the sound above her head and feeling the sticky sensation on her scalp, Li Yi felt a sudden jolt run through her entire body, followed by goosebumps erupting all over her skin. Her hand instinctively reached up to her head, but the sticky sensation on her palm made her shudder again. Yet Li Yi still looked down, clinging to a sliver of hope. A severed tongue, mangled and bloody, still pulsing with life. In the next instant, Li Yi let out the loudest scream of her life. She flung the severed tongue away with her right hand, then stumbled backward, scrambling and crawling as she fled. She dared not attack Shen Xingchen again. Who could have imagined? Shen Xingchen acted on his words. He truly dared to draw his sword and cut out someone's tongue. If he dared to draw his sword and cut out a tongue now, then he would dare to draw his sword and kill later. She, Li Yi, was the esteemed champion's consort. She couldn't die. The others scrambled away as well. Looking around at the suddenly empty space, Shen Xingchen felt a sense of exhilaration wash over him. Why didn't it turn out like this sooner? Meanwhile, the staff member who had rushed over on orders to escort Shen Xingchen to the stage for his award was utterly dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the spot, momentarily unsure whether to call out to Shen Xingchen. Deep down, he even felt a flicker of fear toward Shen Xingchen. The Qingyi gang members spotted the staff member as if he were a savior. They erupted in a frantic shout. "Quick, grab him! He committed assault in broad daylight." Hearing this, the staff member felt even more uneasy. Me? Catch Shen Xingchen? I'm just a lowly contract worker. Never mind whether I have the ability. Even if I did, he wouldn't do it. After all, without Shen Xingchen, the awards ceremony couldn't proceed normally. Hearing the Qingyi gang member's shouts, Shen Xingchen shot him a glance. Instantly, the Qingyi man who had been shouting retracted his neck, clamped his mouth shut, and scrambled away, rolling and crawling to get further distance. Seeing this scene, Shen Xingchen felt satisfied. He turned to the staff member, tilting his head slightly to ask how to proceed. Gritting his teeth, the staff member addressed the crowd. "You should go receive your award." His voice wasn't loud, but the surroundings were dead silent, and everyone present was a martial artist. They heard every word clearly. In that instant, a flicker of confusion crossed every face. A prize? What prize? But they quickly caught on. No way? The crowd turned their incredulous gazes toward Shen Xingchen, then shifted their eyes to the center stage. The empty, vacant spot seemed to be waiting respectfully for Shen Xingchen's arrival. Shen Xingchen gave a slight nod and stepped toward the elevated platform. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, he stood firmly in the center position. It really was him. The predetermined champion of the selection tournament. The legendary martial master. Shen Xingchen. The entire arena fell silent at this sight. The Qingyi gang members in the stands nearly rolled their eyes back in their heads, on the verge of fainting. Li Yi repeatedly slapped her own delicate face, trying to snap herself out of the illusion. But the stinging pain on her face made it painfully clear. This was no illusion. This was reality. The Shen Xingchen they'd been provoking all along was the predetermined winner of this selection tournament. The absolute champion who stood above even the ring champion. The legendary martial master. Others were already stunned. Needless to say, Shen Xingchen's mind was filled with shock and disbelief. If before he had merely kept silent, now his face could be described as dark and stormy. Shen Xingchen's eyes widened to their fullest, their piercing brilliance like lightning flashing through dark clouds. He didn't even notice his tightly clenched mouth had involuntarily gaped open in shock. "It's you?" Shen Xingchen asked incredulously, seeking confirmation. Shen Xingchen couldn't be bothered to respond, merely shooting him a look that spoke volumes before settling firmly into the center position. To his right stood Wang Tianqing, the chief organizer. To his left stood merely the martial sovereign referee. As the champion of the arena battle, Shen Xingchen could only be squeezed into the far corner. Rage flared within him. The memory of his girlfriend fleeing in terror only fueled the flames, threatening to consume his reason entirely. If Shen Xingchen were a genuine martial sovereign, that would be one thing. If he could crush everyone with overwhelming power, that would be another. He would have accepted defeat gracefully if he were truly outclassed. But Shen Xingchen clearly wasn't. Every time he'd struck, his skill was clearly only at the late stage of martial master, at most the peak level. Chapter 128, I refuse to accept this. At Shen Xingchen's level, forget about being the predetermined winner or the undisputed champion of this selection tournament. He wasn't even as good as any single participant. Not a single one. Yet none of these competitors, who were countless times superior to Shen Xingchen, could withstand even 3 moves against Shen Xingchen. In other words, Shen Xingchen had absolute confidence he could crush Shen Xingchen. Why? How could such a person take away all his glory and honor? How dare such a person brazenly and unabashedly hurt the one he loved? Shen Xingchen refused to accept it. Of course, given his temperament, he never considered. It was the Qingyi gang who had repeatedly provoked Shen Xingchen. Nor had he ever imagined that Shen Xingchen could effortlessly defeat them when unleashing his full power. At this very moment, jealousy and rage intertwined within Shen Xingchen's heart. The two flames blazed fiercely, completely consuming his reason. Facing the photographers snapping pictures before him. Facing the officials presenting the award before him. Shen Xingchen's mouth twitched violently, his facial muscles jerking repeatedly. With a sharp snap, he flung the badge from his hand. The sudden motion and sound left everyone stunned. Reporters who snapped out of it immediately aimed their cameras at Shen Xingchen like madmen. The rapid clicking of shutters filled the air, and intense flashes of white light erupted before his eyes. In that moment, Shen Xingchen once again savored the thrill of being the center of attention. He closed his eyes slightly, savoring the rare attention, then snapped them open. His face taut with fury, he glared at Shen Xingchen and declared, each word deliberate. I refuse to accept this. He doesn't deserve it. A martial arts instructor? How dare they rig the results? There's foul play. Hearing this, the journalists on site reacted like sharks sensing blood in the water, their eyes gleaming with intense excitement. Wang Tianqing, in charge of the ceremony, darkened. He never imagined someone would cause trouble at the last minute. Wang Tianqing's icy gaze swept toward Qian Fifan, his eyes flashing with terrifying murderous intent. The aura of a peak martial sovereign surged unchecked toward Qian Fifan. Wang Tianqing had long harbored resentment toward Qian Fifan. He'd been stirring up trouble even before the battle began. During the fight, his attacks were excessively brutal, each strike aimed to take a life. How could teammates trust such a man with their backs? And now, after the fight, this brat was still looking for trouble? The thought ignited Wang Tianqing's peak martial sovereign level soul power, erupting as he lunged to stun Qian Fifan and gag his mouth. Just then, Shen Xingchen stepped forward, grabbed Wang Tianqing's arm, and shook his head gently. Knocking Qian Fifan unconscious would certainly silence him. But thousands of spectators and hundreds of reporters had witnessed the entire scene. If Wang Tianqing, the chief organizer, were to directly knock Qian Fifan unconscious, it would be tantamount to confirming the existence of a cover-up. Shen Xingchen could easily imagine the immense backlash the Shenzhen exploration team would face afterward. Naturally, he didn't want the expedition team to take the fall for his actions. Blocking it was worse than letting it out. Since things had escalated to this point, Shen Xingchen didn't mind letting Qian Fifan see what true genius looked like and what it meant to be a genuine champion. Noticing Wang Tianqing's puzzled gaze, Shen Xingchen spoke softly. Since he refuses to accept it, I'll settle this with him in a fight. Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's expression shifted, his eyes brimming with disbelief. His wide-eyed stare seemed to scream. Did you hit your head on the door when you were cutting corners? Did you go dumb? You're only at martial master level, yet you want to challenge someone at the peak of martial duke strength? And a peak martial lord whose combat prowess is approaching that of a martial sovereign? Give me a break. At these words, Qian Fifan's sullen face suddenly lit up with wild delight. His delight was palpable as he nearly laughed maniacally, pointing at Shen Xingchen and shouting. Everyone heard him. He's the one who challenged me to a fight. Very good. Very good. I thought you were just a coward who only knew how to take the back door, but I never expected you to have such fighting spirit. I won't take advantage of you. Since your cultivation is lower, I'll forgo my long sword and use only a wooden blade. You don't need to defeat me, just hold out for 5 moves. I'll acknowledge you and apologize. How about it? Why 5 moves? Qian Fifan was confident. With his cultivation level, strength, and blade technique, 2 strikes would be enough to send Shen Xingchen's head flying. It would wash away all the frustration he'd felt earlier. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen shook his head. With a flick of his arm, he shook off Wang Tianqing's grip. Then, as if addressing a private matter, he looked at Qian Fifan and said, 1 move. The surrounding reporters and spectators erupted in a chorus of boos. They had seen Shen Xingchen so confident, so cocky, and assumed he must be some hidden master. But now this great master was telling them. If he could survive a single move, he'd win? What kind of master is that? Could it be that the Shen City exploration team had truly fallen so low, even rigging the selection tournament, known for its fairness and impartiality, to create a scandal? A chill swept through the crowd, and boos erupted from every mouth. Even Qian Fifan was momentarily stunned. 1 strike? With a wooden sword, he couldn't be certain he could kill Shen Xingchen. But even if he couldn't kill him, defeating him would still be a breeze. A sneer curled his lips. A coward is a coward. 1 move it is, then. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's face softened into a faint smile. He wiggled his fingers dismissively and sneered. What I meant was, defeating you requires only 1 move. And you don't even need that wooden sword, just use your own blade. So you won't have any more flimsy excuses afterward. By the time Shen Xingchen uttered his first sentence, the boos from the crowd had already died down. By the time he finished his 3rd sentence, the mocking boos had transformed into stunned gasps of disbelief. A martial artist defeating a peak martial marquis with a single move? Is that even possible? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare portray something like this. Qian Fifan burst out laughing the moment he heard it. Shen Xingchen, oh Shen Xingchen, you sure know how to show off. Fine, as you wish. Watching the two agree to a duel in mere moments, Wang Tianqing looked anxious, yet his eyes studied Shen Xingchen thoughtfully. Earlier, when he grabbed Shen Xingchen's arm, the kid had casually shaken him off? That level of force control and physical prowess wasn't something an ordinary martial artist could achieve. Could Shen Xingchen truly be confident he could defeat Qian Fifan in a single move? The thought made Wang Tianqing shake his head involuntarily. That was impossible. But when it came to saving his own life, Wang Tianqing believed in Shen Xingchen. Amidst deafening cheers and applause, under the gaze of countless spectators, 3 figures reappeared on the empty stage. Chapter 129, The Insidious Backstab. Shen Xingchen stood on the left side of the stage, while Qian Fifan positioned himself on the right. Both men's right hands pressed against the hilts of swords and daggers at their waists. Unlike before. This time, the referee was no longer the initial martial sovereign from before, but Wang Tianqing, a peak martial sovereign powerhouse. With him present, this farce was bound not to result in fatalities. Wang Tianqing studied Shen Xingchen's impassive face, racking his brain to figure out what this man was relying on. He shook his head, raised his right hand high, and began counting down aloud. 3, 2, 1. Go! The moment the words left his mouth, a thunderous boom erupted. The silent arena echoed with thunderous claps as if from nowhere. A silver blade flash, swift as a thunderbolt, sliced through dozens of meters of space, its tip striking directly at Shen Xingchen's heart. A piercing cold wind lashed his face. A murderous aura surged toward his face. Facing this strike brimming with murderous intent, Shen Xingchen's expression remained calm. Even when the blade was mere 5 meters from his chest, his hand remained frozen upon the sword hilt, as if stunned dumb by the earlier thunderclap. To Qian Feifan, Shen Xingchen's motionless stance was nothing but a series of glaring weaknesses. Weak. So weak. A savage sneer twisted his lips as he redoubled the force in his palm. In less than half a second, the 8,000 forged treasure blade in his hand would effortlessly pierce Shen Xingchen's flesh and blood, shredding his heart to pulp. But at that very moment, Qian Feifan suddenly noticed. A layer of fine, pitch-black scales had mysteriously formed over Shen Xingchen's exposed skin, appearing to offer astonishing defensive power. Moreover, his form swelled in an instant. What was most impossible to ignore, however, were Shen Xingchen's slightly opened eyes. A lofty silver white and an imposing golden hue intertwined and merged, transforming into a dazzling platinum color that left one's mind reeling. In that instant, Qian Feifan's grip loosened slightly. But he quickly regained his senses, swiftly channeling his qi and blood to prepare for a surge of power. Yet in that very instant, he discovered with horror. The qi and blood within his body, once so easily controlled, now seemed to have entered a rebellious phase, utterly refusing his commands. This sudden loss of control over his qi and blood made it impossible for Qian Feifan to strengthen his grip. Worse still, he struggled to even steady his rapidly advancing form. What the hell? Qian Feifan's heart raced with alarm. At that very moment, Shen Xingchen, who had been standing motionless, moved. He drew the Han Yuan Xian sword. The instant the blade left its scabbard, Shen Xingchen's previously slack and vulnerable posture abruptly transformed. Merely standing there, he made Qian Feifan feel utterly helpless, unable to find an opening. How could this be? How could this be? Qian Feifan watched Shen Xingchen's sword strike with utter shock. His strikes weren't particularly swift, yet they sealed off every inch of Qian Feifan's retreating space. Only now did Qian Feifan realize with horror. He had somehow, at some point, fallen into the inescapable trap Shen Xingchen had woven. There was nowhere to evade, nowhere to flee, not even the strength to struggle. He could only watch helplessly as Shen Xingchen's long sword pierced his heart, then twisted slightly. A searing agony instantly radiated from his heart. The extreme pain and the terror of impending death suddenly restored Qian Feifan's control over his body. His qi and blood erupted violently, surging into his legs as his entire body leapt 10 meters backward in an instant. As his body retreated, the icy blade pierced his heart once more. The excruciating agony made Qian Feifan's breath catch in his throat. But thankfully, it came out. Qian Feifan looked down at his chest. A gaping wound filled his vision, gushing blood dripping down in a terrifying sight. The heart, which served as the engine within his body, was now shattered beyond recognition. Fragments of broken heart tissue hung from the edges of the wound, occasionally twitching. With his heart shattered, an unimaginable sense of detachment spread throughout his body. Even for a martial master, with half his heart shattered, death was but a hair's breadth away. With such an injury, merely staying alive would require every ounce of strength, let alone engaging in battle once more? At this thought, Qian Feifan's face turned ashen, and the long sword in his hand fell limply to the ground, as if admitting defeat. Clang! The blade struck the ground. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire venue. The once boisterous venue fell deathly silent. Every person present gaped in disbelief, eyes wide, staring at the composed youth holding the sword at the center of the stage. Just as they had seen him earlier in the stands. He merely sheathed his sword with a swift, graceful motion, his movements exuding supreme elegance. It seemed as though Qian Feifan, a peak martial lord tier powerhouse, was no different from the mere martial practitioners before him. Powerful. He was simply too strong. Stronger than anyone could have imagined. In that moment, everyone understood why Shen Xingchen had been the predetermined candidate, why he had been recommended for the exploration team. Because he was strong. Because he deserved it. With a single sword strike, he defeated this year's champion. If he doesn't deserve a spot on the exploration team, then who does? In an instant, thunderous applause erupted, cheers shook the heavens and earth, and the entire venue trembled slightly at Shen Xingchen's dazzling performance. Shen Xingchen flashed a faint smile toward Wang Tianqing before turning and exiting the stage. He had held back after all, sparing Wang Tianqing and the Lu brothers, Lu Xiaohua and Lu Feiyang, their dignity. After all, this was their turf. Injuring someone was one thing, but killing someone was quite another. Especially Wang Tianqing, the chief organizer, he would inevitably face repercussions. When it came to friends, Shen Xingchen was always exceptionally considerate. Wang Tianqing stared blankly at Shen Xingchen's retreating figure. That single sword strike had shattered his entire understanding of martial arts. Was this the speed a mere martial artist could unleash? That sword speed, that explosive power, even a peak martial marquis couldn't match it. You call this an 18-year-old? What kind of goddamn prodigy is this? Wang Tianqing roared inwardly. Compared to Shen Xingchen, he felt like his entire life up to this point had been utterly wasted. Yet, too stunned to notice. Qian Fifan, his face pale, lifted his eyes. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his deep, dark gaze. A colossal surge of divine soul energy coalesced mid-air, transforming into a steel needle that shot toward Shen Xingchen's nape. This spiritual soul attack was inherently elusive and blindingly fast. Moreover, Wang Tianqing was still reeling in shock. He never imagined that Qian Fifan, mortally wounded and on the brink of death, would still attempt to strike after the outcome was decided. No, this wasn't merely an attack. It was murder. Consider this, no matter how formidable Shen Xingchen's combat prowess might be, his cultivation level remained fixed at martial artist. He possessed virtually no potential for refining his divine soul. His soul strength should only be marginally stronger than that of an ordinary person. It was utterly incapable of withstanding Qian Fifan's sudden assault. Such a brutal thrust would severely impair Shen Xingchen's intellect and cognitive functions, even if he survived. Wang Tianqing's eyes suddenly widened as he roared. Watch out! Mid-air, spiritual energy amplified countless times condensed abruptly, forming a shield to block the steel needle. But it was too late. Chapter 130, Brother Shen. By the time the shield reached Shen Xingchen's back, the steel needle had already pierced the back of his head. Shen Xingchen felt only a faint twinge of pain emanating from the back of his head. Then, an imperceptible, laughably weak soul attack invaded his mind. Before this soul attack could inflict even the slightest damage within his sea of consciousness, the dragon god's eyes above the sea flashed open, a golden light flickering through them. In an instant, Qian Fifan's fatal strike forged with every ounce of his soul power vanished without a trace, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Ever since absorbing the vengeful soul, Shen Xingchen had tested his soul strength, which had already reached the peak of martial sovereign level. In other words, as long as his vital energy kept pace, breaking through to martial sovereign would be an instant matter utterly unhindered. For a mere peak martial marquis's spiritual attack to harm him? Utterly delusional. As he sensed the fluctuations within his mind, Shen Xingchen's descent from the platform halted abruptly. Seeing Shen Xingchen's figure freeze, Qian Fifan's face broke into an excited smile. Who said the outcome was decided? Who said that? As long as the referee hadn't declared the outcome, as long as he hadn't stepped down from the platform, the battle continued. And as long as it's a fight, any means are fair game. As for whether Shen Xingchen could withstand the soul attack, whether he would die or become a vegetable, that was his problem. Shen Xingchen is just too weak. What the hell does that have to do with Qian Fifan? After the dust settles, Qian Fifan will remain the strongest champion in a decade, the genius hailed by all of Shen City. Then, he would soar to new heights, trampling Shen Xingchen's bones beneath his feet. At this thought, Qian Fifan's pallid face flushed with an eerie glow of excitement. A savage grin twisted his lips, and even the pain in his chest seemed to fade momentarily. The wound felt icy cold, comforting. Cold? No, that can't be right. Qian Fifan abruptly looked ahead. The open space before him was no longer empty, and Shen Xingchen's frozen silhouette was nowhere to be seen. All that remained was a tall, imposing figure with steady breathing and a gleaming sword thrust deep into his own chest. Shen Xingchen, he wasn't dead or injured? Qian Fifan rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief at his own chest once more. The sharp blade exuded a chill, and the edges of the massive wound had already crystallized into sparkling ice shards under the cold's corrosion. The cold seeped into his body, washing away the pain. Qian Fifan felt a sudden lightness wash over him, yet his heart plummeted to the depths. If the cold continued to consume him, his vital energy would freeze completely, leaving him a helpless cripple for life. No, absolutely not. Qian Fifan struggled with all his might, trying to wrest his body free from the sword, just as he had done last time. Yet no matter how he strained, his form remained firmly pinned in place, unable to move an inch. At that moment, overwhelming fear and regret flooded Qian Fifan's heart. Only now did he realize. His previous escape hadn't been due to his own strength. It was purely because Shen Xingchen had held back. And his recent actions had undoubtedly enraged Shen Xingchen completely. This time, he would show no mercy. I'm going to die. The moment this thought struck him, Qian Fifan, who had always been arrogant and domineering, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. His facial features contorted in sheer terror. Staring into Shen Xingchen's icy eyes, he tried to form words with his trembling lips, but in the end, nothing came out. Thick blood and mucus surged from his mouth and nose, the intense irritation and discomfort blurring his vision. His desperate struggles only made him appear like a dying maggot in the eyes of the crowd. His twisted form stood in stark contrast to Shen Xingchen's upright figure. Who was victorious, who was superior, it was plain to see. Suddenly, Shen Xingchen caught a whiff of a foul, fishy stench. He frowned slightly and looked down. Sure enough, Qian Fifan's crotch was soaked in a large, yellowish stain, emitting an unbearable stench. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen drew his sword and delivered a powerful kick to Qian Fifan's abdomen, sending him crashing off the stage. Thud! Qian Fifan's body slammed onto the ground. The violent impact, compounded by the horrific injuries both external and internal, left Qian Fifan dizzy and on the verge of fainting. But he couldn't lose consciousness. The cold within him grew more intense, and he felt his very soul freezing to death. He had to find a way. A fierce will to survive drove him to instinctively grab at anything within reach. Suddenly, a silky smooth sensation washed over his palm. Shen Xingchen forced his eyes open, and the first thing he saw was a pair of high-end leather shoes, polished to a mirror-like shine. In his hands, he clutched a pair of exceptionally well-made casual dress pants. His gaze shifted upward, and a familiar face came into view. Lu Feiyang. The so-called good buddy Shen Xingchen had spoken of. Seeing Lu Feiyang's face, Shen Xingchen felt a pang of guilt. Truth be told, he and Lu Feiyang weren't even remotely connected. At best, they'd met once at a dinner table. At the time, Lu Feiyang was the undisputed center of attention at the main table, while Shen Xingchen was merely an inconspicuous presence at a side table. Since they'd shared drinks in the same banquet hall, Shen Xingchen had conveniently cast himself as a drinking buddy of Lu Feiyang. Shen Xingchen had leveraged this connection to secure considerable personal benefits. Guilty conscience or not, Shen Xingchen was about to die. He couldn't care less now. He immediately grabbed hold of Lu Feiyang's pant leg, mustering all his strength to shove his entire body against Lu Feiyang's feet, pleading, Brother Lu, save me. We've met before. We drank together at the Shenzhen Grand Hotel. Save my life, and I'll do anything you ask." Watching the man smear snot, blood, and foul-smelling substances all over him, Lu Feiyang's brow furrowed deeply. Were it not for all these eyes watching him, forcing him to maintain his image, he would have already delivered a flying kick to send this unknown idiot flying. At the same moment, Shen Xingchen leapt down from the high platform. The heavy thud of his landing echoed like a reverberation from hell, causing Shen Xingchen's body to tremble. He instinctively moved closer to Lu Feiyang, his mouth constantly pleading for the other to save his life. Yet the next moment, Lu Feiyang's words plunged Shen Xingchen into an icy abyss. With a sudden shift from his cold expression, Lu Feiyang flashed a warm smile and addressed Shen Xingchen enthusiastically. "Brother Shen, like father, like son. Your skill puts me to shame. Even at 18, I couldn't match this. What should we do with this guy?" Lu Feiyang spoke 2 sentences, but Shen Xingchen only registered the first 3 words. Shen brother. So this high-flying figure he could only dream of reaching was now calling Shen Xingchen brother? Hearing this, Shen Xingchen shot a cold glance at Shen Xingchen, whose complexion was sallow and whose vital energy was weak. Fine. He's completely finished anyway. Chapter 131, Ruined. After advancing his S-tier martial talent, Ice Sovereign, to SS-tier, Ice Dominion, the destructive power of the blue chi within Shen Xingchen surged to new heights. When the frigid energy entered an opponent's body, unless they immediately drew their weapon to expel it, it seeped through wounds into flesh and bone marrow, fusing with the blood. From that point onward, unless the enemy completely severed all their flesh, shattered every bone, drained every drop of blood, and then meticulously reconstructed their entire being from scratch, this frigid energy would haunt them for the rest of their life. Every movement, standing, walking, lying down, eating, drinking, even turning over in sleep, will cause the cold energy within to erupt, inflicting agony akin to slow torture. Under such torment, even an iron-willed man would go mad and take his own life, let alone continue advancing on the path of martial arts. Shen Xingchen did not kill the man. After all, this was the exploration team's territory. Adding unnecessary bloodshed would be unseemly and could implicate Captain Wang. Shen Xingchen merely offered the man a path 1,000 times more agonizing than death itself. Judging by the time elapsed, the cold energy's corrosion should have taken full effect by now. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. He gave Shen Xingchen a deep look, then flickered his right leg, gently kicking Shen Xingchen aside. This slight movement alone triggered a violent surge of cold energy within Shen Xingchen's body. Steel-like coldness coursed through his muscles and bones. In an instant, Shen Xingchen's body bulged with protruding veins. He let out a ghostly howl, feeling as though a million tiny blades were scraping his flesh and grinding his bones, piece by piece. Listening to the inhuman screams beneath him and watching Shen Xingchen, stiff as a board and unable to move, Lu Feiyang murmured softly. Brother Shen was already so decisive at 18. Lu is nowhere near his caliber. I wonder if you're interested in the divine secret realm. With Brother Shen's strength, clearing it should be a breeze, right? If Brother Shen is interested, I can arrange for you to join the next batch of participants. Lu Feiyang intended to cultivate a relationship with Shen Xingchen. After all, the talent Shen Xingchen displayed was truly astonishing. Since childhood, he'd been hailed as a prodigy by all. Yet when faced with Shen Xingchen, he could only look up in awe. If they were peers, Lu Feiyang had no doubt he'd be utterly crushed. Therefore, despite their past friction and even though Shen Xingchen had held his hand for over 10 seconds, Lu Feiyang was willing to befriend him. It was merely a small price to pay, a bit of physical contact. He could endure it. Lu Feiyang gritted his teeth and tried to console himself. Little did he know, Shen Xingchen simply shook his head and said, "Not really interested. To be honest, I want to cultivate step by step on my own. The lessons learned from relying on that black gold belt were far too costly." Shen Xingchen refused to use any mysterious power to forcefully elevate himself again. Progressing step by step felt far more solid. Hearing this, Lu Feiyang was slightly taken aback. But, the divine secret realm has been established in our city for decades. Its efficacy and safety have been proven by countless predecessors. Brother Shen, aren't you being a bit too cautious? He then cited his own uncle as an example. My uncle passed the Divine Realm trial in his youth. Look at him now, he's a peak martial saint, consistently ranked among the top 10 in Great Xia. Shen Xingchen remained resolute, shaking his head and presenting an irrefutable counterargument. Not a single one of our Great Xia's 3 martial gods ever participated in the Divine Realm. What if the reward's curse prevents one from ascending to martial god? Lu Feiyang froze upon hearing this. After regaining his composure, he chuckled wryly, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Shen Xingchen was correct, none of the Great Xia's 3 martial gods had ever entered the Divine Secret Realm. Yet linking participation in the Divine Secret Realm to the ability to become a martial god seemed an overly forced connection. However, since Shen Xingchen had clearly expressed his unwillingness to go, Lu Feiyang, who was keen to cultivate a relationship with him, naturally wouldn't want to cross him. Lu Feiyang nodded approvingly. Brother Shen truly has lofty ambitions. To be thinking about martial godhood at just 18. In the past 30 years, not a single new martial god has emerged anywhere in the world. Even the world's most exceptional prodigies set their sights only on the peak of martial saint, daring not to dream of ascending to martial god. Even though Shen Xingchen's words were merely a refusal, the mindset they revealed left Lu Feiyang deeply impressed. As the two chatted idly, Shen Xingchen on the ground was nearly fainting from pain. He seemed to roar. Can you two stop talking and just save me already? But he couldn't. Any shout would inevitably strain his facial muscles, unleashing that excruciating agony that felt like slow torture throughout his entire body. Thus, he remained frozen in an unnatural posture, his mind desperately yearning for the arrival of medical personnel. Meanwhile, on the spectator platform, the entire audience was in a state of utter bewilderment. With their strength and keen eyesight, they couldn't discern the signs of a soul attack or its deadly danger. All they witnessed was Shen Xingchen suddenly erupting in fury, kicking Shen Xingchen off the stage with a sword strike and a kick, an act of extreme ferocity. Unlike the incessantly taunting Qingyi gang, Shen Xingchen had spoken little since his appearance, but every threat he made landed with devastating precision. He was the epitome of a man of few words but deadly actions. For a moment, all eyes turned to the tall, slender figure below the platform with a mix of awe and reverence. They knew that a brilliant new star was about to rise in the skies of Shen City. As for the Qingyi gang members, they were already frozen in terror. Seeing Shen Xingchen lying on the ground like a drowned rat, even the most brazen members of the Qingyi gang fell into a deep, heavy silence. Their leader, Li Yi, her face trembling and eyes brimming with tears, growled. This is too much. The fight was clearly over. Shen Xingchen still attacked Brother Qian. That's against the rules. Against the rules. I'm reporting this. She couldn't comprehend Shen Xingchen's treacherous soul-piercing attack. Yet Li Yi could feel it keenly. The authority that once commanded instant obedience within the Green Robe Gang had vanished. Her angry outburst drew not a single voice of support. Li Yi's eyelids flicked up, her vivid blue eyeshadow smudged by tears, making her look as fierce as a vengeful spirit. She turned to survey her surroundings, only to find that her usually obedient gang members had scattered at some point. Their bodies were hunched, necks retracted, making them resemble rats in a sewer. Li Yi scanned the area, not a soul remained. At this moment, she seemed to have become a legendary disaster star. Anyone connected to her was bound to suffer misfortune. Witnessing this scene, Li Yi let out a bitter laugh. She abandoned any thoughts of reporting violations and staggered toward the exit. Yet, the words echoing from the elevated platform made her body tremble. Chapter 132, Welcome Ceremony. Clear words echoed through the venue over the loudspeaker. Contestant Shen Xingchen, after defeat, used a soul attack to stab Shen Xingchen in the back, a major violation. Furthermore, Shen Xingchen's cultivation base has been nullified, rendering him unfit for the martial arts path. His team slot is hereby revoked and transferred to the next eligible participant. This is hereby announced. Li Yi's body trembled violently. She felt the gazes of the entire audience piercing her like steel needles, leaving her body covered in wounds. She nearly buried her face in her chest as she hurried away from this nightmare of a place. After this minor incident, the atmosphere in the venue grew even more intense. Under the watchful eyes of all attendees, the 8 individuals led by Shen Xingchen received their pills, badges, and team uniforms. The woman who had been added to the team at the last minute kept shooting Shen Xingchen grateful glances. Had Shen Xingchen not intervened, she would never have had the chance to join the Shen City exploration team. The award ceremony concluded, marking the end of the selection trials. The audience departed in an orderly fashion, and the promoted contestants descended the stage one by one. The moment they reached the stage's edge, Wang Tianqing excitedly slapped Shen Xingchen on the shoulder, his voice brimming with admiration. Way to go, kid. You're so strong, you even fooled me. Shen Xingchen shook his head and chuckled. I never hid anything from you, brother Wang. Didn't I say from the start that I was confident I could do it? Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's smile froze. He thought back carefully. That was exactly right. It seemed Shen Xingchen had always been extremely confident in himself. Yet here he was, Wang Tianqing, acting like some seasoned veteran, constantly trying to dissuade Shen Xingchen from entering the competition. If Shen Xingchen had actually heeded his warnings, wouldn't the Shen City exploration team have missed out on such a top-tier genius? Recalling his repeated, arrogant dissuasion, Wang Tianxing felt a flush of embarrassment. But he was, after all, a seasoned veteran who'd navigated the corporate world for years. He flashed a smile, feigning nonchalance. Ah, bygones are bygones. No need to dwell on the past. Regardless of how it happened, the outcome is what matters. Come on, our team is hosting a welcome party for you tonight. We'll also assign you to squads and go over important guidelines. With that, Wang Tianxing pulled a stack of documents from his bag and handed them to Shen Xingchen. Brother, we have 8 preparatory squads in total. Have you decided which one you'd like to join? I've got profiles for all the squads here. Take a look now so you'll have some idea tonight. After settling matters, Wang Tianxing, as the overall coordinator, hurried off to attend to other tasks. After he left, a sweet-looking girl with a slightly baby-faced appearance approached Shen Xingchen. Standing before him, she looked up with sincere gratitude. Thank you. If not for you, I would have never had the chance to join the Shenzhen exploration team. The Xinjiang exploration team has been my lifelong dream. Thank you so much. With that, the girl with baby fat bowed deeply. Raising her head, she added solemnly. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask for my help. Oh, and by the way, my name is Fanwenny. Facing her gratitude, Shen Xingchen waved it off. No big deal. Just helping out. After this battle, Shen Xingchen gained a clearer understanding of his current combat capabilities. After advancing to martial artist, achieving golden bone perfection, significantly boosting his vital energy, advancing his Ice Master talent, and mastering a new SS tier martial talent, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap compared to his previous state in Changnan. The physical enhancement during the Blood Flesh Ancestor burst also quadrupled, reaching 342. When unleashing his full power, Shen Xingchen's vital energy and physical attributes skyrocketed 12-fold. Moreover, thanks to the presence of the Blood Flesh Ancestor, his chi and blood, along with his physical constitution, had stabilized to a degree unimaginable to ordinary people. Even with sudden surges exceeding tenfold, his vital energy remained utterly stable, his physical condition perpetually maintained at peak performance rock-solid stability. In this state, combined with his martial saint-level peak swordsmanship, he was unmatched at the martial marquis realm and only slightly inferior to those at the martial sovereign level. If forced to categorize his current strength, Shen Xingchen could be described as having reached the pinnacle of the martial marquis realm, a super-perfect state, or even standing on the threshold of the martial sovereign realm. The other 6 members also approached to greet Shen Xingchen. After all, this was the peerless prodigy who possessed the combat prowess of a peak martial marquis at just 18 years of age. In terms of sheer genius, he was truly unparalleled throughout history. This wasn't merely a promising prospect, he was a glittering gold mine. Everyone must cling tightly to Shen Xingchen's coattails. His future achievements would reach at least the peak of martial saint. In fact, they believed Shen Xingchen might break the decades-long deadlock of no new martial gods emerging. Facing the greetings of the crowd, Shen Xingchen didn't put on airs. He responded cheerfully to each one. The 7 who had successfully advanced weren't fools either. After polite greetings, they didn't linger, fearing they might annoy Shen Xingchen. After everyone dispersed, Shen Xingchen ate his meal while flipping through the materials Wang Tianxing had given him. Its contents were identical to what his biological mother had passed on to him. Wang Tianxing refrained from excessive self-praise, instead objectively detailing his squad's strengths and weaknesses. His team currently ranked 3rd overall, placing them in the upper middle tier among the 8 squads. Shen Xingchen set down the documents, his mind already forming a plan. Soon evening arrived. Shen Xingchen rode in a Maybach to the hotel reserved by the exploration team. The Shenzhen Grand Hotel stood as the city's most luxurious establishment. Its sole shareholder was the Xinjiang exploration team. It also served as the regular gathering place for the expedition team. Here, martial masters and martial lords, figures rarely seen elsewhere, were regular guests. With good luck, one might even catch a glimpse of the legendary martial kings or even martial saints. Consequently, the Xinjiang Grand Hotel enjoys immense popularity and recognition, becoming a must-visit landmark for countless tourists arriving in Xinjiang. It was dinner time, and the lobby bustled with people, their chatter filling the air. As Shen Xingchen stepped into the hotel, a receptionist immediately approached him. A welcoming hostess, dressed in a high-slit cheongsam that accentuated her figure, asked with a professional smile. Good evening, sir. Welcome to Xinjiang Grand Hotel. Do you have a reservation? As she spoke, her eyes discreetly appraised Shen Xingchen's features and attire. His face was strikingly handsome, showing not a trace of the ravages of time, a rare sight for such a young man. Though his clothes bore no flashy luxury logos, their fabric and tailoring clearly indicated they were no cheap items. Though she knew such guests would never lead to anything unrealistic for her. Still, he was a pleasure to look at. Shen Xingchen nodded. The Deep City Exploration team's welcome reception. Hearing this, the hostess's eyes lit up and her smile grew even warmer. She gestured with her hand. Right away, sir. Please follow me. Chapter 133, I'm going to be the top student. Under the receptionist's attentive guidance, Shen Xingchen soon arrived at the private room hosting the welcome banquet. Pushing open the door, Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow. He had arrived a full 15 minutes early at the agreed location, yet the private room was already nearly full. It seemed as though he was the only one missing. Hearing the door open, the group, who had been chatting, instinctively turned toward the entrance. The moment they recognized his face, warm smiles instantly lit up their expressions. Wang Tianqing waved at Shen Xingchen, patting the seat he'd deliberately left empty beside him. "Xingchen, you're here. Come, sit with me." As soon as he said this, the captains of the other 7 preparatory squads enthusiastically invited Shen Xingchen to sit beside them. It felt like hawking customers at a market. The other 7 newcomers watched with envious glances. When they entered the private room, they hadn't received such a warm welcome. Seeing the scene, Shen Xingchen smiled and said, "Captains, I've only got 1 but I can't possibly take up 8 seats, can I? Since I'm close with brother Wang, I'll sit next to him." With that, he strode over to Wang Tianqing, who beamed with delight, and plopped down beside him. The other captains looked a bit disappointed, but they understood. Nevertheless, this didn't stop them from going all out to recruit Shen Xingchen next. The primary purpose of hosting the welcome banquet was to recruit outstanding talents for their respective squads. It was well known that whenever a preparatory squad produced a martial sovereign, every member of that squad would receive substantial rewards from the exploration team. Given the talent Shen Xingchen had displayed, achieving martial sovereign status was practically a foregone conclusion. Thus, Shen Xingchen was naturally the hottest star in demand. No sooner had Shen Xingchen taken his seat than the captain of the top-ranked team extended an olive branch. "Xingchen, join our squad. I guarantee you'll receive the best treatment available to any member of the reserve exploration squad. Resources, martial arts training, equipment, absolutely the finest of everything. This is something other exploration teams simply cannot offer you." The captain of Team 1 stared intently at Shen Xingchen, her eyes blazing with confidence. "Cultivating martial arts, isn't it all about cultivating resources? These young geniuses are bending over backwards to join the exploration teams, isn't it all about the resources?" As the leader of Squad 1, the resources she commanded both in quantity and quality were unmatched among the 8 squads. Hearing her speak, the other captains feared Shen Xingchen might accept immediately, so they rushed to offer their own generous terms. "Xingchen, join our squad. Do whatever you want. I'll even let you be the captain. You'll have absolute freedom. Xingchen, join our squad, and I'll introduce you to my twin sisters. Everyone who's met them raves about them. Xingchen, join our squad. Xingchen." The other squads couldn't compete with Squad 1's resources, so they tried different approaches to recruit Shen Xingchen. Originally, Shen Stardust remained unmoved. But when he heard the man offering his twin sisters as bait, he nearly choked on his drink. He scrutinized the man speaking. He was stocky, with a face whiter than a small round shield. Thick, tangled beard covered his chin and cheeks, spreading down toward his neck and beyond. Honestly, if you told Shen Xingchen this guy was some mighty general, he'd believe it. But if you told him his sister was a beauty of unparalleled grace? Not a chance in hell would Shen Xingchen believe that. Besides, was Shen Xingchen the type to be obsessed with beauty? Absolutely not. As the other captains' tales grew increasingly outlandish and exaggerated, Wang Tianqing, seated beside Shen Xingchen, began to feel uneasy. As a mid-tier squad leader, he neither possessed the abundant resources of the first squad captain nor had a sister of unparalleled beauty. Moreover, out of responsibility to his team members, he couldn't simply hand over his captaincy to Shen Xingchen. The conditions he offered were utterly ordinary and unremarkable. In fact, Wang Tianqing was already notorious within the expedition team as a workaholic and a relentless overachiever, volunteering for every mission imaginable no matter how dirty, exhausting, or bizarre the task. Would a genius like Shen Xingchen even consider joining his squad? At this thought, Wang Tianqing let out an almost imperceptible sigh. What could he do? He was just an ordinary person. If he couldn't keep him, then so be it. Shen Xingchen sensed Wang Tianqing's sigh. He smiled faintly, stood up, and said, "Thank you all for your consideration, captains. However, I already have a team I've set my heart on." Hearing this, the 8 captains' expressions tightened, their faces lighting up with anticipation. The first squad captain's eyes flickered with a mix of confidence and tension, his hands unconsciously digging into the soft flesh of his thighs. Under the gaze of all present, Shen Xingchen declared, "Captain Wang Tianqing has always looked out for me, and I deeply respect him as an elder brother. Therefore, I choose to join Captain Wang's squad." Hearing this, Wang Tianqing, who had already resigned himself to defeat, sprang to his feet. His face flushed with emotion, his eyes gleaming as he fixed them on Shen Xingchen. He reached out and slapped his shoulder hard. "All right, brother. Rest assured, once you're in my squad, you won't have to lift a finger for any dirty or grueling work." How could that be acceptable? Shen Xingchen chose Wang Tianqing precisely because of his work ethic. The ultimate slacker. He takes on any job. Only with that kind of work ethic could Shen Xingchen maximize his chances of seizing tomorrow's big opportunity first. Therefore, upon hearing Wang Tianqing's words, Shen Xingchen waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Bro Wang, that won't do. I joined the exploration team for the experience. If you don't let me work, wouldn't I have joined for nothing? Rest assured, dump all the dirty, grueling, and odd jobs on me. I thrive on hard work. Hearing this, the captains present and all the new recruits stood in solemn respect. The 8 captains' gazes toward Shen Xingchen nearly bubbled with excitement. Their gazes toward their own members, however, carried a hint of disappointment. You lazy good-for-nothings spend all day cutting corners and slacking off. Look at Shen Xingchen. Look at his dedication. He's so talented and has such a positive work ethic. He's practically the model team member. What captain wouldn't love him? Get back to practice tonight and work your asses off. The other members, feeling their captain's gaze bore into them, cringed inwardly. Damn it, another workaholic. Can the overachievers just die already? With Shen Xingchen's placement settled, the remaining 7 captains began vying for the other new recruits. Before long, every new recruit had found their place. With delighted smiles on their faces, the new recruits finally felt a tiny bit of belonging to the exploration team after the evening event concluded. Chapter 134, Smooth Sailing. After the banquet, Wang Tianqing personally escorted Shen Xingchen to the quarters of the reserve squad. Though they were merely the reserve squad of the Deep City exploration team, their status was exceptionally high. Each member enjoyed a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom apartment in the land-scarce city of Shenzhen. Their building shared the same structure as Team 8's. The other squads jokingly referred to their building as 3-8 building. Brother Wang, I'm ready to get to work tomorrow. Please don't go easy on me. Shen Xingchen said to Wang Tianqing. If my memory serves me correctly and the future remains unchanged, tomorrow, April 15th, would be the moment that opportunity presented itself. Hearing Shen Xingchen's words, Wang Tianqing let out a joyful burp. A look of relief washed over his face, as if he saw a worthy successor. He patted Shen Xingchen's shoulder gently. Good lad, you've got my old spirit. Truth be told, Wang Tianqing hadn't been this driven when he first joined the exploration team. Then he shifted his tone. Missions aren't something you can just have whenever you want. We're not the Public Security Bureau. We don't handle petty crimes like petty theft that happen every day. What the exploration team handles are major matters concerning the secret realm. The emergence of new secret realms or the mutation of old ones, that's what we're responsible for. But we might encounter this sort of thing daily. You should relax for a few days first. As the former deputy leader of the National Exploration Team in his past life, Shen Xingchen certainly knew this basic principle. He merely wanted Wang Tianqing to understand his resolve to explore. Seeing his goal achieved, Shen Xingchen nodded along with Wang Tianqing's words. Observing Shen Xingchen's demeanor, Wang Tianqing was reminded of his own youth. Fueled by the alcohol, he proceeded to deliver another dose of motivational platitudes. You have to fight to win. Believe in yourself and hard work will pay off. And so on. After some casual chatter, the two parted ways. Shen Xingchen pulled out the key Wang Tianqing had given him and unlocked his own 2-bedroom apartment. To be honest, it was a bit small. It couldn't compare to the Shen family mansion in Changnan, just an ordinary residence. However, the property had been fully transferred to Shen Xingchen's name as an enrollment benefit for the exploration team. Located in the heart of Shenzhen City, its market value stood at 150,000 daxia coins per square meter. This 70 square meter 2-bedroom apartment alone was valued at a staggering 10 million. That's more money than most people could save in a lifetime. A single benefit worth 10 million daxia coins. No wonder countless top geniuses would break their heads trying to join the exploration team. Shen Xingchen sighed softly before resuming his daily cultivation routine within the apartment. Before dawn the next day, Shen Xingchen was jolted awake by a loud banging on his door. He leapt from bed, dressed quickly, and glanced at the time. 4:38 a.m. Someone seeking him out at this hour must have urgent business. The thought crossed his mind, and Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the opportunity he remembered from his past life had finally arrived? Shen Xingchen opened the door to find Wang Tianqing's receding hairline staring back at him. Wang Tianqing's face was etched with urgency as he exclaimed. Come! The newcomer's secret realm has undergone a disturbance. There's a school with nearly 1,000 students trapped inside. The situation is extremely urgent. The students could be in mortal danger at any moment. As he explained the situation, he began assembling the team. Before long, a 7-person squad, including Wang Tianqing and Shen Xingchen, was assembled. Wang Tianqing produced a triangular, sci-fi-inspired metallic device. Pressing the center point with his right hand, a brilliant blue light erupted from the device's core. The metal device, no larger than a palm, then began to warp, deform, and expand. Within a few breaths, a shuttle materialized in the open space before Wang Tianqing. The shuttle's entire body radiated a cold metallic sheen, its sleek form designed to minimize wind resistance. This was the fastest shuttle available on the market. Its flight speed was 5 times that of a standard passenger jet, reaching a terrifying 4,000 kilometers per hour. Wang Tianqing leapt aboard first, followed closely by Shen Xingchen, with the rest of the team quickly joining them. No pilot was needed to control it, as the shuttle was equipped with the world's most advanced artificial intelligence-assisted driving technology. Besides, mid-air traffic wasn't nearly as complex as road traffic. Using the travel time, Wang Tianqing briefly explained the specifics of the Secret Realm's anomaly. The students had entered the Secret Realm at midnight. The school's original plan was to organize a 24-hour free exploration, with rankings determined by the value of resources each student brought back. By 4 a.m., vital signs began disappearing among the students. Staff initially assumed these were natural deaths. By 4:10 a.m., the death toll had surpassed 100, and the staff realized something was terribly wrong. By 4:20 a.m., the death toll had tripled, with over 300 students having met with misfortune. During those critical minutes, school and government personnel exhausted every method to seal the secret realm or extract the trapped students. Furthermore, tests confirmed that even high-level martial artists were unable to enter the secret realm. That's why professionals like us are needed. Shen Xingchen listened quietly before asking. It's now 4:40 a.m. How many students are still alive? Wang Tianqing replied. After 4:20, no more students died. The current death toll remains consistent with the count at 4:20. Shen Xingchen nodded to indicate his understanding. Wang Tianqing quickly voiced his conjecture. This is a newcomer's secret realm, inherently incapable of supporting warriors of higher tiers. Based on feedback from the technicians, there are currently two theories. First, high-level cultivators cannot enter, only those at lower cultivation realms can access the secret realm. The second theory suggests only young cultivators can enter, ideally those around the same age as these students. At this point, countless gazes converged on Shen Xingchen. Low-tier martial artists. Young martial artists. He met both restrictions. Feeling the stares around him. Without Wang Tianqing needing to ask, he nodded and accepted the task. I'm the most suitable. I'll take it. Wang Tianqing showed no fuss or hesitation. After all, this was a critical mission involving the lives of over 1,000 people. He handed Shen Xingchen a bracelet. This bracelet monitors your vital signs. If something happens to you too, we'll consider extreme measures to destroy the secret realm and rescue as many students as possible. However, destroying the secret realm will inevitably trigger a massive explosion, potentially causing a sudden surge in student casualties. With that, he looked at Shen Xingchen and bowed solemnly. Safe travels. The other 5 team members also bowed solemnly. Safe journey. Chapter 135, Entering the Mutated Secret Realm. The shuttle moved swiftly. Since Shen Xingchen and his group were staying in the city center, it wasn't far from any other part of Shen City. Within mere minutes, the shuttle arrived at the site of the anomaly. Not only had Team 3, led by Shen Xingchen, arrived at the scene, but the other 7 teams were also arriving one after another. Leaping off the shuttle, the sight that met their eyes was countless parents' faces chaotic and ashen. A continuous wail of grief filled the air. The deaths of over 300 students meant the shattering of 300 families. Shen Xingchen's gaze flicked over the parents' faces before quickly locking onto the staff maintaining order at the scene. The sight of the shuttle unique to the exploration team momentarily silenced the wailing crowd, only for even louder cries for help to erupt. Sir, save my child. Please save him, he's only 18. The situation was urgent. Wang Tianqing had no time to comfort these people. Gripping Shen Xingchen's arm, he channeled his entire energy outward, propelling them both over the crowd's heads to land precisely at the entrance of the mutated secret realm. Inside, countless precision instruments beeped incessantly as tense researchers paced back and forth. Upon seeing Wang Tianqing and Shen Xingchen appear, they swiftly briefed them on the latest developments. The energy fluctuations within the realm have peaked slightly above the peak martial realm. We suspect a ferocious beast of the martial realm may have emerged inside. Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's expression turned grave as he urgently exclaimed. How could a beast of that caliber appear in the newcomer's secret realm? It was well known that even in Shenzhen's novice secret realm, the beast's strength never surpassed that of martial artists. Now, the secret realm's level has leaped several tiers at once, reaching the martial sovereign realm. Such a leap is simply unheard of. The researcher shook his head and said. The cause remains unclear, we're investigating. Just then, the beeping from the nearby instruments suddenly grew more urgent. The researcher's face paled as he turned to the frantically beeping device, only to see the numbers on the display skyrocketing. The number, which had been 324. In the blink of an eye, it had surged past 500. Over 100 more students had lost their vital signs. Hearing the sound, the grief etched on the parents' faces deepened. Uncontrollable sobs filled the air, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Shen Xingchen stepped forward. I'll try. With that, his figure flickered and he plunged directly into the flickering portal. Witnessing this, the researcher sighed and said. It's useless. It won't work. We've all tried. Anyone over 20 gets bounced right back out. This secret realm only admits cultivators aged 18 or 19. But sending practitioners of that age into a mutated secret realm would only increase the casualties. Captain Wang, I request authorization to destroy the secret realm to save as many surviving students as possible. The research captain proposed, only to find Wang Tianqing hadn't acknowledged him at all. His eyes were fixed intently on the entrance to the secret realm. What's there to see? We'll inevitably be expelled soon. The research team leader grew anxious. Every second of delay now meant another death. There was no time to waste. He interrupted Wang Tianqing's stare and repeated his request. Captain Wang, I request to destroy the secret realm to save as many surviving students as possible. But Wang Tianqing waved him off impatiently. It's activated. Hearing this, the research team leader froze in surprise, staring incredulously at the secret realm's entrance. Shen Xingchen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Did he really go in? Witnessing this, he immediately asked. How old was that young man who just went in? 18. Wang Tianqing replied. Hearing this, the research team leader's face immediately twisted with fury. Nonsense. An 18-year-old kid? How could he possibly handle a secret realm of this level? The energy fluctuations inside surpass even the peak of the martial realm, just a hair's breadth away from the martial realm. Sending him in is nothing but a pointless suicide mission. The research team leader was already tormented by guilt over failing to protect the students' lives in the previous anomaly realm. Now, he was forced to watch helplessly as another student charged into a realm that was practically a death trap. How could he not be frantic? Wang Tianqing finally turned his head, his expression grave. He's my team member. Do you think I'd send him to his death without being certain? Remember this, Captain Chen, not a single member of our exploration team falls below the peak of the martial lord realm. Shen Xingchen, moreover, is the undisputed top contender in this selection tournament. I trust him. Hearing this, the research team leader's face betrayed utter disbelief. An 18-year-old with peak martial sage strength? Was Wang Tianqing joking? No, he wouldn't make such a joke at this critical moment. It was true. In an instant, Captain Chen believed Wang Tianqing's words, and the heart that had plummeted to the valley floor suddenly leapt back up. He waved his hand decisively and commanded. Cease all operations to destroy the secret realm immediately. All subsequent actions will follow my orders. Meanwhile, Wang Tianqing, along with other reserve squad captains and members, went to calm the parents present, preventing the situation from escalating further. Elsewhere, Shen Xingchen entered the mutated secret realm without hindrance. The spatial fluctuations unbearable to ordinary people brushed against him like a gentle breeze, causing Shen Xingchen not the slightest discomfort. At his sleeve, the jet-black dragon's body twisted, rapidly swelling in size. In an instant, a 10-meter-long black dragon materialized before Shen Xingchen. The dragon lowered its head, offering a perch for Shen Xingchen to mount. Shen Xingchen leaped up, landing steadily on the dragon's neck. Though his strength rivaled that of a martial sovereign, his cultivation had not yet reached that realm, making aerial flight impossible. Unable to fly through the air, riding a dragon proved nearly as effective. The little black dragon was a divine dragon wielding spatial power. Even though its cultivation level was the same as Shen Xingchen's merely early martial master, its top speed was in no way inferior to that of a martial sovereign. Shen Xingchen felt the howling wind roar past his ears as the scenery raced backward before his eyes. Suddenly, an intensely pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. Shen Xingchen frowned deeply. Instead of holding his breath, he cautiously inhaled the foul air. Soon, he pinpointed the direction from which the scent emanated. 33 degrees north-northeast. Shen Xingchen roared. The black dragon beneath him swiftly changed course. One after another, spatial wormholes appeared at its flank. After diving into a wormhole, the black dragon swiftly re-emerged from another hundreds of meters away. Spatial jump. The ultimate speed. In less than 10 seconds, the little black dragon had performed no fewer than 30 spatial jumps with Shen Xingchen aboard. In just 10 seconds, they covered a distance of 20 kilometers. As the price, the vital energy flowing within the little black dragon was depleted by more than half. Chapter 136, Rescue. The little black dragon's physical energy was also severely depleted. 2 continuous streams of hot breath billowed from its massive nostrils. Standing atop the dragon, Shen Xingchen scanned the surroundings, straining his ears to listen. Faint cries drifted in from the northeast. Very close. No more than a kilometer away. He stamped his foot, signaling the little black dragon to pick up the pace. After 2 more spatial leaps, Shen Xingchen finally spotted the survivors. Shen Xingchen lowered his gaze. First to meet his eyes was the black-red magma that nearly engulfed the entire land. The crimson-black lava flowed rapidly across the land, mercilessly destroying all life in its path. The surviving students huddled together atop a small hill that rose abruptly from the ground. They shivered violently, their faces streaked with tears, the fear of death coiling around their souls like a venomous snake. As students newly embarking on the path of martial arts, most were merely at the martial trainee realm. Only a handful of exceptional talents had barely reached the martial artist realm. Faced with such a natural disaster, they felt utterly insignificant, too small to even entertain a shred of resistance, and utterly incapable of any defiance. A natural disaster? Shen Xingchen murmured. If that's the case, then it's quite simple. Simply send these students out in batches. With this thought, Shen Xingchen stamped his foot. The little black dragon beneath him let out a roar. The majestic dragon's roar instantly captured everyone's attention. Its massive form, intricate scales, agile posture, and golden inverted pupils. All these traits converged in their minds into one name. Dragon. In an instant, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Below lay the molten lava capable of extinguishing all life, above loomed the legendary true dragon. They were caught in the middle. Weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. Most present broke down in tears, some even contemplating leaping from the mountain's peak to escape the agony of facing imminent death. Just then, someone shouted out. Everyone, stop crying. There's someone on the dragon. We're saved. The cries instantly ceased. Those poised to leap halted mid-motion. All eyes turned upward, and indeed, a figure could be seen. At the same moment, Shen Xingchen channeled his chi and blood into his throat, bellowing. Form 10 lines. I'll pull you up. Hearing this, the students who had been weeping moments before displayed an astonishing will to survive. Within seconds, they formed 10 groups, lifting their heads to await Shen Xingchen's rescue. The little black dragon swooped down, charging toward the students before stabilizing sideways. The right half of its body bristled with fine scales that slanted outward, forming a series of inclined ramps to aid the students in climbing aboard. Just then, the students who had glimpsed hope seemed to suddenly remember something, their expressions abruptly darkening. The student at the front shouted at Shen Xingchen. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out for what? Shen Xingchen's heart sank as he instantly assumed a defensive stance. He scanned the area. Within 100 meters, there was nothing but molten lava covering the ground and the small hill directly in front of him. Could it be this hill was problematic? The moment Shen Xingchen sensed something amiss, the previously still and silent hill suddenly stirred. It shook violently, sending dust and gravel cascading down in a shower. Simultaneously, a yellowish-gray figure surged from beneath the lava, targeting Shen Xingchen standing atop the dragon. Sensing the danger, Shen Xingchen gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and leaped off the black dragon's back. The attack was aimed at him. The little black dragon absolutely must not move. If the little black dragon shifted, the students still standing unsteadily on its scales would tumble into the lava. Yet even as the little black dragon remained perfectly still, more students, those who had been queuing on the small hill, lost their footing due to its sudden tremor. One by one, they tumbled toward the lava like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Once they fell into the lava, their flesh and blood would be instantly reduced to scorched remains, leaving no chance of survival. Witnessing this scene, Shen Xingchen sheathed the sword he had just drawn. He didn't even glance at the attack striking his back as countless physical enhancements surged through his body. Dragon God physique. Martial true body. Blood flesh ancestor. In an instant, Shen Xingchen's physical prowess surged tenfold. Simultaneously, empowered by the blood flesh ancestor, his form abruptly swelled, reaching his maximum tolerable size in the blink of an eye. 15 meters. At 15 meters tall, he had become a veritable giant. Without the little black dragon's support, he now stood directly upon the scorching lava. The 1,000-degree heat instantly reduced his clothing to scorched remnants. Simultaneously, under the corrosive assault of the molten lava, the dragon scales on Shen Xingchen's feet began to carbonize bit by bit. They wouldn't last much longer. In 5 seconds at most, the dragon scales on his feet would turn to ash like his clothes. Then, the 1,000-degree magma would strike his flesh and skin directly. Even a martial master at the martial sovereign realm could not withstand the might of heaven and earth. Only those who had reached the martial king realm could withstand such colossal cosmic might. But right now, Shen Xingchen couldn't afford to think about that. His exaggeratedly large hand stretched forward. The fine scales covering his hand tilted slightly. Countless scales transformed into tiny hooks, precisely catching the clothing of most students. Empowered by the neural reflexes of the martial god's true body, Shen Xingchen's hands caught 99% of the students. Yet dozens more students screamed as they plummeted toward the lava below. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen's heart sank. The scales on his calves swiftly curled and extended, securely catching the remaining students. At that moment, his hands and legs were covered with tiny students, creating an extremely bizarre sight. Simultaneously, the figure emerging from the lava struck Shen Xingchen squarely in the back. A thud echoed through the air. Shen Xingchen felt an excruciating, piercing pain surge through his back. The dense scales covering his back shattered violently under the fierce blow, the flesh beneath instantly torn apart as a torrent of blood gushed forth. A martial sovereign-level attack. Even with countless top-tier physical constitutions fortifying his body, Shen Xingchen, at the martial artist realm, could never ignore an attack from the martial sovereign realm. A single strike had inflicted significant injury. Gritting his teeth against the agony radiating from his back, Shen Xingchen suppressed the urge to draw his sword. He was currently carrying students on his back. If he exerted himself, those students would be flung directly into the lava below. Absolutely not. But that didn't mean Shen Xingchen was helpless. Beyond his myriad physical constitutions, he possessed the SS-rank martial talent, Ice Dominion. With a flicker of his thoughts, tiny snowflakes began drifting through the air thick with sulfur and scorching heat. The snow swirled and gathered, temperatures plummeted, and a massive block of ice rapidly took shape. Chapter 137, World Will. Shen Xingchen swayed, flinging the student clinging to him onto the ice block. Simultaneously, a sharp pain shot through his back once more. Countless scales mixed with blood flew off. Now unencumbered by his students, Shen Xingchen whipped his head around. A flash of black energy flickered in his platinum-colored eyes, instantly locking onto the attacker's form. Long and curved, it resembled a vicious venomous snake at first glance. But upon closer inspection, Shen Xingchen realized with horror that this was no venomous snake at all. It was clearly the extended neck of a colossal turtle. The neck swayed and dodged, its earth-yellow skin dripping with scalding, bubbling lava. Temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees couldn't even scratch the turtle's neck. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the turtle's shell was none other than the small hill where the students had been standing earlier. A mountain-bearing turtle. Moreover, Shen Xingchen could faintly sense a mysterious energy fluctuation lurking within the turtle. It was precisely this fluctuation that had earlier disrupted his perception, preventing him from immediately recognizing the small hill as a living creature. In his previous life, Shen Xingchen had seen it all, traveling far and wide with exploration teams and encountering every kind of strange phenomenon imaginable. Quickly, he sifted through his vast memories and identified the source of this energy fluctuation. World will. When some miner's secret realms neared collapse, the world will, seeking a sliver of hope, would gather all the energy within that world onto a single living being. At that moment, countless creatures perish instantly, and the energy overflowing from their bodies rapidly accumulates to form an immensely powerful monster. Simultaneously, the blessings and remnant soul of the world would attach themselves to this monster. Within the secret realm, this mountain-carrying turtle was like the chosen one of destiny in a novel, blessed with divine favor. No being within this world could harm it. Thus, the scorching lava could not harm the mountain-bearing turtle in the slightest. Moreover, the remnants of the world's will within the secret realm instinctively repelled any outsiders who might threaten the mountain-bearing turtle. This explains why older, higher-level cultivators were unable to enter the secret realm. At this thought, Shen Xingchen felt not alarm but delight. This newcomer's secret realm was of an extremely low grade. The energy gathered from all the lifeforms within could barely manifest a beast of the martial sovereign level. Yet, a beast imbued with the blessing of the world's will and a fragment of a soul was exceedingly precious. It was something one could only hope to encounter, not something one could seek out. It was a product that could only emerge when heaven, earth, and humanity all aligned perfectly. Not even one such beast might emerge from 10,000 collapsed secret realms. Who would have thought that Shen Xingchen would stumble upon it? Should anyone succeed in slaying this mountain-bearing turtle, the world's will, deprived of its vessel, would be forced to transfer onto the slayer. Simultaneously, the blessings of an entire world would be bestowed upon the victor. To put it plainly, once this mountain-bearing turtle was slain, Shen Xingchen's future fortune would see a significant boost. From that point onward, while he wouldn't achieve the point of having every wish granted, the probability of Shen Xingchen encountering various good fortunes and opportunities would greatly increase. The value of something that can enhance one's fortune is self-evident. Moreover, for Shen Xingchen, the residual soul of the worlds will serve purposes beyond mere fortune enhancement. His Paisho-devouring heaven body had now reached the 5th layer of mercury blood cultivation, meeting the minimum requirement for nurturing malevolent energy. The potency of this malevolent energy naturally depended on the strength of the resources used in cultivation. What in the world could possibly be more valuable than the very will of a world itself? Even with Shen Xingchen's status and background, obtaining such a thing was nearly impossible. Now, this opportunity lay before him. Shen Xingchen's eyes flickered. His consciousness sank inward, and the dragon god concealed within the clouds manifested in his mind. The dragon god, towering several times larger than the little black dragon, revealed itself. An overwhelming aura of majesty instantly swept across the entire arena. The mountain turtle's offensive halted abruptly, its mountain-sized form visibly stiffening. In the next instant, golden light shot from the dragon god's eyes as its maw opened wide, unleashing a deafening roar. 3 fiery serpents shot forth from its eyes and jaws, engulfing the mountain-carrying turtle in a torrent of divine soul flames. A sizzling sound emanated from the burning flames. Though the mountain-bearing turtle's shell and skin showed no signs of scorching, its divine soul endured the searing torment of the divine flames. Barely at the martial sovereign realm, how could it possibly withstand Shen Xingchen's divine soul fire at the peak of martial sovereign? Within 3 breaths, the mountain tortoise's life force rapidly faded. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, an unexpected change occurred. The faint, latent power that had been lurking suddenly erupted. From the heavens above, a pure white pillar of light descended directly upon the weakened mountain-carrying turtle. The powerful energy fluctuations and its exceptionally high energy rank nearly extinguished the blazing soul flame in an instant. Simultaneously, nourished by the world's energy, the mountain tortoise which had been clinging to half a life regained its vigor. In contrast, Shen Xingchen suffered backlash from his interrupted soul attack. A sharp pain shot through his mind, and crimson blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Moreover, the dragon god manifested before Shen Xingchen collapsed and vanished. The situation reversed in an instant, shock spreading across the faces of the spectators. Gazing upon the blood-soaked Shen Xingchen and the now vigorous mountain-bearing tortoise, despair gripped their hearts. Shen Xingchen rapidly swallowed several pills to stabilize his turbulent divine sea. His eyes locked onto the mountain-bearing turtle. If I cannot destroy you through your divine soul, then I shall slay you with the sword in my hand. But before that, he must first get his students out of the secret realm. Only then could the little black dragon merge with him, unleashing his ultimate combat power. With this thought, Shen Xingchen feigned an attack. The sound of his sword leaving its scabbard echoed like the cry of a phoenix. The silver-white blade was enveloped in a deep blue flame that even moved the mountain-bearing turtle. The flames coalesced into a phoenix, charging toward the mountain-carrying turtle. The turtle retracted its neck, pulling its exposed body back into its shell. Seizing this moment, Shen Xingchen spun swiftly, clutching the ice block behind him as he dashed toward the secret realm's exit. The little black dragon followed close behind. Shen Xingchen forged a spatial wormhole ahead, while the little black dragon used it to leap through dimensions. The man and dragon worked together with perfect coordination. Their speed increased by several-fold compared to before. In just over 10 seconds, the pair had guided the surviving 500 students to the secret realm's exit. Get out! Shen Xingchen barked the order before turning to leave. The two gruesome blood-soaked holes in his back were exposed to the gaze of countless students. Through the mangled flesh and bones, one could even faintly glimpse the beating organs within Shen Xingchen's body. Witnessing this, the crowd froze in shock, unable to comprehend why Shen Xingchen would rush back. Chapter 138, The Possibility of Survival. But now was no time for days. Students who had already faced life and death ordeals jostled each other, rushing toward the exits. Outside, figures swayed in the chaos, panic gripping the crowd. Cries, shouts, and soothing voices filled the air. Suddenly, the long silent exit of the secret realm began to flicker with light. One by one, students emerged from the secret realm's exit, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. Their emergence was like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting hope in everyone's hearts. The cries ceased, the shouts froze, and the soothing murmurs gradually faded. Parents, staff, and members of the exploration team all craned their necks, silently counting the students emerging from the secret realm's exit. 532. Exactly the number of survivors displayed on the screen. Shen Xingchen had truly done it. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in jubilation. Parents who had been wailing moments before now crowded to the very front, eyes wide, desperately scanning the crowd of over 500 students to find their own children. Those who found their children were naturally overjoyed, dancing with delight. Those who hadn't found their children, however, were overcome with despair. Their faces turned ashen, and they collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Before the survivors appeared, they had clung to a sliver of hope perhaps their child had been lucky enough to survive. But now, every single surviving student had emerged. Their children were still nowhere to be found. Their fate was all too clear. A wave of even more heart-wrenching sobs and sniffles filled the air. Infected by the wails, the parents who had been smiling wiped the smiles from their faces. The joyful scene fell silent once more. Heads bowed in silent mourning for the children who had perished. But just then, Wang Tianqing, who had been watching the exit, noticed something amiss. All the children had come out, but where was Shen Xingchen? Where had he gone? A full minute had passed since the children emerged, yet Shen Xingchen still hadn't appeared. As Wang Tianqing sensed this, his heart sank instantly. He swiftly descended from the sky, landing before the surviving students. His voice was grave as he demanded, "Where is the person who rescued you?" The moment those words left his mouth, everyone realized something was terribly wrong. Yes, all the students are out, but where is Shen Xingchen? The students exchanged glances, their minds flashing back to the two gaping holes in Shen Xingchen's back, the beating organs within, and the divine dragon that had vanished beside him in a tragic flash. Finally, everything froze in the image of Shen Xingchen resolutely turning back. Finally, one student wiped the tears from his face and gathered his courage to speak. He went back. As the students chattered excitedly, the expressions of every member of the expedition team darkened. Having weathered countless battles, they quickly pieced together what Shen Xingchen must have encountered and why he had chosen to return. The blessing of the world's will is indeed tempting. But is it more important than your life? Foolish. How foolish. Wang Tianqing turned away with a cold expression, muttering under his breath. Nonsense. The other squad leaders looked equally grim. They never imagined that Shen Xingchen, a young man who seemed so sharp, would risk his life for an opportunity. Opportunities may be precious, but you need to be alive to seize them. A beast blessed by the world's will was no ordinary beast. The mysterious pillar of light that had descended from the heavens earlier was the clearest proof. To battle such a creature within the secret realm was tantamount to declaring war against the world itself. Otherwise, how could such a thing be so rare? The research team leader frantically racked his brain for countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he proposed. Destroy the secret realm. Reboot and destroy the secret realm. The shockwave from the secret realm's explosion would be unbearable for ordinary people, but Shen Xingchen's physical constitution might just withstand it. Though this would mean missing the opportunity, it was far better than losing his life. Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's eyes flickered with hesitation. There was no denying the proposal was viable. But if they did this, Shen Xingchen would undoubtedly miss this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. What if he could actually defeat that mountain-carrying turtle? Wouldn't I be the one who ruined him? Wouldn't he resent me for the rest of his life? For a moment, Wang Tianqing was utterly torn. Seeing this, the research team leader grew impatient. He grabbed the other man's arm and urged urgently. What are you hesitating for? You're his captain, his primary supervisor. Without your approval, I can't destroy the secret realm. Every second wasted increased Shen Xingchen's chances of death. With his natural talent, does he truly need this kind of opportunity? Reaching the peak of martial saint is merely a matter of time. Yes, Wang Tianqing had no doubt Shen Xingchen could reach the peak of martial saint. But what about the martial god realm? The pinnacle of martial cultivation, a mere hair's breadth of misfortune during cultivation could rob one of this destiny. If Shen Xingchen were to fall short of achieving martial god status due to this mere stroke of luck, then wouldn't he, Wang Tianqing, become a traitor to the great Xia? This dilemma was agonizing. Just then, a commanding voice echoed down from the heavens. Trust Shen Xingchen. You just focus on calming the masses. I will handle what comes next. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone looked up abruptly. A towering figure descended from the heavens. The overwhelming aura radiating from him steadied every heart, as if they had found their anchor in an instant. Lu Xiaohua, commander of the Deep City Exploration Team, a martial saint at the pinnacle of his power, ranked among the top 10 strongest warriors of Great Xia. His arrival instantly stabilized the chaotic situation. His words instantly cut through Wang Tianqing's inner conflict and hesitation. Even the persistent research team leader fell silent, trusting the commander's judgment. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Shen Xingchen devoured over a dozen top-tier elixirs like popcorn while charging forward. His depleted vital energy rapidly replenished and his damaged flesh swiftly repaired. His decision to turn back and fight stemmed not only from his unwillingness to miss this opportunity but also from another crucial reason. This was a little-known secret. Beasts blessed by the worlds will rarely kill humans. Instead, they carry them away, raising them as servants to prepare for the birth of a new world. However, such beasts were exceedingly rare, and the secret realms they created were even more scarce. Thus, ordinary people, even members of exploration teams, remained unaware of this information. In other words, the students who lost their life signs earlier may not be dead. They are very likely still alive. They were likely swallowed whole by the mountain-carrying turtle, preventing their life signals from reaching the outside world. The realization sent a jolt through Shen Xingchen's heart, and his figure flickered even faster. Soon, that familiar sulfuric scent once again filled his nostrils. The mountain turtle's body, as large as a small mountain, came back into view. Chapter 139, Cleaving the Mountain. In less than a minute, the mountain-bearing turtle grew even more colossal, its aura thickening with each passing moment. The wound Shen Xingchen had inflicted earlier healed under the light beam's influence. In contrast, the wound on Shen Xingchen's back still sent occasional stabbing pains. Fortunately, Shen Xingchen could confirm. The world will of this minor secret realm could only intervene to aid the mountain-bearing turtle once. There would be no second chance for it to interfere in the battle. A turtle barely reaching the martial sovereign realm, Shen Xingchen was not without the means to face it in battle. After all, the mount-bearing turtle's greatest strength lay in its defense. Yet all defenses in the world were insignificant before the primordial mystic sword in Shen Xingchen's grasp. With this thought, Shen Xingchen waved his left hand. The little black dragon that had been following behind him roared. Its massive dragon form shrank in an instant, its body flickering as it merged into Shen Xingchen's body. With the divine beast's power, his vitality doubled. The aura radiating from Shen Xingchen's body suddenly swelled. A series of creaking sounds emanated from his back. It was the sound of shattered bones rapidly regenerating and rotting flesh healing anew. Within the next second after the divine beast's empowerment, Shen Xingchen's aura far surpassed his previous peak state. You have the world's aid, I have the divine beast's protection. Sensing the dramatic shift in Shen Xingchen's aura, the mountain-bearing turtle cautiously poked its head out of its shell. A flicker of human-like shock passed through its lantern-sized, dull yellow eyes. Seeing Shen Xingchen wielding his long sword, advancing toward it with the fierce aura of a demon god, the mountain-carrying turtle retracted its head, retreating entirely beneath its massive shell. It was utterly convinced that within this secret realm, no one could possibly shatter its shell. If it could just endure a little longer until the secret realm collapsed completely. Blessed by the world itself, it would vanish from sight amidst the chaos of the world's collapse. Then, even if martial kings or martial saints came, they would never find the mountain-bearing turtle. Oomph. At this thought, a flicker of smug satisfaction passed through the mountain-carrying turtle's eyes. Among the myriad creatures of the world, why did the worlds will favor only the mountain-bearing turtle? Was it not because its defensive prowess was unmatched under heaven, peerless among its kind? Just as the mountain-bearing turtle basked in its smugness. On the other side, Shen Xingchen's sword suddenly elongated. The originally 3-foot blade swiftly stretched to match his current 15-meter height. The terrifying cold light emanating from the extended blade was palpable even to the mountain-carrying turtle huddled within its shell. Yet it remained unperturbed. At the same time, Shen Xingchen abandoned his usual one-handed grip, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands. The broad blade trembled slowly beneath his grip. As time passed, the tremors grew stronger and more frequent. Between heaven and earth, a continuous, undulating hum of swords echoed forth. It felt as though Shen Xingchen held not one sword, but 1,000 swords. The humming sword sounds unsettled the mount-bearing turtle, stirring an uneasy foreboding within it. But soon, it forcibly suppressed this ominous premonition. Ridiculous. Blessed by the world's will, even a peak martial sovereign cultivator arriving now couldn't hope to shatter its shell in such a short time. The human before me is, at best, only at the martial lord realm. Even with the strongest talent and most cunning tricks, leaving a white mark on its shell was nothing but a pipe dream. Let alone inflict genuine harm upon it? Feeling the tremors through the massive sword in his grasp, Shen Xingchen's biceps bulged like mountains. Veins twisted like giant serpents across his arms, intertwining and swelling. Until, even with Shen Xingchen's physical prowess, he could no longer hold the massive sword. In the next instant, he ceased forcing the sword's hum to cease. Instead, he planted his feet firmly, unleashing a sudden surge of power throughout his body. This added even more might to the already limit-pushing, boundlessly potent greatsword. With a thunderous boom, grayish-yellow dust instantly billowed from beneath Shen Xingchen's feet. Rock shattered, magma spattered, flames surged as he soared high into the air, then brought the colossal sword crashing down with brutal force. Grade B sword technique, split mountain. The longer the charge, the greater the damage. When the charge reached its peak, the maximum damage could rival that of an A-rank sword technique. It was the perfect technique to deal with this highly defensive turtle. I'm waiting for the charge, what are you waiting for? Shen Xingchen roared as his massive sword cleaved down upon the mountain tortoise's shell. In an instant, immense force erupted. A thunderous force reverberated across the shell, sending dust swirling through the air. A dull, yellowish glow flickered across the black and yellow shell. The turtle, hunkered within its shell, dug its 4 legs into the earth, desperately drawing defensive energy from the depths of the ground. Yet the defense the mountain-bearing tortoise prided itself on couldn't even slow Shen Xingchen's massive sword. The dull blow flickered for less than half a second before fading under the sword strike. Immediately after, the small mountain collapsed completely, its shell mixed with earth and rocks scattering in all directions. Yet even after piercing through the opponent's shell, the might of the great sword in Shen Xingchen's grasp remained unspent. The unstoppable blade plunged downward, tearing open a massive wound in the mountain turtle's back with a sharp, tearing sound. Flesh sliced, bone exposed finally, the dark yellow skeleton seized Shen Xingchen's blade. Unimaginable agony surged from the mountain tortoise's back. Feeling the commotion and agony on its back, the mountain tortoise's eyes flashed with profound disbelief. Just one strike. This human had struck but once, and the shell it prided itself upon had shattered with a thunderous crash. By a hair's breadth, it had been on the verge of instant death. The mountain-carrying turtle dared not linger for a moment, nor entertain any thought of resistance. Twisting its body, it plunged its shell-less form now serpentine and exposed deep beneath the molten lava. Using the molten lava as cover, it fled swiftly. Yet the crimson blood spurting from its wounded back became the most vivid target in Shen Xingchen's eyes. A thought flashed through his mind, and the blood-flesh ancestor activated instantly. The vital energy near the mountain-carrying turtle's wound was stirred, triggering a violent upheaval throughout its entire body. Though the disturbance lasted but an instant, that brief disruption caused the mountain-bearing turtle's movements to falter. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen darted forward, thrusting his sword once more. Without fail, the massive blade pierced the mountain turtle's tail with pinpoint accuracy, pinning it firmly to the ground, unable to move. The mountain tortoise still tried to struggle. But just then, Shen Xingchen stepped forward. His foot, swollen to countless times its normal size, slammed down hard on the mountain-carrying turtle's head. With a thunderous crash, the massive turtle head was crushed into the earth. Even then, the mountain-bearing turtle's body swayed, still trying to struggle. It could clearly sense. If it could just hold on for another minute, the secret realm would collapse completely. It had a chance to escape. Just one more minute. But Shen Xingchen gave it no further chance. He lunged forward, his index and middle fingers pressed together, thrusting them out like lightning. Chapter 140, Malevolent Chi. The giant sword pierced its tail, the massive foot crushed its head. The mountain-bearing turtle was now firmly pinned. The final killing move was a replica of the one Lu Feiyang had used. Grade B martial skill, life-severing fingers. Shen Xingchen's lightning-fast fingers were wrapped in conspicuous black aura. The vibrant life force that once symbolized vitality transformed into a thick aura of death. The instant Shen Xingchen's fingers touched the mountain tortoise's neck, the death aura surged forth, merging into its skin. In an instant, the tortoise's earth-hued, rock-hard skin visibly turned black and gray. It was saturated with an aura of decay and decay. Then, Shen Xingchen's fingers sank into the tortoise's neck without encountering the slightest resistance, as effortless as crushing burnt yellow paper. As Shen Xingchen's fingers delved deeper, the skin along the tortoise's neck cracked inch by inch, disintegrating into ash that dissipated mid-air. With the neck connecting its head and body gone, the tortoise's head, deprived of support, fell to the ground with a thud. The massive turtle head slammed heavily onto the ground. The fractured wound also revealed a blackish-gray hue, its flowing blood completely sealed off by this thin layer of black ash. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen gave a slight nod. The effect of this life-severing finger was quite good. While possessing sufficient lethality, it also preserved the beast's vital energy to the greatest extent possible, thereby allowing the corpse to be utilized more effectively. Truly a martial art worthy of a genius like Lu Feiyang. After the mount-bearing turtle's death, a milky white light sphere emanated from its corpse. About the size of an adult's fist, its surface pulsed with white light, radiating a sense of calm and tranquility. As if possessed of its own consciousness, the orb surveyed its surroundings upon appearing. Finding no living creature in sight, only Shen Xingchen alone. With an air of utter resignation, it shifted its form and merged into Shen Xingchen's body. Better to cling to life than die with dignity. This was true not only for humans, but for the world's will as well. What it didn't know was that entering Shen Xingchen's body was no different from death. Shen Xingchen felt the light surge into his body, offering no resistance. After all, the greatest reward from this opportunity was precisely this remnant of the world's will. After entering his body, the light sphere prepared to ascend, seeking to make its home within Shen Xingchen's sea of consciousness. But at that very moment, Shen Xingchen's ordinary flesh abruptly transformed into a ravenous glutton. Skin, muscles, meridians, bones, blood, every inch of his body greedily devoured the tiny orb. In an instant, the orb, originally no larger than an adult's fist, was devoured by more than half. The remaining fragment of the world's will scrambled to escape, desperate to leap out of Shen Xingchen's body. But entering was easy, escaping was hard. 5 layers of barriers closed in, sealing it off. Not even a god could escape from Shen Xingchen's Paixio-devouring heaven body, let alone a mere wisp of a soul clinging to life. Moments later, the last remnant of the soul was completely digested by Shen Xingchen's physical body. Though no larger than a fist, the world will status was indeed extremely high. Even though every part of his body shared in consuming this tiny fragment, Shen Xingchen's physical form was utterly sated and reveled in the experience. He could even feel every inch of his flesh and blood, every single cell, rejoicing within him. Simultaneously, a newfound power began to emerge from every part of Shen Xingchen's body. This force danced across his skin surface, seeped into his muscles and meridians, fused with his golden skeleton, and finally dissolved completely into his surging blood and qi. Killing energy. This was the unique aura cultivated at the advanced stages of the Paixio-devouring heaven body. With the enhancement of this aura, Shen Xingchen's vital energy became purer, granting him greater endurance in battle. Most crucially, this malevolent energy was utterly vicious and cruel. Any enemy who came into contact with even the slightest trace during combat would suffer excruciating agony. When this aura combined with Shen Xingchen's own frigid vital energy, doubles the agony effect. Thus, anyone who engages Shen Xingchen in combat must endure a mask of agony, their fighting prowess drastically diminished. Moreover, for Shen Xingchen, the aura of malevolence also serves as a binding agent for various energies, allowing him to seamlessly fuse different types of energy into his own vital energy. For instance, Shen Xingchen's ice dominion and spatial sovereignty would normally imbue his vital energy with ice and spatial energies. However, under normal circumstances, a single vital energy could only carry one type of energy. Adding more would cause the energies within his vital energy to clash, not only failing to enhance his combat ability but actually diminishing it. Yet with the Sha Qi mediating between them, Shen Xingchen's vital energy can fuse 2 or more distinct types of energy using malevolent energy as its foundation, perfectly complementing the replication effect of his 10,000 phenomena heavenly mirror. This was also the primary reason Shen Xingchen abandoned SS-tier body tempering techniques and countless S-tier methods, choosing instead the Paixio-devouring heaven body. Beyond martial advancement, Shen Xingchen sensed an ethereal aura enveloping his entire being after assimilating the world's will. Under this aura's embrace, an indescribable yet palpable enhancement descended upon Shen Xingchen. Fortune had risen. In a sense, Shen Xingchen could now truly be considered blessed by the heavens. From this point forward, his cultivation path would surely be smooth sailing, with every obstacle he encountered dissolving effortlessly. Feeling the enhancement within him, he instinctively rubbed the black gold tattoo on his waist. If there was one major problem plaguing him, it was undoubtedly this inexplicable tattoo. He hoped this surge in fortune would help him find a solution to the black gold tattoo sooner rather than later. Though it sounded troublesome, the process of digesting the residual soul to generate Sha energy and boost his fortune had only taken a few minutes in total. Shen Xingchen withdrew all his physical enhancements. The sudden surge and abrupt disappearance of vital energy placed an immense strain on his body. A palpable weakness enveloped his entire body. Shen Xingchen's muscles ached intensely, making even standing still feel difficult. Yet he found solace in one thing. His qi and blood had at least not gone haywire. They continued to circulate steadily within his body, swiftly repairing the physical damage. The SS-grade martial talent, Blood Flesh Ancestor, proved remarkably potent. After standing still for several minutes, feeling the fatigue dissipate by about 70 or 80%, Shen Xingchen lifted his leg and walked toward the tail of the mountain-bearing turtle. He yanked the long sword embedded in its tail free. His eyes narrowed as he carefully sensed the aura emanating from its abdomen. Not a single trace of life remained. Despite this, Shen Xingchen remained undeterred. Gripping the sword tightly, he carefully sliced open a wound on its belly, then slowly pried apart the muscles, tendons, and bones along the incision, until he reached the innermost stomach sac. The mountain tortoise was enormous, its stomach sac stretching 6 or 7 meters long, far surpassing even Liangzi's. Most crucially, with no flesh or skin to obstruct his senses, Shen Xingchen could distinctly perceive a vibrant pulse of life emanating from the pulsating stomach sac. Chapter 141, No Casualties. Sure enough, just as Shen Xingchen had surmised, the students swallowed by the mountain-carrying turtle were still alive. His spirit soared, and his hands moved with even greater care and precision as he carefully slit open the massive stomach pouch. The instant the long sword pierced the stomach sac, a pungent, sour stench assaulted his senses. Accompanying the stench was a torrent of yellow-green liquid gushing from the wound in the stomach sac. The gastric fluid splattered onto the ground, releasing wisp after wisp of white vapor. Its corrosive power was terrifying. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's expression darkened. With gastric juices this potent, even if these martial arts students survived, they would likely be crippled for life. Even so, he patiently cut open the stomach pouch bit by bit. Soon, he had excised the greater part of the stomach pouch. The Han Yuan Xian sword stirred cautiously within the sac, revealing nothing but a few food remnants. Shen Xingchen shifted his gaze and directed the long sword toward the other half of the stomach pouch. Suddenly, his hand halted. A hard resistance transmitted through the blade to his palm. Sensing this, Shen Xingchen flipped his wrist, severing all the stomach lining around the hard object before meticulously cleaning away the gastric fluid surrounding it. A yellowish-black, rigid container appeared before Shen Xingchen. At that moment, the faint life force suddenly intensified. Shen Xingchen leaned close to the container and tapped it gently with his finger. The hollow echoes made him perk up. Inside, it was empty. Those students were most likely hidden inside this container. Who would have thought the stomach pouch of this mount-carrying turtle had such a peculiar structure? The thought of potentially saving hundreds of students and their families lifted Shen Xingchen's spirits. He jabbed his sword lightly, piercing a small hole in the container's surface. Then, he thrust both thumbs into the hole and pulled with all his might. Nothing happened. Shen Xingchen felt a touch of embarrassment. Without the boosts from his various physical constitutions, his physical prowess was merely at the peak of a martial artist. Naturally, he couldn't pull the weapon from the body of this martial sovereign-level beast. But that was fine. One of the key reasons humans became the world's dominant species was their ability to use tools. So Shen Xingchen picked up his long sword once more and carefully cut the small hole into a larger one. As the hole grew larger, clear cries reached Shen Xingchen's ears. Though filled with despair, the cries were surprisingly robust, not at all like those of someone mortally wounded. Realizing this, Shen Xingchen felt reassured, knowing his students were safe. He opened his mouth and shouted into the hole. "I'm from the Shen City Exploration Team. Stay away from my sword. I'm here to rescue you." As he spoke, Shen Xingchen peered through the gap. Good heavens, there was no room to keep away. Over 500 people lay crammed together like sardines in a can within a cramped 3x3x3 space, roughly 27 cubic meters. Moving was out of the question, even shifting a finger was nearly impossible. Still, Shen Xingchen's words had an effect. At the very least, the sudden sound made the students, who had been weeping inconsolably, pause in surprise. A glimmer of hope flickered across their faces. Though immobilized, they strained their ears to listen to the sound of Shen Xingchen cutting through the container. As for Shen Xingchen, he watched the students pressed against the container, handling his long sword with even greater care as he slowly ground away at the outer surface. Finally, he carved a hole large enough for one person to squeeze through. At that moment, the students pressed against the edges, no longer shielded by the container, tumbled out one after another like an avalanche. Fortunately, Shen Xingchen had preemptively created an ice layer for them to land on. Otherwise, they would have fallen directly into the mixture of magma and stomach acid. Even with the ice cushioning their fall, the students at the very bottom suffered significant injuries from prolonged compression and impact. Yet compared to the previous scenario of being trapped inside a monster's stomach, helpless and awaiting death, these students now breathing fresh air again felt as if they had been reborn. Gulping in the sulfur-laden air, the students scanned the sky with hungry eyes. For the first time, they understood. Life was truly this beautiful. Shen Xingchen wasted no time, placing everyone on the ice slab and hurrying toward the exit with it cradled in his hands. The premature demise of the world had left the secret realm, which should have collapsed, in a state of suspended animation. The secret realm now hovered in a limbo, neither collapsing nor thriving, utterly devoid of vitality. Though it would not crumble, all life and energy within it vanished along with the world will, leaving behind a pure, barren wasteland. With this thought, Shen Xingchen split a large ice block into several smaller ones just big enough to pass through the exit. He then tossed each small ice block out through the exit one by one. After confirming all students had departed, he surveyed the surroundings, took a deep breath, and finally stepped out of the secret realm. Was this remnant of the world's will what Deep City referred to as an opportunity? This opportunity was certainly significant, but to suggest it could propel the 5th-ranked Shen City exploration team up 2 places within a decade seemed rather improbable. But fortune is an unpredictable thing. Perhaps someone whose fortune had strengthened led the Deep City expedition team to seize other, even greater opportunities afterward. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Wang Tianqing paced restlessly back and forth, glancing intermittently at the beeping instrument. Thank goodness, Shen Xingchen's life fluctuations hadn't vanished yet. But as he watched, Wang Tianqing's eyes suddenly widened in shock. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and looked again at the device displaying the life signal. Where there had been only one red dot representing Shen Xingchen, hundreds of tiny red dots symbolizing life had suddenly appeared, densely packed across the screen. After confirming he hadn't misread it, Wang Tianqing's body trembled as his voice shook with emotion. Look at the monitor. They're alive. They're all alive. At his words, the crowd, who had been intently focused on the exit, froze in surprise before quickly turning their attention to the monitor. The dense cluster of red dots brought expressions of joy to every face. Parents on the outer perimeter also noticed the instrument's abnormal readings. In an instant, the wails that had defied all attempts at soothing vanished completely. Parents who had collapsed to the floor sprang to their feet, craning their necks to stare intently at the red dots on the instrument. Over 500 red dots. Over 500 lives. It matched exactly the number of students who had died earlier. In other words, their children were not dead. Before these parents could recover from the shock of their joy, the exit of the secret realm began to flicker with light. A chill seeped out from the opening. A massive ice block materialized before their eyes, upon which dozens of students sat. These students bore wounds of varying severity on their bodies and faces. But without exception, they were all alive and well. Chapter 142, Rest. Beyond the ice block lay more ice blocks. Behind the students, more students appeared. 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 1 group, 2 groups, 3 groups. The parents below the stage watched with eyes growing brighter. They carefully covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound. They feared the scene before them was but a fleeting illusion. They feared that any sound they made would shatter this beautiful dream. So these parents clamped their hands over their mouths, yet their overwhelming emotion still spilled out in a torrent of tears. At that moment, the exit flashed with light once more. Shen Xingchen, his form restored to normal, appeared before everyone's eyes. His clothes were tattered, his expression weary, yet a confident smile curved his lips. Facing the crowd, the tearful parents, the stunned staff, and the incredulous expedition members, Shen Xingchen bowed slightly. I have fulfilled my mission. These 4 simple words, amplified by his surging energy, echoed throughout the venue, igniting the crowd like a bomb. In an instant, cries of joy and cheers echoed throughout the entire venue. The previous despondent atmosphere vanished completely, replaced by a vibrant, celebratory mood that permeated the entire venue. Just then, a sliver of dawn light pierced the darkness, bringing boundless radiance. Dawn had broken. A smile touched Shen Xingchen's lips. As he gazed upon the excited, jubilant parents before him and the students whose faces now glowed with vitality, he felt profoundly that this daring venture had been profoundly meaningful. Hadn't his original purpose for joining the expedition team been to witness the radiant smiles of the people of Great Xia? As Shen Xingchen pondered this, Wang Tianqing delivered a powerful punch straight to his chest. The force was considerable, causing the already weakened Shen Xingchen to stagger. Seeing this, Wang Tianqing was startled. How could Shen Xingchen, who had slain a fierce beast at the martial sovereign realm, be so weak? He took 2 quick steps forward, steadying Shen Xingchen's swaying body. His tone was half angry, half concerned. Who told you to act on your own, you brat? Who told you to treat your own life so carelessly? You're injured. You should have come out for treatment first before going back in. Personal heroics are unacceptable. At the end, Wang Tianqing curled his lip and added, I'm not doing this out of concern for you, you know? You're just some punk who died on your first day in my squad, messing up my future prospects. Don't read too much into it, okay? Hearing this, Shen Xingchen felt something was off. Staring at the balding middle-aged man before him, how could he detect the tone of a tsundere heroine from Japanese pure love anime in the other's words? This old guy, could he be into anime too? Shen Xingchen rubbed his chest and explained. Shuttling back and forth to the secret realm for treatment wastes too much time. If we squander this time, the remaining 500 students might die. Besides, I have faith in myself. You should have confidence in me too, Captain. Hearing this, Wang Tianqing's expression softened slightly. He snorted coldly. Confident? Look at yourself. Go back and rest immediately. Don't leave without my orders. As the captain of the reserve squad, Wang Tianqing possessed an exceptionally sharp eye. He could instantly tell Shen Xingchen was now a spent force. The fact he could still stand was purely due to his absurdly strong physical constitution and astonishingly fast recovery rate. For an ordinary martial artist or even one considered a prodigy, such extreme physical strain would inevitably lead to a catastrophic explosion of the body. That was precisely why Wang Tianqing ordered Shen Xingchen to return and rest. Shen Xingchen nodded. The blood-flesh ancestor could only suppress the violent surges within him, it couldn't eradicate the profound exhaustion brought on by his sudden physical enhancement. He truly needed proper rest now. Before departing, however, Shen Xingchen made a point to say, Captain, if any missions come up, remember to call me. I don't have many hobbies, I just love working. I learned it all from you, Captain. A train runs fast because the locomotive leads the way. Seeing Shen Xingchen was fine and hearing his flattery, Wang Tianqing chuckled, though he still wore an impatient expression. Get lost, you smooth-talking little brat. Shen Xingchen chuckled, exchanged greetings with the other team members, and made a quick exit. He hadn't gone far when he spotted Lu Xiaohua. Recognizing the figure, Shen Xingchen's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. So it was this captain who had resolved the secret realm's anomaly in his previous life. Right. Without his existence in the past life, searching the entire city of Xinjiang wouldn't have uncovered a prodigy possessing the combat prowess of a martial sovereign at just 18. Therefore, only a martial saint capable of defying the rules could have intervened. In other words, even without Shen Xingchen's intervention, the children within Shen City's secret realm would never have faced mortal danger. Indeed, big cities are truly superior. Shen Xingchen murmured with admiration, nodding respectfully toward Lu Xiaohua. Lu Xiaohua returned the nod, offering a rare compliment. Well done. With that, he swept his gaze over the delighted faces of the parents and students below the stage, gave another slight nod, and then leapt away. The expedition team captains watching from the other side finally understood why Shen Xingchen had been the pre-selected candidate. Turns out, besides his exceptional talent and formidable strength, his background was also unfathomably deep. Shen Fifan had no reason to complain about his loss. Since the other team members had to stay behind to handle the aftermath, Shen Xingchen couldn't possibly take the shuttle away alone. He stepped forward, weaving through the crowd. Parents, recognizing the savior of their children, instinctively stepped back several paces, clearing a wide path for him. The once crowded square suddenly parted, forming a wide, open path. With every step Shen Xingchen took, countless murmurs of gratitude reached his ears. Some emotionally overwhelmed parents even buckled at the knees, about to kneel before Shen Xingchen. Unaccustomed to such scenes, Shen Xingchen halted immediately, projecting his aura outward to steady himself as he helped each kneeling parent back to their feet. Seeing Shen Xingchen held back by the parents, his teammates rushed over to calm the emotional crowd. Step aside, step aside. Shen Xingchen is very weak and needs rest. Please don't disturb him. The parents also shouted. Step aside, step aside. Don't disturb our great hero's rest. With the combined efforts of teammates and parents, Shen Xingchen finally got into the waiting Maybach as he'd hoped. Back at the unit dormitory, Shen Xingchen didn't even have the strength to change his clothes. He collapsed onto the bed with a thud and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period, Shen Xingchen slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily with profound comfort. He assessed his physical condition and nodded with satisfaction. In the time it took to sleep, Shen Xingchen's body had fully recovered to its peak condition. This recovery speed was immeasurably faster than the month-long coma required for a full recovery before. Chapter 143, by Xie in Danger. Suddenly, Shen Xingchen's eyes sharpened, and a look of delight blossomed on his face. He could distinctly feel that his rate of digesting the divine beast's essence blood had accelerated several-fold compared to before. At this rate, he would reach the pinnacle of mercury blood cultivation by the day after tomorrow at the latest, or as early as tomorrow night. From then on, his vitality recovery speed and bodily self-healing capabilities would reach new heights. Was this the effect of the killing energy? Shen Xingchen murmured, his eyes sparkling with delight. Evil energy was like a jack of all trades, offering a little of every effect, yet ultimately delivering only a hint of each. However, ordinary Shachi could be described as jack of all trades, master of none, seeming to possess every effect, yet ultimately lacking any truly profound one. In contrast, the refined Shachi condensed by Shen Xingchen in his previous life would develop distinct specializations based on the resources used to cultivate it. In his previous life, Shen Xingchen lacked such formidable innate talents, so his killing energy primarily focused on slaughter. Thus, his sword was renowned as the blade imbued with the most intense killing intent in the Great Xia. This lifetime, however, the malevolent energy forged by refining the remnant soul of the world's will is nothing short of perfect malevolent energy. It truly achieves mastery in every aspect. While its killing prowess rivals the carefully refined aura of Shen Xingchen's past life, it has also reached an exceptionally perfect state in the two major aspects of energy fusion and martial cultivation. It was beautiful. Humming a tune, Shen Xingchen bathed and changed into clean clothes. He pushed open the door to find the night deep. Shen Xingchen had slept straight through from dawn until nightfall. He pulled out his phone and checked the time, 9:45 p.m. He rubbed his stomach. After a day without food or water, even an Iron Man would feel hungry. High-level cultivators could indeed go without food or water for extended periods. Yet the sensation of hunger never truly vanished, nor did the craving for delicious food. Life boils down to two things, food and desire. Shen Xingchen rubbed his stomach as he headed toward the stairs. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. A gleaming bald head appeared in Shen Xingchen's line of sight. The bald head lifted, revealing none other than Wang Tianqing. Wang Tianqing stared at Shen Xingchen, who had just regained consciousness, his face etched with urgency. Let's go. Something's happened. Why is it that when you're not here for 2 months, nothing happens, but the moment you show up, 2 incidents occur in a single day? He grabbed Shen Xingchen's arm and grumbled. Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, he knew the opportunities in Xinjiang weren't limited to that fragment of the world's will. He asked calmly. What happened? Wang Tianqing spoke rapidly. Big news, huge news. Something's happened at the Divine Secret Realm. Right now, all the reserve teams, the main squad, the squad leaders, and even the commander-in-chief are all there. Only the two of us are missing. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's heart sank. The Divine Secret Realm is in trouble? This was the world's foremost secret realm, its status incomparably higher than the newcomer's secret realm from earlier that morning. If such a sanctuary were to go awry, even he couldn't be certain of resolving it. Suddenly, Shen Xingchen's face twitched. By CA. Today marks the first day of the fourth wave of the Beast Tide in the Divine Secret Realm. All contestants had already entered the Divine Secret Realm. If any anomaly occurred within the Divine Secret Realm, it would inevitably affect Bai Xie, who is currently facing challenges inside. Shen Xingchen urgently asked. What exactly is going on? Wang Tianqing pulled out his shuttle summoner while turning back to say. You idiot, how should I know? I'm just a reserve team captain. The Divine Secret Realm held immense significance. Even the reserve team captain remained unaware of the exact nature of the disturbance within. When Shen Xingchen pressed him, Wang Tianqing naturally had no answers. Otherwise, he would have relayed the information to Shen Xingchen the moment he learned it. Sit tight. When the time comes, you'll ask Commander Lu yourself. With your talent and background, he'll definitely tell you. As they boarded the shuttle, Wang Tianqing noticed Shen Xingchen's anxious expression and thought of the girl from that day. He spoke up to comfort him. The shuttle sped along at incredible velocity. The dormitory wasn't far from the Divine Secret Realm. Thus, within a mere minute, Shen Xingchen and his companion arrived at the plaza where the Divine Secret Realm stood. The once bustling, crowded plaza was now completely surrounded by uniformed soldiers. Checkpoints had been set up within a 10-mile radius, prohibiting all vehicles and personnel from passing through. Anxious expressions were etched on every face present. Shen Xingchen looked up at the slender, dark purple fissure. The closer the crack approached its center, the more dazzling the purple glow became. At first glance, it resembled a demonic eye gazing down upon them from the heavens. Wang Tianqing's arrival should not have drawn anyone's attention. But Shen Xingchen's arrival instantly energized everyone. Almost the moment he leaped off the shuttle, the captain of Reserve Squad 1 beckoned him over. Lu, the squadron commander, his face pale, stared at Shen Xingchen and said. The Divine Secret Realm has undergone a disturbance. According to reliable sources, the fourth and fifth waves of the Beast Tide have arrived simultaneously. Moreover, it appears the previously separated trial grounds have converged. Of the 7 remaining trial participants, 2 have been confirmed dead. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's pupils contracted sharply. The battlefields have converged? It must be noted that most participants in the Divine Secret Realm are martial cultivators at the peak of the martial realm, seeking to harness the realm's immense power to reach the pinnacle of the martial realm in one fell swoop. Those like Bai Xie, who had barely reached the warrior realm, were exceedingly rare. If the battlefields remained separate, each fighting independently, Shen Xingchen believed Bai Xie wouldn't have perished so swiftly. But if all battlefields converged into one massive free-for-all, where martial sovereign-level beasts roamed freely, how could Bai Xie, a mere warrior, possibly survive such an onslaught? Shen Xingchen's heart sank. He met Lu Xiaohua's gaze and nodded, signaling his understanding. His voice grew solemn as he asked. Commander Lu, what do you need me to do? Lu Xiaohua spoke rapidly. The Divine Secret Realm restricts entry to those at the Martial Sovereign Realm and above. Moreover, the initial entry must consist of no fewer than 7 individuals. Therefore, I hereby appoint you as the commander of this operation. Lead new recruits like Fan Wenyi and overcome every challenge together. It is crucial to note that once you enter the realm, you will likely face 5 waves of beast swarms attacking simultaneously. Therefore, I have prepared top-tier equipment and elixirs for you. With a clap of his hands, attendants presented the finest external armor and various elixirs available on the market. Rejuvenation pills, blood-boosting pills, chi-restoring pills, body-strengthening pills, soul-restoring pills, life-extending pills. Each pill was exorbitantly expensive. Especially the final life-prolonging pill, famed for keeping its user alive for 24 hours as long as a single breath remains. Shen Xingchen accepted the armor and pills, then asked in a low voice. But aren't external aids forbidden in the Divine Secret Realm? Lu, the squad leader, waved his hand dismissively. Use them freely. I have my ways. Chapter 144, No Losing Deal. As a peak martial saint who had been entrenched in Shen City for decades, how could he lack methods to navigate the Divine Secret Realm? Though the Divine Secret Realm held supreme authority, even he, at the peak of martial saint, couldn't entirely disregard its inherent rules. Yet within those constraints, employing subtle maneuvers remained possible. With top-tier armor and elixirs bolstering them, Shen Xingchen's 8 new recruits could easily match the combat prowess of peak martial sovereigns. While they might not completely quell the realm's anomalies, they could at least ensure their own survival. After all, before Shen Xingchen and the others arrived, the expedition team had already sent an advance party of death row inmates to explore inside. Without exception, Within 5 minutes of entering the secret realm, all death row inmates lost their life signals. The intensity of combat within the divine secret realm was thus made abundantly clear. Lu Xiaohua relayed every piece of intelligence the advance team had paid for with their lives to Shen Xingchen and the others. Without a moment's hesitation, the 8 new recruits of the expedition team accepted the armor and elixirs. Shen Xingchen led the way by donning the outer armor, and the other 7 newcomers followed suit. Yet the moment the armor fully encased Shen Xingchen's body, he felt a searing heat surge through his lower abdomen. A powerful surge of energy erupted, and the surging vital energy, like a raging dragon, shattered the armor covering Shen Xingchen's body. A series of sharp cracks and snaps echoed through the air. The top-tier armor, worth hundreds of millions of great xia coins, shattered instantly into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. This scene left everyone present, including the top martial saint Lu Xiaohua, utterly dumbfounded. Since the advent of external armor, no one had ever heard of armor shattering the moment it was donned. If word of this reached the outside world, the manufacturing conglomerate's stock price would likely plummet. Staring at the scattered armor fragments on the ground, Shen Xingchen's face turned slightly pale. The black gold flower pattern had just channeled the qi and blood within his body. The sudden, unwarning surge of qi and blood had inflicted significant internal injuries upon him. Shen Xingchen's expression darkened as his gaze lowered, fixating on the black gold flower pattern concealed beneath his clothing. Ever since he had awakened, the black gold flower pattern had remained dormant. He had believed that as long as he didn't actively summon it, the pattern was lifeless. But the events of just now made Shen Xingchen realize. This black and gold floral pattern was far from lifeless, it possessed its own consciousness. He could even sense its emotions emanating from the pattern. It was displeased. It was questioning. It was furious. Though no words were spoken, Shen Xingchen understood the meaning behind its emotions. With top-tier armor like me available, why insist on using these shoddy, trashy things? Do you look down on me? Shen Xingchen pressed his lips together, ignoring the accusation. If you don't want armor, then don't use armor. As the divine beast's essence blood was assimilated within him, Shen Xingchen's vital energy had already surged past 300. In just a few days, his vitality had skyrocketed by 200 points. This cultivation speed was terrifying to hear. Yet even with 300 vitality points, Shen Xingchen remained merely a third-rank martial artist. Even the final wave of beasts was only at the 8-star martial artist level, utterly incapable of posing any threat to him, let alone the other team members competing. He lifted his eyes and stated calmly. Just a minor hiccup. Let's go. I'm fine without armor. Hearing his words, everyone present conveniently forgot the earlier scene. No one was foolish enough to press Shen Xingchen about why his armor had shattered on its own at such a moment. Nor did anyone doubt Shen Xingchen's prowess without armor. His prowess and strength had already been thoroughly proven during the selection trials and the Midnight Anomaly realm. Lu Xiaohua nodded. He looked at Shen Xingchen, then swept his gaze across the faces of the other 7, saying solemnly, "Exercise utmost caution. The primary objective of this mission is rescue. Only then should we investigate the source of the anomaly in the divine secret realm. I've requested reinforcements from the capital. Support will arrive within the hour. Just hold out for 1 hour." Lu Xiaohua produced 8 bracelets, distributing them to Shen Xingchen and his 7 companions. These bracelets will ensure you all appear at the same location upon entering the realm. They also monitor vital signs. The group fastened the bracelets. Under everyone's gaze, Shen Xingchen led the way. His figure flickered, and his entire body was swallowed by the dark purple demonic eye in the sky. The remaining 7 likewise stepped onto the platform and followed closely behind. Yet before these 7 could enter the divine secret realm, their advancing steps abruptly halted. Their bodies froze rigid, eyes wide with shock, as if witnessing something utterly unimaginable. Witnessing this, every heart in the crowd leapt to its throat. What unfolded next sent countless screams echoing through the air. Shen Xingchen, who had charged ahead and entered the divine secret realm first, was violently ejected from it. This was utterly unbelievable. Since the divine secret realm's inception, it had never been known to reject any participant. As long as a contestant's cultivation level was below martial sovereign, the divine secret realm would accept anyone. Yet Shen Xingchen's current cultivation level was merely a 3-star martial artist. How could the divine secret realm possibly reject him? Without Shen Xingchen to lead them, could the remaining 7 truly rescue the contestant amidst the surging tide of beasts? Countless doubts rose in everyone's minds. Lu Xiaohua's form shot skyward like a soaring great phoenix, slamming violently into the black-purple demonic eye. His peak martial saint aura erupted in full force. Though no wind stirred the air, the frenzied aura still whipped everyone's robes into a fluttering frenzy. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the black-purple demon eye of the divine secret realm shattered into countless fragments under Lu Xiaohua's impact. The single large entrance was instantly split into countless smaller portals. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. His massive hand reached out, precisely seizing the core of the secret realm. The divine soul power of the martial saint's peak erupted violently. A colossal dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth, materializing a 1,000-meter-long dragon behind Lu Xiaohua. Its scales gleamed golden like the sun, radiating a blinding light even in the pitch-black night. For a moment, under the dragon's awe-inspiring presence, the night became as bright as day. In that instant, Lu Xiaohua's aura completely overpowered the sinister essence of the divine secret realm. The lawless aura of the demon eye vanished, replaced by a palpable fear that everyone could clearly sense. From the core of the secret realm, faint ripples of consciousness spread out, entering Lu Xiaohua's mind. Moments later, Lu Xiaohua loosened his grip, releasing the core. The terrifying golden dragon behind him vanished. Lu Xiaohua turned his head to look at Shen Xingchen. His expressionless face unexpectedly showed a hint of resignation as he said, "It thinks you're too powerful. It knows you'll definitely clear the trials, so it doesn't want to let you in. It doesn't do unprofitable deals." Chapter 145, Deep City residents have high standards. At this remark, Shen Xingchen froze in shock. His teammates beside him were stunned. The spectators watching below were stunned. Is that even a thing? For decades, Shen Xingchen was the first person ever to be denied entry to the divine secret realm precisely because his strength was so overwhelming he could have cleared it without fail. Absolutely mind-blowing. Shen Xingchen's lips twitched. What now? Shen Xingchen knew that high-level realms possess their own consciousness. But he never imagined that a top-tier realm like the divine secret realm would be so petty in its nature. Not willing to take a loss? Do you think this is a vegetable market haggling over prices? Lu Xiaohua's face softened into a faint smile as he replied. After my reasonable persuasion, it has agreed to let you enter the secret realm. However, the original promise of advancing one major realm has been reduced to advancing one minor realm. Do you agree? He had long since heard from his nephew that Shen Xingchen was unwilling to accept the gifts from the divine secret realm. He assumed the other party wouldn't refuse this request. But to his surprise, Shen Xingchen shook his head immediately and said, "Tell it yourself. I don't want even a single level of advancement." He would rather forego the enhancement this mysterious entity offered his body. Besides, a mere minor realm advancement? Did the core of this secret realm think he was some beggar to be dismissed so casually? It was utterly intolerable. Lu Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then it has even less reason to refuse. We can enter now." With that, Lu Xiaohua swept his arm wide, unleashing a torrent of surging vital energy from within his body. A thick, visible tide of blood surged outward in all directions, engulfing every scattered fragment of the secret realm's entrance scattered across the land. The surging blood tide churned for a moment before vanishing. The entrance to the secret realm, which had been shattered moments before, was now forcibly glued back together by Lu Xiaohua. This display left the crowd below the stage utterly speechless. They thought to themselves, Commander Lu truly lives up to his reputation, no wonder he's such a high-ranking leader. Shen Xingchen, having been a martial saint at the peak of his previous life, was well aware of the formidable power wielded by practitioners at that level. Therefore, he was not surprised, nor did he hesitate or falter at this sight. Shen Xingchen's figure flickered as he charged straight toward the secret realm's entrance. This time, he sensed no resistance whatsoever, smoothly entering the secret realm. The 7 newcomers, still reeling from shock, sensed their captain's action and hurriedly followed, entering the secret realm after Shen Xingchen. Watching the 8 newcomers vanish one by one before his eyes, Lu Xiaohua flickered and returned to the ground. He calmly ordered, "After this operation concludes, Shen Xingchen is to be promoted to full member of the exploration team without exception. The daily resource allocations for the remaining 7 new recruits will be doubled. Should any member meet an unfortunate end, their death benefits shall be dispersed at the rate of a reserve squad captain." Additionally, within the secret realm, violent spatial fluctuations assaulted Shen Xingchen's physical body and divine soul. Yet he was, after all, a being who possessed the spatial sovereign title. These spatial fluctuations, enough to make others faint and vomit, were no more than a gentle breeze to him. Shen Xingchen remained fully conscious throughout the journey into the secret realm. Before he could even take in the scene before him, the familiar, deafening, endless roars and trampling sounds of ferocious beasts violently assaulted his eardrums. This commotion instantly triggered memories of his death in a past life. Shen Xingchen shook his head, suppressing the unease in his heart. He lifted his gaze to the dark, endless tide of beasts before him, a cold smile curling his lips. The blood feud from his past life this lifetime, he'd collect some interest first. At the same time, the other 7 appeared one after another behind Shen Xingchen. Their bodies had entered, but their souls lingered outside. Each wore a deathly pallor, eyes tightly shut, lips twitching, clearly still reeling from the spatial shock. Shen Xingchen scanned their surroundings. His powerful divine soul and perception quickly detected that the moment his teammates materialized, the number of beasts within the secret realm nearly doubled. Moreover, just as the external researchers had predicted, the increased beasts spanned realms from 1-star martial sovereign to 5-star, forming 5 distinct waves of beasts surging forward simultaneously. However, Fan Wenyi and the others were protected by their armor. Even the attacks of 5-star ferocious beasts couldn't inflict substantial damage on them in the short term. Therefore, Shen Xingchen had no intention of intervening. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the small black dragon concealed within his sleeve swelled in size. A 10-meter-long dragon coiled through the sky, lifting Shen Xingchen high into the air. The elevated vantage point afforded a much broader field of vision. Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Within his starkly contrasting black and white irises, golden and white hues intertwined, instantly forming dazzling platinum-white eyes. His eyes, amplified countless times, granted him extraordinary vision and insight. Amidst the dense, countless tide of beasts that nearly filled the entire world, Shen Xingchen keenly spotted the figures of Bai Xie, Lu Feiyan, and the others. At this moment, the surviving few stood back to back, wielding sharp weapons against the onslaught. Bai Xie, the weakest among them, was shielded at the very center, nearly completely isolated from the savage beasts. Seeing this scene, Shen Xingchen felt both surprise and delight. Deep City truly lived up to its reputation as a major metropolis. Its martial cultivators possessed such high caliber, even knowing to protect their students. Thumbs up. At the same time, he keenly sensed that the human shield formed by the four peak martial lords was beginning to show signs of collapse. Especially the tall, beautiful woman on the left. Her body was already covered in vicious, terrifying claw marks. The wounds barely oozed any blood anymore. The tall beauty had nearly bled dry. Were it not for the icy blood energy within Bai Xie's abdomen beside her, the tall beauty would have perished long ago. However, Bai Xie was merely a minor martial artist. Her aid could only slightly delay the woman's demise. Shen Xingchen clearly saw the beauty's eyes growing increasingly dim, her right hand wielding the sword growing weaker by the moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he planted his feet firmly and leapt directly from hundreds of meters in the air. During the descent, Shen Xingchen's body rapidly swelled, covered entirely in fine black scales. Between his legs, a fierce, elongated dragon tail emerged, radiating a murderous beauty. The blood-flesh ancestor, dragon god body, and martial Dao true body activated simultaneously. His physical prowess surged tenfold. His massive frame, extreme weight, and the kinetic energy accumulated from the high-altitude fall transformed Shen Xingchen mid-air into a terrifying projectile akin to a super cannonball. His flesh tore through the air, producing a piercing crackling sound mid-air. Those locked in fierce combat flinched in alarm, yet the relentless tide of beasts left them no time to look up. Only Bai Xie, at the very center of the fray, found a moment to glance upward. When she recognized the figure in the sky, her cold, pale face froze in shock. A super-sized version of Shen Xingchen filled her vision, descending like a meteorite. At that very moment, Shen Xingchen finally touched down. Chapter 146, The Horn Blows. Shen Xingchen's colossal 15-meter frame crashed down onto the ground with a thunderous impact. The moment his feet touched down, immense force shattered the earth beneath him. Shattered earth and dust rose high into the air, forming wave after wave of tangible shockwaves that exploded outward in all directions. Under normal circumstances, Shen Xingchen's 300 vitality points, even with all physical attributes maxed out, would only yield a 12-fold increase. A physique boasting 3,600 vitality points. That would only place him at the 3rd-star martial level. Yet the ferocious beasts surging in from all directions, wasn't every single one of them at the martial sovereign realm? Among them were even mid-stage beasts like 4-star and 5-star martial sovereigns. The shockwave generated by Shen Xingchen's 3-star martial lord body plummeting from the sky should have caused no substantial harm to these martial sovereign beasts. Yet, the yellow-black shockwave, chock full of dust and debris, exploded outward, its edges swirling with blood-red killing intent. Under the influence of this aura, the frigid ice power and spatial power within Shen Xingchen's vital energy fused together, unleashing their combined might. In an instant, the penetrating effect of spatial power, the intimidating force of the aura, and the freezing, immobilizing power of the icy energy all struck simultaneously. Under the aura's intimidation, the vanguard beasts faltered, a flicker of hesitation appearing in their otherwise fearless eyes. The next instant, the surging blue-white icy power struck. The beasts, who had merely hesitated moments before, now found themselves utterly unable to lift their feet. Their bodies and souls froze solid in that instant. Simultaneously, the sinister spatial force adhered to the stones and dust particles within the shockwave. Amplified by this spatial force, the stones and dust transformed into the sharpest projectiles imaginable. Countless specks of dust fluttered through the air in an instant, and the dark purple spatial energy erupted violently. In an instant, cries of agony echoed from all directions. Faced with spatial energy as sharp as steel blades, the beasts charging at the forefront were covered in wounds from head to toe. Blood gushed from their wounds like fountains. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen's intent stirred, triggering the vital energy manipulation ability inherent to the blood-flesh ancestor. In that instant, the surrounding beasts lost all control over their own vital energy. They could only watch helplessly as the surging vital energy at their wounds raged even more violently. In the span of 2 breaths, the massive beasts drained every last drop of blood from their bodies. Boom! The sound of desiccated corpses hitting the ground echoed like muffled thunder across the entire battlefield. Within mere seconds of Shen Xingchen's appearance, the 10-meter radius around him was utterly cleansed of the savage beast tide. Amidst the dense black tide of beasts covering the land, a vacuum zone had abruptly appeared. This scene caused the unstoppable tide of beasts to momentarily freeze in their tracks. The beasts behind them stared at their suddenly fallen comrades, their eyes revealing fear of death for the very first time. Even Shen Xingchen's companions behind him, Lu Feiyang, Bai Xia, and the others couldn't hide the astonishment in their eyes at this unbelievable spectacle. Without time for explanation, Shen Xingchen swiftly retrieved a life-prolonging pill from his person and pressed it into the tall, beautiful woman's mouth. Then, with a hand swollen to several times its normal size, he grasped her body as easily as pinching a peanut and flung her upward with force, sending her soaring into the air. Mid-air, the little black dragon flickered and caught the gravely wounded, near-death woman with perfect precision. Shen Xingchen promptly took her place without hesitation. Simultaneously, he crushed several pills in his mouth. The pills dissolved into a warm current that flowed into his stomach, then spread throughout his limbs and bones. Multiple layers of physical enhancement already accelerated the depletion of vital energy and blood. Moreover, large area attacks were the most taxing form of combat. That single strike had nearly depleted more than half of Shen Xingchen's vital energy. And this was with his mercury blood cultivation nearing perfection. For an ordinary martial artist, even risking their life wouldn't yield an attack with such devastating reach. Shen Xingchen swallowed 5 or 6 pills in one breath. The pure medicinal power was completely digested by his body, which absorbed it like a paixio. Within 2 or 3 breaths, viscous qi and blood once again flowed through every corner of his body. He drew the long sword from his waist, its clear ringing sound echoing across the heavens and earth. Instantly, every ferocious beast present felt a chill run down their spines, a stinging sensation spreading throughout their bodies. It felt as though a real blade were pressed against their very flesh. This eerie sensation caused the already fearful beasts to retreat several steps. Thus, within a second of Shen Xingchen unsheathing his blade, the synchronized sound of retreating footsteps echoed in everyone's ears. The crowd watched in disbelief as the tide of beasts retreated step by step. In their sight, the seemingly endless black tide of beasts, like ocean waves, finally showed signs of dissipating. They had fought bitterly for hours without achieving such a glorious and resounding victory. Yet Shen Xingchen arrived and achieved such astonishing results. This was simply unbelievable. Bai Xie and Lu Feiyang were somewhat better off after all, they were somewhat familiar with Shen Xingchen. But the remaining unfamiliar cultivator kept tilting his head back, staring at Shen Xingchen with eyes full of disbelief. After staring several times, confirming he had never seen this face in Shen City before, he cautiously asked Lu Feiyang beside him. "Young Master Lu, where did this martial sovereign come from? Wasn't the divine secret realm inaccessible to cultivators below the martial sovereign realm?" In his view, only a martial sovereign could possess such formidable combat prowess. A single man with a sword not even drawing it yet could force back the beast tide. Lu Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile as he adjusted his posture. "He's no martial sovereign, he's just the champion of this expedition team's selection tournament." Hearing this, the unfamiliar cultivator's face flashed with shock. The selection tournament champion? That meant this towering giant before him was under 25 years old. At that age, he couldn't possibly be a martial sovereign. Yet how could someone so young possess such formidable combat prowess? Countless questions flashed through his mind, and Lu Feiyang's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. Moreover, his true cultivation level is merely that of a martial artist. The words struck the unfamiliar martial artist like a thunderclap. Martial artist. He murmured the title unconsciously. Could a martial artist truly possess such formidable combat prowess? Was this the result of his decades of martial cultivation? 50 martial lords at the peak of their cultivation, like himself, couldn't match a single martial master like Shen Xingchen. A wave of defeat washed over him. He scrutinized Shen Xingchen's face once more. Though Shen Xingchen's face was similarly magnified countless times, his smooth, flawless complexion without a single wrinkle forced the unfamiliar martial artist to acknowledge his age. Just then, a melodious horn sounded from somewhere between heaven and earth. Woo! The instant the horn sounded, piercing, frenzied beast howls erupted from all directions. Chapter 147, The Throne. The next instant, the black tide of beasts which had previously stalled, ceased advancing, and even begun retreating surged toward Shen Xingchen and his companions with frenzied, possessed-like intensity. Seeing this, Lu Feiyang's expression darkened. He explained rapidly. This horn sounded at the very start of the secret realm's transformation. Shen Xingchen, be careful. Don't let your guard down. This horn call could be considered the beginning of the divine secret realm's transformation. Just as the situation seemed to improve, the horn sounded once more, filling Lu Feiyang with an ominous foreboding. Shen Xingchen nodded, gripping the broad, massive sword in his hand now swollen to several times its original size. Fortunately, this horn blast also roused Fan Wenyi and the others from their slumber. The 10-meter vacuum zone allowed them to quickly locate Shen Xingchen and his companions. Fan Wenyi and his companions were already recognized as prodigies, the kind of talent the exploration team sought to recruit. Now, bolstered by top-tier armor, their combat prowess rivaled that of peak martial sovereigns. The 7 fought together, swiftly carving a bloody path through the tidal wave of beasts until they reached Shen Xingchen and his companions. With their addition and Shen Xingchen's presence, no matter how vast the horde or how frenzied its assault, it could not inflict substantial harm upon them in the short term. Yet the beasts were endless. While the outer armor possessed durability, the martial cultivator's vital energy would inevitably dwindle to the brink of exhaustion through prolonged combat. Facing this never-ending tide of beasts, even Shen Xingchen would be unable to hold out without reinforcements. Sensing that even without him, armored warriors like Fan Wenyi could hold the line for a short while, Shen Xingchen's eyes flashed as he declared, "Hold the line. I'll see if I can find the source of this anomaly in the secret realm." He had a premonition. The root cause of this divine secret realm's anomaly was likely the very opportunity that had propelled the Deep City exploration team into the top 3 exploration teams of the Great Xia. This colossal opportunity of this lifetime had ultimately fallen upon him, Shen Xingchen. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xingchen swept his arm, and a pitch-black spatial wormhole instantly appeared above his head. From within the wormhole, a massive black dragon emerged. The dragon's head dipped slightly. Shen Xingchen reached out with his right hand and propelled himself onto the dragon's back. Standing tall afforded a broader view, allowing him to see more clearly. Shen Xingchen's platinum eyes scanned every corner of the secret realm. Nothing. As far as the eye could see, nothing but a dark, surging tide of beasts, no other suspicious signs. Just then, a sudden heat surged through Shen Xingchen's lower abdomen. What was that black golden pattern up to now? Shen Xingchen instinctively looked down, his expression abruptly freezing. He could actually sense a vague guidance emanating from the black and gold pattern. Directly east. Given the current situation, Shen Xingchen could only grasp at straws and tentatively trust the black and gold pattern's guidance. He stamped his foot, and the little black dragon instantly understood. Its body swayed, and it darted rapidly toward the east. After about 10 seconds, the burning sensation in Shen Xingchen's lower abdomen intensified dramatically. Shen Xingchen stamped his foot again. The little black dragon's forward motion faltered, and it began to descend. This region had already escaped the encirclement of the beast tide. The overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts now appeared as nothing more than a thin black line from this vantage point. After landing, Shen Xingchen felt the guidance again from his abdomen. It indicated the underground. Without hesitation, Shen Xingchen thrust his broadsword downward. The hard ground offered no resistance to the sharpness of the Han Yuan Xian iron. The solid earth was pierced effortlessly. Then, applying slight pressure with both hands, Shen Xingchen wielded the Xian iron sword like a shovel, swiftly digging into the earth beneath his feet. Clumps of earth flew out one after another. Suddenly, a sharp tingling shot through his hands. A powerful recoil surged up the blade into his hands. Feeling this strange sensation, Shen Xingchen's face lit up with delight. After all, the Han Yuan Xian sword was famed as a treasure of the world, capable of cleaving through anything. Yet now, the treasure buried beneath the earth could actually withstand the sword's thrust. This signified the opportunities within the divine secret realm were at least on par with treasures like the Han Yuan Xian sword. Consider this, even with Song Qingxuang standing in the Great Xia Empire and across the entire world, it took her years of arduous effort to acquire a single piece of the Han Yuan Xian sword. Its value is beyond measure. Shen Xingchen hastened his digging. With his brute strength and the enhancement of the Han Yuan Xian sword, in less than half a minute, he had dug a pit dozens of meters deep. The treasure that had blocked the Han Yuan Xian sword was finally revealed in full view to Shen Xingchen. It was a throne. The throne was pitch black, like the dead of night. Engraved upon its surface were intricate patterns of dark gold. The interplay of black and gold gave the 5-meter-tall throne an overwhelmingly imposing presence. Gazing at the throne, Shen Xingchen's face showed hesitation for the first time. He lifted the fabric over his abdomen, glancing down at the black and gold floral pattern on his lower belly before looking up at the throne's color. It wasn't merely similar, it was identical. Anyone who saw it would have to admit that the black and gold floral pattern on Shen Xingchen's body and the black and gold throne before him shared the same origin. Shen Xingchen himself had long despised this inexplicably appearing black and gold pattern on his body. He never could have imagined the opportunity within the divine secret realm would be connected to the black and gold pattern on his body. But this did explain why the black gold patterns had guided him to this very throne. Shen Xingchen stared at the throne for a moment before his consciousness sank, releasing his divine soul power to meticulously sense the throne's divine mysteries. Suddenly, a horn blast identical to the previous one yet a million times more colossal exploded within his extended divine soul, reverberating directly against his eardrums. An indescribable shockwave assaulted his divine soul. Already prepared, Shen Xingchen immediately withdrew his extended soul essence. Even so, the immense force still sent a sharp pain through his spiritual sea, triggering a headache so intense it felt like the world was turning upside down. Shen Xingchen's face drained of color as crimson blood gushed from his 7 orifices. Amidst the excruciating pain and dizziness, Shen Xingchen seemed to see a majestic man seated upon the towering throne before him. His hands rested on the armrests flanking the throne. His gaze fell upon Shen Xingchen, yet it seemed to look beyond him toward the vast tide of beasts that followed, or perhaps piercing through the secret realm to gaze upon the boundless starry sky of the real world. In that instant, Shen Xingchen felt an overwhelming aura of majestic authority descend upon him, nearly crushing his consciousness. A brutal, domineering, and utterly unreasonable consciousness sought to invade Shen Xingchen's divine sea, taking advantage of the chaos within it. In that instant, a terrifying term flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. Soul stealing. Realizing this, his bloodshot eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the imposing man seated upon the throne. Shen Xingchen's hands gripped his sword tightly. In that moment, he ignored the excruciating pain in his mind and his own weakness. Shen Xingchen swung his sword. Chapter 148, Full Back. Reborn into a second life, Shen Xingchen never lacked the courage to face death. Even if the man upon the throne radiated an overwhelming aura, his bursting presence surpassing anyone Shen Xingchen had ever encountered. But with the sword in his hand, Shen Xingchen feared nothing. His feet planted firmly, his waist twisted, and his entire body shot forward like lightning. The long sword in his hand traced a silvery white arc through the air. The instant his blade struck, the dragon god within his divine sea snapped its eyes open. Golden dragon eyes blazed with boundless fury as immense, oppressive pressure suddenly radiated outward, clashing against the intruding consciousness within his mind. With the dragon god anchoring his divine sea, Shen Xingchen's headache eased considerably, and his chaotic consciousness stabilized slightly. As his body advanced, a thought flashed through his mind, and his long-dormant rule-based talent activated in an instant. Mirror realm of all phenomena. The target was none other than the shadowy figure seated upon the throne. As the talent activated, multicolored light blazed forth from Shen Xingchen's silver-white eyes, forming an independent space within a 100-meter radius. Within this isolated realm, countless minute tentacles extended from all directions, piercing the figure upon the throne. In an instant, Shen Xingchen keenly sensed an increase in his vital energy. But the increase was minuscule, barely 10 vitality points at most. 1/10 of his vitality, just 10 points. In other words, though the man on the throne possessed formidable presence, his total vitality barely exceeded 100 points, merely the level of an early-stage martial artist. It made sense. If the man on the throne truly possessed strength matching the aura he projected, why would he need to resort to tricks and deception to lure him here? He would have shattered the secret realm long ago, perhaps even shattered the entire world. No matter how heroic he was in life. The figure seated upon the throne was nothing more than an illusion. Realizing this, Shen Xingchen's bloodshot eyes grew even calmer, and his grip on the long sword steadied further. In an instant, his form streaked across several meters of space, his blade piercing the phantom on the throne without resistance. The man lowered his gaze, staring at the trembling blade piercing through his chest. His illusory, blurred face rippled slightly. Soon, this tremor spread from his face to his entire body. Within just a few breaths, the once imposing and stable phantom began to tremble violently, like waves crashing against a shore. The next moment, the phantom collapsed. The black gold illusion shattered into countless fragments, surging toward Shen Xingchen. Some fragments surged toward the Han Yuan longsword in Shen Xingchen's grasp. The greater portion surged toward Shen Xingchen's body. Simultaneously, the overbearing consciousness within his divine sea shattered, transforming into pure divine soul energy. This potent divine soul energy surged within the sea of consciousness, nourishing every corner of Shen Xingchen's spiritual sea. Nourished by this energy, the already vast expanse of his divine sea rose even higher. The dense, pitch-black clouds gathering in the high heavens were now adorned with crisscrossing golden patterns. Even the pitch-black dragon god representing Shen Xingchen's divine soul power now bore crisscrossing golden patterns upon its form. Yet Shen Xingchen was utterly preoccupied with the changes within his divine sea. Under the immense impact of the energy, his consciousness grew hazy, and his body staggered. Shen Xingchen's massive form shrank to normal size. His body swayed, his right hand still gripping the long sword firmly, but his empty left hand instinctively reached out, searching for something to hold onto. Suddenly, the hard, cold texture of metal met his palm. He had found the armrest of the throne. Shen Xingchen instinctively leaned toward the throne, eventually slumping completely against the 5-meter-tall black gold throne. A powerful wave of dizziness and shock threatened to pull him into sleep, but the last shred of his sanity warned him against it. Resolved, Shen Xingchen tightened his right hand, thrusting the razor-sharp Han Yuan Xian sword forward with a sharp jab. A searing pain shot through his thigh as crimson blood gushed forth, staining the throne. The sharp stinging brought Shen Xingchen back to a faint awareness. Yet it was swiftly followed by an even more intense wave of drowsiness. With no other choice, he used the long sword in his hand to slash several more wounds across his own body. Only when not a single inch of his body remained untouched did the pure divine soul energy within his spirit sea finally get fully absorbed by the dragon god. In that instant, the dizziness and shock vanished completely. With his divine soul power surging, he experienced an unprecedented clarity of mind. Shen Xingchen opened his eyes. The moment he recognized his surroundings, he sprang up from the throne. He was about to sheath his sword when, in the next instant, his entire being froze in shock. The once pure silver-white Han Yuan Xian sword was now covered in familiar black and gold patterns. The interplay of black and gold added an air of majestic authority and lethal intent to the sword. Shen Xingchen studied the sword for a long moment before letting out a soft sigh and sheathing it. Now it was settled. Not only did he bear these eerie black and gold patterns, but even his life-bound sword now bore them. You could say it had formed a set. The only question was whether it came with a set bonus. Shen Xingchen thought bitterly, trying to find humor in the situation. But soon, the smile froze on his face once more. He suddenly remembered that only a small portion of the scattered black gold fragments had fused into the long sword. Most of the fragments had instead fused into his own body. At this realization, Shen Xingchen's expression darkened. With a sharp clang, he drew the long sword, causing it to grow in size. The black gold blade gleamed brightly enough to reflect his face. He first glanced down at his lower abdomen. The black gold floral pattern remained unchanged, just as before. He placed the massive sword behind him and turned his head to look. The reflection in the blade revealed a clear image to Shen Xingchen's eyes. Eerie, intricate patterns spread relentlessly upward from his lower back until his entire back was covered in black gold tattoos. The tattoos retained their base of deep black, accented with dark gold patterns just like the original black gold belt. However, the large-scale tattoo revealed that the golden lines subtly outlined an eerie character. This script was unlike any language Shen Xingchen recognized. Shen Xingchen etched the characters on his back into his memory. He then dressed himself and temporarily set the matter aside. Now that the source of the Divine Realm's anomaly had been identified, the most crucial task now was to quell the beast hide within the realm and rescue Lu Feiyang and the others. As these thoughts formed, Shen Xingchen's mind stirred. The little black dragon roared toward him, lifting him onto its back. Man and dragon raced toward the heart of the beast hide. As for the beautiful woman previously placed upon the little black dragon, Shen Xingchen had positioned her beside the deep pit. After all, this area was free of vicious beasts and extremely safe. Carrying an unconscious casualty would inevitably hinder the little black dragon's agility. In the blink of an eye, the little black dragon had traversed countless spatial wormholes, carrying Shen Xingchen back to the heart of the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, a full hour had passed while he was in that half-conscious state. Chapter 149, One Man Holds the Line. Within that hour, the relentless, unending tide of beasts had completely depleted the durability of the newcomer's armor. Even the highest grade armor on the market couldn't withstand a relentless, hour-long onslaught from beasts of equal tier. If human technology had truly reached such heights, humans would have launched a counterattack against the beasts long ago. At this very moment, the newbie squad's armor lay in near total ruin, shattered fragments hanging loosely from their bodies. Every member bore wounds large and small across their bodies. Had it not been for the precious medicines Lu Xiaohua had gifted them earlier, the rookie squad would likely have already exhausted their strength and been left to await death. Even with ample supplies, the new recruits were in this state. Lu Feiyang and the others, who had entered even earlier, were now in a state of utter exhaustion. Lu Feiyang, Baixia, and the unfamiliar warrior were as pale as paper. Their vital energy was completely depleted, their muscles aching intensely, and their bodies covered in countless wounds, crisscrossing like a spider's web. Now, the slightest movement caused their skin, muscles, and vital energy to scream in agony. Witnessing this scene, Shen Xingchen's expression darkened. His gaze swept the surroundings, a glint of realization flashing in his eyes. Just as he had anticipated. After dispatching the phantom on the throne, the endless tide of ferocious beasts ceased to spawn. In other words, once they dealt with every beast still present in the arena, this secret realm anomaly would end and the others could be saved. And most crucially, though Shen Xingchen was reluctant to admit it, after absorbing a massive amount of divine soul energy, his current state was nothing short of astonishing. The seemingly overwhelming number of ferocious beasts? He alone could handle them. With this realization, Shen Xingchen plunged from the sky with the same sudden force as his initial appearance. The shockwave from his massive body hitting the ground coalesced into four forces: frigid ice, divine soul energy, spatial power, and malevolent aura. In an instant, Shen Xingchen annihilated every ferocious beast within a 10-meter radius. The tense nerves of those who had been fighting for their lives relaxed slightly. Their eyes were vacant as they numbly stared at the corpses of the beasts lying before them like waves of wheat. Unconsciously, they licked their parched lips. Moments later, their consciousnesses finally snapped free from the endless slaughter, and they began to comprehend what had just transpired. Finally, clarity returned to their eyes, sparking with excitement. Shen Xingchen had returned. The blue sky was restored. They were saved. Shen Xingchen swept his arm wide and barked. All aboard! No sooner had he spoken than the black dragon circling overhead lowered its head, signaling for them to board. The group weren't the sentimental type. Besides, their current physical state left little room for such niceties. Without a moment's hesitation, they scrambled onto the dragon's back. Then, these geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the massive dragon's body without a care for their image. Only then did they truly appreciate. Lying down felt incredibly comfortable. If given the chance, they'd gladly lie there forever. Seeing everyone climb onto the little black dragon, Shen Xingchen's consciousness shifted back to the battlefield before him. Though the beasts were numerous and varied in type, no flying mounts had appeared thus far. In the air, it must be extremely safe. Shen Xingchen needn't worry about that at all. Now, he needed to focus entirely on preparing for the next wave of beasts. Individually, these beasts were no more than ants to Shen Xingchen, crushable at will. Even if 10 or 100 beasts attacked together, killing them would merely cost him a bit more time. But once the number of beasts reached a certain threshold, Shen Xingchen alone would face pressure that would increase exponentially. In his past life as a peak martial saint, the beasts that besieged him were mostly at the martial venerable tier. Martial kings were already 1 in 10,000, and martial saints numbered only a dozen or so that could be counted on one hand. Yet even such a beast tide had ground him down for 3 full days and nights. They ground his long sword down to nothing but the hilt. They ground his flesh and blood down to bare bones. They had drained his vital energy and blood dry. Wasn't this current beast tide a carbon copy of his past life? But this time, Shen Xingchen was utterly different from his former self. Blessed with several top-tier talents. Wide area crowd control abilities. His reaction speed had been vastly enhanced. Physical strength increased by more than tenfold. His blood and energy recover at a rate far surpassing ordinary people. His defensive capabilities were equally astonishing. Moreover, with every movement, 4 distinct forces erupted simultaneously, rendering virtually any defense obsolete. Countless positive enhancements now flow through him. Even the beast tide held no terror for him. The beasts amplified by the horn did not retreat this time, nor did they hesitate for long. Moments later, they charged forward with deafening roars. The roars, the earth-shaking sounds, and the pungent, foul stench assaulted his senses. With a flicker of thought, Shen Xingchen summoned a cool, refreshing aura to descend upon the secret realm. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and layer upon layer of thick frost silently formed across the earth's surface. In the blink of an eye, the foul, putrid stench was largely driven away by the snowflakes and ice. Enveloped by the cold snow, the speed of the charging beast tide visibly slowed. The icy surface caused their crowded bodies to slip uncontrollably. A cacophony of wails erupted as they jostled left and right. Before Shen Xingchen even moved, the beast's stable formation had already been shattered by their own chaos. Amidst the crushing and trampling, the beasts were bound to suffer injuries and shed blood. These gruesome, blood-dripping wounds presented Shen Xingchen with the perfect opportunity. His free left hand pressed down. In an instant, several muffled thuds erupted from all around. On the pristine ice surface, clusters of blood mist suddenly erupted. The mist spread outward, soaking the ice and staining the falling snow crimson. For a moment, the pure, extreme white intertwined with the savage, surging red. The entire battlefield resembled an oil painting of profound artistic expression. Shen Xingchen sensed the rate at which his vital energy was depleting and nodded slightly. Although summoning ice and snow over such a vast area and remotely manipulating vital energy proved extremely taxing on his own life force. However, the boundless energy of his mercury blood and the enhancement from the blood-flesh ancestor compensated for this minor drawback. Even that immense exertion hadn't completely drained his vital energy, a small reserve remained. Consider this, Shen Xingchen had commanded at least 10,000 ferocious beasts. And he was currently only at the martial artist realm. Had he reached the martial saint or even martial god realm? Wouldn't the terrifying beast tide that struck fear into all who beheld it simply explode into oblivion? At that point, even the world-ending beast tide that would shake the realm decades hence possessed the absolute confidence to suppress it single-handedly. Seeing that the greatest threat in his heart now had a way to be eradicated, Shen Xingchen's heart swelled with immense satisfaction. A cold smile touched his lips, and the long sword in his hand seemed to sense its master's emotions, its blade trembling faintly. Chapter 150, Phoenix. Shen Xingchen released his vital energy outward. The vital energy, brimming with potent force, coiled around the blade. Soon, a true phoenix soaring with outstretched wings materialized at the tip of the black gold sword in Shen Xingchen's grasp. Its body was cold white, like ice that had never melted. Its wings were dark purple, filled with the mysterious and arcane power of space. Its eyes flashed with a dense, crimson-black aura of killing intent. With a flick of Shen Xingchen's wrist, the phoenix at the sword's tip spread its wings. Countless minute spatial fissures erupted around its form. In a flash, it soared 10 meters, its form now engulfed in a blaze of 3-colored flames. The ferocious tricolor flames swept toward the tide of beasts. The moment the flames touched the beast's flesh, in an instant, the fireball no more than a meter across rapidly expanded. The fiery tricolor spread like wildfire, and within moments, the blazing inferno stretched hundreds of meters. The crackling and popping of sparks filled the air. As the flames burned fiercer, the surrounding environment grew increasingly bitterly cold. The space around them trembled and rippled, teetering on the brink of collapse. Grade B sword technique, Phoenix Blaze, truly masterful. This sword technique was unlike ordinary ones. Its power drew directly from the user's vital energy. The more powerful the wielder's vital energy, the more abundant the energy contained within, and the more effective the sword technique becomes. Shen Xingchen's vital energy had been amplified several-fold, containing 3 supreme energies within. One swing of his blade leaves 1,000,000 corpses in its wake. The tide of ferocious beasts before Shen Xingchen instantly turned to dust. He projected his vital energy outward once more, his hands unceasingly channeling it as he unleashed successive strikes of the Phoenix Blaze technique to the left, right, and rear. In all 4 cardinal directions, majestic and awe-inspiring true phoenixes soared through the heavens. Across the landscape, 3-colored flames blazed fiercely, as if purifying the filthy tide of beasts. In that instant, the overwhelming tide of beasts dissolved into swirling black ash. The relentless roars of the beasts fell silent. All that echoed in the ears of the crowd was the piercing cry of the phoenix. After unleashing several sword strikes, Shen Xingchen was slightly out of breath. Even he struggled to endure the strain of unleashing multiple wide-area, top-tier killing techniques in succession. At this moment, the viscous qi and blood within his body had thinned to the consistency of water. Yet behind the immense toll lay a gratifying outcome. Now, looking out, the dense black tide of beasts had dwindled to a mere handful scattered here and there. And these last few beasts were either wounded or crippled, posing no threat whatsoever. Even so, Shen Xingchen forced his weary body to rise. Gripping his long sword tightly, he strode swiftly toward the surviving beasts. But his current physical condition was only that of a mid to late stage martial lord. Had his vital energy been at its peak, bolstered by that formidable life force, he might have been able to catch up to these crippled mid-stage martial sovereign beasts. But now, with his vital energy depleted and his body exhausted, he found himself unable to catch up to the fleeing beasts. Realizing this, Shen Xingchen's eyes flickered as he thought to himself that learning agility techniques should be prioritized. In future battles, it would be utterly frustrating to defeat an enemy only to watch them escape because he couldn't catch them. If his physical body couldn't keep up, he would naturally have to resort to the power of his soul. With a flicker of his thoughts, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted mid-air. The drifting snowflakes vanished, replaced by thick, black gold clouds. Within the thick clouds, thunder roared and lightning flashed, an awe-inspiring spectacle that seemed to herald the brewing of some terrifying force. Suddenly, thunder roared like an explosion. A pair of serpentine dragon horns first emerged from the black gold clouds. Then, a massive dragon head appeared, its inverted black gold dragon eyes resembling two twisted suns gazing down upon the earth. An indescribable dragon's might descended like a crushing weight. A primal fear rooted deep within their blood surged, freezing dozens of fleeing beasts in their tracks without exception. Their bodies trembled, eyes filled with terror, as if they had witnessed something utterly horrifying. A martial sovereign-level dragon god visualization. Suppressing these martial sovereign-level beasts was child's play. Moreover, the true dragon was the king of all beasts. Its pressure exerted upon these ferocious beasts was nearly doubled. Almost instantly, over a dozen beasts collapsed and died, unable to withstand the dragon's pressure. The others, though not immediately killed, trembled uncontrollably, struggling even to walk, let alone flee. Shen Xingchen raised his sword and slew them one by one. After finishing, he gave his long sword a shake before sheathing it. He narrowed his eyes as the dense clouds and the dragon god vanished into the void, returning to the sea of gods. The strength of the dragon god, enhanced by the black golden patterns, proved far greater than he had imagined, truly reaching the level of a martial sovereign. A significant boost to his divine soul strength was undoubtedly a good thing. Yet this inexplicably bizarre and profoundly strange enhancement still cast a shadow over Shen Xingchen's heart. At that very moment, a piercing phoenix cry suddenly erupted from the heavens. Upon hearing the sound, Shen Xingchen froze momentarily. Hadn't his sword technique, Phoenix Blaze, vanished long ago? How could the cry of a true phoenix still echo? The next instant, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Shen Xingchen looked up at the sky, his eyes widening in shock. Where the heavens had been empty moments before, a black-purple phoenix now soared. The phoenix's entire body was shrouded in intricate spatial turbulence. Merely hovering mid-air, the space around it shattered inch by inch, unable to withstand the immense pressure. Simultaneously, the black-purple phoenix flapped its wings. Its eerie purple eyes swept over the little black dragon, finally locking onto Baisie on its back. In the next instant, countless spatial wormholes appeared. In less than half a breath, the phoenix soaring high in the sky materialized directly around the little black dragon. Its wings swept back with a violent curl, each feather charged with potent spatial energy. Each phoenix feather became like a steel blade, hurtling toward the little black dragon and everyone upon its back. The attack, formed by millions of steel blades, completely sealed off any space for the little black dragon to maneuver or evade. Moreover, facing this phoenix, a fellow master of spatial arts whose power and cultivation far surpassed its own, the little black dragon found itself utterly unable to wield its own spatial abilities. The slender black dragon arched its body to the limit, shielding everyone on its back at the center. Yet even if it managed to block the attack, the residual shockwaves would still inflict significant damage. A martial cultivator at the peak of the martial realm might barely endure it. But Baisie, a mere early-stage martial cultivator, stood no chance against such an assault. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's heart clenched. His right hand slammed down, drawing his long sword with a sharp clang. The last remnants of his vital energy surged into the Han Yuan Shin sword. The black gold blade was enveloped in blue, purple, and crimson hues. Then, the muscles in Shen Xingchen's right arm bulged as the sword shot forth like a sharp arrow. Chapter 151, Lu Feiyan's Explosion. The sword sliced through the air. Yet no matter how swift the flying blade, reaching hundreds of meters into the sky inevitably took a fraction of time. Too late. Absolutely too late. At that very moment, Shen Xingchen felt a searing heat in his lower abdomen and back. In his mind, a series of mysterious whispers echoed. Only I can save her. Come now, accept me. What are you hesitating for? Coward. Are you going to stand by and watch your friend die before your very eyes because of your own cowardice? The whispers tempted Shen Xingchen to activate the black gold flower pattern. The black gold flower pattern, now fused with his very being, required no preparatory actions. With a single thought, Shen Xingchen could command the black gold flower pattern to form the black gold armor once more. At that moment, Shen Xingchen's power would surge by 2 entire realms. Combined with his several top-tier talents, crushing this phoenix, saving the little black dragon, Lycia, and the others would be a piece of cake. Yet he understood clearly. Each time he tapped into this strange power, it fused more tightly with his body. Each activation could be a step closer to the brink of death or possession. But he couldn't afford to think about that anymore. Rather than live a lifetime as a coward, consumed by regret, he would rather die now. As for the possibility of soul stealing and the illusory figure on the throne, since Shen Xingchen could defeat them once, he could defeat them 10,000 times. They were nothing but cheap tricks and tricks of the trade. At that moment, Lu Feiyan, standing atop the dragon, cast a sidelong glance at Shen Xingchen, whose face was etched with anxiety. A strange gleam flashed in Lu Feiyan's eyes. Facing the overwhelming steel feathers, he no longer forced himself to suppress his cultivation. In that instant, the withered meridians within Lu Feiyan's body seemed to respond to some unseen call. Layer upon layer of blood-red solid matter peeled away from the broad surface of his meridians. The crimson substance rapidly melted, transforming into potent, concentrated vital energy. Lu Feiyan's cultivation, stagnant at the peak of martial marquis for over a year, broke through in an instant. The realm of martial sovereign, unattainable by ordinary cultivators in a lifetime, was but a half-breath's constraint for him. And his aura continued to surge upward at an astonishing rate. 2-star martial sovereign. 3-star martial sovereign. 4-star martial sovereign. By the time he reached martial sovereign 6 stars, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of martial sovereign, the rapidly surging aura finally stabilized. Then, in the blink of an eye, Lu Feiyan's aura surged once more. Alongside his surging aura, his physical form also expanded. In the blink of an eye, a colossal 30-meter giant materialized mid-air. It must be noted that Lu Feiyan was the true master of the blood-flesh origin. He had mastered this innate talent for a full 4 years. At this moment, Lu Feiyan rivaled a low-tier martial sovereign. One of his arms stretched longer than the black dragon itself. With a sweeping motion of his left arm, he shielded the little black dragon and everyone on its back against his chest. Simultaneously, his right hand darted out like lightning. His thumb and pinky finger curved inward, while his middle, index, and ring fingers were enveloped in an impenetrable, pitch-black aura of death. The death energy surged and spread, colliding with the overwhelming steel feathers. A hissing sound of decay echoed as the phoenix feathers, shrouded in spatial energy, were corroded into dust by the death energy. Yet fingers were finite, while steel feathers were nearly infinite. The 3 fingers Lu Feiyan extended intercepted less than 1/10 of the total steel feathers. The overwhelming majority of the remaining steel feathers pierced Lu Feiyan's body without resistance. Spatial energy was inherently the sharpest force in this world. Even a body blessed by the blood-flesh ancestor remained as fragile as white paper before its might. The razor-sharp steel feathers pierced through his body, while the treacherous spatial force wreaked havoc within the wounds. In an instant, Lu Feiyan's internal organs, flesh, and bones were shredded into pulp by the spatial force. Lu Feiyan's face drained white as a torrent of blood spurted from his mouth, mingled with countless fragments of torn flesh and organs. After all, his enemy was a genuine phoenix. The Phoenix clan stood among the supreme divine beasts, rivaling even true dragons. Their innate talents were no less formidable than SS-tier martial arts aptitude. Moreover, this true phoenix stood at the genuine peak of martial sovereign, the theoretical limit of the divine secret realm. Caught completely off guard, Lu Feiyan naturally couldn't block the opponent's charged attack. He was indeed a hero among men. But this black-purple phoenix was no ordinary beast, either a monstrous prodigy among creatures. Regardless, Lu Feiyan's body ultimately shielded the little black dragon and the others from that fatal strike. Moreover, his intervention bought precious time for Shen Xingchen. The moment countless steel feathers pierced Lu Feiyan's body, the long sword Shen Xingchen had hurled plunged deep into the black-purple phoenix's heart. The phoenix soaring through the sky let out a piercing scream. Its form trembled as it tried to shake the sword from its chest. Yet the myriad energies erupting from the sword's surface, multiple forces converging simultaneously, inflicted damage and agony several times more intense than any single energy alone. The most unbearable part was this. The black-purple phoenix could sense that the sword seemed to possess a life of its own, frantically devouring the vital energy within its body. In the span of a single breath, vast amounts of its vital energy were devoured, causing its cultivation base to plummet from the peak of martial sovereign to an 8-star martial sovereign. Sensing this, the phoenix's wings flapped backward as it tried to endure the agony and forcefully pull the sword from its heart. Yet at that very moment, Shen Xingchen leapt skyward like a human cannonball. His right palm thrust violently against the sword embedded in the phoenix's heart. With a sharp thud, the sword pierced through the massive black-purple phoenix's body under the immense force, trailing a spray of blood and countless fragments of flesh. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen thrust 3 fingers of his left hand into the phoenix's wound. Death energy surged at Shen Xingchen's fingertips, viciously corroding the phoenix's wounds and its inner flesh and bones. As one of the most difficult B-rank martial arts to master, the severing life finger's power was undeniable once perfected. Even this black-purple phoenix possessed noble bloodlines, formidable strength, and an extraordinary physical form. Without the protection of its feathers or the obstruction of spatial forces. Under the influence of the life-severing finger's death energy, its flesh and blood turned to black ash inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the black-purple phoenix vanished. With a mournful cry, the phoenix flapped its remaining wing, instantly summoning a spatial wormhole beside it. With its keen intelligence, it understood the wisdom of preserving its life for future opportunities. But how could Shen Xingchen let an enemy escape right before his eyes? His right hand made a hollow grasp and the long sword in midair, with remarkable sentience, streaked toward him. In the next instant, blue, purple, and red hues enveloped the black-gold blade. Shen Xingchen gathered his strength, hurling the multicolored blade like a javelin. It struck with precision, piercing the opponent's throat. The phoenix, already half submerged in the wormhole, stiffened. Violent energy surged at its throat. In the blink of an eye, the body and head were severed, and phoenix blood drifted through the air. Chapter 152, Confession. The countless spatial wormholes throughout the sky collapsed, the innumerable fine cracks closing in an instant. The turbulent space stabilized with the death of the dark purple phoenix. The whispering voice in Shen Xingchen's mind vanished, and the qi and blood within his body were completely depleted. He swallowed another dozen top-tier medicinal pills whole before lifting his gaze to Lu Feiyang. Perched on his arm, the little black dragon remained unscathed, not even a single scale showing a white scratch. The riders on its back were equally unharmed, though their faces were pale from sheer terror. But Lu Feiyang, who had shielded them, was in a terrible state. Looking down, every inch of his body was covered in wounds. His skin hung in ragged, gaping holes, the flesh, bones, and meridians that should have supported it twisted into pulp by the spatial force. Lu Feiyang remained standing. Purely by sheer force of will. With the black-purple phoenix now dead and the mortal danger lifted, Lu Feiyang exhaled the breath he'd been holding. In the next instant, his massive, tens of meters long form rapidly contracted. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of meters of body collapsed inward. The immense pressure forced the blood-soaked debris within his body to expel through the wounds covering Lu Feiyang's skin. Viscous, foul-smelling blood spurted forth. In a mere instant, Lu Feiyang's form shrank from a giant dozens of meters tall to a being as thin as paper. His form lay limp against the ground. His weakened state made him appear as though a mere breeze could carry him away. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. He bellowed at the group atop the dragon's back. "What are you standing around for? Quick, feed him the life-sustaining pill." With injuries like these, only the life-sustaining pill might offer a sliver of hope to prolong Lu Feiyang's life. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the little black dragon shifted its form, depositing the group onto the ground. Among the 8-person squad, Shen Xingchen's life-sustaining pill was given to the tall, beautiful woman. During the hour-long battle, 4 more members had succumbed to the pressure and swallowed their own life-sustaining pills. Only 2 life-saving pills remained. 2 members forced their last life-sustaining pills into Lu Feiyang's mouth. Yet the life-sustaining pill, reputed to keep any wounded person alive for 24 hours, proved utterly ineffective. The dark, smooth pills were forced into Lu Feiyang's mouth, entered his body, only to slide back out through the gruesome wounds covering his skin. Lu Feiyang's internal organs were completely shattered. His body lacked any organs capable of receiving the life-sustaining pill, let alone digesting it. Lu Feiyang himself could sense that his life was like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. He forced his head up, first fixing a deep gaze on Shen Xingchen before turning his weak eyes to the others and saying, "You all go ahead. I need to speak with Shen Xingchen." Meanwhile, aided by over a dozen top-tier elixirs, Shen Xingchen's depleted vital energy began to replenish slightly. Though still far from his peak condition, walking normally was no longer an issue. Hearing Lu Feiyang's words, Shen Xingchen strode swiftly before him, his expression stern. "Hold your tongue. There's still hope for you." For anyone else, under the primitive conditions of this secret realm, saving Lu Feiyang's life would be utterly impossible. But Shen Xingchen could. In his previous life as deputy captain of the National Exploration Team, his medical skills had been honed to perfection through countless battles. And most crucially, Bai Xie's Ice Sovereign already possessed remarkable healing effects. His advanced Ice Dominion possessed even greater healing power. The power of mystical ice could freeze everything. Including, of course, Lu Feiyang's life, now hanging by a thread. Moreover, he had the aid of the blood and flesh ancestor. Manipulating another's vital energy and blood wasn't merely a tool for killing, it could also be used to save lives. An SS-grade martial talent could never be so narrowly applied. However, all of this hinged on one crucial condition: the injured Lu Feiyang himself had to cooperate. If he spoke recklessly or moved about carelessly, he would only waste his already scarce vital energy. Then even a god would struggle to save him. Seeing the tense expression on Shen Xingchen's face, Lu Feiyang's lips curved into a faint smile. He shook his head and said, "I know my own body well. Xingchen, there's something I need to tell you." As he spoke, his right hand, limp on the floor, twitched slightly. The searing sensation that had gripped his palm in Lu Xiaohua's office seemed to pierce through time and space, returning to him once more. Seeing Lu Feiyang so stubbornly disobedient, Shen Xingchen reiterated once more. "Shut up." As he spoke, a thought flashed through his mind. The vital energy that had just emerged within him surged rapidly, gathering in the palm of his hand. Highly concentrated qi and blood condensed into his palm, its temperature soaring as swirling white vapors coalesced within his hand. Shen Xingchen looked at his right hand, felt it briefly, then gently pressed it against Lu Feiyang's abdomen. First, repair his stomach sac. Only then could Lu Feiyang digest the life-prolonging pills and other precious medicines. The moment Shen Xingchen's palm touched Lu Feiyang's body trembled slightly. His gaze grew unfocused as he looked at Shen Xingchen. His face was handsome and dignified, his demeanor cold and stern. The bloodstains visible all over his body after the fierce battle only added to his iron-blooded aura. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme and strength was the ultimate measure of worth, Shen Xingchen's appearance alone was enough to drive anyone mad. Lu Feiyang was no exception. Few knew why Lu Feiyang had avoided women for over 2 decades. Others assumed he was utterly devoted to martial arts. But the reason was simple. Lu Feiyang was attracted to men. Yet he was also acutely aware that as the sole surviving son of his father and the only male heir of the younger generation in the Lu family, he had borne the weighty responsibility of continuing the family line since birth. Thus, for 22 years, he never revealed his affection for men. But now, as death approached, the intense passion he'd suppressed for 2 decades no longer needed restraining. As for the familiar burning sensation in his abdomen, Lu Feiyang dismissed it as a final flicker of life. After all, his body was already rotting away like this, and he was trapped in a remote wilderness with no medical supplies. Even if Hua Tuo himself were reborn, survival was utterly impossible. Lu Feiyang's gaze grew unfocused as he watched Shen Xingchen's earnest expression. Why had he avoided Shen Xingchen ever since their encounter? The reason was simple. He feared that prolonged contact with Shen Xingchen would cause his rationality and clarity to collapse at any moment. He dreaded the thought of confessing his feelings to Shen Xingchen in the real world. Afraid of scaring Shen Xingchen. He also dreaded facing the furious, disappointed gaze of his own elders. Yet all these reservations became utterly insignificant in the face of death. Shen Xingchen was pouring all his energy into treating Lu Feiyang. The next words that came out of Lu Feiyang's mouth, however, made Shen Xingchen's body tremble. He said, "Xingchen, I like you. I love you." In that instant, Shen Xingchen jerked his head up to look at Lu Feiyang as if struck by lightning. His gaze locked with the other's dazed, infatuated eyes. Chapter 153, The Martial God Arrives. To be honest, this single sentence sent a shockwave through Shen Xingchen, no less intense than the moment he sensed his soul was about to be stolen. In that very instant, Shen Xingchen even suspected whether Lu Feiyang had been possessed, or if his mind had been scrambled by the spatial force. For a moment, Shen Xingchen didn't know how to respond. He simply lowered his head silently, pretending not to hear. By now, all other non-essential personnel had departed the secret realm. Apart from Shen Xingchen and Lu Feiyang, only Bai Siye remained. Her innate talent allowed her to assist with healing. Upon hearing Lu Feiyang's heartfelt confession, Bai Siye lifted her head in utter disbelief. Her usually cold, expressionless face was now filled with astonishment. She lowered her gaze to her own hand, shrouded in the aura of icy power, then looked back at Lu Feiyang's face, lost in a haze of devotion. "So, I risked everything to save you, and now you're trying to steal my man?" But since Shen Xingchen hadn't spoken, Bai Siye naturally kept quiet too. Like Shen Xingchen, she silently lowered her head and continued the treatment. Seeing Shen Xingchen's silence, Lu Feiyang understood. But he couldn't care less. When you're already facing death, what's the point in worrying about saving face? After I'm dead, let the world go to hell. He opened his mouth, rambling on about his affection for Shen Xingchen. From the initial curiosity upon their first meeting, to the heart-stopping moment of touching. Then the reassurance when they fought desperately for each other in the secret realm. Finally, Lu Feiyang's voice grew stronger and more passionate. Tears glistened in his eyes as he choked out. "I refuse to believe you don't feel anything for me at all. If you didn't, why did you touch me for so long back in the office?" Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's body trembled. He protested inwardly. "Bro, I was only trying to replicate your talent and martial arts skills. How could you possibly think that?" He lifted his head and stole a glance at Bai Siye, only to find her staring back at him with equal surprise and curiosity. He quickly shot Bai Siye a meaningful glance, implying that none of this was true. Lu Feiyang was just making things up. Bai Siye merely pursed her lips without responding. After venting, Lu Feiyang felt considerably lighter, even the pain within him seemed to fade somewhat in that moment. Resigned, he tilted his head, 2 clear tears streaming from his eyes. "Well, so be it. Whether it exists or not, it doesn't matter. You and I were never meant to be. Miss Bai is quite suitable for you." Seeing him like this, Shen Xingchen felt even more speechless. "Seriously, Lu Young Master, the renowned Lu Young Master of Shen City, what are you doing putting on this bitter wife act? As if I, Shen Xingchen, were some faithless scoundrel. So what if I touched your hand? So what if our handshake lasted a bit longer? Shen Xingchen exhaled a long breath. Lu Feiyang's treatment had achieved a stage of progress. Under the precise manipulation of vital energy by the blood and flesh ancestor, the internal organs had begun preliminary repair. He grabbed 2 life-sustaining pills beside him and slipped them into Lu Feiyang's mouth. Lu Feiyang felt Shen Xingchen's touch and obediently swallowed the pills. But the next moment, something felt off. What was happening? Shouldn't the pills slide right out? Why do I feel this warm sensation in my stomach? A stomach? When did I grow a stomach? Lu Feiyang could distinctly feel 2 streams of warmth rising from his stomach pouch, spreading out to every limb and bone. Under the overwhelming potency of the medicine, the intense pain throughout his body was forcibly suppressed. But Lu Feiyang's injuries were too severe. The 2 life-prolonging pills could only extend his life by half an hour at most. Fortunately, Shen Xingchen had another trick up his sleeve. The scorching blood energy surging from his hands shifted. The intense heat instantly transformed into bitter cold. The white mist drifting above his palm condensed into tiny ice crystals under the extreme cold, falling to the ground. Shen Xingchen ran his hand over every inch of Lu Feiyang's body. Saving lives is not the same as taking them. Destruction is simple. But healing and restoration are comparatively far more troublesome. Shen Xingchen had to meticulously control the intensity of the frigid power in his hands. 1 degree less, and it wouldn't achieve the effect of freezing his life. Add a fraction more, and it would inflict secondary damage on Lu Feiyang's already fragile body. By the time the entire process was complete, even Shen Xingchen's physique was covered in a fine layer of sweat on his forehead. He felt his body gradually losing sensation. Lu Feiyang knew. He had survived. Though he had no idea what method Shen Xingchen had employed to forcibly pull him back from the brink of death. Survival was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. Yet Lu Feiyang couldn't muster any joy. All that echoed in his mind were the words he had just spoken. The memory of his own desperate, heartfelt expression made him cringe with embarrassment. He had no idea how to face Shen Xingchen now. So he simply closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and pretended to be dead. After all, with such severe injuries, passing out seemed perfectly natural. Shen Xingchen watched Lu Feiyang, his eyes closed as if unconscious. A faint smile touched Shen Xingchen's lips. Playing unconscious, huh? He was able to speak despite such severe injuries earlier, yet now that he's out of immediate danger, he's passed out. He exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Xie. Both thoughtfully chose not to expose Lu Feiyang's clumsy deception. Shen Xingchen intended to lift Lu Feiyang's body and carry him out of the secret realm. But as his hand moved, he reconsidered. Instead of carrying, he opted to lift. Grasping the soft flesh at the back of Lu Feiyang's neck with his right hand, he hoisted him out of the secret realm. Bai Xie watched Shen Xingchen with a sly grin, following closely behind him. Outside the secret realm, security was tight, and voices were scarce. Only the sounds of footsteps and the continuous hum of machinery filled the air. Deep City's elite gathered outside the secret realm, the atmosphere oppressively tense. Wang Tianqing paced restlessly back and forth, several times nearly rushing forward to demand updates, but he forced himself to hold back. He knew rushing in to ask would be futile. If anyone had a solution, they would have used it already. After all, Commander Lu's only nephew is also inside the secret realm. It has now been 1 hour since Shen Xingchen and the others entered the secret realm. Although the life signs on the instruments had not yet disappeared, the amplitude of the life fluctuations was visibly diminishing. This signaled that the condition of those within the secret realm was deteriorating. Everyone present was anxious and impatient. Just then, a piercing sound tore through the sky. All eyes turned skyward as a white streak elongated across the pitch-black night, streaking like a shooting star. The capital's reinforcements had arrived. The thought flashed through their minds, kindling a glimmer of hope. When a martial saint of Lu's caliber sought help, it could only mean one thing: one of the few martial gods of Great Xia had arrived. With a martial god personally arriving, tonight's secret realm anomaly should be resolved swiftly. Hang in there, Shen Xingchen. Chapter 154, Heartbreak. As the crowd looked up to see the white figure, the streaking silhouette had already landed before Lu Xiaohua. The figure was towering, at least 2 meters tall. Yet the black spear he gripped in his hand towered over him by a full head. Standing there in white robes and wielding a black spear, an indescribable aura radiated from him. In that instant, footsteps ceased. Even the instruments that had been beeping incessantly seemed to fall silent. Lu Feiyu, Martial Saint of Great Xia. Commander of the Great Xia Exploration Corps. Overseer of all Great Xia exploration teams. Lu Feiyu not only possessed formidable strength but also stood as the foremost authority in the world regarding the exploration and research of secret realms. With such a figure present, a sense of reassurance settled over everyone. They exchanged glances, each seeing a deep sense of reassurance in the other's eyes. Lu Feiyu landed without a moment's pretense. He lifted his gaze to the black-purple demon eye suspended in the air. His pupils were pure white. As they locked onto the dark purple demon eye, the 2 pure white eyes slowly transformed into the exact same dark purple hue as the secret realm's entrance. Moments later, Lu Feiyu's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He recognized the young man from the Shen family. Song Qingxuan was his most capable subordinate and the junior he held in the highest regard. He had long heard that Shen Xingchen was all show and no substance, save for his looks. Yet judging by his performance within the secret realm, how could he be called unworthy? At 18 years old, he single-handedly held back a tidal wave of beasts. If that's considered worthless, then every single cultivator in the world including him, Lu Feiyu might as well find a block of tofu and smash their heads against it. Seeing even a heavyweight like Lu Feiyu wearing an expression of astonishment, the crowd's hearts, which had just settled, began to race once more. As if sensing the shifting attitudes around him, Lu Feiyu remarked, "The problem is significant." The 4 words hung in the air, plunging the scene into deathly silence. If even the martial god says it's no small matter, then how enormous must this problem be? Lu Feiyu continued. But with capable people in our team, this no small matter isn't really a problem at all. The sudden reversal caught everyone off guard. In that instant, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Lu Xiaohua's heart gradually settled. He gave a wry smile and said respectfully, "You're still the same as ever, sir, always enjoying scaring the younger generation." Lu Feiyu shook his head. "I wasn't scaring you. Without Shen Xingchen, every single person in that secret realm would have died. And whether this divine secret realm can even be used remains a question mark. Shen Xingchen always Shen Xingchen. Though this talent had only recently appeared in Shen City, everyone from the lowly to the high-ranking, in every street and alley, couldn't stop murmuring his name. Everyone is curious. Who exactly is this dazzling star who suddenly rose to prominence in Shen City? Lu Xiaohua hurriedly asked. Does that mean everything's fine as long as Shen Xingchen is around? Lu Feiyu nodded. Nothing major should happen. His eyes flashed as he witnessed Lu Feiyan being pierced by the steel feather. He ordered, "Get the best medical staff, the best equipment, and the best resources here. Something's gone wrong." Soon, medical personnel arrived fully equipped with the finest instruments and resources. At the same time, the long-dormant entrance to the secret realm flickered with light. All eyes turned expectantly toward it. They saw the ragged newcomer teams huddled in pairs, each group clutching an exhausted contestant between them. Lu Xiaohua's gaze darted across their faces like lightning. His heart sank instantly. His nephew, Lu Feiyan, was nowhere to be seen. Nor was Shen Xingchen, the son of Song Qingxuan. Where were these two most crucial individuals? Lu Feiyan swept his arm wide, and a golden silk ribbon appeared mid-air, landing at their feet. The silk rolled up, transporting them instantly before Lu Feiyan. He demanded urgently, "Where is Lu Feiyan? Where is Shen Xingchen?" Hearing this, the group exchanged stunned glances. The horrifying image of Lu Feiyan beaten to a pulp flashed through their minds. After all, the old man before them was Lu Feiyan's own uncle. If he learned his nephew had been beaten to a pulp by a ferocious beast, wouldn't he be driven mad with rage? Finally, Fan Wenyi, the only one in the 7-member team holding nothing, steeled himself and replied, "Lu Feiyang is critically injured. Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye are trying to save him." Hearing this, Lu Xiaohua's face darkened. He demanded again, "Where are the life-prolonging pills? Didn't I give you the life-prolonging pill? Just give one to Lu Feiyan. Why does Shen Xingchen need to treat him? Is his treatment really better than the life-prolonging pill?" Hearing this, Fan Wenyi lowered her head and said, "Lu Feiyan's injuries are too severe. His internal organs are completely shattered, making it impossible for him to digest the pill." Shen Xingchen was the one Lu Feiyan specifically requested to stay behind. He said he wanted to say something. Hearing this, Lu Xiaohua felt as if struck by a heavy blow. His once straight posture instantly slumped. Injuries this severe. Couldn't even consecutive life-saving pills sustain his life? It could be said that Lu Feiyan's probability of survival had already exceeded 99%. His survival now hinged solely on a miracle. This was the only heir left behind by his own younger brother. He was also the sole heir of the Lu family. And yet, he died by his own hand. Lu Xiaohua's face was ashen. With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, he said mechanically, "All right, you've done well. Go rest. Someone will bring you your rewards later." As the commander of the Shen City exploration team, he wouldn't take his anger out on his subordinates. The relentless, piercing pain in his heart made it impossible for him to focus on his weary subordinates. He had personally mentored Lu Feiyan for nearly 20 years. In his heart, Lu Feiyan was no different from his own son. The agony of losing a child in his twilight years was almost unbearable, even for a martial saint at the pinnacle of his power. Just then, Lu Feiyu, who had been watching the secret realm, suddenly gasped in surprise. "No, no. Old Lu, don't grieve. Your nephew might not be dead. This Shen Xingchen, he's no ordinary kid. At such a young age, he already possesses such formidable skills. Good heavens, this youngster, whom?" Lu Feiyu's sudden words jolted Lu Xiaohua's spirit. His face lit up with hope as he turned to the white-robed martial saint before him. "He really won't die. You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lu Feiyu might occasionally exaggerate, But lying? That was something he'd never heard of. For a moment, Lu Shaohua's heart was filled with surprise and delight. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder. Shen Xingchen's formidable strength was one thing, but to possess techniques capable of stabilizing patients beyond the reach of life-prolonging pills? What did this kid eat growing up? He seemed to be a jack of all trades, master of none. But these minor doubts paled in comparison to the sheer joy of witnessing his own nephew come back from the brink of death. Lu Feiyu paid no heed to Lu Shaohua's skepticism. Right now, he was too busy relishing the juicy gossip about the strongest young talent of this era. Chapter 155, Clearance Reward. It was common knowledge that people of great Xia, indeed, the entire world, loved gossip. Even someone of Lu Feiyu's stature was no exception. Having weathered countless storms, such high-ranking figures rarely find ordinary gossip compelling. But the two individuals in the secret realm were no ordinary people. One was the nephew of the Deep City Exploration Team's chief commander. The other was the son of the deputy chief of the National Exploration Team, a youngster he trusted implicitly. These two were also the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Most crucially, they were both men. Thus, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but utter repeated exclamations of astonishment, his eyes fixed intently on everything unfolding within the secret realm. Only after Lu Feiyang feigned death and closed his eyes did he sigh regretfully. Boring. Boring. Shen Xingchen, why didn't you accept Lu Feiyang? True love knows no gender. Lu Feiyu's sigh was so heartfelt it nearly made Lu Shaohua's heart leap out of his chest. He anxiously studied the expression on martial god Lu's face, utterly clueless about what was going through the famed martial deity's mind. He had no idea whether his own nephew was in mortal danger. Finally, Lu Shaohua steeled himself and asked again. Please say something, old man. What exactly is going on? Without turning his head, Lu Feiyu gave a dismissive reply. It's all settled now. They'll be out soon. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the entrance to the secret realm, which had just stabilized, began to flicker with light once more. Lu Shaohua's eyes lit up as he quickly looked up at the sky. A familiar figure appeared within his line of sight. Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen's posture remained as upright as ever, and his demeanor seemed even more spirited than when he had first entered the secret realm. Moreover, Lu Shaohua could distinctly sense Shen Xingchen's soul strength, already far surpassing others at his level, had now made tremendous progress. Damn, while everyone else emerged from the secret realm injured, crippled, or dazed, you, Shen Xingchen, are completely unscathed and your strength has actually improved. To an outsider, it would seem you went on vacation in the divine secret realm. Concerned for his nephew's safety, Lu Shaohua didn't linger behind Shen Xingchen. His gaze swept over, settling on Shen Xingchen's right hand. In his hand, he held none other than his own nephew, Lu Feiyang. Lu Feiyang's face was deathly pale, his eyes tightly shut, clearly unconscious. The dense cluster of blood-filled holes and scabs covering his body was truly shocking. Seeing this scene, Lu Shaohua's heart lurched in shock. However, his powerful divine soul perception immediately detected something amiss. Lu Feiyang appeared to be in a terrible state, yet his breathing and vital signs were steady, and his soul fluctuations remained stable. He didn't seem near death at all. This posture, was he feigning unconsciousness? Why would Lu Feiyang feign unconsciousness? Lu Shaohua was puzzled, unable to fathom what his nephew was up to. But it didn't matter as long as he wasn't dead. If Lu Feiyang died by his hand, leading to the complete extinction of the Lu family in Xinjiang, then Lu Shaohua would have no face to meet his younger brother or the ancestral spirits of the Lu clan after his own death. With that thought, Lu Shaohua waved his hand. Golden silk carefully lowered Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie to the ground. Then, with even greater care, Lu Shaohua took Lu Feiyang from Shen Xingchen's arms. He personally examined him once more, confirming that Lu Feiyang truly had no life-threatening injuries. Only then did the weight that had been hanging over his heart finally lift. Just then, Shen Xingchen's explanation echoed through the air. Brother Lu suffered severe injuries protecting us in the secret realm. Bai Xie and I used our methods and precious medicine to barely keep him alive. Further treatment will require the assistance of a professional physician. The attack that caused his critical injuries came from a spatial type phoenix. The damage type was spatial, with a slight elemental fire component mixed in. Shen Xingchen explained in great detail. The more detailed the patient's condition, the better the medical team could tailor their treatment to cure Lu Feiyang's injuries. Although Shen Xingchen had forcibly sustained Lu Feiyang's life using blood-flesh ancestor and ice over the world. To fully heal his injuries without leaving lasting complications, professional medical treatment was still required. Hearing this, Lu Shaohua nodded gratefully and praised him. Well done, Shen Xingchen. As he spoke, he placed his nephew's body onto the stretcher. Simultaneously, thunderous applause erupted from all directions. The previously oppressive mood and atmosphere vanished completely after Shen Xingchen and his two companions appeared. Wang Tianxing, huddled within the ranks, watched Shen Xingchen with envy. This kid had only been in the team for a day and had already earned 2 major merits. At this rate, he might become a full-fledged member before me. The thought made Wang Tianxing rub his bald head and sigh helplessly. Look at that, the guy's barely been a reserve member for a day and he's already halfway into the official exploration team. But what about me? I've been stuck as a reserve team leader for years, with becoming a full member still nowhere in sight. The gap between people is wider than the gap between humans and dogs. Just as the crowd applauded and Wang Tianqing sighed in frustration, the entrance to the secret realm in midair burst into brilliant light. Purple light rapidly spread, transforming the pitch-black night sky into a brilliant purple hue in the blink of an eye. This eerie yet magnificent spectacle left everyone frozen in place. This scene caught the attention of the deep city residents. Though the divine secret realm was notoriously difficult, every few years or decades, prodigious geniuses would emerge who managed to clear it. Whenever such a prodigy succeeded, the entrance to the realm would glow with this purple light. Only this time, the purple light was distinctly brighter and its range was exceptionally vast. In an instant, a startling conjecture surfaced in everyone's minds. Although the divine secret realm had undergone an anomaly, causing the 5 scheduled waves of beasts to erupt simultaneously, Shen Xingchen and his companions had thoroughly eliminated every wave. Logically, each of them should count as having cleared the divine secret realm, and each should be able to achieve a major breakthrough in their cultivation. If that were truly the case, it would explain why the purple light was exceptionally bright and dazzling this time. Because this was not a reward for just one person. Instead, it was the reward for Shen Xingchen's 8-person squad and the 4 contestants Lu Feiyang and Bai Xia, 12 people in total. The divine secret realm had produced 12 successful passers in a single attempt. This was an unheard of, unimaginable, and utterly miraculous feat, something no one had ever dared to dream of. Yet the violet light shone before them, piercing their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. Instantly, envy thickened on every face. The leap from the peak of martial to the peak of martial was a chasm most cultivators could never cross in a lifetime. Even those considered geniuses by ordinary standards would require at least a decade of arduous cultivation to traverse this path. Yet despite their envy, not a trace of jealousy stirred in their hearts. Chapter 156, The Martial God Strikes. They understood this reward had been earned through the life or death efforts of 12 individuals. In fact, it could be said that, had Shen Xingchen, that prodigy, not been present, or had any other genius from Shen City taken his place, then every single one of those 12 would have perished within the secret realm. At this realization, everyone present, even the martial lords and martial kings of immense cultivation, gazed at Shen Xingchen with eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, they desperately wished Shen Xingchen could be their teammate. Powerful and dependable, radiating a profound sense of security. Young and full of promise, his future was limitless. Wang Tianqing's direct superior, the superior of Shen Xingchen's superior, martial king Gao Feiyi's eyes flickered. First, she looked at Wang Tianqing, then at Shen Xingchen. The more she looked, the more she liked him. She was already considering promoting Shen Xingchen to her official squad as an exception. While everyone else watched in stunned envy, Shen Xingchen, the center of all attention, remained utterly unmoved. After all, he had already made it clear he would accept no advancement from the divine secret realm. Especially now that the divine secret realm seemed to share an inexplicable connection with the black gold veins, Shen Xingchen was even less inclined to accept any rewards from it. His mind was already overrun with black gold flower patterns. Any further contact with this bizarre entity, and he feared he might truly transform into the shape of the black gold flower pattern. As these thoughts swirled, the purple light filling the sky split into several streams. Shen Xingchen counted them carefully, exactly 12 strands, matching their number precisely. Wait. 12 streams. Which meant this reward included his share. The realization sent a chill down Shen Xingchen's spine. He shot a look at Lu Xiaohua beside him, signaling his confusion about why there was a reward for him too. He had made an agreement with the secret realms before entering. Lu Xiaohua's brow furrowed as well. Before he could react, 12 beams of light split apart, each heading toward one of the 12 individuals. The beams varied in thickness, each containing different levels of energy. The purple beam hurtling toward Shen Xingchen was unmistakably the thickest of them all. Damn it! That's not fair. You don't keep your word. Shen Xingchen cursed the secret realm's will in his heart. You stingy bastard, refusing rewards before entering the secret realm, yet suddenly generous after it ends? Lu Xiaohua knew full well Shen Xingchen refused to accept the divine secret realm's reward. His figure flickered, his towering form rising like a mountain between Shen Xingchen and the pillar of light. Simultaneously, countless golden silk ribbons piled up before Lu Xiaohua, forming an impenetrable golden wall. Any attack, any energy, anything below the martial god rank would never breach the golden wall he had forged. Lu Xiaohua was utterly confident in this. Yet in the next instant, Lu Xiaohua's eyes widened in shock. At the tip of the purple pillar of light, a faint, almost imperceptible black gold aura swirled. Then, as if it had never existed, his proud and utterly confident golden wall was pierced clean through by the light pillar. Even his own body was pierced through by the beam. Fortunately, Shen Xingchen had already cautiously retreated several dozen meters. Yet even so, given the speed of the purple beam's advance, the distance of several dozen meters was covered in an instant. At that very moment, a cold snort echoed through the heavens and earth. In that instant, time and space seemed to freeze. Everything in the world seemed to hit pause. The chirping of cicadas, the rustling of leaves, the whistling wind, footsteps, cries of alarm, and the buzzing hum of the advancing beam all sounds vanished abruptly. The absolute silence caused a physiological ringing to surge in Shen Xingchen's ears. He instinctively took 2 steps back, scanning his surroundings. To his horror, he realized it wasn't just sound that had frozen, every expression and movement around him had also frozen in that instant. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed before Shen Xingchen. Then, in that instant, all the vanished sounds returned, and the frozen expressions and movements of the people around him sprang back to life. The only difference was this. The purple pillar of light, mere half a step away from Shen Xingchen, vanished. In its place now stood a section of jet-black gun barrel. Shen Xingchen stared at the spear shaft, his gaze drawn to its tip. There, upon the equally pitch-black tip, a pulsating purple halo danced. The light struggled and twisted, yet no matter how it writhed, it could not escape the confinement of the spearhead. Shen Xingchen scrutinized the purple light cluster intently when suddenly, his eyelid twitched. Others might not have noticed, but having clashed with the black-gold flower pattern multiple times, he quickly discerned a faint, dull black-gold hue hidden within the intense purple. Though inconspicuous, it was undeniably present. Just as he suspected. Shen Xingchen murmured to himself. He then turned and stood upright, bowing respectfully to the white-robed man holding the black spear. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder Lu." Lu Feiyu chuckled, waving his free hand dismissively. "Xingxuan is my junior. And you are Song Xingxuan's son. We're all family. No need for formalities." His smile was gentle, not befitting a top 10 world-ranked powerhouse, but rather like that of a friendly old neighbor. As Lu Feiyu spoke, his right hand holding the rifle trembled. The flexible barrel rippled like waves, and with a burst of force from the muzzle, the purple light sphere trapped at the tip settled steadily into Lu Feiyu's grasp. Lu Feiyu lowered his gaze to examine the purple orb. Moments later, a flash of murderous intent ignited in his narrowed eyes. In the next instant, he thrust his feet off the ground. His entire body soared skyward like a dragon in flight, his spear thrusting with pinpoint precision. The sheer force of this strike seemed capable of piercing the very heavens. The black-purple entrance to the secret realm seemed to come alive, its massive opening rapidly contracting as if trying to vanish. Yet how could the secret realm's movements possibly outpace those of a mighty martial god? Just as the traces of the realm's vanishing became visible, the spear's tip had already pierced its core with unwavering precision. Lu Feiyu clutched the core of the secret realm in his hand and coldly declared, "You're not being honest." As he spoke, a dense aura of killing intent radiated from his body. The icy pressure sent chills down the spines of everyone present, raising layer upon layer of fine goosebumps. If the residual aura was this terrifying, what must the secret realm's core have endured when directly facing the martial god's killing intent? The tiny core twisted into a human form, kneeling repeatedly before Lu Feiyu in an almost human-like apology, bowing again and again. Its tiny head slammed against the hard tip of the spear with a thunderous thud. This scene plunged everyone into silence. The legendary first secret realm in the world, even it could be so fawning and death-fearing. The act of kowtowing and admitting fault was performed with such practiced ease, as if it had been repeated countless times before. The secret realm's difficulty level was lowered. Lu Feiyu cradled the core in his palm, fingers curling slightly, as if poised to crush it at any moment. Hearing this, the core's kowtowing motion halted abruptly. Regret and anguish flickered in its gaze, but upon catching the intense killing intent in Lu Feiyu's eyes, it bowed its head dejectedly in submission. Chapter 157, Disrespectful Old Fart. Seeing the other party's acquiescence, Lu Feiyu finally released his grip. He turned and walked away, and the secret realm core breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the jet-black barrel surged forward like a raging dragon, grazing the core of the secret realm. A loud thud echoed. The stable space high above was pierced by Lu Feiyu's casual thrust, creating a massive hole. A gaping hole appeared in the pitch-black night sky, severing the flowing Milky Way. The surging spatial energy within the void caused the secret realm's core to tremble repeatedly. So close. So close. That spear was about to pierce it to shreds. Lu Feiyu stared coldly at the trembling core of the secret realm and said, "Behave yourself." With that, he darted forward and landed on level ground. Once certain Lu Feiyu had truly held back, the secret realm core dared not even breathe. It instantly vanished from sight with a swift retreat. Its disappearance didn't surprise anyone too much. Every person present now fixed their eager gazes upon Lu Feiyu. War God. War God. This legendary realm estate beyond the wildest dreams of countless cultivators had finally revealed a glimpse of its mystery before them. Capable of challenging top-tier secret realms. A single strike that sent the top-tier secret realm's consciousness trembling and begging for mercy. This is the martial god. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lu Feiyu's face broke into a smile as he declared in a clear voice. From this day forward, the divine secret realm's beast waves shall only occur in 4 waves, still at 7-day intervals. The strength of the beast waves, their rate of increase, and the rewards for clearing them shall remain unchanged from before. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The 5 waves of the divine secret realm's beast tide had become 4. On the surface, it seemed like only 1 wave had been removed, as if the difficulty had dropped by a mere 20%. Yet anyone with discernment knew the true impact. The difficulty of the Divine Secret Realm had at least halved. It must be remembered that the fifth wave of the Divine Secret Realm was the most challenging and had the highest mortality rate. In this wave, every ferocious beast possessed strength 4 tiers higher than the challengers. But now, the final wave of the Divine Secret Realm only boasts beasts 3 tiers stronger than the challengers. Moreover, the shortened duration drastically reduced the psychological pressure and fatigue felt by participants. All things considered, the probability of participants clearing the dungeon has significantly increased, possibly even doubling. Most crucially, despite the reduced difficulty, the rewards remain unchanged. Such changes to the Divine Secret Realm will undoubtedly cause the number of peak martial sovereigns in Shen City and indeed the entire Great Xia to surge dramatically. This, in turn, will elevate the nation's overall strength on the global stage, leaving America in the dust. After all, peak martial sovereigns represent upper mid-tier strength in any nation. They are the backbone and core strength of a country. Listening to Lu Feiyu's words, Shen Xingchen fell deep in thought. Could this be the very opportunity behind the sudden surge in strength of the Shen City exploration team? Indeed, the positive transformation of the world's foremost secret realm would undoubtedly bolster the local exploration team's capabilities. It was highly likely that the selection criteria for the reserve squad would be raised from Martial Marquis Peak to Martial Sovereign Peak. The strength of this reserve team would undoubtedly far surpass other exploration teams, making their rapid rise from the top 5 to the top 3 entirely plausible. While the others celebrated wildly, Shen Xingchen pondered. Lu Feiyu approached him, clutching a purple orb of light. Do you still need it? Shen Xingchen shook his head. How could he possibly still need this thing? Lu Feiyu seemed to sense his hesitation and explained. I've already erased that thing. You can use it without worry. At those words, Shen Xingchen's eyes lit up. It wasn't because he could now use the purple light sphere, but because Lu Feiyu might know what this black gold flower pattern was. His ailment might finally have a cure. Even so, Shen Xingchen still refused to have anything to do with the black gold flower pattern. He shook his head firmly once more. A hint of regret flashed across Lu Feiyu's face as he sighed. This thing dissipates its energy very quickly. If you don't use it within 10 minutes, it's wasted. How about giving it to Bai Siye? Your little sweetheart. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's face flushed with embarrassment. No need to guess this must have come from his mother, Song Qingshuang. Why does she have to say everything? But Lu Feiyu's next words left Shen Xingchen speechless. He lowered his voice and whispered. Or give it to Lu Feiyang instead, your admirer. The one you love, or the one who loves you, which should you choose? Damn it! What a disgraceful old man, and he's supposed to be a martial god. What a disgraceful old man. Shen Xingchen muttered inwardly. I'd heard the head of the National Exploration Team was a bit of a loose cannon, but I never imagined he'd actually make fun of a junior's romantic troubles. Cursing me in your heart? Disrespecting elders won't do. Lu Feiyu's weathered face broke into a smile as he leaned close to Shen Xingchen's ear and whispered. When you were little, I even played your little. Stop. Give it to Bai Siye. Give it to Bai Siye. Seeing that Lu Feiyu was about to reveal something even more outrageous, Shen Xingchen quickly cut him off. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu chuckled. He had few hobbies in life, but he loved teasing these thin-skinned younger generations. Watching them flush crimson with embarrassment, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but think. Youth is truly wonderful. With a sigh of admiration, Lu Feiyu flicked his finger. The purified purple light in his hand entered Bai Siye's body. Bai Siye alone had to endure the rewards meant for 2 people. One of them was a super reward like Shen Xingchen's. Her martial cultivation surged rapidly, her aura swelling like a balloon being inflated. Clearly, she had reached the initial stage of martial cultivation. In a single breath, she reached Martial Master. In another blink, she reached Martial Marquis. Within mere seconds, Bai Siye had forcibly elevated herself from a 2-star martial artist to a 7-star martial marquis. She had leaped across 2.5 major realms. Such a staggering leap left the others present seething with envy, their molars grinding in frustration. Every woman present stared at Bai Siye with eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. 1 reward, they could barely manage not to be jealous. 2 rewards? Their envy had turned sour in their hearts. They wished it wasn't Bai Siye standing beside Shen Xingchen, but themselves. It wasn't just the women, even the men of lower cultivation levels watched Bai Siye with envious eyes. Their gazes darted back and forth between Bai Siye and Shen Xingchen. Many reserved men even shouted inwardly. Bro Shen, don't be so rigid about gender, I could totally do it too. As the secret realm anomaly concluded, the assembled troops and security personnel dispersed, reopening the previously blocked roads. The on-site staff gradually dispersed, while injured squad members and contestants received top-notch medical treatment. Lu Feiyu beckoned Shen Xingchen with a wave, signaling him to follow. Faced with the god of martial arts summons, Shen Xingchen naturally couldn't refuse. Shen Xingchen followed Lu Feiyu through a series of twists and turns, ending up in a secluded corner. Lu Feiyu looked at him, his gaze lingering for a moment before uttering words that sent shockwaves through the air. Chapter 158, The 10,000 Beasts Sect and the Demon Runes. The problem with you is quite serious. Lu Feiyu stated, his gaze fixed on Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen felt a chill run through his heart at these words. If the martial god called it a very serious problem, it must at the very least threaten the survival of a small country. He immediately asked, "What exactly is the problem? Don't keep us in suspense." Lu Feiyu's expression remained grave. Under Shen Xingchen's expectant gaze, he shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure myself, but I can assure you it's extremely, extremely serious. It involves the 10,000 Beasts sect." The 10,000 Beasts sect. Always the 10,000 Beasts sect. Shen Xingchen felt a chill in his heart. Yet he couldn't fathom how the artifact his mother, Song Qingshuang, had personally excavated from the secret realm could possibly be connected to the 10,000 Beasts cult. Most of these ruins were relics from ancient times. Yet this world had only formally entered the martial era, and the 10,000 Beasts sect had emerged merely decades ago. As if sensing Shen Xingchen's confusion, Lu Feiyu continued. "A month ago, your mother asked me about the origin of the patterns on your waist. As the commander of the National Exploration Team, I've always prided myself on my extensive knowledge. Yet, when I saw this black and gold pattern, I was momentarily stunned. Over the past month, I've researched various records during my free time and, drawing on my own experiences, have tentatively determined that this pattern is connected to the beast god of the 10,000 Beasts cult." Hearing this term, unfamiliar to him in both his lifetimes, Shen Xingchen froze. "Beast god?" Lu Feiyu nodded. "Yes, the beast god. Many people remain unaware of it, even someone of your mother's stature knows little about its existence." At this point, he shifted his focus and turned to ask Shen Xingchen. "Shen Xingchen, why do you think those followers of the 10,000 Beasts cult abandoned their humanity, joined this heretical sect, and committed such inhumane acts?" Shen Xingchen shook his head. Ever since the crackdown on the 10,000 Beasts cult a decade ago, their activities had become exceedingly rare. And in his previous life, Shen Xingchen had been so absorbed in martial arts that he never sought out information related to them. The next moment, Lu Feiyu made a startling revelation. "It's all for the mark on your body. Those black and gold patterns you despise as demonic are precisely the sacred relics the cult of 10,000 Beasts followers crave madly. You must have sensed the immense power and uncanny nature of these patterns, right? With a single thought, your power could surge by at least one major realm and the side effects are practically non-existent." Shen Xingchen nodded. The black and gold patterns on his body could instantly elevate his strength by 2 entire tiers. Such an enhancement was impossible to achieve with any equipment or martial technique available on the market. If the black gold pattern could still deliver such a boost in the late stages of the martial path, he could very well confront a martial god head-on at the martial king realm. What immense power! What a miracle! Moreover, the consequence of such a 2-tier leap in his cultivation was merely a violent surge in his vital energy. As long as he immediately ceased combat and adjusted his vital energy, it could be said to have virtually no side effects. If the side effects of advancing 2 major realms were this minimal, how much less significant would they be for advancing just one? Seeing Shen Xingchen's pensive expression, Lu Feiyu knew he understood his meaning. He continued. "It was precisely because of these bizarre patterns that the 10,000 Beasts sect became so powerful, so rampant, so terrifying back then. Consider this, late-stage martial saints could directly confront martial gods. A mere 2 or 3 late-stage martial saints bearing the markings dared to ambush and kill a reigning martial god. We captured high-ranking cult of 10,000 Beasts members alive more than once, using their bodies for experiments. Yet even when we completely stripped away their patterned skin, along with the flesh beneath, the bizarre markings would reappear once the wounds healed. Once the markings are etched, no means other than death can erase them. We call them demonic markings." At these words, Shen Xingchen's expression darkened. Lu Feiyu glanced at him and continued. "However, we later discovered that these demonic patterns are not as flawless as imagined. Each time the power of the magic pattern was activated, its area would double instantly. As the markings grew larger, they not only affected the engraver's body but also their consciousness. Under the markings' influence, they became violent and frenzied, stripped of humanity and driven solely by animalistic instincts. Thus, over the years, the high-ranking members of the 10,000 Beasts cult became increasingly deranged, their actions utterly unpredictable." Seeing Shen Xingchen's expression darken, Lu Feiyu hurriedly reassured him. "Don't worry too much. Your mother mentioned the tattoo encircling your waist, right? Based on our experiments, the markings only affect the imprinting subject's consciousness when they cover half the body. With your current level of markings, you should still have at least 4 or 5 uses left, enough to serve as a life-saving measure. These very magic runes were once a reward countless beast cult followers begged for but could never obtain. Only high-ranking cultists at the late martial sovereign stage or above were qualified to engrave them. Moreover, their magic patterns weren't black gold like yours, they were pure black. In short, Shen Xingchen, you needn't be too." Suddenly, Lu Feiyu's incessant chatter halted. His mouth fell slightly open as his eyes widened, staring at Shen Xingchen before him. At that very moment, Shen Xingchen had already torn off his upper garment and turned his back to Lu Feiyu. The black and gold patterns engraved across his entire back were exposed to the air, crashing into Lu Feiyu's eyes. According to the experiments, if Shen Xingchen activated the magic pattern's power once more, their coverage would expand to half his body's surface area, gradually beginning to affect his mental faculties. Lu Feiyu closed his mouth and swallowed hard. At this scale, the magic patterns were no longer a means of survival, they were a call from hell itself. One more use of the magic patterns would plunge Shen Xingchen into an abyss of no return. When did you use it? How could you casually wield such an unknown power? For the first time, the venerable martial god grew visibly flustered. Shen Xingchen sighed softly and explained the incident with the black gold throne within the divine secret realm. Finally, he spread his hands helplessly. Moreover, these magic runes covering my back seem to have begun affecting my consciousness. When I battled that spatial phoenix earlier, a whispering voice echoed in my mind, tempting me to unleash this power. As he spoke, Shen Xingchen finished dressing. Lu Feiyu's eyes widened as he pondered Shen Xingchen's words. It had already begun to affect his consciousness? In that moment, he grasped the gravity of the situation. And what was even more alarming was this. Even though he grasped the gravity of the situation, he was powerless to resolve this profoundly serious issue. Countless experiments had proven. This demonic pattern cannot be erased by any means. Chapter 159, Wu Di. Seeing the look on his face, Shen Xingchen knew the other man was helpless. Yet he still asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. Is there any way? After all, this was the leader of all exploration teams in Great Xia, a top-tier powerhouse from one of the world's strongest nations. If even someone like him couldn't overcome the black gold flower markings, then Shen Xingchen would have no choice but to abandon seeking outside help and instead forge his own path to survival. Lu Feiyu watched Shen Xingchen's hopeful expression, his throat moving slightly. His eyes lit up as he extended a finger and said, "Hey, I know someone who might have a solution." With that, he grabbed Shen Xingchen by the collar, lifting him up as if he were a small chicken. In the next instant, the scene before Shen Xingchen rapidly shrank. In mere moments, he found himself soaring 1,000 meters above the earth. Simultaneously, the roar of wind exploded in his ears as his vision receded rapidly. The speed unleashed by a martial god far surpassed that of the current pinnacle of human technology, the flying shuttle. However, the comfort level was drastically reduced. After all, inside the shuttle, there was something shielding him from the fierce winds. But held aloft by Lu Feiyu, Shen Xingchen was forced to face the gale head-on. Fortunately, Lu Feiyu moved with blinding speed, and Shen Xingchen didn't have to endure the discomfort for long before feeling his feet touch the ground again. After landing, Shen Xingchen shot him a reproachful glance. "You could have used your qi and blood to shield me." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu paused slightly, scratching his head as he replied. "I suppose so, but I forgot." "And you're still complaining? Do you know how many people would kill to be carried around by me? You don't know what you've got." Seeing the other person twisting the argument and knowing he couldn't beat him, Shen Xingchen shook his head and stopped responding to Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu chuckled, shoved open the massive doors before him, and bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Old Wu, I'm here to see you." With that, he strode straight through the gate. Shen Xingchen had intended to follow Lu Feiyu inside. But suddenly sensing danger, he darted sideways and ducked behind a wall. The next instant, a violent gust of wind howled through the doorway. In an instant, the thick, solid iron gate was shredded to splinters by the gale. At the same time, Lu Feiyu, the martial god himself, was blown backward dozens of meters by the gale. His retreating figure only halted when he slammed into a large tree outside. Lu Feiyu brushed the dirt off his clothes as if nothing had happened, stood up, and muttered to Shen Xingchen. "See? That's the personality warped by the demonic patterns. How despicable." As he spoke, a tall man emerged from the doorway. His frame was so immense that even the 3-meter-tall doorway seemed narrow in comparison. At that moment, the man wore nothing but a pair of shorts, his explosively defined muscles unobstructed as they fell into Shen Xingchen's line of sight. This man had honed every inch of his physique to the absolute extreme. Every muscle, every tendon, had been sculpted to the absolute limits of human potential. Yet what truly captured Shen Xingchen's gaze wasn't the sheer bulk of those muscles. It was the pitch-black demonic patterns etched upon the muscles. Dense and intricate, they covered his entire body. From head to toe, even his face was etched with pitch-black patterns. These pure black tattoos, combined with his towering 2.5-meter frame and explosive muscles, made him look terrifyingly like a demon from myth and legend. The man stepped out from the doorway and addressed Lu Feiyu. "No appointment? Don't come bother me while I'm cultivating my body and mind." Lu Feiyu brushed the dirt off his white robe and replied. "Isn't this an emergency? If it weren't urgent, I wouldn't bother you. I spared you because you're injured. Just because you're called Wu Di doesn't mean you're invincible." Poof. Shen Xingchen understood at once. So this was the legendary Wu Di. He was also the strongest of the 3 martial gods of Great Xia 10 years ago. A true martial arts fanatic, he'd exhausted every method in pursuit of the ultimate martial path. Hearing this, a flash of bloodlust lit Wu Di's eyes. He took 2 steps forward, his muscles swelling with blood, clearly preparing to strike again. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu's face tensed. He took 2 steps back and waved his hands, saying, "Stop. Fine, you're the strongest, okay? We have juniors here. Don't make a spectacle of yourself. Hearing this, Wu Di finally turned his gaze toward Shen Xingchen lurking behind the wall. He sneered. Oh, so this is the junior? I thought you were a fly, your vital energy is so weak. Lu Feiyu's expression froze upon hearing this. In all his years of martial training, this was the first time anyone had ever called him a fly. No matter how weak his vital energy might be, he was still a legitimate martial artist, right? At this age, he was already a prodigy among prodigies. Lu Feiyu walked over and said, "Don't mind him, that's just his personality." Back in the day, in his quest to push martial arts to its limits, he insisted the 10,000 Beasts sect engraved demonic runes onto his body. Can you imagine? Having the sacred symbols of the 10,000 Beasts sect etched onto his own body, wouldn't they go to extreme lengths to assassinate him? And after the demonic patterns were engraved, his already terrible temper only grew worse. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. The man before him was different. He had willingly carved demonic patterns onto his own body. Fully aware of the perils and horrors these demonic patterns entailed. Yet, in pursuit of that elusive martial arts pinnacle, he was willing to abandon his humanity? Wu Di, you bastard. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu had already begun introducing Shen Xingchen to Wu Di. Shen Xingchen, 18 years old, martial artist realm. Actual combat strength, late to peak martial sovereign. Like you, he bears demonic markings. Hearing this introduction, Wu Di turned his gaze back to Shen Xingchen. His eyes held a new warmth and friendliness as he said, "Oh, young brother, did you also carve demonic patterns onto your body to pursue the ultimate limits of martial arts? We are not alone on this path. But I've already tested this path for you, it leads nowhere. The pinnacle of martial arts lies within oneself, not in external things." It seemed Wu Di regarded Shen Xingchen as a fellow martial arts fanatic, the kind who would risk their very lives in pursuit of the ultimate martial arts limit. Shen Xingchen felt a pang of embarrassment. While he was passionate about martial training, he hadn't reached Wu Di's level of obsession. Lu Feiyu curled his lip. He's not some fool like you. Besides, his demonic markings are way cooler than yours. You're all dark and gloomy. If you didn't look closely, you'd think he was African. Xiao Chen, show him what you've got. Lu Feiyu nodded at Shen Xingchen, signaling him to take off his clothes. Shen Xingchen obediently complied, revealing a back covered in black and gold patterns. In an instant, Wu Di's eyes narrowed. His body bent slightly, his massive head tilted downward as his eyes gleamed, meticulously scanning every detail of Shen Xingchen's patterns, afraid to miss a single nuance. Chapter 160, Rage. As he examined, Wu Di couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. Good stuff, good stuff. The energy density far surpasses anything on my own body. These pure black magic patterns offer extremely limited utility at the late martial saint stage. At my level of martial god, they're practically useless. But the side effects remain unchanged. If I possessed black gold magic patterns like yours, I might truly rely on external means to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. His eyes burned with fervor as he muttered incessantly about the pinnacle of martial arts and the path not being lonely. Finally, Wu Di turned to Shen Xingchen. In the eyes of this mighty martial god, there was a hint of pleading. Young brother, could you possibly use the power of this magic rune? I'd truly like to witness it. Lu Feiyu's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. We came seeking help, not for you to harm him. To have him use the demonic rune again just so you can see it? You've got some nerve saying that. Hearing this, the hope vanished from Wu Di's face. He spread his hands helplessly. Alright, what kind of help do you need? How can I assist? Lu Feiyu was blunt. You've lived with the magic rune for 10 years, still alive and sane. Any secrets? Wu Di shrugged. What secret? If I ever go all out again, I'll die instantly, you believe me? Besides, this mark affects me constantly. Haven't you noticed how much worse my temper's gotten? Honestly, if we hadn't known each other for decades, I'd have punched you to death ages ago. The only reason I haven't gone mad or died is because I'm Wu Di, the unbeatable Wu Di. Unlike those useless members of the 10,000 Beasts sect. His face bore an air of pride, every inch of his muscles pulsing as if in celebration of his master's greatness. Just as Shen Xingchen felt his disappointment deepening, Wu Di shifted his tone and turned to Shen Xingchen. Truthfully, if you temper both your physical body and divine soul to their absolute limits, demonic patterns of this caliber would scarcely affect you. As long as you don't actively use them. If you truly wish to strip away the demonic patterns, I do have a theory. Shen Xingchen's eyes lit up, eagerly awaiting the hypothesis of this peerless master. Kill yourself. Wu Di declared with unwavering certainty, as if stating some universal truth. Lu Feiyu, mid-sip of his tea, immediately sputtered, choking on the liquid and coughing violently. Shen Xingchen's face darkened. What kind of solution is that? This is the solution the mightiest martial artist could come up with after 10 years of agonizing thought? Wu Di's expression turned serious as he declared. Life is not life, death is not death, only through life can death be born, and only through death can life be born. The way of the sword is thus, so too may the way of man be. Immortality arises from decay. Observing your swordplay, young brother, you must surely understand the principles of the flying feather immortal sword technique? If you can maintain both body and spirit in that state of life and death, tricking the black gold demonic patterns into believing you're dead while actually feigning death, wouldn't that suffice? Of course, this demands extremely high strength from both your physical body and your spirit. It's merely a hypothesis, but it offers a direction. Young friend, you might give it a try. After all, you're still young, and the marks area isn't large, you have plenty of opportunities. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu stopped coughing and began contemplating the feasibility of this approach. Shen Xingchen, too, pondered whether this method could work. Even the mightiest martial god had emphasized 3 times how extremely high the demands were enough to convey the immense difficulty involved. For others, even for an absolute powerhouse like Wu Di, it would be an extremely difficult feat. Yet for him, Shen Xingchen, success was not beyond reach. After all, he possessed 9 replicated top-tier martial talents. He could leverage these gifts to fortify his body and soul to levels unimaginable to ordinary mortals. Strengthen them to the point where he could revive even days after death. The more Shen Xingchen contemplated this, the more feasible it seemed. His eyes grew increasingly bright as he solemnly bowed to Wu Di and said, "Thank you for your guidance, martial god Wu." Lu Feiyu, standing nearby, inquired, "This extremely high, just how high are we talking about? At least give us a rough estimate." Wu Di pondered for a moment, then pointed to his own body and head. "Physical prowess 50% stronger than mine. Spiritual strength twice as strong as mine. It should be feasible." Hearing this explanation, Lu Feiyu's eyes nearly rolled back into his head. Wu Di was already universally recognized as the world's strongest, having nearly reached the pinnacle of martial arts cultivation. Yet the method he described was supposedly even stronger than his own, and by a significant margin, both in physical and spiritual prowess. Is this even humanly possible? If such power truly existed, Shen Xingchen would have long since transcended the realm of martial gods. "This method of yours is pure bull," Lu Feiyu retorted. Wu Di shrugged his shoulders. "Magic runes aren't that easy to deal with. You need risky, unconventional moves. Alright, you two get lost. I feel like I'm about to lose my mind. I don't want to accidentally hurt you guys later." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu lost all inclination to quip. His expression darkened instantly. He reached out, seized Shen Xingchen by the throat, and soared skyward. The instant they reached the sky, Shen Xingchen suddenly felt a violent wave of energy surge up from below. In that instant, a thick, suffocating sense of impending doom enveloped his entire body. The overwhelming might was so intimidating that he found it extremely difficult to even mobilize his chi and blood. Fortunately, Lu Feiyu proved remarkably dependable this time, promptly releasing his vital energy to shield Shen Xingchen. Under his protection, Shen Xingchen glanced downward. The scene below froze his expression in shock. Centered around Wu Di, a violent wave of energy surged like a tsunami, sweeping everything within a radius of several kilometers into dust under its impact. Lu Feiyu's explanation arrived just in time. Well, as a rune engraver, he has a few hours each day where he's not quite himself. But luckily, the surrounding 100-mile radius is uninhabited. Wu Di knows better than to venture out, so it's no big deal. Shen Xingchen stared longingly at Wu Di's frantic figure at the center of the energy wave. Even such a powerful being could be so tormented by the demonic patterns, forced to live in seclusion in these mountains, never able to interact with the outside world again. Alright, you're still young. If you don't use it, won't that solve the problem? Just avoid reckless adventures and stick to what you're capable of. That way, you'll never need to use it. Follow the path step by step. With your talent, advance steadily toward becoming a martial god. Look around the world, where would you even find an enemy worthy of unleashing the black gold demon rune? Right? Listening to Lu Feiyu's nagging, Shen Xingchen, who'd always found it annoying, now felt strangely reassured. But his true worry had never been about using the black gold magic rune itself, it was the entity lurking behind it actively seeking him out. Chapter 161, Badge of Honor. Seeing Shen Xingchen's lack of enthusiasm for conversation, Lu Feiyu wisely kept quiet. The two traveled in silence, only the howling wind in the sky proving excessively noisy. The martial god's flight was swift. Before long, Lu Feiyu descended, carrying Shen Xingchen. The landing spot was familiar to Shen Xingchen. It was the Xinjiang National Wealth Building. Landing on the rooftop, Lu Feiyu pressed his left foot lightly against the surface, revealing a hidden door. He nodded to Shen Xingchen, signaling him to follow, then stepped through the hidden door first. Shen Xingchen followed behind, arriving without surprise at Lu Xiaohua's office. Lu Xiaohua seemed to anticipate their arrival, having already brewed tea and waited there. "So, is the issue resolved? What did Wu Wuxian say?" Lu Xiaohua broke the silence first. Shen Xingchen nodded, then shook his head. "We made some progress, but it's not entirely resolved yet." Hearing this, Lu Xiaohua offered reassurance. "Progress is good. These magic runes aren't ordinary things, they won't be easy to handle. Take your time, and everything will work out." Then, shifting his tone, he looked at Shen Xingchen and smiled. "I have some good news to share with you. Based on your outstanding performance these past few days and the unanimous approval of both the reserve and main exploration teams including their captains, the Shen City exploration team has decided to promote you to full team member. Your team uniform and exclusive badge will be delivered to you personally tomorrow. The benefits for full members of the Deep City exploration team will also be granted simultaneously. As one of the top 5 exploration teams in Great Xia, the Xincheng exploration team sets extremely high standards for its official members. Typically, only those at the martial sovereign realm qualify for full membership. For a martial artist like Shen Xingchen to become a full member is unheard of, clearly demonstrating Lu Xiaohua's admiration and promotion of him. Moreover, the perks for official expedition team members are enough to drive any martial cultivator mad. It could be said that whatever you need for cultivation, just ask, and the expedition team will procure it for you. The sheer value is beyond words. Yet upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen's expression darkened. The Shenzhen exploration team is good, but his ambition lies with the Huaqing exploration team. The Huaqing exploration team's first expedition at the start of September held an opportunity he absolutely must seize. Whether he secured this opportunity would directly determine his success in erasing the demonic markings from his body. Thus, he shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind consideration, Commander Lu, but given my current cultivation level, wouldn't that be a bit irregular?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaohua waved his hand dismissively. "Hey, don't call me team leader Lu. You and Feiyang are peers, just call me uncle. Besides, what rules? We break the mold to recruit talent. Someone like you deserves special treatment. Take this divine realm anomaly, for instance, what good is a higher cultivation level? Many realms impose restrictions on cultivation level and age. Your presence perfectly fills a gap in our Shen City exploration team. Given your performance these past few days, no one will question your official team member status and no one will dare to complain. Don't worry, Xiao Chen." Yet even so, Shen Xingchen shook his head in refusal. He stated plainly, "Sorry, Uncle Lu. I want to follow in my mother's footsteps and join the Huaqing exploration team. As a reserve member, I can transfer teams freely. But for full members, transferring requires submitting an application and going through the entire process. It's quite a hassle. And without a valid reason, the exploration team won't let anyone leave. After all, they've invested real money and substantial resources in training you. You can't just up and leave whenever you feel like it. It's not that simple." Therefore, Shen Xingchen could be a reserve member of the Shenzhen exploration team, but he absolutely could not become a full member. Hearing this, Lu Xiaohua looked stunned. He tried to dissuade him again. "Xiao Chen, you need to think this through. While the Huaqing exploration team is the second-ranked team in Great Xia, our Shenzhen exploration team isn't far behind. Besides, the benefits for a Huaqing reserve member can't possibly match those of a full member on my Xincheng team. You're enrolling in September. Under normal circumstances, it'll take at least 2 years to advance from reserve to full member. Over those 2 years, my Xincheng exploration team would provide you with countless resources and benefits. Yes, I know your family has money, connections, and resources, but their influence is limited to Xinjiang province. To put it bluntly, can Xinjiang even compare to Shenzhen? Some resources aren't something you can just buy with money." Lu Xiaohua spoke earnestly. He genuinely admired Shen Xingchen, this young man who dared to fight, dared to strive, and dared to take action when it mattered. Shen Xingchen reminded him of his own youthful spirit, which is precisely why Lu Xiaohua truly wanted to keep him in his exploration team. Lu Xiaohua's words were undeniably reasonable. But Shen Xingchen had his own compelling reasons for needing to go to Huaqing. Only, he couldn't reveal that reason just yet. After all, he couldn't very well say he'd already foreseen a colossal opportunity awaiting him at Huaqing in September. Just then, Lu Feiyu, who had been sitting quietly sipping tea beside them, interjected. "You old fart, always meddling in where the younger generation goes and what they do. They can go wherever they please. Maybe they've got plans with their significant other. What's that supposed to mean? When Shen Xingchen joined your Shenzhen exploration team, did you assign him a partner too?" At this point, Lu Feiyu recalled Lu Feiyang's confession within the secret realm, and his lips twitched. How many girls in Shen City could even compare to Xiao Bai? Besides, if Shen Xingchen could get special promotions in Shenzhen, why couldn't he get special promotions at Huaqing? By your own logic, can your Shenzhen hold a candle to Huaqing? Or to the capital? Lu Feiyu had indeed considered recruiting Shen Xingchen into the national exploration team, but after pondering it, he dismissed the idea. After all, as the undisputed premier exploration team, every member of the national exploration team started at the Martial King realm. Each squad leader starts at the Martial Saint realm. While Shen Xingchen possessed extraordinary talent and potential, forcing him into an expedition team of this caliber would only harm him. Lu Xiaohua sobered considerably after Lu Feiyu's words. He recalled the delicate young woman beside Shen Xingchen and nodded. "Alright, since that's the case, I won't press you further. Better to tear down a temple than ruin a marriage, right? Don't worry, Xiao Chen. Shen City will always be your second home." With that, Lu Xiaohua opened a drawer and pulled out a silver-white badge. The badge depicted a soaring great phoenix, with the character Shen intricately carved into its hollowed-out back. Lu Xiaohua tossed the badge to Shen Xingchen and said, "This is the honorary badge of my Shenzhen exploration team, equivalent in status to a formal badge. While it doesn't come with as many perks, the holder enjoys the same rights as a formal member and will find it much easier to handle any inquiries." Shen Xingchen solemnly placed the badge into his pocket and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lu. I'll come visit you in Shenzhen again when I get the chance." Chapter 162, A Truly Heaven-Sent Opportunity. Receiving the honorary badge signified full recognition from the Deep City Exploration Team. It also signified that the Deep City Exploration Team would vouch for the badge holder in every way. Wearing this badge would grant Shen Xingchen access to forbidden zones throughout Shen City, Guangdong Province, and even most of the Great Xia Empire. Access would be remarkably convenient. Moreover, should Shen Xingchen require it, he could even command the local public security bureau or even the military to serve him. Since the Deep City Exploration Team's founding, the number of honor badge holders could be counted on one hand, underscoring its extraordinary rarity and value. Hearing Shen Xingchen's thanks, Lu Xiaohua waved it off. "No need for thanks between us. You and Fei Yang are both the future of Great Xia. Helping each other is only natural. Take this mission, for instance, without you or him, it would have been nearly impossible to pull off." The three chatted casually for a moment. Lu Feiyu, the esteemed expedition team leader with his hands full of responsibilities, departed first. Shen Xingchen followed suit. After confirming by CS safety via message, he returned to his small apartment. Lying on his bed, he traced the intricate tattoo across his waist and abdomen. With a long sigh, Shen Xingchen pushed all his worries aside and drifted into a deep sleep. The series of battles had been utterly draining. He needed to catch up on sleep. His eyes were pitch black and his consciousness plunged into darkness. After an unknown span of time, a massive beam of light suddenly pierced the center of his pitch-black consciousness. The blinding light jolted Shen Xingchen awake from his slumber. He followed the beam's path with his gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. At the very center of the brilliant beam stood a towering, 5-meter-high black gold throne, silent and imposing. Its design and intricate details were identical to the black gold throne within the divine secret realm. This damn thing, he had no idea when it had crept into the depths of his consciousness. Shen Xingchen instinctively reached for his waist, intending to draw his sword and strike down the throne. But the next second, his outstretched right hand grasped at thin air. Shen Xingchen looked down and was startled to discover that, though he should have been wearing pajamas, he was now clad in a black gold robe. The robe's base was a deep, mysterious black, crisscrossed with golden threads that formed intricate patterns of dragons and phoenixes. Suddenly, a powerful surge of divine soul energy made Shen Xingchen realize this was not reality, but his own consciousness space. He reached out to tear the robe from his body, but it seemed to have grown directly from his flesh. No matter how fiercely he tugged, even as his flesh tore and blood flowed, the robes remained utterly immovable. The searing pain ignited a primal fury within Shen Xingchen. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he strode purposefully toward the throne bathed in the pillar of light. He intended to see for himself what kind of waves this throne could possibly stir up inside his own mind. As he approached, Shen Xingchen delivered a powerful kick to the base of the throne. A dull thud echoed through his consciousness space, yet the 5-meter-tall throne remained utterly unmoved, unaffected in the slightest. It seemed rooted like an ancient tree, firmly anchored within Shen Xingchen's consciousness space. Over the next few minutes, Shen Xingchen practically stood there feeling every inch of the throne, yet he couldn't find a single trap or mechanism. Finally, he came to a halt before the black gold throne, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that he must sit upon the throne before proceeding to the next step? With that thought in mind, Shen Xingchen hesitated no longer and plopped himself down onto the throne. After all, the black golden patterns covering his body were already extensive enough. With so many fleas, a few more wouldn't cause any discomfort. The moment Shen Xingchen's body touched the throne, something extraordinary happened. The once stable throne suddenly extended countless transparent barbed hooks, piercing every inch of Shen Xingchen's skin. As if alive, the transparent barbs swiftly began sucking the viscous, mercury-like blood from within his body. Strangely, though the scene should have been excruciatingly painful, Shen Xingchen felt not a shred of discomfort. Instead, the barbs piercing his body felt icy cold, bringing him an extremely pleasant sensation. A light screen appeared before his eyes. The screen was a deep, mysterious black, with intricate golden outlines forming tiny Chinese characters. User's Qi Blood Strength, Martial Marquee. Maximum Martial Skill Deduction Level, B rank. Maximum Simulable Level, Mastery. Direction of Simulation, determined by the user. Time required, 1 month. Use Divine Runes to accelerate simulation? When Shen Xingchen reached the final line, his face lit up with intense delight. Consume Divine Runes? That must refer to the black gold demonic patterns on his body. Regardless of what this light screen was, if it could expel the demonic patterns, it was a good thing. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingchen selected the movement technique category for his simulation and confirmed the consumption of divine runes. Instantly, Shen Xingchen felt a sharp pain throughout his body. The icy chill within him vanished completely, replaced by an extreme burning sensation. Fortunately, this agony lasted only an instant. Soon, the barbed hooks within his body retracted into the throne, and the blood and flesh fragments they brought forth were swallowed whole by the throne. Freed from the barb's restraint, Shen Xingchen sprang up from the throne. The text on the light screen before him shifted accordingly. User's vital energy strength, martial marquee. Maximum martial skill level, B rank. Maximum deduction level, mastery. Direction of deduction, determined by user. Time required, 1 hour. Accelerated simulation via consumed divine patterns. A month's worth of time was compressed into a single hour, reducing the required duration by hundreds of times. At the very bottom of the light screen, a countdown timer ticked away. Shen Xingchen stood before the throne, waiting silently for the countdown to reach 0. The hour passed swiftly, and the black gold light screen before Shen Xingchen suddenly exploded. Countless streams of light surged madly into Shen Xingchen's mind. Then, an endless sea of martial arts knowledge appeared within his mind. In just a few breaths, Shen Xingchen had truly mastered an entirely new B-grade body technique he had never encountered before. Moreover, the cultivation level of this technique had already reached its final stage, divine mastery. Grade B body technique, divine wanderer. Shen Xingchen lightly tapped his foot, and his entire body shot forward dozens of meters like a legendary immortal. Silent and motionless, yet astonishingly swift, perfect for sudden strikes or assassinations. Thus, Shen Xingchen's final combat weakness, his footwork, was inexplicably and completely rectified. The speed at which he mastered this martial skill even surpassed that of his rule-based talent. His SSS tier martial talent still required several seconds of contact with the opponent. Shen Xingchen swallowed hard, his gaze complex as he looked toward the black gold throne within the pillar of light. It seemed this was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity the Deep City Exploration Team had spoken of in his previous life. Shen Xingchen finally understood why the Deep City Exploration Team members always claimed they hadn't truly seized this colossal opportunity. The reason was simple. Apart from Shen Xingchen, none of the others possessed the black gold magic patterns. Chapter 163, Depleted Vital Energy. Without the magic patterns, the throne's production speed for martial arts techniques slowed by hundreds of times. Even so, producing one divine martial skill per month was still terrifyingly fast. Consider this, even Shen Xingchen himself, now at his peak, would require over half a month of grueling cultivation to master a completely unfamiliar B-grade martial art to perfection. And that was with his peak martial saint experience and insights, bolstered by his SSS grade law talent and countless top-tier martial arts talents. For any other martial cultivator, even an absolute prodigy like Lu Feiyang, mastering a B-grade martial skill to perfection would demand nearly a year of grueling training. For practitioners of average aptitude, a lifetime might not suffice to refine a martial skill to such mastery. Yet this black gold throne, even without the enhancement of magic runes, required only a month. The speed was almost unimaginable. And with the enhancement of the magic patterns, its output speed skyrocketed to a terrifying 1 hour. 1 hour to master a grade B martial skill to perfection. Such a pace of martial skill cultivation was beyond belief, not just to others, but even to Shen Xingchen himself. Just then, a wave of dizziness flooded his mind. The world spun violently before his eyes, and his body swayed dangerously, on the verge of collapsing to the floor. Just as he was about to fall, his body on the bed suddenly jerked. He sprang up like a carp leaping out of water. His body hit the floor, and a palpable weakness enveloped him. Shen Xingchen stripped off all his clothes and headed straight for the bathroom. He scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, his gaze immediately drawn to the transformation of the black gold magical patterns on his waist and abdomen. The original black and gold patterns now showed no trace of gold whatsoever. The pattern encircling his lower abdomen was now pure black. This appearance was identical to the magic patterns on the body of Martial God Wu Di. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. He shifted his body to the side, using his peripheral vision to examine the back reflected in the mirror. The black gold magic patterns on his back remained unchanged, still a deep black base with dark gold lines tracing an ancient, simple character. It seemed that merely deducing a single B-grade martial technique hadn't exhausted all the golden patterns on his body. For a moment, Shen Xingchen recalled the words divine patterns that had appeared on the light screen before him. Could it be that the golden patterns were divine runes, while the black ones were demonic runes, fundamentally different entities? Previously, Shen Xingchen had assumed these black and gold patterns were the same as the traditional demon patterns of the 10,000 Beasts sect, merely a more advanced form. Now it seemed that might not be the case. Regardless, the disappearance of the golden patterns was ultimately a positive development. After all, based on countless official experiments by the Great Xia Empire, as long as the pitch-black demonic patterns didn't cover half his body, they couldn't cause him any real harm. Lost in thought, Shen Xingchen suddenly felt his stomach churn violently, followed by a loud rumbling from within. Hunger? Shen Xingchen looked stunned. From childhood onward, everything he ate and drank had been energy-rich, high-end fare. The sensation of hunger had almost never occurred, let alone his body making noises to remind him to eat. He pondered this for a moment, and a flicker of realization passed through his eyes. It wasn't hunger. It was a deficiency in qi and blood. It was hard to imagine that he, possessing several top-tier physiques and now on the verge of perfecting his mercury blood, could ever be associated with the phrase depleted vital energy. He mused that he hadn't been indulging in excess lately. Shen Xingchen stepped out of the bathroom, opened his backpack, and retrieved a 1,000-year-old ginseng root. He crushed it with a crunch and swallowed it whole. The rumbling in his stomach ceased and his depleted vital energy began to replenish slightly. The persistent weakness he'd felt since waking also began to fade. Shen Xingchen made a rough estimate. At this rate, it would take at least 2 days to fully recover to his peak condition. Realizing this, Shen Stardust felt a slight shock. After all, his physique was already at an abnormal level, with both chi and blood recovery speed and physical self-healing far surpassing others at his cultivation stage. Even exhausting his chi and blood, a life-threatening depletion for other cultivators, was no major issue for Shen Xingchen. A good night's sleep would suffice. Yet now, even with potent restorative elixirs, he still needed 2 or 3 days to return to full strength. For anyone else, wouldn't that require a month or 2 of quiet recuperation? The side effects were no small matter. Shen Xingchen recalled the barbed hooks that had pierced his body within his consciousness space earlier. Despite these side effects, they pale in comparison to its miraculous efficacy. Shen Xingchen pondered this as he pulled out another bottle of energy drink, rinsed his mouth with it, and downed the contents before drifting back to sleep. Throughout history, for both ordinary people and martial artists alike, sleep has always been the best way to replenish energy and relieve fatigue. The vast majority of sudden deaths were caused by insufficient sleep and rest. While martial artists wouldn't die suddenly, inadequate rest would still hinder their training and combat performance. The night passed without dreams or disturbances. Shen Xingchen finally slept soundly and deeply. When he awoke, sunlight streamed brightly through the window. The cheerful chirping of birds drifted in, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Shen Xingchen stretched lazily before pulling out his phone to check the time. 2:28 p.m. He had slept straight through until the afternoon. As usual, he chewed on a piece of 1,000-year-old wild ginseng to replenish his energy before pushing open the door and leaving the dormitory. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Wang Tianqing and the other squad members, their faces beaming with joy. They spotted Shen Xingchen and immediately came over. Wang Tianqing beamed with delight. "Thank goodness for you, Xingchen. Team 3 really made a name for ourselves this time. The guys have been showered with rewards left and right." His gaze toward Shen Xingchen was intensely warm. As the one who had originally selected Shen Xingchen, Wang Tianqing received exceptionally generous rewards. It was the breakthrough treasure, the Ascension Pill, a priceless artifact unobtainable on the market. With this pill's aid, Wang Tianqing was confident he could break through to Martial Sovereign within 2 months, thereby becoming a full member of the Shen City Exploration Team and enjoying all its generous perks. Thus, Shen Xingchen was not only his benefactor in martial cultivation but also his patron in his career advancement. How could Wang Tianqing not be thrilled to see him? Were it not for the others present, he would have rushed forward to kiss Shen Xingchen. The other squad members likewise expressed their gratitude with beaming faces. Though their rewards weren't as generous as Captain Wang Tianqing's, they were treasures that would take them a year or 2 of hard work to earn. Shen Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. It's only right, only right. After all, they were teammates in the same squad. Securing benefits for his squad members was only natural. Chapter 164, The Taste of Medicine. Besides, unlike other newcomers, Shen Xingchen couldn't stay with the Shen City Exploration Team for long. In fact, he was leaving Shenzhen today. This meant Wang Tianqing's third squad would effectively be short 1 member. Shen Xingchen naturally owed them compensation. The rewards he brought would boost Team 3's overall strength far beyond what a single newcomer could ever contribute. At that moment, Wang Tianqing asked curiously, "Xingchen, what are your rewards? You must have gotten something much more substantial than us, right?" His question instantly drew the attention of the rest of the squad. If even these minor contributors received such generous rewards, Shen Xingchen, the main force behind subduing the Divine Secret Realm, would surely receive rewards several times greater than theirs. Shen Xingchen didn't hide anything about this. He replied straightforwardly. "Commander Liu said he'd promote me to full-fledged squad member as an exception." The announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the room. Every pair of eyes turned to Shen Xingchen with envy. That was a position in the Shen City official squad. Such status was something even the mayor of a provincial capital wouldn't trade for. With such status, one could say future cultivation resources would never be a concern. All he needed to do was cultivate. Every other resource would be fully provided by the organization. Cultivation without a single worry, just the thought of it felt utterly exhilarating. Yet Shen Xingchen's next words stunned everyone. "But I declined. I'd like to take this opportunity to inform everyone that I'm leaving Shenzhen today to continue my studies." The moment these words left his mouth, the earlier gasps of astonishment vanished instantly. Everyone, including Wang Tianqing, stared at Shen Xingchen with stunned expressions, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He actually turned down the invitation to become a full-time team member? And the reason was to return to high school? No way, man. Do you have any idea how many top-tier university students out there would fight tooth and nail, even to the point of bloodshed, for a spot on the reserve team? And now you tell us you're turning down a spot on the main team just to finish high school? Is the world gone mad, or have we? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily doubting their own ears. Wang Tianqing confirmed directly. You turned down a spot on the Shenzhen exploration team just to go back to high school? Did I hear that correctly? Shen Xingchen nodded and said. Yes. Youth shouldn't have regrets. I also want to experience the Gokao. Of course, that was just an excuse. In his previous life, Shen Xingchen had already experienced the Gokao. This time, he had returned to Changnan because a medium-scale beast tide was about to erupt across the entire Xizang province. Subsequent investigations revealed. This beast tide was inextricably linked to the 10,000 Beasts cult. Whether for the safety of Xizang's citizens or for the black gold demonic patterns on his own body, Shen Xingchen had compelling reasons to return. Listening to his youthful explanation, the others swallowed hard, suppressing the astonishment on their faces. Uncomprehending, yet respectful. Wang Tianqing patted Shen Xingchen on the shoulder and said, no matter what, the third squad of Shen City is your second home. Come back often when you can. Honestly, kid, if you hadn't said anything, we'd never have guessed you were still in high school. What kind of high schooler is this? Makes us old-timers look like useless junk. Shen Xingchen smiled but didn't respond. Wang Tianqing continued. Let's grab dinner together tonight for one last gathering. Afterward, I'll send you back with my fictive faster than any other mode of transport. Guaranteed not to delay your class tomorrow. Shen Xingchen wouldn't refuse such an invitation. He smiled and nodded in agreement. The dinner was set to take place at Wang Tianqing's home. As he put it, we're family, so hosting at home feels more intimate. Shen Xingchen arrived 15 minutes early with Bai Xie knocking on the door. Coming, coming. A loud reply echoed from inside. Moments later, the door swung open. Wang Tianqing, sporting an apron and chef's hat that actually made him look quite the part, greeted them. His eyes lit up as he took in Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie standing side by side. Oh, my sister-in-law's here too. Come on in. No need to change shoes, it's our own home, why bother? Just come right in. A faint blush flashed across Bai Xie's pale, cold face. Shen Xingchen, however, had no shame whatsoever and strode right into the room. The moment he entered, an overwhelmingly pungent aroma of spices assaulted his nostrils. Wang Tianqing chuckled. I know you folks from Xizang love spicy food, so I made a few extra spicy dishes. Shen Xingchen nodded, ready to help out in the kitchen, but Wang Tianqing pushed him back out. He said. Those brats are already helping inside. The kitchen's too small to fit that many people. Shen Xingchen had no choice but to give up. He sat back down on the living room sofa and glanced up to see the wedding photo hanging on the wall. He raised an eyebrow. The man in the photo was dashing and handsome, with jet black hair and striking good looks, nothing like the bald captain he was now. The woman in the photo was equally gentle and lovely, exceptionally beautiful. Wang Tianqing was married? Wasn't he only 25? If he's married, where's his wife? Countless questions flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. He nudged Bai Xie beside him with his elbow, gesturing for her to look at the wedding photo hanging on the wall. Since entering the room, Bai Xie had been in a daze. It took Shen Xingchen nudging her 2 or 3 times before she snapped out of it with a startled gasp. What were you thinking about? Still feeling tired? Haven't recovered yet? Shen Xingchen asked with concern. After all, Bai Xie had endured several major battles, it was only natural she hadn't fully recovered. Not everyone possessed his monstrous constitution. Bai Xie shook her head, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She bit her lower lip, glanced toward the kitchen, then leaned close to whisper in Shen Xingchen's ear. I smell a familiar medicinal scent. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen sniffed the air. Sure enough, beneath the pungent aroma of spices, an extremely faint medicinal scent wafted through the air. The scent was faint to begin with, and now the air was filled with the aroma of chili peppers and cumin, making it easy for Shen Xingchen to miss it first. But Bai Xie, whose abilities were weaker than his and whose senses were less acute, had detected it. Your nose is pretty sharp. Shen Xingchen chuckled. He didn't think much of it. For an expedition team constantly facing life-threatening situations, medicinal scents lingering in their quarters were perfectly normal. Take Shen Xingchen himself, his backpack contained several precious herbs and elixirs. If one sniffed closely, the scent of medicinal herbs and pills lingered on him too. Bai Xie shook her head, glancing at the kitchen before turning her gaze to the tightly closed bedroom door. It's not that my nose is sensitive. I've smelled this medicinal scent for 10 years. This medicine is exactly the same as what my mother used for her illness. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's smile froze on his face. Chapter 165, Past Memories. Shen Xingchen's smile froze, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward the closed bedroom door. The 10,000 Beasts cult was reviled as the most heinous heretical sect not only because its followers carried out beheading campaigns against martial arts masters and prodigies across nations, but also because a decade ago, as the cult faced collapse, it had secretly released a deadly toxin worldwide. The toxin was silent, colorless, and odorless. To this day, scientists and medical experts worldwide still couldn't identify its true nature or develop a complete cure. At the time, approximately 1 in 1,000 ordinary people and 1 in 1,000,000 martial artists worldwide were infected. Most died instantly, while a small fraction survived by sheer luck. Yet even those who survived were reduced to near vegetative states. Their bodies underwent bizarre, beast-like transformations. Excessive hair growth, sharp claws. It was a tragic era, with countless people losing their loved ones. Bai Xia's mother had contracted this very disease, leaving her bedridden and in a persistent coma. The Great Xia government provided free medication to suppress the beastification for these surviving patients. But anyone who had cared for patients knew. Being confined to bed for years takes a tremendous toll on the human body. Constant massage, medication application, and body turning were essential to maximize the patient's lifespan. Free medication alone is insufficient. If there truly existed a cure for this affliction, Shen Xingchen, with his family background, would have healed Bai Xia's mother long ago. Shen Xingchen glanced once more at the photograph hanging on the wall, sighed softly, and said no more. Bai Xia stared blankly at the photograph on the wall, seemingly lost in thoughts of her family far away in Changnan. The silence didn't last long. Soon, Wang Tianqing and the others emerged from the kitchen, each carrying platters of hearty dishes. Oil-marinated fish, 3-cup chicken, and lotus flower blood duck. These are all specialties from your Shangjiang region. Try them and see if they're authentic. Wang Tianqing removed his hat, rubbing his bald head expectantly. Shen Xingchen didn't hesitate, taking a bite with his chopsticks. His eyes lit up as he praised. What a masterful touch, Brother Wang. At this point, he added with feigned nonchalance. It's rare to see a man cook this well. Your wife is truly lucky. Brother Wang, you're only 25, how come you got married so early? At this, Wang Tianqing's smile stiffened slightly, but he quickly recovered his cheerful tone. When you meet the right person, you just get married. The teammates nearby teased. Captain Wang isn't 25 at all. He's just an old cucumber painted green, trying to look young. He's actually 34 this year. Wang Tianqing retorted. Shut up, you're the one who never stops talking. Can't I just be forever 25? Shen Xingchen understood and didn't press further, focusing instead on eating. His earlier praise hadn't been insincere. Wang Tianqing really had a knack for cooking. His dishes were a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Most crucially, he hadn't tasted hometown cuisine in over a month and was genuinely craving it now. What he hadn't anticipated was that after the other team members left, Wang Tianqing called him over. Pointing to a photo hanging on the wall, he asked. My wife is pretty, right? Shen Xingchen hadn't expected Wang Tianqing to bring up such a painful topic, but he played along. She's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And you were quite the looker back in the day, Brother Wang. How did you end up like this? Wang Tianqing shook his head. Gazing at the photo on the wall, a look of nostalgia spread across his face. That's just how it is when you get old. Do you know, Xingchen? I used to think people aged gradually. But later I realized aging happens in an instant. At this point, he shifted his tone and pointed toward the bedroom door. You've noticed it, haven't you? Shen Xingchen didn't beat around the bush, nodding. Is that my sister-in-law in there? Hearing this, Wang Tianqing froze for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. Without a word, he stood up, walked to the bedroom door, pushed it open, and gestured for Shen Xingchen and Bai Xia to enter. The moment the door opened, the faint medicinal scent intensified, becoming almost overpowering. I heard from a physician that high concentrations of medicinal herbs are beneficial for the body. The smell is a bit strong, bear with it. Wang Tianqing stood by the bedside, his words coming without turning his head. Shen Xingchen said nothing, stepping forward quickly to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Tianqing. Bai Xia followed behind him. Upon seeing the scene on the bed, both men froze in place, their faces betraying an uncontrollable surge of anger. On the pink, girlishly adorned bed lay a young girl with a childlike face and delicate features. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale, and her jet-black hair was exceptionally thick. Judging by her appearance, she was no more than 11 or 12 years old, perhaps even younger. In an instant, a thought flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. This couldn't possibly be Wang Tianqing's wife. She was his daughter. He fixed the other person with a questioning gaze. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of the portrait on the table. In the wooden frame, a black and white photograph stood out vividly. The woman in the photo wore a gentle smile, her features delicate and refined, an exact replica of the woman on the living room wall. The moment Shen Xingchen saw this photograph, everything clicked into place. His lips moved slightly, but he asked nothing. Instead, he stood silently beside the bed with Wang Tianqing. Wang Tianqing's face held infinite tenderness. He cast a reluctant glance at his daughter on the bed, then gestured to Shen Xingchen. 10 years ago, when she was just born, she was this tiny. So tiny, can you imagine? Barely bigger than either of our forearms, little, pink, and soft, like a little meatball. 10 years have passed, and she's grown this big, yet I've never once heard her call me dad. As he spoke, Wang Tianqing's eyes grew slightly moist. The virus from 10 years ago had taken his wife's life and robbed his daughter of her liveliness. All these years, he'd been working himself to the bone in the deep city exploration team, frantically taking on every job, desperately vying for credit, striving to improve himself. What for? Wasn't it to secure better medical care for his daughter? Once he became a full member of the exploration team, his daughter's medical care would instantly improve by several tiers. Even if his daughter never regained consciousness, indeed, Wang Tianqing didn't even know if she still possessed any sense of self. But as a father, he was giving everything he possibly could. So I must thank you, Stardust. You fulfilled this dream of mine as a father. Without you, I might have struggled for another 10 or 8 years. How many decades does one have in life? A decade is enough time for a little meatball to grow into a slender young woman. I simply couldn't wait that long. Thank you, Stardust. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, soaking his entire face. A decade is long enough for a girl to grow into a woman, yet he still couldn't wait for a single dad. Chapter 166, by CE and the Maid. On the return shuttle. Wang Tianqing sat up front humming a tune, as if nothing had ever happened. Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie sat in the back, gazing through the transparent glass at the clouds swirling around them. Layer upon layer, whiter than snow, softer than snow, like endless cotton candy. Scenes of Wang Tianqing's tear-streaked face kept flashing through Shen Xingchen's mind. He sighed softly. Even in his previous life, in the final moments before his death, no country had developed a cure for the virus. Even if, hypothetically, even if the poison could be completely purged from the body, the damage inflicted on the body by a decade of illness and the impact on the mind would remain indelible. The 10,000 Beasts Cult. Shen Xingchen silently repeated the name in his mind. A term that once existed only in textbooks now carried a weighty significance. Before this, Shen Xingchen had dismissed them as mere clowns flailing about, incapable of making any real impact. But now, he fully grasped the monstrous deeds that lay behind the title of the world's most notorious cult. If given the chance, Shen Xingchen would root it out completely. The flying shuttle moved swiftly, even though Changnan lay thousands of miles from Shenzhen. For the flying shuttle, it was merely a little over an hour's journey. The flying shuttle descended slowly, its destination none other than the Shen family manor. The Shen family estate spanned tens of thousands of meters of private grounds. Even with a flying shuttle landing, it wouldn't attract onlookers perfectly suited for the occasion. Upon reaching the destination, the shuttle's hatch opened automatically. Shen Xingchen thanked the pilot and prepared to step out, but Wang Tianqing called out to them. Shen Xingchen turned back, meeting Wang Tianqing's gaze. Wang Tianqing's lips moved for a moment before he gave a carefree smile and simply advised. Be careful. Don't act impulsively. Safety first. Shen Xingchen nodded and replied. Take care, Brother Wang. Wishing you a smooth breakthrough. By CI echoed Shen Xingchen. Take care, Brother Wang. Wishing you a smooth breakthrough. Wang Tianqing nodded and closed the hatch. Under the watchful eyes of Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie, the shuttle soared rapidly into the sky, piercing through the clouds, and soon vanished from sight. Standing once more upon the soil of Changnan. For a moment, Shen Xingchen felt as though he had been reborn. He glanced at Bai Xie standing beside him and remarked. After that trip to Shenzhen, your cultivation level is even higher than mine now. I'll be counting on you from now on, classmate. Hearing this, Bai Xie's pale, cold face flushed with embarrassment. On paper, her cultivation level was indeed one entire major realm higher than Shen Xingchen's. But when it came to actual combat prowess, 10 of her tied together wouldn't stand a chance against Shen Xingchen. Wasn't Shen Xingchen just dismissing her? The thought made Bai Xie shoot Shen Xingchen a withering glare before ignoring him. Shen Xingchen, unfazed, smiled and said. Come with me. I'll find a car to take you home. With that, he swiped his face to enter his estate. Bai Xie stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the estate's grand, expansive gates. Beyond them lay tier upon tier of villas and grasslands stretching as far as the eye could see, vast like a prairie. A wave of inferiority washed over her. She had heard that Shen Xingchen was backed by Changnan's wealthiest conglomerate, Xingshuang Group. She had merely heard about it, lacking any real sense of its magnitude. Now, confronted with this estate beyond her wildest dreams, Bai Xie felt rooted to the spot, unable to move for a long while. The gap was growing ever wider. From strength to talent to background, and even look, she seemed utterly outmatched by Shen Xingchen. He deserved better. For a moment, the already self-conscious and self-reliant girl grew even more self-conscious. She murmured softly. No need to walk me back. I'll go home on my own. I'm already a martial lord, this short distance is nothing. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen, who had already stepped through the gate, halted abruptly. He turned to Bai Xie, let out an exaggerated gasp, then leaned in close to her, his voice filled with disbelief. What? No way, good deskmate. You just became a martial marquis and already looked down on me, a lowly martial master? So, esteemed martial lord, does that mean everything I did for you before was wasted? His pitiful act immediately made Bai Xie burst into laughter. She snorted, a smile breaking across her icy features. She turned her head and sniffed. Not at all. That's not what I meant. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen sensed her awkwardness and immediately grabbed her wrist, saying, Then what are you waiting for? Come on in. Come on, follow me inside. Shen Xingchen possessed immense strength now, and Bai Xie couldn't resist. Of course, she had no intention of resisting either. Thus, she obediently let Shen Xingchen pull her into the estate. All the way, she pretended not to care while secretly observing the estate where Shen Xingchen had lived for 18 years, searching for any trace of his life there. Soon, Bai Xie was disappointed. The estate was vast, magnificent, and awe-inspiring. Yet every day, dedicated staff meticulously cleaned and maintained every corner of the estate. There wasn't a single trace of lived-in warmth to be found. This was completely different from her own home, a small 3-bedroom apartment under 100 square meters. In her small home, every corner was imbued with the rich traces of lived-in warmth. Is this what the life of the wealthy is like? Bai Xie thought to herself. Soon enough, she would witness the true opulence and decadence of Shen Xingchen's estate. As Shen Xingchen pulled Bai Xie toward the main hall, maids who sensed their approach swiftly formed 2 rows. They then curtsied and cooed in unison. "Welcome home, young master. You're finally back." Hearing this sweet-voiced welcome, Bai Xie's gaze swiftly withdrew from the beautiful scenery before her. Her eyebrow arched, the smile vanishing instantly from her face. The blossoms that had bloomed on the ice froze solid. Before Shen Xingchen stood nearly 20 women dressed in maid uniforms, black stockings and low-cut dresses, all bowing and greeting. So every day when he came home, 20 beauties in sexy uniforms lined the path to welcome him. The thought made Bai Xie tighten her grip, instantly wrenching her hand free from Shen Xingchen's grasp. Sensing this, Shen Xingchen glanced at the maids before him and inwardly groaned. "Oh, Mom and Dad, you've really put me in a bind." He gave an awkward chuckle and dismissed the maids. "Alright, everyone, back to your duties. And from now on, dress properly. What on earth are you wearing every day?" Hearing this response, so different from usual, the bowed maids looked up in surprise. Their eyes immediately fell upon the icy cold young woman standing behind Shen Xingchen. They gasped, giggling as they straightened their backs and covered their chests before retreating from Bai Xie's sight. Only then did Shen Xingchen offer a nonchalant smile and say, "My parents prefer this sort of thing, but I don't like it at all. Come in for a moment, and I'll send you home." Chapter 167, Apology. Observing Shen Xingchen's slightly awkward smile, Bai Xie's gaze shifted to the maids in miniskirts and black stockings who were hastily departing. She snorted coldly, mimicking the maid's address. "No need for the young master to see me out. I can manage on my own." Shen Xingchen's face flushed with embarrassment. Truth be told, in both his past and present lives, he'd never harbored any improper thoughts toward these maids. At most, he'd occasionally admired their outfits upon returning home. These maids had indeed been brought in by Shun Lang and Song Qingxuan. Their purpose was to snap Shen Xingchen out of his obsessive pursuit of Chu Shiyao, making him realize there were countless other women in the world to choose from. No need to hang himself on the rotten persimmon tree that was Chu Shiyao. Now that Shen Xingchen had finally seen the light, his parents still had no intention of dismissing these maids. After all, they'd grown accustomed to having them around. This time, Shen Xingchen had truly been set up by his parents. Seeing the awkwardness on Shen Xingchen's face, Bai Xie's heart softened slightly. Her tone softened as she said, "Fine, come in and sit. I need to head home soon to check on Mom and my sister. I haven't seen them in a month. You can walk me back." Just then, a resonant laugh echoed from behind them. Shen Lang strode toward them in a crisp suit, his voice booming. "Son, you're finally back. See those maids? Your mom hired them all. Do you like them?" Only then did he seem to notice Bai Xie. He gave her a slight nod and greeted her. "Xie's here too. Come on in and have a seat. The housekeeper should have dinner ready by now. Let's all eat together, we're family." With such a warm invitation from an elder, Bai Xie naturally couldn't refuse. Besides, Shen Lang had just confirmed that those maids were indeed hired by Shen Xingchen's mother, not brought in by him for lustful reasons. Which meant she had wrongly accused Shen Xingchen. As for Shen Lang's words, she hadn't even considered that possibility. After all, who was Shen Lang? He was the chairman of Xingxuan Group, the helmsman of a top-tier multinational conglomerate. Such a high-ranking figure would never lie over such a trivial matter. She nodded obediently and followed Shen Lang and Shen Xingchen into the living room. What she didn't see, however, was Shen Lang ahead of her, winking and nodding at Shen Xingchen, silently asking, "How about that? Was your dad's timely intervention spot on?" Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow in silent thanks. Poor Bai Xie, being played like a puppet by this capitalist father-son duo. Though they had already dined in Shenzhen. But everyone present was a martial artist with exceptional digestive capacity, and extra dinner was no problem at all. After dinner, Shen Xingchen offered to escort Bai Xie home. Shen Lang saw them out the door. Watching their side-by-side retreating figures, he discreetly pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to his wife, accompanied by 3 sinister smiley faces. Arriving at the garage, Shen Xingchen didn't choose his little electric scooter like before. Times had changed. Shen Xingchen had become quite the figure in Changnan. Add to that his strikingly handsome, highly recognizable face. Riding his scooter out would likely draw recognition from passers-by, potentially leading to a crowd forming and hindering his efficiency in escorting Bai Xie home. Therefore, he opted for a sedan, a vehicle offering both safety and performance as his mode of transportation. Both settled into their seats as Shen Xingchen expertly started the engine. The car smoothly glided out of the estate. During the journey, Bai Siye discreetly glanced at Shen Xingchen's profile, recalling how she had wrongly accused him and given him the cold shoulder earlier. Her thoughts turned to this, and Bai Siye's hand resting on her thigh tightened slightly. Her pale fingers dug into the soft flesh of her thigh, leaving visible red marks. After much deliberation, she decided to apologize to Shen Xingchen. After all, she wasn't some unreasonable, wicked woman. "I'm sorry," Bai Siye murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Shen Xingchen, focused on driving, didn't catch her words. He gave a soft ha and turned his head slightly toward Bai Siye. Bai Siye raised her voice slightly. "Sorry for snapping at you earlier. It was my fault. I shouldn't have gotten angry without understanding the facts first." "Oh, I see. It's fine, it's fine." Shen Xingchen laughed it off, though he felt a twinge of guilt inside. He really didn't deserve this apology. After all, his own eyes hadn't exactly been honest earlier. The speed of an ordinary car naturally couldn't compare to that of the Deep City Exploration Team's shuttle. But to Bai Siye, the ride felt incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they were home. As she stepped out, she casually glanced at Shen Xingchen's face and said, "Well, I'll be going then?" Shen Xingchen smiled and waved her off. Go ahead, go ahead. See you tomorrow." Hearing this, Bai Siye's pale face flushed slightly. Without another word, she closed the car door and walked into the house. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He didn't even show a hint of reluctance to see me off. Not a single word to keep me here. Bai Siye thought angrily, determined to ignore Shen Xingchen, that stupid pig, for the rest of the day. Turning on the living room light, Bai Siye immediately spotted the roses her sister had tended so well, and her expression softened once more. A month had passed, and under her instructions and her sister's care, the roses remained as vibrant and lush as ever. The crimson blooms instantly transported her back to that afternoon. With that thought, she pulled out her phone, unlocked it, opened the messaging app, tapped Shen Xingchen's profile picture, and sent him an emoji of a big wooden mallet smacking someone on the head. Just as Shen Xingchen was about to drive away, his phone buzzed. Opening his phone, he saw the message from Bai Siye. Completely baffled, he simply replied with a question mark. Holding her phone, Bai Siye saw the solitary question mark on the screen, and her entire face fell. Her pale fingers tapped lightly on Shen Xingchen's profile picture as she muttered under her breath, "You idiot!" Putting her phone away, Bai Siye tiptoed toward her mother's room. A strong medicinal scent hit her immediately. She gently turned her mother's body to confirm her younger sister had cared for her well before feeling at ease. She slipped out of the room and quietly entered her younger sister's bedroom, a faint smile touching her lips. On the pink little bed, Bai Xixing lay sprawled out in a sprawling, unbecoming manner, the blanket she'd been covered with long since kicked to the side. Bai Siye tucked the quilt around her sister, gently caressed her delicate cheek, and whispered softly, "You've been so hardworking." With that, she slipped a 1,000 yuan bill under her sister's pillow. Little girls at this age love beauty and fun. Most of all, they should have a little pocket money of their own. Bai Siye knew firsthand how difficult life could be without money, so she wasn't like her sister, she was just like her younger self. Later, Bai Siye bought some daily necessities and her sister's favorite snacks at a nearby supermarket. Her little home wasn't big. It wasn't as grand and expansive as Shen Xingchen's estate. Yet it was equally filled with the people she cherished. Chapter 168, The Martial Lord. Early the next morning, Shen Xingchen jolted awake from his sleep. He sat bolt upright. The echo of a roaring river filled the empty room. Hearing this sound, a hint of delight flashed across Shen Xingchen's face. In his sleep, his body had fully refined all the divine beast's essence blood. Thus, the mercury blood was now utterly perfected. Paisho devouring heaven body, the 5 layers of physical forging skin, flesh, meridians, bones, and blood were all perfectly completed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from every part of Shen Xingchen's body. His nearly perfected physique propelled his internal chi and blood energy to soar skyward. Then, with a thunderous boom, the pores all over his body, previously sealed tight like those of a Paisho, opened wide. Steaming white mist billowed from every pore of Shen Xingchen's body. His chi and blood surged by hundreds of points. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xingchen had ascended to the martial marquis realm. This was the true power of the S-grade body forging technique. Shen Xingchen had not wasted the 100 billion great xia coins he had poured into this forging technique. Moreover, he now possessed an exceptionally solid and complete foundation for the 6th layer, the nurturing evil realm. Once Shen Xingchen found a few more heavenly treasures to cultivate his demonic energy and further enhance its quality, he would be able to advance to the 7th layer of the Paisho devouring heaven body. As these thoughts swirled, Shen Xingchen's mind drifted back to the rare treasures he had used to cultivate his energy in his previous life. After a moment, he shook his head slightly. No. Absolutely not. This time around, he had forged his aura using the world's will as its foundation. Ordinary heavenly treasures could no longer be used to nurture it. If he were to use ordinary heavenly treasures to nurture the malevolent energy, the quantity and scale of the killing energy might increase, but its quality would inevitably decline. This was naturally not what Shen Xingchen, who pursued perfection, desired to see. His cultivation progress was already exceptionally rapid. What he needed now was high-quality development. As this thought crossed his mind, several top-tier treasures flashed through Shen Xingchen's consciousness. He licked his parched lips. Each of these treasures rivaled the very will of the world itself. If he could use them to nourish his own killing intent, his Paisho devouring heaven body would undoubtedly become unprecedentedly powerful. It might even surpass the creator of the body forging technique himself. The only regret was that treasures of this caliber couldn't be bought with money alone. Even power and influence might not secure them. Wealth, power, and influence all require extraordinary luck. Shen Xingchen had no doubts about his own fortune. He pulled out his phone and messaged his dedicated customer service representative at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, sending the names of the rare treasures he required. The 24/7 dedicated customer service representative immediately replied. Dear Mr. Shen, the Changnan branch currently lacks the requested treasures in stock. I will immediately contact our regional branches and the Beijing headquarters. I will provide specific details by noon today. After handling the matter, Shen Xingchen got out of bed. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Since his physical constitution and vital energy far surpass those of fellow practitioners at his cultivation level, doesn't that mean he, now having reached the martial marquis realm, could attempt aerial flight? Without hesitation, Shen Xingchen headed straight to the martial arts room. As usual, he measured his qi and blood levels. 100,847. He then measured his soul strength. The numbers on the instrument panel flashed wildly before finally settling on an utterly terrifying figure. Shen Xingchen counted the digits carefully, a faint smile spreading across his face. 118,000. 118,000 points of divine soul strength. This was already the level of a martial sovereign. Such divine soul strength endowed Shen Xingchen with perception abilities and neural reaction speeds beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Without exaggeration, if he unleashed his full perception right now, half of Changnan City would be mapped within his mind. This was the might of a martial sovereign. Even the strongest warriors in most provinces of the Great Xia Empire were merely martial sovereigns. After testing his stats, Shen Xingchen swiftly commenced flight trials. Drawing upon his past life experience, he projected his qi and blood outward. Instantly, crimson clouds of vital energy enveloped his entire body. The projected vital energy lifted his heavy frame upward. Soon, Shen Xingchen felt a sensation of weightlessness. This vital energy, far denser and more potent than that of an ordinary martial lord, proved capable of supporting his body, enabling a state akin to soaring through the air. Initially, his movements felt somewhat stiff. However, drawing upon his past life's experience, Shen Xingchen soon mastered the control of his vital energy to near perfection. His speed in mid-air grew increasingly swift, rivaling that of an ordinary martial sovereign. Compared to true aerial flight, however, his vital energy was too conspicuous, making the whole thing seem less impressive. But flying was all that mattered, style was secondary. Besides, no matter how impressive aerial flight might be, it couldn't possibly surpass the prestige of his spatial traversal. With this thought, Shen Xingchen's mind stirred, and spatial fluctuations erupted violently before him. The stable space cracked open, revealing fine black-purple fragments. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black spatial wormhole materialized before him. Propelled by his vital energy, Shen Xingchen needed not move a muscle as he plunged directly into the spatial wormhole. The next instant, an identical spatial wormhole materialized outside the martial arts room. Shen Xingchen's body emerged from the wormhole outside the martial arts room. The combination of aerial flight and spatial traversal elevated his mobility to an unimaginable level. Combined with the B-grade divine transformation technique granted by the Black Gold Throne, Shen Xingchen's soul weakness was now completely rectified. He is now a true all-around warrior. By the time he finished all this, the sky had already begun to brighten. Shen Xingchen glanced up at the sky, returned to his room to wash up, and then collected the prepared breakfast from the housekeeper. He still didn't opt for the electric scooter, instead driving the same car as yesterday toward Changnan First High School. After a month apart, he wondered how those sweet, innocent classmates were doing. Changnan No. 1 High School, top-tier class. Every student in the room wore a look of resentment. A tall, dark-skinned student slammed his fist on the desk and shouted in discontent. Damn it! What are those people playing at? Saying Changnan High, the provincial capital, can't produce any real talent? Calling us all useless, wasting resources? Put. If it weren't for Brother Shen and sister by being absent, would these punks even dare mock us? The moment he finished, someone chimed in. And the higher-ups even issued an order forbidding us from revealing anything about Shen Xingchen and by CA. We can't even fight back, we just have to take their mockery and ridicule. It's infuriating. Some were furious, others sighed. Sigh, I wonder how Brother Lu and Sister Bai are doing. We haven't heard from them in days. At this, the crowd fell silent. Ever since Shen Xingchen sent that message days ago, no matter how much they inquired or showed concern, he hadn't replied once. Chapter 169, No Honor in Combat. The students present fell into a heavy silence, their earlier frustration and discontent now giving way to worry. The speaker from earlier continued to ramble. Just think about how badly Brother Shen was injured back then. And in that state, could he really be okay? And Sister Bai, I heard she went to Shenzhen to participate in the Divine Secret Realm. The Divine Secret Realm. Those 4 characters struck like a sledgehammer, slamming into everyone's hearts and darkening their expressions. As martial cultivators, they knew this realm's name all too well. The less than 1% success rate cast his shadow over every heart. Lu Jinhao, the dark-faced giant, slammed his fist on the table and roared. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Shen's family is so wealthy and influential, what illness can't they cure? Teacher Li's injuries were severe too, yet he recovered, didn't he? And then there's Bai Si, yes, she's a top-tier genius with S-class martial talent. The Divine Secret Realm is tough, but passing isn't impossible. Good things come to those who deserve them. After Shen Xingchen and Bai Si departed, Lu Jinhao and Chu Shiyao, both possessing a great martial arts talent, suddenly became the top students in the elite class. However, due to the extremely poor relationship between Chu Shiyao and Shen Xingchen, consequently, Lu Jinhao now held near total sway within the elite class. His words clearly carried a certain weight. Instantly, the worry faded from everyone's faces as they murmured in unison. Yeah, Brother Shen has the Xingxuan group backing him. A little injury like that? He can heal it in no time. Exactly. Why are you being such a downer? You get discouraged just from a couple of taunts? Don't be such a wimp, okay? Changnan is the provincial capital after all, don't embarrass us. But soon, a more pressing reality was voiced. But if Brother Shen and Sister Bai aren't here, how are we supposed to handle the provincial competition? During the previous cross-city exchange, we were already crushed by cities like Ganzhou. If we lose the provincial competition too, our future cultivation resources might dwindle significantly. The crowd fell silent once more. This ironclad reality couldn't be resolved with mere words of encouragement. Reduced resources would be a catastrophic blow to students at this critical juncture. One misstep could push their college entrance exam scores down an entire tier. As the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy, someone began muttering under their breath. Damn, William. Not a single one of these foreigners is any good. Those who aren't of our kind must have ulterior motives. They were pretending to be nice before, huh? Some people are blind yet insist on clinging to them. See how they treat you? This remark was clearly aimed at Chu Shiyao. After being blocked by Shen Xingchen, Chu Shiyao had grown noticeably quieter. Even when other classmates tried to engage her directly, she remained indifferent. Days had passed since the deletion, yet the bitter regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. The thought of what could have been becoming the young mistress of a multinational conglomerate like Xingxuan Group only intensified her agony. If she could do it all over again, she would accept Shen Xingchen's advances without hesitation. But now, it was too late for any regrets. Just then, Shen Xingchen hummed a tune as he walked into the classroom. Even though he'd been absent for over a month, his desk remained quietly in its original spot. Its surface was spotless, clearly maintained by someone who cleaned it regularly. Shen Xingchen plopped down into his chair and met the ghostly stares of his classmates with a smile. What's the matter? Never seen a handsome guy before? Only when he spoke did the eerie silence in the classroom finally break. In an instant, the once quiet classroom became livelier than a bustling market. Countless students leaped from their seats, crowding around Shen Xingchen with delighted shouts. Brother Shen, you're finally back. We've missed you like crazy. Brother Shen, without you here, we've been getting bullied to death by that Guangzhou gang these past days. Not only were they brutal and heavy-handed, but their mouths were filthy too. We couldn't fight back or talk back, it was unbearably frustrating. Listening to his classmates' complaints, Shen Xingchen chuckled. That bad? What kind of strength do they have to make you guys complain so much? The crowd chimed in all at once. There are several official martial artists, and one is even in the late stages of martial cultivation. Ganzhou must have hit the jackpot, they actually produced an S-tier martial talent this year. Heh, that guy's a real bastard, he hits like a beast. Sometimes we'd clearly surrender and admit defeat, but he'd still keep attacking until the referee pulled him off. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's brows furrowed slightly. In combat, winning and losing are just part of the game. And when it comes to fighting, we're all young, a little trash talk now and then is understandable. But when someone concedes defeat and you still keep hitting them, isn't that taking advantage a bit too far? And judging by the tone of his classmates, this wasn't just a one-time thing? This kid really needed a lesson. Shen Xingchen frowned and asked. Hasn't his behavior resulted in disqualification? By the rules, such repeated offenses should warrant an immediate suspension. Hearing his question, the student beside him grew even more furious, his face flushing crimson. Ganzhou is so corrupt. Because of that incident earlier, the competition venue was moved from Changnan to Ganzhou. And what happened? The referees and judges were all their people, they just pretended not to see this minor infraction. How infuriating is that? Our complaints fell on deaf ears. Damn it, if it weren't for that, Ganzhou wouldn't have become the provincial capital. They don't deserve it. Shen Xingchen chuckled. The provincial capital issue had long been a source of friction between Changnan and Guangzhou. Guangzhou even had a saying. Friends come with fine wine, Changnan people come with hunting rifles. He'd assumed such animosity was confined to the older generation, but now it seemed the younger crowd was caught up in it too. He waved his hand dismissively. Alright, I get it. Next time I get the chance, I'll avenge you and teach that kid a lesson. At these words, everyone's faces lit up with joy. As for whether Shen Xingchen could defeat the top fighter of Gan province, that question never crossed their minds. After all, Brother Shen could wipe out a martial level expert in a single month's time, and even send martial level masters running for their lives. He was the world's undisputed top genius, without equal. Now, a month later, who knew how far his strength had advanced? He could likely crush even martial sovereigns with ease. For some minor late-stage martial artist to think he could challenge Shen Xingchen? Dream on. Soon, everyone noticed the empty spot beside Shen Xingchen. Hey, Brother Shen, where's Sister Bai? Hasn't she returned yet? Someone quickly retorted. Are you stupid? Sister Bai entered the divine secret realm. She won't be back for at least 35 days. It's only been a few days, there's no way she's back yet. Chapter 170, The Mastermind Behind the Beast Tide. The student who had asked the question scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. I was just so excited to see Brother Shen, I completely forgot. But Shen Xingchen shook his head. No, Bai Xie is back too. She might still be on her way. You all go back now. Class is about to start. Hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Though none of them had participated in the divine secret realm, every cultivator knew its name and rules inside out. At least 35 days of secret realm time. Bai Xie had gone to Shen City, and it clearly hadn't been 35 days yet. Which meant Bai Xie had failed? But how could she have survived failure? The crowd was filled with puzzlement, yet they wisely refrained from further comment. After Shen Xingchen spoke, he sensibly returned to his seat. Whispered conversations among the crowd, however, continued unabated. Shen Xingchen couldn't control what others whispered. He pulled out his lunchbox, 2 containers as usual. One rested on Bai Xie's desk, the other on his own. It had been ages since he'd had breakfast from home. Shen Xingchen was filled with nostalgia. He swiftly opened the lunchbox, and a rich aroma wafted out. The rich aroma instantly filled the entire classroom. In an instant, the sound of people swallowing their saliva echoed throughout the room. Damn it! It had taken them over a month to barely forget the scent of Shen Xingchen's breakfast. Now, Shen Xingchen had stirred up their cravings all over again. If they could just get one bite of that breakfast, they'd gladly trade their mansions and luxury cars for it. Even after Shen Xingchen finished flaunting his breakfast, Bai Xie's seat remained empty. He glanced over, pulled out his phone, opened the chat window, and asked, "Why aren't you here yet? The food's getting cold." Bai Xie didn't reply. Only 10 minutes later, as the class bell rang, did Bai Xie finally walk into the classroom. Before she could even sit down, she whispered an explanation to Shen Xingchen. My little sister hasn't seen me in a month and was being clingy, so I spent a little extra time with her. I was rushing over and didn't check my phone. Shen Xingchen smiled and nudged her to hurry up and eat breakfast. Just then, the instructor walked in clutching a stack of handouts. He first scanned the classroom, then paused his gaze on Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie, a smile touching his lips. Well, a rare sight. A wave of good-natured chuckles rippled through the classroom. The teacher didn't dwell on it, offering just a light-hearted remark before beginning the lesson. With the teacher lecturing at the front, Bai Xie couldn't possibly eat such a fragrant breakfast. She stuck out her tongue, stuffed the breakfast from the table into her desk pocket, and whispered, "I'll eat it after class." By the time class ended, news of Shen Xingchen's return had already spread throughout the entire school. The entire senior class rushed to the scene, crowding the hallway outside the honors classroom to gawk. Only when Principal Wang Shujian's stern voice echoed did the crowd scatter in panic. What are you staring at? Instead of focusing on improving your skills, you're wasting your days loafing around. Did your parents send you to school to run around like this? But when he reached Shen Xingchen, his expression softened. He lowered his voice. Everything normal? Shen Xingchen nodded. Everything's normal. After a brief conversation outside the classroom to confirm Shen Xingchen was unharmed, the principal nodded and said, "Stay safe. We're counting on you and Bai Xie to bring glory to our school the day after tomorrow. This past month has been utterly humiliating for me." The day after tomorrow marks the official start of the provincial competition. The venue remains in Gan Prefecture. On the very second day of the competition, when the event was reaching its critical phase, a medium-sized beast tide erupted silently. At that time, most of Xinjiang province's forces were deployed to ensure the smooth running of the competition, leaving the border defenses vulnerable. By the time anyone noticed the beast tide descending, it was already too late. Following that battle, Xinjiang province's economy suffered a direct setback of 5 to 10 years. Already the weakest province in the central region, it never recovered from that blow. Even with the support of top-tier conglomerates like Xing Shuang Group within the province, the decline was impossible to conceal. The economic collapse was merely the lesser concern. That beast tide directly claimed the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers and officers, along with thousands of civilians, shattering countless families. The entire province of Xinjiang observed a month of mourning, shrouded in white, to honor the fallen. In this lifetime, Shen Xingchen could not allow such tragedy to repeat itself. He must uncover the cause of the beast tide in advance and halt it before it fully materializes. But with Xinjiang being so vast, where could he possibly find the root cause of the beast tide's eruption? While giving perfunctory responses to Wang Shujian, Shen Xingchen meticulously recalled every detail of the beast tide's eruption from his previous life. One thing was certain. That beast tide had materialized inexplicably outside every city in Xinjiang. It was as if someone had placed a massive spatial teleportation array around the outskirts of every city in Xinjiang province, then transported countless ferocious beasts to the city limits. This must be the work of humans. At this thought, Shen Xingchen's eyes flashed. If the perpetrator's actions were indeed related to spatial teleportation, then it would actually be easier to handle. As the master of the little black dragon, he possessed the top-tier innate talent, Spatial Master. Moreover, the power of this talent would grow alongside his cultivation realm. At present, Shen Xingchen could clearly detect every spatial fluctuation within his perception range. As a natural spatial divine beast, the little black dragon's ability to sense spatial fluctuations was no less than Shen Xingchen's. Thus, Shen Xingchen remained stationed in northern Xinjiang, monitoring spatial fluctuations. The little black dragon heads to the southern part of the West River, sensing spatial fluctuations. The spatial teleportation array must be set up in advance. Should either Shen Xingchen or the little black dragon detect even the slightest abnormal fluctuation, he could swiftly apprehend the person who placed the spatial teleportation array. Then, like pulling a radish and bringing up the mud, he would uncover every single mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, Shen Xingchen had an inexplicable premonition. This time, the mastermind behind it all was undoubtedly connected to the 10,000 Beasts sect. After all, only the 10,000 Beasts cult could wield such terrifying methods as manipulating a beast tide. Moreover, he was determined to track down a member of the 10,000 Beasts cult to interrogate them thoroughly about the true nature of those demonic runes, divine patterns, and the black gold throne with its shadowy figure. Xingchen, are you listening to me? Wang Shujian waved his hand in front of Shen Xingchen's face. Shen Xingchen snapped back to attention. Ha! I'm listening. Seeing his expression, Wang Shujian knew he hadn't been listening. But Wang Shujian didn't mind. What he was saying was just meaningless chatter anyway. Listening or not made no difference. He simply expressed his concern. Xingchen, don't push yourself too hard. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You've already done well enough. Get some proper rest these next couple days. Alright, you go back. I won't bother you anymore. With that, he turned and walked away. Shen Xingchen returned to the classroom. Chapter 171, A Rank Sword Technique. Shen Xingchen spent the day in a light-hearted, carefree, and leisurely manner. He listened attentively in class during the morning and took charge of teaching lessons in the afternoon. This leisurely day left him feeling utterly refreshed, both physically and spiritually. The exhaustion previously caused by the black gold throne draining his vital energy had completely vanished. Cultivating martial arts was like studying. It required a balance of work and rest. During this time, Xu Shiyao repeatedly tried to strike up a conversation with Shen Xingchen, hesitantly seeking to mend their relationship. Shen Xingchen didn't even glance at her, utterly disinterested in her attempts to win him over. Feeling Shen Xingchen's customary coldness, Xu Shiyao's face turned ashen. She stumbled home in a daze and burst into tears. That night unfolded exactly as Shen Xingchen had anticipated. After falling asleep, he once again entered his consciousness space. Deep darkness enveloped him from all sides, save for the center where a black gold throne, bathed in a white pillar of light, stood strikingly prominent. First time was unfamiliar, second time was familiar. Shen Xingchen approached the black gold throne as before. His eyes flickered as a bold idea formed in his mind. If the world's will could serve as nourishment for the Pisho swallowing heaven's chi, then this mysterious black gold throne before him might just be the perfect raw material for cultivating that same malevolent energy. After all, the Pisho devouring heaven physique was famed as a miraculous constitution that consumed all things under heaven. With this thought, Shen Xingchen's large hand caressed the throne's armrest. He focused his mind, attempting to summon the malevolent energy within his body. Yet the aura, usually utterly obedient, now proved completely unresponsive. Noticing this, Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze inward. A flicker of realization soon crossed his face. The consciousness entity within his mental space was constructed from pure divine soul energy. The malevolent energy, however, resided within Shen Xingchen's physical body in the real world. Therefore, the consciousness realm could not access such a thing as the aura of malevolence. However, Shen Xingchen did not abandon this idea. For once the Pisho swallows heaven cultivation technique reached its highest level, the Sha Qi would no longer be confined within his body, it would manifest within his divine soul as well. That would be the day he devoured and refined the black gold throne. But for now, the greater priority was to squeeze every last ounce of utility from this black gold throne. With that thought, Shen Xingchen hesitated no longer and plopped himself down onto the throne. His body molded naturally to the seat, as if he had sat upon it countless times before. Soon, sharp barbs protruded from the throne's surface, gently piercing Shen Xingchen's body. A luminous screen, black as its base with golden characters, unfolded before his eyes once more. User's Chi Blood Strength, Martial Sovereign. Maximum Martial Skill Deduction Level, a rank. Maximum Simulable Level, Transcendent. Direction of deduction, determined by the user. Time required, 3 months. Use Divine Runes to accelerate simulation? Shen Xingchen selected the simulation direction with practiced ease. Since his weaknesses in footwork and agility had already been addressed, it was only natural that his current simulation focused on his greatest strength, sword techniques. Shen Xingchen was now within striking distance of the martial sovereign realm. It was time to contemplate how to construct his martial ladder. The more grand and all-encompassing the martial ladder, the better. Yet no matter what, a ladder must have a main frame. The height and sturdiness of the main frame directly determine the height and stability of the entire martial ladder. For someone like Shen Xingchen, the sword naturally served as that main framework. In his previous life, he specialized in offensive sword techniques that mimicked birds in flight. Techniques like Great Eagle Soaring South, Swallow Skyfly, Feather Immortal, and Phoenix Blaze each possessed devastating power and blinding speed. This left the Shen Xingchen of his previous life with overwhelming offensive power but lacking in substance and endurance. It was precisely this flaw that led to Shen Xingchen's demise during the beast-tide assault. A blade too sharp will break itself. In this life, all beings that soar through the skies, tread upon the earth, or glide through the waters would be internalized into Shen Xingchen's sword techniques. He would possess the grace of birds, the weight of beasts, and the enduring, flowing essence of water. With this realization, Shen Xingchen set the course for his martial arts evolution. Beast-style sword techniques. Consuming divine patterns. Once the path was chosen, the countless barbed hooks embedded in Shen Xingchen's body swiftly sucked at his flesh and vital energy. Translucent spikes were gradually filled with viscous blood. The dormant throne seemed to come alive in that moment, trembling faintly with Shen Xingchen's breath. After consuming the divine rune, the time required to simulate the martial art plummeted from 3 months to a mere hour. A mere hour was a weight Shen Xingchen could afford. He sat steadily upon the throne, eyes gently closed, spending the hour in deep meditation. When the hour ended, countless insights and sword principles flooded Shen Xingchen's mind. The aura emanating from his body abruptly shifted, transforming from ethereal and light to one as heavy and imposing as a towering mountain. Though he sat still, he now radiated an immovable presence, like Mount Tai standing firm. Simultaneously, his divine soul power surged outward, materializing into a massive, heavy sword in his right hand. Unlike the slender, delicate blades commonly seen, this was a two-handed blade, its edge exceptionally broad and thick. Rather than a greatsword, it resembled a block of unfinished mystical iron. Gripping the massive blade with both hands, Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, he leapt from the throne as if mountains were rising from the earth. In that instant, the earth trembled and mountains shook, as if an earthquake had struck or Mount Tai itself had collapsed. An unimaginable aura erupted from Shen Xingchen. In that instant of overwhelming power unleashed, the colossal sword in Shen Xingchen's grasp came crashing down. In that instant, the stable consciousness space trembled violently. Where the greatsword fell, the dense darkness was shattered clean away. A broad, golden path unfolded before Shen Xingchen's eyes. Grade A sword technique, Mountains Fall, executed with divine mastery. Mountains plummeted from the heavens, their might striking terror into the enemy. Overwhelming momentum instantly locked onto the enemy, the broad blade sealing off all escape routes. A single strike, truly like mountains crashing down from the heavens, unavoidable, unblockable. Moreover, the descending greatsword unleashed a colossal shockwave, obliterating everything in its vicinity. It is perfectly suited for confronting groups of enemies. For Shen Xingchen, this masterful A-rank sword technique served a crucial purpose. It broadened the scope of his swordplay and expanded the foundational framework of his martial arts. After testing the martial skill, that familiar dizziness once again enveloped his entire body. Shen Xingchen's body swayed, crashing toward the ground. Just as his head was about to strike the ground, the real-world Shen Xingchen's body shuddered, and he snapped back to consciousness. The expected wave of weakness and exhaustion swept over his entire body. Already prepared, Shen Xingchen rose, picked up the porcelain bowl from the bedside table, and drained its contents in one gulp. This small bowl of liquid contained the essence of several thousand-year-old ginseng roots and other precious tonics renowned for strengthening vitality, enhancing virility, and boosting blood and qi. After consuming it, even a man suffering from years of kidney deficiency could instantly become as vigorous as a dragon, ready to battle for another 300 rounds. Shen Xingchen downed the potion in one gulp. Chapter 172 by Shixing Vanishes. A searing heat traveled down his throat and settled in his stomach. Soon, the burning sensation spread throughout his limbs and bones. Once the entire body was engulfed by the heat, the initial discomfort swiftly receded, transforming into the soothing warmth of a hot spring. Shen Xingchen let out a satisfied burp. After downing the bowl of medicinal liquid, the emptiness and exhaustion within him vanished almost entirely. The remainder would still require time to recover. However, with the aid of the precious medicine, this recovery period should be shorter than the last. At most, within 24 hours, Shen Xingchen would be back to his peak condition, full of energy and vitality. Setting down the bowl and removing his shirt, Shen Xingchen made his way to the bathroom within the bedroom. Facing the mirror, he shifted his stance slightly, his eyes narrowing. The black and gold floral patterns that once covered his entire back now revealed half of the tattoos had lost their gold, leaving only deep, pitch-black monstrosities. A single A-grade simulation had consumed half his divine patterns. The toll was nothing short of terrifying. Another simulation would cause the golden patterns on Shen Xingchen's body to vanish completely. After that, the divine patterns on his body would transform into ordinary demonic patterns. Experiments showed that once these ordinary demonic patterns covered half the body, they could no longer exert a fundamental influence on the body or divine soul. Yet Shen Xingchen remained far from reassured. His magic patterns were not merely engraved upon his body. They were also etched upon the sea of divine soul, and even upon the dragon god within that divine sea. The question remained whether the black gold throne could consume the divine patterns within the sea of consciousness. Moreover, a lingering worry gnawed at Shen Xingchen's mind. Could this mysterious black gold throne truly be that beneficial? Capable of aiding martial technique calculations while also consuming bizarre divine patterns, could a throne linked to black gold demonic patterns truly deliver such benefits? After all, behind these demonic patterns lies the inhuman beast cult. At this thought, Shen Xingchen shook his head. When the enemy comes, meet them head on. When water comes, block it with earth. No time to dwell on it now. First, seize every advantage before you. The solution will present itself when the time comes. Shen Xingchen turned off the light, left the bathroom, and returned to his soft, plush bed, sinking into a deep sleep. He slept soundly through the night, waking at dawn without a single dream. Today was the day the top students of Changnan's elite class would set off for Guangzhou. Arriving a day early in Guangzhou, they would rest up that night to prepare for the grand competition the following day. Shen Xingchen made no special arrangements, boarding the high-speed train bound for Guangzhou alongside the others. This time, however, he released the little black dragon that had been coiled around his wrist, sending it southward toward the Xijiang River. He himself remained stationed in Guangzhou, located in the northern part of the West River. Now, only 2 days remained until the beast tide erupted. Therefore, even while traveling and despite his less than optimal condition, Shen Xingchen maintained his senses fully extended, meticulously detecting any anomalous spatial fluctuations within Xijiang province. Bai Siye sat beside him as usual. Noticing Shen Xingchen's slightly pallid complexion today, she asked with concern. "What's wrong? You don't look well." Shen Xingchen, his mind entirely focused on the spatial fluctuations, gave a dismissive reply. "Men have those days every month." Sensing his evasion, Bai Siye pursed her lips and fell silent. Who wants to talk to you anyway?" She turned to gaze out the window, but as she looked, Shen Xingchen's pale face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. In her mind, Shen Xingchen had always been a vibrant, invincible warrior. Even when his vital energy raged violently, teetering on the brink of death, he had never appeared as frail as he did now. She turned her head, pouted, and still didn't speak to Shen Xingchen. Instead, she pulled a precious medicine from her bag and held it out before him. She saw Shen Xingchen's eyes were vacant, as if he were in a daze. Bai Siye raised her hand, waving the precious medicine before Shen Xingchen. Only then did Shen Xingchen snap back to reality. He looked at the precious medicine in her hand, realizing her concern. Remembering his earlier dismissiveness, he apologized. "Sorry, I really had something to do. Don't distract me." Hearing this, Bai Siye nodded. She pressed her index finger and thumb together, sweeping them from left to right across her rosy lips, a gesture signifying she'd zipped her mouth shut and wouldn't disturb Shen Xingchen further. Shen Xingchen smiled, taking the precious medicine from her hand. "I'll tell you about it in a couple of days. Right now, I need to focus. The moment I talk to you, my focus shifts entirely to you. After all, this concerns the lives of the entire province and the future development of Xijiang province. Personal romantic entanglements must naturally be set aside for now." Bai Siye nodded understandingly and turned her gaze to the scenery outside the window. Shen Xingchen, however, kept his eyes slightly closed, still projecting his divine sense to perceive any abnormal fluctuations. After an unknown period of time, immersed in his perception, Shen Xingchen suddenly felt someone shaking his arm. Without opening his eyes, he knew it was Bai Siye. After all, there was no one else beside him but Bai Siye. Shen Xingchen reluctantly opened his eyes. He had explicitly stated this matter was crucial. Why was Bai Siye still disturbing him? He turned to look at Bai Siye, his pale face filled with confusion. But the moment he saw the expression on Bai Siye's face, his confusion instantly turned to worry. Her cold, pale face was now streaked with tears as she held her phone in front of Shen Xingchen. Several messages appeared in the chat window before Shen Xingchen's eyes. Yet what caught his attention most was the message marked with 3 exclamation points. Bai Xixing is missing. According to the chat log, staff had searched every carriage but still couldn't find Bai Xixing. She had vanished on the high-speed train. For Bai Siye, Bai Xixing was one of only 2 remaining relatives in her life. Her sister's disappearance felt like a bolt from the blue. She was utterly helpless. She had exhausted every possible means to communicate with the staff, yet still couldn't find her sister. Shen Xingchen watched Bai Xiye's anxious expression and gently reassured her. Don't worry. Was your sister on this same high-speed train? Bai Xiye nodded. She had personally purchased the ticket for her sister. Bai Xixing hadn't seen her sister in over a month. Now that her sister had finally come home, she was reluctant to see her leave again after barely 2 days. Having grown up with her sister, she naturally felt upset. Unable to bear her sister's unhappy expression, Bai Xiye bought her a ticket for the same train bound for Guangzhou so she could see her sister with her own eyes. Bai Xixing's car was right next to the one housing the honors class. I'll ask for you. Shen Xingchen nodded, signaling he understood the situation. He pulled out his phone, tapping into his parents' connections to search desperately for Bai Xixing's whereabouts. Bai Xiye was filled with regret. In her mind, if she hadn't bought the ticket for her sister, she wouldn't have vanished. Chapter 173, A Flash of Insight. If only she kept her sister safely at home, how could she have vanished? Moreover, Bai Xiye could never have imagined that in the Great Xia, on a high-speed train, a little girl could vanish without a trace. Self-reproach and regret intertwined, relentlessly tearing at Bai Xiye's heart. Shen Xingchen saw Bai Xiye's regret. While waiting for news, he comforted her. It's okay, it's not your fault. Daxia's public safety ranks among the best in the world. Plus, there are cameras at both ends of every high-speed rail car, and each car has a train attendant. How could a little girl just vanish? This can only mean one thing. Bai Xixing's disappearance was no accident, it was an organized, premeditated operation. In other words, whether Bai Xixing was on the high-speed train bound for Gan province or staying safely at home, she was destined to meet this fate. Shen Xingchen shared his suspicions with Bai Xiye, concluding, since it's already happened, instead of dwelling on regrets, we should focus on finding a solution. As he spoke, Shen Xingchen's phone vibrated several times. He looked down at his phone. A staff member had sent a video clip. It was footage from the surveillance camera in Bai Xixing's train car. The clip was brief, less than 30 seconds long. The first few seconds were clear and steady. Shen Xingchen could even make out every subtle expression on Bai Xixing's face. But soon, the camera feed flickered and turned grainy. Seconds later, the entire screen plunged into pure darkness, punctuated only by occasional crackling static. Another 20 seconds passed before the camera feed cleared again. But Bai Xixing's seat was now empty, with no trace of her remaining. In just half a minute. Disrupting the camera and silently snatching away a child. Such skill was extraordinary. What was puzzling, though, was why these people would target a 6th grade elementary school child. What deep-seated grudge could a child possibly hold against anyone? Shen Xingchen replayed the footage, searching for any trace of clues. Simultaneously, he delved into his memories of his previous life. As far as he could recall, Bai Xixing hadn't been abducted in his previous life. So was the problem with him, Shen Xingchen? Had his rebirth and the chain of changes he brought about created a butterfly effect, dragging the child Bai Xixing into the turmoil? Seeing her sister's empty seat in the video, Bai Xiye's emotions steadied instead. Her face grew colder than ever before, and tangible coldness erupted from around her. Instantly, the temperature throughout the train car dropped noticeably. Just then, a message from her biological father, Shen Lang, arrived. Over the past few decades, child disappearances have occurred sporadically across Gan province and even throughout the West River region. Authorities had dispatched professionals to investigate, but ultimately found nothing. Over the past decade, or rather, since Song Qingshuang ascended to Martial Saint and Xingchuan Group became Xinjiang province's foremost conglomerate, such incidents had all but vanished. Unexpectedly, they have now resurfaced. Shen Lang had already dispatched the head of Xingchuan Group's Guangzhou branch to assist Shen Xingchen in investigating the matter. Simultaneously, the mayor of Gan City and the chief of the Public Security Bureau have organized a special task force. They are sparing no effort in tracking down Bai Xixing, determined to root out this criminal force endangering the youth of Xinjiang. Finally, he typed 8 bold characters in the chat window. Go ahead. I've got this. Shen Xingchen summarized the available information. Suddenly, his eyebrow arched as a flash of insight struck him. Though Bai Xixing was young, girls often developed early. Standing at 1.55 meters tall, she was quite noticeable. The high-speed train was a confined space. The only way to make such a noticeable little girl vanish into thin air was through one method. Spatial power. Earlier, Shen Xingchen had been constantly monitoring all spatial fluctuations in northern Xinjiang province. Logically, he should have detected the spatial fluctuations occurring so close by in another carriage. The reason he didn't immediately notice something was amiss was because the spatial fluctuation was too faint, likely a natural fluctuation stabilizing the space, impossible to be the true culprit behind the artificial beast tide. Thus, Shen Xingchen had subconsciously overlooked it. Realizing this, Shen Xingchen patted Bai Xiye beside him and soothed her gently. Don't worry. I have a plan. With that, he closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness diving into the vast ocean of his memories. He narrowed his search to a 10-minute timeframe and a 1-kilometer spatial radius. Instantly, Shen Xingchen located an exceptionally precise memory. Within this memory, hundreds of faint, naturally occurring spatial fluctuations rippled through the world. Shen Xingchen patiently examined each of the hundreds of spatial fluctuations. Perhaps aided by the world's will, Shen Xingchen found the specific spatial fluctuation he needed after examining fewer than 10. He traced the spatial fluctuation to replay the memory, expanding his perception. A scene he had deliberately overlooked earlier slowly unfolded before his eyes. The high-speed train carriage was quiet. Bai Shixing sat in her seat, idly swinging her legs, her face radiating anticipation. She had long heard and understood that her sister was Changnan's once-in-a-century top genius, and her sister's boyfriend was an even rarer phenomenon, a once-in-a-millennium super genius unparalleled not just in Changnan, but across the entire world. That's why Bai Shixing had been so eager to meet her brother-in-law, the man who had sent flowers to her sister. At this thought, her little mouth puckered slightly as she muttered, "You get to send flowers and have it easy, while little old me has to take care of you for a whole month." Poof. Bai Shixing was still talking to herself. Suddenly, a low-frequency hum filled the entire carriage. The next instant, a large hand clamped over Bai Shixing's small face, covering her nose and mouth completely. Hidden at the palm's center was a handkerchief smeared with a sedative. The handkerchief made intimate contact with Bai Shixing's mouth and nose. In an instant, the once lively Bai Shixing passed out. The man seized the opportunity to sit beside Bai Shixing, pulling a black sphere from his pocket. The bead glowed, and a dark purple spatial force gradually engulfed Bai Shixing's body. From knocking Bai Shixing unconscious to using spatial energy to transport her away, the entire sequence took less than 10 seconds. The speed and proficiency of his actions were as if he had rehearsed the sequence hundreds of times. Shen Xingchen's eyes were as cold as ice as he watched the man from his memory hum a tune while walking toward the bathroom. When he emerged again, he was dressed in a completely different outfit. Even his height and build seemed altered. A veteran. An absolute veteran. Who knows how many children he'd trafficked. She confirmed his attire, confirmed the last seat he occupied. Shen Xingchen opened his eyes and grabbed Bai Siye, who had been waiting quietly with clenched fists beside him. Found him. Follow me. Chapter 174, Soul Searching. Shen Xingchen pulled Bai Siye out of the carriage. This action drew the attention of the other students in the compartment. They exchanged glances, their faces flitting with gossipy excitement as they whispered, "What's Brother Lu doing? Just dragging Sister Bai off like in a romantic drama. Swoon-worthy. But obsessing over this will only hurt you. Instead of standing here gossiping, we should go check it out." This suggestion instantly stirred the hearts of everyone present. They exchanged glances, stood up nonchalantly, and uttered the most insincere lines. "Ah, sitting too long. Better to stretch our legs. Oh no, I drank too much water, gotta hit the bathroom." They chuckled knowingly and followed Shen Xingchen with perfect coordination. Shen Xingchen naturally noticed his classmates' actions. But he didn't care. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Just then, the high-speed train glided smoothly into the station. The seasoned veteran, now disguised in a denim shirt, was casually checking his phone. He didn't know whose child he'd abducted, nor did he know the child's name or why he'd been taken. He didn't want to know these things, nor did he care. It was just like the hundreds of times before. The higher-ups paid him, and he acted. Hundreds of successful missions, hundreds of rewards, they had forged him into a man brimming with confidence. He didn't believe anyone could detect his actions and pinpoint his location within less than 10 minutes. In a minute, he would exit the station like any ordinary person and vanish into the teeming crowd. Not even the surveillance cameras could trace his footsteps. Making money was just that simple. The seasoned cowboy-shirted man hummed a tune smugly as he stood up, ready to follow the flow of people out of the station. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him from behind. Caught off guard, the veteran was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Before he could process what had happened, before he could even scramble to his feet, a searing pain erupted from his chest. Clang! The Han Yuan Xian sword pinned the seasoned veteran to the ground. The next moment, Shen Xingchen's massive foot crushed down on the veteran's chest. Standing towering above him, his face as cold as frost, he declared, "I ask, you answer. One word of nonsense, and I'll break one of your hands." Meanwhile, observing the panicked crowd scattering in all directions, Shen Xingchen displayed the honor badge of the Deep City Exploration Team to prevent panic-induced stampedes and casualties. The silver great phoenix gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Shen Xingchen bellowed, "Deep City Exploration Team in action. Non-essential personnel, clear the area immediately." Recognizing the official expedition team's insignia, the panicked crowd quickly calmed down. They efficiently stepped back, creating ample space for Shen Xingchen. At that moment, the veteran trapped beneath the crowd was overcome with terror. Beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead, his body convulsing from excruciating pain and terror. His mind frantically replayed his actions. Which step had this young man before him uncovered? It shouldn't have been possible. He'd lured away hundreds of children before this shouldn't have happened. As if reading his thoughts, Shen Xingchen stomped his foot on the man's face. Where did that girl go? The seasoned cowboy in the denim shirt answered honestly. I don't know. At this answer, a cold glint flashed in Shen Xingchen's eyes. You're pretty damn stubborn, aren't you? His right hand surged with blood energy, transforming into a blade that slashed downward. With a crisp snap, the man's right arm severed cleanly from his body, as smooth as slicing tofu. Blood gushed from the wound, splattering the entire carriage like a scene from hell. The veteran screamed in agony, his voice trembling as he stammered. I didn't lie to you. I really don't know. They gave me an address and a description. My job was to kidnap her. That's all I know. I don't know who that little girl is, who my boss is, or where she went. Brother, please spare me. This is my first time doing this. I have elderly parents, young children, a mortgage, and a family to support. Please let me go. At those final words, a cold gleam flashed in Shen Xingchen's eyes as the blood energy surged in his left hand. With a crack, his left arm snapped clean off. First time, my ass? You think I'm stupid? You really think I'm a fool? Facing the human trafficker, Shen Xingchen was more furious than ever before. He barked coldly. One more lie or word of nonsense, and I'll cripple all three of your legs. Hearing this, the seasoned cowboy in the denim shirt trembled, tears streaming down his face. He genuinely didn't know. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He remembered the location where he always collected payment after completing jobs. He shouted. The bar. The Drunken Dream Bar. Xiang Avenue in Guangzhou High Tech Zone. That's where I always got paid. That bar is probably connected to this whole thing. Bro, don't take it out on me. I'm just a small fish, I know nothing else. Then, Shen Xingchen first chopped off both of the man's legs. Just as his sword was about to sever the man's second brother, the victim, his face covered in blood and tears, couldn't utter a single useful word, only begging for mercy. He knew the man had revealed everything he knew. But this information was utterly useless for finding by Xixing in the short term. This realization only hardened Shen Xingchen's gaze. He sank into a trance, and a black gold divine dragon materialized within his mind. The inverted golden dragon eyes blazed with fury. The black gold dragon god roared, its massive form plunging directly into the consciousness of the man in the denim shirt. Violent soul search. Often, the very points the subject fails to notice or recognize themselves could hold the key to solving a case. However, this soul-searching method was excessively brutal, inflicting severe damage upon the victim. Once subjected to a violent soul search, the individual might at best become mentally unstable and go mad, or at worst suffer brain death on the spot. Of course, Shen Xingchen felt no pity for such human traffickers. The reason he didn't employ this method from the start was because the nature of soul memories was too profound and elusive. If the subject resisted fiercely, it could easily lead to memory loss. If the lost memory fragments were crucial, it would actually hinder the search for by Xixing. The raging black gold divine dragon smashed the cowboy-clad veteran's memories to smithereens like a bulldozer. Vast quantities of memory flowed into the dragon's body. A small portion of the memories shattered instantly, transforming into starlight that dissipated mid-air. Simultaneously, countless memory fragments surged into Shen Xingchen's mind, scenes flashing rapidly before his eyes. Within the span of a few breaths, Shen Xingchen had traversed an entire lifetime. Overwhelmed by the sudden flood of memories, Shen Xingchen felt dizzy and disoriented, two streams of hot blood trickling from his nostrils. This soul-searching method endangered not only the subject but also the practitioner. Only a martial sovereign-level powerhouse could barely endure such a massive influx of memories in such a short time. Chapter 175, The Bar. Though Shen Xingchen wasn't a martial sovereign, his soul strength had reached that realm. An occasional soul search posed no significant risk. He casually wiped the blood from his face, eyes tightly shut as his pupils darted about, straining to find even a shred of useful information within the vast sea of memories. Perseverance paid off. Soon, Shen Xingchen truly noticed a detail long forgotten by the seasoned cowboy shirt veteran. It was a hazy memory from decades ago, a scene from when the cowboy shirt veteran had first entered this line of work. Back then, young and inexperienced, he hadn't yet earned the trust of his superiors. The location for each bonus payment was always different. Yet without exception, every contact bore the same tattoo on the palm of their hand. A black skull, its sunken eye sockets flickering with dark blue flames. These individuals seemed utterly unconcerned about their distinguishing marks, showing no fear that the tattoos on their hands might reveal their identities. Arrogant, defiant, and utterly confident. Shen Xingchen opened his eyes. He leaned forward, tore the clothes from the man's body with a sharp rip, then swiftly and precisely recreated the tattoo from memory using the still wet blood on his hands. He pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Shen Lang, inquiring about the tattoo's origins. After completing these actions, Shen Xingchen tucked his phone away. Without glancing at the convulsing, foaming at the mouth trafficker at his feet, he grabbed Bai Siye and walked away. Having had his limbs severed by Shen Xingchen, his body invaded by violent blood energy, and then subjected to brutal soul-searching, both his physical form and spiritual essence had suffered extreme trauma. Even if a god came down, this human trafficker would still meet his end. His face radiated murderous intent, his aura thick with bloodlust as he passed by the stunned students frozen in place. Shen Xingchen's series of actions had been so ruthless and decisive that they seemed impossible for a high school student. The scene of scattered limbs and splattered blood left an indelible impression on these students, who had only intended to gossip about the latest romantic developments. Watching Shen Xingchen's retreating figure, they exchanged glances and swallowed involuntarily. Suddenly, they realized. Compared to what Shen Xingchen had endured, getting beaten up and mocked at the provincial competition was utterly insignificant. The gap was enormous. Just then, Shen Xingchen remembered something and turned back, instructing them. What happened today, don't spread it around. And definitely don't post it on social media. Got it? Everyone nodded frantically, momentarily unable to meet Shen Xingchen's gaze. Shen Xingchen flicked his fingertip, releasing a surge of vital energy. The Xian ice power within erupted violently. Mid-air, water molecules cooled and condensed into droplets, washing away the bloodstains on Shen Xingchen's body. Once the blood was completely washed away, every pore on his body opened, releasing a torrent of steam that instantly dried his clothes. Let's go. We have a lead. The train had already pulled into Guangzhou Station. At that moment, the waiting crowd was held back by station staff. The loudspeaker repeatedly announced. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this train will depart 1 hour later. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Shen Xingchen watched the congested crowd and bustling staff outside, abandoning his plan to exit the carriage. He swept his hand forward, and where his fingertips passed, a slender spatial fissure appeared before him. The fissure rapidly expanded, soon large enough for 2 people to pass through simultaneously. Yet this was merely a spatial wormhole summoned by Shen Xingchen himself, far less stable than the portals found at the entrances and exits of secret realms. He could only guarantee the safe passage of himself and the items he carried. As for transporting others through space? He'd never attempted it before. His thoughts racing, he turned to Bai Siye and said urgently. You must hold on to me tightly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Or rather, I'll go rescue Bai Xixing alone. Trust me, I can handle it by myself. Hearing these words, Bai Siye hesitated not a moment. She leapt up, wrapping her arms tightly around Shen Xingchen's back. Her arms wrapped around Shen Xingchen's shoulder blades, while her long, powerful legs coiled around the back of his thighs. A crisp, icy scent drifted into Shen Xingchen's nostrils. Yet no improper thought stirred within him. At a time like this, he had neither the time nor energy for such distractions. Shen Xingchen steadied Bai Siye with one hand, then thrust his body forward, plunging into the spatial wormhole. Familiar spatial fluctuations washed over his entire body. The next instant, outside the high-speed rail station, a black-purple spatial wormhole appeared inexplicably. Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye's figures were ejected from the black hole. The rare sight of a handsome man and a beautiful woman appearing in such a bizarre manner. Curious onlookers from the Great Xia Empire instinctively raised their phones, ready to snap photos. Official personnel, who had been waiting there, promptly appeared. They stopped the onlookers from taking photos and dispersed the crowd. Then, the captain of the Gan Prefecture Public Security Bureau jogged up to Shen Xingchen, saluted, and announced. I am Li Xiang, captain of the Guangzhou Municipal Bureau. Shen Xingchen nodded. Even without relying on his family background, his status as an honorary member of the Deep City Exploration Team granted him the authority to command most city public security bureaus. The only difference was that the response time would be nowhere near this swift. Drive us to the Drunken Dream Bar. Once we arrive, stay in the car and wait. Note, do not arbitrarily gather security personnel, avoid alerting the target prematurely. Shen Xingchen issued the order, and Li Xiang sprang into action. Shortly after, an ordinary sedan sped off. A professional driver handled the wheel with expert skill, while Li Xiang sat in the passenger seat. Shen Xingchen sat in the back seat, eyes closed in feigned sleep, conserving his strength for the potential battle ahead. Bai Siye likewise closed her eyes, feigning sleep to adjust her physical and mental state, aiming to better assist Shen Xingchen in the impending conflict. The high-speed rail station was located within the high-tech zone, just a half-hour drive from the Drunken Dream Bar. With the professional driver's skillful handling, the half-hour journey was compressed into a mere 10 minutes. As the car came to a stop, Shen Xingchen opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within. He murmured his thanks. Thanks for your hard work. Please wait here. Then, Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye stepped out of the car. Once out, they naturally linked arms, looking every bit the young couple out for a night of revelry at the bar. Drunken Dreams was a 24-hour bar. Like most bars, however, it was liveliest at night and relatively quiet during the day. Stepping inside, Shen Xingchen scanned the surroundings, quickly committing the bar's layout to memory. He approached the bar, casually ordered a drink, and sipped it absent-mindedly. His eyes continued to scan the room, focusing particularly on the web of each person's hand, searching for the skull tattoo he remembered. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Could it be that these people only appeared during transactions? Or had these traffickers already caught wind of the situation? Chapter 176, The Black Dragon Gang. Just then, the bartender slammed the drink Bai Siye had ordered onto the table. He asked Shen Xingchen, who was glancing around nervously, with a smile. Looking for someone, sir? Shen Xingchen glanced up at the bartender. The man wore a low-cut, revealing shirt that exposed his muscular chest, where a prominent tattoo was visible. It was a common dragon tattoo, not some skull design. He gave a perfunctory nod. Just then, the phone in Shen Xingchen's pocket vibrated. Shen Lang sent a message. The higher the rank of a skull gang member, the more private the location of their tattoo. The gang was wiped out by rival factions a decade ago. Tattoo characteristics of the rival gang. The next message was an extremely high-resolution image. It depicted a fierce, deep black dragon. The instant Shen Xingchen saw this new tattoo, the corner of his eye twitched. His gaze lifted from his phone, once again studying the tattoo on the bartender's chest. The black dragon was sleek and fluid in form. Yes, this was it. Shen Xingchen gave Bai Xie a knowing look while simultaneously sending a message to Li Xiang. Seal off the bar. Don't let a single person leave. Having estimated that Li Xiang had already assembled sufficient personnel, Shen Xingchen suddenly exerted force with his right hand gripping the wineglass. Veins bulged like angry serpents across his knuckles. A physique 10 times stronger than that of a martial master erupted. Even though he held nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable glass, under Shen Xingchen's full force, its destructive power rivaled that of a small cannonball. A thunderous crash echoed as the glass struck the bartender squarely in the head. The immense force sent the bartender flying backward like crashing into a row of liquor cabinets behind him with a thud. Countless bottles of fine liquor crashed to the floor, filling the bar with the rich aroma of alcohol. The scorching alcohol came into contact with the wound on the bartender's head, the intense sting and pain causing him to erupt in a wail like a vengeful ghost. By then, Shen Xingchen had already leaped over the bar. He kicked aside the troublesome shards of glass littering the floor. His shoe, coated in glass shards and strong liquor, ground viciously into the man's wound. Shen Xingchen's expression was grim as he demanded, like a god of death. Tell me, where did that little girl go? Shards of broken glass and liquor pierced the wound simultaneously, sending the young bartender into another fit of wailing. Trembling, he stammered. What did you say? I don't know. This is Black Dragon Gang territory. What do you think you're doing? Black Dragon Gang? We're here to take you down, Black Dragon Gang. Seeing the bartender's stubborn defiance, Shen Xingchen bent down, picked up the largest shard of glass from the floor, and pressed it against the bartender's carotid artery. Think carefully. The icy pressure against his throat nearly drove the bartender mad. He joined the Black Dragon Gang precisely because he'd heard members avoided beatings, enjoyed prestige, and had money to burn. But less than a month in, he was already getting beaten like this. If he'd known, he'd never have joined the underworld. The bartender was on the verge of losing his mind. He blurted out everything he knew in a jumbled stream of consciousness. I really don't know who this little girl you're talking about is. I only joined the Black Dragon Gang 20 days ago. I really have nothing to do with this, boss. If you have a grievance, take it up with the right person. I'm innocent. Feeling the glass shards piercing his skin at his throat, the intense pain made him speak faster. I only started working here as a bartender 3 days ago. They said the tips were good, so I took the job. I really don't know anything. Shen Xingchen pressed. Who are they? The bartender shrieked. The old bartender and a leader from the Black Dragon Gang. That's all I know, boss. Please let me off. I've only been here 3 days. I just pickpocketed and occasionally grope drunk female customers, nothing truly heinous. I'll turn myself in right now, but I truly don't deserve death. Shen Xingchen lifted his foot from the man's head. He could sense the man was telling the truth. And the man before him was only at the martial trainee realm. Reaching the martial trainee realm at nearly 30? No way could he be a core member of that mysterious organization. Shen Xingchen surmised this man was merely a scapegoat pushed forward by the Black Dragon Gang and that mysterious organization. He probably didn't even know how he was going to die. Such a person wasn't even worth the effort of soul searching. Shen Xingchen's daily limit for soul searches was finite. His barely at martial sovereign level soul strength could barely sustain 2 unharmed soul searches. Any more would damage his own soul essence and impair his combat readiness, a losing proposition. Shen Xingchen said coldly. Tell me about the old bartender you mentioned, and the position of the sect master. And tell me everything about the Black Dragon Gang. The massive foot above him lifted, and the bartender breathed a sigh of relief. To save his life, he cared about nothing else. What oaths sworn upon joining? What loyalty to sworn brothers? All bull. Since joining the Black Dragon Gang, he hadn't made a dime, had done nothing but hard labor, and now he'd been beaten senseless for nothing. How much loyalty could he possibly have left for the Black Dragon Gang? So the bartender spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The Black Dragon Gang, Ganzhou's largest syndicate today. The boss started out in sand, gravel, and earth-moving businesses, gathering a crew of brothers. In the middle phase, he profited by trafficking cultivation resources, rapidly amassing wealth. Later, he colluded with both legitimate and criminal entities, establishing a conglomerate and successfully laundering his wealth. Yet behind the scenes, the Black Dragon Gang, still steeped in its criminal roots, never truly disbanded. It continued handling the conglomerate's shadowy affairs. And this lowly bartender? He was tricked into joining by the Black Dragon Gang's reputation. He joined the gang in a daze, became a bartender in a daze, and got beaten senseless in a daze. At this point, the bartender wiped the tears from his face and sighed. Damn it, I thought joining the gang meant I could bully others, but turns out I'm still getting beaten up. Shen Xingchen had already gathered all the information he needed. He couldn't be bothered to lecture this useless fool on life's lessons, so he simply turned and walked away. According to the bartender's account, the old bartender now lived in a small apartment above the Drunken Dreams bar, originally purchased for convenience commuting. Now, it conveniently allowed Shen Xingchen to track him down directly. The apartment was quite a distance from the bar, only about 1,000 meters total. With Shen Xingchen and by CS pace, they reached the apartment building in under a minute. 1403 was the old bartender's room number. Shen Xingchen didn't take the stairs or the elevator. With a flick of his right hand, the spatial wormhole appeared once more. Familiarity breeds confidence. This time, without Shen Xingchen needing to say a word, Bai Siye jumped into his arms on her own. Shen Xingchen stepped into the spatial black hole. The next instant, they were transported from the apartment lobby straight to the 14th floor. Chapter 177, Organ Transplant. Shen Xingchen carried Bai Siye to room 1403 and delivered a flying kick. A tremendous force erupted, shattering the steel security door like glass before its overwhelming might. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen darted into the room like lightning. His heightened senses instantly expanded, meticulously scanning every corner of the apartment. His expression darkened. The vast apartment held not a single trace of life. That old bartender had long since fled. Bai Siye radiated frigid energy around her. Possessing the Ice Master talent, her sensitivity to temperature was exceptionally acute. After sensing for several seconds, she stated, "This room has been empty for at least 3 days. 3 days, another 3 days." That young bartender, who knew nothing, had been sent to the bar as a scapegoat 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye were still in Shen City. Had the conspiracy against Bai Xixing already begun back then? The newly obtained leads had barely begun to yield results before they were abruptly severed again. Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye both wore grim expressions. Truly a mysterious organization capable of evading the Great Xia official investigation team. Their speed in vanishing was extraordinary. Bai Siye stared at the empty, lifeless room, her expression utterly desolate. After multiple searches and witnessing the formidable power of the organization that had abducted Bai Xixing, Bai Siye knew her sister was likely lost forever. The realization made her clench her fist so tightly that her long nails dug into her flesh. A cold, bloodshot glint flared in her eyes. From this moment onward, even if she had to climb through fiery hells or descend into the depths of the underworld, Bai Siye vowed to track down this shadowy organization and destroy it with her own hands. Just then, Shen Xingchen's phone vibrated again. He pulled it out, a flicker of joy crossing his face. A message from his biological father, Shen Lang, appeared. Near Guangzhou bus station, Tianhong Hotel. Our people have captured a high-ranking member of the Black Dragon Gang. Hurry over. Shen Xingchen showed the message to Bai Siye. Both men perked up, hope surging anew in their hearts. The next moment, Shen Lang sent another message. No need to come. Seeing those 4 words, their hearts sank, and a sense of foreboding washed over them. Head downstairs. There's a shuttle waiting, it'll be faster. Shen Lang's message pierced through the gloom in their hearts like brilliant sunlight. Holy crap, you're amazing. They knew all too well the speed of the flying shuttle in Shenzhen. It could outpace cars by dozens of times, without ever worrying about red lights or traffic jams. Even if Shen Xingchen pushed his spatial teleportation to its absolute limit, his travel speed couldn't compare to the flying shuttle. Due to its extreme difficulty in manufacturing and exceptionally high production requirements, the flying shuttle was typically only possessed by official entities. Ordinary conglomerates simply couldn't get their hands on one. Yet within moments, old man Shen Lang had summoned the shuttle to gone state, precisely positioning it beneath the building where Shen Xingchen and his companion stood. This incredibly reliable teammate was undoubtedly a shot in the arm, giving both of them a jolt of energy. Without a word or a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingchen and the other quickly descended the stairs. They bypassed both stairs and elevator, smashing through a window and plunging from the 14-meter-high building. Mid-air, a spacious wormhole abruptly opened, swallowing both their bodies. The next instant, dark purple spatial fissures cracked open on the hard ground as Shen Xingchen and his companion materialized, standing firmly on the surface. Before them, a sleek, inverted triangular shuttle stood ready. They leapt aboard the shuttle. With a thunderous roar, it lifted off the ground. Platinum white flames erupted from each apex of its triangular form as it streaked toward its predetermined destination. A distance that would normally take at least 10 to 20 minutes by car. Shen Xingchen and his companion reached the Tianhong Hotel in just 1 minute, locating the room number Shen Lang had mentioned. Pushing open the door, the dim, foul-smelling environment made Shen Xingchen frown. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the room. Crimson curtains were drawn tight across the windows, with an executive chair positioned directly in front of them. Seated in the chair, a muscular man with a black dragon tattooed across his chest was bound and gagged. His entire body was covered in wounds, dripping blood that had congealed into a dark, crusty armor-like layer. Beside the chair, on the bed, 2 men sat and lay, smoking. The seated man had blood on his fists, his face fierce and menacing, his eyes radiating a murderous aura. The one lying down had both thighs mangled and bloody, with countless stark white bone fragments protruding from the cracked, dried flesh. His arms were equally mangled, hanging limply at his sides, only his face remaining somewhat recognizable. A cigarette dangled from the man's mouth, his face showing no sign of pain, only a defiant, arrogant expression. Spotting Shen Xingchen and his companion enter, one of the smokers stood up while the other struggled to sit. They greeted them in unison. "Young master." Shen Xingchen pressed his hands down in a gesture of dismissal, signaling they need not be so formal. He said, "The group will remember your contributions." His gaze lingered particularly on the man whose thigh was now useless, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Rest assured, Xingchuan Group will fully treat your injury. We guarantee no lasting complications." The Black Dragon Gang executive had already driven away. It was this man who risked his life, using his body to block the car, that they managed to capture the gang executive who should have escaped. It could be said that if not for this man risking his life, Shen Xingchen would still be running around Guangzhou like a headless fly. After calming himself, Shen Xingchen casually pulled out a chair and sat down before the bound Black Dragon Gang executive. He tore the white cloth stuffed in the man's mouth, his expression cold. "Spill everything you know." The executive snorted coldly and turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge Shen Xingchen. "Still got some backbone." Shen Xingchen smiled. His right fist clenched, swinging like a massive pendulum as it slammed into the gap between the executive's spread legs. A distinct cracking sound echoed through the room. The next instant, a scream more agonizing than a pig being slaughtered filled the room. Shen Xingchen stuffed the torn white cloth back into the man's mouth, silencing his screams. Simultaneously, he yanked the man's hair, forcing his eyes to meet his own. He chuckled. 2 in total. One shattered, but the other still works. If both were crushed, you'd truly be a eunuch. Got it? Not if you've thought it through. Hearing his devilish whisper, the Black Dragon Gang executive dared not feign toughness any longer. He nodded frantically like a lapdog, terrified that a single second's delay would turn him into a modern-day eunuch. Shen Xingchen tore the white cloth from his mouth once more, his tone flat as he demanded. "Speak. Why did you kidnap Ai Shixing? Where are you hiding her?" Gritting his teeth against the agony radiating from his groin, the Black Dragon Gang executive stammered. Because a powerful figure coveted her heart for an organ transplant. Chapter 178, It'll be alright. The agony below forced him to suck in sharp breaths with every word. He continued. "I genuinely have no idea about the hiding place that was all arranged personally by the boss. Only the operations leader, the Black Dragon Gang boss, and that VIP undergoing the transplant know." Shen Xingchen's face darkened. He never imagined the other party had abducted Ai Shixing for this very purpose. Organ transplant? How ridiculous. Since the advent of the martial arts era, many medical challenges had seen tremendous progress. As early as 10 years ago, the medical community had already achieved stable production of artificial hearts with extremely high transplant success rates. And now, a decade later, you tell Shen Xingchen that Ai Shixing was abducted for an organ transplant? Seeing Shen Xingchen's icy expression and gaze, the executive hurriedly added. "I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. Of course I know about artificial hearts. That's why we stopped doing this kind of thing 10 years ago. But some bigwigs just won't trust artificial stuff, they only want pure, natural organs. They especially crave organs from children, believing young bodies contain fresh, youthful vitality that can rejuvenate their decaying, rotting flesh. Even if they're perfectly healthy, they insist on replacing their hearts periodically." At this point, he cautiously glanced at Shen Xingchen, then at the woman standing behind him, her face colder than ice, before stating his position. "Sigh, truth be told, I can't stand their behavior either. But once you're in this line of work, you're bound by circumstances. There's no turning back. When they tell us to do something, we have to do it. There's no room for negotiation." "I don't want to either." Bai Xie raised her hand to cut off his rambling, her voice icy. "Then why Ai Shixing? Why choose her?" The executive stiffened, seemingly recognizing Bai Xie's identity. Hesitation flashed across his face, as if debating whether to speak the truth. The next moment, a crisp clang echoed through the air. Shen Xingchen drew his sword from its sheath. With a slight flick of the black gold blade, it sliced through the man's thigh as smoothly as cutting tofu. An excruciating pain instantly shot through his lower body, and beads of cold sweat immediately formed on the executive's forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out. "Because of her sister, Bai Xie. Her sister, Bai Xie, is one of the top young geniuses in all of Xizang. And it's said she has a chance to conquer the Deep City Divine Secret Realm. Therefore, that influential figure believed Ai Shixing, Bai Xie's younger sister, must also possess remarkable talent. That's why she was chosen." Exhausted from severe blood loss, the gang executive's voice grew noticeably weaker as he spoke his final words. He looked at Shen Xingchen pleadingly. Brother, I'm not asking you to spare me. Just put me out of my misery. Can you spare me the torment? I know what you're asking. I'll tell you the truth. I'm only mid-level management, not truly high-ranking. I genuinely don't know where Bai Shixing is. All I know is that the big shot is a high-ranking executive in a city in Xizang, and the transaction took place there. Typically, to expedite the transplant, the procedure is performed the very day the child is abducted. Brother, boss, don't waste your time on me. Just kill me with one sword strike. The executive didn't harbor any illusions about surviving Shen Xingchen's grasp. After decades in the underworld, he'd experienced it all: the thrills, the sights, the feasts. He'd long since gotten his money's worth. If given another life, he would still choose this path. Shen Xingchen stared at him coldly. You scum, you actually want a clean break? Do you even deserve it? With a flicker of his intent, the black gold dragon god lurking within his divine sea manifested. Its slender, agile form burrowed into the opponent's body, striking directly at their divine sea. The executive at the peak of martial marquis rank let out a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony. Snot, tears, blood, and excrement gushed forth like there was no tomorrow, making the already foul-smelling room reek even more. Shen Xingchen meticulously sifted through the man's memories. Moments later, he opened his eyes, wiping the fresh blood that had visibly increased on his face. His gaze was icy. This bastard hadn't told the truth after all. Or rather, he'd only told part of the truth, selectively withholding other crucial details from Shen Xingchen. Though he didn't know the location of the transaction, he knew exactly where his boss was hiding and how to contact him. With this information, Shen Xingchen could continue his pursuit. Shen Xingchen shared the information he'd extracted through soul searching with his biological father, Shen Lang. In critical moments, you still need your real dad. Shen Xingchen wiped the bloodstains from his phone screen and exhaled a long breath, releasing the pent-up frustration in his chest. He never imagined such heinous crimes could exist within Xizang province. Those lofty, self-righteous figures in high places, did they really slaughter children year after year for such laughable reasons? Didn't such people, when they heard their own heartbeats at night, mistake them for the cries of vengeful spirits demanding their souls? How could they possibly sleep soundly? In a few years, the apocalyptic beast tide would sweep across the world. Yet humanity continued to slaughter one another. Those high-ranking officials who claimed to serve the people were still harming the hopes of Great Xia for their own selfish desires and ignorance. At this thought, Shen Xingchen's large hand involuntarily gripped the sword hilt, the bulging veins on his knuckles betraying his nearly uncontrollable rage. In that moment, Shen Xingchen couldn't spare a thought for the lofty position of the so-called big shot mentioned by the other party. He had only one thought. Find him. Kill him. Just then, a pale hand covered Shen Xingchen's large one. Its palm was ice-cold, radiating a chill that soothed the rage threatening to erupt from Shen Xingchen's heart. A trace of worry flashed across Bai Xia's pale, icy face. She looked up at Shen Xingchen, her other hand wiping away the blood that had trickled down his face unnoticed. Her voice trembled as she said, "Don't push yourself. Do your best. If we couldn't save him this time, we'll avenge Xixing later." Gazing at the pallid face before her, at the pulsing vein on his forehead, her heart shattered completely. Today, Bai Xia had already lost the person closest to her. She couldn't bear to lose another. Shen Xingchen covered her hand with his other, his voice firm and resolute. "I'm fine. Bai Xixing will be fine too. The only one who will be hurt is that beast." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shen Xingchen's phone vibrated again. He pulled it out. The message wasn't from his biological father, Shen Lang. It was his biological mother, Song Qingshuang. Her words were concise, her tone icy. The message box held only 6 simple words. "Don't panic. I'm on my way." The half-step martial god was personally arriving. Meanwhile, his best teammate and biological father, Shen Lang, also sent a message. Without any preamble, he provided Shen Xingchen with precise coordinates, the very location where the crime boss was hiding. Chapter 179, The Crime Boss. Song Qingshuang was on a secret mission overseas, practically on the other side of the world. The fastest she could get from her mission location to Gan State would take at least an hour. Shen Xingchen couldn't afford to sit idly by and waste time waiting for Song Qingshuang's arrival. He had to race against the clock. Every second delayed increased Bai Xixing's chances of death. He couldn't afford to delay. Shen Xingchen pulled his hand away from his own and declared firmly, "Let's go." The Black Boss has been located. Though called the Crime Boss, his personal strength was nothing special, merely at the initial stage of the martial sovereign realm. After all, he was merely a crime boss in Gan City, where the mayor himself was only at the peak of the martial sovereign realm. How could his strength possibly surpass that of the mayor? An opponent of that caliber? Shen Xingchen could crush him with one hand. Seeing Shen Xingchen pulling Bai Xia to leave, the man with the lighter injuries stood up to follow. Shen Xingchen turned and barked a warning. "Clean up this mess. Take that brother to the hospital." With that, he turned and walked away. In an instant, a spatial fissure rapidly expanded, swallowing both figures whole. With each use, Shen Xingchen's mastery of the spatial sovereign talent grew increasingly proficient. Now, even while merely holding Bai Xi's arm, Shen Xingchen no longer worried about her safety. Emerging from the spatial rift, they leapt onto the shuttle and sped toward their destination. From the moment the gang executive was apprehended to Shen Xingchen and Bai Xi's departure, the entire operation took less than 5 minutes. Shen Xingchen refused to believe this mysterious organization could react that swiftly. To pull off such a seamless escape within 5 minutes? The shuttle raced forward, the two traveling in silence. Bai Xia occasionally glanced at Shen Xingchen with a look of concern. On one hand, she was constantly worried about her sister's safety. On the other, she couldn't help but feel tense about Shen Xingchen's current physical condition. These conflicting anxieties had cast a thick shadow over her heart. The shuttle's speed was extraordinary. They arrived in just 3 minutes. Ganzhou was mountainous, situated at the convergence of 3 major mountain ranges. Hills and ridges crisscrossed the landscape, dotted with countless uninhabited areas. The vast mountain ranges were ideal for evading searches and fleeing for one's life. The crime boss had established his hideout deep within these mountains. Seated in his small villa built midway up the mountainside, a smug smile played on his face. Flanked by curvaceous beauties. A steaming hotpot sat on the table, filled with delicacies rarely seen by ordinary people. Crime boss Chen Shuang devoured meat and sipped wine, basking in the pleasure of having his shoulders kneaded by one beauty and his legs massaged by another. Even in the desolate mountains, his life was more luxurious than that of an ancient emperor. So what if you're the top genius renowned throughout the West River? Even if you're destined to become a martial saint or even a martial god. Once I, Chen Shuang, set my sights on you, wouldn't you still end up with your family destroyed in a life of solitary misery? With this thought in mind, Chen Shuang stuffed another mouthful of meat into his mouth. With his belly full, lust stirred within him. His gaze fixed on the beautiful woman leaning over him, massaging his shoulders, his lecherous thoughts flared. He grabbed her arm, flipping her onto the table with a forceful push, utterly disregarding how her head nearly plunged into the scalding oil pot. To Chen Shuang, these women were nothing more than disposable commodities. Why should he care about their feelings? Use them, then kill them. Use them, then discard them. Only this way could he guarantee absolute, uncompromising safety and secrecy. As Chen Shuang began unbuttoning his pants, the phone hidden in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He immediately stopped his actions, opened the phone, and the message displayed caused his pupils to contract sharply. His legs went weak beneath him. He pulled up his pants and fled at a sprint. There, in bold letters, were 3 words. Exposed. Run. After running a few steps, Chen Shuang remembered something. He spun around and thrust both palms toward the 2 bewildered women. In an instant, a steaming aura of blood surged from his body. A crimson wave surged, and the roar of a fierce tiger echoed throughout the entire villa. The surging killing intent froze the 2 women, who had barely reached the martial disciple realm, in their tracks. For a moment, they forgot even to flee or hide. Just as despair gripped them, a clear, piercing swords cry suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. First came a single swords cry, then countless others, until finally, a sea of them echoed. In an instant, the sound of countless blades being drawn shattered the blood-red tiger that had been rampaging through the villa. Then, the swords cry abruptly shifted, and a high-pitched phoenix cry echoed through the mountains. A cold killing intent descended from the heavens. In an instant, the sturdy roof shattered into dust under the residual might of the true phoenix. The phoenix, bearing the resplendent might of heaven, beat its wings toward its target Chen Shuang, who had turned to flee. He ran, but no matter how fast he fled, how could he outrun the phoenix? How could he outrun Shen Xingchen's sword, unleashed in a fury? In the blink of an eye, the true phoenix swept past with a flapping of its wings, its icy tips glistening with fine ice crystals. Countless ice shards froze Chen Shuang solid the instant they brushed past him. A chill spread from his flesh to his very soul. Chen Shuang felt as though his very soul was being frozen solid, his thoughts themselves becoming stagnant in that moment. The next instant, a tall man with a cold yet distinguished face strode before him. With a sidekick, he shattered the frozen lower half of Chen Shuang's body into fragments. Fine ice crystals exploded violently, revealing fragments of flesh and blood embedded within the countless shards. The horror was that every nerve in Chen Shuang's body had frozen solid. He could only watch helplessly as his lower body shattered and vanished, scattering across the ground, yet felt no pain whatsoever. The disappearance of that eerie sensation unleashed an overwhelming terror deep within his soul. He opened his mouth to speak. But Shen Xingchen's right fist struck out with a thunderous crack. Chen Shuang's upper body shattered into ice shards just like his lower half. Without the support of his body, his head plummeted to the ground. Only then did Shen Xingchen reach out to catch the head. With a light tap of his left finger, the ice crystals trapping Chen Shuang's head swiftly dissolved. Water droplets fell, sensation returned, and consciousness reawakened. In an instant, the pain he had just lost returned 1,000-fold. Chen Shuang could feel with excruciating clarity as his flesh was shattered piece by piece. He let out a piercing scream as crimson blood streamed from his eyes, ears, and nostrils, overwhelmed by the extreme agony. Yet, it was not over. Shen Xingchen lightly tapped the massive wound on his chin. A surge of vital energy, infused with spatial power, frigid ice energy, and malevolent aura, thundered into his opponent's brain. The raging blood surged through his mind like a furious river bursting its banks. The agony doubled once more. This time, Shen Shuang couldn't even manage a scream. The pain, it was simply unbearable. Seeing his soul on the verge of collapse from agony, Shen Xingchen touched him once more. The pain vanished in an instant. Chapter 180, Speculation on the Culprit. The sudden vanishing of the extreme agony momentarily gave Shen Shuang a sensation of floating on air. He let out a satisfied moan. At that moment, Shen Xingchen lifted his head, forcing his eyes to meet his own, and coldly demanded, "Tell me everything you know, then die quickly. Or say nothing and endure a brutal soul search, followed by decades of torture before a painful death. The choice is yours." He had no patience left for idle chatter with scum like these. Now, he wanted to race against time. If he hadn't endured the agony, if he hadn't personally experienced its unbearable intensity, Shen Shuang might have held his ground a little longer. But the excruciating agony he'd just endured, it was worse than death. Shen Shuang began to doubt whether even the legendary 18 levels of hell could be any worse. Thus, without a shred of dignity left, he blurted out frantically, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just put me out of my misery, I beg you." Shen Xingchen shook his head coldly. "Cut the nonsense. Who is that big shot? Where is Bai Shixing?" Shen Shuang was startled, sniffling, and tearfully stammered. I don't know either." Hearing this phrase he'd heard countless times, Shen Xingchen nearly couldn't resist crushing the other's skull. As if sensing Shen Xingchen's fury, Shen Shuang immediately added, "That man holds an extremely high position, even higher than the mayor of Gon City. His subordinates always contact me directly. I truly have no idea who he is. As for that Bai Shixing, I delivered him to the designated location as agreed, and then his people took him away." Hearing this explanation, Shen Xingchen felt the veins on his forehead throbbing violently. "Damn it, you human traffickers are really careful and cautious." Shen Shuang added, "Calm down, bro. But how many people in the entire Xizang region hold positions higher than the mayor of Bigo City? The mayor of Changnan, or those few at the provincial level?" This drastically narrowed the pool of suspects. Over decades of abductions, the perpetrators couldn't have left not a single trace. With such a small pool of suspects, given enough time, we'll definitely catch the mastermind behind it all. But what about Bai Shixing? What about her life? Shen Xingchen pressed further. "Where did you ultimately take Bai Shixing?" Shen Shuang answered without hesitation. "Changnan City, Liantong District." Shen Xingchen pressed further. "Anything else to say? Get it all out now." Shen Shuang replied with a mournful expression. "Bro, that's really all I can." Before he could finish, a black gold divine dragon had already burrowed into his mind. Shen Xingchen closed his eyes tightly, scanning through the other's memories. When he opened his eyes, Shen Xingchen felt a splitting headache, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. In just one short hour, he had successively scanned the memories of 3 people's entire lives. This placed an immense burden on Shen Xingchen's divine soul. At that very moment, crimson blood gushed from his 7 orifices like a possessed force. The viscous blood splattered onto the ground, a sight that pained Bai Xia deeply. She grabbed her own clothes, tears welling in her eyes, and frantically wiped the blood gushing from Shen Xingchen's 7 orifices. The icy chill surged from Bai Xia's hands as if it were nothing, seeking to bring Shen Xingchen even the slightest comfort. After about 30 seconds of unconsciousness, Shen Xingchen murmured softly and regained consciousness. He struggled free from Bai Xia's embrace and immediately ruled out the Changnan mayor as a suspect. In Shen Shuang's memories, the man had begun these sinister dealings 25 years prior. The current mayor of Changnan was barely 50 years old. 25 years ago, he was still a young man in the prime of his life. It was impossible and unnecessary for him to have been involved in such matters. That left only 2 suspects. The executive and deputy executive of Xizang province. Both were veteran martial lords who had occupied high positions 30 years prior. Moreover, both shared a defining characteristic. They have both surpassed the age of 80. 25 years ago, they were already approaching 60. Moreover, with their immense power and influence, concealing the traces of their abduction scheme would be all the easier. At this thought, Shen Xingchen's eyes darkened, a fleeting crimson glint flashing within. No wonder Xizang province lags behind its neighbors in development year after year. Even with top-tier cultivators like Song Qingxuan and elite conglomerates like Xingxuan Group, Xizang province still lagged far behind other provinces. So this was the reason. Shen Xingchen let out a cold laugh, glancing up at the 2 women trembling by the table. He had no time to spare for them, grabbing Bai Xia and leaping onto the flying shuttle to depart. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the little black dragon's voice. Ever since Bai Shixing vanished and Shen Xingchen sensed something was amiss. Shen Xingchen had summoned the little black dragon back. He himself was conducting investigations in Gon province. The little black dragon, meanwhile, was conducting investigations and sensing spatial fluctuations in Changnan. For Shen Xingchen had long considered. Such a mysterious organization must have official backing. Moreover, the backers' status must be extremely high. Most likely, they were based in the provincial capital. Now, the little black dragon did not disappoint him. It had indeed sensed spatial fluctuations. Those fluctuations were identical to the spatial disturbances that occurred when Baishi Star vanished. The little black dragon transmitted the coordinates directly into Shen Xingchen's mind. Shen Xingchen relayed these coordinates to Shen Lang. Moments later, Shen Lang replied, "Deputy Executive." At the sight of those 4 characters, Shen Xingchen's eyes turned cold. His flying shuttle instantly gained direction, racing toward its destination. Gazing at the name on the screen that sent shivers down her spine, Bai Siye's face grew increasingly troubled. He was the second in command of Xizjiang province. With his sister in his clutches, was there any chance she was still alive? Would Shen Xingchen's reckless charge truly make a difference? In the end, not only would her sister have lost her life for nothing, but a young genius like Shen Xingchen would also pay with his life. For a moment, Bai Siye was utterly torn. At the same time, she despised her own weakness. She had believed that after emerging from the divine secret realm, having attained the rank of Martial Marquis, she would finally be qualified to fight alongside Shen Xingchen at the very least, to shoulder some of his burdens. But who would have thought? Throughout their journey, she had not only been utterly useless but had also become a constant liability. Sensing Bai Siye's emotional turmoil, Shen Xingchen tightened his grip on her hand and said, "Don't overthink it." Shen Xingchen was puzzled himself. In her previous life, Bai Siye had awakened her second martial talent by the late stage of martial cultivation, becoming the brightest star in the entire martial world. Yet in this life, she had already advanced to the mid-stage of Martial Marquis, and had even consumed multiple rare treasures and elixirs. Logically speaking, her deficiencies in vital energy and blood, along with the nutritional deficits from her early years, should have been fully compensated by now. Yet even now, she still hadn't awakened a second martial talent. Chapter 181, finally found. It was truly baffling. How could this reborn butterfly, no matter how it flapped its wings, possibly have blown away the second martial talent within Bai Siye's body? Could it be that this talent only awakens under extreme hardship? Shen Xingchen was puzzled. There was nothing to hide between him and Bai Siye, so Shen Xingchen asked directly. "Bai Siye, have you felt anything unusual in your spiritual sea lately?" Hearing this, Bai Siye paused slightly before shaking her head. "No, why?" Shen Xingchen shook his head and casually replied. "Nothing. Just seemed off, so I asked." This is truly baffling. What exactly was Bai Siye's second innate talent in her previous life? It seemed to be classified information. Even someone like Shen Xingchen didn't know it wasn't the kind of thing you'd expect for an ordinary S-rank talent. The only thing Shen Xingchen knew was that after Bai Siye awakened her second talent, her cultivation progress had skyrocketed overnight. She had become the undisputed top genius in the martial arts world. For such a talent to vanish now would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for Bai Siye. However, the current situation clearly wasn't the right time to ponder why the talent hadn't awakened. Shen Xingchen shook his head, banishing the distracting thoughts from his mind. He closed his eyes slightly to rest his spirit, his mouth holding a brain-nourishing liquid made from high mountain snow lotus. The flying shuttle moved swiftly, covering the distance from Ganzhou to Changnan in mere minutes. These few minutes of rest were invaluable to Shen Xingchen. The throbbing in his head had largely subsided, and the numbness in his body had eased somewhat. Shen Xingchen gazed out the window, his eyes lowered to the villa district nestled at the foot of the hills in Changnan's outskirts. Nestled against the mountains and beside the water, the climate was exceptionally pleasant and conducive to recuperation. This was where the second in command of Xizjiang province commonly resided. Lu Zichuan recalled the man's background details. 86 years old, peak cultivation, 6-star martial sovereign. Seriously wounded during the operation to eliminate the 10,000 beasts cult in his youth, he never advanced further. Due to his injuries and advancing age, his strength gradually declined. By now, he likely possessed only the strength of a newly ascended martial sovereign. With such strength and such an opponent, Shen Xingchen could likely handle him even at full power. But the immediate priority wasn't eliminating this old dog, it was finding Bai Xixing first and rescuing her from the organ transplant disaster. As this thought formed, Shen Xingchen's vast perception abruptly descended. Every detail within the villa complex played out vividly in his mind. This time, he finally hadn't come up empty-handed. Racing against time, racing against death, Shen Xingchen had finally arrived at the scene at the critical moment. He clearly saw Bai Xixing's figure in his mind's eye. At this very moment, her petite frame lay on the hospital bed. A layer of blue sterile cloth covered her, and a shadowless lamp illuminated her head. In the cramped room, several unscrupulous doctors and nurses bustled back and forth. Bai Xixing's eyes remained tightly shut, clearly still unconscious. Her body was already filled with various tubes, and multicolored fluids slowly flowed into her system. A masked doctor held a scalpel, his gaze cold and numb, viewing Bai Xixing's body as if it were nothing more than a piece of wood. Witnessing this scene, Shen Xingchen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Thankfully, he hadn't arrived too late. Had he been even half a minute later, these skilled and scrupulous doctors who had performed this procedure hundreds of times would likely have already carved out Bai Xixing's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingchen maneuvered the shuttle into a rapid descent. He didn't even have time to jump off the shuttle. His own movement would inevitably be slower than the shuttle's. Thus, in this moment, Shen Xingchen cared not for the shuttle's exorbitant cost or its rarity. He commanded it to plow recklessly through the villa district. The violent crashes and collapsing buildings made the surgeon's right hand, clutching the scalpel, tremble slightly. A flicker of panic flickered in his otherwise numb eyes. The lead surgeon instinctively glanced toward the doorway. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted, nearly shattering the eardrums of everyone in the room. In the next instant, the solid wall caved in dramatically. Then, in less than half a breath's time, the reinforced wall was pierced by the sharp tip of the flying shuttle. The immense force even impaled the two nurses leaning against the wall, stringing them like candied haws onto the shuttle's head. Piercing screams erupted instantly. Shen Xingchen kicked open the cabin door, swinging his long sword. The blade's light spilled like moonlight across the cramped room. Moments later, all movement ceased. Every sound vanished. Within the entire room, aside from Shen Xingchen and Bai Xie, no other figures remained standing. Shen Xingchen kicked aside the mangled remains lying at his feet. His right hand clenched tightly, while his left gently cradled Bai Xixing in his embrace. His left index finger pressed against her carotid artery. After a moment's assessment, he sighed with relief. Just unconscious. Just unconscious. For her, it was merely a sudden blackout. She felt nothing. When she wakes up, everything will be fine. At these words, Bai Xie, who had been anxiously watching nearby, let out a long sigh of relief. Everything will be fine. What a wonderful 6-word sentence. Especially a coma like Bai Xixing's, where she was completely unaware of the process and felt nothing, leaving almost no shadow on her young, tender heart. After waking up, she knew nothing of what had happened. She remained a happy, carefree child, still blessed with a relatively beautiful childhood. Truly, it was for the best. Shen Xingchen scooped Bai Xixing into one arm while taking Bai Xie's hand with the other, then hurriedly leaped onto the shuttle. That old dog will deal with him later. The most important thing now was to get everyone to a place of absolute safety. The instant he stepped onto the shuttle, Shen Xingchen's heart lurched violently. A pinprick-like sense of danger made every pore on his body scream in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingchen forced himself to halt his next movement and slammed both feet down. In an instant, his immense force kicked 2 distinct dents into the shuttle's footrests. Using the recoil as leverage, Shen Xingchen clutched Bai Xixing and pulled Bai Xie as they flew backward. At that very moment, a pitch-black spear seemingly forged from dark ink pierced through the crumbling wall, striking the shuttle's footplate with pinpoint accuracy. A sharp clang echoed through the air. The spear trembled, vibrating with a low hum. Overwhelming vital energy surged from the spear's surface, instantly engulfing the shuttle. In an instant, the shuttle shattered into debris. Witnessing this scene, Shen Xingchen's heart pounded in terror. Had he been half a second slower, it wouldn't just be the shuttle that shattered, it would be the bodies of Shen Xingchen and his 2 companions. Though the opponent's physical form had decayed and weakened, his soul's strength had only grown more formidable through the passage of time. Its power was now sufficient to completely block Shen Xingchen's perception. Deputy Governor Lu Hongxue of Xizang Province emerged from the collapsed rubble. His figure gradually sharpened amidst the swirling dust. Chapter 182, The Battle of Martial Sovereigns. Lu Hongxue gazed coldly at Shen Xingchen, surrounded by women in the room. Young man, with your illustrious background, why court such suffering? Not only must Bai Xixing sacrifice himself, but even you two, the top geniuses of our great Xia, a once-in-a-century phenomenon, will meet your end here. Why? At these words, Shen Xingchen's entire body tensed. He released Bai Xie's hand and pressed his fingers against his sword hilt. You old dog, how dare you even utter the name of great Xia? You're a deadweight, treating human lives like straw. Faced with Shen Xingchen's direct rebuke, Lu Hongxing showed no anger. Shaking his head, he slowly advanced toward Shen Xingchen and continued. Shen Xingchen, with your background, you should understand that people are never equal. I am a martial sovereign, a hero who served the great Xia, even risking half my life for it. My life is naturally more precious and valuable than those children's. Tell me, could the combined contributions of hundreds of children ever match mine? Could their collective value ever surpass mine? As he drew nearer, the sense of danger and oppressive pressure grew more palpable, causing Shen Xingchen's entire body to tense even further. He was still holding Bai Xixing in his left arm. How could he possibly unleash his full strength while holding a child? Yet with a formidable enemy before him, Shen Xingchen couldn't possibly hand Bai Xixing over to Bai Xie. That would leave an obvious opening. In this situation where the enemy was strong and he was weak, Shen Xingchen had to be flawless just to barely hold his own. A single obvious opening would end the fight in an instant. Though Bai Xie's strength was hardly formidable in this situation, she possessed the necessary discernment. She understood. The closer the enemy drew, the more apparent their own disadvantage became. She must, absolutely must, secure Bai Xixing for herself. Only then could she free Shen Xingchen's hands. Since Shen Xingchen couldn't afford to show weakness. Then as an observer utterly useless as she was she could. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Bai Xixing's form flickered. A chill spread around her, and shards of ice rapidly crystallized, coalescing into a solid shield of black ice behind her back. In the next instant, she exposed her back completely to Lu Hangshu's gaze, snatching Bai Xixing from Shen Xingchen's grasp. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, years of battle-honed instinct urged Shen Xingchen to draw his sword. With a sharp clang, the blade slid from its sheath. Swifter than the sword's ring, the black gold blade in Shen Xingchen's grasp darted toward Bai Xi's chest. With a wet thud, the blade pierced Bai Xi's chest without the slightest resistance. The razor-sharp blade emerged cleanly through her body, its black gold tip landing with pinpoint accuracy against the ice shield. Simultaneously, Lu Hangshu's black spear struck out, meeting Shen Xingchen's protruding blade head-on. Boom! The sword tip and spear tip locked in a fierce standoff. Terrifying recoil surged up the spear shaft and sword blade, sweeping toward their respective masters. In the past, Shen Xingchen could have let the sword body of the Han Yuan Xian sword absorb some of the force for him, but not now. The sword was embedded within Bai Xi's body. If the blade absorbed this recoil, it would inevitably tear apart Bai Xi's internal organs. A battle fluctuation of martial sovereign caliber erupting within her body would likely kill Bai Xia instantly, a death by explosive rupture, leaving no chance for rescue whatsoever. Moreover, piercing Bai Xi's body to directly intercept Lu Hangshu's spear was already the best course of action Shen Xingchen could take. Any other sword technique, any different angle, or any attempt to shift his stance would have been utterly insufficient to block Lu Hangshu's spear strike. The most desperate reality was this. Bai Xi's preemptive move to seize Bai Xixing was itself the optimal solution to break the stalemate. Yet this optimal solution among all possible resolutions exacted a tremendous toll on Shen Xingchen. He forcibly absorbed all the recoil force, his entire upper body's clothing shattering violently under the immense impact. Simultaneously, the muscles in Shen Xingchen's right arm convulsed violently, the hidden tendons and bones within trembling incessantly. The next instant, a sharp hiss erupted from Shen Xingchen's right arm. Countless tiny wounds split open simultaneously, viscous blood gushing forth like a fountain. Intense pain radiated from his right arm throughout his entire body. Shen Xingchen remained unflinching, drawing his sword and kicking Bai Xia to safety. Lu Hangshu's eyes locked onto the black pattern on Shen Xingchen's lower abdomen, uttering two sharp whistles. Who would have thought that the greatest prodigy of our great Xia would be a lackey of the 10,000 Beasts sect? Compared to Shen Xingchen's torn clothes and gushing blood, the aged Lu Hangshu appeared remarkably composed. The recoil force had been significantly absorbed by his black spear, allowing him to bear the impact with ease. Bolstered by his various physical enhancements, the bleeding from his wounds had stopped. The unbearable agony eased considerably, yet the injury remained. His right arm's strength was undeniably diminished from its peak. So, you, a follower of the 10,000 Beasts cult, and I, this villain who harms the hearts of men, which of us is more wicked? Lu Hangshu shifted his stance slightly, his gaze fixed on the black pattern adorning Lu Zichuan's lower abdomen as he continued speaking. Though his expression remained composed, Lu Hangshu was inwardly astonished. Despite such severe injuries and obvious disarray, the man's posture remained impeccably composed. For the moment, he could find no obvious weakness. He was only 18. Shen Xingchen, you and I have sworn an oath to the heavens to keep this matter buried deep within us. And you promised to do 3 things for me. I'll spare your life. How about it? Lu Hangshu proposed, his hand gripping the rifle. Shen Xingchen sneered. Dream on. As he spoke, a pure black divine dragon abruptly materialized in the azure sky. The black dragon roared as it descended from the heavens, merging into Shen Xingchen's body in the blink of an eye. Soon, the wound on his right arm was covered by fine scales. Shen Xingchen's form swelled as dragon scales covered his entire body, his amber eyes glowing with a white-gold hue. A divine beast? Lu Hangshu murmured softly, his eyes abruptly turning cold. Since you refuse to show gratitude, then die. He had long investigated Shen Xingchen, knowing all his tricks. But before the title of martial sovereign, all such tricks seemed utterly fragile. Before Lu Hangshu's words had fully faded, a silver-backed ape materialized before them. The ape's form was massive, its muscles bulging to the point of seeming forged from iron. Visualization diagram, silverback divine ape. The moment the silverback gorilla materialized, its 2 exceptionally long arms shot out left and right, aiming to crush Shen Xingchen's skull. Simultaneously, Lu Hangshu leapt high into the air, his black spear twisting like a venomous dragon, sealing off every possible escape route for Shen Xingchen. 2 arms and 1 spear, their coordination was flawless, leaving no room for escape. Chapter 183, The Mystic Iron Armor. Had Shen Xingchen's divine soul dragon remained undamaged, he could have summoned it to resist Lu Hangshu's silverback gorilla. But with his divine soul already weakened and inherently inferior in strength to his opponents, summoning the true dragon to confront the ape risked inflicting irreparable damage upon it. Worse still, Shen Xingchen himself might have been driven into unconsciousness, unable to sustain the fight. Therefore, he must rely entirely on himself to withstand this 2-armed strike. In an instant, the long-haired arms slammed toward both sides of Shen Xingchen's head, filling his ears with the howling wind. Shen Xingchen's face was deathly pale, yet his eyes burned with an astonishing intensity. He raised his arms, holding the long sword horizontally before him, blade facing inward. Shen Xingchen's upper body tilted violently as the razor-sharp blade sliced through scales without resistance, tearing flesh and blood apart. Viscous, mercury-like heart blood flowed out, merging with the sword's body. In an instant, the black gold blade was enveloped in crimson. The crimson glow surged, enveloping Shen Xingchen in turn. Great a secret art, sword sacrifice. Sacrificing his body to the sword, he became one with the blade. Sacrificing his vital energy and blood, he amplified both the strength of the sword in his hand and the fortitude of his own flesh. Shen Xingchen could distinctly hear the blood quietly flowing within him transform in an instant into a ceaselessly surging river. The rate of chi and blood depletion skyrocketed countless times over. What had once sustained him for a full day and night of all-out combat, now it could sustain him for no more than 15 minutes of combat. Such an extreme drain on vital energy brought about an equally astonishing enhancement. In that instant, the persistent, bone-deep weakness and exhaustion vanished completely, replaced by explosive power. Shen Xingchen lifted his gaze slightly, paying no heed to the ape's paw about to smash into his ear. In the next instant, a surge of vital energy erupted from his feet, propelling his body skyward with tremendous recoil force. High above, a pitch-black spatial wormhole had already materialized. Another spatial wormhole appeared silently behind Lu Hongxue. Spatial fluctuations erupted violently. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xingchen, blood sword in hand, materialized behind Lu Hongxue. In that instant, Shen Xingchen not only evaded the pincer attack from the silverback gorilla and Lu Hongxue, but also turned the tables, seizing the initiative to strike first. Without a moment's hesitation, as if rehearsed a million times, Shen Xingchen aimed for his opponent's back and thrust out the strongest, fastest strike he could muster. Grade A sword technique, Thunderbird, executed with divine precision. The sword's ring echoed like thunder, its blade flashed like lightning. The strike was so swift that even the seasoned martial sovereign Lu Hongxue couldn't react in time. Truthfully, the moment he glimpsed the flickering spatial wormhole high in the sky, he sensed something amiss and had already begun drawing his spear to defend. Even when the explosive sword cry erupted behind him, his spear was already thrusting backward. Yet even so, he could neither see through nor block nor intercept the strike. Faster than sound, faster than lightning. In the very instant thunder roared, the crimson blade pierced Lu Hongxue's back. The next second, Shen Xingchen's icy face betrayed a look of astonishment. The Han Yuan Xian sword, reputed to sever all things in the world, the Han Yuan Xian sword amplified by the rank supreme art, sword sacrifice, had been halted by something. A sharp clang, like the clash of metal, echoed from Lu Hongxue's back. Shen Xingchen felt his sword strike a resistance for the first time. Yet this defense only held his blade back for less than half a second. Yet any obstruction, any hesitation, proved fatal at this level of combat. Moreover, the enemy's back was protected by more than one layer of defense. After that crisp sound, Shen Xingchen once again encountered a resilient, indestructible defense. This defense wasn't the kind of hardness that was indestructible, it was a softness that could contain and accept everything. The swift, explosive thrust of his sword struck this layer of defense, as powerless as a fist punching cotton. In that instant, martial sovereign Lu Hongxue had already whipped his spear forward. The jet-black spear, like a venomous dragon, lashed viciously against Shen Xingchen's chest, sending him flying backward. Lu Hongxue stood suspended in midair, his gaze sweeping down at Shen Xingchen, who lay sprawled in the corner. He chuckled softly. The mystic sword of the great void, a fine piece of work. But you should know, this world isn't the only place where someone possesses a divine artifact like the Han Yuan Xian iron. Lu Hongxue valued his life dearly. His chest, back, and all vital points were covered in plates forged from the same mystical iron. From the corner, amidst swirling dust, came a low, suppressed cough. Shen Xingchen gripped his sword in his right hand while clutching his chest with his left. That spear had struck the wound from his sword sacrifice. The dragon scales on his chest were completely shattered, revealing a gruesome mess of mangled flesh. The dripping blood was forcibly controlled by Shen Xingchen using the innate talent of the blood and flesh ancestor. He rose to his feet, sword drawn, facing his opponent. Seeing Shen Xingchen rise, Lu Hongxue's eyes flashed with surprise. He chuckled softly. His aged laughter was hoarse and unpleasant. He continued. Shen Xingchen, I truly cannot fathom how someone your age could master so many martial arts and sword techniques. From E rank to A rank, each is masterfully executed. How long have you trained? What secrets lie within you? As he spoke, his form descended from the sky, closing in step by step with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The same deal still stands. Do 3 things for me, and I'll let you go. Lu Hongxue was utterly consumed by curiosity about the secrets hidden within Shen Xingchen. What kind of earth-shattering opportunity could possibly grant an 18-year-old such formidable power? Countless masterful, top-tier sword techniques. A beast-like combat instinct. A physique so formidable it defied belief. A soul strength that defied the heavens. Any one of these alone could transform an ordinary martial artist into a prodigy. Possessing 2 such talents would allow one to dominate peers across an entire province. Possessing 3 would make one a peerless, top-tier prodigy unmatched in the entire nation. Shen Xingchen, possessing all 4, was truly unparalleled throughout history, a prodigy capable of suppressing countless generations of prodigies. If such an opportunity fell upon him, perhaps he could break free from the curse of time. While the other wasted breath on empty words, Shen Xingchen poured all his energy into healing his wounds. Though he remained silent, his icy, dismissive demeanor spoke volumes. Lu Hongxue continued to approach Shen Xingchen, stating, "You possess a divine soul strength on par with a martial sovereign. You should know the terror of soul searching. Why bother?" By the time he finished speaking, Shen Xingchen and Lu Hongxue stood less than 2 meters apart. At this distance, the long sword in his hand could pierce through his body at any moment. Once activated, the sword ritual could not be halted unless his vital energy was completely depleted. In other words, Shen Xingchen had at most 15 minutes. The one who needed time the most, the one who couldn't afford any delay, wasn't the old man across from him, it was Shen Xingchen himself. He could not afford to waste a single moment. Thus, thunderous roars echoed once more, and surging lightning bolts flashed anew. Chapter 184, Mountains Fall. Shen Xingchen swung his sword upward. A distance of less than 2 meters meant nothing to someone with his physical prowess. It was as if they were face to face. His sudden strike was lightning fast, the blade's tip aimed directly at the opponent's eyes. Vital body parts could be shielded by metal plates. But what about the eyes? Surely they couldn't be reinforced with metal plates? Facing the thunderous strike, Lu Hongxue narrowed his eyes. He neither forced nor blocked, allowing Shen Xingchen's blade to pierce his right eye. Simultaneously, Lu Hongxue raised his right arm, unleashing unparalleled strength from his aged frame. His black spear instantly covered 2 meters, piercing straight toward Shen Xingchen's heart. In the end, Shen Xingchen's Thunderbird proved just a fraction faster. Yet Shen Xingchen felt little joy. Something was off about his opponent's reaction. But with matters having come to this, even knowing something was amiss, he had to press on. Shen Xingchen unleashed another surge of force from his hand. The sword tip flashed with thunderous light, and within the savage lightning surged an unparalleled vitality, raging into the opponent's right eye socket. The next instant, Shen Xingchen's heart sank. He sensed that same stifling resistance along the blade, again first rigid, then yielding, and the sword could advance not an inch further. Lu Hongxue had not only affixed armor plates to his body. He'd even affixed armor plates made of mixed primordial black iron to the surface of his eyeballs. Just how afraid of death is this old bastard? Their burst speeds were already evenly matched. Shen Xingchen's sword was already poised, while Lu Hongxue's spear violently thrust into Shen Xingchen's chest. The spear thundered as black vital energy erupted from its tip, shattering the already fragile dragon scales covering his chest. Flesh split open, organs pulsed violently, and the jet-black spear pierced Shen Xingchen's body without resistance, poised to pin him to the wall. Fortunately, Shen Xingchen had a backup plan. With a flick of his mind, a dark purple spatial fissure cracked open on the surface of the low wall behind him. His body recoiled backward with the force of Lu Hongxue's spear thrust, landing precisely within the newly formed spatial fissure. In an instant, Shen Xingchen, who should have been pinned to the wall, vanished. The next instant, his body reappeared behind his opponent. Just as before, thunderous explosions and blinding flashes of lightning erupted once more. But unlike before, Shen Xingchen no longer sought to kill his opponent. His sword tip merely grazed the surface of the enemy's body before he withdrew with the grace of a celestial being. This light and graceful movement caused the opponent's defensive spear to strike empty air. Lu Hongxue spun around, uttering a soft "ha?" in the intelligence he had obtained. One of Shen Xingchen's weaknesses was his footwork. When had his footwork become so flawless? The thought made Lu Hongxue lick his parched lips. Just as he had imagined, this youth must possess extraordinary potential. With Shen Xingchen's spatial abilities combined with his flawless footwork, Lu Hongxue found it nearly impossible to track his movements. Within minutes, Shen Xingchen's long sword had struck him dozens of times. Fragmented, shimmering lightning marks lingered across his skin and vital points, making Lu Hongxue appear like a thunder god, radiant and untouchable. Lu Hongxue lowered his gaze to the scattered lightning sparks on his body, a sense of foreboding rising from the depths of his heart. A man like Shen Xingchen would never waste time and energy on futile efforts. These lightning sparks must be his trump card. But no matter how formidable that final move might be, could it possibly surpass the armor plates forged from his Hun Yuan mystic iron? Though this thought crossed his mind, Lu Hongxue still swung his arm with utter conviction. His spear swept across his body, flicking away every last trace of lightning clinging to his skin. A few muffled claps of thunder echoed, and the brilliant flashes of lightning vanished into the air. Lu Hongxue felt the faint stinging sensations radiating from various points on his body. His eyes narrowed as he pointed the jet-black spear tip directly at Bai Siye and Bai Shixing. He knew these two were Shen Xingchen's lifelines. By seizing their lives, Shen Xingchen would surely submit, offering his own neck for slaughter. Lu Hongxue growled lowly. "Come out, or I'll kill them." Hidden within the spatial fissure, Shen Xingchen's expression remained impassive. Facing the threat, he thrust and withdrew his long sword with the same rhythm as before. In his eyes, the lightning imprints on the opponent's body had vanished. Yet more lightning marks were concealed within his opponent's body. This fact had even escaped Lu Hongxu's own notice. Shen Xingchen knew. As long as he remained alive and capable of fighting, Bai Xie and Bai Xixing still held a sliver of hope. But if he were to lower his sword, then Bai Xie, Bai Xixing, and himself would all face certain death. The only way to break this stalemate was to strike. Seeing Shen Xingchen ignore his threats, Lu Hongxu's heart hardened. He thrust his spear fiercely toward Bai Xie and Bai Xixing. The frenzied force caused the surrounding air to shriek in agony. A piercing whistle split the air, echoing throughout the entire room. This thrust, Lu Hongxu unleashed with every ounce of strength. He was certain Shen Xingchen could not possibly block it. After all, based on his analysis of Shen Xingchen, this man's swordplay leaned toward lightness and agility, deadly in combat, yet lacking in weight and substance. Such a style held all the advantages in one-on-one combat. But when it came to protecting others, it was practically impossible. Die! Lu Hongxu roared inwardly. He would make Shen Xingchen feel the agony of watching a loved one die before his very eyes. At that moment, a dark purple fissure appeared between the tip of the Xuanhe spear and Bai Xie. Shen Xingchen's upright figure materialized from the spatial wormhole. His platinum eyes had been overtaken by crimson, a distinct horizontal streak of blood filling the space between them. The crimson line pierced his eyes. This was the sign that the ultimate technique, sword sacrifice, was nearing its limit. The drain from repeatedly activating spatial abilities proved far more terrifying than Shen Xingchen had imagined. Even if his opponent hadn't forced him to reveal himself, Shen Xingchen would have begun preparing his final strike. As Shen Xingchen finally materialized, a cruel smile curled the corners of Lu Hongxu's mouth. He was utterly confident Shen Xingchen couldn't block this strike. Die himself, or watch his beloved die before his eyes. Choose one, young man. But in the next instant, Lu Hongxu's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. He clearly saw. After Shen Xingchen's figure emerged from the spatial rift, he abandoned his previous ethereal swordplay. His feet slammed heavily into the ground. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled, as if a mountain had collapsed. The next second, Shen Xingchen soared high into the air. The long sword in his hand twisted and deformed, instantly transforming into a broad, thick greatsword requiring both hands to wield. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen's own form swelled and grew in an instant, transforming into a 10-meter-tall flesh and blood giant. The colossus and his blade descended from the heavens like crushing mountains, bearing an unmatched, overwhelming might. Grade A sword technique, mountains falling, executed with divine mastery. Mountains toppled, crushing everything in their path. Facing this strike, Lu Hongxu knew evasion was futile. He ceased all attempts to dodge or retreat. Besides, he had the Han Yuan mystic iron to protect him. What could Shen Xingchen possibly do to him? Chapter 185, Thousand Birds Instant Explosion. The all-pervasive pieces of the primordial mystic iron armor bestowed upon Lu Hongxu unparalleled confidence. He was certain that even if he took Shen Xingchen's full blow head-on, he wouldn't die. In fact, he was highly confident he wouldn't even be injured. If Shen Xingchen took another blow from him, he wouldn't die instantly, but he'd be gravely wounded, leaving him no chance to fight back. Still too young. Only those who live long have a future. Lu Hongxu snorted coldly, his fighting style as sweeping and unrestrained as ever, paying no heed to the mountains crashing down from above. His jet-black spear thrust toward Shen Xingchen like a venomous dragon. Exchange wounds for wounds, stake life for life. Shen Xingchen, suspended mid-air, observed Lu Hongxu's tactics and a cold smile touched his lips. Just as expected, an old dog never learns. His tactics never change, and he's utterly incapable of mastering anything beyond his own spear techniques. Had he studied swordsmanship, he would know that within the Thunderbird sword technique lies another move. Thousand Birds Instant Explosion. A thought flashed through Shen Xingchen's mind. Countless Thunderbirds, silently embedded within his opponent through countless attacks, cried out in unison. Countless muffled thunderclaps exploded simultaneously within Lu Hongxu's body. A tremendous shockwave and recoil erupted from within him, radiating outward across his entire body. In an instant, the armor plates clinging to Lu Hongxu's body, some even fused nearly to his skin through special techniques, were shattered and flung away by the immense force. Countless tiny armor fragments fell to the ground, kicking up swirling dust. The immense force sent Lu Hongxu reeling, his consciousness clouded. The next moment, his expression abruptly changed. He whipped his head around to look at the scattered armor fragments, frantically calling out for them to return to his body. Responding to his command, the armor plates on the ground reacted swiftly. Yet returning from the ground to his body still took less than a second. For a swordsman of Shen Xingchen's exceptional skill, a single second was more than enough to take a life. The broad, heavy sword timed its strike perfectly, its thunderous momentum crashing down from above. High above, stacked mountains crashed down simultaneously. In an instant, the earth erupted with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward for hundreds of meters. The shockwaves alone were enough to tear apart numerous buildings within the villa district. Dust swirled high into the sky, leaving the surrounding crowd bewildered. If the aftershock was this terrifying, what of Lu Hongxu, who faced the colossal sword head-on? The damage he sustained was even more catastrophic. Shen Xingchen's sword strike ended just as his sword sacrifice state concluded, leaving his chi and blood completely depleted. His massive sword plunged into the ground, its hilt propping up his shattered chest, allowing him to barely maintain his stance. The dust quickly dispersed. Shen Xingchen fixed his gaze ahead. Amidst the utterly ravaged ruins, not a single figure remained. Only half a flattened head remained embedded in the ground. It was Lu Hangshu. A single sword strike had driven both his body and half his skull into the earth. Such an injury would leave even a martial sovereign with little time left to live. Struggling, Lu Hangshu pulled his head free from the earth. Blood mixed with dust choked from his mouth as he stared at Shen Xingchen with utter disbelief. He coughed violently twice, yet a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The new generation surpasses the old young talent is truly formidable, truly formidable. Seeing the smile on his opponent's face, a wave of unease surged from Shen Xingchen's heart. At this very moment, bolstered by various physical enhancements, his depleted vital energy was rapidly replenishing. In 5 minutes, he would be able to draw his sword and fight again. In 15 minutes, he would be back at his peak. Yet his foes clearly intended to deny him any time to recover. Lu Hangshu coughed violently twice more. I thought one of me would suffice. Yet in such a short time, you filled the gaps in your footwork and the holes in your swordplay. Shen Xingchen, are you a prodigy of a kind that comes along once in a millennium, or do you harbor some great secret? Or perhaps both? Shen Xingchen offered no reply, instead focusing every ounce of his energy on restoring the qi and blood within his body. Lu Hangshu's face showed impatience. What's the hold up? Do we have to wait for him to recover before we strike, only to get counterattacked? At these words, Shen Xingchen's heart instantly tightened, his vigilance reaching its peak. Yet moments passed, and still there was no movement. Shen Xingchen even began to suspect whether this old fool was just bluffing. The very instant that thought crossed his mind, Shen Xingchen distinctly felt an unusual sensation emanating from the ground beneath his feet. It felt as though the soil beneath the earth had come alive, stirring violently beneath his feet. No, it wasn't the soil moving. There were people underground. Shen Xingchen's heart skipped a beat as he pushed off with both feet, trying to distance himself from the ground. However, less than a minute had passed since the battle ended. The faint trace of qi and blood that had just stirred within him was utterly insufficient to support his movement. Shen Xingchen's leap was painfully slow. Just as his feet lifted off the ground, 2 massive hands seized his ankles, one on each side, and slammed him back down. His body slammed into the earth, searing pain washing over him. In the next instant, 5 sharp spears pierced through his legs, arms, and torso, pinning him face down to the ground. These 5 spears were made of a peculiar material. Once embedded within his body, Shen Xingchen could no longer sense the flow of his qi and blood. Shen Xingchen strained every ounce of strength to turn his head toward the intruder. The moment he recognized the figure's attire, his heart sank. Black robes with golden embroidery, a follower of the 10,000 Beasts cult. And a high-ranking one at that. The two turned their backs on Shen Xingchen and approached Lu Hangshu. One on each side, they forcibly yanked him up from the ground. What's the rush? We must confirm whether Shen Xingchen has truly reached his limit. Lu Hangshu was hauled from the ground, his injuries clearly severe. His bones and internal organs were nearly shattered, with flaccid skin hanging loosely over the broken fragments. His garments had been torn to shreds by the violent force, revealing black demonic runes covering his entire upper body. It turned out Lu Hangshu had long been a member of the 10,000 Beasts cult. After swallowing the potion, Lu Hangshu approached Shen Xingchen, bending down with a smile. Do you really think I'd risk so much just for an annual heart transplant? There are countless gifted and promising children in this world, and hearts are plentiful. Why would I risk everything to take Bai Shixing's heart? Our target has always been you, Shen Xingchen. With that, he ripped off Shen Xingchen's upper garment. In that instant, the 3 members of the 10,000 Beasts sect stared wide-eyed, gazing at the black and gold floral pattern on Shen Xingchen's back as if witnessing a miracle. Ecstatic smiles spread across their faces. It's you! It's definitely you! The vessel chosen by the Beast God, it is you! And it makes sense under the heavens, only you possess the worthiness to bear the Beast God's consciousness. The implications of his words sent a chill through Shen Xingchen's heart. Chapter 186, Sword Immortal. So the black golden flower pattern on his body was the mark of the Beast God's consciousness vessel? Just as he had suspected, the high-ranking followers of the 10,000 Beasts cult knew the origin of these black gold magical patterns. Alas, the tide had turned. Now Shen Xingchen found himself a prisoner. The golden divine pattern has faded slightly. It seems you've also obtained our 10,000 Beasts sect sacred artifact. Lu Hangshu stroked Shen Xingchen's back with a smile. Shen Xingchen, you truly are a blessing to our 10,000 Beasts cult. The so-called sacred artifact must be that golden throne. Shen Xingchen gave a cold laugh, struggling fiercely to shake off the other's hand from his back. He demanded. Lu Hangshu, you, the esteemed deputy governor of Xizang, have actually stooped to consorting with these vermin of the 10,000 Beasts cult. Lu Hangshu remained unperturbed, replying with a faint smile. Vermin? Shen Xingchen, I don't blame you for speaking this way. After all, you do not comprehend the greatness of the Beast God. Before him, we are fortunate even to be called vermin. Before such a magnificent being, we are not even a speck of dust. Your mother, Song Qingxuang, is but an ant the beast god could crush with a single flick of his paw. You should feel honored the beast god chose you, accepted you, and acknowledged you. Shen Xingchen bought time while probing with words. Put. What a phony beast god, a creature hiding its true form. It's doubtful whether it even possesses the realm of a martial god. If he were truly that powerful, wouldn't your 10,000 beasts sect have already conquered the world? Why else would you be scurrying about like sewer rats, hiding in the shadows? His words clearly struck a nerve with the trio. Lu Hongxue gave a cold laugh. Shen Xingchen, you can be all cocky now. We have every means to deal with you. With that, he waved his hand. Carry him away. Move him out quickly. Song Qingxuang would arrive in just over 30 minutes. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen was utterly horrified. Could it be that even his correspondence with his family was under Lu Hongxue's control? Lu Hongxue seemed to relish the look on Shen Xingchen's face. In his eyes, Shen Xingchen was already a fish in a barrel. Therefore, he didn't mind revealing a bit more confidential information. You say we're like rats in the sewers. But how can you possibly know how many more rats lurk within this great xia, within this world? Ha! As he spoke, Lu Hongxue seemed to realize something. He lifted his chin and pointed toward the flying shuttle. Those two women were hiding behind the flying shuttle. Kill them. The other two beast cultists snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Lu Hongxue's bossy attitude. But for the greater good, they still walked over. Just then, a sudden flash of light pierced the gloomy sky. High above, a gaping hole had appeared in the thick, piled-up clouds, its origin unknown. Blinding sunlight poured through the gap, cascading down. Simultaneously, countless swords as thin as silk threads appeared out of nowhere, standing tall in every direction between heaven and earth. The blades trembled, their clear, resonant hums piercing the ears of all present. Lu Hongxue and his two companions froze in place, horror etched upon their faces. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their actions and turned to flee. Yet in the next instant, the densely packed swords shot forth beams of light. The beams interlocked, weaving a dense net that surged toward the trio's position. Layer upon layer of the dense net covered every direction. There was truly nowhere to flee, nowhere to hide. One of the 10,000 beasts cultists drew a dark purple gem from his waist. He swiftly crushed the orb, causing a spatial wormhole to flash into existence before him. The appearance of the wormhole seemed to trigger some change. The slowly advancing sword-like net suddenly accelerated. In what felt like an instant, countless layers of the net pierced through the wormhole, shredding the dark purple fissure into fragments once more. The spatial wormhole that had just formed was annihilated in an instant. Witnessing this, Lu Hongxue and his two companions felt their hearts sink. A wave of intense terror welled up from their cores, spreading through every limb and bone, leaving their bodies utterly rigid. Lu Hongxue collapsed to his knees with a thud, crying out to the pure white figure standing high above. Sword Immortal Song, I was momentarily blinded by folly. Please spare me. I'll reveal everything I know. I infiltrated the enemy's ranks. I went to steal intelligence. His pleas were futile. A dense net of sword-like effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the three. In an instant, cries, pleas, and sobs vanished entirely. A terrifying silence hung between heaven and earth, broken only by the clear, resonant ring of steel. The next second, countless fine blood streaks appeared on their stiffened bodies. The gashes deepened, viscous blood oozing from the wounds. Then, with a thunderous crash, the three were torn into countless fragments of flesh, scattering across the ground. Remarkably, on the ground, their ethereal souls still maintained the kneeling, begging posture they had just moments before. Moments later, their frozen souls suddenly came alive. They stared in disbelief at their own bodies, then looked at each other with panic-stricken expressions. Before they could comprehend what had happened, the sword net that had swept past them coiled into threads, wrapping themselves in layer upon layer around every inch of their bodies. In an instant, the spark of life vanished from their eyes. They became puppets, controlled by the threads binding them. SS-class sword technique, soul extraction. This soul-searching method was far more terrifying than violent soul-searching. The former required the user to bear a heavy burden of useless memories and inflicted damage upon their own soul. The latter, however, compels the soul of the targeted individual to willingly reveal every piece of information it possesses. The difference between the two could hardly be greater. Song Qingxuang descended from the sky, her icy gaze sweeping over the souls of the three. She had no time to interrogate the souls for information now. The most urgent matter, naturally, was to rescue her precious son from his confinement. Song Qingxuang swept her long sword through the air. The 5 spears embedded in Shen Xingchen's body disintegrated automatically. They scattered into iron filings floating in the air, then coalesced under some mighty force, reforming into a primitive black iron mass. Unfettered, Shen Xingchen rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. His powerful self-healing abilities instantly closed the gaping wounds on his body, though the resulting blood crusts left him looking rather disheveled. Seeing her son's pitiful state, Song Qingxuan's expression grew even colder. With a flick of her wrist, clean clothes landed on Shen Xingchen, concealing the demonic patterns and wounds on his body. Then, Song Qingxuang shifted her feet as if to embrace her son. But the thought quickly froze her movement. She remembered that her son had ended up in this state entirely because of the black gold belt she had given him. At this thought, her movement froze. Chapter 187, Soul-Binding Restraint. Song Qingxuan found herself utterly at a loss on how to face her son. These past days, regret, self-blame, anger, and a host of other negative emotions had gnawed at her heart like venomous snakes. Having long since reached the threshold of martial godhood, she had cultivated a crystal-clear sword heart. Yet, she still couldn't bring herself to face her son. She had barely communicated with him these past days, partly because she was genuinely swamped, with countless decisions for the National Exploration Team demanding her attention, and partly because she simply didn't know what to say to Shen Xingchen. An apology? That felt too distant. Saying nothing at all felt irresponsible? Fortunately, she could mask her inner turmoil with the righteous and genuine excuse that the nation needed her, sparing her from appearing flustered and helpless before her son. Even now, she wanted to maintain the image of an all-powerful, flawless figure in Shen Xingchen's eyes. Thus, from thousands of miles away, Song Qingxuan could only activate her network of connections and entrust an old friend to do their utmost to support Shen Xingchen, hoping this would make up for her sense of guilt. Shen Xingchen saw the self-reproach in Song Qingxuan's eyes. Truthfully, this was the first time in his life he'd seen an expression resembling weakness or helplessness on Song Qingxuan's face. He didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, while it was true that Song Qingxuan was a first-time mother, he, Shen Xingchen, was also a first-time son. They locked eyes across the distance, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward. The illusory specters beside them, manipulated by the sword threads, had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Their faces contorted in agony, unable to weep, their suffering worse than death itself. These sword threads, like the sharpest blades of time, coiled around the surface of their souls, gradually embedding themselves deep within. This agony, 1,000 cuts to the soul, was no less than a form of mental torture. Under such agonizing torment, their individual consciousnesses were nearly obliterated. At that point, whatever Shen Xingchen and Song Qingxuan asked, they would instinctively spill everything they knew. They understood this fact all too well. Now, Lu Hangshu and the others had only one demand. Ask quickly, then kill them swiftly, no more dithering. Ultimately, Shen Xingchen shouldered the responsibility of a man. He stepped forward, embraced Song Qingxuan, patted her back, and uttered those 4 words once more. I love you, Mom. Those simple 4 words swept away all the negativity in Song Qingxuan's heart like a gentle breeze. The nerves she'd kept taut for over a month suddenly relaxed, and her stiff body softened. Though guilt still lingered, she could now face Shen Xingchen. Turning to embrace her son, she replied. I love you too, Xiao Chen. Song Qingxuan's pale hand gently brushed Shen Xingchen's back. A soft energy flowed through his clothes, working its way into his damaged body. In an instant, the pain throughout his body vanished completely. Shen Xingchen felt a tingling sensation spread through his entire being as his injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Even the essence he had drained using the black gold throne was instantly replenished. Shen Xingchen shuddered, sending countless dark red scabs tumbling from his trouser legs and sleeves. Song Qingxuan knew this technique? Like his past self, Song Qingxuan had always focused on sword techniques, specializing in combat and rarely learning healing abilities. Moreover, her martial talent offered no particular boost to such healing abilities. Her cultivation efforts yielded half the results with twice the effort. Noticing the confusion in Shen Xingchen's eyes, Song Qingxuan, unusually, offered no explanation. She smiled, patted Shen Xingchen's shoulder, and released her grip as she walked toward the 3 ethereal divine souls. In truth, ever since Shen Xingchen awakened his martial talent and was ambushed by the 10,000 Beasts sect for the first time, she had set aside time each day to cultivate healing abilities. Just in case. But such matters needn't be shared with a child. She wasn't the type of parent who flaunted her sacrifices, burdening her child with unnecessary weight. Song Qingxuan's steps were light and quick. With a slight raise of her right hand, the sword threads coiled around Lu Hangshu and the others flew obediently into her grasp like well-behaved children. In an instant, the 3 who had been writhing in agony, unable even to speak, began to moan. Their ethereal souls trembled incessantly, clearly teetering on the brink of collapse. Song Qingxuan toyed with the dancing sword threads in her hand, her cold brows furrowing as she asked. What exactly is this beast god? Even as the deputy leader of the Great Xia National Exploration Team, she knew little about the beast god of the 10,000 Beasts cult. She only knew it was a deity sincerely worshipped by the followers of the 10,000 Beasts cult. Unlike other legendary deities, this beast god seemed to possess genuine, wondrous power capable of interfering with the real world and bestowing blessings. The beast cult's ability to command beast swarms and the magical runes etched upon their bodies were both said to be gifts from the beast god. The soul closest to Song Qingxuan instinctively answered. The beast god is supreme. No sooner had the 5 words left his lips than his already unstable soul suddenly swelled. Then, like a balloon bursting, his entire being exploded with a thunderous boom. Fragmented soul energy drifted through the heavens and earth, while ethereal white soul crystals fell like snow. Witnessing this scene, Shen Xingchen and Song Qingxuan both darkened in expression. Soul-binding restriction. This ability belonged to beings at least at the peak of martial saint or higher. Those bound by such a restriction would suffer soul explosion and instant death the moment they revealed even a shred of relevant information. It was arguably the most stringent of all restrictions. As the other two dazed individuals prepared to answer, Song Qingxuang swept her right hand through the air, instantly silencing them. They had barely captured two high-ranking members of the 10,000 Beasts sect alive. They absolutely had to interrogate them properly. They couldn't just let them explode one by one like fireworks. Song Qingxuang paused thoughtfully before phrasing her question. What exactly is the Black Gold Demon Rune? How does it differ from ordinary demon runes? Lu Hongxue, closest to Song Qingxuang, opened his mouth to respond. The Black Gold Divine Rune is the highest grade divine rune. It contains immense energy and even a trace of the beast god's essence. At that moment, his soul exploded with a loud bang. This scene left Shen Xingchen utterly speechless. Dude, Lu Hongxue, you were talking a big game just now. Why are you self-detonating after half a sentence now? Could it be that this soul restriction can even detect the physical condition of the caster? If that's the case, then the one who set this restriction must be a martial god and one who specializes in divine soul cultivation. Could the 10,000 Beasts sect harbor such a formidable expert? A terrifying thought even surfaced in Shen Xingchen's mind. Could it be that the one who planted this soul-binding restriction wasn't human at all? Could it be that legendary beast god? Though two people had exploded to their deaths, at least they had gained some useful information. Song Qingxuang turned to Shen Xingchen, signaling that he would interrogate the last survivor. Chapter 188, Deterioration. If it were anyone else, Shen Xingchen might have made polite small talk. But in front of his own mother, he didn't even know how to spell polite. Standing before the last illusory soul, he paused thoughtfully before asking what he hoped might be a less sensitive question. What are the functions of the beast cult's sacred artifacts? Finally, Shen Xingchen added. Do not mention the words beast god in your answer. He discovered that the mere mention of beast god caused the soul to nearly explode, clearly a trigger word. The final soul, dazed and disoriented, answered with drool threatening to spill. As far as I know, there are 3 sacred artifacts. The first is called the Divine Imprint Cauldron, which can imprint divine patterns onto the followers of the divine cult. The second is the Beast Riding Bell, which commands beast swarms. The third is the Void-Containing Basin, which can continuously produce spatial treasures. There is also a lost artifact called the Divine Throne, said to be the seat of the Beast God. The moment Shen Xingchen heard the words Beast God, he sensed something was amiss. His pupils contracted sharply as his body instinctively recoiled. The next instant, with a boom, his divine soul detonated, and soul crystals drifted down like snow. I told you not to mention the Beast God. Yet you still do. Are all of you from the 10,000 Beasts sect complete idiots? Shen Xingchen was getting pretty worked up. Every time things get critical, they self-destruct. Seriously, how disgusting is that? Having been tortured for too long, his consciousness was clouded, and some demands were beyond his ability to fulfill. Song Qingxuang offered comfort from the side. Fortunately, they used soul-snatching for interrogation. If they'd resorted to violent soul-searching, forcibly incorporating the target's memories into their own divine soul, 3 consecutive soul explosions would have brought even immortals to their knees. Shen Xingchen kicked the ground, sending a cloud of soft dust into the air. He quickly realized something was wrong. What was going on? Why was he so irrationally furious? After so many encounters with the 10,000 Beast sect, how could he not know their cunning and deceit? In an instant, a chill rose from his heart, spreading throughout his entire body. Shen Xingchen felt a bone-chilling cold seeping from the very crevices of his bones. Had his personal emotions already begun to be affected? Shen Xingchen swiftly turned his gaze inward toward his soul. The black gold divine dragon remained closed-eyed, feigning sleep, its body concealed within thick clouds. Beneath the dragon lay an endless expanse of surging ocean. Waves rippled and surged, a scene that should have been serene and tranquil. Yet Shen Xingchen clearly saw that the waves churning within his divine sea were not pure white, but viscous black. Black waves churned, while fine golden threads flickered faintly. The familiar black and gold color scheme sent a wave of emotion crashing through Shen Xingchen's heart. When? He had long known that the dragon deity manifested through meditation had been tainted with black gold hues, and even the clouds concealing its form now bore golden threads. But when had the sea of consciousness, the very essence of his divine soul, also taken on this black gold hue? Ever since discovering the peculiarities of the black gold belt and its patterns, Shen Xingchen had made inspecting his body and divine soul a daily ritual. The very first thing he did upon opening his eyes each day was to examine his divine soul and body. Surely, this morning, everything was fine. Today. Shen Xingchen rapidly retraced the events of the day. 3 soul searches had nearly shattered his spirit. The hidden black gold pattern within his divine sea had quietly exerted its power, stabilizing his soul state without Shen Xingchen even realizing it. Consequently, its erosion of Shen Xingchen's divine soul had deepened to a new level. At the time, Shen Xingchen remained utterly unaware. He had even mistaken his ability to retain mobility after 3 consecutive soul searches for innate spiritual fortitude. Damn it! Once he pieced together the entire sequence of events, Shen Xingchen couldn't help but curse again. Gazing at the soul fragments drifting across the sky, he couldn't help but shudder. He suddenly realized that although every action taken by the 10,000 Beasts sect ended in failure, but after each one, his body and soul were eroded even more by the black gold demonic patterns. In that moment, he had a distinct feeling. The higher-ups of the 10,000 Beasts cult seemed utterly indifferent to whether they captured or killed him, Shen Xingchen. What they truly sought was never victory in their operations, but rather to allow the black gold demonic patterns to further consume him, even to completely possess Shen Xingchen. In that instant, Shen Xingchen recalled Lu Hangshu's words. He was the vessel for the beast god's descent. Piece by piece, the events connected in Shen Xingchen's mind, his expression growing increasingly grim. Song Qingshuang sensed something was wrong with Shen Xingchen. Concerned, she looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Xingchen snapped back to reality, meeting her face filled with worry. He knew that even if he told Song Qingshuang everything, it would only add to her sorrow and self-blame. So he shook his head with a smile. "Nothing. Just overthinking. Mom, could you find me some stuff to strengthen my soul in a few days? Also." As he spoke, Shen Xingchen rattled off several extremely precious celestial treasures in one breath, essential items for cultivating top-tier shachi. When it came to resources for her son's cultivation, Song Qingshuang had always been accommodating. She nodded and said, "All right, give me a couple of days. I'll search the national treasury. For now, take Bai Xie and Bai Xixing to a safe place. I'll go eliminate some hidden insects lurking in the shadows." In truth, both the Great Xia and Xizang authorities had already begun to suspect something amiss among Xizang's high-ranking officials. They had even identified a mole within the information system. This is precisely why Song Qingshuang deliberately exaggerated her arrival time, catching the enemy off guard. And now, as Xizang's sharpest sword, she naturally must shoulder the responsibility of purging the traitor. With that, Song Qingshuang swept her right hand. The flying shuttle on the ground lifted high and shifted aside, revealing the figure concealed within. A conspicuous sword wound gouged into Bai Xie's body. The blade had pierced flesh and torn through clothing, the gruesome wound forming a jarring contrast against her fair skin. Shen Xingchen's strike and kick, though restrained, nearly knocked Bai Xie unconscious. The sliver of consciousness she retained compelled her to shield Bai Xixing fiercely and struggled desperately to find a safe place to hide. Song Qingshuang watched this harrowing scene, her right hand gently brushing Bai Xie's back. Gentle energy enveloped the wound, sealing the gaping hole in an instant. Her faint breaths steadied. Bai Xie's long lashes fluttered slightly before her eyes snapped open. Her gaze fell upon Shen Xingchen and Song Qingshuang's worried faces. She scanned Shen Xingchen's face carefully, healthy and full of vitality. In that moment, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly relaxed. She propped herself up, embraced Bai Xixing, and bowed solemnly. Song Qingshuang stopped her formalities, waving her right hand once more. The unconscious Bai Xixing awoke. Chapter 189, Bai Xixing's Dream. Though young, Bai Xixing possessed delicate and beautiful features. With her eyes tightly shut, her lashes cast as shadow beneath her eyelids like delicate fans. As Bai Xixing stirred from unconsciousness, her lashes trembled slightly. She felt as though she had been dreaming for an incredibly long time. Once she awoke, she would see her sister's heroic figure on the stage. At this thought, Bai Xixing perked up. Her tightly closed eyelids parted, revealing large, bright eyes sparkling with excitement. But soon, Bai Xixing realized something was wrong. Where was this? Wasn't she on the high-speed train? The newly awakened Bai Xixing felt a bit dazed. Her face flushed with panic as she scanned her surroundings. Only when she saw her sister, Bai Xie, holding her did she finally relax. She curled up, shifting into a more comfortable position in her sister's embrace, and looked elsewhere. Her eyes widened abruptly when she spotted Shen Xingchen. Wasn't that the man who gave my sister roses? Her brother-in-law. A bright smile blossomed on Bai Xixing's face. Just as she was about to greet her brother-in-law, her peripheral vision caught sight of Song Qingshuang. Bai Xixing's eyes widened further, her round, almond-shaped eyes looking adorably wide. Rubbing them in disbelief, she opened them again to look at Song Qingshuang, her face brimming with excitement, her voice even trembling slightly as she exclaimed. Song, the Sword Immortal. Is it really you, Sword Immortal Song? Song Qingshuang's fame in Changnan needed no elaboration. It could be said that many children recognized Song Qingshuang's face before they even knew their own parents. Many children, especially girls, regarded Song Qingshuang as their spiritual role model and idol. In Bai Xixing's bedroom hung a large, high-definition portrait of Song Qingshuang. For a moment, Bai Xixing felt dazed. Was she still half asleep, dreaming of her idol? But then again, how could someone as legendary as Song Jinxian possibly appear before an elementary schooler like her? This perfectly explained why she'd been on a high-speed train one moment and found herself in this desolate wasteland the next. Dreams, right? Any scenario could appear in a dream. But after finally dreaming about her idol in such a vivid, lifelike dream that it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Once she confirmed it was a dream, Bai Xixing's courage swelled tenfold. She struggled free from her sister's embrace, scampered over to Song Qingshuang's feet, and looked up with adorable innocence, holding out her hands and saying, "Hug me." Witnessing this scene, Bai Xie, who had just regained her composure after facing life or death peril, covered her forehead with her hand. She knew her younger sister idolized Song Qingxuan, but surely not to this extreme. Bai Xixing tilted her head, thinking to herself. My dream, my rules. I can do whatever I want, and whatever I want, I can make happen. If this really is a dream, Song Jianxian will definitely hug me. Song Qingxuan lowered her gaze, watching this adorable little girl reach out for a hug. Instantly, her heart felt like it was melting. The Bai Xixing before her was far more adorable than Shen Xingchen had been as a child, perfectly filling the void of not having a daughter. A gentle smile spread across her face as she crouched slightly, wrapping her arms around Bai Xixing and pulling her close. Instantly, Bai Xixing's face lit up with contentment. She buried her head in Song Qingxuan's shoulder, took a deep breath, and murmured dreamily. Sword Immortal Song, you smell so good. Hearing this, Bai Xie could no longer contain herself. You little brat, you talk like some creepy pervert. She stepped forward and grabbed Bai Xixing by the back of his collar, saying. You have no respect for elders. Not a shred of manners. Bai Xixing flinched, turned to Bai Xie, and stuck out his tongue. Sis, you're such a busybody. It's one thing to boss me around in real life, but now you're even controlling me in my dreams? I'm an adult now. I'm not scared of you. Oomph. With that, Bai Xixing buried her head in Song Qingxuan's shoulder and sighed wistfully. If only this dream could last a little longer. Dream? Bai Xie was momentarily confused, but she quickly caught on. So this little girl thought she was dreaming? No wonder she was so bold she actually dared to ask Immortal Song for a hug. No wonder she dared to talk back and make faces. Without hesitation, Bai Xie shattered Bai Xixing's fantasy. Dream? This is reality, sis. Hearing this, Bai Xixing stiffened, but she still turned her head to retort. Hey! What kind of monster dares disturb my peaceful dreams? Bai Xie laughed in exasperation. She continued. Pinch yourself and see if you're dreaming. At those words, visible panic spread across Bai Xixing's adorable face. Could this really not be a dream? Yeah, this dream feels a bit too real. The textures felt real, the sense came first, and the details were perfect. When had she ever had a dream like this in her entire life? The thought made her quickly raise her hand and pinch her wrist. Ouch! Yet what devastated Bai Xixing even more than the pain was her own actions and words from moments ago. The mere thought of what she had done and said made Bai Xixing wish she could faint again right then and there. What had she done? For a moment, the very embrace that had felt so warm and soft moments before now felt unbearably torturous, like sitting on pins and needles. The one holding her was a truly Changnan soul legend, Song Qingxuan, the Sword Immortal? Good heavens, what had she done to deserve being held by such a legendary figure? Bai Xixing struggled to break free, wanting to jump away. Seeing her adorable reaction, Song Qingxuan murmured affectionately. It's okay, Xingxing is adorable. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen, standing nearby, twitched his lips. His childhood nickname was Xingxing. He now had every reason to suspect his mother had mistaken Bai Xixing for a gender-swapped version of his younger self and was drowning her in maternal affection. But even with Song Qingxuan's reassurance, Bai Xixing still chose to leave her embrace. This was simply too rude. She bowed her head and murmured an apology before darting back behind Bai Xie. Clutching her sister's skirt hem, she peeked out cautiously, studying everyone's expressions. At the same time, Bai Xixing whispered sweetly to Bai Xie. I love you the most, sister. I love being taken care of by you the most. Mwah. Bai Xie smiled helplessly, feeling her little cotton coat seemed a bit drafty today. Seeing Bai Xixing so lively and energetic, Song Qingxuan felt completely at ease. She gave Xixing a doting look before saying, well, I'll be off then. With that, her figure shot skyward like a sharp sword's gleam, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Needless to say, another day of bloodshed and turmoil awaited Changnan and the entire West River region. After Song Qingxuan departed, Bai Xixing, who had been tense the entire time, finally relaxed a little. Chapter 190, This Marriage, I Approve. Bai Xixing exhaled a huge breath, leaping out from behind her sister. She stomped her foot, face upturned, exclaiming. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! How embarrassing! Sis, why didn't you warn me? Ugh, I embarrassed myself in front of my idol. I won't sleep well tonight. Bai Xie's face showed a hint of helplessness. Did you even give me a chance to speak? You were making faces at me the whole time. Bai Xixing flushed with embarrassment. She took her sister's hand and said. I thought I was dreaming, hee hee. We're still the best in the whole world. Then Bai Xixing changed the subject, her curiosity piqued. So, why are we here? And why is Song Jianxian here too? Hearing this, Bai Xie hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth. After all, being kidnapped and nearly having her heart ripped out was far too traumatic for a little girl. Shen Xingchen chimed in. Your sister told me you really like Song Jianxian, so I brought her here. And you know how famous Song Jianxian is in our Shijiang, so we chose this relatively secluded spot for the meeting. Though his explanation sounded somewhat perfunctory, Bai Xie's 6th grade mind failed to detect any inconsistencies. Her eyes crinkled with delight as she tugged Bai Siye's hand playfully and giggled. Hee, sis, you're the best. We really are the best sisters in the world. Then she skipped a few steps forward and took Shen Xingchen's hand. Brother-in-law, we're the second best in the world. Hearing this nonsensical title, Bai Siye's ears flushed slightly. She brushed the hand away and snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Xingchen laughed and smoothed things over. Children speak without restraint. Bai Xixing remained curious. So, what's your relationship with Song Jianxian? You actually managed to bring her here, that's amazing. Looking at her innocent face, Shen Xingchen felt all his pent-up frustration melt away. He answered honestly. Me? Me and Sword Immortal Song? We're the best of the best. She's my mom. Hearing this, Bai Xixing's eyes whitened abruptly. She gasped, her entire being freezing in shock. Meanwhile, Bai Siye's eyes dimmed slightly. She lowered her gaze to her toes, her right foot idly kicking at a pebble on the ground. A tycoon for a father, a sword immortal for a mother. This family background was worlds apart from her own family. Beyond her slightly better personal qualities, Bai Xixing couldn't hold a candle to Shen Xingchen in any other aspect. Even her personal qualities were far surpassed by Shen Xingchen. A match made in heaven versus a mismatch. While Bai Siye was deep in melancholy, Bai Xixing's restless mind began churning again. She thought. My brother-in-law is the son of Song Jianxian. I am my sister's younger sister. If they got married, wouldn't she, Bai Xixing, and Song Qingshuang become family? Then wouldn't she be able to openly ask Master Song Jianxian for a hug? At this thought, Bai Xixing flushed with excitement. Stomping her tiny foot and waving her little hand, she declared. This match I approve. Shen Xingchen was stunned, while Bai Siye burned with shame and indignation. Today, she must teach Bai Xixing what words are acceptable and what words are not. Seeing her sister about to strike, Bai Xixing shrieked and ran away. Originally, the plan was to arrive in Guangzhou by high-speed rail and have lunch together with all the classmates and teachers. But with this incident, the luncheon lacked key figures like Shen Xingchen and Bai Siye. Compounded by everyone's worry for them, the meal became utterly tasteless. Everyone lay bored in their hotel double rooms, scrolling through their phones, hoping to find any news related to Shen Xingchen. Suddenly, a series of bold and unapologetic headlines appeared at the top of everyone's phone screens. Shocking! The deputy governor of Xinjiang is actually a lackey of the 10,000 Beasts cult. Unbelievable! The heart-ripping fiend of Xinjiang is none other than him. Good news! The great Xia Sword Immortal returns to Changnan, destroying the 10,000 Beasts cult stronghold. Shock! 10,000 Beasts cultists kidnap children on high-speed rail. Xinjiang exploration team members step forward. Chilling to think about. Our communications were being monitored by the 10,000 Beasts cult. These headlines were impossible to resist clicking on. Everyone instinctively clicked on the articles. As they scanned the content, their eyes widened and their mouths gaped open. Though the news didn't mention Shen Xingchen's name. But considering the scene they witnessed on the high-speed train, Shen Xingchen must be deeply involved in this series of major events. So their brother Shen had grown to such heights without them even knowing? Collaborating with Song Jianxian to destroy the beast cult stronghold, confronting the deputy governor of Xinjiang head-on, and unraveling the Chen kidnapping case. Each feat, taken individually, was beyond their wildest dreams. And Shen Xingchen accomplished all this in less than half a day. It was impossible not to admire him. With faces brimming with admiration, they scrolled through the news on their phones. A surge of pride welled up within them. They recalled the ugly smugness on the face of Gan Province's top martial artist after each of his victories. Disdain filled their hearts. Oomph, what's there to be so cocky about? Your measly achievements are nothing compared to what my brother Shen has accomplished. Nothing but a clown. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen led the Bai sisters back to his estate to wash up and change clothes. His physical wounds had healed, but the bloodstains on his clothes and the exhaustion from his frayed nerves were not so easily shaken off. He led the two to his own room to rest. This place offered the greatest convenience and security. The 10,000 Beasts sect couldn't possibly breach it. Meanwhile, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Shen Lang. All is well. The shuttle is damaged. Shen Lang quickly replied with 3 thumbs-up emojis, followed by a voice message. As long as you're safe. The shuttle's just a material thing, not important. I've equipped you with a new shuttle to serve as your transportation. It'll make things easier for you. Honestly, I wanted to give it to you on your 18th birthday, but I was genuinely worried you'd turn around and gift it to that girl named Chu Shiryao. At those last words, Shen Xingchen's face twisted into a wry smile. Given his personality back then, he might very well have pulled off something as outrageous as gifting away a shuttle. And given Chu Shiryao's uninhibited nature, she'd likely have the nerve to do just that. Though Shen Lang claimed the flying shuttle wasn't important, it was actually incredibly precious. He just didn't want Shen Xingchen to feel any burden. Recalling his past absurd actions, Shen Xingchen chuckled and sent a high emoji in response. Chapter 191, Miscellaneous Affairs. After handling the miscellaneous matters, Shen Xingchen set down his phone and let out a long sigh. He quickly regained his composure. He would meet force with force and water with earth. Besides, he wasn't entirely without countermeasures. Once Song Qingxuan procured those rare treasures for cultivating malevolent energy, allowing him to refine it to perfection before channeling it into his mind. That unstoppable malevolent energy might just devour the black gold throne within his mind, transforming the sacred artifact of the 10,000 beasts sect into nourishment for his own growth. Moreover, those troublesome black gold magic patterns weren't entirely useless. Previously, the black gold magic patterns could be somewhat concealed. But ever since Shen Xingchen discovered their sinister expansion, the opponent couldn't even put on a show. The expanding magic patterns rapidly enhanced Shen Xingchen's power. As the patterns spread through the deep sea, Shen Xingchen distinctly felt his divine soul strength multiply several times over. Where he had barely reached the martial sovereign realm before, his divine soul strength now stood firmly at the mid-stage of martial sovereign. Such a rapid advancement would surely make countless people envious if word got out. Moreover, his soul's power had grown so immense that his physical body could no longer keep pace. The overwhelming soul energy had begun to nourish his flesh. Shen Xingchen could now clearly sense his physical strength and vital energy were rapidly expanding under the nourishment of his divine soul. Having only recently stepped into the martial marquee realm, his vital energy had now multiplied several times over. Without even needing to test it, Shen Xingchen knew his vital energy was far beyond a mere 1,000. At the very least, it was 5 or 6,000. Shen Xingchen casually picked up the simple measuring device by his bedside. 2 beeps sounded as the numbers on the device's display shot up, finally settling on the extremely auspicious figure of 5,888. Then, Shen Xingchen swept his vast divine soul across it. The number on the device, which had just stabilized, surged again. Finally, under Shen Xingchen's gaze, the display settled on the terrifying figure of 500,000. All the test results were exactly as he had anticipated. This rate of improvement shocked even him, a reincarnated individual, and even filled him with dread. Had he possessed such power before his battle with Lu Hongxue, Shen Xingchen could have crushed him effortlessly even with the opponent's entire body protected by Hun Yuan Shen iron. He wouldn't have needed to exert his full strength. Therefore, he would still have to seek out the 10,000 Beast sect. Shen Xingchen sighed softly, his gaze darkening. If a martial sovereign like Lu Hongxue knew so many secrets, what secrets might the high-ranking members of the 10,000 Beast sect, those at the martial king or even martial saint levels, possess? They might even know how to remove the black gold demonic patterns from their bodies, or how to prevent the beast god's descent. At this moment, for the sake of his own life, Shen Xingchen resolved to make finding the 10,000 Beast sect his primary objective. And this path coincided perfectly with his recent mission. The Changnan Beast Tide 2 days hence was also orchestrated by the 10,000 Beasts cult. A cultist capable of controlling a beast tide must hold a position no less significant than Lu Hongxue's. Shen Xingchen was certain he could extract more information from them, even if the soul-binding restraints limited them to uttering only a few words. But enough of these fragments would allow Shen Xingchen to piece together a lead. Most crucially, his perception had previously only covered half the city. With his divine soul strength now 5 times stronger, his perception range had expanded 5-fold. Now, when Shen Xingchen unleashed his perception to its fullest, it could encompass nearly half of Xizang province. As a divine beast bound to his very life, the little black dragon possessed identical vitality and soul strength to him. Its perception range likewise spanned nearly half of Xizang province. Combined, the perception of man and beast could practically detect every spatial fluctuation within Xizang province. Shen Xingchen refused to believe that such an immense perceptual range could allow these lackeys of the 10,000 Beast sect to escape. With this thought solidified in his mind, Shen Xingchen felt certain. He pushed aside all the cluttered thoughts, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. When the mind is overworked, sleep remains the best remedy for recovery. He slept through the afternoon. When Shen Xingchen opened his eyes again, the sunlight streaming through the window was sparse, signaling the imminent arrival of night. He stretched lazily, feeling his body and mind fully restored to peak condition. His vast perception spread out like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire northern region of Xizang province. Under his command, the little black dragon flew southward once more, releasing its own perception to monitor spatial fluctuations. Just then, Shen Lang, who had returned home, knocked on the door, calling Shen Xingchen to come out for dinner. When Shen Xingchen pushed open the door and entered the living room, he saw Shen Lang leisurely reclining on the sofa, watching television. He walked over and asked, "Is Auntie cooking?" Shen Lang turned his head and smiled. "Bai Xia is cooking." Hearing this, Shen Xingchen frowned. "She's our guest. How could you ask her to cook?" Shen Lang replied, "Now you're lecturing your own father? How could I not know about this? I tried to talk them out of it, but they insisted. What else could I do? Does our Shen family's vast wealth and influence mean others can't even use our stove? What if they think we're looking down on them?" As he spoke, a faint smile touched his face. "Besides, little Bai isn't some outsider. I reckon sooner or later he'll be one of us." Shen Xingchen remained silent, but Shen Lang grew more animated. Leaning closer, he said, "Xiao Bai is perfect, outwardly charming, inwardly wise, and naturally gifted. She complements you perfectly. I can tell she's quite taken with you too. Step up your game and win her over. Seeing Shen Xingchen's indifferent response, Shen Lang grew even more animated. Don't think your dad only loves your mom now. Back in the day, I was the notorious playboy of Changnan. Whether a woman loves you or not, my keen eyes can tell at a glance. This little guy here? Absolutely. Before Shen Lang could finish, Shen Xingchen raised his phone and played the recording of Shen Lang's earlier words. Watch out, I might send this to my mom. He's only 18, why are his parents already pressuring him to marry? Shen Lang's face darkened as he thought to himself. How did I end up with such a pathetic son? Fine, dad's out of here. You young folks do whatever you want. Of course, this was Shen Lang being the more open-minded father, absolutely not because he was afraid of his wife, mind you. He swiftly changed the subject, steering the conversation away from Bai Xie and toward the flying shuttle. Shen Lang pulled a futuristic-looking triangular object from the bag beside the sofa. The Faisu. Shen Lang handed the flight controller to Shen Xingchen. Here. Consider it a gift from your old man. Take it. After speaking, he stared expectantly at Shen Xingchen's phone, his meaning unspoken. Shen Xingchen accepted the shuttle controller and deleted the recording right in front of his father. The tension between father and son instantly dissolved. Soon after, Bai Xie, wearing an apron and her long hair tied back, carried the meal over. 4 dishes and a soup. The dishes were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, a testament to her exceptional culinary skills. Throughout the meal, Shen Xingchen and Shen Lang couldn't stop praising the food. Chapter 192, Spatial Fluctuations. With Bai Xie present, Shen Lang wasted no words. After finishing their meal, he promptly took Bai Xixing and left, leaving the space to the 2 young people. Observing Bai Xie's neatly coiled hair, Shen Xingchen felt a faint stir within his heart. He recalled Bai Xie's innate talent. Why, in this lifetime, had she already reached the mid-stage of martial cultivation yet still failed to awaken her second talent? After much deliberation, he decided to take Bai Xie for a comprehensive examination to pinpoint the issue. With this in mind, Shen Xingchen concocted a temporary excuse, claiming the enhancement from the divine secret realm might carry adverse effects and required examination to eliminate potential risks. Bai Xie accepted his explanation without question and agreed on the spot. Shen Xingchen promptly scheduled Bai Xie's examination. Using the VIP channel, the process would begin tomorrow morning, run through noon, and yield results that same evening. With the matter settled, a weight lifted from Shen Xingchen's mind. His thoughts still preoccupied with the beast hide, he said little more and headed to the martial arts hall to train. As a top-tier swordsman blessed with extraordinary talent, Shen Xingchen couldn't rely solely on the black gold throne for his sword technique cultivation. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. More often than not, he relied on his own efforts to cultivate his sword skills. He trained through the night, from sunset to sunrise. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the land, Shen Xingchen sheathed his sword, and the mountain-like aura that had enveloped him instantly retracted. His eyes closed slightly as he digested the insights gained from his practice. Another great sword technique was nearing the realm of divine mastery. Just then, the taut string within Shen Xingchen's mind suddenly twitched. There it was, abnormal spatial fluctuations. Such spatial disturbances rarely occurred, but when they did, there were 2. Moreover, neither of these spatial disturbances originated within Xizang province, yet both fell precisely within the perceptual range of Shen Xingchen and the little black dragon. One was at the border between Xizang and Shangnan, in the northwest corner of Changnan. The second was at the border between Xizang and Minfu, situated in the southeast corner of Changnan. If Shen Xingchen's guess was correct, tomorrow, a relentless tide of ferocious beasts would surge forth from these 2 spatial disturbance points, bearing down upon all cities within Xizang. No wonder the beast tide had been so ferocious back then, covering all 4 directions of Xizang in such a short time. It turned out the beast exits were never singular, they were always 2. If the future remained unchanged, the beast tide would not launch until the early hours of the following morning. Shen Xingchen still had a full 24 hours to act, more than enough time. With a flick of his wrist, he drew the flying shuttle controller concealed at his waist and pressed it lightly. Instantly, a luminous blue glow flickered at the center of the silver-white triangular prism. The prism then automatically floated upward, instantly warping and transforming into a sleek, aerodynamic shuttle. Shen Xingchen leapt aboard the shuttle. This time, he would take no one with him. He would rely solely on himself. However, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, he sent alerts about the abnormal spatial fluctuations he sensed to both Song Qingshuang and Shen Lang. After all, any mishap could endanger the lives of citizens across one or even multiple cities, potentially tens of thousands of lives. Shen Xingchen had to treat this with utmost seriousness. The shuttle gifted by Shen Lang was the Great Xia Empire's latest generation of super shuttles, extremely costly, blazingly fast, and exceptionally secure. It was said to be capable of withstanding a single strike from a martial king. Its speed surpassed even Shen Xingchen's own spatial traversal capabilities. Within mere minutes, Shen Xingchen arrived at his destination from Changnan. Where 2 provinces met, 2 great mountain ranges stood, their countless peaks rising in layered ridges. The dense forests atop the mountains completely blocked the sunlight pouring down from the sky. Shen Xingchen could clearly sense That spatial fluctuation was concealed within the densest forest on one of the peaks. Upon this realization, Shen Xingchen's thoughts moved, and the flying shuttle transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling toward its target. The solid shuttle sliced through the dense canopy without resistance, sending a shower of leaves cascading down. The unusual disturbance instantly alerted those present. They turned in shock, gazing toward the source of the disturbance. The dense forest behind them trembled violently, as if some colossal creature was charging toward them. "Oh no!" the leader bellowed. "On guard!" Before the others could react, a silver-white lightning bolt roared past with savage force. The hard, sharp dart transformed into a high-speed blade, instantly cleaving one man clean in two at the waist. The upper and lower halves of the body fell apart, the man's face still frozen in terror. In the next instant, thick blood gushed from the cavity like a fountain, its foul stench forcefully invading everyone's nostrils. The remaining three men paled, their expressions shifting to shock and suspicion as they fixed their dark stares on the dart that had inexplicably appeared. What the hell? How could someone appear here? This was a location meticulously selected by the cult. Moreover, only members of their task force knew about this operation. There was absolutely no way word could have leaked. How did this person find out? And how could they move so swiftly? They had barely activated the beast summoning bells. Not even 10 minutes had passed when the enemy appeared. Countless questions swirled in their minds. The members of the 10,000 Beasts cult stood tense, the scent of blood in their nostrils stinging their nerves. Just then, the shuttle's door slid open silently. Shen Xingchen stepped out. Even inside the shuttle, he had clearly sensed the strength of the three figures before him. One at the third rank of martial sovereign. Two at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. This strength alone could sweep through any prefecture-level city in the West River region except Changnan. No wonder they dared to unleash a beast tide targeting an entire province. Shen Xingchen's gaze swept over the three figures. Black robes, black hair, and a pitch-black mask covering their face. The only difference was that the mask of the martial sovereign bore intricate golden patterns etched across it. Seeing those golden patterns, Shen Xingchen's eyebrow arched. He knew he had come to the right place. Upon seeing Shen Xingchen's face and sensing the unmasked fluctuations of his vital energy, 5-star martial marquis? Ding Sanlei, the martial sovereign of the 10,000 Beasts sect, stared in disbelief. He carefully sensed the vital energy fluctuations emanating from Shen Xingchen. He hadn't misread it. The man before him was indeed a 5-star martial marquis. Such a low-level cultivator dared to disrupt the 10,000 Beasts sect's secret activities? He must be tired of living. Never mind a martial sovereign like Ding Sanlei, even the two martial masters behind him could crush this man under their boot with one hand. Where did this man get the nerve? Could it be that he had reinforcements waiting in the wings? Ding Sanlei kept his hands behind his back, signaling to his men. The two understood immediately and crept silently toward Shen Xingchen. At the same time, Ding Sanlei demanded, "Boy, who are you?" Chapter 193, Black Gold returns. Shen Xingchen's attention was fixed on the spatial fissure behind the three figures. Unlike the typical black-purple hue of spatial fissures, this one pulsed with an eerie crimson glow, radiating an ominous aura. Simultaneously, Shen Xingchen could faintly hear a barely perceptible tinkling sound each time the blood-red light around the fissure rippled. A beast summoning bell? Shen Xingchen instantly recalled the three sacred artifacts of the 10,000 Beasts sect mentioned earlier by Lu Hongshu. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Could it be? The sacred artifact was in the enemy's possession. Was this sacred relic of the 10,000 Beasts sect about to fall into his hands today? Just then, Ding Sanlei's questioning voice reached Shen Xingchen's ears. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen's face betrayed a hint of bewilderment. He asked incredulously, "You don't recognize me?" Shen Xingchen had assumed his face was already etched into the minds of every beast cult follower. Yet here stood a man who didn't recognize him. Hearing this, the corner of Ding Sanlei's mouth twitched beneath his mask. "Dude, sure, you're kinda handsome, but you're no big-time celebrity. Why the hell should I know who you are? Could this kid be some rich kid here to sightsee?" The thought sparked a flicker of interest in Ding Sanlei's eyes. He had already unleashed his martial sovereign-level perception, sweeping across all the surrounding mountains, yet detected not a single trace of reinforcements. Meaning Shen Xingchen had come entirely alone. A lone 5-star martial lord cultivator? What a joke! Realizing this, Ding Sanlei lost all patience for small talk with Shen Xingchen. He dismissed the man as nothing more than an unlucky fool who'd stumbled upon the 10,000 Beasts sect's plans. With a savage grin, he waved his hand and barked, "Kill!" Receiving the order, the two peak martial sovereigns wasted no time. One flanked from the left, the other from the right, closing in on Shen Xingchen. Their feet planted firmly, their bodies lunged forward like leaping tigers. As their bodies streaked through the air, the crisp sound of blades being drawn echoed through the mountains and forests. In the next instant, two streaks of blade light shot toward Shen Xingchen, one aimed at his heart, the other at his throat. Even as they soared through the air, their blades poised to sever Shen Xingchen's head, he remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Seeing this, Ding Sanlei finally let out a sigh of relief. What a stroke of bad luck for this unlucky soul to stumble upon this place. Ding Sanlei couldn't believe a mid-stage martial could survive the sudden attack of two peak martial practitioners. But in the very instant Ding Sanlei relaxed his guard. A crisp clang echoed through the heavens as the long sword slid from its scabbard. In the next instant, Shen Xingchen's slack posture vanished completely. His entire body soared like a great swallow taking flight, striking first despite starting later. His posture and sword momentum, with a speed and angle unimaginable to ordinary martial artists, unleashed a flurry of strikes in an instant. Sword light danced chaotically as blood spurted. Shen Xingchen's figure, mid-air, drifted gracefully to the ground. Landing alongside him were 4 severed hands and 4 severed feet, 8 dismembered limbs in total. Only then did the two cultivators, now deprived of their limbs, feel the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies. Their piercing screams echoed through the air as their shattered bodies crashed to the ground, staining the dark yellow earth with crimson blood. Watching his two subordinates, now limbless and writhing on the ground like maggots, Ding Sanlei's nerves instantly tightened. He took several steps back, drew the long sword at his waist, and faced them as if confronting a formidable enemy. He demanded once more. "Who exactly are you?" Shen Xingchen flicked the long sword in his hand. Strings of blood and flesh droplets fell from it, leaving the blade smooth as new, its surface reflecting like a mirror. His gaze remained cold as he addressed the other. "Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen." Ding Sanlei let the name roll off his tongue. He had never heard of such a top-tier swordsman emerging from Great Xia. Observing the other's expression, Shen Xingchen knew he had never heard of him before. So even within the 10,000 Beasts sect, information wasn't entirely shared. Shen Xingchen silently nodded, committing this insight to memory. Ding Sanlei abruptly lifted his head. Beneath his mask, his eyes were bloodshot, more beast-like than human. He fixed Shen Xingchen with an intense stare. "You're merely a 5-star martial marquis. Yet even at that rank, you possess such formidable strength and mastery of the sword. The beast god will surely relish your flesh and soul." The next instant, his right hand slammed down on the mask covering his face. Veins bulged violently as he exerted force, shattering the mask in an instant. The shards of the mask danced in midair. The golden threads etched upon it seemed to come alive, defying gravity as they shot toward Ding Sanlei's face. In an instant, the threads fused with his features. The familiar black gold tattoo Shen Xingchen knew so well now appeared on the other's face. Witnessing this, Shen Xingchen's eyes widened slightly. So, besides him, others could also possess the black gold magic tattoo. In other words, the vessel for the beast god was not solely Shen Xingchen. As the black gold magic pattern manifested, Ding Sanlei's aura surged violently. His cultivation, previously at the 3rd-star martial sovereign realm, began to climb rapidly. The shackles of his cultivation realm seemed to vanish entirely. In the blink of an eye, his vital energy fluctuations had surged to the level of a martial king at the 1st rank. This black gold magic rune was far too formidable. Merely the small patch of black gold magic patterns on his face could temporarily grant a martial sovereign the strength of a martial king. Such an enhancement was several times more terrifying than all the weapons and potions available on the market combined. One must understand that the path of martial arts grows increasingly arduous the further one advances. For a martial sovereign cultivator to advance a minor realm through external means is far more difficult than a martial master cultivator advancing a major realm. That Ding Sanlei could leap an entire realm while still a martial sovereign is nothing short of astonishing. The 10,000 Beasts cult truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost heretical sect of this age. They possess something extraordinary. The aura of a martial king surged and swirled, forming a visible crimson energy field around Ding Sanlei. Seeing this, Shen Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Without a second thought about lingering in battle, he turned and fled. He could still stand a chance against a late-stage martial sovereign. But facing a martial king-level enemy? The moment he saw one, he'd run as fast as his legs could carry him. The slightest misstep could mean instant death. After all, a martial king could already commune with the heavens and earth. Their every move influenced the cosmos, and each strike carried celestial phenomena truly terrifying. In ordinary small nations, a martial king-level cultivator was already the strongest force in the country. In other words, if a martial king-level cultivator so desired, they could easily carve out their own independent nation. Such a powerhouse was far beyond what Shen Xingchen could possibly handle at his current level. Unless he too activated the black gold demonic patterns on his body. Moreover, as the bearer of the black gold magic rune, Shen Xingchen understood its properties better than anyone. Though Ding Sanlei now radiates an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, it is like oil poured onto a raging fire. It cannot last long. Simply endure this period, and without lifting a finger, the opponent would first suffer a violent surge of chi and blood, plunging into weakness. Chapter 194, Having seen the Divine Sun, why not pay homage? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Shen Xingchen made a great leap and dived into the flying shuttle. Under his command, the shuttle launched forward with a sharp acceleration, streaking toward the heavens. Ding Sanlei, now at the martial king realm, narrowed his eyes slightly, a blood-red light flickering within. He pointed his great blade skyward. In an instant, thick clouds abruptly darkened the previously clear sky. Within the pitch-black clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. In the blink of an eye, a thunderstorm erupted directly ahead of Shen Xingchen's shuttle. The might of heaven and earth was something even a super shuttle could never ignore. Moreover, this was no ordinary celestial thunder, it was thunder imbued with the mighty power of a martial king's vital energy. The slightest misstep would see the shuttle and Shen Xingchen within it reduced to dust. With no other choice, Shen Xingchen abruptly halted the shuttle and abruptly changed course, attempting to bypass the thunderstorm and continue his escape. At that very moment, Ding Sanlei, standing on the ground, swung his broad blade horizontally. A thunder dragon erupted from its thick blade. The thunder dragon roared, hurtling toward Shen Xingchen's flying shuttle. Simultaneously, the storm raging high above coalesced into another ferocious thunder dragon. The two thunder dragons, one above and one below, crackled with electric sparks and surged with thunderous light, completely sealing off any maneuvering space for the shuttle. For martial artists below the martial king realm, to fight a martial king was akin to mortals challenging the wrath of heaven, a near impossible feat. Not only at the martial king realm, but any realm beyond it, attempting to fight across tiers was as difficult as ascending to heaven. As the raging thunder dragon roared toward him, every hair on Shen Xingchen's body stood on end, charged with the volatile lightning particles. Who could have imagined that someone within the 10,000 Beasts sect could bear the power of the Black Gold Demon Rune? Had it been an ordinary magic pattern, it would have at most elevated Ding Sanlei to the late stage of martial sovereign, or perhaps even the peak realm. Shen Xingchen could still find a way to counter that. But a martial king versus a martial marquis? That was utter, comprehensive annihilation. No matter how astonishing Shen Xingchen's sword techniques were, they couldn't possibly overcome such an absolute disparity in power. In desperation, Shen Xingchen's mind raced. He no longer stared at the thunder dragon hurtling toward him, but instead lowered his gaze to Ding Sanlei, who stood on the ground radiating overwhelming might. Resolve hardened within Shen Xingchen as he gripped his sword tightly. Fine. You're cheating, huh? I'll cheat too. Let's see whose cheat is stronger. For Shen Xingchen's Han Yuan Shan sword concealed the full power strike of Song Qingxuang, a half-step martial god. If he unleashed the strike Song Qingxuang had sealed within the blade. What martial king? What black gold demon runes? What rampaging thunder dragon? None would stand a chance. At the same time, Ding Sanlei on the ground felt every hair on his body stand on end. A chill rose from his tailbone, shooting straight to the top of his head. A sense of mortal danger seized his heart in an instant. For a split second, Ding Sanlei's heart nearly stopped beating. He stared in disbelief at the flying shuttle in the sky. That palpable killing intent was unmistakably emanating from Shen Xingchen. This man, young beyond belief, still held a trump card in his hand. And it was so formidable that even a martial king like him couldn't muster the slightest will to resist. Under the threat of death, Ding Sanlei backed down. He was a top-tier genius recognized by the Beast God, the absolute pillar of the 10,000 Beasts sect's future, and a potential candidate to personally receive the Beast God's blessing and become a divine son. With such status, how could he possibly trade lives with this unknown man before him? With that thought, Ding Sanlei clenched his fist, and the two thunder dragons in the sky vanished in an instant. The gloomy sky cleared once more. Simultaneously, Ding Sanlei bent his knees and leaped with all his might, propelling himself thousands of meters through the air. He snatched the flying shuttle from the heavens. He tapped on the cabin door and whispered, "Come out and talk. There's no need to make this a fight to the death." In his view, for a martial lord to unleash such a devastating attack, he must inevitably bear an unimaginable cost. Death was inevitable. Seeing the opponent disperse the thunder dragon, Shen Xingchen also hesitated to unleash his half-step martial god strike. First, this strike was indeed precious, almost sufficient to propel Shen Xingchen himself to the martial god realm. Second, he had finally encountered someone else capable of bearing the black gold magic runes, a high-ranking disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect, no less. Killing him without extracting any useful information would be a tremendous waste. And most crucially, with the long sword in his grasp, the initiative lay firmly with Shen Xingchen, not Ding Sanlei. The half-step martial god strike was exquisitely precise. As long as the sword remained in his grasp, Shen Xingchen could unleash it with a mere thought, leaving him utterly unconcerned about any underhanded maneuvers from his opponent. Shen Xingchen's voice pierced through the cabin door. "What are those black gold divine patterns on your body? Aren't the beast cult's patterns supposed to be black? Divine markings?" Hearing this term, Ding Sanlei's heart stirred. Only members of the 10,000 Beasts sect referred to them as divine patterns, others called them demonic patterns. Add to that Shen Xingchen's opening line, "You don't recognize me," coupled with his extraordinary power and hidden capabilities at such a young age. He could even pinpoint the exact location of the 10,000 Beasts cult's top-secret operation. Countless details piled up, piecing together a truth that sent shivers down Ding Sanlei's spine. Sensing the other's silence, Shen Xingchen's thoughts stirred, and the aura of a half-step martial god strike emanated. His deep voice carried extraordinary weight against the backdrop of that aura. "Behave yourself. No tricks." Feeling the murderous intent locked onto his entire body, Ding Sanlei obediently replied, "This is the highest secret of our 10,000 Beasts sect. The black gold divine runes are a divine gift bestowed by the Beast God. Only those with exceptional talent, recognized by the beast god, can master the power of the divine patterns. Those who can permanently engrave the divine pattern are called divine sons, possessing transcendent status. Those like me, who can only wield the divine pattern through external means, are called divine messengers. Shen Xingchen understood clearly, so he was actually a high-ranking divine son within the 10,000 Beasts sect? He pressed further. How many divine sons and divine messengers are there in the 10,000 Beasts sect? The number of divine sons is classified information. I am not privy to that. There are 12 divine messengers in total. The only thing known is that the divine sons possess a portion of the beast god's power, allowing them to control the lives of the divine messengers at will. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Through the one-way glass, he observed Ding Sanlei outside the shuttle, head bowed and eyes lowered, standing with utmost reverence. Could it be that the man mistook him for a divine son of the 10,000 Beasts sect? A faint smile touched Shen Xingchen's lips. He had been thinking the same thing, which was why he had mentioned the divine runes earlier. After all, besides his half-step martial god strike, his trump card was the black gold demonic rune on his back. Even if Ding Sanlei hadn't mentioned it, Shen Xingchen knew these demonic patterns held an extraordinary status within the 10,000 Beasts sect. Who would have thought he'd actually hit the nail on the head? And the strike he held in his hand, Song Qingxuang's attack, was clearly being mistaken by the other party as a technique unique to the divine son of the 10,000 Beasts cult. After all, what else besides the authority of the beast god could allow a martial marquis to threaten a martial king? As this thought crossed his mind, the smile on Shen Xingchen's face gradually faded, replaced by an aura of authority befitting a high-ranking figure. He opened the hatch and strode out, his gaze sweeping downward with an air of command that commanded respect without a word. Having seen the divine son, why not pay homage? As he spoke, Shen Xingchen's entire body surged with power. His upper garment instantly shattered, revealing vast swaths of black gold tattoos across his back, catching Ding Sanlei's gaze. Seeing the nearly full expanse of black gold patterns covering Shen Xingchen's back, Ding Sanlei's eyes widened in shock. The unimaginable thought in his mind instantly became reality. The mysterious man who had appeared before them was indeed the divine son of the 10,000 Beasts sect, a figure of immense status. Moreover, the sheer scale of these engraved black gold divine patterns far exceeded Ding Sanlei's wildest expectations. For a divine envoy like him, bearing a pattern the size of a face was already the absolute limit. Yet Shen Xingchen, merely at the martial marquis realm, could bear patterns covering nearly half his back. Such innate talent was truly unimaginable. Even among the multitude of divine sons, Shen Xingchen's status, position, and innate talent were all of the highest caliber. Without a moment to think or hesitate, Ding Sanlei, who moments before had radiated an overwhelming aura befitting a martial king, knelt on both knees. His hard knees slammed heavily onto the ground, sending a thunderous roar rippling through the air. This sudden scene left the two warlords, still twisted in agony and wailing, utterly transfixed. For a moment, they forgot their own pain and cries, watching only as their leader knelt before the enemy with profound reverence. The next instant, Ding Sanlei did not merely kneel, his forehead slammed forcefully against the ground. A standard kneeling posture. The highest form of respect a subordinate could show a superior. Kneeling on the ground, Ding Sanlei's voice trembled slightly. Ding Sanlei did not know the divine son's identity and had offended him. May the divine son not hold it against him. The 10,000 Beasts sect reveres the beast god above all. Those favored by the beast god hold the most exalted status. Thus, the divine son stands near the pinnacle of the 10,000 Beasts sect's hierarchy. Each of them possessed an unfathomable identity and elusive whereabouts, with everyone overseeing a distinct branch of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Information does not flow between these branches, indeed, they may not even be aware of each other's existence. This organizational structure has allowed the beast cult, a heretical sect universally condemned, to survive to this day. Even if one branch were completely eradicated, it would not affect the others. Crucially, for divine emissaries like Ding Sanlei, the divine sons hold absolute power over their very lives. Should Shen Xingchen harbor murderous intent, Ding Sanlei would perish regardless of his status as a martial king or even martial saint. Though in Ding Sanlei's eyes, Shen Xingchen still harbored numerous unresolved questions. Why would he kill followers of the 10,000 Beasts cult? Why would he believe Shen Xingchen recognized him, given that divine sons never revealed their true faces in public? Why he hid his identity, only revealing his true form at the last moment? Why he inexplicably inquired about matters well known to all senior cult members? Yet all doubts, all uncertainties, vanished completely in the face of the black gold divine pattern on Shen Xingchen's back. After all, this mark couldn't be faked. If the beast god didn't acknowledge the bearer, not even a martial god could imprint such a black gold divine pattern. Ding Sanlei dismissed all prior doubts, attributing them to the divine son's eccentric nature. Shen Xingchen snorted coldly. Do you realize this mission has already been compromised? Had I not come, every single one of you would be dead within half an hour.